Chapter 1 Mr. Yi, you are responsible for me. Zhongcheng University. Although it is May, Zhongcheng is located in the heart of central China and the temperature has already reached that of the hot summer in the north. The students all changed into summer clothes, and the girls wore short skirts and hot pants, or JK clothes and Balenciaga. Their slender legs caught countless eyes as they moved. On the playground, many girls changed into sports summer clothes, and their bodies surged as they jumped, making many eyes tremble. Nice shot! A voice suddenly came from the grass. The head of the dormitory looked at the third boy, Yi Yunzhou, and said, "You scared me." Besides, it was out of bounds. What a good shot! Brother, you two are not talking about the same thing. Yeah, big brother. The four of us are here in the middle of the playground to watch the game. You're not really going to watch the game, are you? The second brother also teased. Yi Yunzhou listened to what his roommate said inside in his heart. Then he looked at the girls in front of him. It seemed that he could only look at these lovely schoolmates. His parents died when he was young, and he came to university with the help of his family property and relatives. He eats with the money from working part-time. How can he have spare money for a relationship? Oh, I feel sad when I think that I won't be able to see my lovely schoolmates after graduation. Yi Yunzhou sighed, then he held the back of his neck with his hands and lay on the grass. The eldest brother looked at Yi Yunzhou and said sourly, "Come on, third brother, everyone knows that you had sex with school beauty last night." This sentence made Yi Yunzhou stunned. Who told you that? I heard it from the fourth brother. Third brother, don't look at me. Second brother told me that you made the school beauty's knees red yesterday. Fuck, why are you all looking at me? I heard from the bastards in the next dormitory that Yunzhou, you had a car accident and made the school beauty's knees red and she walks with a limp. At the same time, on the other side, a girl with a resentful look on her face was walking towards the playground. Her skin was as white as snow, and her willow-shaped eyebrows and cherry lips set off her stunning beauty. With her slender legs like jade and a pure white long skirt, she looked like the girl next door in dreams. But he limped when he walked, and his aggressive manner made many people look at him with confusion. Mr. Yi, not only did you flip over on your tricycle yesterday and knock me off, but you also spread rumors that you had sex with me last night? Yin Shui bit her little canine teeth, thinking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, she and Yi Yunzhou participated in a club activity and had to move things. Yi Yunzhou felt that the journey was too far, so he asked her to get on the student union's tricycle. Result? The car overturned and she fell down. Her knees were swollen and she was limping miserably. Thinking about how Yi Yunzhou confidently said yesterday when he got in the car that experienced drivers never overturn the car, as well as the rumors she had heard, Yin Shui became even angrier. But I finally found out that you were in the playground. If I catch you later, I will definitely. She looked around a few times but couldn't find Yi Yunzhou. After a while, a voice was heard coming from not far from the playground. No, you guys are all bored. Who signed me up for a car race? Yi Yunzhou. I finally found you. Yi Yunzhou and his companions were staring at each other, and then they saw Yin Shui limping towards them. At that moment, several people stood up. The bosses looked at the miserable appearance of the campus beauty Yin and the tears swirling in her eyes, and their mouth corners twitched. It seemed that this person was not friendly. At that moment, several people exchanged glances. The second brother also nodded. Yin Shui came to Yi Yunzhou and said, "You are responsible for this." This one sentence almost made the boss and his men spit blood. Good job. It's not a rumor at all. At that moment they looked at this sure field. Withdraw. Old 3, we have something to do. We'll leave first. Just take care of it, and we won't bother you anymore. In just a few seconds, he ran away. Yi Yunzhou, good fellows, you guys are so righteous. Then he looked at Yin Shui, who looked like she was going to eat him. Is this girl crazy? Tell me. Are you spreading rumors? You and I did that kind of thing last night. And you said that experienced drivers never overturn their cars, but you can't even ride a tricycle properly. Yin Shui said, lifting her white skirt slightly to reveal her swollen knees. See, I've left you speechless. You're coming right up to me and calling me to task? Are you thinking I'm a pushover? Yi Yunzhou thought about it and seemed to understand something. At that moment, he also stared at Yin Shui and slowly walked towards her. For a moment, Yin Shui was also a little flustered and took a step back. What are you going to do? Did you sign me up for the car race just now? Yin Shui was speechless for a moment. The car race was indeed because she was angry before, and when she saw the car race information, she. Ah, yes, didn't you say you were an experienced driver? I just happened to have your phone number. Yin Shui also felt that she was a little guilty, and her voice was much softer than before. If you don't dare to go, you can just not go. Don't dare to go? Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Shui's raised head. Before he could open his mouth, a screen of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The God-level sign-in system has been activated. Name, Yi Yunzhou. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Assets, 1,800. Physique, 100. General adult physique, 100. As Yi Yunzhou's pupils moved, the words on the light curtain spread out like ink and were replaced by new content. Agree to Yin Shui to participate in the car race and get a chance to sign in. Yi Yunzhou glanced over and had a plan in mind. He looked at Yin Shui and said calmly, I don't dare to go? Facing Yin Shui's gaze, Yi Yunzhou raised the corners of his mouth. Since I have signed up, I will naturally participate. As his voice fell, a light screen popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes again. It is detected that the host has completed the sign-in task. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, a Bugatti and God-level driving skills. The next second, Yi Yunzhou felt a warm current surging into his mind, and all kinds of operations and driving skills had been integrated into his body as if they were born with him. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Yunzhou immediately looked at Yin Shui in front of him. How about we bet a little bigger? Yin Shui had never expected Yi Yunzhou to agree so readily. When she heard that he was going to make a bet with her, she subconsciously asked, How do you want to bet? I have no problem participating in the competition, but you have to give me a hard time. If I lose. Before Yi Yunzhou could finish his words, Yin Shui interrupted him. She spoke first, her clear voice sounding like an oriole singing out of a valley. If you lose, you will stand under the girls' dormitory for a day, and you will have to explain the rumors about us to everyone you meet. And you will have to apologize to me in public. Thinking of the contents of those rumors, Yin Shui's fair little face couldn't help but blush, and she became more determined in her thoughts. Yi Yunzhou listened quietly and agreed very happily. Okay, sure. But if I win, I want you. Ah? Yin Shui stared at Yi Yunzhou. You lecture. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Yi Yunzhou changed the subject, making Yin Shui breathe a sigh of relief and wait for Yi Yunzhou to continue. Chapter 2, Campus Bell. My request is not too much, right? I want you. Show me a catwalk. And an S-squat. S-squat? What is that? After searching for a while. Yin Shui. IT. Having said that, Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Shui provocatively. You signed me up for the car race, which is like signing you up for a fashion show. Isn't that too much? You. Yin Shui's pupil shocked, and she stared at Yi Yunzhou with her black eyes, obviously angry, as if she had never expected the other party to make such a request. Just when Yin Shui was about to yell a few words, she changed her mind and realized that there was no way Yi Yunzhou could win this race. Yi Yunzhou might not be aware of the situation, but she did hear some things from others. The participants of this car race should be young men and women. Not only do they drive well, their driving skills are also impeccable. Besides, even if those people's driving skills are average, they drive cars every day, so they are better than students like them, right? After much thought, in Yin Shui's eyes, Yi Yunzhou's chances of winning are almost zero. In this case, the other party is just venting his anger, so what's the harm? Yin Shui thought of this, raised her head and looked directly at Yi Yunzhou, and agreed seriously. Okay. Then we have this agreement. I hope you are a man who keeps your promises. You too, don't regret it. Yi Yunzhou curled his lips and smiled, speaking softly. His indifferent look made Yin Shui frown slightly. If she didn't know Yi Yunzhou's situation clearly, she would really think that the other party had won the game. Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time. Since the bet between the two had already been made, he was too lazy to say anything more. He waved to Yin Shui, turned around and left quickly. He is now anxious to pick up the car at the location marked by the system. That is a Bugatti, known as the most powerful sports car on the earth. Yi Yunzhou left in a hurry, leaving Yin Shui alone. Yin Shui was stunned as she watched Yi Yunzhou's back gradually receding. What's wrong with Yi Yunzhou? Is he a straight man? How could he just leave her here alone? She had only managed to limp here while enduring the pain out of anger, so how could she go back now? The more Yin Shui thought about it, the angrier she became, and she stomped her feet suddenly. The next second, Yin Shui's beautiful facial features shrank, and then she let out a cry of suppressed pain. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. This time Yin Shui didn't dare to make any big moves. She took out her cell phone from her pocket and was about to call for help when she saw the message on the phone. Yin Shui quickly pressed the redial button and called. The call was quickly connected, and Yin Shui didn't wait for the other party to speak and said directly, "Sister, please come to the playground to pick me up. I can't walk over there." The other end of the phone seemed to say something. Yin Shui listened carefully and exclaimed, "Ha? The cat is lost? Then go find it." After saying that, Yin Shui hung up the phone, limped to the tree, and waited quietly. And at this time on the other side, Yi Yunzhou followed the instructions given by the system and came to an underground garage, ready to take out the Bugatti Veyron super sports car issued by the system. Wow, I've never been to this place before. It's really hard to find. Yi Yunzhou muttered to himself as he walked into the underground garage and looked for the parking space number. After all, it was a Bugatti Veyron. Its cool shape was extremely conspicuous among the cars, and Yi Yunzhou saw it at a glance. There was a flash of surprise in Yi Yunzhou's eyes, and he took big strides towards his beloved car. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou noticed with his sharp eyes that there was a pure black kitten lying on the black hood. The kitten seemed quite satisfied with the position of the car hood. It squinted its eyes in enjoyment, and a hint of blue appeared through the gap. If it weren't for this clean and pure color, Yi Yunzhou would have found it difficult to detect its existence. Seeing Yi Yunzhou gradually approaching, the little black cat was not afraid and lay there contentedly. Yi Yunzhou slowed down his pace and approached the kitten cautiously. Then he grabbed the little black cat Fate by the scruff of the neck, gently lifted it up, and held it in his arms. He lowered his head and took a closer look at the hood. Seeing that there was no scratch on the silky smooth surface of the car, he felt relieved and looked down at the little one in his arms. The little black cat stared at him with its blue eyes, as if it knew the person in front of it was the owner of the car. It made a purring sound in its throat, revealing a flattering tone. Yi Yunzhou was amused. He stretched out his finger and touched the little guy's forehead, scratching it gently. "You little guy, you really know how to find a place." The little black cat thought Yi Yunzhou was praising it, and for a moment it snored loudly, and rubbed Yi Yunzhou's hand affectionately with its little cheek. As if it was not satisfied yet, the little black cat raised its head proudly, as if waiting for Yi Yunzhou to tickle it. However, when the little guy raised his head, he revealed the silent bell collar around his neck, with a cat tag hanging below. The texture of the metal emits a unique glow under the light. No wonder the little guy isn't afraid of people, it turns out he has an owner. Yi Yunzhou murmured, "Such a cute cat was lost, the owner must be worried crazy now." Touching the little black cat's smooth fur, Yi Yunzhou planned to help find its owner. At the same time, on the other side, a girl in a professional women's suit walked in hurriedly, her high heels making a light clicking sound. The girls have very nice figures, especially Shen Randebo, who manages to make an ordinary professional suit look tight and sexy. As if she is God's favorite, the girl already has such a perfect figure, and her face is extraordinarily beautiful. Her narrow and long phoenix eyes seem to be full of affection, yet she is also shrewd and capable. Coupled with her fair complexion and delicate skin that is as smooth as a baby's, her beauty is elevated to a higher level. "Mimi, Mimi." There was anxiety in the girl's voice. She looked everywhere, even looking under the car from time to time, searching very carefully. "Mimi, where are you? Don't scare me." Unable to find the cat, the girl couldn't help but feel worried and called out more frequently, one after another. The tapping sound of high heels gradually disrupted the rhythm, revealing a hint of panic. Just when the girl was getting anxious, she heard a very magnetic male voice. "Hello, is this your cat?" The sound was like a ray of light, brightening the girl's eyes, and she immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Yi Yunzhou was standing not far behind her, holding Mimi in his arms. Yi Yunzhou was stunned when he saw the girl turning around. My goodness, this is definitely a huge uproar. Such an impressive size makes the waist look even thinner, so thin that it can be held in one hand. Chapter 3 Sign in God-Level Reward. At the moment when Yi Yunzhou was stunned, he felt a unique fragrance lingering around his nose. It was a girl walking towards him. Yi Yunzhou handed the cat over. She reached out and held the little black cat in her arms. The girl's joy of regaining what she had lost made her stroke the cat's fur repeatedly, and her slow movements revealed deep tenderness. After a long while, the girl seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly raised her head and thanked Yi Yunzhou. "Thank you so much. I wonder where you found it. This little guy always runs around and causes you trouble. I'm so sorry." Seeing the girl trying hard to apologize, Yi Yunzhou was also amused and waved his hand gently. "Don't be so polite, the little guy is very cute. He was lying on the hood of my car just now. It's the same color as mine, so it's really hard to find." "On the hood?" Hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, the girl was stunned and quickly replied. "I'm so sorry, did the cat scratch your car paint? If it caused any damage, I'm willing to compensate you." The girl took out her cell phone as she spoke, looking ready to pay at any time. Such a good attitude made Yi Yunzhou feel very comfortable, and the cat didn't cause any scratches in the first place. "Nothing, no need." When the girl heard Yi Yunzhou say this, she smiled gratefully, then squatted down and prepared to put the cat leash on it to prevent it from getting lost again. Yi Yunzhou, who was looking down at the girl's actions, felt a flash before his eyes and whispered, "So white." Yi Yunzhou was very close to the girl, so the girl also heard his whisper. The girl was stunned and paused in her movements. Looking down at the kitten in my hand, Isn't this a black cat? What's white?" The girl was a little confused, and at this moment, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. "Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, Longhai Yunshu Villa number 1. And the skill of fighting against time. Every second counts?" Yi Yunzhou saw the skills rewarded by the system. Skills that count every second, as long as you breathe, you will get a monetary reward. You will get $1 for every breath you take, so enjoy the beautiful air. Breathing makes money? Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He counted on his fingers and figured out that he could probably make more than 20,000 yuan in this day. Wow, that is pretty good. After all, you don't have to do anything. As long as you are alive you will have an income, isn't that great? The girl had already tied the cat leash. She picked up the cat, looked at Yi Yunzhou with a bright smile, and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you so much today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Good." The girl greeted Yi Yunzhou and prepared to leave. She walked to the other side in her high heels and came straight to a Mercedes-Benz car. Holding the cat carefully, the girl took out the car keys and was about to unlock the car. On this side, Yi Yunzhou had already walked to the Bugatti, unlocked the car and got in. As soon as he got into the car, Yi Yunzhou immediately felt the ultimate surround feeling of the seat, which was very comfortable. After all, it is the most powerful sports car on the planet. Not only is it powerful, but its interior decoration is also high-end and luxurious. Everywhere you look is surrounded by carbon fiber, with some brushed metal mixed in, and when the light shines on it, it flashes a unique glow. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yunzhou's eyes. He nodded with satisfaction and started the car. With a roar, the Bugatti Veyron roared like a beast that had just awakened. The roar of the engine carries powerful force, ready to charge forward at any time. Yi Yunzhou lowered the car window, then stepped on the accelerator, ready to drive out. Here, the girl had just put the cat down and was about to get into the car when she saw a black Bugatti Veyron speeding away. Through the car window, the girl just happened to see Yi Yunzhou's profile. For a moment, the girls were stunned, their beautiful eyes widened, and they could not believe what they saw. She recognized him immediately. Wasn't this the boy who had helped her find Mimi just now? He was driving a Bugatti Veyron? Thinking of the value of this car, the girl's pupils shrank slightly and she was even more shocked. You know, the Bugatti Veyron is not only expensive, but it also requires a certain amount of financial strength to buy this top-level supercar. The girls were secretly amazed when they thought of Yi Yunzhou's young face. Then the girl looked at the little black cat in the passenger seat, squinted her eyes, and said slightly, "You little guy, you are so materialistic at such a young age? You only pick out multi-million luxury cars when you go out. What will you be like when you grow up?" The girl gently tapped the kitten's forehead, and felt a little scared. If the other party really pursues the matter for such an expensive supercar, she will have to pay a lot of money, right? At this moment, the girl couldn't help but think of Yi Yunzhou. She then started the car and drove out of the garage. After a while, next to the playground, a sexy figure leaned against a Mercedes-Benz car, holding a black kitten in her arms. The combination of black cat and beauty immediately attracted a lot of attention. Looking at the kitten nestling comfortably on the girl's chest, many boys' eyes are red with jealousy and they wish they could become a kitten. The girl seemed to have long been accustomed to being noticed, and she waited very patiently. After a while, Yin Shue's figure appeared in sight. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Yin Shui limping, Yin Yao was also stunned. She quickly went up to her and asked with a smile while squinting her eyes. "Girl, do you have a boyfriend?" Yin Shui, what a frivolous sister. Rolling her eyes unhappily, Yin Shui looked at her elder sister and said coquettishly, "Come and help me, I really can't walk anymore." Yin Yao hurried over to help Yin Shui and let her sit in the passenger seat, then she asked, "What happened to you? Why are you so embarrassed? Don't mention it." Speaking of this matter, Yin Shui became furious and said angrily, "Yesterday I was riding a tricycle that was pedaled by a jerk, and he ended up flipping it over." Yin Yao. The third wheel flipped over? Even though it's just 4 short words, it already brings up a damn good picture. Yin Yao tried hard to hold back her laughter, but even so, the corners of her mouth still curled up. Seeing the smile on her elder sister's face, Yin Shui immediately widened her eyes and looked over, and asked with an unhappy look on her face, "Sister, what are you laughing at?" Yin Yao quickly waved her hands, rolled her eyes, and replied, "I think of happy things." Yin Shui said with a lack of interest. She took the little black cat from her sister's arms and caressed it. "Where did you find Mimi? This little thing is lying on the hood of someone's Bugatti." Yin Yao said this, gently patted her chest, and said with a look of relief, "Luckily I met a good person, and he didn't ask me to pay any money." As if she had thought of something, Yin Yao smiled and lowered her voice. "But then again, the owner of the car is so young and handsome." "Young and handsome?" Yin Shui looked at her elder sister and raised her eyebrows. "What, are you feeling amorous, sister? If you ask me, it's time for you to find a boyfriend. You've been a soloist for so many years." Listening to Yin Shui's earnest tone, Yin Yao sneered and retorted mercilessly, "Since when did I ask you, my sister, to take care of my affairs? Aren't you also a single person who has never had sex? Unexperienced. You talk as if you've seen blood." Snort. Yin Shui curled her lips. She looked at her elder sister, then suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at Yin Yao's chest and said, "Sister, why is your top button open?" Yin Yao looked down and saw a piece of white, and quickly tied it on. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Yi Yunzhou's inexplicable words "so white," and her pretty face suddenly blushed. Yin Shui kept looking at her sister, and when she saw her face suddenly turn red and look shy, she thought to herself, "There is really something wrong with my sister. Could it be that?" Before he could start thinking, he was interrupted by Yin Yao's words. "Come on, I'll take you to a nice dinner. It just so happens that I'm on vacation today." "Okay, sister is still the best." Yin Shui responded with a sweet smile. Yin Yao smiled faintly, got into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the restaurant. And at this time on the other side, Yi Yunzhou was listening to music while speeding on the road. There were not many cars on the road today. He stretched out a hand and felt the fullness of the wind rushing into his palm. 20 miles is A, 40 is B, and 60 is. Yi Yunzhou murmured to himself, 60 miles per hour should be Yin Shui's size. If it was the beauty I met in the garage just now, with that size, I'm afraid it would be impossible to feel her in the city. At least you have to get on the highway before you can try it. Yi Yunzhou withdrew his hand, thought about it, and entered Longhai Yunshu on the navigation. He planned to take advantage of the time to go and take a look at the rewarded villa number 1. Navigation started, planning the route. Just as the voice broadcast sounded, a light curtain suddenly popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. "The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in?" Sign in. Chapter 4, Beautiful Housekeeper. Sign in successfully. Reward the best beauties with 100,000 times rebate. Yi Yunzhou glanced over and was stunned. A top-notch beauty with a 100,000-fold rebate? Just as doubts arose, an explanation appeared on the screen. Top-notch beauties get 100,000 times rebate. As long as a girl with a comprehensive goddess value of more than 95 spends money on the host can get a corresponding 100,000 times rebate based on the value. After reading the explanation given by the system, Yi Yunzhou exclaimed in his heart, "Wow! This reward is quite interesting. Is this encouraging him to live off others?" At the same time, car owners on the road also noticed this extremely cool Bugatti Veyron. The car owners were stunned at first, then they stepped on the accelerator, subconsciously trying to create distance. Fuck, supercars of this level are on the road, isn't this harmful to people? A car owner quickly stopped his car on the side of the road. He felt like his heart was about to jump out. The car owners we met along the way all had similar reactions. They were shocked and immediately made way for the Bugatti. If you accidentally get it scratched, you'll lose your pants. Yi Yunzhou had a smooth journey as he drove closer to Longhai Yunshu. From a distance he saw the tall and luxurious gate, which looked extremely luxurious. When he got closer, he realized that Longhai Yunshu was even more luxurious than he had imagined. A large amount of solid wood is used to decorate the tall pillars at the entrance of the community, while other places are filled with marble. There were several security guards standing on both sides of the gate. Their posture was very standard and they were obviously well trained. They must be retired soldiers. Yi Yunzhou looked around again and was satisfied to see that every place was clean and tidy, sparkling. After parking the car in front of the property gate, Yi Yunzhou got out and walked into the property. As soon as Yi Yunzhou appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of several girls at the door. Facing the gazes of several girls, Yi Yunzhou quickly looked at them and found that they all had very good looks. Even if placed outside, she is still an eye-catching beauty. Yi Yunzhou withdrew his gaze and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. In fact, there is no shortage of beauties in this world, it's just that his level is not high enough and he can't reach them. Sir, what can I do for you? Several girls came up to us with polite smiles on their faces and elegant gestures. Yi Yunzhou smiled back. I'm here to ask for a room. Propose a room? Looking at Yi Yunzhou's young face, the leading girl was also stunned. After all, this is a high-end villa area, and such young owners are quite rare. However, the girl's professional quality was very high. She reacted in a moment and said quickly, "Okay sir, please give me your ID card and I'll check it for you." Yi Yunzhou nodded, took out his ID card and handed it over. The girl took the ID card with both hands and walked quickly towards the office area. The other girls looked at Yi Yunzhou, hurriedly walked up to him, led him to the sofa to rest, and then brought him a cup of steaming hot coffee. "Sir, please take a rest first. I will introduce you to the services in the villa area." The girl stood beside Yi Yunzhou and said softly, "In our Longhai Yunshu, each villa has a dedicated butler to serve you. Not only is he responsible for daily scheduling and cleaning, but he can also provide a variety of life services and assistance." Then the girl introduced some relevant information about the community. Yi Yunzhou listened quietly and nodded from time to time. It really is a high-end villa community, it connects with top figures and the service provided is also exceptionally considerate. After a while, the girl who had gone to verify the information came out with obvious shock on her face. When she saw Yi Yunzhou, she walked over quickly, handed over the ID card with both hands, and said respectfully, "Excuse me, sir. Your villa's housekeeper is on vacation today. I have already informed her. Would you mind waiting for a moment?" "No problem." Yi Yunzhou responded with good temper. After all, he came here suddenly to ask for a room, without making an appointment, and the other party had not prepared anything. "Then I'll go take a look around the villa area first." "Shall I go with you?" The girl looked at Yi Yunzhou and stood up, and asked quickly. Yi Yunzhou waved his hand. "No, I'll just go out for a walk by myself." After saying that, he left a phone number at the property management and walked towards the villa area. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's leaving back, several girls had shock on their faces and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. "It seems that Managerine is the only one who asked for leave today? You know, she is the housekeeper of Villa Number 1. What about this one?" Thinking that Yi Yunzhou might be the owner of Villa Number 1, several girls took a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock. Villa Number 1 is the king of the buildings, and it is amazing that the owner is such a young man. Everyone looked at the girl next to them, trying to find an answer. They saw the girl also take a deep breath and then nodded vigorously. The girl suppressed her shock and said, "Wait for Managerine. I'll keep an eye on it." After hearing what the girl said, the others also expressed their understanding. Although Yi Yunzhou didn't want them to follow him just now, if something happened in the villa area, it would be their responsibility. Such a distinguished guest, who is still so young, must have an extraordinary background. Even if the general manager is here, he would have to pay extra attention to take care of him. On this side, Yi Yunzhou had already walked out of the property building and was strolling around the villa area casually, intending to take a look at the environment here. After all, this is where you will live in the future. If you have a choice, you naturally want to pick the best to enjoy. Looking at the rare trees used for greening the community, Yi Yunzhou nodded with satisfaction and planned to visit other places. At the same time, not far away, a pair of eyes were looking at him. Yi Yunzhou? A voice was heard, and several figures nearby also looked to the other side. Is it really him? Several figures were originally surrounding a young man, as if they were stars surrounding the moon, and the young man was also walking forward with an arrogant attitude. Hearing this, the young man Wei Yan turned around and looked at Yi Yunzhou. Looking at his increasingly handsome face, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes. Wei Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and snorted softly from his nose. This Yi Yunzhou, can I actually meet him here? He was almost forgetting the person who had made him grit his teeth before. When they were in high school, Yi Yunzhou competed with him for the position of class monitor. At that time, Yi Yunzhou was a good student and had good relationships with people, and because of these, she was almost snatched away by him. He was left with no choice but to give gifts to the head teacher, and only then did he get the position of class monitor. Whenever the young man thought of this, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. The young man took a deep breath and looked at Yi Yunzhou's outfit with even more disdain in his eyes. Coming into such a high-end villa area, she is actually wearing a simple sports suit? The young man couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and think, is it useful just to study? I heard that Yi Yunzhou was admitted to a good university. I don't know how many people envied him back then. So what now? Aren't we still living in poverty? At that moment, Wei Yan thought that Yi Yunzhou came to the villa area to work, and for a moment, he was even more disdainful. To him, these people were inferior people, and Yi Yunzhou was just an inferior person who had once competed with him without knowing his own limitations. Several people saw that Yi Yunzhou didn't notice them. One of them also looked at everyone and said anxiously, "Don't worry about him. We don't know what he is here for. Let's go with the squad leader to see his new home." Wow, just looking at the layout of this villa area, you know that this place is not ordinary. It must be very expensive. As soon as the boy finished speaking, several people around him couldn't help but echoed. Needless to say, Longhai Yunshu is the most high-end villa project here. This is only a villa area. In order to ensure the best sunlight, there are no high-rise buildings around it. I heard that every villa here is equipped with a butler who provides various services to the owner. The monitor's house has a butler. If you have any questions, you can call the butler at any time. This one-on-one service is simply enviable. It's really enviable. Our class monitor owns a villa like this at such a young age. He is truly a rare talent. His character is also excellent. He has never forgotten us old classmates even after he became rich. Everyone was talking at once, and their words were all praising Wei Yan. Several people opened their mouths slightly in surprise. It turns out that this is the life of rich people. Not only is your own life taken care of, but the house where you live also has a housekeeper. Naturally, everyone was envious again. A girl in the crowd also looked at Wei Yan and asked, "By the way, squad leader, I heard that you just bought a new car. Did those guys come here in your car just now?" The girl's tone was full of envy, as if not getting a new car was a huge loss. Several girls nearby exclaimed when they heard this. They all looked at Wei Yan with little stars twinkling in their eyes. You really deserve to be the squad leader. You have a villa and a new car. I envy you so much. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. He has already bought such a high-end villa, so the car the squad leader bought must be a luxury car. This is a winner in life. Everyone was talking as if no one was around, and every word and sentence was about Wei Yan, and the flattery was deafening. Then a boy who had been in Wei Yan's car spoke up and said to everyone, "You may not know this, but the monitor bought a Cadillac this time." When talking about cars, the boy's tone began to become excited. Once you've ridden in it, you'll understand. It's truly a luxury car. It's very comfortable to sit in, and the front of the car looks so impressive. The car has great power and the windows are double glazed, which is very soundproof. The boy introduced it in great detail, with such pride in his tone, as if it was his new car. The people nearby were all good at flattering. They listened with their eyes wide open and let out an exclamation of praise from time to time. Especially a few girls, they didn't understand what the configuration was, but when they heard about the functions, they felt it was full of high tech. The more stylish it is, the more expensive it will be. Thinking of this, the girls suddenly became even more envious. On this side, Wei Yan listened to everyone's flattery. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was already very happy in his heart. Wei Yan quickly retracted his gaze, waved his hand gently at everyone, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Look at what you said, it's not that exaggerated. It's only 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, I bought it to practice, it's just a car for transportation. We can buy something better later. We are still young, so it is not easy to get everything right away. We need room for improvement, right?" Once these words were spoken, everyone naturally became even more envious. Wei Yan was too lazy to talk to them. After all, in his opinion, these people could only envy him. Moreover, he was too lazy to look at Yi Yunzhou in the distance. Then he said to them, "Let's go." A boy scratched his head and said, "Class monitor, wait a minute, Lu Wu said he's still on the way and will be here soon." After the young man finished speaking, he looked at Yi Yunzhou, who was not far away, and suggested, "Yi Yunzhou is also an old classmate of ours. Why don't we invite him to visit the monitor's home later, so that he can also share in the good fortune?" After saying this, Wei Yan raised the corner of his mouth. "This is not impossible. This is also a good opportunity." Seeing Wei Yan's look, the young man shouted directly at Yi Yunzhou. "Yi Yunzhou!" Hearing someone calling his name, Yi Yunzhou paused and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw several figures walking towards him from the other side not far away. Yi Yunzhou also looked at them, and finally his eyes fell on Wei Yan. Yi Yunzhou naturally had no good feelings towards this man who had to use backdoors to get elected. What's more, after Wei Yan was elected class monitor, he did a lot of things to make things difficult for him. But there was no need to tear each other apart right now. Yi Yunzhou slowly withdrew his gaze. "What are you doing?" Hearing Yi Yunzhou's question, a boy took the initiative to answer and told Yi Yunzhou about the new house and the new car. When talking about going to see the big villa, everyone became excited again. A girl looked at Wei Yan and suddenly asked, "By the way, squad leader, you've bought this big villa and changed your car, are you planning to get married soon?" When the girls nearby heard this, they immediately perked up and looked at Wei Yan eagerly. "Squad leader, do you have a girlfriend now?" Wei Yan didn't say anything, but the boy next to her answered. "How could such an outstanding person like our class monitor be single? He already has a girlfriend, our old classmate, Chu Ting." "Chu Ting?" When a girl heard the name, a sour look appeared on her face. She seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "Eh? I remember when we were in high school, Yi Yunzhou confessed his love to Chu Ting." The girl was stopped by a boy's cough before she could finish her words. The boy winked at the girl several times. After all, Chu Ting was Wei Yan's girlfriend now, so she couldn't talk nonsense. "Ahem, squad leader, when are you getting married?" The boy directly changed the topic and asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Facing everyone's curious gazes, Wei Yan smiled and said indifferently, "Marriage? Wait a little longer. A man should have a long-term vision. There's no need to rush." Wei Yan felt the admiring gazes of the crowd, paused for 2 seconds, and continued. "But Chu Ting is in a hurry to marry me. She brings it up no matter what. I'll wait and see. When the time comes to settle down, we'll get married naturally." Wei Yan said this deliberately for Yi Yunzhou to hear. "The girl you once couldn't get now says she wants to marry me. It's obvious who is better." Not only that, Wei Yan also deliberately glanced at Yi Yunzhou, puffed out her chest, with a sense of pride. While everyone was talking, a young man walked towards them from the other side. He walked hurriedly with a shocked expression on his face, as if he had just encountered something shocking. The boy saw the young man from a distance, waved at him and shouted, "We are here, why did you come just now?" Then he looked at Lu Wu's expression and curled his lips. He thought he was so ignorant and looked so surprised. Following the boy's shout, everyone looked towards the young man. Facing everyone's gaze, the young man scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "Sorry guys, I'm late because of something." After saying that, Lu Wu looked at Wei Yan and said in shock, "Squad leader, your villa area is really high-end. I just passed by the parking lot outside and went in to take a look. My goodness, it's okay that ordinary luxury cars like Mercedes-Benz don't have parking spaces in the villa area, but guess what? Lu Wu deliberately kept everyone in suspense, and only after he had attracted everyone's attention as he wished did he deliberately say word by word. I just saw a Bugatti parked outside the villa area. Bugatti? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they heard. But at that moment he also looked at the young man and cast a suspicious look at him. The young man looked at the crowd and said they didn't believe him. He took out his phone, pulled out the picture, and showed it to them. It's the real deal, guys. It's really a supercar worth tens of millions. It's so cool. Looking at the streamlined supercar in the photo, the black paint shines with a unique glow in the sun. Everyone gasped. The reputation of Bugatti was well known even to the girls present. However, due to its high price, this is the first time to be so close to the real car. That's a super sports car worth tens of millions. What kind of person can afford it? And, the Bugatti is parked outside too? They just saw the squad leader's car driving in. This means that the squad leader was able to enter a place where even Bugatti couldn't enter. This. Everyone was shocked and looked at Wei Yan with envy. Just when everyone was envious, at this moment, on the other side, a beautiful woman was walking towards this side quickly. The girl in black OL outfit was Yin Yao, who came in a hurry. Chapter 5. Is this the sister of the campus beauty of Yin University? Yin Yao held the key to Villa number 1 in her hand, thinking secretly about what her colleague had just said. I didn't expect that the owner of Villa number 1 would come here today. He has been here for quite some time just to wait for me. At that moment, Yin Yao was walking hurriedly in the villa area, her high heels stepping on the stone slabs, making a light tapping sound. Manager Yin, you're here. Just at this moment, the girl who had been following Yi Yunzhou from a distance came out, called Yin Yao, and pointed at Yi Yunzhou's back. Yin Yao looked over as her colleague directed her, and was stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou's handsome face. This person, isn't this him? Taking a deep breath, Yin Yao adjusted her posture and quickly walked over here. The moment Yin Yao appeared, she immediately attracted the attention of Wei Yan and others. This. What a beautiful beauty. Especially the surging waves when walking, which directly caught the attention of the boys present. This appearance is already perfect, and with the devilish figure, it's off the charts. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and these boys' eyes were glued to Yin Yao. Yi Yunzhou also slightly side-glanced and looked towards Yin Yao. The next moment, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. Name, Yin Yao. Appearance, 96. Body size, 98. Height, 168 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 98. Looking at the content displayed on the light screen, Yi Yunzhou's mouth twitched. This system seems a bit unorthodox, doesn't it? Can the degree of perfection be counted? At this time, Yin Yao had already walked up to Yi Yunzhou gracefully, handed over the key in her hands with both hands, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Yi, this is the key to your villa number 1. My name is Yin Yao, and I am the housekeeper of your villa number 1. Look, can we go and see villa number 1 now? I can help you with the house handover." After saying this, Yin Yao lowered her smiling face slightly, bent her body slightly, and looked indescribably respectful. Yi Yunzhou was not in a hurry to get the key. His eyes swept over Yin Yao and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When did he button his clothes? But it's okay this way. Next moment. When these words fell into the ears of the people nearby, it was like a bomb that instantly made everyone dizzy. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they heard. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Yunzhou as if they were meeting him for the first time. Villa number 1? They had heard Wei Yan introduce before that Villa number 1 was the king of the buildings here. Not only does it have the best scenery and feng shui location, but the decoration inside is also the result of a huge investment and is extremely luxurious. The price of Villa number 1 alone is enough to buy dozens of other villas. When they heard Wei Yan's story, they were already astounded and could not even imagine what kind of rich person could buy such a mansion. What they never expected was that the owner of Villa number 1 was actually their old classmate whom they looked down upon. Everyone gasped, their hearts filled with shock, and they were completely speechless. Yi Yunzhou didn't notice the reactions of the crowd at all. He looked at Yin Yao and smiled faintly, saying, "Go drive with me first?" "Good." Yin Yao naturally agreed and stood respectfully beside Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou then looked at everyone and said calmly, "Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he took Yin Yao and walked straight towards the gate in the distance. The people on this side looked at Yi Yunzhou's leaving back, and their hearts were filled with confusion. Especially Wei Yan, his current mood is hard to describe. As the owner, he knows the situation of Long Hai Yunshu best. The girl just now was dressed like the manager here. A manager becomes a property manager. Then what was said just now must be true without a doubt. At the same time, the extremely noble status of the owner of Villa Number 1 was also confirmed. The most important thing is that Yin Yao is so beautiful. Such a stunning beauty is definitely a rare beauty. Just thinking about being served by such a person makes me feel that life is full of joy. All the boys are regretting now. If they had not deliberately put down Yi Yunzhou, wouldn't they be able to visit Villa Number 1 together now based on their relationship as old classmates? Maybe if it goes well, I can get some help from my old classmates and follow them to a bright future. At the very least, you can get close to some top beauties, and then you can brag about them when you go out. The same goes for the girl next to him. You know, Yi Yunzhou is very handsome and tall. Now that I have money, I am definitely one of the rich and handsome men at the top of the pyramid. If they perform well and can win over Yi Yunzhou, wouldn't they become the hostess of Villa Number 1? For a moment, everyone felt as if they had missed out on hundreds of millions. At this time, outside, Yin Yao accompanied Yi Yunzhou to the parking lot. Yi Yunzhou turned his head to look at Yin Yao and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that we were so compatible. I helped her find the cat by accident before, but I didn't expect that she would become the housekeeper of my own villa." Yin Yao was also happy when she heard what Yi Yunzhou said. "Get in the car, you show me the way, I'll drive." Yi Yunzhou opened the car door and said to Yin Yao. Yin Yao raised an eyebrow, said okay, and quickly looked at the Bugatti Veyron in front of her. After all, she had never ridden in such a nice car, and for a moment, her heart was full of anticipation. Yin Yao took a deep breath and sat directly in the passenger seat. Looking at the luxurious decoration inside the car, Yin Yao's narrow almond-shaped eyes were filled with amazement. It is truly a top-notch supercar. The decoration alone is extremely luxurious. Yin Yao carefully adjusted her breathing. As she watched the car, she thought to herself, "What they say online is absolutely right. This car is good in every way, except that it's so hot when you sit in it." Sighing silently, Yin Yao knew that this was the embarrassment coming from the poor guy. No matter how proud a person is, he or she will feel nervous and uncomfortable when sitting in such a luxurious car. In order to relieve the discomfort, Yin Yao simply lowered the car window. Feeling the breeze on her face, Yin Yao let out a long breath and felt better. The two drove straight into the villa area and, under Yin Yao's command, drove towards Villa Number 1. At the same time, Wei Yan and others who were standing in place finally calmed down a little. But the people no longer had the high spirits they had before. They all looked dejected and ashamed. "Ahem, let's not just stand here. I'll take you to the villa." Wei Yan coughed dryly and prepared to take everyone away. Just at this moment, everyone heard the roar of an engine. They subconsciously turned their heads and saw a black Bugatti roaring towards them. As soon as they saw the Bugatti, everyone's eyes lit up. "Yes, this is the one I just saw." The young man who arrived late exclaimed, and before the others could sigh, as the Bugatti approached, they saw the profiles of Yin Yao and Yi Yunzhou through the car window. Yi Yunzhou was driving the car, ignoring them completely, and drove away directly. The corners of the mouths of the people on this side twitched again. Bugatti, is it also Yi Yunzhou's? Chapter 6, School Beauty Dinner Invitation. Lu Wu, who arrived late, already had sweat on his forehead. How much must Yi Yunzhou be worth now to be able to buy a car worth tens of millions just like that? At this moment, everyone was even more shocked. Compared with Yi Yunzhou, they just felt ashamed of themselves. Different from the regretful boys, the eyes of several girls nearby flickered and they already had some ideas in their minds. On this side, Yin Yao brought Yi Yunzhou to Villa Number 1. The gate of the villa stands tall and is tightly locked with a big lock, looking magnificent. Yin Yao got out of the car with the keys, opened the door, and led Yi Yunzhou inside. "Mr. Yi, I will help you input your biometric information in a moment, and it will be more convenient for you to come in later." As the housekeeper, Yin Yao diligently and responsibly introduced everything here. Yi Yunzhou strolled in the garden, looking at the exquisitely cared for flowers and trees, with a look of satisfaction on his face. After walking through the garden, Yin Yao stepped forward and opened the door of the villa. As the door opens, a huge living room comes into view, and a sense of luxury overwhelms you. The living room has a marble floor, which is specially paved seamlessly. When the sunlight shines on it, it looks like a whole calm lake. The whole villa is decorated in French style, exuding an artistic romantic atmosphere everywhere. Yi Yunzhou looked around and also felt the ultimate sense of luxury. He sat on the sofa in the living room, leisurely admiring the layout of the place. Yin Yao stepped forward, bowed slightly to Yi Yunzhou, and said politely, "Mr. Yi, please take a seat. I will go and arrange other matters first." "Okay, thank you for your help." Yi Yunzhou nodded towards Yin Yao. He knew that the other party was called back from vacation, so he responded politely. Seeing Yin Yao leave, Yi Yunzhou looked at the huge villa and planned to take a shower first. As soon as he walked into the master bedroom, Yi Yunzhou took out his mobile phone and saw several unread messages on it. He opened it and found that it was a few girls he had just met, sending him messages wanting to ask him out. The implication of those words was obvious. Yi Yunzhou curled his lips and threw his phone onto the bed, too lazy to pay any more attention to it. Damn, I don't know how many boyfriends they had in high school. I'm afraid they must be as black as charcoal. Even if this kind of stuff is delivered to his door, he has to pack it up and return it. Yi Yunzhou went straight to the bathroom. Just as he finished running the bath water, he saw a light curtain pop up in front of him. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, a god-level figure. Yi Yunzhou looked at the light curtain that was gradually disappearing, closed his eyes slightly, and felt the changes in his body. Yin Yao had already walked out of the villa. She subconsciously looked back at the villa and the car, and Yi Yunzhou's face appeared in her mind. For a moment, a blush appeared on Yin Yao's face. She felt a little hot and fanned herself gently with her hands. It seemed that the heat affected her thoughts. Yin Yao couldn't help but think of the scene when she was in the same car with Yi Yunzhou just now. Even just recalling it, Yin Yao's heart still started beating wildly. Gently stroking her chest, Yin Yao raised her wrist to look at her watch. It was almost time for dinner. Yin Yao adjusted her state and walked quickly towards the property, preparing dinner for Yi Yunzhou. Compared to Yin Yao's heat. At this time, Yin Shui was surrounded by snowflakes and the howling north wind. The body is cold, and the heart is even colder. She couldn't help but hug the little black cat in her arms and stomped her feet in anger. What is this? My sister was called away by a phone call, leaving her here alone. This is not a place where you can get a taxi. Yin Shui wanted to walk away, but her body was in pain and she couldn't move at all. Humph, it's all Yi Yunzhou's fault. Yin Shui snorted angrily. If it weren't for that steely straight man, how could she have fallen to this point? But as Yin Shui walked, she gradually calmed down. She sighed slowly, thinking about Yi Yunzhou's expression before, and thought that it was not him who spread the rumor. Yin Shui pursed her lips, and a trace of guilt flashed across her face. Thinking about it, I was really stupid. Why did I sign him up for a car race when I was so angry? Those who participated in that car race should be young men and women. I heard that this time it is a mountain road race, which is more difficult. It was okay when the tricycle overturned before. If a car crashes on a mountain road, then. Thinking of the possible danger, Yin Shui frowned slightly. And she heard that Yi Yunzhou's family background didn't seem to be very good. If something really happened, wouldn't it make the already poor family even worse off? After thinking about it carefully, Yin Shui felt a sense of guilt. Why not go and talk to Yi Yunzhou about it tomorrow? I'm afraid he must be feeling bad now, right? Just as Yin Shui's thoughts were racing, at the same time, inside the villa, Yin Yao brought dinner for Yi Yunzhou and was carefully putting the food in the box onto the plate. In order to ensure that the owners can enjoy their meals, the butler not only learned various table manners, but also learned skills such as plating. Yin Yao was setting the table carefully. As she moved, the living room was filled with the rich aroma of food. Carefully wipe away excess soup with a napkin to ensure that each dish is presented in the best possible manner. Yeah, good, done. Yin Yao shook her hands in satisfaction. When she turned around to call Yi Yunzhou for dinner, she saw Yi Yunzhou walking quickly down from upstairs. He casually tied the towel around his waist, leaving his upper body naked. The next moment, the two people's eyes met, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Yin Yao's gaze uncontrollably looked downwards. She was stunned at Yi Yunzhou's naked upper body and his powerful muscles. This figure is too good, right? The lines of the muscles are very clear, and the beautiful outline of the abdominal muscles goes all the way down and directly into the bath towel. It makes people want to find out more. As soon as Yin Yao had this thought, her face turned red with embarrassment. She took a breath and then let out a low cry. She quickly turned her back, and before turning around, she did not forget to take a close look at the mermaid line. After all, such solid muscles are really enviable. Yi Yunzhou on this side did not expect Yin Yao to come back. He reacted and quickly went to the room to change his clothes. The next moment, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, qualification for customized top-level suit. Top package customization qualification? Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and saw a line of small words appear under the light screen. The host can pick it up at the indicated location the day after tomorrow. Afterwards, Yi Yunzhou received the pickup address sent by the system. He took a look at it and understood it clearly. Yi Yunzhou tidied his clothes and walked downstairs, looking at Yin Yao, who was still busy in the restaurant. I'm sorry, Manager Yin, I didn't know you turned back. No, I should be the one to say sorry. When Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou say this, she bowed slightly and explained. I just went to prepare dinner for you. I should have told you in advance. As the housekeeper of Villa Number 1, these are all within her scope of responsibilities. As if she had thought of something, Yin Yao said to Yi Yunzhou. You can set a schedule for me to arrange cleaning and anything else every day, and I will arrange the work according to your requirements. In order to facilitate communication with you, let's add WeChat, what do you think? Good. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou happily took out his mobile phone, called up the QR code and added Yin Yao as a friend. Yin Yao added a note to Yi Yunzhou, then put away her phone, pointed at the food on the table and said, Okay, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb you while you're dining. I wish you a pleasant meal. If the food is not to your liking, you can tell me your preferences and I will arrange it accordingly. After saying that, Yin Yao planned to leave the villa. Yi Yunzhou looked at the table full of delicious food and was also happy. He invited Yin Yao. Stay and eat together. This is too much. Let's avoid wasting it. Yin Yao thought about it and decided not to refuse, so she stayed and sat down face to face with Yi Yunzhou, chatting and eating. The food prepared by the property company tasted good. Yi Yunzhou was not a picky eater and ate slowly. Yin Yao on the opposite side bit her chopsticks and glanced at Yi Yunzhou from time to time, with a searching look in her eyes. Driving a luxury car, living in a luxury house, still so young, and still in such a good figure. Moreover, she is so loving. This is simply. As Yin Yao thought about it, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. She quickly lowered her head, fearing that Yi Yunzhou opposite her would see what she was thinking. Yi Yunzhou didn't think too much about it. He chatted with Yin Yao from time to time. By the way, I called you back in such a hurry, you won't lose the kitten again, right? Hearing Yi Yunzhou mention the cat, Yin Yao quickly waved her hands and said with a chuckle. That won't happen this time. I'll leave Mimi to my sister to take care of. In a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, the two of them had a simple meal. Yin Yao cleaned up the table, picked up a bag of garbage, and said to Yi Yunzhou. Mr. Yi, I'll be leaving first. If you have any instructions, you can contact me at any time. I'm on call 24 hours a day. Good. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he heard Yin Yao's words. After seeing Yin Yao off, he went straight back to his room. After a busy day, Yi Yunzhou felt a little tired, so he simply took off his coat and lay down on the big bed. For a moment, Yi Yunzhou just felt like he was lying on the clouds. The soft feeling was so comfortable that he didn't want to get up again. With a sigh, Yi Yunzhou suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He picked it up and found it was a message from Yin Shui. Yi Yunzhou, are you free tomorrow night? I want to invite you to have dinner together. Yi Yunzhou looked at the content of the message, read it over and over again, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought to himself, why is this girl so moody? She was so aggressive when they met before. Now it's like this again, is he planning to do something bad? Yi Yunzhou thought about it and raised his eyebrows indifferently. Just let that girl be. It doesn't matter if she gets hurt. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou picked up his phone and quickly replied. Good. Just as he finished replying the message, a light screen suddenly popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Successful sign in. Reward charm value plus 10. Current charm value is 90. Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows, and as his mind moved, his personal information appeared on the screen in front of him. Name, Yi Yunzhou. Age, 21. Height, 183 centimeters. Appearance, 93. Physique, 500. General adult physique, 100. Charm value, 90. Yi Yunzhou looked at the physical fitness values that were far beyond those of ordinary people, narrowed his eyes slightly, and had some guesses in his mind. This value has probably been greatly increased due to his god-level physique. The big bed under him was so comfortable that Yi Yunzhou fell into a deep sleep after lying down for a while. The next evening, Yi Yunzhou saw that the time was almost up, so he drove the Bugatti Veyron towards the agreed restaurant. The place Yin Shui booked was a restaurant near the school. After Yi Yunzhou parked the car, he walked in. There weren't many people in the restaurant at the moment, and Yi Yunzhou saw Yin Shui at a glance. Today, Yin Shui wore a pink sports suit, her hair was combed into a neat ponytail, and her face was lightly made up. At first glance, the youthful atmosphere hits you in the face, it's very stunning. She found a seat by the window and saw Yi Yunzhou walk in and pat the table in front of him. You're really punctual. You're one of the few girls who has a good sense of time. Yi Yunzhou walked over, sat down opposite Yin Shui, looked at Yin Shui and said. When he looked over, a screen of light popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes again. Name, Yin Shui. Appearance, 97. Body size, 95. Height, 166 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 97. After a quick glance, Yi Yunzhou retracted his gaze and looked at Yin Shui and asked. How did you get here? Don't worry about it. Yin Shui waved to the waiter beside her and started ordering food. Please, we want this. Yin Shui ordered a few dishes and drinks. The waiter wrote it down carefully, confirmed with Yin Shui that it was correct, then put away the menu and walked towards the kitchen. The dishes here are prepared very quickly. In just a short while, several authentic home-cooked dishes are served on the table. Smelling the rich aroma of food in the air, Yi Yunzhou did not pick up his chopsticks, but looked at Yin Shui opposite him and said lightly. Just get to the point. What do you want to do? Hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Yin Shui thought about what she had thought yesterday, but when the words came to her lips, they changed their meaning. I want to give you a chance so you don't have to compete. Give me a chance? Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he heard these confusing words. He looked at Yin Shui curiously. Why, are you afraid of being beaten by me? Or are you afraid of losing? Am I scared? Yin Shui glared at Yi Yunzhou angrily. This stray man was so angry that his words could make people angry to death. The more Yin Shui thought about it, the angrier she became. She gritted her teeth and said coldly. Do you really think you can win? After saying this, Yin Shui calmed down instantly. If we continue to provoke each other like this, I'm afraid this car race will be a failure. She looked at Yi Yunzhou's smiling face, took a few deep breaths, adjusted her mood and tone, and said in a gentle voice. Okay, let's talk about something serious. How about this? As long as you don't participate in the car race, I'll agree to one condition of yours, okay? One condition? Seeing Yin Shui make such a big concession, Yi Yunzhou became even more curious. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Shui. Any conditions are acceptable? Can. As if she had already guessed that Yi Yunzhou would ask this question, Yin Shui snorted and smiled. But, you can only make your request in one word. After saying that, Yin Shui felt very proud. Let us see what bad ideas you can come up with in such a short time. Go ahead. Yin Shui said very generously. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Shui's proud expression, curled his lips, and said. Oh. Yin Shui waited for a long time but Yi Yunzhou didn't speak, so she frowned. Tell me, why can't you think of a word? I told you so. Yi Yunzhou shrugged his shoulders and looked at Yin Shui and said innocently. Said it? Yin Shui thought about it, her pretty face, which was as big as a palm, suddenly turned red, and she said coquettishly. You. Go to hell. Chapter 7, almost made the school beauty cry. It turns out that none of the men are good. I was trying to help him save face with good intentions, but he actually said this. Yi Yunzhou blinked his eyes lightly, spread his hands helplessly, and said to Yin Shui. Look at you, you said it but didn't do it. Yin Shui laughed in anger. She stared at Yi Yunzhou and said almost word by word. Go ahead and take part in the competition. I'll wait for you to apologize to me in public. She was so angry that she wanted to pounce on him with her teeth bared and give him a good beating. Okay. Yi Yunzhou was delighted. He looked at the steaming home-cooked dishes on the table and said with a smile. Okay, let's eat first, the food will get cold soon. Yin Shui nodded. She picked up the glass bottle of soda she had ordered, but found that there was no opener on the table and she couldn't open it at all. I looked up at the waiter again. It was dinner time, the restaurant was packed, and the waiter was so busy that he was running around. Yin Shui looked at the soda, then at Yi Yunzhou, and handed the bottle in his direction. Help me open it. She remembered that many boys knew how to open bottle caps in various ways, using the corner of the table or chopsticks to open them easily. Yi Yunzhou didn't answer. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Yin Shui and asked, Do you have a boyfriend? No, what's wrong? Yin Shui felt that Yi Yunzhou's question was a bit puzzling. As she spoke, she placed the soda bottle in the middle of the table between them. Yi Yunzhou didn't even blink and said directly, Then you can't open it? It doesn't mean that only those who have boyfriends can open it. Those who don't have boyfriends can open their heads. Yin Shui. I can even open your skull. Do you want to try my craftsmanship? Yin Shui felt frantic and her blood pressure soared. Does this stinky man want to piss her off to death? Yin Shui thought about it, and suddenly her eyes turned. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, You're so good, can you open it with your bare hands? What a joke. I'm a grown man. Yi Yunzhou's light words made Yin Shui's words seem like hitting cotton, and the anger in her heart instantly grew bigger. Yin Shui could only suppress the anger in her heart and glared at Yi Yunzhou with hatred. I asked, Can you open it? Listening to Yin Shui's resounding question, Yi Yunzhou finally took it seriously. He raised his eyes and looked over. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Looking for trouble? Yin Shui was delighted. She turned the glass bottle in her hand and said with a smile, If you can open it, I will naturally admit that you are a man. What if you can't open it? Can't open? If I can't open it, I can just swallow the bottle, okay? In front of Yin Shui, Yi Yunzhou took the soda bottle from her hand and rubbed his palm on the bottle cap twice. Yin Shui curled her lips in disdain. Looking at his movements, was he trying to rub the bottle cap off with his palm? This is absolutely a joke, it's impossible. Just when Yin Shui was showing disdain, Yi Yunzhou suddenly slapped the bottom of the bottle. It was just a simple action. The next second, there was a bang and the soda bottle cap flew out. Without the restraint of the bottle cap, cold white smoke wafted out from the mouth of the bottle and rose up. Looking at the open bottle mouth, Yin Shui stared in amazement, unable to believe her eyes. Just touch and tap it and it opens? The corner of Yin Shui's mouth twitched. Wow, this is too fierce. The bottle of soda had been in her hand the whole time, and Yi Yunzhou didn't move it at all, so it was impossible for him to have done anything. For a moment, Yin Shui's black eyes were filled with shock. How much strength does this require? Yin Shui raised her head and was also stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou's indifferent expression. He really got me. Both of them were silent for a while. Yin Shui took the opportunity to glance at Yi Yunzhou while picking up some food. Looking at his handsome face, I clearly didn't feel anything different, but I don't know why, this guy looks. It feels a lot better than yesterday. Next, the two of them ate quietly, enjoying their meals with cool and refreshing drinks. Yi Yunzhou quite liked the taste here. When he was about to ask Yin Shui if she came here often, he saw Yin Shui opposite him with a slightly red face and a dazed look in her eyes. There seemed to be a layer of mist in her beautiful eyes, and they were blinking, which was a little different from usual. Are you okay? Yi Yunzhou picked up the soda bottle and took a look, only to find that it was actually an alcoholic beverage. Looking at Yin Shui's rosy little face again, Yi Yunzhou completely understood. Wow, I'm a little tipsy. Yi Yunzhou sighed in his heart. Alcoholic drinks are also alcohol. How can he drive at this moment? Yin Shui on the opposite side saw Yi Yunzhou in a daze and greeted him. Don't just stand there, eat more. The two of them ate for a while. Yin Shui saw that Yi Yunzhou had finished eating, so she waved to the waiter. Hello, check. The waiter quickly came over with the bill. Yin Shui took a look at it and paid it directly. At this moment, a curtain of light popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. Detected that the top beauty is spending for the host, activated the 100,000 times rebate function. Detected that the consumption amount of the top beauty was 200 yuan, rebate 20 million. After quickly scanning the contents on the light screen, Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Shui in front of him. Wow, this feature is really good. Not only did I get a free meal, I also made money. The next moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone rang. He picked it up and found that it was a text message reminder of the rebate. Come on, let's go out. After Yin Shui paid the bill, she looked at Yi Yunzhou and said. Yi Yunzhou nodded and was about to stand up when a light curtain appeared in front of him again. It is detected that the host has a sign-in opportunity. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the menstrual pain treatment technique. Yi Yunzhou. Walter, what is this? The host seems not very satisfied. I will reward the host with an upgrade opportunity. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgraded successfully upgraded to God-level medical skills. As the words on the light screen changed, Yi Yunzhou felt a warm current surging into his mind, which was very comfortable. At the same time, a large amount of medical knowledge appeared in Yi Yunzhou's memory, as if it was innate. This is pretty good, much better than that menstrual pain treatment. All this happened in a flash. Yi Yunzhou blinked and stood up. He was also stunned when he saw Yin Shui limping forward beside him. Yin Shui looked more uncomfortable than yesterday. But it's normal, the inflammation has come up, that's what happens. At that moment, Yi Yunzhou shook his head inside, then followed Yin Shui out of the hotel. Standing on the street and looking around, Yi Yunzhou remembered that there was a Chinese medicine shop nearby. Taking out his phone to check the location, Yi Yunzhou called Yin Shui and told her. Wait here for me, don't move. I'll go get you some medicine and be back soon. Yi Yunzhou's tone of voice was very powerful and convincing, which made Yin Shui stunned. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's back as he quickly left, she hesitated for a moment, but still obediently found a place to sit down. After a while, Yin Shui saw Yi Yunzhou coming back from a distance, holding a bottle of medicinal wine, a bag of medicine powder and gauze in his hand. Here you go. Take it back and apply it to the painful area. Remember to rub it in. As soon as Yi Yunzhou came over, he handed the thing in his hand to Yin Shui and did not forget to give her some instructions. Yin Shui took it, looked at the medicine in her hand, and asked. How much are these medicines? I'll give them to you. Yi Yunzhou listened to Yin Shui's question and spread his hands. Priceless. I configured this thing myself. It's very useful. You'll know once you use it. Yin Shui looked at Yi Yunzhou's expression, thinking that he was joking, and said with a curled lip. Come on. That's enough, I want to go back. After saying that, Yin Shui waved to Yi Yunzhou and walked towards the school. Yi Yunzhou was left alone. He looked at the cars in the parking lot, thought for a moment, and muttered to himself. I can't drive myself anymore, so I'd better find a designated driver. Yi Yunzhou walked to the side of the road, took out his mobile phone to order a designated driver, and then walked towards the parking lot. At the same time, a girl was sitting on a foldable electric car, fiddling with her mobile phone in her hand. She was wearing a blue vest with the name of the designated driver company printed on it, which was the uniform for designated driver uniforms. The girl is very beautiful, with delicate features on her small face, which is as big as a palm. Although she is wearing no makeup, her skin, as delicate as a peel egg, is still eye-catching. Coupled with her slender figure and perfect curves, she can be called a top beauty. Especially the pair of long and straight slender legs, completely covered by a simple pair of jeans. Although not a single piece of clothing was exposed, the curves that were outlined still couldn't prevent other people's faces from appearing. Even though she was wearing a loose driver's suit on her upper body, it still couldn't hide the girl's slim and graceful figure. The girl sat on the tram, refreshing her task list over and over again. At this time, an order popped up, and the girl's eyes lit up. She clicked to accept the order without hesitation. Chapter 8 Girl, drive quickly. After seeing the location marked above clearly, the girl simply stepped on the accelerator and the electric car instantly rushed towards the destination. Just as the girl rushed to the parking lot, at the same time, a young man and several friends walked out of the hotel. The young man was surrounded in the middle, like the moon surrounded by stars. The young man was wearing luxury brands and had a diamond earring on his left ear, looking like a dandy boy. They seemed to have just drunk a lot and were walking a little unsteadily. Burp. I had a great time drinking today. By the way, should we call a designated driver? One of them burped and asked the others. The young man heard his words and said mockingly, Look at how little you can do. You've already drunk this little bit of wine? This is nothing. It's just a casual drink. Can't you drive back? After saying this, the young man raised his wrist to check the time and said even more indifferently, "Look at the time. It's already time to get off work. There's no one checking for drunk driving." When several friends nearby heard what the young man said, they immediately flattered him and echoed him. "That's right. How can we compare with you in terms of our alcohol tolerance? You are famous for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. We are nothing compared to you. We still have a lot to learn from you. Could you please give us some more guidance and help us make some progress? Look at what you are saying. Our young master is such a righteous man. He is leading us right now." Everyone flattered the young man and walked towards the parking lot together. The young man walked straight towards the Porsche 718 parked on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful figure shuttling between the cars. Looking at the slim and well-proportioned figure, the young man immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. "I saw a girl looking around in the parking lot. She was wearing a designated driver's uniform." As if she hadn't found the target, the girl turned around and prepared to look to the other side. This turn just revealed the girl's delicate face, like a lotus emerging from water, exuding a pure and refined scent. The young man was also stunned when he looked at the girl's face, and then his eyes were filled with surprise and greed. This is so beautiful. At first sight, the young man fell in love with this girl whom he had never met before. As a young master, he is also a playboy who has seen countless women, but he has never seen such a perfect girl. The young man's eyes fell on the designated driver's uniform the girl was wearing, and a determination to get it suddenly rose in his eyes. No matter how beautiful she is just a small designated driver. This kind of girl is the easiest to deal with. You just need to pay some money, let alone anything else, just those legs are enough to increase the attack speed to the maximum. As the young man thought about this, he could no longer suppress the desires and impulses in his heart. With a sneer on his lips, the young man coughed and shouted to the girl not far away. "Are you a designated driver?" Lu Mingxin on this side heard the young man shout and immediately looked over here. She noticed that the young man was drunk, and subconsciously thought that he was the owner of the car who placed the order, so she trotted over to him. "Hello, are you Mr. Yi?" As Lu Mingxin spoke, she took out her cell phone and opened a page, ready to confirm the order information with the young man. The young man's eyes were completely glued to Lu Mingxin, and under the influence of alcohol, his thoughts were already running wild. At this time, he was stunned when he heard Lu Mingxin's words, and his brows were tightly furrowed. "Order? What order?" As soon as the young man finished speaking, he saw the designated driver's uniform on Lu Mingxin and seemed to understand something, and said directly, "What other orders do you need? I'll give you the money directly, and you just need to help me drive the car back. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say, you will get the money." The young man couldn't wait any longer. He took out the car key from his pocket and pressed the button in front of Lu Mingxin. As he moved, the lights of the Porsche 718 next to him lit up. This is the car unlocked. The young man had been observing Lu Mingxin, and when he saw her gaze fall on his sports car, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. He just wanted to act cool and show off his strength in front of beautiful women. After all, this is a Porsche. Although it is an entry-level sports car, not everyone can afford it. Besides, what good car can a small designated driver have seen? At most they are Audi and BMW, how can they be compared with his Porsche? The young man's face was full of pride. He straightened his back and looked down at Lu Mingxin, as if the other party was already in his pocket and he could take whatever he wanted from her. Just when the young man thought he was sure to win, the next moment, Lu Mingxin raised her head and looked at him, and answered in a very serious tone. "Excuse me, sir, I've already taken the order. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first." Lu Mingxin nodded to the young man, turned around and prepared to leave. After all, she has been taking this order for quite some time. If she can't find the car owner, she might be complained about. Seeing that the beautiful woman at his lips was going to look for the car owner again, the young man was stunned. What does this woman mean? Why is she still pretending to be reserved? The young man frowned impatiently. If any other woman dared to play this trick on him, he would tell her to get lost. But thinking of Lu Mingxin's beautiful little face and her long beautiful legs, the young man couldn't help swallowing his saliva and was still reluctant to let her go. The young man narrowed his eyes. A strong woman is afraid of a clinging man, let alone a little designated driver? Thinking of this, the young man no longer hesitated, and stepped forward to stop Lu Mingxin, and said with a playful smile. "Beauty, why are you in such a hurry? It's just an order. If you turn it down, I'll pay you 3 times the price. How about that? In order to make Lu Mingxin willing, the young man did not forget to add fuel to the fire. I can pay you directly in cash. We don't have to go through the platform. No one takes a cut. It's all your own income. Isn't that better? Looking at the young man approaching, Lu Mingxin's face was uneasy, and she refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, sir. I still have to complete the order. If you need it, you can place an order on the platform. Why are you taking this so seriously? Aren't you in this business just to make money? If you're not satisfied with 3 times, how about 5 times? Just as the young man was still entangled, on the other side, Yi Yunzhou leaned on the Bugatti and waited. He raised his wrist to check the time, then looked at the order on his mobile phone, and frowned slightly. According to the system's estimated time, the designated driver should have arrived a long time ago, so why is he still not here? Yi Yunzhou changed his mind and thought that the designated driver might not be familiar with the situation here and couldn't find the seat. Let's make a phone call and ask about the situation. Yi Yunzhou muttered to himself and was about to make a phone call when he looked up and saw Lu Mingxin being entangled by a young man on the other side. He didn't have the heart to look at the beauty, but he noticed the designated driver's suit she was wearing at a glance. Then, looking at the designated driver's location displayed on the app, Yi Yunzhou took big strides and walked towards the two of them. He walked straight towards Lu Mingxin and took the initiative to ask. Hello, are you the one who accepted my designated driver order? Yi Yunzhou's words successfully attracted the attention of the two. Are you Mr. Yi? When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou's words, her face lit up with joy and she quickly asked. Yi Yunzhou nodded, and saw Lu Mingxin took out her phone and confirmed the order information with him. Your number ends in 9. Yi Yunzhou answered one by one. After confirming the other party's identity, Lu Mingxin smiled and said politely. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm your designated driver. I'm sorry for taking up some time. While apologizing, Lu Mingxin followed Yi Yunzhou and prepared to walk towards the car. The young man felt annoyed when he saw Yi Yunzhou was about to take Lu Mingxin away. He narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at Yi Yunzhou, who suddenly appeared. He looks like a student. How can he drive a good car? The young man's eyes flashed with disdain. He took a step forward and called out to Yi Yunzhou. Brother, I also want to find a designated driver. Please give her to me and I will transfer her to you according to the price. I am in a hurry. In order to hint at Yi Yunzhou, the young man emphasized the word in a hurry. Then the young man sat down on the Porsche 718, playing with the car keys in his hand and shaking the car logo gently in his hand. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. This is no longer a hint, it is a clear statement. Especially the last action, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the young man was relying on the good quality of his car and was trying to intimidate others. After all, people who can afford a nice car naturally have a different status, and most people don't want to offend them. The young man also understood what most people were thinking. He looked straight at Yi Yunzhou with an arrogant look, and it was obvious that he was sure that Yi Yunzhou would not dare to resist. Yi Yunzhou had already stood still at this time. He turned his head and met the young man's straightforward gaze. What a coincidence. I'm in a hurry too. In a hurry? The young man was stunned when he heard Yi Yunzhou's words. He narrowed his eyes, looked the other person up and down, and finally understood. I'm afraid being in a hurry is just an excuse. It's just that the money is not enough. The young man, who thought he saw through Yi Yunzhou's thoughts, sneered, and the disdainful expression on his face became more and more obvious. It's just money, I'll give it to you as a reward. In front of Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin, the young man slowly took out his wallet and pulled out a few large red banknotes from the compartment. Then he loosened his fingers and let the big bills float to the ground. The young man straightened his back and was about to say a few words. Before he could finish his words, he saw Yi Yunzhou take out the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Lu Mingxin. The distance between the several people was very close, so the young man could clearly see the Clear B logo on the ordinary car key. The moment he saw the sign, the young man felt a buzzing sound in his brain, and then his entire brain went blank. In addition, he had drunk a lot of alcohol before and was already feeling dizzy. Now it was as if a bomb exploded in his head and he was completely confused. The young man swallowed hard and looked straight at the key in Lu Mingxin's hand. Why does this logo on the car key look familiar yet strange? Although the young man's brain worked a little slowly, he soon thought of something. His eyes widened immediately, and his eyes were full of shock. This. This is a Bugatti? The young man is also a car lover, especially sports cars. Bugatti is known as the brand of the most powerful sports car on the planet, so naturally he was flocking to it. After all, in this world, there are very few men who can refuse Bugatti. The young man had seen it countless times on the internet, and the cool streamlined shape had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. However, due to the extremely high price and cumbersome car ordering procedures, the young man had only seen pictures and videos and had never seen the real car in reality. Perhaps it is because of this that young people subconsciously feel that such a magical car should only be in the collection of top wealthy people. Now one actually appeared. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard repeatedly before he reluctantly accepted the fact. He had just looked carefully and realized that what Yi Yunzhou handed over was definitely a real key, not a model or a lighter. At that moment, the corners of the young man's mouth trembled. He stared blankly at Yi Yunzhou standing beside him. The contempt and disdain in his eyes had long disappeared, leaving only panic and fear. Who is this person in front of me? He actually drives a Bugatti. How wealthy must one be to be able to afford one? That's a luxury car that costs tens of millions. The annual cost of maintaining the car can buy you several sports cars of your own. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's young face, the young man was shocked. Thinking about what I did before, I still want to save face by driving a Porsche 718. Isn't this ridiculous and suicidal? The young man felt his legs going weak and his heart beating violently in his chest. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou, when he withdrew his hand, also saw the young man throwing the money. His eyes followed the red banknote falling to the ground. His expression did not change at all, but his voice was chilling. What do you mean? As soon as Yi Yunzhou finished speaking, the young man shuddered for an instant. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and even the alcohol he had previously sobered up a lot. The young man raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly bent down to pick up the red banknotes scattered on the ground. He apologized while picking up the money. I'm sorry, I just lost my money. At this moment, the young man was really frightened. A young man who looks younger than me actually drives a Bugatti worth tens of millions. The power and family behind such a person must be impressive. If he offended such a person, not only would he be unable to bear it, but even his family would be unable to resist at all. The young man's movements were incredibly quick and efficient. After picking up the money, he quickly put it in his pocket. He gave Yi Yunzhou an apologetic smile, not even bothering to drive the car, and strode out of the parking lot. The young man was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to his feet. He was almost tripped by an obstacle in the parking lot and almost fell down. Compared with his previous high spirits, he now looked in an indescribable state. Yi Yunzhou looked at the young man who left in a hurry, slowly retracted his gaze, and said to Lu Mingxin behind him, "Let's go." He took Lu Mingxin to the side of the car and was stunned by the Bugatti Veyron hidden in the darkness, as if it were a sleeping beast. Lu Mingxin covered her mouth with her tender little hands, but still couldn't help but let out a low cry, her heart filled with shock. Before, she didn't understand why the young man who was so arrogant just now suddenly ran away. When she saw Yi Yunzhou's Bugatti Veyron clearly, she immediately understood. Lu Mingxin took a deep breath to calm herself down, then suppressed her shock, tilted her head and looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, "Is this the car I want to be driven by?" Facing Lu Mingxin's shocked gaze, Yi Yunzhou nodded. "Right. Lu Mingxin. Can I reject the order? Is it too late? How can I open this?" Moreover, she didn't even dare to step on the accelerator of this super sports car worth tens of millions. Just when Lu Mingxin was complaining in her heart, she saw Yi Yunzhou had unlocked the car and sat in the passenger seat. Yi Yunzhou fastened his seatbelt first, and only then did he notice Lu Mingxin, who was still standing outside the car. Looking at Lu Mingxin, who looked confused and questioning, Yi Yunzhou said helplessly, "Girl, what are you standing there for? Get in the car." Yi Yunzhou's greeting woke Lu Mingxin up. She said "oh" twice quickly, opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. As the lights inside the car came on, Yi Yunzhou also used the light to look at the driver in front of him. The next second, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou. Name, Lu Mingxin. Appearance, 98. Body size, 96. Height, 170 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 98. Yi Yunzhou had long been accustomed to the nature of the system's scoring. This time he simply glanced at it and then looked away. At this moment, Lu Mingxin felt the joy of being wrapped in the seat, and she became excited. Looking at the luxurious interior of the Bugatti again, the special brushed metal reflected the light under the light, and Lu Mingxin felt a burst of heat all over her body. Lu Mingxin pulled the driver's suit on her body stiffly, not daring to look around and biting her lips subconsciously. Now she and Yi Yunzhou were alone in the car, sitting in the driver's seat. She could even feel and smell Yi Yunzhou's breath, which made her heart feel like a deer was beating wildly. Lu Mingxin rubbed her chest inconspicuously, her eyes glancing towards Yi Yunzhou uncontrollably. Looking at his sharp profile, which had a soft curve, I was immediately struck by his amazement. So handsome. For a moment, Lu Mingxin couldn't help but think of the situation when Yi Yunzhou helped her out of trouble just now. The young man looked like a rich and powerful second-generation rich man, but in front of Yi Yunzhou, he was like a stray dog and ran away in disgrace. Thinking of the second generation's embarrassed look, Lu Mingxin actually felt a sense of relief. These second-generation rich people who usually do whatever they want just because they have some money should have been taught a lesson long ago. Lu Mingxin's pretty face flushed with excitement. Even the little ears hidden in the hair have become pink and tender, leaving only the round and smooth earlobes, which are very eye-catching. Girl! Just when Lu Mingxin's heart was surging, she heard Yi Yunzhou's soft call. The voice was so soft, it seemed to ring in Lu Mingxin's ears, making her nervous involuntarily. What's wrong with you? Lu Mingxin asked stutteringly. At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts and her heart was beating extremely fast. It seemed as if there was a deer in her heart cheering and her breathing became rapid. Yi Yunzhou's voice immediately rang in his ears, with a hint of indifference. You're not wearing your seatbelt. Lu Mingxin. Duong. The deer was hit to death. At that moment, Lu Mingxin directly pulled the seatbelt and wanted to fasten it. But because she was too nervous, she pulled too quickly and the seatbelt got stuck. Lu Mingxin tried to pull it a few more times, but found that the seatbelt could not be pulled at all. Hey, what's going on? Lu Mingxin muttered to herself and tried to pull the seatbelt. Seeing this, Yi Yunzhou also moved towards her. Most of Yi Yunzhou's body squeezed over. Lu Mingxin never expected Yi Yunzhou to suddenly come over. She was stunned for a moment, and her body subconsciously leaned against the back of the chair, with her lips tightly pursed. Isn't their current posture too ambiguous? What is he going to do? Just when Lu Mingxin didn't know what to do, she saw Yi Yunzhou pull the seatbelt and explain seriously. The seatbelts in this car are more likely to get stuck than those in other cars, so you have to pull them more slowly. Do you understand? Having said this, Yi Yunzhou pointed to the position beside Lu Mingxin. See? The seatbelt socket is here, right next to your legs. It's a little different from other cars. Yi Yunzhou explained the seatbelts and gave Lu Mingxin some other functions and buttons. Remember them, right? These are common functions. You may need them in the future. Lu Mingxin couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard what Yi Yunzhou said. This is a Bugatti Veyron. There are probably only a few of them in the whole of China. Will you be able to use it in the future? At this moment, Yi Yunzhou noticed that Lu Mingxin's hands were in her jeans pockets the whole time, and he didn't know what she was holding. The jeans were quite tight, so Yi Yunzhou saw a stick-like object inside. Yi Yunzhou frowned slightly, he looked up at Lu Mingxin, pointed at her trouser pocket and asked. What do you have in your pocket? Nothing. Lu Mingxin didn't expect Yi Yunzhou to ask this. She immediately avoided Yi Yunzhou's sight and subconsciously moved her legs. Unexpectedly, when she moved, the stick-like object fell out and rolled in front of Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou picked it up and saw a few large characters clearly written on the stick-like object. Anti-wolf electric baton. Yi Yunzhou. Did this girl just now intend to hit him with a stick if he made any other move? You call this nothing? Yi Yunzhou shook the stun gun and asked Lu Mingxin helplessly. Lu Mingxin was also embarrassed when she heard this, her pretty face turned red, she pretended to be calm and explained. I'm a girl working as a designated driver, so it's reasonable for me to carry some tools with me, right? At that moment, Lu Mingxin was also preparing to put away the electric baton. However, Yi Yunzhou was faster and took away the anti-wolf stun baton first. Yi Yunzhou glanced at Lu Mingxin and said in a light tone. For my safety, I'll confiscate it first. Lu Mingxin. What about me? What about me? Lu Mingxin wanted to say something, but swallowed it back when it came to her lips. After all of my weapons have been confiscated. If they are eaten here, I'm afraid they will be eaten in vain. Chapter 9. With a boyfriend like this, will she still go back to the dormitory at night? At this time, it is better to speak less and try to reduce your presence. Lu Mingxin pursed her lips, started the car and began driving according to the navigation. Seeing that Lu Mingxin's operation was quite skilled, Yi Yunzhou closed his eyes and rested with peace of mind. Following the navigation, the car sped along the road and soon approached the Longhai Yunshu villa area. Lu Mingxin looked at the tall and magnificent gate of the villa area from afar, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Wow, this is where rich people live. It looks so luxurious. Yi Yunzhou's car information had already been entered into the system, so it passed the inspection equipment at the door very smoothly. At this time, Yi Yunzhou had already sat up straight. He directed Lu Mingxin and drove to the door of Villa Number 1. Looking at Villa Number 1, which was obviously twice as large in area, Lu Mingxin's mouth twitched again. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Yunzhou, her eyes full of shock. Isn't this too luxurious? A villa like this must be worth hundreds of millions, right? Thinking of this, Lu Mingxin took a breath. He is so young, lives in a mansion worth hundreds of millions, and drives a top-of-the-line supercar worth tens of millions. What kind of person is he? It's too evil. Ahem, Mr. Yi, we have arrived at your destination. If you are satisfied, please remember to give me a 5-point praise. Lu Mingxin suppressed the shock in her eyes and said to Yi Yunzhou. She opened the driver's door and walked down, taking out her small electric car from the front trunk and prepared to leave. Looking at the brightly lit Villa Number 1 in front of him, Lu Mingxin sighed again. It's true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods to others, you will throw them away. Look at how they started, it's absolutely amazing. However, looking at the huge villa, Lu Mingxin was secretly wondering, is Yi Yunzhou living alone in such a big villa? Aren't you scared living alone? If I were alone, I would be scared to death. It's better to live in the dormitory with roommates. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxin's mood inexplicably improved. She hummed a song and rode away on her electric bike. Yi Yunzhou on this side had also rested enough and was planning to get off the car. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou suddenly saw an amulet purse on the driver's seat. Looking at this unfamiliar amulet, Yi Yunzhou immediately thought that it must have fallen off when Lu Mingxin slipped and dropped the electric baton. Yi Yunzhou then picked up the amulet and walked towards the villa. Yi Yunzhou returned to the room, took a shower, and then prepared to rest and sleep. An hour later. Yi Yunzhou was just about to fall asleep when he heard his cell phone ringing. He turned on the desk lamp and picked up the phone, and found that it was Lu Mingxin calling, so he picked up the phone directly. Before I could even open my mouth, I heard an anxious voice from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Have you seen an amulet? Yes, you landed in the driver's seat. Yi Yunzhou could hear the other party's emotions, so he answered honestly. Lu Mingxin was obviously relieved. That's great. Can I come get it from you tomorrow? After hearing what Lu Mingxin said, Yi Yunzhou thought for a moment and replied. I have to go out tomorrow. How about this, where are you? If I'm on my way, I'll give it to you. He plans to pick up the custom clothes issued by the system tomorrow, and he is not sure when he will be back. Okay. Lu Mingxin quickly reported her location. I'm in college at River City Art Academy. Jiangcheng Art College? Yi Yunzhou was stunned when he heard this. He was very familiar with this university. After all, Jiangcheng University of the Arts is considered one of the 3 major pillars of the Chinese art world and a holy place in the hearts of all art students. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou immediately realized that it seemed that this girl was working part-time as a designated driver. However, it is still very rare for girls to work part-time as designated drivers. I'll send it to you tomorrow. Hearing Yi Yunzhou say this, Lu Mingxin breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Lu Mingxin's relieved tone made Yi Yunzhou's mouth curl up. The two said good night to each other and then hung up the phone. Yi Yunzhou looked at the amulet on the bedside table. It seemed that this thing should be quite important to Lu Mingxin. Then he turned off the bedside lamp and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lu Mingxin got up early, washed up simply, thought about it, and decided to put on some light makeup. She thought that Yi Yunzhou was coming over today. After all, he brought something for her, so she had to express her gratitude, right? After thinking about it, Lu Mingxin decided to buy some fruits or something for Yi Yunzhou to express her gratitude. Thinking this, Lu Mingxin changed her clothes and went straight to the fruit shop on campus. Looking at the various fruits on the counter, Lu Mingxin chose high-end fruits such as blueberries and avocados. After all, ordinary fruits are probably not something Yi Yunzhou can offer. Lu Mingxin looked at the many fruit bags and said to the clerk, "Please help me get another box of milk." "Okay." The clerk nodded, then went to get a box of milk and placed it in front of Lu Mingxin. Lu Mingxin looked at the things she had chosen and felt like crying but had no tears. "What sin have I committed to leave something behind? That's good, I don't have to pay for a few days of driving. But then I thought, this thing was sent all the way to me, and the value of it might not even be enough to pay for the gas. And for a person like that, time must be quite precious." When Lu Mingxin thought about it this way, she suddenly felt that these gifts were well worth buying. After paying, Lu Mingxin picked up the things and walked out of the store, ready to wait for Yi Yunzhou. The weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently. When Lu Mingxin walked out of the supermarket, the scorching sun immediately enveloped her, with waves of heat coming one after another. Lu Mingxin muttered softly and raised her hands to cover her head, then she felt a little better. Lu Mingxin looked around. It was such a hot day, but there were not many students on the street. The few that were there were crowded in the milk tea shop, drinking cold drinks and enjoying the air conditioning. Looking at the ice cubes floating in the milk tea, Lu Mingxin's beautiful eyes moved, and she also wanted to buy a cup of milk tea to cool off. However, when she took out her cell phone to check the time, Lu Mingxin was worried that Yi Yunzhou might come over at any time, and it would be bad if he couldn't find her by then. Thinking of this, she had to give up the idea temporarily. Lu Mingxin looked around, found a slightly shady corner, walked over, and waited quietly. At this time, on the other side, an enchanting figure walked towards the supermarket. As you get closer, you can clearly see that the girl's face is heavily made up and the smell of perfume on her body is so pungent that it makes you want to sneeze. The girl was unaware of anything. She twisted her waist, the bag in her arm swung back and forth, and her high heels made a clicking sound. It seemed that she was too hot. The girl's expression was full of impatience. She was just trying to find a cool place when she saw Lu Mingxin in the shadows. She said in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, I was wondering who it was." "Lu Mingxin, it's so hot, why are you just waiting here?" It turns out that he is someone who has been in the hot weather for a long time. He is not afraid of the heat. He is really amazing. Listening to the other party's sarcastic words, Lu Mingxin had no expression on her face. This indifference was filled with disdain and contempt. The girl opposite saw Lu Mingxin's attitude, became annoyed, stomped her feet and walked towards the milk tea shop next to her. The girl went into the milk tea shop and soon came out with a glass of iced drink. Feeling the scorching heat, she couldn't help but take 2 gulps of water, and then she felt a lot more comfortable. Exhaling heavily, the girl took out a tissue from her bag, wiped her hands, and looked coldly at Lu Mingxin, who was sitting diagonally opposite her. The girl snorted in her heart, so what if she is pretty, isn't she's still a poor student. If it weren't for the subsidy from the school, I probably wouldn't be able to go to this university. Why would a poor person go to an expensive art school? Isn't that asking for trouble? Lu Mingxin looked at Lu Yi, who was also her classmate. She really didn't want to bother with Lu Yi, but this guy was extremely jealous and likes to compare himself with everyone. It's bad enough that he is very vain, but he is also very pretentious. Whenever he buys something slightly expensive, he will show off on the chat app. Space, Moments, Private Chat, Weibo, any place you can think of, don't leave any of them out. Of course, their classmates were not immune and were all shown off in front of them. Moreover, those boastful words are never repetitive and always feel fresh. Especially in recent times, Lu Yi has been showing off her wealth constantly, with all kinds of brand name bags and big name clothing filling her circle of friends. Every time she goes out, she dresses up like a peacock, very ostentatious. However, combined with the previous rumors that Lu Yi was hooking up with a rich second generation, the source of these things is self-evident. In fact, Lu Yi wanted to show off as much as he wanted, and Lu Mingxin felt that it was none of her business, so she just ignored it. Besides, this matter had little to do with her. But the most disgusting thing is that Lu Yi not only shows off his wealth but also belittles them, which is a bit too much. In Lu Yi's own description, she was such a noble and beautiful person, and her classmates were regarded as the black sheep who formed a group to disgust others. Now that Lu Mingxin saw Lu Yi showing off in front of her, she was too lazy to say a word to him. Arguing with a fool will not only gain you nothing, but will also lower your own status. There is no need for that. She deliberately stood aside, as if she was too close to Lu Yi and might be easily infected. On this side, Lu Yi looked at Lu Mingxin, sneered, and snorted. What's so noble about a poor guy? Even if Lu Mingxin took the initiative to talk to her, she was too lazy to pay attention. At this moment, Louis suddenly saw an Audi coming not far from the path. He immediately brightened up and turned to Lu Mingxin and said, "Lu University campus bell, I'm leaving now. You can enjoy the sunbath here by yourself. To be honest, it's more comfortable to be in the car with air conditioning. It's a pity that some people don't have this blessing." After saying that, Louis walked quickly towards the Audi car in her high heels. She opened the car door and got in. Soon, a burst of laughter came from the car, which made people feel cold all over. Lu Mingxin frowned in disgust, and she suddenly felt that the temperature in the air had dropped a lot. The Audi car in the distance did not leave immediately. Just when Lu Mingxin felt very awkward, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was Yi Yunzhou calling, so she quickly picked up the phone. Yi Yunzhou said something on the other end of the conversation. Lu Mingxin listened quietly and then said, "Have you entered the school gate? Just drive straight in. I'll be waiting for you on the roadside." Yi Yunzhou held the phone, listened to Lu Mingxin's instructions, and drove into the school through the gate. Because it was a campus, Yi Yunzhou slowed down the car and drove forward at a low speed. At this time, many students on campus saw the cool Bugatti. Their attention was completely attracted by the car and they were stunned. This. When did their school ever have such a cool supercar? Could it be that some hidden rich second generation decided to stop pretending? Oh my god, pinch me now, I can't believe my eyes. This is a Bugatti, the most powerful supercar on earth. So this is a Bugatti. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen one. This car is so beautiful, look at its streamlined shape, it's amazing. That's right. We are an art school after all, so we should have a few hidden rich second generations. I'll give you half an hour. I want to know the owner's information. Just as many students were discussing the matter, two girls were walking along the path towards the school gate. They had just finished breakfast in the school cafeteria. As they were walking out, chatting and laughing, they saw a Bugatti approaching slowly. In an instant, the two girls stopped and gasped. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? A girl suppressed the shock in her heart, stroked her chest with one hand, looked at her best friend beside her, and asked in surprise. The other girl nodded woodenly. She looked over and watched Bugatti gradually disappear from her sight. Then she slowly spoke. I saw that too. The streamlined shape is so beautiful. Both girls were shocked. They held their phones and stared blankly in the direction the car was leaving, with regret and loneliness written all over their faces. I was so stunned just now that I forgot to take a picture. This is truly a huge loss. At this time, Yi Yunzhou had already seen Lu Mingxin's beautiful figure from afar. Today, Lu Mingxin deliberately wore a white long skirt. Although it covered her slender long legs, her slender waist was perfectly exposed. Her long black hair falls softly on her shoulders, making her look extremely pure and beautiful. Yi Yunzhou was also stunned when he saw Lu Mingxin like this. This girl looked completely different today than she did last night. Stunned, Yi Yunzhou parked the car on the side of the road, got out, took out the amulet and handed it to Lu Mingxin. Bring it with you next time. If you leave it in the car, it's fine. But if you drop it somewhere else, you really won't be able to find it back. Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. Looking at the amulet handed over by Yi Yunzhou, Lu Mingxin took it carefully and put it away carefully as if it were a treasure. She suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and quickly handed over the fruit and milk in her hand, and said seriously, This is a little thing I bought for you. I hope you don't mind. Yi Yunzhou looked at the thing handed over, and suddenly a light screen popped up in front of him. Detected that the top beauty spent 265 yuan for the host, rebate 26.5 million. After taking the thing from the other party, Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows. Wow, there is actually an unexpected surprise? At that moment, Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin, smiled faintly, and said directly, Okay, you don't have to call me by your name all the time. My name is Yi Yunzhou, just call me by my name. When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou's words, she smiled sweetly and introduced herself. Okay. My name is Lu Mingxin. Yi Yunzhou nodded. He looked at the situation on the path and felt the heat outside, so he took the initiative to speak. Do you have anything to do today? Come with me to get some clothes. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou's invitation, she was also stunned, and thought to herself, why does he suddenly want to invite me to lunch at noon? As if she thought of something, Lu Mingxin's pretty face turned red and she looked at Yi Yunzhou. How about going or not? Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Mingxin and asked. Lu Mingxin thought about it and nodded gently. Good. Seeing that Lu Mingxin agreed, Yi Yunzhou opened the car door, got into the driver's seat first, and said. Let's go now. Watching Lu Mingxin get into the car, this time after getting in, Lu Mingxin was very familiar with it and directly inserted the seatbelt into the socket beside her leg. Yi Yunzhou was also amused as he watched her familiar operation. He took out his cell phone and shook it. Add WeChat? Lu Mingxin blinked lightly, nodded playfully, and responded while calling up the QR code. Okay. Yi Yunzhou first added Lu Mingxin as a friend, then started the car and drove towards the address previously sent by the system. Neither of them noticed that just after the car left, two figures suddenly appeared from not far away. After they watched the car drive away completely, they straightened up. They were the two girls who had followed them to see the luxury car. The two girls stared at the Bugatti as it drove away, their mouths slightly open, both stunned. If they were not mistaken, the one just now was Meng Xin? The two girls looked at each other, took a deep breath, and then started talking to each other. Oh my goodness, was that Meng Xin's boyfriend? Oh my god, that little brother is so handsome, isn't he? It's okay if she's just good looking, but look at the supercar she drives, it's obviously very expensive. How rich must one be to drive a car like that? No, we have to interrogate this girl when Mingxin comes back tonight. This is too much. She has a boyfriend but she's still hiding him. This is so mean. Hearing the girl's angry words, the girl next to her was obviously stunned. She paused, then suddenly said. You said. Will Mingxin return to the dormitory tonight? Another girl. Wow, you found the point. Chapter 10, Eating mangosteen is peeled by beautiful women. The two girls became more and more excited as they talked, as if they were the heroines. They huddled together, whispering to each other as they walked back. At this time, on the other side, inside the Bugatti, Yi Yunzhou was driving the car quietly, and suddenly he raised his nose and sniffed. He always felt that there was a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. The smell was very special and seemed to have a strong attraction. Yi Yunzhou thought about it carefully and felt that this smell was more similar to a girl's body odor than the strong smell of cosmetics. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly, looked at Lu Mingxin and asked. You didn't bring your electric baton today? Electric baton? When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou mention the electric baton, she tensed up for a moment, leaned against the back of the chair subconsciously, and asked nervously. What's wrong? Why are you asking? Yi Yunzhou blinked his eyes gently, glanced at Lu Mingxin, and said with a faint smile. If you don't bring it, that's fine. It would be fine if I didn't bring it? Lu Mingxin listened to Yi Yunzhou's light tone and became nervous again in an instant. Seeing this girl like a frightened bird, Yi Yunzhou could no longer hold back and laughed out loud, saying with a smile. I was just teasing you, look how scared you are. Yi Yunzhou pointed to the sky outside the car. Look, what can I do to you in broad daylight? I'm a decent person, okay? Lu Mingxin on this side pouted her lips at Yi Yunzhou, thinking secretly, a decent person? Obviously a bad guy. However, after Yi Yunzhou's joke, the atmosphere between the two people eased a lot. Yi Yunzhou glanced at Lu Mingxin and asked. By the way, what do you want to eat for lunch? At this time, Lu Mingxin was no longer so restrained. After all, her identity today was completely different. Yesterday Yi Yunzhou was her employer, but today they are friends. Lu Mingxin smiled brightly at Yi Yunzhou and replied. I'm fine with either. I'm not picky about food. Just make your own arrangements. Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard this. Lu Mingxin looked at him driving seriously and took out a mangosteen from the fruit bag. While peeling it, she asked. Do you want to eat mangosteen? It's so sweet in this season. Smelling the slightly sweet smell in the air, Yi Yunzhou curled his lips and said helplessly. I'm driving right now. Do you want to see me perform acrobatics? Lu Mingxin covered her mouth and laughed. She looked at the mangosteen in her hand, peeled out the meat and handed it to Yi Yunzhou. Here, let me give you a taste. How about it? Yi Yunzhou bit the mangosteen flesh and swallowed it into his mouth, and immediately felt a rich sweet fragrance spreading in his mouth. He swallowed the mangosteen meat, looked at Lu Mingxin and said. Okay then, let me choose the place for dinner later. Yi Yunzhou was also thinking about choosing a better place to eat later. The two chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the mall to pick up clothes. Yi Yunzhou parked the car in the parking lot. The two of them got out of the car together and walked quickly into the mall. Come on, let's go straight to the top floor. The shop where Yi Yunzhou picked up the clothes was on the top floor, so he said something to Lu Mingxin. Lu Mingxin nodded, followed Yi Yunzhou, and took the elevator to the top floor. After reaching the top floor, Lu Mingxin realized that this floor was the luxury goods area, and all the international luxury brands had stores here. Lu Mingxin's family is not well off. On weekdays, she is either studying or on the way to a part-time job. She rarely has time to go shopping. Not to mention the international luxury stores that cost 5 or 6 figures. It was her first time to come to such a place and she was dazzled for a moment. Lu Mingxin felt like she had opened the door to a new world. Her eyes were not enough and she kept looking around. Although she is not very familiar with some brands and styles, she is a girl after all, and she loves beautiful clothes from the bottom of her heart. These clothing styles all looked very nice to Lu Mingxin, and for a moment, her eyes sparkled with amazement. However, when Lu Mingxin saw the price tag, her fever instantly subsided. The prices of each piece are also amazing. Lu Mingxin widened her eyes and couldn't help but stick out her tongue, while her little hand soothed her chest. It really is an international luxury brand, the price it charges is really high. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw Lu Mingxin's excitement, and said with a smile. What do you like? I'll buy it for you? No, I'm just taking a look. Lu Mingxin was shocked by Yi Yunzhou's words. She waved her hands quickly, her eyes widened even wider than before. After all, for Lu Mingxin, she was already very grateful to Yi Yunzhou for giving her the amulet. You can't ask him for anything. Although Lu Mingxin doesn't have much money, the little girl still has a clear bottom line. She will never take anything that she doesn't deserve. Yi Yunzhou looked at the little girl and didn't embarrass her. He pointed to a shop not far away and said with a smile. The store is just ahead. The two walked forward side by side, and Lu Mingxin looked at the various clothes in the window as she walked. Suddenly Lu Mingxin stopped and stared at a piece of men's clothing in the window, looking back and forth between the clothing and Yi Yunzhou. Brother Yi, look at this dress. It will look really good on you. With your figure, you are a natural clothes rack. Lu Mingxin looked at Yi Yunzhou's figure. He didn't look particularly strong, but his whole body was full of strength. This kind of figure is the typical clothes hanger that looks thin when dressed, but has flesh when undressed. Lu Mingxin quietly recalled what happened yesterday. When Yi Yunzhou helped her fasten her seatbelt yesterday, the two had some slight physical contact. Although it was the first time that Lu Mingxin was so close to a boy, she could still clearly feel the hardness of Yi Yunzhou's muscles and his fiery temperature. Thinking about the intimate contact at that time, Lu Mingxin felt as if her whole body was burned, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Yi Yunzhou didn't notice that there was something wrong with Lu Mingxin. He turned his head and looked at the men's clothing that Lu Mingxin mentioned, and nodded slightly. I have to say that Lu Mingxin's aesthetic taste is quite good, that men's suit is really good looking. However, Yi Yunzhou did not take any further action. After all, he came here to pick up custom-made clothes today. Just as the two stopped in front of the window, they suddenly heard a female voice not far away. What kind of wind is blowing today, Lu Mingxin? I actually bumped into you twice in a row today. At this point, the voice paused, as if it was secretly sizing up the two of them, and then continued. I didn't expect you to come to visit the luxury goods area on the top floor. Why are you just standing outside looking at it? Why don't you go in and take a look? In this sentence, the words top floor luxury area were spoken with particularly strong emphasis. The meaning is quite clear. Hearing the girl's sarcastic words, Yi Yunzhou looked to the side in the direction of the voice. Not far away, they saw a girl holding a young man's hand and walking towards them. The girl was wearing black stockings and a miniskirt, and her face was heavily made up, completely concealing her original appearance. The young man holding the girl's arm looked like a dandy boy whose body was drained by alcohol and sex. He had dark circles under his eyes and a ruffian air about him. It seemed that he seldom got up so early. The young man yawned and looked like he was still sleepy. Yi Yunzhou glanced at the two of them, then looked at Lu Mingxin and asked. Is this your friend? Not really. If they weren't classmates, Lu Mingxin would have wanted to cut off her relationship with Louis. Friend? She doesn't deserve such a good friend. While the two were talking, Louis had already pulled the young man to their side. After scanning Yi Yunzhou, Louis looked at Lu Mingxin and said in a joking tone, I didn't realize that our good girl, the school beauty Lu, has a boyfriend? As for the young man next to her, after seeing Lu Mingxin for the first time, his eyes seemed to be glued to her and he couldn't take his eyes off her at all. This girl is too exquisite, isn't she? The young man looked greedily at Lu Mingxin's delicate skin, her bright and innocent face, and her hot body, and he was almost drooling. Especially the pair of straight and long legs, the young man became more and more excited as he looked at them. There are many beautiful girls, but it is rare to find such a stunning one. There are so few people who can have such a good figure. The young man narrowed his eyes, forcibly suppressed the desire in his heart, walked forward with a smile, and said in a polite manner, You are all Louis's classmates, right? It's fate that we meet today. Why don't we add each other on WeChat and have lunch together at noon to improve our relationship? While the young man was speaking, he had already pulled out his WeChat QR code and pushed it directly in front of Lu Mingxin. Not only that, the young man also looked at Lu Mingxin without any hesitation, and the implication of his words was self-evident. Faced with such gazes, Lu Mingxin felt very disgusted. She frowned slightly. Her good upbringing did not make her fly into a rage. She just said coldly, No need, the two of us have already booked a restaurant, you can just eat by yourselves. Lu Mingxin didn't even look at the QR code in the young man's hand. She was too disdainful to add a man like this as a friend. The young man was humiliated by Lu Mingxin and became annoyed. He glanced at Yi Yunzhou, snorted coldly at his handsome face, and thought to himself, This kind of woman is so naive, is she really willing to follow such a poor boy? This society is so realistic, can good looks really make a living? After all, he brought Louis with him, so the young man shouldn't make too much of a fuss. But after all, he was humiliated, and the young man had a rather unhappy expression on his face. He took Louis's hand and walked towards the luxury store. He sneered at Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin and said, You are still too young. Your edges and corners have not been smoothed out, and you don't know that having more friends means having more paths. Such people will easily run into obstacles everywhere in society. Only when they really hit the wall in the future will they know what is going on. Louis listened to her boyfriend's words, raised her lips and revealed a sneer, and said to the two of them arrogantly, If you want to see it, just come in and see it openly. It's not good to watch from outside all the time. Not only can you not see clearly, but you will also disturb other people's business. Having said that, Louis looked at Lu Mingxin and the others with disgust, and continued with disdain. If you really want to see the world, I can take you on a tour here later. Judging from the way you two look, this is your first time in the luxury goods area, right? I am quite familiar with this place. If you have any questions, I can explain it to you as we are classmates. Louis said this very proudly, her head slightly raised, not even bothering to look at the two of them. She just likes this feeling, stepping on others under her feet, not only feels good, but also it raises her up a little, and her vision will become better, right? Louis now looked like she had won a battle. The pride on her face was not concealed at all. She twisted her waist and walked towards the store. Only Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin were left standing at the door of the shop. Lu Mingxin on this side looked at Louis's back with a cold expression. This Louis, it's okay that he usually puts others down and lifts himself up, but now he actually wants to show off. What the hell? Lu Mingxin was so angry. This time Louis was not only stepping on her, but also brother Yi. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxin looked at Yi Yunzhou and said very embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Yi Yunzhou. I didn't know I would meet her here. I'm sorry for making you unhappy. It's okay, just a clown. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and said gently to Lu Mingxin, Come on, let's go in too. As they were talking, two people walked into the store one after the other. At this time, Louis was strolling in the store with the young man's arm around him. A lot of new styles arrived today. Louis's eyes lit up when he looked at those bags and clothes. Her eyes would occasionally fall on the young man beside her, and she was obviously planning something. Even though Louis and the young man seem to be in love with each other, in fact, she is not a formal girlfriend. In the young man's heart, she also has a price. As long as it didn't exceed that amount, the young man let her choose. What Louis has to do now is to test the bottom line as much as possible and increase the price as much as possible. After all, this is a top international luxury store, and any item inside costs 5 or 6 figures. Whether she can get one of them or not, she still has to please the rich man in front of her. Thinking of this, Louis's eyes rolled and he leaned over to whisper in the young man's ear. Oh? Really? The young man didn't know what he heard, but his eyes shone with anticipation, and he said with a smile, "Let's go shopping first. If I see something good, I'll give it to you." Louis got the young man's assurance and immediately became happy. He lowered his voice and said softly and coquettishly, "Don't worry, you will definitely get great value for money." The two were chatting and laughing when they reached the clothing area. As soon as they came over, they saw several staff members surrounding the counter, carefully arranging a set of clothes. This is a custom-made garment and is very valuable, so the staff wore delicate white gloves and checked the details of the garment bit by bit. As a top international luxury brand, their top-level clothing customization requires absolute perfection. Even the slightest thread that shouldn't appear is not allowed to appear beyond its range. These staff members are only responsible for finding problems, and they are not required to handle subsequent solutions. Either return it to the factory for repair or simply choose to scrap it and cut the clothes into pieces. This is the strictness of top brands in selecting products. Seeing how cautious the staff was, Louis and the young man became curious and stepped forward to take a look at the counter. With just one glance, the two of them were stunned where they were, their eyes full of amazement. "This dress is so well designed, isn't it? The fabric is obviously unique, and the fine patterns are definitely worth a lot of money. You can imagine how comfortable it would be to wear it. The tailoring is even better. Even if the clothes are just laid flat, you can still feel the three-dimensional feeling." The young man squinted his eyes at the clothes, then looked at the boss beside him and asked quickly, "Boss, this dress is so pretty, would you like to sell it to me?" The boss looked up when he heard the young man asking the question. When he saw it was the young man, he quickly greeted him. After all, this man was a regular customer of the store. "You are here too. This is a custom model selected by a customer. It was made by several designers at the headquarters." Talking about the custom-made clothes in front of him, the boss was also very emotional and couldn't help but say a few more words. The young man nodded when he heard this. At this time, he noticed that Yi Yunzhou brought Lu Mingxin into the store. Seeing the two people coming, the young man raised his mouth and deliberately raised his voice and said, "Boss, can I also customize this kind of top-notch custom clothing?" "Look at what you said, of course." "No, because this kind of customization is more complicated, we need to sign a contract and pay a deposit in advance." Of course, the boss welcomes business that comes to his door with a smile. However, as a businessman, of course you have to explain all the rules. As for whether or not to customize, that is up to the customer. After all, the young man was a frequent customer of this store, so he naturally understood the rules here. For all customized items, you need to pay 30% in advance as a deposit. In order to leave a deep impression in front of Lu Mingxin, the young man immediately said generously, "I understand the rules. Tell me how much the deposit is for this dress. I want it." The boss here was stunned when he heard this, and quickly replied, 600,000. 6,000. The young man didn't hear what the boss said at all. He subconsciously took out his wallet, trying to look cool. But the next second, he suddenly stopped moving, stared at the boss, and exclaimed, "Wait, how much did you say? 600,000? Is it just a deposit?" For a moment, the young man was completely stunned. Chapter 11. Your girlfriend is so considerate, I envy her. If calculated based on a 30% deposit, the value of this suit would be around 2 million. This. Isn't this too luxurious? What kind of material is this? Even a whole set of gold clothes wouldn't be worth so much money. The young man's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and looked at his boss with determination. "You mean, this dress costs 2 million? The boss nodded slightly and answered seriously. "Yes, this is our top-of-the-line custom model, and the price is indeed like that." After getting the affirmative answer from his boss, the young man was stunned. He was filled with shock and felt that all his values had been shattered. The young man always thought that he was a pretty good rich second generation. But compared to the guy who made custom clothes for me, I am nothing. Any random set of clothes costs 2 million, how extravagant must their life be? To be honest, this is completely beyond the knowledge-blind spots of young people. The life of a top wealthy person was a happiness that he could never imagine. Not only the young man was shocked, but Louis beside him also widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Louis took a deep breath. She had used all her skills to get a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars, and she still had to act according to the other person's mood. But there are people who actually spend a huge sum of 2 million just to order a set of clothes. This. It's true that people are more likely to die than others. Louis forced herself to suppress the shock in her heart. She let out a long breath and thought to herself, who was the person who customized this dress? What kind of identity does one need to be able to spend like this? The boss here looked at the young man's reaction and guessed what he was thinking. He smiled, offered a step and said, "How about you take a look at something else first? There are quite a few new styles that have arrived today, and they are all great." When the young man saw that the steps were handed over, he looked embarrassed and quickly responded with a smile. "Okay, I just happened to bring my girlfriend over here, so I'll pick out a bag for her." Even at this time, the young man still wanted to pretend to be a big boss in front of Lu Mingxin. Although he was no match for the custom clothing tycoon, he was still quite confident when facing a poor student. The young man did not leave after he finished speaking. He looked at the custom-made clothes with lingering eyes, his gaze full of shock and envy. "I don't know when I will be able to afford a set of clothes like this. By then, won't the young masters and young ladies around me be jealous to death?" Just as the young man was immersed in his fantasy, the next moment, a hand reached out and stroked his clothes, feeling the softness of the fabric. At this moment, the young man and Louis were stunned. That was a top-notch custom-made piece of clothing worth 2 million, and how could it be touched like that? Or you touch it with your bare hands? Didn't you see that the staff all wore white gloves before they dared to touch it? If any mistake occurs, the 2 million worth of clothes will have to be compensated according to their price. The young man and Louis looked at each other, and they both looked at the owner of the hands and found that it was Yi Yunzhou. The two were stunned at first, then snorted coldly from their noses. Louis next to him even sneered out loud, looking at Yi Yunzhou as if he was an idiot. "Brother, do you have the ability to touch someone else's customized top-notch suit? Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is clothes worth 2 million. If it gets dirty, you will have to pay for it yourself." Yi Yunzhou listened to the young man's words calmly, and nodded slightly. "I know. You know you still." Before Louis could finish his mocking words, he was suddenly interrupted by the boss beside him. The boss walked up to Yi Yunzhou and asked respectfully, "Hello, are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and responded directly, "Yes, I am. Mr. Yi, you are finally here. This is the suit you customized, please take a look." The boss' tone and attitude were full of enthusiasm and respect. He raised his hand towards Yi Yunzhou, indicating that he should check the quality of the clothes himself. Yi Yunzhou just glanced at it lightly and said indifferently, "It's okay, no need to check, I trust the quality of your brand." Looking at Yi Yunzhou's calm appearance, the young man and Louis on this side were stunned. What's going on? Did the boss recognize the wrong person? This guy, isn't he a poor student? How did he become a top rich man? Judging from his age, he is just a college student. How can he be the kind of person who would custom make a piece of clothing worth 2 million? The two men were filled with shock. They felt their heads were buzzing and they could hardly think. Lu Mingxin next to him also had a twitching mouth. She turned her head woodenly to look at Yi Yunzhou, unable to believe what she heard. 2 million for a set of clothes? It was poverty that limited her imagination. Yi Yunzhou looked at the clothes on the counter, nodded with satisfaction, picked them up and said, "I'm going to change my clothes." "Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, I will arrange for a clerk to accompany you." As soon as the boss heard Yi Yunzhou's words, he immediately spoke enthusiastically, and at the same time winked at the two shop assistants, asking them to hurry over and provide service. The two shop assistants were very observant. One of them led the way in front, while the other took the clothes from Yi Yunzhou's hand and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, just leave this rough work to us." Seeing Yi Yunzhou trying on clothes surrounded by the shop assistants, the young man and Louis were still in shock, as if petrified, and did not move for a long time. After a long while, the young man was the first to react. He watched Yi Yunzhou walk into the fitting room and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Today's young people wish they could give themselves a big slap in the face and give their broken mouth a good beating. They actually offended such a big boss. If they are targeted by him, I'm afraid their whole family will be doomed. The young man raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead, and he quickly pulled Louis, who was still in a daze. Louis seemed to have just woken up from a dream. Looking at the young man's dark face, he understood what the other party meant. Thinking of Yi Yunzhou's worth, Louis's mouth twitched. She quickly took the young man's arm, dragged her weak legs, and walked out of the store dejectedly. The young man and Louis quickly walked out of the store and soon disappeared in the crowd. After a while, Yi Yunzhou changed his clothes and walked out of the fitting room. It was obviously just a simple change of clothes, but Yi Yunzhou now seemed like a different person, with a completely different temperament. It is truly a top-notch custom-made garment, perfectly showing off Yi Yunzhou's height advantage and good figure. A pair of straight legs, the upper body formed a perfect inverted triangle, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, an instant sense of power bursting out, mixed with a sense of masculinity. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou stood there like a noble prince with an aristocratic temperament, looking down on everyone with extraordinary momentum. Lu Mingxin was stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou like this. Then she found that some parts of the clothes were not ironed properly, so she took the initiative to step forward and help tidy them up. She is very tall, but still looks petite in front of Yi Yunzhou. In order to make it easier to sort out the details, Lu Mingxin got very close to Yi Yunzhou. At this distance, the faint body fragrance rushed straight into Yi Yunzhou's nostrils and surrounded him. Lu Mingxin did the tidying up very carefully. Girls are very meticulous, and with her patience, Yi Yunzhou looked even more perfect. The boss standing nearby was watching. Seeing that Lu Mingxin was not only beautiful but also gentle and considerate, he was envious for a moment. "Mr. Yi, your girlfriend is so considerate, it's really enviable." When Lu Mingxin heard what her boss said, her pretty face turned red and she was about to explain something. But the next moment, she saw a smile on Yi Yunzhou's face, and he didn't intend to refute. Yi Yunzhou even smiled at the boss. Seeing his reaction, Lu Mingxin pursed her lips and kept silent. Chapter 12. What kind of iceberg goddess is this? How passionate is she to the person she likes? After sorting out the details, Yi Yunzhou walked to the floor-length mirror and took a look. He nodded with satisfaction and thought it was pretty good. It's indeed okay. It fits me perfectly. Everyone around gasped as they listened to Yi Yunzhou's mumblings. They looked at each other, and their hearts felt as if a bottle of 5 flavors had been overturned, with all kinds of flavors echoing in their hearts. This 2 million suit of clothes is just okay? What kind of consumption level is this? Just when everyone was shocked, Yi Yunzhou looked at the boss and said with a smile, "I'll leave after I get my clothes." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll take you there." The boss and the shop assistants saw Yi Yunzhou and the other two off. Yi Yunzhou took Lu Mingxin out of the store. At this time, he suddenly found that Lu Mingxin had been staring at him. It was like seeing an alien, and I couldn't even blink. Yi Yunzhou was amused when he saw this. He tilted his head to look at Lu Mingxin and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like this all of a sudden?" "I wasn't looking at you. I just wanted to take a look at the $2 million clothes and broaden my horizons." Lu Mingxin felt that she had found a perfect excuse and answered with confidence. Although she said she was looking at clothes, in fact her eyes were fixed on Yi Yunzhou's face, unwilling to look away. After all, after Yi Yunzhou put on this outfit, he seemed to be full of power, he was so handsome. Lu Mingxin felt that Yi Yunzhou in front of her was exactly the Prince Charming in her childhood dreams. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner." Yi Yunzhou was happy. He took Lu Mingxin directly to the parking lot, got the car and prepared to go for dinner. He just searched on his mobile phone and has already selected a restaurant. He is ready to go to Xin Yuan Club to try the food. It is the only restaurant in Jiangcheng that is rated 3 stars by Michelin. It can be said to be the signature restaurant in Jiangcheng's catering industry and a leader in its category. After entering the location into the navigation, Yi Yunzhou drove towards his destination. Soon, the two arrived at Xin Yuan Club. Xin Yuan Club is an independent small building, located in an excellent location in the city center. It not only covers a very large area, but also has extremely exquisite decoration. A lot of thought went into the antique Chinese design. Yi Yunzhou took a look around and found that many of the wooden boards here were taken from antique furniture and used for outdoor decoration. Although it is used directly for outdoor decoration, the shop has been well maintained and there is no mold or rot. It further highlights the uniqueness of Xin Yuan Club. Lu Mingxin stared with eyes wide open. Everything here seemed new to her. She looked around as if her eyes were not enough. Yi Yunzhou looked at her and took her straight into the club. As soon as the two of them walked in, a waiter came up to greet them and asked respectfully, "Good afternoon, everyone. Which floor do you plan to eat on? Which floor do we dine at?" Yi Yunzhou listened to the waiter's question, raised his eyebrows, and asked with a smile, "Why, is there a particular floor to dine on?" "That's right, sir. In our club, each floor has a different minimum consumption. The waiter explained very conscientiously that this was also the characteristic of their club. Although the charges were high, everything would be informed in advance. But correspondingly, the scenery you can see on each floor is naturally different. For example, the minimum cost of our rooftop box is 10,000 yuan, but the environment there is also the best. Listening to the waiter's introduction, Lu Mingxin's heart tightened. What box? Just because it occupies the top floor, the minimum consumption is over 10,000 yuan? If it was a business meal, it would be fine, but there were only 2 of them, how could the consumption be so high? Just as Lu Mingxin was complaining in her heart, she heard Yi Yunzhou say to the waiter. Okay, we'll choose the top box. The waiter nodded and took the 2 of them to the top floor in the elevator. After all, it was the most luxurious box. As soon as I walked in, I could smell a faint woody fragrance lingering at my nose. All the furniture here is made of Wanwali wood. Although it looks very low-key, people who know the goods know how luxurious this box is. Walking on the soft carpet, Yi Yunzhou took Lu Mingxin to the window and looked downstairs. Different from the spaciousness and view of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, this kind of window lattice has a unique charm when looking out. It seems like it is not just a simple meal, but more like an experience of traveling through time and space to the ancient times. Leaning against the window frame, feeling the breeze on my face, the sound of wind hitting the leaves occasionally reaches my ears, like a special ear massage. The 2 of them briefly appreciated it and then sat down at the round table. Looking at the menu handed over by the waiter, Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin with a smile and said, "Take a look at what dishes you like and order them first." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxin took the menu, but looking at the prices which often started from 4 digits, she didn't dare to order anything. She forced a smile, looked at Yi Yunzhou and said, "Brother Yi, you should have some. I can eat anything." Yi Yunzhou nodded. He looked at the menu and pointed at it. "I want this, this." The waiter carefully recorded the order, and then after confirming that the order was correct, he left the room with the menu. After a while, the waiter came in with a fruit plate and carefully placed it on the table. "You too, please enjoy your meal." Lu Mingxin was looking at the beautiful presentation, when suddenly she saw a yellow dragon fruit in the plate and was stunned. Yellow? This is the first time I've seen this. Out of curiosity, Lu Mingxin picked up the fork, picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The moment it took her mouth, Lu Mingxin felt a sweetness bursting in her mouth, as if she had eaten honey, with a soft texture. Lu Mingxin thought it was very delicious. She couldn't help but take another piece. Then she pointed at the yellow dragon fruit and looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, "Brother Yi, what kind of dragon fruit is this? It's really delicious. It's better than any other variety I've eaten before." Before Yi Yunzhou could open his mouth, a waiter who heard the question came forward and answered very professionally. "Hello, miss. This is a rare variety of dragon fruit, the yellow dragon fruit. This kind of dragon fruit has a higher sugar content and tastes better. It is a rare delicacy." Yellow dragon fruit? Listening to the waiter's introduction, Lu Mingxin nodded, not caring at all. In her opinion, dragon fruit is not a very expensive fruit. It's impossible that the price will increase several times just by changing the color, right? The waiter looked at Lu Mingxin's indifferent expression and continued to introduce with a hint of envy in his tone. As the best of the pitaya family, the yellow dragon fruit has become the 3rd highest fruit in the world. Because of its sweet taste, people who have eaten it say that it is the taste of first love, which is unforgettable. If girls eat it regularly, it can whiten their skin, prevent tanning, and prevent cancer. It's amazing. As Lu Mingxin listened, her expression gradually became dull. She immediately grasped the key point of the waiter's words, the 3rd most expensive fruit in the world? How much is that? Ahem, this yellow dragon fruit, how much is the current market price? In order not to embarrass Yi Yunzhou, Lu Mingxin forced herself to keep a straight face and pretended to ask casually. The current price is about 40,000 yuan each. The waiter pointed to the dragon fruit in the fruit plate and answered seriously. For a piece like this, it would be about 10,000 yuan. These words were completely beyond Lu Mingxin's expectations. She almost choked and coughed softly. According to this statement, the 2 pieces of food I just ate would cost 20,000 yuan, right? Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin pretending to be calm, blinked his eyes gently, and added fuel to the fire. But in comparison, this yellow dragon fruit is much cheaper than the tea next to you. The tea in there is top-grade pu'er tea, and the price of 1 liang is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Considering the grade of Xin Yuan Club, it is reasonable to sell it to customers at several times the price, right? Lu Mingxin became even more shocked when she heard Yi Yunzhou's words. So expensive? Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw Lu Mingxin's expression. He thought, if she knew the amount of rebate he had just brought her, he didn't know what would happen now. Just as Lu Mingxin was shocked, delicious dishes began to be served on the table. Please enjoy your meal, pan-fried foie gras. Beef Wellington, please enjoy. Black truffle soup. When each dish is served, the waiter will give a brief introduction. Listening to the world's top ingredients being served on the table, Lu Mingxin spent the entire meal in shock and confusion. Now Lu Mingxin only knew how to mechanically stuff the food into her mouth and savor it carefully. I don't know if it was because I was too shocked or the food was too delicious. Yi Yunzhou couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Mingxin's extremely shocked expression. If he had known that this girl was so timid, he would not have scared her. After the two of them finished their meal, Yi Yunzhou went downstairs to the service desk to pay the bill. Looking at the bill of 500,000, he paid it without blinking. Such a chic move made the girl at the front desk's eyes sparkle with pink bubbles. After all, Yi Yunzhou was now wearing a custom-made suit, and his temperament was already at its best. Coupled with his casual spending aura, he has already charmed a group of waitresses. Lu Mingxin, who was following behind, looked at Yi Yunzhou's back and felt that her own values were almost collapsing. 500,000 for a meal? Is this the life of rich people? Yi Yunzhou took Lu Mingxin to the parking lot. Yi Yunzhou helped Lu Mingxin open the car door and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you back." Lu Mingxin smiled gratefully and thanked him quickly. "Thank you, brother Yi." As he spoke, Lu Mingxin got into the Bugatti. At this time, on this side, a young master had just finished his meal and walked out of Xin Yuan Club. Chu Feng seemed to be in a good mood, humming a tune as he walked. Suddenly, he raised his head, glanced casually at the side, and was stunned. What the hell? This car? Chu Feng looked at Bugatti and narrowed his eyes slightly, with surprise and confusion in his eyes. This car actually has a license plate from Jianbei province? Chu Feng was somewhat confused. When did such a super sports car appear in Jianbei? I and the people around me haven't heard the news at all. And I haven't seen any rich guy driving it, so I probably don't know which old friend bought the new car? Chu Feng thought so. After all, in Jianbei, he knew almost all the young masters here. He walked straight towards the Bugatti, ready to see which old acquaintance had bought the new car and had managed to keep it secret so well. Chu Feng came to the car window, poked his head to look inside, and prepared to say hello. He saw Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin at a glance. For a moment, the three people inside and outside the car were stunned. They looked at each other, bewildered, and the situation suddenly became awkward. Yi Yunzhou put his hands on the steering wheel, turned his head and looked at the unfamiliar Chu Feng with narrowed eyes, wondering who this person is. Chu Feng was also shocked. He looked Yi Yunzhou up and down, thinking secretly. What? I don't even know this person. My previous greetings were in vain. How can I even start this conversation? When did such a new face come to Jianbei, and his strength is so strong, it's a bit surprising. Just when Chu Feng was feeling awkward, Yi Yunzhou looked at him and spoke first. Who are you? Brother, I'm sorry. I thought it was a big shot in the circle who got a new car, so I wanted to come over for a surprise inspection. I didn't expect that my old friend didn't see it, and I was shocked myself. Chu Feng said with a smile. He took out his wallet, took out his business card and handed it to Yi Yunzhou. I am also a car lover. It is fate that we meet. Let's get to know each other. Yi Yunzhou took Chu Feng's business card, glanced at it, smiled back, and introduced himself. My name is Yi Yunzhou. Chu Feng looked at Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin in the car. Looking at their perfect looks and temperaments, he thought to himself. This one is so lucky, surrounded by beautiful women and luxury cars, it's absolutely my ultimate dream. Chu Feng was extremely envious. After thinking for a while, he directly invited Yi Yunzhou. Brother Yi, I'm also the president of the Jiangqing Supercar Club. Why don't we add each other on WeChat so we can hang out together in the future? Hearing Chu Feng's enthusiastic tone, Yi Yunzhou was also happy and nodded with a smile. Okay, add me. The two people added each other as WeChat friends and chatted for a few more sentences before Yi Yunzhou drove away. He first sent Lu Mingxin back to school, and then drove straight into the gate. Yi Yunzhou said to Lu Mingxin. Help me show the way, and I'll take you downstairs to the dormitory building. Yeah, okay. Lu Mingxin responded obediently, and the car drove slowly on the school path. As soon as Bugatti appeared on campus, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of male and female students. They stretched their heads to look and gathered together to discuss in low voices. Oh my goodness, I heard this morning that a super sports car had arrived at the school, but I didn't believe it. Now I see that it's actually a Bugatti. It's simply blinding. Has the matter this morning come to a conclusion? Is there a rich guy in our art academy? I have to hurry up and meet him. I want to be his leg pendant. There are so many beauties in our college. Who knows who might have fallen and no longer want to work hard, and hooked up with a new rich man? We'll know when we see who gets off the bus. As everyone was talking, they saw Lu Mingxin getting out of the car. Seeing this haunting figure appear, all the boys wailed, their hearts breaking. The boys simply couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Mingxin was the goddess of all the boys in their school and the ceiling of the dance department. How could she get into another man's car? They were so jealous, envious, and hateful that their eyes turned red. At this time, Lu Mingxin turned around and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Brother Yi, wait for me." After getting Yi Yunzhou's response, she went straight into the milk tea shop and soon came out with a cup of fruit tea. Lu Mingxin handed the fruit tea to Yi Yunzhou and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, please drink." Yi Yunzhou raised his hand to take it, and at the same time, a light curtain suddenly popped up. Detected that the top beauty spent 20 yuan for the host, the rebate amount is 100,000 times 2 million. Yi Yunzhou quickly glanced at the light curtain, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This rebate is really good. Brother Yi, thank you so much for today. Drive slowly on your way back and be careful. After serving the fruit tea, Lu Mingxin said to Yi Yunzhou reluctantly. Yi Yunzhou nodded, put the fruit tea in the cup holder, started the car and drove out of the school. Many boys here saw this scene, and they suddenly felt as if they had received countless critical strikes, and their hearts were even more broken. Where is the ice goddess? You said you would be rude to all boys, so why are you serving fruit tea to someone for no reason? A boy looked at his companion's distress and comforted him. See? She's not an iceberg goddess. She's just cold to us. I don't know how passionate she is to the people she likes. Everyone. Are you trying to comfort us, or are you adding fuel to the fire and attacking us? For a moment, all the boys felt as if they had suffered a critical hit, and they covered their chests in agony. Chapter 13 School Beauty, It One Tea Hurt, right? At the same time, Louis also returned to school. She walked straight towards her dormitory in her high heels, thinking about what happened today. Thinking back to the shock he received in the luxury store today, Louis felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. She snorted coldly and muttered to herself. Lu Mingxin, this little vixen, usually pretends to be a decent person, but I didn't expect that she has been secretly looking for a rich man for a long time. She is so insidious. The most abominable thing is that this little slut actually managed to hook up with a rich man. How come no one could tell at all? At that moment, Louis's eyes turned cold, and he planned to promote Lu Mingxin after returning. Louis walked back to the dormitory quickly. When he saw several roommates, he immediately went up to them and said mysteriously, "Do you know that Lu Mingxin actually hooked up with a rich man? I didn't expect that she was so reserved in her daily life, but in the end she turned out to be a gold digger?" At this point, Louis curled his lips deliberately, shook his head and sighed at them. Just wait and see. I'm afraid she won't be able to come back tonight. I don't know where she's going to do something bad. Louis said this on purpose, wanting to destroy Lu Mingxin's image as a good girl in everyone's mind. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, her roommate looked at her in surprise and directly retorted. What are you talking about? He's already back. And he's not some rich guy, he's his boyfriend, okay? Is there a guy who drives a Bugatti? A top-of-the-line supercar worth 40 or 50 million? And he even comes to pick you up and drop you off. How considerate. The roommates had already found out everything, and they were disdainful of Louis's sneering. They thought about the scene of Lu Mingxin being sent back just now, and their hearts were filled with envy. I really envy Lu Mingxin, she is definitely a winner in life. Look at the boyfriend she found, he is the best match. Although her family background is a little poor, she is beautiful, has good academic performance, and is a low-key and kind person. It's not surprising to find a boyfriend like her. That's right. Instead of being jealous of others, you might as well improve yourself. If you bloom leisurely, butterflies will naturally come to you. Louis was also confused after listening to what his roommates said. What is going on? She was just sent back to school by her boyfriend. How come she suddenly became a role model for girls to learn from? Just when Louis began to doubt his life, in Lu Mingxin's dormitory, the roommates looked at Lu Mingxin, who had returned, and immediately walked up to her with a sly smile, surrounded her, looked her up and down, and asked with a smile, "Hey, our Leota campus beauty is back from her date?" While they were talking, several roommates had already pushed Lu Mingxin into a chair and started questioning her. "Tell me the truth, what did you do today?" "That's what I said. You're getting dressed up so early in the morning. That's really wrong. Tell us quickly, what kind of person is your boyfriend?" Lu Mingxin looked at the gossiping eyes of several people and surrendered honestly, saying obediently, Okay, I'll tell you." After saying that, he told me what happened when he went out for dinner today. Several roommates listened quietly, their mouths opened wider and wider, almost enough to fit a fist in. What a rich man! But does it cost so much money for two people to have a meal together? This is totally beyond the scope. The roommates were also jealous and envious. They looked at each other and smiled at Lu Mingxin. "Mingxin, when will you bring your boyfriend to us? Or you can ask your boyfriend if there are any good guys like him around you. We are still single. I'm so happy. I'm crying with envy." Lu Mingxin listened to them calling her boyfriend one after another, and she did not say anything in rebuttal. Instead, she felt very happy. A blush appeared on the pretty little face, making her look indescribably charming. At the same time, Chu Feng was sitting in his car, thinking about the Bugatti Veyron he had seen before, and he was also extremely shocked. Thinking back to Yi Yunzhou's young face, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. With such strength at such a young age, it cannot be underestimated. After all, it is a top-of-the-line supercar that costs more than 50 million yuan, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Even if you can afford it, you may not be able to maintain it. Chu Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, making a slight sound. But when he thought about it carefully, he just had a brief contact with Yi Yunzhou. They were of similar age and easygoing, so they could get along well. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and invited Yi Yunzhou to join their group chat. After waiting for a while and seeing no response from Yi Yunzhou, Chu Feng drove back home. After rushing all the way home, Chu Feng took out his cell phone and saw that Yi Yunzhou had not responded yet. Thinking that the other party must be busy, he packed up and went to take a shower. As Chu Feng took off his coat, he recalled the stunning glimpse he had when he saw Lu Mingxin, and sighed. Brother Yi is so lucky. If I were him, I would be busy too. At this time, after Yi Yunzhou sent Lu Mingxin back to school, he went straight back to villa number 1. After parking the car in the yard, Yi Yunzhou walked straight into the villa. Then he took out his mobile phone and saw the invitation to join the group chat. He simply clicked agree and jumped into the group chat. Just when Yi Yunzhou joined the group, the young masters and young ladies in the group chat also discovered that there was a new member joining. The reactions of the young masters and young ladies were similar. Their first reaction was to click on Yi Yunzhou's information and take a look. After reading it, everyone was stunned. I don't know this person at all, we are not acquaintances at all. The young masters and young ladies clicked into the group and saw that it was Chu Feng who had invited people in. But, who did Chu Feng invite to join the group? After the doubts, no one thought much about it. After all, this was the Jiangcheng Supercar Club group, and the newcomer should also be a supercar owner, which was why Chu Feng pulled him in. However, the young masters and young ladies did not take it too seriously. They did not know this newcomer, and he was definitely not a high-ranking official in Jianbei. The reason why they were able to join the group was probably because the car was just big enough for their circle. Fortunately, the young masters and young ladies gave Chu Feng face and greeted him in the group. Welcome new members to join the group. Now that you have joined the group, we are all one family. Just let me know if there is anything. After looking at the information, this is a new brother. Brother, come out and introduce yourself. Is the new guy handsome? The new rule of our group is to post your photo before joining the group. Beauty filters are not allowed. The young masters and young ladies were talking jokingly. Yi Yunzhou looked at their words and also sent a message. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Yunzhou. When everyone heard this name, they felt even more unfamiliar. At this time, a young man named Li Yuanliang in the group had added Yi Yunzhou. At Yi Yunzhou, brother, will you join us in the next race? How about we try it first and run a lap? Looking at the message sent by Li Yuanliang, Yi Yunzhou was also stunned. Car race? Then he reacted, as if he had thought of something, and raised his lips in a smile. Wow, it turns out that the so-called car race was organized by these guys. Look, isn't this a coincidence? But this time, it's a bit fun. The other young masters and young ladies in the group saw the message sent by Li Yuanliang and responded one after another. Brother Yi, don't be fooled. This Li guy is very bad, he just wants to race with others. Yeah, Brother Yi, this guy is a racing madman. He has to compete with anyone he meets. And his car is so good, he always crushes us. Don't bully the newcomers right from the start. Who will dare to join our group in the future? You better restrain yourself. Brother, there's no point in competing with him. This guy is just trying to feel superior. We don't want to play with him. Everyone was talking at the same time and the atmosphere became very lively. Seeing so many people coming out to tear down his stage, Li Yuanliang also made a helpless expression. Don't slander me like that. I'm a serious racer. After saying that, Li Yuanliang was still unwilling to give up any opportunity, and he continued to at Yi Yunzhou. At Yi Yunzhou, brother, they are too timid, don't be like them. Do you want to compete? I don't drive the best car. Yi Yunzhou, who was sitting on the sofa, was also happy when he saw Li Yuanliang's message and replied directly. Why don't you just drive the best one? With just one sentence, he easily shocked the entire group. Is this the legendary newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger? Knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, but still going there? Brother Yi, Li Yuanliang drives a Ferrari LaFerrari, a super sports car worth tens of millions. Ordinary cars are no match for him. The new guy is quite interesting. He's not thinking about losing to the best car to save face, is he? Maybe Brother Yi is the new car god, and he can beat Li Yuanliang into the dust. Support Brother Yi and get him. People were talking about all kinds of things. Some were trying to persuade Yi Yunzhou, while others just wanted to watch the fun and instigate the situation. Li Yuanliang looked at Yi Yunzhou's reply, and he quickly struck while the iron was hot and replied in the group. It's really boring to compete like this, why don't we add some spice to it? We're all brothers, so let's just have some fun. Add some spice to it? Just play around? Yi Yunzhou looked at the group message and raised his eyebrows. This was really a pushover. He took the phone and typed quickly. You say? Li Yuanliang here was looking at the mobile phone screen. He thought about it and was about to place the bet and send it. And at this critical moment, Chu Feng came out after taking a shower. He heard his cell phone beeping on the bedside table and quickly picked it up to look at it. Looking at everyone chatting in the group, the corners of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Li Yuanliang has really hit a wall this time. Compared with Yi Yunzhou, you still want to place a bet. Isn't this just giving money to others? Thinking of this, Chu Feng quickly sent a message in the group. Liangzi, do you really want to compete with him? Do you know what car Brother Yi drives? Li Yuanliang looked at Chu Feng's typing tone and immediately felt that something was wrong. He deleted the bet written in the dialog box and replied. What car, Brother Chu? Although Li Yuanliang asked, he didn't really care. After all, his Ferrari LaFerrari is already the best supercar among all the young men and women. What other car can the other party drive? The other young masters and young ladies had similar ideas. What kind of strength could a newcomer that no one was familiar with have? Everyone held their phones, waiting for Chu Feng's answer. At this time, Chu Feng sent out a message. Brother Yi is driving a Bugatti Veyron. Are you sure you want to race with him? Bugatti Veyron? The moment they saw the news, everyone present widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Bugatti Veyron is known as the most powerful sports car on Earth. Even his Ferrari cannot compare to it. Besides, with a net worth of more than 50 million, he can easily buy 4 or 5 Ferraris. There's such a huge gap, what's the point of comparing? Everyone was shocked. They clicked on Yi Yunzhou's personal information one after another, with surprise and confusion in their eyes. Who is this person? It's really scary that he has such strength. The young masters and young ladies' mouths twitched. A big shot has come to the group. Everyone is not stupid. Of course they know that someone with such strength must have a prominent identity. Everyone was feeling lucky that they had not fallen out with Yi Yunzhou just now, otherwise they would be really dumbfounded now. Yi Yunzhou, who was watching the group chat, at Li Yuanliang. Do you still want to gamble? I'm waiting for you to report your bets. Li Yuanliang. What's the point of betting? Li Yuanliang was flexible and he did not hesitate to post in the group. I'm an idiot, bye. Everyone in the group was amused when they saw Li Yuanliang admit defeat after being humiliated. Serves you right. This slut finally met her match. Especially those young masters and young ladies who had been bullied by Li Yuanliang in the past, now they felt proud. They silently added in the group, sent out thumbs up emoticons, and silently liked it. On this side, Chu Feng watched everyone chatting enthusiastically and suddenly sent out an invitation. Does everyone have time tomorrow? How about coming to my house for a gathering? After posting, Chu Feng also added Yi Yunzhou. Brother Yi, you can come over to join in the fun. It's a good opportunity to meet everyone. When the other young masters and young ladies saw Chu Feng's message, they all spoke up and agreed. Brother Yi, you must come tomorrow. It's fate that we are in the same group. Let's hang out together when we have time. We have so many get-togethers. That's great. Brother Yi helped us deal with the bully, we must give him a toast. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw the message. Thinking that he had nothing to do tomorrow, he readily agreed. Okay, see you tomorrow. While everyone was chatting, on the other side, in the girls' dormitory of Jiangcheng University, Yin Shui was sitting on her bed, hugging her legs and groaning. Her legs have been hurting more and more these past 2 days. She rubbed her legs carefully, her eyes red because of the pain. There was a layer of mist in her beautiful eyes, as if it would gather and drip at any time. Just like a simple little deer, its wet eyes make people feel distressed. The roommate next to her looked at Yin Shui's pitiful expression, and her heart softened immediately. She came up and asked, "Does it hurt so much? How about I rub it for you? This kind of bump and bruise will get better if you rub the bruises away." Yin Shui listened to her roommate's words and immediately felt that there was some truth in them, so she nodded slightly. Okay, then be gentle. Don't worry, I don't have much strength. Hearing her roommate's assurance, Yin Shui felt more at ease. She carefully stretched out her legs to make it easier for her roommate to massage her. Yin Shui was actually prepared. She took a deep breath, held her breath and prepared to endure the pain. Unexpectedly, as soon as the roommate's hand touched her and before he could exert any force, he heard Yin Shui's suppressed cry of pain. Yin Shui, ah! The roommate heard Yin Shui's cry, rolled his eyes helplessly, spread his hands and said, "You little bastard, are you going to sing an opera? Do you want me to find a tune for you?" "No, it really hurts." Yin Shui said aggrievedly, because it was so painful, her beautiful facial features were shrunken together, looking particularly pitiful. Such a pitiful appearance attracted several roommates. Everyone felt distressed when they saw the injury on Yin Shui's leg, but unfortunately there was nothing they could do. At this time, a girl pointed at the bottle of medicinal wine on Yin Shui's desk and said, "Hey, Xiaoxue, don't you have some medicinal wine for bruises and sprains? Massage with this and you'll get better faster. I always have these at home, and they work very well when rubbed." As she spoke, the girl picked up the medicinal wine and took a look at it. Seeing that there was no mark on it, she asked curiously, "Who gave you this? Even the label was torn off?" "This is what Yi Yunzhou gave me yesterday." Yin Shui raised her eyes and took a look, then answered directly. After she brought it back, she put it on the table. If her roommate hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about it. The girl nodded when she heard this, and she handed the medicinal wine to Yin Shui. "Then use it. Get well soon, and save yourself from suffering." Yin Shui thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, so she took out her phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. "Is the medicine you gave me any good?" Not long after the message was sent, Yin Shui's phone vibrated. She had received Yi Yunzhou's reply. "Don't worry, it's very easy to use. You'll know once you use it." Then, another message came. "By the way, serve the medicinal wine first." Yin Shui looked at the content of the message, then at the bottle of medicinal wine in her hand. She unscrewed the lid, and immediately the smell of the medicinal wine floated in the dormitory. Smelling the unique flavor of the medicinal wine, Yin Shui curled her lips and sent a voice message directly. "I'm afraid this might be a bit painful." Yi Yunzhou listened to Yin Shui's gentle voice in the voice, and smiled, and replied in voice. "This doesn't hurt. No pain?" Yin Shui listened to Yi Yunzhou's indifferent tone. She was skeptical at first, but then she believed it most of the time. Since it doesn't hurt, let's just give it a try. Thinking of this, Yin Shui gave her roommate a look, and her roommate understood and applied a thin layer of medicinal wine with a cotton ball. Almost in an instant, Yin Shui felt a sharp pain. The pain rushed directly to the top of her head, and Yin Shui felt as if her soul was leaving her body. The roommate next to her looked at the sweat that suddenly appeared on Yin Shui's head and immediately looked away, unable to bear it. There is a kind of pain that hurts just by looking at it. Yin Shui felt that because of this little bit of medicinal wine, she had almost lost her life. After a long pause, Yin Shui picked up the phone with trembling hands and shouted angrily into the chat box. Yi Yunzhou, you liar, didn't you say it didn't hurt? How could it not hurt? It was so painful that it was almost fatal. Yin Shui now seriously suspects that Yi Yunzhou is taking revenge on her in the name of caring about her. Yi Yunzhou responded quickly, and the message came quickly. It doesn't matter if it hurts a little. It's just a cure. Why are you so pretentious? You can't even bear this little pain. Yin Shui. Yin Shui was so angry that she was racking her brains to think of how to scold Yi Yunzhou when the other party's message came again. After applying the medicinal wine, sprinkle the powder on it and wrap the leg with gauze. Yin Shui clicked on the amplifier. After hearing what Yi Yunzhou said, her roommate picked up the bag of powder and prepared to sprinkle it on Yin Shui, etc. Seeing her roommate's actions, Yin Shui stopped her actions immediately. Yin Shui thought about it and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou, I will trust you one last time. Tell me the truth. Does this powder hurt? She really didn't want to feel the soul-leaving pain she just experienced again. It doesn't hurt. Yi Yunzhou on the other end of the voice sounded sincere and calm, with a sense of conviction. Yin Shui gritted her teeth, looked at her roommate holding the powder, and nodded vigorously. The roommate's hand shook, and the powder spilled on Yin Shui's leg injury. The next second, Yin Shui fell off the chair and fell to the ground, hitting her but hard. The pain in her legs in her but made Yin Shui wail in pain. She was in so much pain that she grabbed the phone on the bed and started yelling at it. On this side, Yi Yunzhou looked at the tone in the chat box that lasted for 2 minutes, and his mouth suddenly curled up. He didn't listen, but he could probably guess the content without listening. Chapter 14. The wheels are rolling over our faces. Yi Yunzhou threw his phone aside and prepared to go to bed early. Yin Shui in the dormitory sat on the ground for a long time before she reluctantly sat back on the bed. She took out gauze and wrapped her legs, then crawled into bed with her stiff body. Although she was lying down, the severe pain just now left a great psychological trauma on Yin Shui, and her mind was full of random thoughts. How could a little medicinal wine and powder cause so much pain? I won't become disabled now, will I? Thinking of all the cruel possibilities, Yin Shui was so angry that her teeth were itching. She thought secretly in her heart, Yi Yunzhou, you bastard. As she thought about it, Yin Shui felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and she fell asleep unknowingly. The next morning, Yin Shui slept until she woke up naturally. She rubbed her eyes, yawned and wanted to get out of bed. Yin Shui deliberately felt her legs and found that she couldn't feel anything. At that moment, Yin Shui's heart skipped a beat and she suddenly became completely sober. She took a deep breath and looked at her legs wrapped in gauze. Could it be that she had lost all feeling? Yin Shui was extremely nervous. She pursed her lips and walked straight off the bed. Looking at herself moving so freely, Yin Shui was also stunned. It doesn't hurt at all. Yin Shui was so shocked that she thought for a while and untied the gauze on her leg bit by bit. As the gauze faded, Yin Shui looked at her legs that were as smooth as before and could not believe her eyes. For a moment, Yin Shui was completely stunned. This powder is so effective? It was just one night, and there was no trace at all. The roommates here saw Yin Shui get out of bed and leaned out to look at her. When they saw Yin Shui's thighs return to their original white and tender state, they were stunned. My roommates looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Wow, what kind of magic medicine is this? It heals everything in one night? A roommate exclaimed that they had seen with their own eyes the bruises on Yin Shui's legs, which had been getting worse over the past few days, but they didn't expect that they would heal overnight after applying some medicine. This is too amazing. Facing the eager gazes of several roommates, and with a hint of curiosity in her heart, Yin Shui said, "Wait for me to ask." Then Yin Shui took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou, where did you get your medicine? Why is it so effective? After waiting for a while, Yin Shui's phone vibrated and Yi Yunzhou's reply came. I've said before that I made the powder myself. It's priceless. Yin Shui, go away. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You even package yourself as a master, huh? Yin Shui put her phone aside. She was in a very good mood after recovering successfully. She threw herself on her roommate's bed and said with a sweet smile, "Come on, let's go out for a walk together." On this side, Yi Yunzhou also got up after replying to Yin Shui's message. After a quick wash, Yi Yunzhou changed his clothes and walked out of the villa. Yesterday he had already agreed with Chu Feng and the others that he would get together with everyone today. Yi Yunzhou got into the car directly, opened the location sharing sent by Chu Feng, and drove towards his home. At this time, many young men and women arrived in a villa one after another. Everyone greeted each other familiarly and then sat on the large sofa in Chu Feng's house, each showing an expression of enjoyment. You should know that Chu Feng is not only their president, but also has the best family conditions and is a figure in the top circle of Jiangcheng. This villa was also a coming-of-age gift given to him by his family. When they are free, everyone gets together here. The butler brought servants to serve tea and various drinks. Just as Chu Feng was greeting everyone, Li Yuanliang walked in hurriedly. Li Yuanliang's eyes sparkled with dazzling light. As soon as he entered the hall, he immediately looked at Chu Feng and asked loudly, "Brother Chu, has Brother Yi arrived?" "Not yet." Chu Feng replied cheerfully. Looking at Li Yuanliang's expression, he had guessed what he was thinking. He couldn't help but shook his head and chuckled as he said, "You are such a car fan. When you heard that Brother Yi has a Bugatti, you didn't sleep well at night, right?" Li Yuanliang listened to Chu Feng's joking tone, grinned nonchalantly, scratched his head and said, "There's nothing I can do about it. That's the most powerful sports car on earth. Who wouldn't want to take a look at it?" Chu Feng was delighted when he heard this. Seeing that the others also showed expectant expressions, he suggested, "In that case, why don't we go out together and wait to greet Brother Yi?" After saying this, Chu Feng raised his wrist to check the time. It was almost time for them to meet. "Let's go, Brother Yi should be here soon." "Good." Everyone responded. When they heard Chu Feng's call, they all stood up and walked out of the villa together. After everyone came out and waited for a while, they saw a cool black supercar speeding towards them, raising a cloud of dust, as if it was flying through the air. Everyone present was stunned when they saw the black car paint shining with a unique brilliance in the sun. It was also the first time for them to see the real car offline. Looking at the eye-catching and domineering B logo on the front of the car, they were all stunned by the momentum of this supercar. Is this a Bugatti? It truly is the absolute king among supercars. Just look at its appearance, it's simply stunning. Listen to the roar of the engine again, it's like the Beast King raising his arms and shouting in the mountains. For a moment, infinite power gathered together and rushed the car forward. Everyone gasped involuntarily, and when they looked at Bugatti, their eyes were filled with nothing but envy and shock. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yunzhou pushed open the car door and walked out of the Bugatti. Except for Chu Feng, the young masters and young ladies present did not know Yi Yunzhou. They were all attracted by his perfect figure and handsome face. This is so cool. Yi Yunzhou looked at the shocked expressions of the crowd and said hello to them. "Hello everyone, I didn't expect you all to come so early." When everyone heard this, they quickly responded, especially the young ladies. Those who were a little more shy even blushed. Chu Feng rarely saw the young ladies like this, and he stood by and laughed happily. He stepped forward and introduced himself to everyone. "This is Brother Yi. Come on, Brother Yi, let me introduce you." Chu Feng introduced a group of young masters and young ladies to Yi Yunzhou. When he introduced Li Yuanliang grabbed Yi Yunzhou's hand and shook it. "Brother Yi, although I know I can't outrun you, how about we run a lap together if we have time? I just want to feel how far the Bugatti can throw me." Everyone was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when listening to Li Yuanliang's words. This guy still doesn't give up. "Come on, let's go inside and sit down and talk." Chu Feng looked at everyone happily and led them towards the villa. Yi Yunzhou looked at the luxurious European-style decoration in the villa and nodded slightly. It was indeed nice. Before entering the house, the young men and women did not forget to look back at the Bugatti Veyron parked at the door. "This car is simply my dream car, it is so beautiful." Everyone walked into the villa together, and Yi Yunzhou stopped in front of the photo wall in the living room. There are quite a few photos hanging on the photo wall, all of which are artistic photos of a girl. The girl in the photo is sweet and pretty. Her eyes, as sharp as autumn water, seem to be filled with countless emotions, and she looks over at me affectionately. It makes people want to indulge in it involuntarily. Looking at the moments captured by the camera, one can already imagine what a stunning beauty is, posing in various poses in front of the camera. What the camera actually captures is just a moment of romance. Yi Yunzhou's eyes quickly swept across the photo, and he recognized that the sweet and pretty face in front of him was Chu Linger. Chu Linger is the sweet darling in the current entertainment industry. She is not only a first-line star, but also a singer. Because he has starred in many TV series, his acting skills are online and he is well liked by people. He can be said to be very popular in China recently. Yi Yunzhou turned his head to look at Chu Feng and asked, "Are you star chasing? Chasing stars?" Everyone followed Yi Yunzhou's line of sight and saw the beautiful woman on the photo wall. They immediately showed an expression of enlightenment and said with a smile, "No, this one is Brother Chu's sister." Yi Yunzhou nodded upon hearing this, with a look of realization on his face. So that's how it is. At this time, a young master looked at Chu Feng with great interest and asked excitedly, "By the way, I remember Sister Linger will be coming back to Jiangqing to hold a concert in a few days, right?" He is a die-hard fan of Chu Linger and has a very accurate grasp of his idol's movements. Chu Feng nodded after hearing this. He invited everyone to sit down quickly and asked the butler to bring some new hot tea. Everyone sit down and talk slowly. At this time, Chu Feng also took out his mobile phone and looked at it. His expression changed slightly. A young lady saw the change in Chu Feng's expression and immediately asked curiously, "What's wrong, Brother Chu?" Li Yuanliang, who was standing next to him, looked at Chu Feng with an expression that said, "I know this very well," and answered loudly, "What else could it be? Just looking at his expression, I know he must have had a fight with his girlfriend." Li Yuanliang looked at Chu Feng with a look of disappointment and shook his head slightly. "You have a big quarrel every 3 days and a small quarrel every 2 days, what's the point? Besides, your girlfriend isn't that pretty, and I don't know how you chose her. Brother Chu, you are such a fool. You have such a beautiful sister at home, why don't you improve your taste?" At this point, Li Yuanliang paused, patted his chest, and said proudly, "Look at me, being single is so good, I am a complete bachelor, and I am so happy every day." "You're a single guy, so you just have fun every day, right?" Chu Feng looked at Li Yuanliang's smug look and couldn't help but attack him. He snorted coldly, and a strange arc suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke quietly. "You don't understand at all. I was driving with her, and she was putting on makeup in the car. I encountered an emergency and slammed on the brakes. Her lipstick was stuck in her mouth at the time, and in this emergency situation where she was caught off guard, she took the lipstick out of her mouth and it was intact. In an instant, the living room of the entire villa was quiet and everyone was silent. The young ladies pursed their lips in dissatisfaction and glared at Chu Feng. "Oh my god, the wheel of the car is about to run over our faces." Li Yuanliang had a confused look on his face. He looked at the people who understood immediately, like a 200-pound little fool. "Damn it, I don't understand, is this really the case?" Yi Yunzhou was silent for a while as he listened to Chu Feng's description. He was indeed the president of the Supercar Association. At this time, a young lady coughed lightly, stared at Chu Feng and said, "Hee, when my sister comes back, I'll tell her and she'll teach you a lesson for showing off." Hearing the young lady's threat, Chu Feng looked indifferent. He shrugged his shoulders, looked at the young lady without any fear, and said with a hum, "My sister has never even been in a relationship, how can she understand this?" After Chu Feng finished speaking, he looked at the young lady jokingly and continued happily, "If you have the ability, explain it to her thoroughly. Young ladies, your family is really amazing. They are totally two extremes. The yellow is really yellow, and the white is really white." Chapter 15, Being Hugged by a Beautiful Woman. "We have no way to deal with you guys doing this." Chu Feng's little story created a small climax, and everyone was chatting enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was very good. Seeing that it was almost noon, Chu Feng stood up and said to everyone, "Let's go to the restaurant and talk while we eat." "Okay. I'm in a good mood today, so I must give Brother Chu a good meal." The young masters and young ladies talked happily as they moved to the restaurant and sat around a huge round table. Chu Feng had invested a lot of money in preparing for today's party. He bought a lot of high-quality ingredients and asked the chef at home to cook them. "Everyone, eat more today. I specially brought the chef from home here so that everyone can enjoy a feast." Chu Feng announced loudly, and was immediately greeted with cheers from the young masters and young ladies. Li Yuanliang looked happy. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and said with a raised eyebrow, "Brother Yi, you have to eat more later. Brother Chu's chef is a master chef. We are all thanks to you today." Yi Yunzhou was listening. At this time, all kinds of delicious food were brought to the table by the servants, and the rich aroma wafted in the hall. The butler stepped forward and poured freshly squeezed juice for everyone. Chu Feng picked up the glass and raised it to everyone. "Let's raise our glasses together to celebrate Brother Yi joining our supercar club and becoming a member of our team. I hope our supercar club will get better and better, and everyone will have a good time eating and drinking." "Okay, welcome, Brother Yi." After hearing Chu Feng's words, the young masters and young ladies raised their glasses and looked at Yi Yunzhou with smiles. Yi Yunzhou sat in his seat, smiled faintly at everyone, raised his glass and said, "Thank you very much. Cheers." After saying that, he picked up the juice and took a sip, and then everyone began to eat and enjoy the delicious food. Yi Yunzhou tasted it slowly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. No wonder everyone has such high praise for the chef from the Chu family. His skills are really good and the delicious food he makes is both delicious and tasty. The meal was very lively, with everyone clinking glasses, and even though they only drank juice, the friendship grew stronger. Today's meal was really enjoyable. The young master leaned back in the soft chair and sighed, stroking his swollen belly with his hands, an expression of indescribable satisfaction on his face. By the end of the meal, Yi Yunzhou had become one with everyone, and now everyone was getting along very harmoniously. Especially Li Yuanliang, who had been sitting next to Yi Yunzhou, chatting with him from time to time, and their relationship improved by leaps and bounds. "Brother Yi, let me tell you, Brother Chu's chef has a few specialties. You must come and try them next time." Thinking of those delicious dishes, a hint of nostalgia appeared on Li Yuanliang's face. Yi Yunzhou was about to reply when suddenly a curtain of light appeared in front of him. "The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. A God-level watchdog as a reward." God-level watchdog? A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Yunzhou's eyes. This reward was quite interesting. But how do I get this dog? The system was connected to Yi Yunzhou's thoughts, and after sensing the host's thoughts, a line of small words suddenly appeared on the screen. "The God-level watchdog will be sent to the host Longhai Yunshu No. 1 Villa, please pay attention to receive it." Yi Yunzhou quickly scanned the small words and knew where the God-level watchdog was. He immediately felt relieved and continued chatting with everyone with peace of mind. By this time, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and they were clamoring to go out and see the Bugatti. A young lady had a face full of longing and said excitedly, "I have to appreciate it properly this time and take a photo with it." The others laughed when they heard what the eldest lady said, and in fact they thought so too. After all, this is the legendary Bugatti, and it makes me excited just thinking about it. Everyone walked out of the villa and came to the yard to admire the streamlined shape of the Bugatti Veyron. Just like the beauty that God has bestowed upon this world, in front of the exquisite and perfect Bugatti, everyone feels that they can only look up. Everyone present had their hearts beating violently and their eyes were filled with shock. Such a perfect supercar in front of them forced their beloved supercars into the dust. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't find any shortcomings of Bugatti. It's so beautiful. This is the super sports car that a real man should drive, not a sissy red Ferrari. You little brat, I think you are hinting at me. If Bugatti really couldn't beat me, I would have to compete with you. How powerful such a little beast must be when it runs. I fell in love with a black horse, but I don't have a money in my pocket, which makes me desperate. Bugatti." The young men and women admired the car, each of them transformed into a modern poet, and spoke in a very different way. Chu Feng stood among the crowd. He sighed heavily and said with emotion while looking at the car, "It would be great if I could actually drive the most powerful supercar. Some feelings still require personal experience." Yi Yunzhou was standing next to Chu Feng. Hearing his sigh, he was also happy. He took out the key and threw it to Chu Feng. "Isn't this easy? Can't we just drive around in a circle?" Seeing the car key thrown in front of him, Chu Feng subconsciously caught it. He held it in his hand and looked at the big B logo on it, and was stunned. This. Yi Yunzhou looked at Chu Feng's dumbfounded expression. "Try?" After hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Chu Feng became scared for a moment and didn't dare to do it anymore. This is a Bugatti Veyron worth more than 50 million. He had never thought about it before. If the car gets scratched, he will have to pay for it. Besides, his muscular body is not worth as much as a Bugatti. Thinking of this, Chu Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly handed the car keys back. I was just kidding. If you really let me drive, I'd be scared. The young masters and young ladies nearby listened and laughed as well, but their eyes turned toward Yi Yunzhou, becoming more friendly. After all, he wanted to lend me a car worth more than 50 million yuan without hesitation. How could he get along with such an open-minded person? Oh, that's right. At this time, a young lady seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Yi Yunzhou happily and took the initiative to say, Brother Yi, you must come and watch our car race later. When the others heard the eldest lady mention the car race, they all chimed in. This is Brother Yi's first event after joining the club, so we must be there. Give us some guidance, or you can be the referee. It's more fun to play together. As long as Brother Yi doesn't leave, I will still be that man and I can beat you in seconds. Brother Yi, I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine. After the game is over, we'll find a place to get together and get drunk. Everyone was inviting Yi Yunzhou, but none of them dared to let Yi Yunzhou participate in the competition. After all, Bugatti is there, and their cars are not even a little bit inferior to this one. But having this magical car to help them maintain order is really an honor. Yi Yunzhou was amused by what everyone said. He nodded meaningfully and said, No problem, I'll be there by then. At this time, everyone saw that the time was almost up and prepared to end today's party. Yi Yunzhou also said goodbye to everyone. He got into the Bugatti and prepared to go back. As the accelerator was stepped on, Bugatti showed an angry face and rushed forward with a roar. The young men and women nearby watched the Bugatti drive out of their sight, their eyes flickering with envy. This is just so cool. At this time, on the other side, in front of Villa Number 1. A graceful figure was walking towards here. It was Yin Yao, the housekeeper of Villa Number 1. Yin Yao wore a black professional suit today, which perfectly outlined her hot body and was very eye-catching. Now it is her working time. Yin Yao is going to arrange for a cleaning staff to come and clean Villa Number 1 carefully. The high heels tapped gently on the stone road, making a pleasant sound, as if fairies were dancing on their fingertips. Just when Yin Yao walked to the door of Villa Number 1, the god-level watchdog inside the door suddenly heard the footsteps and rushed out with a whimper. Woof! The god-level watchdog stared straight at Yin Yao and growled warningly. The sound like a subwoofer scared Yin Yao. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the watchdog with a look of surprise, her narrow almond-shaped eyes full of shock. This. Judging from the appearance and size of the guard dog, is this a mastiff? Yin Yao took a deep breath. She looked at the huge body of the watchdog and was suddenly shocked. Such a big dog, and so fierce? When did Mr. Yi get a dog like this? It's too scary, isn't it? But to be fair, judging from the size and appearance of this dog, it is definitely not cheap. At least it has to be at the level of the Mastiff King. Yin Yao and the god-level watchdog looked at each other across the gate. For a moment, neither the man nor the dog made any other move. Hiss! Yin Yao gasped in embarrassment. Although the dog did not make any further movements, it was blocking the way and she did not dare to open the door. With this gooses in here, if the door is really opened, won't he be torn to pieces alive? Yin Yao thought about it and still felt that her life was more important. She took out her phone, and Yi Yunzhou's chat box was pinned to the top. She quickly sent a message. Mr. Yi, when will you be back? After sending the message, Yin Yao put the phone back in her pocket and stood at the door of the villa waiting. After standing for a while, Yin Yao felt her legs were sore and she was a little tired. Yin Yao pounded her legs lightly and simply walked to the side of the road to look. Behind her was the fence of Villa Number 1, and the guard dog inside was staring at her hungrily. The two of them stared at each other for a while, and Yin Yao suddenly rolled her eyes, took out her cell phone and took a misaligned selfie with the dog. Looking at the photo of herself and her dog, Yin Yao couldn't help laughing. Wow, this is totally the real-life version of Beauty and the Beast. Yin Yao watched with a smile on her face. This time, she even found the fierce-looking guard dog a little cute. On this side, Yi Yunzhou received Yin Yao's message and was opening it to read. He had already arrived at the gate of the villa area, so he didn't reply to the message and walked slowly towards home. As soon as he walked near the door, Yi Yunzhou saw Yin Yao sitting there with her legs together, holding a piece of dogtail grass that she had picked up from somewhere. Through the fence, the dog's nose was brushed from time to time. The dog's nose is quite sensitive. It felt itchy in its nose and sneezed several times in succession. Yin Yao on the opposite side blocked it with her hands and giggled. For a moment, laughter lingered around the entrance of the villa. Yi Yunzhou also noticed the dog at this time, and was stunned when he saw its sturdy body. Wow, this dog is really big. Then Yi Yunzhou's gaze fell on Yin Yao, and he felt happy when he saw her. This girl is really brave. She is not afraid that the guard dog will get angry and jump out to bite you. Yi Yunzhou shook his head slightly and strode towards the door. Yin Yao heard footsteps behind her and quickly turned around to see Yi Yunzhou walking towards her. Mr. Yi, you're back. Yin Yao greeted enthusiastically. She stood up and carefully adjusted her appearance. You look so fierce, dog. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Yao's bulging chest and sighed helplessly. If we really talk about ferocious, my dog would probably feel inferior to him. At this moment, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Bugatti Mastery Reward. As the fonts on the light screen flashed, Yi Yunzhou felt a warm current running back and forth in his body. Various moves and methods of exerting force appeared in my mind. Yi Yunzhou pretended to touch his nose casually, hiding the helplessness in his eyes. The system rewards him with Bugatti Mastery at this time. Is it because it is afraid that he cannot beat the dog? While thinking, Yi Yunzhou walked forward and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the god-level watchdog immediately jumped out. Its movements were extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. In a flash, the dog appeared in front of me. Such speed scared Yin Yao so much that she let out a low cry. Then he hugged Yi Yunzhou's arm, extremely nervous. Yi Yunzhou felt the softness at that moment and exclaimed in his heart, "Wow, it's so soft." Chapter 16 School Beauty. Yin, sister, are you too happy to leave home? However, Yi Yunzhou still had to deal with the dog's matter first. Sit down. Yi Yunzhou looked at the frightened Yin Yao and gave instructions to the dog. The watchdog obeyed the order and stopped immediately, sitting obediently on the ground, sticking out his tongue in a flattering manner. From Yi Yunzhou and Yin Yao's perspective, the dog seemed to be smiling. Yi Yunzhou was surprised at the dog's intelligence, but thinking that it was a god-level watchdog rewarded by the system after all, it naturally had its merits. Get down. Stand up. Yi Yunzhou tried several instructions, and the dog was able to do them all easily, leaving Yin Yao standing by dumbfounded. This dog is so smart. On this side, Yin Yao also felt that she was so scared that she hugged Yi Yunzhou unconsciously. Her face turned red and she quickly let go. Yi Yunzhou beckoned to the dog and asked it to come closer to Yin Yao to smell her scent. Yin Yao watched the dog approaching and was so frightened that she dared not move and stood there stiffly. Don't be afraid. Just give the dog a try. Seeing that Yin Yao was afraid, Yi Yunzhou encouraged her. Give orders? Yin Yao blinked her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to say to the dog. Sit down. The watchdog suddenly got up from the ground, sat there quietly, staring at Yin Yao with its black eyes. Yin Yao was delighted to see that the dog was so smart, and exclaimed. Mr. Yi, this dog is awesome. He actually obeyed my orders. Yi Yunzhou grinned and said to the ecstatic Yin Yao. I'll just listen to you. I'll be counting on you to help it run from now on. Yin Yao. This is a big dog. Should I walk it or should it walk me? However, looking at such a smart dog in front of her, Yin Yao happily took the job. Mr. Yi, I will arrange for staff to come and clean up now. Yin Yao and Yi Yunzhou greeted each other and started to make arrangements quickly. Yi Yunzhou nodded, then walked straight into the villa and headed towards the study upstairs. As soon as he sat down on the chair, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone vibrated and someone sent him a message. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from his cousin Zhouing. Transfer 5,000.00. Cousin, this is the living expenses my parents gave you. They asked me to ask you, is this enough? Looking at the message sent by his cousin, although the words were cold, Yi Yunzhou felt warm in his heart. He quickly typed a reply. I don't need it. I have enough money. After thinking about it, Yi Yunzhou added. Girl, it's you, do you have enough living expenses recently? I'll transfer some to you? As soon as Yi Yunzhou sent the message, the other side sent back an emoticon of a cute little cat shaking its head wildly. No need, cousin, I still have enough money. Hurry up and collect the money. Zhou urged, and seeing that Yi Yunzhou was slow to move, she immediately sent him two angry expressions. Yi Yunzhou on this side looked at the screen and couldn't help but smile. It turns out that this cute little girl even uses such adorable emoticons. Yi Yunzhou lowered his eyes slightly, and the image of the little girl appeared in his mind. His parents died when he was young, but fortunately with the support of these relatives, he was able to grow up safely. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou's heart was filled with gratitude. At that moment, he was also thinking about taking some time to visit his second aunt. Just when Yi Yunzhou was lost in his memories, his cell phone vibrated and his little cousin sent him another message. There was only one very long message above, followed by another one below. Cousin, take a look at the list I sent you. Tell me everything you like to eat. Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows. He flipped up the list and saw that the extremely long list was full of his cousin's local specialties, all of which were delicious delicacies. Zhou also carefully marked the flavors behind some of the specialties. Occasionally you can see bolded marks, which are specially selected by Zhou and highly recommended. Yi Yunzhou read it carefully, picked up the phone and said to the little girl jokingly, "Why, you want to send it to me? Hey hey." Zhou smiled mysteriously and made an expression that said, "I'm very tight-lipped." Then just forget about it, it's a secret. Secret? Yi Yunzhou chuckled. He had doted on his little cousin since she was young. When he heard her say that, he followed suit. I can do anything. Then I'll pick it for you, and you're not allowed to dislike it when the time comes. Zhou said in a coquettish tone. Even through the screen, Yi Yunzhou could imagine the pretty appearance of the little girl. Yi Yunzhou stretched out his hand and pressed his temple. He felt helpless. What on earth are you trying to do? Why are you being so mysterious? Oh, don't worry about it, I'm leaving. When Zhou heard Yi Yunzhou's tone, she was afraid that he would continue to ask questions, so she quickly said something and ran away. Looking at Zhou Ying's reply, Yi Yunzhou felt helpless again. This little cousin of his is 1 year younger than him. She has always stuck to him and played with him since they were young, like his follower. Besides, she has been clever since she was little. Now she is a freshman in college, but she still acts like a little kid. Alas, this little girl, I don't know when she will grow up. Yi Yunzhou muttered softly, his tone showing a doting attitude that he himself was not aware of. At this moment, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Rewards include rare flowers, birds, fish, and insects. At the bottom of the rewards page, a long list appeared. Yi Yunzhou looked at the list and was stunned. Wow, is sending lists a trend now? He glanced through them briefly and was amazed by the rare species listed there. There are so many good things, why doesn't the system send the pickup location? Just when Yi Yunzhou was stunned, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number from the same city on the screen, Yi Yunzhou pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, he heard a respectful male voice from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I want to confirm with you if it's okay for you to deliver the goods tomorrow? Can. The other party hung up the phone after getting Yi Yunzhou's confirmation. Yi Yunzhou thought about it, took out his mobile phone and sent a message, then went about his own business. And at this time on the other side, Yin Yao was strolling in the villa area with the god-level watchdog. In order not to scare other people, Yin Yao put a leash on the dog and held the other end tightly in her hand. Yin Yao patted the dog's head gently and praised with a smile. What a good dog! She originally thought that this would be a difficult journey, but she didn't expect the dog to be so obedient. Not only is he disciplined, but he is also very smart and knows how to avoid crowds. Yin Yao was walking with the dog with a relaxed look on her face. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yin Shui. Xiaoxue, are you going home tonight or staying in the dormitory? Yin Shui's message was quickly replied. Go back. Sister, what are you doing? Looking at the inquiry message sent by her sister, Yin Yao replied. You will never guess what I am doing. After sending the message, Yin Yao did not keep the person in suspense and directly sent a selfie with her dog. In just a moment, Yin Yao received several messages from Yin Shui. Wow, what a big dog. This dog looks scary, won't it bite people? Sister, you must be careful. If such a fierce dog goes crazy, it will be very dangerous. Why did you take the dog with you? Is it the owner of the villa complex? Yin Yao was also amused by her sister's caring words and quickly replied. It's okay, this dog is very well behaved. If you have anything to say, we'll talk when you come back. See you tonight. After replying to the message, Yin put away her phone and walked forward with her dog. Early the next morning, Yin was awakened by the alarm clock. She glanced at the time and a days and quickly got up. She was still thinking about what Yi Yunzhou had told her yesterday. Someone would come to deliver flowers and fish today, and she needed to be there to receive them. Yin got up, washed, changed into clean work clothes, went downstairs, and drove off. After a while, Yin Shui also got up and walked out of the room. She looked around the living room bleary-eyed, looking adorable in a set of fitted Totoro pajamas. It's just that the area where the chinchilla's eyes are located is bulging and appears abnormally large. Yin Shui yawned, looked at her parents who were eating breakfast at the table, and asked, "Hey, Mom and Dad, where's my sister?" When Yin's mother heard Yin Shui's question, she stopped what she was doing, sighed softly and said, "Your sister is very busy every day. She left early in the morning. She has to go out early and come back late every day. It's really hard. But from what I see, she seems quite happy, as if she is busy and happy." At this time, Yin Shui's thoughts had returned to last night. She returned home in high spirits yesterday and had planned to have a good chat with her sister. As a result, after receiving the message, my sister went to read some books related to flowers and fish. He threw his own sister aside and didn't care about her at all. Yin Shui thought about what her parents had just said and suddenly fell into deep thought. Yin Shui. I'm afraid it's not that he is busy and happy, it's that he is completely reluctant to leave. After Yin Shui finished complaining in her heart, she sat down at the dining table, intending to turn her depression into food. On the other side, Yin Yao was humming a tune and walking towards Villa Number 1. Before reaching the gate, Yin Yao saw Yi Yunzhou standing in the yard from afar and was stunned. I saw Yi Yunzhou wearing a light gray sportswear and doing boxing. Yi Yunzhou's boxing skills were as smooth as flowing water, and he threw out one punch after another. His speed was obviously very fast, but one could clearly feel that every punch he threw was powerful and fierce. Even the air seemed to be compressed and distorted by the fist wind, making a whistling sound. The powerful aura, like that of a dragon and a tiger, with a huge sense of oppression, almost made Yin Yao breathless. Yin Yao took a deep breath, her narrow and long eyes filled with shock. What kind of boxing is Mr. Yi doing? Although she didn't understand these tricks, she knew that this was definitely not comparable to those fancy moves. Just watching from a distance, she felt her legs go weak. If she were punched like this, she would probably cry for a long time, right? Just when Yin Yao was lost in thought, Yi Yunzhou also saw Yin Yao. He stopped his fist, smiled at Yin Yao, and came forward to greet her. "Hello, Manager Yin, you're here so early." Yin Yao nodded to Yi Yunzhou, her eyes flashing with curiosity, and asked, "What kind of punch did you just throw?" 8 extremes. Yi Yunzhou answered directly. Just as the two were talking, a boss came to Villa Number 1. Looking at Villa Number 1, which was several times bigger than other houses, his eyes widened with shock. It really deserves to be the king of buildings in Longhai Yunshu. Not only does it occupy the best position, but every corner of it exudes an aura of nobility. The boss took a deep breath and then looked inside Villa Number 1. He saw Yi Yunzhou standing there at a glance, and felt his body and mind shaken violently, and he was completely stunned. Is this person the owner of Villa Number 1? So young? The boss felt that he had lost the ability to think. He was so young and yet he was living in such a villa, and he had placed an order worth tens of millions with their group. The forces behind the young people who have this kind of spending power are beyond his imagination. Luxurious. It is simply luxurious to the extreme. However, looking at the noble and magnificent Villa Number 1 in front of him, the boss felt that such consumption seemed very reasonable. This might be the life of the top rich people. The boss observed and sighed in his heart. For a moment, Yi Yunzhou's status in his heart also soared. After adjusting his mood, the boss maintained his best condition and strode towards Yi Yunzhou. "Hello, are you Mr. Yi? You sound younger in person than you do on the phone." The boss walked up to Yi Yunzhou and spoke enthusiastically. "My name is Chu Bengsu, it's an honor to meet you." Yi Yunzhou looked at Chu Bengsu's respectful appearance and smiled faintly, greeting him. "Mr. Chu, let's go inside and talk." Everyone walked into the yard together, and at this time Chu Bengsu also noticed the god-level guard dog at the door. As soon as he saw the dog, Chu Bengsu's mouth twitched again. The huge body, the powerful outline, and the eyes that are still scrutinizing and clever. Wow, what kind of dog is this? He has seen many good dogs, but this is the first time he has seen such a top-notch dog. Then Chu Bangsu took a look at the interior layout of Villa Number 1. After all, it was designed by an internationally renowned designer, and it was exquisite and perfect everywhere. Chu Bangsu couldn't help but hold his breath. He secretly sighed in his heart that after coming here, he was like a frog in a well. The previous complacency and smugness completely vanished at this moment. In front of the real boss, he felt like another world was opened up to him. Yi Yunzhou looked at the shocked Chu Bangsu, pointed at Yin Yao beside him, and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, please take over the work with her." "Okay." Chu Bangsu responded. He turned to look at Yin Yao and handed over the list he brought. "Hello, this is the list of goods ordered by Mr. Yi, please take a look." Yin Yao smiled slightly, took the list and looked at it in her hand. The more she looked down, the more frightened Yin Yao became. The value of the 2 blood dragon fish alone has reached a sky-high price of 8 million. As for the koi fish at the bottom of the list, many of them are priced at 300,000 or 400,000 yuan each. Even the flowers were of varieties worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, which made Yin Yao dazzled. Yin Yao's eyes widened as she read the list in her hand over and over again, her heart filled with shock. My goodness, she thought she had gotten used to Mr. Yi's luxury. I didn't expect that just buying something would be beyond her knowledge. Aren't they just some flowers, birds, fish, and insects? Yet they are worth tens of millions. This. Yin Yao felt that her 3 views were about to be shattered. What kind of consumption level was this? In Yi Yunzhou's eyes, money is just a string of meaningless numbers. Yin Yao was stunned for a long time before she suppressed the shock in her heart and began to ask Chu Bangsu about relevant precautions. Chu Bangsu also diligently explained all the techniques of caring and feeding. Finally, he added, "If there is anything you don't understand, you can always ask me, or call me and I will come to check on the situation." Chu Bangsu was not being polite when he said this, but was sincere in his words. After all, he must treat a big client like Yi Yunzhou well. Yin Yao carefully wrote it down and thanked him repeatedly. "Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future." Seeing Yin Yao being so polite, Chu Bangsu smiled and waved his hand. He said directly, "After all, these are rare species. Let me arrange 2 professionals to help you manage them for a while until you get the hang of it." "Mr. Chu, thank you very much for your kindness." Yin Yao was also happy to hear Chu Bangsu's arrangement. She was originally worried that she wouldn't be able to handle it well, but now with the people arranged by Mr. Chu, the problem can be solved perfectly. After Chu Bangsu finished the handover work, he said goodbye and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to take a few more glances at Villa Number 1 and the majestic dog. Chu Bangsu looked at all this in amazement, and felt that his own values had been subverted. "Manager Yin, is there anything we can do?" When Chu Bangsu left, he left 2 girls with Yin Yao. They were both professionals in taking care of these rare species. Yin Yao looked at the 2 girls and smiled, then thought for a moment and said, "I remember everything that Mr. Chu said just now, but I am definitely not proficient in the practical operation. I hope you can guide me." "Okay." The 2 girls nodded quickly when they heard this. Before Mr. Chu left, he had specifically reminded them to serve this important customer well. In response to the questions raised by Yin Yao, the 2 girls answered all their questions and explained them in great detail. Yi Yunzhou watched the 3 girls standing there talking from afar. He simply walked to the fish tank and watched the blood dragon fish swimming back and forth inside. These 2 blood dragon fish are both over 70 centimeters long, with dark red scales on their bodies. They are obviously adult blood dragon fish that have undergone their final color change. As the blood dragon fish swims, the dark red scales on its body look like flowing blood, which looks very beautiful. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Yi Yunzhou's eyes. It was indeed a top-grade ornamental fish. Its appearance was definitely worth the price. His eyes followed the blood dragon fish around twice, and he simply picked up the mealworms and planned to feed them. Yi Yunzhou raised his hand, picked up a fat mealworm and threw it into the fish tank. As soon as the mealworms fell into the water, one of the blood dragon fish was seen rushing over. It flicked its tail and swallowed the mealworm in one gulp. The whole action was done in one go, with incredible speed and precision. Yi Yunzhou took it all in, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that this blood dragon fish looks beautiful but is actually quite ferocious. I picked up a few more mealworms and threw them in, then fed some to the 2 blood dragon fish each. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone suddenly rang. Hearing the continuous notification sound, Yi Yunjo was also stunned and quickly opened his mobile phone to look. Yi Yunjo directly opened the WeChat page and saw a new group chat appear on the screen. The number of unread messages in the upper right corner was jumping rapidly. When he entered the group, Yi Yunjo found that it was full of young masters, but there was no young lady. As soon as he jumped back to the chat interface, Yi Yunjo saw Chu Feng sent a crying expression. Brothers, I am so sad. Who would have thought that we were still in love 2 days ago, but broke up today? Women, I see through it all. As soon as Chu Feng's message came out, the young masters immediately exploded. They all clicked on the message and watched. What happened to Brother Chu? Did you break up? Chu Feng felt very upset after the breakup and needed a chance to talk. When he heard someone asking, he immediately spoke like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Oh, I'm heartbroken. Tell me, am I not good to her? I care about her so much every day and I spent so much money on her for nothing. What an ungrateful person. I feel bad for my sincerity and the money I spent. Shiitake mushrooms, I feel so sad. What's the point of living like this? I don't want to live anymore. Let me get through this with all the sadness. The young masters in the group laughed at Chu Feng's words. But seeing that he was indeed in pain, everyone tried to comfort him. Brother Chu, you've made it. Although the money has been spent, you've also enjoyed it, haven't you? As the saying goes, the old must go before the new comes. With your conditions, it won't take long for you to find your partner. It's better to break up now. Sister Linger is coming back soon. She will definitely look down on this younger sister-in-law by then, and it will easily affect the harmony of the family. It's about time to break up. This woman is a bit fierce. You're almost draining her dry. It's a good time to take advantage of this period to replenish yourself. You can't let your body be drained at such a young age. Brother Chu has been feeling really weak lately. When we were playing basketball before, he was just like a weakling. Chu Feng. I am so fucking. I brought you in here to seek comfort. Good fellow, others would stick their necks out for their brothers, but you guys just stabbed your brothers in the back, right? The friendship boat can capsize at any time. That's enough. If you keep talking, I feel like I'll need a kidney transplant. How can single people understand the responsibility and hard work of men? Just go to bed. The young masters looked at Chu Feng's speech in the group and burst into laughter again. Li Yuanliang made a lewd expression, followed by a sentence. We are not wrong. To show our brotherly love, we will pool our money to get you some 6 flavor pills. Arrange it. Arrangement. +1. Arrange. Plus 10,086. The other young masters looked at Li Yuanliang's words, started to make a fuss and lined up to make arrangements. Seeing that the atmosphere in the group was getting a little out of control, Chu Feng felt helpless and had to beg for mercy. Okay, I'll treat you all tomorrow, have a drink with me, we're brothers, no one can refuse. Celebrate the bachelorette party, to hell with the ladies. The young masters looked at Chu Feng's declaration in the group and couldn't help but make a joke. How about our brother Chu? He even breaks up in such a dignified way. Good fellow, you must have all the proper sense of ceremony. Brother Chu, you didn't want to drink, but couldn't find a good reason, so you broke up on purpose to gain our sympathy, right? If you say so, I think it is very possible. With Brother Chu's character, he is really capable of doing such a thing. Seeing that everyone was making fun of him, Chu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at his phone and quickly typed. You guys can't tell me, just give me the straight answer. Okay. Brother Chu has something to ask us, so we have to go. Everyone looked at Chu Feng's angry expression and quickly typed their agreement. Yi Yunjo couldn't help laughing when he saw the group chat message. He typed a reply. Okay, I'll be there tomorrow. As soon as Chu Feng saw Yi Yunjo's message, he immediately smiled and said in the group. Look at this, Brother Yi is a role model for comforting others. Without further ado, I will come right away if you need anything. You really need to learn from him. Li Yuanliang suddenly appeared at this time. He first replied with an expression of yes, sir, and then typed. Okay, Brother Chu, we obey you. Next time you are heartbroken, we will definitely learn from Brother Yi. Chu Feng? Falling out of love next time? Damn, you actually cursed me. Seeing that the group was getting noisy again, Yi Yunjo smiled at the screen, put away his phone and walked out of the villa. As soon as he walked out of the gate, Yi Yunjo saw a beautiful figure busy in the yard. Yin Yao had just consulted a professional, and she was recalling the key points while tending to the rare flowers. Those flowers were very delicate, and Yin Yao's movements were cautious. From time to time, she squatted with her legs together, and the squatting posture made her figure even more proud. That charming curve, like a devil tempting people to commit crimes, silently attracts your attention and makes people want to feel the softness. Yi Yunzhou put his hands behind his back and admired the beauty openly. Chapter 17. The girlfriend of Brother Yi that I saw before was not this one. After waiting for a while, Yin Yao had taken care of the rare flowers. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her rolled-up sleeves, then dusted her hands and walked towards Yi Yunzhou. Mr. Yi, I need to confirm tomorrow's schedule with you. Yi Yunzhou listened to Yin Yao's soft voice, smiled faintly, and replied. I'm going out to have lunch with friends tomorrow at noon, so I won't be home very often. You can arrange the time accordingly. Okay. Yin Yao answered respectfully, but also took note of it in her heart. Today's work has been completed, and after saying hello to Yi Yunzhou, Yin Yao left Villa number 1. Yi Yunzhou also received a private message from Chu Feng at this time. He had already booked a hotel for dinner tomorrow and sent the address to everyone. After replying with a received, Yi Yunzhou walked towards the room. The next morning, at the entrance of Jiangcheng Yanbinlu Hotel, the young masters arrived at the hotel entrance one after another. When they got out of the car, they saw Chu Feng coming towards them. As soon as everyone saw the real person and saw his haggard appearance, they immediately started to make a few jokes. Chu Feng glanced at everyone, snorted coldly, rolled his eyes and said, Go, go, go. Look at how capable you are. I'll get you drunk in a little while and make you kneel down and sing conquer. Cut. Everyone sneered. Didn't they know how much Brother Chu could drink? If you drink them down, it's easy to get drunk yourself. Li Yuanlian raised his wrist to check the time, glanced around, and asked. Brother Yi hasn't arrived yet, right? Will he come over today? Chu Feng nodded. Well, he should still be on the way, let's wait for him here. The young masters nodded one after another. They stood at the entrance of the banquet building and chatted happily. Just as everyone was waiting peacefully, a man in a neat suit walked towards the door of the banquet building. Everyone noticed the man. They all knew him. He was the general manager of Lingyu Group, Chu Bangsu. You know, this Mr. Chu was a person of the same generation as their fathers. When they saw him coming, the young masters came forward and greeted Chu Bangsu. Mr. Chu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. You look especially young in this outfit today. If it weren't for your temperament that most people can't imitate, we wouldn't have recognized you. Is Mr. Chu hosting a banquet today? If you have time, would you mind giving us a chance to treat you to a simple meal? The young masters were very enthusiastic. Chu Bangsu smiled calmly and explained. Thank you all for your kindness. I have guests to entertain here, so I won't disturb you. Are you going to have a party here at noon? Hearing Chu Bangsu's question, everyone nodded. It's great to be young. I envy your friendship. I have something to do, so I'll go in first. Have fun. Chu Bangsu said with a smile, and then strode towards the banquet building. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou also drove to the door. After parking the car, he got out and greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone is here. After Yi Yunzhou reunited with everyone, he tilted his head to look at Chu Feng. Seeing his haggard face, he was also stunned and asked with concern. Looking at you, did you not sleep well last night? Hearing Yi Yunzhou's question, a young man next to him smiled and explained. Brother Yi, this guy always acts like this every time he's heartbroken. He must have gone out for a stroll by himself last night, and he left very late. He just looks so dead, pretending to be depressed. Having said this, the young master glanced at Chu Feng and continued in a low voice. Once before, Sister Linger went out to look for him. Because she was so worried, she gave him a good beating after finding him. I have to say, although Sister Linger looks thin and has a gentle and sweet temperament, she was beaten black and blue the next day. It was so miserable. Chu Feng's eyes widened when he heard the young master reveal his past. He rushed over and covered the young master's mouth with his hands. Stop talking, stop talking. Don't I have any dignity? Besides, do you understand? This is called bloodline suppression. When my own sister took action, she was so cruel. The people around him laughed as they saw Chu Feng's frightened expression. Chu Feng looked at everyone with resentment and complained in dissatisfaction. You guys are really my sworn brothers. You don't even bother to liven up the atmosphere for me. Don't you know how miserable I am? As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the young masters looked at each other. One of the young masters sighed and said quietly, "It's not that we don't want to cooperate with you. But you can only do it once or twice. How many times has this happened? We have to cooperate every time. Are we your tools?" Yi Yunzhou listened to the young master's words with a look of enlightenment on his face. He instantly remembered that yesterday the young master said that the Chu Feng family was two extremes, the yellow was really yellow, and the white was really white. No wonder everyone says that you must have a sense of ritual. So this is what's going on. Yi Yunzhou was also happy and spoke while looking at Chu Feng. Everyone was joking and teasing as they walked inside. On this side, Xu Bengsu had just walked up the stairs to the private room upstairs. He was just about to turn around and give the lobby manager a few words when he saw Yi Yunzhou walking into the box with everyone else. Looking at that young and handsome face, Xu Bengsu was stunned. He narrowed his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, walked towards the lobby manager, and said, "Go, call your boss to me." The lobby manager thought that they had not treated the guests well enough, so he apologized and arranged for someone to invite the boss. After Chu Bengsu whispered some arrangements with his boss, he went about his own business. At this time, everyone on this side had already walked into the box that had been booked in advance. As soon as Chu Feng sat down, he waved his hand towards the waiter and said generously, "Prepare all your signature dishes for me, and also provide me with good wine, and make sure you have enough of it." After finishing speaking, Chu Feng looked at everyone present and said word by word, "We won't go home until we're drunk today." "Okay." The young masters were talking loudly, and soon the waiters came in with good wine and delicious food. Everyone smelled the fragrant aroma of the food, watched the waiter respectfully fill their glasses with drinks, and then they raised their glasses and began to toast. Cheers! As the protagonist of today, Chu Feng was surrounded by the young masters and began to be forced to drink wine in turns. Yi Yunzhou was also toasted a lot by others. Chu Feng seemed to have long been accustomed to such scenes. He toasted with everyone generously and drank gulps of wine one after another. After a while, there was a knock on the door of the box. Everyone who was drinking was stunned and turned to look at the door. The door was pushed open and the boss walked in with a smile, holding a bottle of red wine in both hands. The familiar logo in the special bottle made everyone recognize it at a glance. This is Romane Conti, the most expensive red wine in the world. This bottle alone is worth around 6 figures. The young masters were all stunned when they saw the bottle of expensive red wine. Everyone looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. What is going on? They didn't order this wine. Facing everyone's puzzled gazes, the boss carefully placed the red wine on the table before explaining. "Everyone, I was entrusted by someone to deliver this wine. It was Mr. Chu Bengsu who arranged for me to deliver it. And everyone's lunchtime consumption today has been recorded in Mr. Chu's account." Everyone was stunned again when they heard what the boss said. They looked at each other in confusion, totally not understanding what was going on. What's going on? Do they have such a big face? That person is Mr. Chu. Even if their parents were here, they might not get such treatment. Everyone drank some wine, and they were even more confused when they were drunk. But everyone was also thinking that this was Mr. Chu's good intention, so they had to accept it, right? Then please help us thank Mr. Chu for his kindness. As the protagonist of today, Chu Feng said to the boss with a smile. The boss nodded and walked out of the box. Seeing the door of the box closed again, Chu Feng smiled, raised his eyebrows at everyone, and said with a smile, "Come on, brothers, stop hugging each other, let's have a taste of this 6-figure wine." Amid the cheers of the crowd, everyone tasted the red wine and the atmosphere reached another climax. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Yin Yao. "Mr. Yi, have you been drinking?" Seeing the other party's slightly concerned tone, Yi Yunzhou replied, "Yes, I drank a little." As soon as the message was sent, Yin Yao on the other side replied almost immediately. "Mr. Yi, can you give me an address and I will pick you up later?" Yi Yunzhou looked at the content of the message and felt a sense of emotion. This butler service is really thoughtful. I just mentioned it and they took it to heart. I have to say, this feeling is really good. Yi Yunzhou also replied at that moment. Good. Then he sent another location. Yi Yunzhou had just put away his phone when he saw Chu Feng standing up unsteadily. He looked at the excellent atmosphere at the scene, sighed to the sky, and said loudly, "Then let's make a deal. We'll walk together for life, and whoever gets single first will be a dog." The young masters next to them also smelled of alcohol. They nodded vigorously and echoed, "Don't worry, Brother Chu. We are not as pessimistic as you. Being a single noble is so comfortable. Why do you want to make yourself unhappy?" "That's right. With the money for dating, why not do something else? It's such a waste of resources to use it to feed an ungrateful woman. Long life singleness. I would rather be a single dog than be a bootlicker." Everyone was talking at once, but Yi Yunzhou was the only one who listened with a faint smile on his face, without responding. At this time, everyone looked at Yi Yunzhou, waiting for his statement. At this time, Chu Feng also remembered Lu Mingxin, whom he had seen in the parking lot before, and a flash of amazement flashed before his eyes again. The girl that day was so beautiful. "Don't look at me, Brother Yi already has a girlfriend, she's so pretty, I've seen her." Chu Feng waved his hands at everyone, asking them to put aside their thoughts. The young masters were stunned when they heard Chu Feng's words. They knew Chu Feng well, and he had quite good taste. What level of beauty must a person be to be described as truly beautiful by him? Everyone was daydreaming, and at this moment a young master spoke up, his tone full of jealousy and envy. "Brother Yi, you have finally left the organization." Although they said this, everyone was actually just joking. After the recent contact, the relationship between everyone has become better. Soon, the bottle of red wine was empty. Chu Feng smacked his lips regretfully. Such a good wine was indeed worth savoring. "Okay, let's stop here for today," Chu Feng announced loudly. Everyone had almost finished drinking, so they stood up happily and walked outside. As luck would have it, as soon as everyone walked out of the box, they saw Chu Bengsu walking towards them. When the young masters saw that it was Mr. Chu, they hurried forward and said gratefully, "Mr. Chu, thank you for your generosity today. And the wine you sent is really high-end." President Chu listened to the excited tone of the young masters and just waved his hand lightly. He looked through the crowd and looked at Yi Yunzhou, asking respectfully, "Mr. Yi, have you finished your meal?" "Mr. Yi? You?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Chu Bengsu's words. What does Mr. Chu mean by this? The bill was paid and the wine was given as a gift, and it wasn't because of them? The young masters felt a sense of loss in their hearts, but they thought that the other party was of a noble status and he just greeted them. How could he send them wine and pay the bill? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yi Yunzhou with shock in their eyes. After all, Chu Bengsu was talking to Yi Yunzhou just now, and he himself also drives a luxury car worth more than 50 million. And judging from what Mr. Chu said, even he has to be inferior to Brother Yi? The young masters couldn't help but gasp. One of them looked at Chu Bengsu and asked carefully, "Mr. Chu, do you know Brother Yi?" "Of course." Chu Bengsu admitted it very readily and explained directly. "Mr. Yi directly purchased tens of millions of rare flowers and fish from us." Tens of millions? Just by some flowers, birds, fish, and insects? At this moment, everyone present was not only stunned, but also filled with shock. Damn, how rich must one be to spend so much money on these things? They had heard of tens of millions of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, but they never thought that someone would actually buy them. That has tens of millions, you can buy anything with it. The young masters took a deep breath, looked at each other, and realized that this was the life of rich people. The life they lead now is at best a comfortable one. Chu Bengsu talked to everyone for a while, then said goodbye and left. Seeing President Chu leaving, Chu Feng and the others gradually recovered from their shock. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Yunzhou with eyes full of shock and admiration. Chu Feng felt his mind was in a mess. He stretched out his hand to rub his swollen temple and said to everyone, "We've all been drinking, let's go safely, find a designated driver, and no one should drive." Good. The young masters nodded in response. They had the same idea. After all, safety comes first when traveling. Chu Feng looked at Yi Yunzhou, who didn't take out his phone, and said with concern, "Brother Yi, don't be stubborn at this time. It's safer to order a designated driver." Yi Yunzhou on this side was delighted when he heard this, and said to Chu Feng, "I'll have someone to pick me up in a minute." No one present paid much attention to it, and subconsciously thought that it was Yi Yunzhou's friend who came to pick him up, and they nodded while operating their phones. In the next moment, a taxi stopped not far away, and a beautiful figure got out of the car, immediately attracting all the attention nearby. The young master's eyes widened immediately. They stared at the beauty without blinking, and stood there in a daze, forgetting what to do. This is so beautiful. Just as everyone was amazed, they saw the beautiful woman's eyes staring at them and then waved. When they saw the beautiful woman's movements, everyone's spirits were lifted and their hearts started beating fast. The beautiful woman suddenly trotted towards them, and in an instant, everyone felt a surge of emotions. It was like a huge wave was coming towards you, hitting your face and making it hard to breathe. The young masters were all at a loss as to what to do with the sudden good fortune. Just when everyone was stunned and excited, they saw Yi Yunzhou next to them move. "Brothers, I'm leaving first." "Everyone? What is going on?" Listening to Yi Yunzhou's words and watching him walk away, everyone looked at the two of them. The young masters looked at each other, and the envy and admiration in their eyes became even stronger. "Wow, this is Brother Yi's girlfriend, she is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. No wonder even Chu Feng said she was beautiful and couldn't find any flaws at all. Look at her devilish figure and stunning beauty, and most importantly, she is so considerate." Knowing that her boyfriend had been drinking, she took the initiative to call a taxi to pick him up. She is simply the perfect girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yi Yunzhou had already walked to Yin Yao's side, and smiled faintly at the smiling Yin Yao. "It's really hard for you to come here specially. You're so kind, that's what I should do." Yin Yao smiled sweetly, and such a sweet smile appeared in front of everyone, which immediately made them feel their stomachs bulging. "Everyone. I just ate a lot and I really can't eat any more dog food." Yi Yunzhou took out the car keys and handed them to Yin Yao, then he walked to the passenger seat, opened the door and got in. Seeing Yin Yao starting the car and preparing to leave, Yi Yunzhou lowered the window and waved to everyone. Everyone looked at this wave and suddenly felt helpless. If they didn't understand Yi Yunzhou's character, they would have suspected that this was a naked show-off. After watching Yi Yunzhou's car leave, the young masters slowly withdrew their gazes. One of them sighed and said to everyone, "Come on, let's retreat too." After saying that, the young master turned around to greet everyone, and saw Chu Feng standing there in a daze, looking stupid. "What's wrong with you?" The young master winked at Chu Feng and said with a wicked smile, "Why are you acting like this? Haven't you met Brother Ye's girlfriend?" "Brother Chu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your performance is a bit too much." The other young masters had similar ideas. They all looked at Chu Feng happily, waiting to see what he would say. Chu Feng didn't mind being teased. He took a deep breath and then spoke word by word. "That's not the one I saw." "Not this one?" For a moment, everyone present was stunned. "What? I am so special." Chu Feng looked at the expressions of the crowd and said with a look of despair. "The looks of these two girls are almost equal, but their approaches are a little different. The innocent girl I saw that day was definitely a schoolgirl. You can see this, too. How charming and sexy it is. Look at that dimension. It's almost exploding." Chapter 18. There are too many beauties around Brother Yi. The young masters looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths twitched. "Brother Yi, you are really good at playing, aren't you? Aquaman, the naked Aquaman." Whenever they think about the fact that they are still single while Brother Yi has several girls with stunning looks, they become even more cynical. Brother Yi is so disloyal. No wonder he kept silent just now, it turns out he was secretly hiding a beauty. Woohoo, for such a beautiful girl, I am willing to give up my bachelor status. What happened just now was already amazing, but Brother Yi actually found another type of top-notch girl. I didn't expect that Brother Yi is also a stamp collector. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. We are all dying of thirst or drowning. But we can't envy Brother Yi's abilities. He is handsome and rich. If I were a woman." The last young master hadn't finished his sigh when he was interrupted by other young masters. They all looked disgusted and said almost in unison, "Just stop it. If you were a woman, Brother Yi would have run away in a taxi." While everyone was talking, Chu Feng on this side looked at the direction where Yi Yunzhou left, with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Brother Yi's skill in picking up girls is simply amazing. If he could learn even a little bit. Thinking of the wonderful life in the future, Chu Feng instantly found the bright spot in life and became excited. Chu Feng stood where he was, his fists clenched tightly in excitement. He wants to become a disciple. After making up his mind, Chu Feng immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. "Brother Yi, we should get in touch more often in the future if we have the chance. Let us go out together, have dinner together. After sending the message, Xu Feng did not put away his phone, but stared at the screen with an expectant look on his face. His future happy life will all depend on this big guy. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou was sitting in the passenger seat in the car, looking at the message on his mobile phone and squinting his eyes slightly. When this message was sent, Yi Yunzhou could already imagine the expression on Xu Feng's face. I don't know what this guy is up to. Yi Yunzhou was too lazy to think about it. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket, leaned back in his seat with his eyes slightly closed, and rested. Yin Yao drove the car very steadily, and in a short while, they had returned to Villa number 1. Mr. Yi, we are here. Looking at Yi Yunzhou taking a nap in the car, at such a close distance, one can even clearly see Yi Yunzhou's eyelashes. Yin Yao glanced at Yi Yunzhou secretly. Mr. Yi seemed to look even more handsome when he was so quiet. When Yi Yunzhou heard Yin Yao's voice, he opened his eyes instantly regained clarity, and he smiled faintly and said, Okay, thank you for your help, Manager Yin. You don't have to be so polite. Isn't this what I should do? Yin Yao smiled. She and Yi Yunzhou got out of the car together, and immediately started their afternoon work. After all, she had just taken over the rare flowers and fish, and there was still a lot of knowledge to learn and practice. Mr. Yi, please go and have a rest. Call me if you need anything. After Yin Yao finished speaking respectfully, she went to the garden to tend to the flowers. Looking at Yin Yao's serious back, Yi Yunzhou chuckled, shook his head, turned and walked towards the villa. As soon as he walked into the living room, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw a message pop up. Cousin, is there anything else you want? Think about it quickly. Looking at the familiar tone, Yi Yunzhou knew without guessing that the message was from his cousin Zhou. Yi Yunzhou read the message twice and felt more and more that there was something wrong with this girl. After thinking for a while, Yi Yunzhou quickly typed a line of words on his phone. Girl, tell me the truth, what the hell is going on? Oh, cousin, I told you it's a secret. If I tell it out loud, everyone will know about it. At this time, Zhou was still trying to get away with it. Yi Yunzhou did not continue to pamper the little girl. Seeing that she did not tell the truth, he simply stopped replying to her messages. After sending several emojis without seeing Yi Yunzhou reply, the little girl guessed that her cousin was angry, so she had to reply honestly. Hey, cousin, can't I tell you? I plan to go to Jiangcheng with my classmates tomorrow, so I thought I'd bring you some delicious food to satisfy your craving. Seeing the little girl saying she wanted to come to Jiangcheng, Yi Yunzhou raised a smile and asked quickly. What are you doing here? Watch a concert. Seeing the little girl's reply in seconds, Yi Yunzhou thought carefully. Chu Linger's concert? Zhou never thought that Yi Yunzhou could guess so accurately. She immediately let out a cry of surprise and showed 3 expressions of surprise. You are amazing, cousin. You have become so fashionable now that you even know about Chu Linger's concert. That's amazing. Seeing that her cousin had become so smart, Zhou did not hesitate to praise Yi Yunzhou with words of praise. However, when talking about Chu Linger's concert, Zhou obviously had more to say. Chu Linger is so popular that tickets for her concert are hard to come by. It's so hard to get a ticket. We asked many classmates to help us, and we fought hard for several nights before we finally got the tickets for the back row. Even this was sold out. But as long as I think about the fact that I will be able to see Chu Linger soon, what does this little bit of hard work matter? Of course, the main thing is to go see my dear cousin. The little girl talked incessantly, and at the end she did not forget to flatter Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou was holding the phone and could already imagine the smug expression on the little girl's face on the other side of the screen. You little guy, you've learned bad things. You're hiding when you want to come over. Yi Yunzhou was still speaking lightly in the last second, but in the next second he softened his heart and asked. When will you arrive tomorrow? I will pick you up. Zhou was very excited when she thought about meeting her cousin soon. She even smiled as she typed. We will arrive at noon tomorrow. Because tomorrow is a short holiday, the concert will not be in the evening, but in the afternoon. We plan to go directly to the venue when we arrive. I will come to find you once the concert is over. Zhou had planned these routes many times before. Thinking that she would soon see her cousin, she smiled with curved eyebrows and looked indescribably cute. At this moment, Zhou Ying's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw a new message from her cousin. I'll find you when you arrive. Looking at the content of the message, Zhou blinked gently. Is her cousin worried about her safety? But But if you come, cousin, there won't be a ticket for you. I thought you weren't a fan, so I didn't buy your ticket. After Zhou finished typing, a trace of guilt appeared on her face. Tickets for Chu Linger's concert are too difficult to buy. Even if I want to buy them, it's probably impossible. Now even the scalpers have sold out completely. It's okay, leave these things to me. See you tomorrow, wait for me at the station. Yi Yunzhou sent a message to the little girl. Seeing that her cousin insisted, Zhou happily agreed. Okay, see you tomorrow. After chatting with the little girl, Yi Yunzhou was thinking about what she had just said, so he found Chu Feng's chat box on WeChat and sent a message. Chu Feng, do you have any tickets for your sister's concert? Bring me a few more, I'll pay for them. As soon as the message was sent, Chu Feng, who was eagerly waiting, saw it. He quickly typed on his phone and assured Yi Yunzhou. No problem, it's just the front stage tickets, we have to arrange it. Brother Yi, it's too polite for you to mention money. If you give me money, it would be a slap in my face. His own brother came to see his sister's concert, but he had to pay for the tickets himself. How could Chu Feng continue to live his life if this got out? Besides, Brother Yi is our future master, can't he make clear arrangements for such a small matter? As Chu Feng spoke, he raised his hand to hail a taxi and headed towards home. When he got home and opened the door, he saw a beautiful figure walking out. This beautiful figure is tall and wearing a slightly loose sportswear, but it can't hide her slender and perfect figure. Seeing such a good figure, there was no surprise on Chu Feng's face. This was none other than his biological sister, Chu Linger. Chu Linger's face was lightly made up, and her already delicate skin was now even more flawless. There was a hint of intelligence in her pair of black eyes, and her whole face was so perfect that it made people jealous. Chu Feng stood at the door and saw that she was in a hurry and seemed to be going out, so he asked. Sister, you're back? Where are you going now? Chu Linger glanced at Chu Feng. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled the smell of alcohol on her brother and couldn't help but frown. Where else can I go? The concert is going to start tomorrow afternoon, so of course I'm going to rehearse now. Do you think I'm the same as you, just having fun every day? As she spoke, Chu Linger picked up the hat and mask on the cabinet in the entrance hall and prepared to go out. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a figure appeared in front of her. Chu Feng stopped there, looked at her with a smile and said, Sister, please give me some tickets for the front show. Front stage tickets? Chu Linger looked Chu Feng up and down and asked curiously. What do you want tickets for? While asking the question, Chu Linger had already taken action and was about to push her brother away and hurry out. The rehearsal time was almost up and she couldn't delay any longer. Seeing his sister was about to leave, Chu Feng stopped her with his big hand and explained anxiously. My friend needs it, please give me a few quickly. Get out of the way, brat. I have to go. Chu Linger glared at Chu Feng with a fierce face. Didn't she understand the temper of this brat? Who knows what he would do with this ticket? Chu Feng was determined this time. He would not give up his seat until he saw the tickets. The two of them crowded at the entrance and stared at each other. I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to have improved a lot. How come you are acting like a rogue now? Chu Linger narrowed her eyes and looked at her brother unkindly, with a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. Based on her many years of combat experience, she did not believe Chu Feng's previous words at all. I'm afraid my younger brother wants to get the ticket from her and give it to his girlfriend to please her. Even if he really sent it to a friend, considering Chu Feng's level, they would probably just be some bad friends, not real brothers. But looking at my younger brother's attitude, if I don't give him a few tickets, I'm afraid he will get angry and I won't be able to get out. When Chu Linger thought of this, she glared at Chu Feng, then took the bag and took out a small stack of tickets. Those were VIP tickets reserved for her by the organizer to distribute to her relatives and friends. Chu Linger thought about it, and took out 2 cards from it, but she was not in a hurry to give them to Chu Feng. Instead, she began to preach. I'm not saying anything to you, sister. You're already a grown-up now. You should be more busy with work, okay? Don't just hang out with bad friends all day long. You are living too comfortably now, or you will suffer in the future. Chu Feng was a little unhappy when he heard his sister talk about bad friends and bad friends all the time. He muttered quietly. What? I'm not a bad friend. You're still saying no? Seeing that his younger brother still dared to talk back, Chu Linger rebuked him with a look of disappointment. Could it be that they are serious friends? All your friends are playboys. Look at how drunk you are. How can you be a good kid like this? Even though Chu Linger was scolding harshly, he was her own brother after all. Looking at his expression, she sighed helplessly. After thinking about it, he handed over the ticket. Chu Feng raised his eyes and saw a small stack of tickets that his sister had handed to him. The 2 tickets that Chu Linger had taken out earlier were now held alone in her other hand. Chu Linger was so busy scolding Chu Feng that she didn't notice and handed over the wrong ticket. Chu Feng saw through it but didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly. He looked at his sister and smiled, saying flatteringly, "Sister, you are so polite. Thank you from here." Then Chu Feng grabbed the small stack of tickets and said with a smile, "I'll take these. I'll leave you 2 and go." After saying that, Chu Feng didn't dare to continue waiting for his sister's reaction, and ran back to the room on the 2nd floor without thinking. After entering the room, he did not forget to lock the door, and only then did I feel at ease. Chu Linger? My brother doesn't want this kind of resentment anymore. Is there any place where he can deal with it? Chu Linger stomped her feet angrily, and as she moved, the waves surged in an instant, which was breathtaking. Looking up at the direction of the 2nd floor, Chu Linger also sighed. This little bastard. But after all, he is her own brother. Chu Linger felt helpless. Time waits for no one. After looking at her watch, Chu Linger quickly walked out of the villa. If we don't hurry up, the rehearsal will really be delayed. The next day. At this time, on a high-speed train heading to Jiangchang. In one carriage, many young boys and girls were sitting in their seats, chatting and playing from time to time. In order not to disturb the guests nearby, everyone lowered their voices, but they could not suppress their excitement. Among the many boys and girls, a girl wearing overalls stood up. She stood up and looked at the large suitcase on the luggage rack, with a sweet smile on her lips. The girl sat back in her seat, adjusted her slightly loose ponytail, and the smile on her face became even more intense. Such a smile from the heart makes the girl's already beautiful face even more beautiful. However, because the girl is still young and has not fully grown up yet, she is now like a pretty girl next door, a standard beauty. Many guests around were looking at the girl with eyes full of amazement. At this time, a girl of similar age came over, looked at the girl looking at the suitcase, shook her head and said, "Xiaoying, stop looking at it. You've already seen it so many times." Zhou Ying looked at the girl who was talking. This was her roommate and they had a very good relationship. A girl sitting next to her looked at Zhou Ying and asked curiously, "I wanted to ask you before. We're just going out to play for a day or 2. Why did you bring such a big box? Even if I bring enough clothes to change 3 times a day, I'm afraid this big suitcase won't be full." When the roommate heard the girl's question, he was immediately amused and took the initiative to explain. "I know this, just ask me. I tell you, this big box is full of delicious food, all of which are local specialties and snacks from our area. As long as someone said something was delicious, this girl would buy all of it." As she kept buying, the normal box couldn't hold it anymore, so she had to change to the largest size. Listening to her roommate's overjoyed voice, the girl raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "With so many specialties, who are they for?" "Xiaoying's cousin. These are specially prepared for him." My roommate looked at the huge box and sighed. She danced with joy and described the capacity inside in an exaggerated tone. "I saw with my own eyes how hard Xiaoying stuffed it in. I guess when my cousin opens it, the delicious food will burst out with a bang." The girls next to them also laughed when they heard this, and said in a teasing tone, "Wow, Xiaoying, you really spent a lot of money. With so many delicious foods, are you planning to feed your cousin to get fat? This isn't a special product sent from afar, it's an airdrop. I wonder how surprised Xiaoying's cousin will be when he sees this big box. TSK, I really envy my cousin for having such a caring little cousin. If I saw so many delicious foods, I would definitely be so touched." Zhou Ying listened to everyone's conversation and gently waved her hand, saying a little embarrassedly, "No, I just bought some for my cousin to try." As Zhou Ying spoke, her eyes couldn't help but fall on the big box again. She secretly thought that her cousin should be frugal in his daily life and would definitely not buy snacks like this. If I prepare more on my side, I can ensure my cousin has a supply of snacks for at least a few months. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying suddenly became very happy. The cousin was happier eating the snacks he bought than she was eating them herself. Looking at the time, Zhou Ying calculated that they would soon arrive in Jiangcheng, so she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. Her fingers jumped quickly on the screen, replying to messages quickly. After a while, Zhou gasped as she looked at the screen of her mobile phone. Her round eyes widened instantly, as if she had turned into a two-dimensional girl. Chapter 19, It has to be my cousin, 100,000 times rebate, a rebate of 200 million. Zhou took several deep breaths before she managed to calm down. She looked at her roommate with surprise and exclaimed, "My brother said he got some tickets for the front row." In an instant, as Zhou Ying's voice fell, everyone around was stunned. The next second, everyone started talking. "Look at them, what kind of cousins are they? The cousin brought an airdrop box, and the cousin got the front court tickets in Jiangcheng. Oh my god, I'm so envious that I'm about to cry. Those are tickets for the front row, but I get so excited just thinking about seeing Chu Linger up close. Xiaoying, please ask your cousin how many tickets he got. If there are extra tickets, can you spare some? I also want to go to the front court." "Of course, I'll pay for it." The girls immediately surrounded Zhou, their eyes shining and chattering. And at this time on the other side, a few ruffian-like boys were sitting there, and their eyes were all fixed on one boy. One of the boys pointed to the girls and said, "Brother Ming, I just heard from the girl over there that cousin Zhou seems to have grabbed a ticket for the front row. If they all go to the front court together, it seems that they will not move with us at night." As soon as the boy finished speaking, before Minggu responded, the boy next to him frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "How could this happen? Doesn't that mean our plan will be ruined?" For a moment, several boys looked at Brother Ming, waiting to hear his thoughts. At this moment, Zhou Ming's face was tense and he was obviously unhappy. Zhou Ming narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "His cousin was able to get tickets for the front row? Not to mention how hard it is to get tickets for the front row, how much would they cost just for the price? Even if I don't have the ability to grab the expensive front court tickets, can Zhou Ying's cousin get them?" Hearing Zhou Ming's words, the boys next to him suddenly laughed and echoed him. Brother Ming is calm enough and his analysis is thorough. Those tickets for the front field must be fake. Or he is just bragging in front of his cousin, what nonsense. I also find it a bit strange. I heard that her cousin is just a poor student. How could he have such financial strength? I heard that he sometimes needs to rely on Zhou Ying's family for help. What's that saying? The more you brag about something, the more you feel inferior about it. His cousin is so poor that he wants to show off in front of his cousin. This kind of loser mentality is too common. As Zhou Ming listened to what everyone said, the disdainful expression on his face became even more pronounced. On this side, Zhou Ying was looking forward to seeing her cousin soon, and she couldn't stop smiling. At this moment, the roommate next to him suddenly changed his expression and said to Zhou Ying, "Xiaoying, hurry up and check the group." "Group chat?" Zhou Ying looked confused. She took out her phone and opened the class group, and saw that many people were using anonymous chatting. "Have you heard? Zhou Ying said his cousin got the front stage ticket." "I heard it, but I don't believe it. This news must be fake. Tickets are so hard to get, no matter how many of us try to get them, we still can't get them. I think it's just bragging. To be honest, I don't know if it's her cousin who was bragging or she herself. Anyway, I don't think it's a good idea. Is it fun to show off in front of classmates? Just wait and see. If they can't get in, or get caught using fake tickets, then it will be interesting. I wonder if they will burst into tears. We are all classmates, we can't laugh at others, right? Let's advise some classmates here, don't show off, or you will be struck by lightning." Zhou Ying flipped through the anonymous comments from top to bottom and immediately became furious. It would be fine if they were slandering her, but why did these people slander their own cousin? Just when Zhou Ying was about to lose her temper, she was unexpectedly stopped by her roommate Wang Yi. Wang Yi shook his head towards Zhou Ying and said comfortingly, "Xiaoying, let's ignore these people. Aren't they just those people from Zhou Ming's side? Don't you know what kind of people they are?" Wang Yi also saw the group chat message just now and was equally angry. It's not just people like Zhou Ming who are hateful, but also those girls who only know how to gossip. I really don't know what they are thinking. At this time, another roommate came over. She lowered her voice and said in a low voice that only a few people could hear, "Isn't it just a few stinky money? You look down on this and that every day. You are just relying on your family's second generation rich. I really don't know what's so great about it." The lackeys around him are even more disgusting. They are shameless to the extreme just to get free food and drinks. If you follow such people, you will never achieve anything in the future. Zhou Ying listened to her roommate's words and knew that everyone was trying to comfort her, so she forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and nodded slightly. Although I didn't lose my temper, the anger in my heart was still burning. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming saw that the time was almost up, so he stood up and walked over, announcing loudly to everyone. Classmates, according to our previous plan, after arriving in Jiangcheng, we will go to the concert first, and then go to the hotel for dinner. Aren't we going to decide what to do next? Having said this, Zhou Ming deliberately paused for a moment, and when he saw that all the students were looking at him, he continued. I just asked around with my friend in Jiangcheng and booked a booth at a bar. How about we go out and have some fun together in the evening? Of course, since I am the one taking the lead in organizing this matter, I will be responsible for all the consumption in the bar. But I have to be frank, I have already spent so much money, if anyone doesn't want to go, I will be angry with them. When everyone heard Zhou Ming's words, they were suddenly excited. After all, it was a bar booth and they didn't have to pay for it. It was simply pie in the sky. At one time, a group of students spoke up and said, Brother Zhou is really open-minded. I didn't expect that we would come out to watch a concert and have the opportunity to go to the bar to have some fun. We would like to thank Brother Zhou in advance. To be honest, I haven't been to a bar yet. After all, those high-end places are not accessible to ordinary poor students like us. This time, I'm going to open my eyes. Long live Brother Zhou. Let's enjoy the nightlife of the young master and the young lady. That feeling, wow, it's exciting just thinking about it. The students were talking to each other. Wang Yi looked at Zhou Ying and asked quietly. Xiao Ying, what do you think? Where are you going later? Zhou Ying shook her head without hesitation and directly stated her arrangements. I'm with my cousin tonight, he definitely won't let me go to that kind of place, so we can just find a place to hang out. Several roommates listened to Zhou Ying's words and nodded. We don't want to go either. We don't like places like bars. They're boring. After a while, the decision of Zhou Ying and others reached Zhou Ming's ears. Zhou Ying actually isn't going? When Zhou Ming heard the news, his face suddenly turned ugly. You have to know that his arrangement tonight was originally to show off in front of Zhou Ying. If the leading lady isn't going, then what's the point of today's arrangements? Zhou Ming has had his eyes on the beautiful Zhou Ying for a long time. He specially arranged a trip to the bar, planning to go to the bar in the evening so that he would have a chance to make a move on Zhou Ying. Maybe I'll get lucky and get her right away. Now, look what happens, because of just one word from others, I just don't want to go. Zhou Ming really couldn't swallow this humiliation. After thinking about it, he walked straight towards Zhou Ying's position. He planned to go and persuade Zhou Ying in person and try to act according to the original plan. At this time, a girl noticed Zhou Ming approaching and immediately gave up her seat in a flattering manner. Hey, Brother Zhou is here, hurry up and sit down and talk. Zhou Ming was not polite either. He sat down directly in his seat, looked at Zhou Ying with a fake sincerity, and said with a smile. Zhou Ying, I heard that you don't plan to go with us. Do you have other plans? Don't leave the group. We are all classmates and we came out together, so we should go together. Zhou Ying listened to Zhou Ming's words, shook her head slightly, and directly refused. No need, my cousin is also in Jiangcheng, and I've already agreed with him that I'll go find him there. At this point, Zhou Ying paused. My cousin told me that he would take me to the front row, and I left with him after the concert. After all, they are classmates, so Zhou Ying thought about it and decided to make things clear to avoid trouble. Hearing Zhou Ying's words, the boys and girls next to Zhou Ming suddenly laughed. Do you really think you can get a front row seat? You are a college student after all, don't you have this much discernment? Are front row tickets so easy to get? You are just daydreaming. Is he being scammed? Brother Zhou has asked scalpers before, and the front row tickets have already been snapped up at high prices. Where else can he buy them today? This is a bit too much. Can't everyone just watch the concert peacefully? Why do they have to do this? If something really happens, we won't be able to laugh or not. You are too honest as a cousin, aren't you? Think about your cousin's financial strength, can he afford the front row tickets? You should be more realistic and stop dreaming unrealistically. The more they spoke, the more outrageous they became. Zhou Ying got angry when she heard what they said and retorted directly. Just now you were gossiping anonymously in the group, and I didn't bother to say anything and didn't bother with you, but I didn't expect you to take advantage of me. Why don't you say something bad about my cousin? Looking at Zhou Ying's cold expression and her unfriendly tone, Zhou Ming and a few others stopped talking when they saw her like this. If anyone else stood here and dared to speak to Zhou Ming like this, he would not be polite. But facing Zhou Ling, who was the woman he liked after all, Zhou Ming suppressed his anger and did not start a quarrel on the spot. But even though there was no quarrel, Zhou Ming couldn't stay here for a moment. He glanced at Zhou Ling coldly, snorted, then stood up and walked towards his seat. Soon, the high-speed rail entered Jiangcheng. Listening to the broadcast on the radio, the students' emotions became high again. Everyone took their belongings and followed the crowd off the high-speed train. A boy took out his cell phone to check the time and said to his classmates cheerfully, "This high-speed train is really great. Not only is it fast, but the time is also so accurate. Let's just follow the plan and take a taxi to the concert venue. Although we have plenty of time now, there might be traffic jams on the road." In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, the students subconsciously quickened their pace and walked towards the outside of the high-speed rail station. "Everyone, count your numbers and carpool to the concert venue as quickly as possible. We'll meet at the entrance." The boy who spoke before was quite responsible. Before getting in the taxi, he did not forget to inform his classmates. Everyone nodded and stood on the roadside ready to hail a taxi. After all, it is outside the Jiangcheng high-speed railway station, with traffic coming and going, and many people in cars. Zhou Ling came out with several roommates. A taxi stopped in front of them. Just as Zhou Ling was about to get in, several girls rushed over and got in first. The girl who rushed to the front seemed to do it on purpose. She looked at Zhou Ling meaningfully, with undisguised disdain and sneer in her tone. "I'm so sorry, Zhou Ling, just be a good person and let us go first. After all, we are all sitting in the back row, and we will have to check our tickets and find seats later, which will waste a lot of time." As soon as the girl finished speaking, she took the lead and sat in the passenger seat. Several girls at the back crowded around the back door, blocking the door to prevent the others from getting in. At the same time, they spoke up, unwilling to be left behind. "That's right, we are really in a hurry. We are not as noble as you. We can only use the VIP channel when the time comes. We will be pitiful. TSK, this is really enviable. Not only can I watch the concert from the front row, but I also have a special channel. This status is so high that it will be promoted in an instant. Alas, we can't compare with you. We are just ordinary people, unlike your roommates who have all risen to fame and fortune." The teasing and sarcastic tone, as well as the sarcastic expression, immediately made Zhou Ling furious. There was a flame of anger flashing in her eyes. She was about to fight back, but Wang Yi, who was standing next to her, pulled her and shook his head gently at her. "There's no need for us to bother with them. People like them are just trying to make themselves comfortable with their words. They are nothing but good for nothing. People like us are nothing?" After hearing what Wang Yi said, several girls snorted coldly. The girl sitting in the passenger seat said directly to the driver, "Okay, let's go quickly. If I stay with such a distinguished person for too long, I'm afraid I'll have to put on airs." The girls behind covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They looked Zhou Ling up and down without hiding their feelings and said sarcastically, "Look at how capable my cousin is. He even got the front row tickets. He's so capable, why didn't he think of driving over to pick up my cousin? Even if you don't drive, it shouldn't be difficult to get a taxi to pick you up, right? Can his cousin afford it? Can he snatch it? If he really has that ability, would he still need Zhou Ling to bring him snacks to improve his life? Oh my, please stop talking. This is so funny, I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts." They were speaking on purpose for Zhou Ling to hear, so they spoke very loudly. He was afraid that Zhou Ling would not put herself in the situation, so he glanced in her direction from time to time. Zhou Ling was extremely angry, but she still watched them get into the back seat of the taxi, which then left with exhaust fumes. "Why are you stopping me? Even if we don't want to tear their mouths apart, we shouldn't let them rob our taxi," Zhou Ling said angrily. She couldn't suppress her anger whenever she thought of these people insulting her cousin. Wang Yi was also amused by Zhou Ying's appearance, and gently took her hand, saying with a smile, "If we get serious with this kind of person, we will be the losers. Besides, we all believe in you and my cousin, so what other people say is important." Zhou Ling listened to Wang Yi's words, then looked at the smiling faces of her roommates, and immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. "It's enough that my best friend believes in me, isn't it? You guys are so nice. Let's go, let's take a taxi." Zhou Ying's mood improved again. She pulled the big box with one hand and waved at a taxi with the other. The taxi soon stopped in front of the few people. They quickly got in the car and sped towards their destination. Meanwhile, outside the concert venue, Chu Feng arrived here early, and before he had to wait for a moment, he saw Yi Yunzhou coming over. "Brother Yi, this way." Chu Feng waved vigorously towards Yi Yunzhou. As soon as the two of them met, Chu Feng immediately took out a small stack of tickets and handed them over, saying with a smile, "Here, these are the front row tickets." Yi Yunzhou reached out to take it. He was also stunned when he felt the thickness of the ticket and quickly said, "Why are there so many? I can't use them all." Chu Feng laughed when he heard Yi Yunzhou's words. "If you don't need them, just call Li Yuanliang and the others. It just so happens that these guys and girls have nothing to do." Having said this, Chu Feng raised his wrist to check the time and said anxiously, "Brother Yi, I'll trouble you with the rest of the things. I still have to go backstage to help, so I won't say more to you." Seeing that Chu Feng was about to leave, Yi Yunzhou quickly called him and said with a smile, "My sister is a big fan of your sister, so how about this? Come to my house tonight, I've invited a chef, and we'll have dinner together. Let's have a small gathering, so my sister can get close to her idol and have some close contact with him." "Okay." Chu Feng was delighted when he heard that. He knew Yi Yunzhou's strength. If he said it would be a feast, then this meal was definitely worth looking forward to. After watching Chu Feng walk into the staff passage of the venue, Yi Yunzhou retracted his gaze and waited for his cousin to arrive with the ticket in hand. Judging from the time, the little girl has already got off the high-speed train and is probably on the way. Whenever Yi Yunzhou thought of the little girl's appearance, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After waiting for a while, Yi Yunzhou saw several taxis parked not far away. It was Zhou Ming and others who had arrived at the venue. Yi Yunzhou looked at these young men and women of similar age. He quickly scanned them but did not find Zhou Ying. He took out his cell phone and was about to send a message to ask when he saw a message from the little girl. "Cousin, I'll be at the venue soon, are you there yet?" Yi Yunzhou looked at the message and smiled faintly. Just as he was about to reply, he saw another taxi parked not far away. A pretty figure walked down from the passenger seat. It was none other than his little cousin Zhou Ying. As Zhou Ying appeared, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou. Name, Zhou Ying. Appearance, 97. Body size, 85 centimeters. Height, 165 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 95. Yi Yunzhou looked at the energetic little girl and walked quickly towards her. At this time, Zhou Ying also saw Yi Yunzhou at a glance and was stunned. "Wow, my cousin looks so handsome today. Not only is she good looking, but her temperament is also amazing." Even though he was standing in the crowd, Zhou Ying noticed him at first sight. He was as dazzling as the sun surrounded by stars. Wherever he appears, even the brightest stars lose their luster. "Brother, I'm here." Zhou Ying called out loudly, her tone filled with joy and excitement. Several roommates nearby heard Zhou Ying shout and looked in the direction she was looking. As soon as the little girls saw the handsome Yi Yunzhou, their eyes immediately turned into pink bubbles and their little hearts started beating violently. This. Is this Zhou Ying's cousin? Wow, this looks so good. Especially this figure, not only is he tall, but you can see his slightly bulging muscles through his clothes. Zhou Ying was so happy that she quickly walked to the trunk of the taxi and moved the big box out with great effort. Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw the little girl struggling, and hurried forward to help. "This girl, she is just coming out to watch a concert, why is she carrying such a big suitcase? Girl, are you moving, or are you out for fun?" Hearing her cousin's joke, Zhou Ying smiled. She patted the big box proudly and said with a smile, "What? These things are bought for you. They are full of delicious food to satisfy your cravings." "Bought it for him?" Yi Yunzhou blinked and took the big box casually. At this moment, another light curtain popped up. Detected that the top beauty spent 2,000 yuan for the host, 100,000 times rebate reward 200 million. Yi Yunzhou looked at the contents on the screen, and for a moment, he was a little confused. Such a big box, and it rebated 200 million? Wow, it has to be my own sister. Chapter 20, She is indeed a peerless beauty. Yi Yunzhou picked up the big box in his hand, patted the little girl's head with his other hand, and then said, "Let's take our stuff to the storage room over there and check in first." "Okay." Zhou Ying smiled and took Yi Yunzhou's other arm, looking as if she was ready to follow his orders. At this time, Zhou Ying thought of the roommates next to her and introduced them to Yi Yunzhou as they walked. Brother, these are my roommates. We have a very good relationship. This is Wang Yi. After introducing each other one by one, Wang Yi and others also came forward to greet Yi Yunzhou. They had become Yi Yunzhou's little fans, and their eyes wished they could grow on him. After all, who can not like a cousin who is handsome and has such a good figure? Zhou was also amused when she saw the reactions of her roommates. At this moment, Zhou Ming and others on the other side also saw Yi Yunzhou. Zhou Ming looked at the handsome young Yi Yunzhou with a look of disdain on his face and snorted coldly. Come on, let's stop standing there and go check the tickets together. I want to see if they can get in. What has the use of being good looking? You're still a useless man. If you can't get into the front row, you might not even have the chance to watch from the back row. The others looked at Zhou Ming's expression, nodded, and walked towards the ticket office. Each of them had a hint of excitement on their face, and it was obvious that they wanted to watch the fun and have some fun. I can already imagine the disappointment and shock on their faces when they couldn't get in. It's really interesting just thinking about it. It's not good for girls to be too naive, because they are easily deceived. But I think Miss Zhou is really blind. She had a beautiful jade in front of her, but she had to believe her liar cousin. If they use fake tickets, will they be arrested? If they are arrested together, they will become even more famous in school. These people were talking to each other. They followed Zhou and others, watched them deposit their luggage, and then walked towards the ticket gate together. As they got closer, Yi Yunzhou took out a few tickets from his pocket and prepared to check them. Zhou Ming and others watching from behind seemed to have foreseen the security guard's reaction when he saw the fake ticket in the next moment. Will they be kicked out together? However, after the security guard took the ticket and inspected it, he bowed slightly to the few people and said very respectfully, "Sir, please follow me. I will take you to the front field." Go to the front court? Those tickets are actually real? For a moment, Zhou Ming and the men and women behind him were stunned. How is this possible? Especially Zhou Ming, his face turned pale instantly and he looked at Yi Yunzhou with disbelief. In order to show off in front of Zhou, he actually grabbed the front stage ticket. Unfortunately, there are too many rich people in this world, and they are even faster, almost gone in seconds. Zhou Ming also went to ask scalpers about the price, but unfortunately the price they quoted was 10 times higher, leaving no room for maneuver at all. With such a price, even Zhou Ming, who thought he was quite capable, felt the pain. So everyone just grabbed the backstage tickets and prepared to enjoy Chu Linger's concert together. But what they didn't expect was that cousin Zhou actually got the ticket for the front row. And it wasn't just Zhou and her cousin who got tickets, but also several of Zhou Ying's roommates who came with her got tickets for the front row. This. Almost in an instant, the students' eyes widened with envy and their hearts were filled with shock. The roommates next to him were equally excited. They all looked at Yi Yunzhou, their mouths as if filled with honey, and said words of thanks. "Thank you, brother. You are so nice, you even prepared our tickets. We don't know what to say to express our feelings. Don't be so polite. You guys have worked so hard to take care of Xiaoying. If you really want to thank me, please help me take care of Xiaoying more in the future. I will be very grateful." Yi Yunzhou looked at several girls who also had pretty faces and spoke very kindly. As soon as he finished speaking, several roommates looked at Zhou with even more envy. Just as they were about to enter, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Zhou." When Zhou heard someone calling her, she subconsciously turned around and saw her classmates who came with her standing in the line looking at them. Yi Yunzhou also turned around at this time, and then looked at the frightened classmates not far away, and laughed. He looked at Zhou beside him and asked in a gentle tone, "Are these all your classmates? I still have some tickets. How about asking them to come to the front row as well?" As Yi Yunzhou spoke, he reached into his pocket and took out the remaining tickets. The tickets stacked together looked quite thick, enough for all of them to go to the front row. When everyone heard Yi Yunzhou's words, they became excited in an instant. After all, those were front row tickets, and they might not be able to get one in their lifetime. If I could sit in the front row, wouldn't I be able to admire Chu Linger's beautiful face up close? The more these people thought about it, the more excited they became. As they looked at the tickets in Yi Yunzhou's hand, their eyes became even more passionate. At this moment, Zhou glanced at the classmates, sneered, and said directly, "They don't need it. They don't need it at all." Whenever Zhou thought about what these people had said about her cousin, she would become furious. "Now you want to use your cousin's ticket to go to the front row? That's simply a pipe dream. Yi Yunjo listened to his cousin's gnashing of teeth and angry reaction, and he also thought of something. He knew that the little girl had been sensible since she was young, and there must be a reason why she could say such words now. For a moment, Yi Yunjo did not say anything and let the little girl make the decision. Zhou Ying's words were like a bucket of cold water, directly poured on the hearts of these boys and girls. It extinguished their fantasies. The students were silent for a moment. Then a girl came forward, looked at Zhou Ying and said, "Zhou Ying, you don't have to be so stingy, right? We are classmates after all, and we came here together. If there is anything, can't we just talk it out? What happened before was just a misunderstanding. We can apologize to you, and you can take us with you, okay?" After hearing what the girl said, the other students also started to think about it and started to echo. That's right. We are all classmates. Even if there are some conflicts, it's not the kind that can't be resolved, right? Don't bother to dwell on our small mistakes. What's the point? We were just joking before, but you took it too seriously. This is not good. Look at you, why are you so vulnerable to teasing? Even though you're a girl, you can't be so narrow-minded, right? Take us with you. In an instant, these students united together and stood directly on the moral high ground. If Zhou Ying agreed to their request, it would mean that they were just joking and there was no need to apologize. If Zhou Ying keeps dwelling on that little thing, she would be considered petty and immature, and would not care about the friendship between classmates. Facing everyone's gaze, Zhou Ying laughed in anger. A sneer rose at the corner of her lips, and her eyes swept over everyone. Do I know you well? Remember this, some people have a bottom line, and it's not something that can be brushed aside with a joke. Zhou Ying spoke every word clearly so that the students present could hear it clearly. After saying that, Zhou Ying put her arm around Yi Yunjo, put on a soft little face, and said, "Brother, let's go in quickly, I really want to see what the front row seats are like." Yi Yunjo looked at the situation just now and roughly understood what happened. He smiled faintly and replied, "Good." He walked towards the venue with Zhou Ying and others, and thinking about the extra tickets, he called Li Yuanliang. There's still time now. They can drive over and make it in time. Seeing the backs of Yi Yunjo and his companions disappear from their sight, the students behind them were also stunned. At this moment, they are filled with regret. Just to flatter Zhou Ming, he actually missed the opportunity to enter the front court. This is a huge loss. Zhou Ming and others stood in the crowd, their faces full of shock. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ying's cousin actually had some skills and actually got tickets for the front court. And there are quite a lot of them, this. Zhou Ming felt a blockage in his heart, and then he snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I don't even know how he got the tickets secretly, but he's still showing off. What's so great about that?" After hearing Zhou Ming's words, the other students also echoed angrily. "It's just a few tickets for the front field, what's so great about it? We don't even know where they came from, it's better to buy the tickets ourselves, so we can watch it with peace of mind." They are classmates? What the hell? As if no one cares about their 2 tickets. What's so great about the front court? They really haven't seen the world. Let's not talk about these things that spoil our fun. Come on, let's go in. It's better not to have such classmates. Just thinking about them makes me feel bad. These students said insincere words. They didn't know other people as feelings, but they knew that their hearts were full of bitterness at the moment. They lined up, checked their tickets, and walked into the venue. After Yi Yunjo, Zhou Ying, and others sat down, Li Yuanliang and others came in soon after. They sat happily beside Yi Yunjo, watching him talk to their cousin, and didn't say much. Zhou Ying looked at her cousin curiously and asked in a low voice, "Brother, tell me, how did you get these tickets? It's hard to get a ticket for Chu Linger's front row, let alone so many." Facing his cousin's curious eyes, Yi Yunjo smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "Your brother is not the same as before." "No, the same?" Seeing his cousin's puzzled expression, Yi Yunjo reached out and patted her head, smiling and said, "You'll find out later, just enjoy the concert first." Good. Zhou Ying listened to Yi Yunjo's words, nodded sensibly, and looked at the stage with anticipation. After a while, the concert officially began. As the familiar music sounded, the stage lights began to flash. At the moment the fireworks rose, Chu Linger, accompanied by a group of dancers, slowly walked onto the stage. She was wearing a gorgeous dress, and even when it was magnified on the screen, it was still perfect without a single flaw. With the appearance of Chu Linger, thunderous applause and cheers suddenly broke out at the scene. All the fans stood up together, waving their lightboards and glow sticks vigorously and shouting the names of their idols at the top of their lungs. Chu Linger! Chu Linger! Zhou Ying and others were equally excited. They had never thought that one day they would be able to see their idol Chu Linger up close. For a moment, they cheered, took out their mobile phones and quickly pressed the shutter button. They just want to keep the most beautiful side of their idol, but looking at the absolutely beautiful and confident Chu Linger, they don't want to miss even a second. Thank you all for taking the time to come to my concert. I hope you like these songs. Chu Linger's beautiful voice spread throughout the venue, and the accompaniment sounded immediately. As Chu Linger sang, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became hot, and the calls were like waves, one after another. Yi Yunzhou sat in his seat and looked up at Chu Linger, who was singing seriously. At this moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up. Name, Chu Linger. Appearance, 98. Body size, 96. Height, 168 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 97. Looking at the numbers on the light screen, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Chu Linger was really very beautiful. The 360-degree shooting has no blind spots and every frame is the most beautiful picture. She has a nice voice and her singing ability is also quite good. As she sang song after song, the heat in the venue grew higher and higher, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. Even when the concert was over, most of the fans were reluctant to leave and sat in their seats shouting for an encore. Zhou Ying and others also looked unsatisfied. They would not get bored even if there was another audio-visual feast like this. However, everyone was satisfied to see such a perfect performance. I finally took the time to look at my phone. I have to post the photos I took earlier on WeChat Moments to make others envious. Several little girls spoke almost in unison. Their movements were in unison. They took out their cell phones and operated them smoothly. Yi Yunzhou watched them from the side. After posting on his space, he posted on his moments and used every social media app he could think of. Chuckling and shaking his head, Yi Yunzhou watched them finish their operation and then said gently, "Come on, let's go out." Okay. Several little girls agreed happily, stood up happily, and followed Yi Yunzhou outside. And now it's backstage at the concert. Chu Feng was holding a large bunch of flowers in his hands, standing at the backstage with a happy face, waiting for his elder sister to come out. Chu Linger walked down the stage at this time. She wiped the sweat off her forehead with her hand and was also stunned when she saw Chu Feng. This boy is quite considerate. Chu Linger took the bouquet with a smile, glanced at her brother, and said with a smile, "Normally this kid doesn't have this sense of ritual. Has he changed his character?" Chu Feng looked at his sister's happy expression and smiled flatteringly. He came forward and whispered, "Sister, my friend wants to hold a celebration party for you at home to thank you for the tickets. And his sister is also your biggest fan and really wants to meet you. Look, should we wait for you to change your clothes and then set off directly?" Chu Linger. My goodness, my younger brother is really an unreliable creature. I was wondering why you were so considerate today. Did you sell out your sister? As expected, if someone shows you kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. Chu Linger sighed. She looked at the beautiful bouquet in her hand. Was it too late to return it now? And looking at Chu Feng's flattering expression, he must have already agreed to it. Chu Linger stared at Chu Feng helplessly. You brat, you can't just grab a sheep and pluck it. But after all, he is her own brother, what else can she do? Alright, wait here, I'm going to change my clothes. Chu Linger said helplessly, then walked towards the dressing room holding the bouquet. Okay, sis. When Chu Feng heard his sister agree, he immediately smiled and waited outside eagerly. And outside at this time, Yi Yunzhou had already walked out with Zhou Ying and the others. Looking at the young masters and ladies following behind him, he smiled and invited them. Don't go back, come to my house for dinner. I'll ask Chu Feng to call his sister to thank her for the gift of the ticket. When Li Yuanliang heard that they were going to Yi Yunzhou's house for dinner and Chu Linger was present, he immediately smiled and responded. Hey, that's great. Let's go get the car first. Once Brother Chu and the others come out, we can set off directly. The other young masters and young ladies also nodded in agreement. Yi Yunzhou looked at Zhou Ying and said softly, Just wait for me here for a while. I'll be back soon. Got it? Chapter 21. The alluring female celebrity attends the banquet. Okay, we're not kids anymore, don't worry, cousin. Zhou said with a smile. It's just right for us to get our luggage out, so we can set off right away. At this time, other students also followed the crowd out of the venue. While expressing their admiration for the high quality of the concert, they were also checking their social media and moments. Looking at the on-site photos posted by Zhou and others, the perspective from that distance is simply amazing. There are quite a few messages from classmates below, and the amazement in their voices can be felt through the screen. Wow, this is truly Chu Linger's concert. The scene and the setting are simply amazing. I envy you so much for being able to see the beautiful Chu Linger up close. Wow, concert tickets are so hard to get. You guys are so lucky to have gotten such a good seat. I'm so jealous, the scene must be even more beautiful than the photos. Oh my god, this was filmed from the front row, right? Chu Linger's tickets in the back row are already very expensive, and you actually bought tickets for the front row. Rich people, please hold me up to your thighs. Looking at the envious tones and words of those classmates, these people were also jealous in their hearts. Originally, Zhou only needed to say a word and they would have a chance to get into the front court. Then at this time, they will also be the ones who receive everyone's admiration. The more these people thought about it, the angrier they got. They stuffed their phones into their arms and spoke sourly. What's so good about posting these? They're just photos from the scene. It's as if everyone has them. You posted them just to show off, but you're making yourself look so proud. How can someone who doesn't care about the friendship between classmates have any friends in the future? Let them brag about it, and we should ignore them in the future. As everyone was talking sourly, they happened to see Zhou and others walking towards the service desk for storing items. When they saw them, everyone snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Alas, this concert is over. Now there's nothing to show off, right? Maybe they've run out of money and don't know where they'll stay tonight. When we go to the bar tonight, we'll post some photos of the scene and piss some people off." These students spared no effort in speaking, saying everything they could to put pressure on others. In their opinion, it was just a matter of time and circumstances, and in the end they would win. Just when everyone was feeling proud, they heard a roar coming from not far behind them. That sound was so familiar, it was the sound of a supercar. The roar of the engine was so exciting that everyone present turned their heads to look when they heard the sound. They saw a convoy of supercars speeding towards them. Just like wild beasts just out of their cages, supercar engines roar loudly, making it impossible to ignore their existence. Each supercar has its own streamlined shape, and they all have different shapes, releasing their own unique charm under the sun. Behind the supercars are the Land Rover and the Hummer. Their huge bodies are like muscular men, and they follow behind like bodyguards. This convoy was full of momentum, and as soon as it appeared, it instantly killed everyone outside the venue. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone subconsciously held their breath, with only the convoy in their eyes. This convoy is so cool. Especially the supercar at the lead, both its shape and engine sound are the most amazing. At this moment, as the convoy approached, everyone could see the huge B logo on the front of the car. For a moment, everyone present held their breath again, and the feeling of suffocation was overwhelming. This. The leading supercar is actually a Bugatti. This is the Bugatti, which is known as the most powerful sports car on the planet. Today I actually saw the real car. You have to know that supercars like Bugatti are already at the ceiling level, and there are only a few of them in the whole of China. There is actually one in Zhangcheng, and it even appeared at the concert. Just when everyone was shocked, the supercar actually stopped. When they saw the supercar fleet stop, everyone was stunned and looked puzzled. It was fine, why did it stop? But the next second, passers-by began to get excited again. After all, this way they would have the opportunity to take a few more glances. Many passers-by have taken out their mobile phones and are quickly pressing the shutter button while admiring the scene. My goodness, this is the ceiling of the supercar world. Many people have only seen photos of it and never have the chance to see the real car in their lifetime. My luck today is really amazing. Chu Linger is indeed my goddess of luck, that's why I am so blessed. I must take a few more photos. Fuck, do you know how much this Bugatti costs? It's worth more than 50 million. Who can drive a car like this? Hearing the exclamations of passers-by, Zhou Ming on the side also took out his mobile phone and kept taking pictures. Although he usually thinks highly of himself, even he has never seen a super sports car worth millions or even tens of millions. It was so exciting to see so much at once. As for the students next to them, their eyes were shining, staring at the supercars without even blinking. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou lowered the window of the Bugatti and shouted to Zhou Ying. "Silly girl, what are you standing there for? Get in the car." As Yi Yunzhou finished speaking, the cars behind him lowered their windows, winked at the roommates behind him, and asked with a smile, "Does anyone want to get in my car?" These are all supercars, with only driver and co-pilot seats. If Yi Yunzhou brings his little cousin along, the other girls can only ride in other supercars. The young masters rolled down the car windows with a smile, waiting for the little girls to make their choice, just like the emperor choosing his concubine. Looking at the situation in front of them, Zhou Ying and her roommates were completely stunned. The little girls looked at each other, their eyes wide open, and even their brains seemed to be a little slow to work. Zhou Ying took a deep breath. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is this her cousin's car? She suddenly thought of Yi Yunzhou's meaningful words you'll know later before the concert started. This is my cousin's secret? Just when the little girls were shocked, Zhou Ming and others nearby were struck by lightning, and were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. They heard it clearly just now. The supercar that Zhou Ying's cousin was driving was a top-notch car worth more than 50 million. This kind of car can only belong to the owner. It is almost unimaginable to borrow or rent it. Who is Zhou Ying's cousin who can drive a sports car worth more than 50 million? Countless thoughts emerged in everyone's mind, but none of them had an answer. At this time, a young master jumped off the Hummer, walked straight to Zhou Ying, and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Brother Yi, can I help my cousin put the suitcase in my car? My car is big, it's just right for carrying luggage." Everyone. Who are these people? A multi-million-dollar Hummer is perfect for hauling luggage? To be honest, at this moment, they all began to doubt their lives. The young master had already got into the car with his suitcase. Zhou Ying first watched several roommates get into the supercar at the back, and then sat in the passenger seat of Yi Yunzhou's car. Yi Yunzhou watched his cousin get in the car and shouted to the car behind, "Everyone follow." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator, and the Bugatti rushed forward like a wild horse. Seeing this, the supercar behind also stepped on the accelerator to catch up. In just a moment, the convoy disappeared from everyone's sight. Many passers-by were still standing there watching, with the amazement and shock in their eyes lingering for a long time. Zhou Ming and others were also standing in the crowd watching. Even after they saw the convoy leave, they still stood there in a daze, unable to react. What is going on? To be honest, when they saw Zhou Ying's cousin show up just now, they felt their legs go weak. Damn, is this the cousin Zhou Ying mentioned? Is he the cousin who needs help as rumored? Everyone was silently asking themselves questions, and as each question arose, they felt their blood pressure rise sharply. It's fine that there were so many front field tickets before, but now there's a Bugatti worth more than 50 million. Can we leave some buffer space for people? You turn so fast, they can't keep up at all. Especially Zhou Ming, after all, he has better conditions. It can be seen that those young men and women dressed in branded clothes are probably the young masters and ladies of Jiangcheng. But with just one word from cousin Zhou Ying, everyone started to stop and firmly occupied the seat position. Then they no longer dared to guess the identity of this cousin. For a moment, the students looked at each other and dared not say a single extra word. If you really offend such a big shot, you don't even need to do anything, and you will suffer the consequences. Just when everyone was stunned, they saw another supercar speeding out not far away. Following the direction the convoy had just left, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. And on this supercar, Chu Linger changed into comfortable casual clothes. She sat in the passenger seat and watched Chu Feng driving. The expression on her face was hard to describe. Look at how you drive, can you drive a little slower? It's too scary, can't you be a little more steady? You're not talented enough to drive a supercar, you should be flying a plane. It's not that Chu Linger likes preaching, it's just that Chu Feng's attack was a bit too aggressive and she was a little scared. Who wouldn't be scared if you stepped on the accelerator so hard? Chu Feng was also amused when he saw his elder sister's frightened expression, and said with a smile, "Don't panic, sister. Don't worry. I'm a very steady driver." Old driver? Chu Linger listened to Chu Feng's words, snorted coldly, and rebuked him seriously. How long have you only been driving? You're so young, how can you be old? Chu Feng. My goodness, is there a generation gap just because of a 1-year age difference? The cars we drive are obviously different. Yours is heading to Shuangye Kindergarten, right? Chu Feng glanced at his elder sister helplessly, sighed silently, stepped on the accelerator and continued to chase forward. Soon, Chu Feng caught up with the convoy and followed steadily behind. Chu Linger recognized these cars at a glance and said in a bad tone, "Look at yourself. You guys just set up a convoy like this to scare people all day long. And you still say you are not just a bunch of bad guys. These young masters and ladies all drive luxury cars or supercars. When such a team takes to the road, ordinary car owners would be startled. After all, if it is accidentally scratched, it will be a considerable expense." Chu Linger held her forehead and sighed. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and looked at her younger brother and asked, "By the way, who is the friend you said you would treat us to today? Is he someone I know?" Chu Feng was delighted and answered directly, "You don't know him, he's the one in the first car." As Chu Feng was speaking, Yi Yunzhou happened to be the first to turn right at the intersection in his Bugatti. Chu Linger put her head close to the car window and looked outside. As soon as she saw the turning Bugatti, her eyes were immediately drawn to it, and she blurted out subconsciously, "Why is his car so handsome and yours so ugly?" Chu Feng. Chapter 22. Chu Feng, sister, why did your face turn so red after you spent time with brother Yi? She is really worthy of being my sister, she has such a good eye and knows how to compare. Chu Feng took a deep breath and lowered his rising blood pressure before speaking word by word. Sister, brother Yi's car is worth 40 to 50 million, and mine is only a few million. Do you think it can be compared? What did you say, 40 or 50 million? Chu Linger gasped. If she hadn't been sitting in the car, she would have jumped up at this moment. It's just a car, why sell it for so much? Wow, just think about spending 50 million to buy a car like this. Chu Linger suddenly felt that Chu Feng's car wasn't too ugly. After all, 50 million in cash piled there is much more than a supercar like this. Even a big star like Chu Linger was so shocked at this moment that she couldn't recover for a long time. After a long while, the shock in Chu Linger's eyes faded a little, and then she looked at Chu Feng puzzledly and asked, "Is your friend so rich?" As Chu Feng was driving the car, he took the time to look at his sister. Seeing the shock in her eyes, he grinned. "Sister, this is just the beginning. I'll tell you one thing, and you'll know what level brother Yi is at." Chu Feng then told Chu Bangsu what he had said last time, his tone full of envy and admiration. You don't know how much President Chu valued brother Yi at that time. He asked the club's boss to send a 6-figure bottle of red wine to him. He was so honored. Although the respect was not directed at them, Mr. Chu was also concerned when he saw them with Yi Yunzhou. Chu Linger on this side couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard Chu Feng's words. She simply couldn't believe her ears. Tens of millions to buy rare flowers and fish? This. Although she could earn a lot of money, she didn't dare to spend it like this. Isn't this a bit too luxurious? For a moment, Chu Linger fell into silence. Chu Linger seemed calm on the surface, but her heart was actually like a raging storm, slowly absorbing this information. To be honest, she never thought that her younger brother would make friends like this. After a moment of silence, Chu Linger turned her head to look at the scenery rapidly receding outside the car window, and saw that the convoy had already left the city. Hey, little brother, where are we going? Chu Linger looked at the increasingly unfamiliar road and asked with some confusion. Chu Feng drove behind them and shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Let's just follow them. There are so many people here, how can we get lost? Chu Linger shrugged her shoulders and said nothing more. The car drove forward for a while, and then they saw the Longhai Yunshu Villa area in the distance. The towering and magnificent gate standing there is particularly eye-catching. Chu Feng was also stunned when he looked at the familiar gate. Longhai Yunshu is one of the latest villa areas developed in Zhangchang. Because it targets the highest-end customer groups, the facilities inside are extremely luxurious. And because the real estate industry has been very hot recently, the housing prices here have been driven up to sky-high prices. Many people are proud to buy a small villa here. After all, the neighbors here are all top-notch. Chu Feng's family is also a top-tier family in Jiangcheng, so the owners of the first few villas in this villa area are all people Chu Feng knows. He put one hand on the steering wheel, trying to think about the identities of the villa owners. At this moment, Chu Feng was suddenly stunned. He realized that there seemed to be an owner of the villa, someone he didn't know. Thinking of that possibility, Chu Feng's heart suddenly trembled, and his hands felt a little trembling. As his palms shook slightly, the sensitive steering wheel seemed to sense it and began to shake a little. When Chu Linger saw this, her first reaction was to grab the safety handrail above her head and then shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, stop shaking. You call yourself an experienced driver? You're just an old Parkinson's." Chu Feng's car was already driving fast, and if it was shaking like this, if an accident happened, it would be no small matter. Chu Linger was also scared for a moment. She was so young and hadn't enjoyed life enough. She suppressed her helplessness and quickly reminded Chu Feng to be careful. And at this time on the Bugatti, Zhou sat in the passenger seat with a stiff look on her face, her round eyes wide open, constantly looking around. Both the interior of the car and the magnificent momentum at the gate of Longhai Yunshu left a great shock to the little girl. This. Is this my cousin S life? This was totally unlike anything she had ever experienced. Just as Zhou was shocked, the Bugatti had already brought her to Villa Number 1. Zhou looked at the huge and luxurious courtyard, her little mouth suddenly opened wide, almost enough to fit an egg. Is this my cousin S new home? To be honest, this was more luxurious than any villa she had ever seen before. This vast area alone is enough to shatter her values. Zhou took a deep breath and felt frightened again when she thought about the young masters and young ladies behind her. My cousin has now become friends with them. So, does that mean my cousin has already entered the upper class? At the same time, the convoy behind also stopped in front of Villa Number 1. Everyone got out of the car and looked at the extremely unique Villa Number 1 in front of them, feeling filled with emotion. After all, they are the young masters and ladies of Jiangcheng, so they naturally know the value and positioning of Longhai Yunshu. Not to mention, Villa Number 1 is the top-notch building here. The value of this one building alone is enough to buy dozens of other buildings. Chu Linger also followed Chu Feng out of the car at this time. Even though she tried her best to control her expression, she couldn't help but twitching at the corners of her mouth. Chu Feng beside him even trembled in his voice. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Wow, it really is Villa Number 1. Hearing her brother's voice, Chu Linger looked at him strangely. Do you really have to be like this? Chu Feng looked at his elder sister helplessly. He took a deep breath and explained. Sister, you have been busy outside for the past 2 years, so you don't know much about Longhai Yunshu. This Villa Number 1 is the absolute king of buildings here. In order to show the uniqueness of the building, the developer here at that time put in a lot of effort and money to build it. It is precisely because all the materials are of the best quality that the value here is also the most expensive. The most important thing is that you can't buy it with money. There are many hidden rich people in this world, but if you don't get their recognition, it will be impossible to sell Villa Number 1. This building, which has the best feng shui location in the entire villa area, is not only a representation of wealthy status, but also a representation of an identity. Chu Linger was stunned when she heard her younger brother's explanation. Her heart was once again filled with shock, and the younger brother's words just now shattered her values once again. She looked at Villa Number 1 in front of her, then at the Bugatti supercar worth more than 50 million, and suddenly felt that tens of millions of flowers, birds, fish and insects seemed very reasonable. This should be the lifestyle of rich people. Really do whatever you want. Chu Feng's words just now were not only heard by Chu Linger, but also by the eldest young lady beside him, Zhou, and his roommates. Naturally, they were not as well informed as Chu Feng. When they heard about things that only the top circles knew, they were all stunned. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present looking at Yi Yunzhou changed. Only at this moment did they truly realize that Yi Yunzhou was not only rich, but the identity and power behind him were probably also extremely terrifying. At the same time, Zhou suddenly saw Chu Linger standing there pretty and immediately exclaimed and covered her mouth. Chu Linger. The roommate next to her listened to Zhou Ying's intermittent words and subconsciously looked in the direction of her gaze. She was stunned to see Chu Linger appearing here. Before, their attention was attracted by Villa Number 1. They were so shocked that they didn't notice Chu Linger. Now seeing their idol right in front of them, the little girls were extremely excited. They looked at each other and came forward with full of anticipation. Zhou looked at Chu Linger eagerly and said in a cautious tone, "Hello, I'm your loyal fan, can I get your autograph and take a photo with you?" At this time, Yi Yunzhou also came over. He looked at the cute and sweet Chu Linger and said, "Miss Chu, thank you so much for your advance ticket to today's concert." Chu Linger looked at Yi Yunzhou standing in front of her. She was stunned at first, and a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes. Is this my friend? looks so handsome, and has a great temperament. When Chu Feng saw Yi Yunzhou coming over, he took the initiative to introduce him. Sister, let me introduce you. This is the brother Yi I mentioned to you, Yi Yunzhou. After that, he introduced Zhou Ying and several roommates. Chu Linger also liked Zhou Ying, who looked like the girl next door, very much. She raised her lips and smiled, saying, I am also very happy that they like me. As she spoke, she took out a few autographed photos from her backpack and distributed them to a few people, greeting them warmly. This garden has a nice view. Let's take a photo here. When Chu Linger took the initiative to ask for a group photo, the little girls' faces flushed with excitement. They took photos with Chu Linger in the yard. The girls in the photos were more beautiful than flowers. At this moment in the villa, Yin Yao was looking at the chefs in front of her, who were preparing the banquet feast with swift hands and feet. These chefs are not ordinary people. They are all invited from the top clubs in Zhangcheng. They process the ingredients quickly. Yin Yao watched from the side and was impressed by their proficiency, as they all had decades of experience. At this time, Yin Yao heard the noise outside. She looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling window and found that Yi Yunzhou and others had returned, so she went out to greet them. Yin Yao walked out of the villa quickly, came to Yi Yunzhou, and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, you're back. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Yao, who came out and introduced her to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is my villa's housekeeper, Yin Yao, managerine. When Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou's words, she took the initiative to nod in greeting to everyone. Chu Feng stared at Yin Yao in a daze. This was actually the personal butler? Not a girlfriend though. But damn, this is even more ambiguous. It's even better than a personal secretary. For a moment, Chu Feng's admiration for Yi Yunzhou had reached its peak. Look at brother Yi's life, this is how a real man should live. Having money, good looks, and a beautiful woman as your companion, it's really free and easy. Chu Feng felt jealous, envious, and resentful. He looked at the elegant and magnificent villa and sorted out his thoughts and experiences of the day. If you want to have such a top-level butler, you must have villa number 1. If you want beautiful women to get in your car, you must first have a Bugatti. In almost an instant, Chu Feng felt that he had learned it all by himself. But this seems to be of no use. He is a poor guy who has neither villa number 1 nor a Bugatti worth more than 50 million. This is what it means when a good cook has no rice to cook. Chu Feng looked at Yi Yunzhou in despair. After this look, he felt even more hopeless about life. I saw Yi Yunzhou standing there. Not only was he handsome, but his figure was also amazing. He could hold his clothes better than a male model. Especially in terms of temperament, he is even more out of reach. Chu Feng complained in his heart. Yin Yao looked at everyone and bowed slightly to invite them. Dear guests, please come in. I will show you around. Everyone followed Yin Yao and walked inside. When they passed through the garden, they saw the god-level watchdog. I was shocked when I saw its huge size and the strong muscles in its limbs. Wow, what kind of dog is this? It's too big. Chu Feng exclaimed, and the dog opposite him also lowered its body and was about to bark. At this moment, Yin Yao looked at Go Zi and gently scolded. Shut up and don't scare the guests. The dog immediately followed the order, whimpered and fell to the ground, appearing extremely well behaved. It was as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. Everyone was stunned when they saw the dog's performance, their eyes filled with amazement. This dog is so smart. Come over. Yin Yao called out to the dog, and saw the dog running towards her quickly, rubbing its body gently against her calf. Patting the dog's head gently, Yin Yao said to everyone with a smile. Don't be afraid, this dog is very docile, you can pet it. Hearing Yin Yao's relaxed tone, everyone was eager to try it out and reached out to touch the dog's back fur. Sure enough, the dog not only did not resist at all, but rubbed their hands like a spoiled child. Wow, you are worthy of being brother Yi. The dog you raise is so special and human-like. Li Yuanliang touched the dog's body, feeling the softness under his hands, and couldn't help but sigh. The young master and young lady next to them nodded in agreement, and Yi Yunzhou's position in their hearts directly reached the top. On this side, Yi Yunzhou helped Zhou Ying carry the luggage and came to the second floor of the villa. He chose a guest room for Zhou Ying to live in, and was happy to see the satisfied look on the little girl's face. By the way, you guys are staying here too? Yi Yunzhou looked at Zhou Ying's roommates and asked. His villa number 1 has a large enough area and enough rooms, so it can accommodate a few more roommates. Several roommates looked at each other, and finally shook their heads in unison, politely declining. Don't bother me, brother Yi. We've already booked a room. We can just stay together. When Joing heard what her roommate said, she immediately stepped forward and said, No, you guys can stay with me. Wang Yi looked around the room cautiously, then lowered her voice and whispered. This place is a bit too luxurious. We really can't get used to it. It's rather restrained here. It's better to stay in a hotel outside. Yi Yunzhou was listening nearby, and looking at the expressions of the girls, he also knew what was going on. Even my own cousin looked restrained when she came over, let alone these girls. It was good enough that they were not scared. Okay, after dinner, I'll ask a friend to take you to the hotel. Yi Yunzhou said this to his roommates. Seeing that Yi Yunzhou was so reasonable, the girls hurriedly smiled and thanked him. After putting down Zhou Ying's luggage, Yi Yunzhou looked at the girls and said, Okay, you guys go find manager Ian and walk around the villa. Okay. Zhou Ying responded and trotted outside with her good friend. On this side, Yin Yao was introducing the rare flowers in the garden to everyone. The young masters and young ladies knew that these were ordered by Yi Yunzhou from Mr. Chu. Although they knew they were very valuable, they did not understand the details behind them. After hearing Yin Yao's explanation, he suddenly felt as if he had been enlightened, and a look of enlightenment continued to appear on his face. I also have a deep understanding of Yin Yao's extensive knowledge. Everyone was walking in the garden together, and at this moment, Chu Linger's personal cell phone rang. She watched everyone continue to walk around behind Yin Yao, so she simply took her phone and went to the other side. While Chu Linger was answering the phone, her eyes involuntarily drifted around the garden. She looked to the other side and was immediately attracted by the two blood dragon fish in the fish tank. Isn't this blood dragon fish so beautiful? The dark red fish scales seem to glow, especially when it swims. It seems as if the whole body is glowing and flashing, dazzling and gorgeous. Chu Linger couldn't help but move closer to the fish tank. She smiled and talked to the person on the other end of the conversation. As for me, I'm attending a banquet now. I'll talk to you tomorrow. After saying that, Chu Linger found the blood dragon fish more and more beautiful the more she looked at it. She became very curious and was ready to touch it with her hand. The next moment. Don't move! Just as Chu Linger's fingers were almost touching the water, she suddenly heard a shout and retracted her hand in fright. Chu Linger was startled. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yi Yunzhou walking towards her quickly. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi, I didn't mean it, I just thought they were so beautiful, so... As soon as Chu Linger saw Yi Yunzhou, she hurried forward to apologize. Yi Yunzhou looked at Chu Linger with a guilty look on his face and smiled. He waved his hand and explained. That's not what I meant. This blood dragon fish is a carnivorous fish. If you put your hand in like this, it will bite you. After all, how can fish be compared with humans? Hearing Yi Yunzhou say this and feeling the sincerity in his tone, Chu Linger nodded, and her favorable impression of him instantly increased. Now that the two of them were alone, Chu Linger's pretty face turned slightly red. She had no experience in getting along with boys, and couldn't find a topic to talk about for a while, so she just asked. Mr. Yi, what kind of fish do you think this is? Blood dragon fish. When Yi Yunzhou heard Chu Linger asking, he gave a brief introduction. Chu Linger listened carefully. She was also surprised to hear that this kind of fish needs several color change periods to achieve this effect. So this fish must be very expensive, right? Okay, 4 million. Hearing Yi Yunzhou's light voice, Chu Linger took a breath and exclaimed. 4 million? Doesn't that mean that there are 2 blood dragon fish here, and each one is worth 2 million? Spending 2 million to buy a fish that can only be viewed is really too extravagant. Just when Chu Linger was in shock, she heard Yi Yunzhou say something shocking. 4 million per piece. Chu Linger. Is this the luxury of the rich? It is indeed a level that ordinary people cannot reach, she cannot understand it at all. Chu Linger was secretly shocked. Compared with this real rich man, the luxury goods that were hotly discussed in their circle were simply child's play. Yi Yunzhou looked at Chu Linger's surprised expression and found it very cute. He smiled faintly and said to Chu Linger. Thank you, Miss Chu, for the concert today. We really enjoyed it. Tonight is your celebration party, have fun. No. I should thank Mr. Yi for helping me arrange all this carefully. Chu Linger smiled and thanked Yi Yunzhou for his careful arrangements. After all, Being able to celebrate the success in the most luxurious villa #1 is quite prestigious. At this moment, Chu Feng came over from a distance and greeted with a smile. Sister, I was wondering where you were going, and you're here. Let's go over there and have some tea. Chu Linger nodded. She turned her head and looked at Yi Yunzhou. Mr. Yi, let's go together. Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard this, and the three of them walked towards the villa together. On the sofa here, Yinyao had already taken out tea leaves and tea sets to make tea for everyone. Yinyao's tea ceremony skills can be said to be remarkable. As she operates smoothly, the hot water stimulates the tea to emit a rich aroma, which floats throughout the living room. Everyone smelled the fragrance and showed surprise on their faces. Yinyao made tea skillfully, then she picked up the fairness cup and began to pour tea for the guests. Her slender jade fingers lifted the fairness cup and then put it down 3 times, allowing the tea to flow into the cup in a staggered stream. The whole picture is very beautiful, and the sound of gurgling tea makes people feel relaxed. This is the Phoenix 3 nods, right? Chu Linger looked at Yinyao's actions and couldn't help but blurt out. When everyone heard this, they gasped. The Phoenix nodded 3 times, which is known as the highest respect in the tea ceremony. Because this action requires extremely steady hands and wrist strength, ordinary tea art masters cannot achieve such stability. Everyone looked at Yinyao in shock. This was too particular. The quality of this housekeeper is very high. Not only does she have stunning looks and a great figure, she can do everything and knows everything. This. To be honest, with such qualities, even Chu Linger looked at Yinyao with a hint of envy. Chu Feng picked up a cup of tea and handed it to his elder sister. He lowered his voice and smiled. What do you think, sister? I told you that you are not a group of bad friends. Chu Linger felt helpless when she heard what her younger brother said. If these are bad friends, then are there any other people who are not bad friends? I'm afraid that from now on, this word will have to be changed into a positive word. Chu Linger complained in her heart but didn't say anything else. Looking at his silent sister, Chu Feng suddenly asked. Sister, why is your face so red? Blush? Chu Feng's words immediately made Chu Linger nervous. She glared at Chu Feng and said unhappily. Why do you care so much? Just drink your tea. Chapter 23 Systems Super God Level Rewards. After saying that, Chu Linger picked up the teacup and took a sip. For a moment, I felt a strong tea fragrance rushing towards my head, and my whole soul seemed to be immersed in the tea fragrance. As I swallow the tea, I can still feel the lingering fragrance on my lips and teeth, and the aftertaste is long. At this time, the chef had completed the preparations. After hearing the assistant's report, Yinyao walked to Yi Yunzhou and reported in a low voice. Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard this. He stood up and greeted everyone. The food is ready, let's go to the restaurant. Everyone followed Yi Yunzhou into the restaurant. After everyone found a seat and sat down, the chef took the initiative to step forward and introduce himself to everyone. Everyone was surprised again when they heard that this chef actually came from the top club in Zhangcheng. After all, it is generally impossible to hire such a chef. And they provide door-to-door service in person, which is simply unheard of. For a moment, everyone felt numb in their hearts. Yi Yunzhou gave them too many shocks today, and they actually felt a little used to it by now. After the chef's introduction, he returned to his work and soon the delicious dishes were served on the table. This one is black truffle foie gras balls. The finest foie gras is carefully ground, and tastes similar to premium cream ice cream, topped with naturally grown black truffles. One sip of it brings a rich sweetness, and your taste buds can feel the ultimate satisfaction. Everyone was completely conquered by this appetizer and finished it in just a few moments. This is the sea urchin roe mixed with candy character. Generally, high-end seafood restaurants or Japanese restaurants will provide fresh sea urchins for customers to try, but sea urchin roe is still very rare. Looking at the delicious food that looked as golden as gold, everyone carefully picked up a little and put it into their mouths. Sea urchin roe is softer than sea urchin meat and can be said to melt in your mouth, but it also has a unique elasticity. That wonderful taste is like the food turning into magic in your mouth. Grilled Wagyu beef. New Zealand venison platter. The delicious dishes left the chef's hands and were served to everyone as soon as possible. As more and more dishes were served, the huge dining table was filled up in a short while. Everyone was stunned when they saw the delicious food on the table. How much does it cost to make all these delicious dishes with top-quality ingredients? Just by smelling the rich fragrance in the air, everyone felt that their values had been baptized. Is this the life of rich people? It is so plain and simple, it is not allowed to appear on the table if it is not a top-grade ingredient. A young lady looked at the delicious food, then looked at the plate on which the delicious food was served, and her mouth twitched again. She recognized it at a glance. These were silver tableware used by overseas royal families, and each set was worth a fortune. With such a large table full of food, the price of the plates alone was a number she didn't want to face. The young lady took a deep breath and looked at the people around her eating happily, and her appetite also grew. She picked up a piece of seared Wagyu beef and put it on the silver plate. She marveled at the delicious taste and thought to herself, "After having this meal, I feel like I can brag about it for the rest of my life. This preparation is so high-end and classy." Everyone was happily eating the delicious food, and their taste buds felt the ultimate experience, which made everyone present praise it highly. "It feels like there are elves dancing on the tip of your tongue, the taste is simply amazing." The young masters and young ladies savored it slowly, their eyes sparkling, and they expressed their feelings one after another. "It's worthy of the skills of a top chef. The taste is amazing. To be honest, I think the taste today is even better than usual in the store. That's inevitable. Look at the ingredients here, they are top quality. When these ingredients are cooked by the chef's skills, the taste will be instantly great. Long live Brother Yi. Today's celebration banquet was such a success. And being able to have dinner with Sister Linger is such a blessing." Everyone was talking happily and the meal was a very enjoyable one. After dinner, everyone sat together in the restaurant and chatted animatedly. Zhou and several roommates had little chance to get a word in, and most of the little girl's attention was on Chu Linger. They huddled together and whispered a few words, all wanting to take another photo with Chu Linger and ask for an autograph with blessings. After all, it is a rare opportunity to have close contact with their idols, and they can't wait to capture every second. After the girls discussed it for a while, Zhou brought them to Chu Linger and asked in a low voice, "Sister Linger, can we take 2 more photos together?" Hearing the expectation in Zhou Ying's voice, Chu Linger's beautiful eyes curved slightly and she responded with a smile. "Of course. After we take our individual photos, we can also take a photo together as a souvenir, how about that?" "Great. Sister Linger, you are so nice." When Zhou and several roommates heard Chu Linger say this, they were immediately excited. Their idol is such a nice person. Not only is she so beautiful, she is also very kind-hearted and has no airs at all. Chu Linger stood up, sat on the sofa with a few little girls, and found a place with good lighting to take a group photo. When Zhou was taking a group photo, several other roommates took out the notebooks they had prepared long ago, and when it was their turn, they could ask for a blessing autograph first. They have even thought about the content. Chu Linger liked Zhou very much and thought this little girl next door was very cute, so she took the initiative to say, "How about this, we add each other's contact information, and when there is a new album or work, I will send it to you." When Zhou heard this, she became very excited. She stared at Chu Linger and exclaimed, "Is it really possible, Sister Linger?" "Of course." Chu Linger said with a smile that she and Zhou had added each other as friends. Several roommates nearby looked at them eagerly, their hearts full of envy. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chu Linger also handed over the QR code. "You guys coming too? I can send you some pretty postcards while I'm out at work." Several roommates were so excited that they couldn't speak. They nodded vigorously, took out their phones quickly, and added their idol as a friend. They are so grateful to Zhou now. If it weren't for her, they would not have been able to go to the front hall to watch the concert, let alone become friends with their idol. This is something they dare not even imagine in their dreams. Zhou is so lucky to have such a supportive cousin. Everyone chatted for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, Chu Feng took the initiative to speak. "Brother Yi, thank you so much for your hospitality today. It's getting late, let's go back first." Chu Feng wished he could stay with Yi Yunzhou for a while longer, but thinking that his sister was tired after a day's work, he had to go back and rest early. The others also stood up and prepared to leave together. "Xiaoying, we're leaving too. We can keep in touch via WeChat later." Wang Yi discussed with several roommates, walked over to say goodbye to Zhou, and prepared to go to the hotel they had booked in advance. Yi Yunzhou heard the conversation between the little girls and said to the young lady who was about to leave, "I have to trouble you again. Please help send them to the hotel." "Okay, no problem." The young masters and young ladies agreed very readily, and they all walked out of the villa together. Yi Yunzhou personally saw them off, and Yin Yao, as the housekeeper, followed behind. They watched everyone leave in the car before turning around and walking back to the villa. Watching the supercars speeding away, Chu Linger, who was sitting in Chu Feng's car, also looked at Villa number 1 through the rearview mirror. Her eyes flickered, and I didn't know what she was thinking. Chu Feng clearly didn't look away, but it was as if he had a third eye, and he said very accurately, "Okay, sis, stop looking." Chu Linger quickly retracted her gaze. She squinted her eyes under the cover of the night and suddenly said to Chu Feng, "By the way, it seems like I haven't seen some of your friends before. Give me your phone, I'll add them on WeChat. This way, if I can't contact you again in the future, I can still contact them." Chu Linger spoke righteously, as if to prove that what she said was true. Her little face was tense and indescribably serious. Listening to his elder sister's words, Chu Feng turned his head to look at her expression and almost laughed out loud. Could my elder sister be any whiter? This statement couldn't be more false. Is there anyone she doesn't know about those guys? She must know their family situations very well. Chu Feng smiled without saying anything. He took out his phone and thought about Yin Yao's situation. The other one should be similar. He immediately retrieved Yi Yunzhou's WeChat information and handed it to his sister. "Okay, stop pretending. It's as if everyone knows your little tricks." Chu Linger. Wow, he is really my own brother. You expose me so bluntly, how can I save my face? Even though Chu Linger was complaining like this, her hands were moving quite quickly and she quickly added Yi Yunzhou. Chu Feng looked at his elder sister's operation, curled his lips helplessly, and continued to drive with peace of mind. He didn't dare to continue saying provocative words at this time. If he angered his sister, he would have a hard time. Yi Yunzhou was looking at his phone and received a friend request from Chu Linger, so he just clicked on it and accepted it. Looking at the chat box that popped up, Yi Yunzhou took the initiative to type. "Thank you so much today. My cousin is still very excited. Her moments in social media are all filled with you." Chu Linger was sitting in the car feeling a little nervous, when she suddenly heard her cell phone vibrate and quickly picked it up to look at it. When she saw the message from Yi Yunzhou, a smile appeared on her pretty face, and she replied with a smile on her phone. "This is what I should do. Thank you for the celebration party today, it is beyond my imagination." After clicking send, Chu Linger thought about it, wrote another message and sent it over. "Mr. Yi, when you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. It's my return gift for today, so don't refuse." Yi Yunzhou received Chu Linger's message and replied directly. "Okay. Just contact me when the time comes." When Chu Linger saw Yi Yunzhou agreed so readily, a blush appeared on her pretty face. She shrank in the passenger seat, not wanting to laugh, so she simply pursed her lips tightly. Chu Feng on this side noticed that something was wrong with his elder sister. He turned his head to look at her and was also stunned. Oh my god, he had never seen his sister look like this before. Chu Feng took a breath of cold air, and his eyes swept towards Chu Linger's mobile phone screen, asking curiously, "Sister, what did you talk to Brother Yi?" Chu Linger glared at Chu Feng and replied unhappily, "As a sister, I just sent a message to someone. Do I need to report to you?" Chu Feng. After all, she is my sister, she is very good at dismantling bridges. This is not the time to try every possible means to get contact information. And in the villa on this side. Yin Yao looked at the mess on the table, walked up to Yi Yunzhou, and said very respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I'll arrange for someone to come and clean it up now." "Good." Yi Yunzhou naturally agreed. He raised his wrist to check the time and said to Zhou, who was sitting on the sofa, "Did you eat too much just now? Come on, I'll take you for a walk with the dog. It'll help you digest the food." When Zhou heard her cousin's voice, she quickly stood up and walked over, took Yi Yunzhou's arm, and said with a smile, "Great. That dog is so smart, and he looks very imposing. He must be very different when he sneaks." Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard that. He let his cousin hold his arm, picked up the dog leash and led the dog out of the villa. Walking on the elegant road in the villa area, Zhou looked at her cousin from time to time, and always felt that her cousin looked a little thinner now. "Brother, look at you. You must not have taken good care of yourself. You have lost weight." Zhou Ying's eyes were full of heartache. She pursed her lips and asked carefully, "Brother, tell me the truth, have you suffered a lot? Have you been bullied to get to this point?" Feeling the concern behind his cousin's words, Yi Yunzhou felt warm in his heart. He gently patted the little girl's head and replied gently, "No, don't worry. Besides, your cousin is like this now, who else can bully me? Yi Yunjo was also happy when he saw the worried look on the little girl's face. She is really worthy of being the cousin I raised. Now she has grown up and knows how to care about her cousin. At the same time, Zhou Ming and others also walked out of the bar. Because they had been scared so badly before, they didn't have much fun that night and were not satisfied at all. A group of students walked out with their heads hung low, and each of them looked very listless. Ever since they saw Zhou Ying and the others getting on the supercar and fully understood the strength of Zhou Ying's cousin, they felt a huge gap in their hearts. Especially the emotions of jealousy, envy and hatred have been surging in their hearts. Even though they all tacitly agreed not to mention it, they all felt uncomfortable. Sitting in the bar with such emotions, they not only failed to enjoy the joy of nightlife, but felt very tired. Many students were already yawning. They took out their mobile phones and casually browsed them, while preparing to wait for a taxi. At this moment, a boy stared at his phone and then exclaimed, "Look! Look at the circle of friends!" Everyone was a little confused, but they still obediently took out their phones and started checking their moments. When they saw the content in the circle of friends, they were completely stunned. Zhou Ying and others posted photos of themselves with Chu Linger, with handwritten blessings and signatures. The pictures also showed a dinner party and various configurations of the mansion, which stunned everyone. Below are some photos of rare flowers and fish they took while wandering around the mansion. They are so beautiful that they seem like they are not from this world. For a moment, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched and their eyes widened. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. What are these? Not only does he have a supercar and a mansion, but he even invited Chu Linger to dinner? At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with shock. Besides being shocked, these students' eyes turned red with envy. Look at the delicacies on the table, all of them are top-quality ingredients that they have never heard of. Who could have imagined that Zhou Ying and her friend's dinner would be so high-end? Not to mention that her idol Chu Linger was there to accompany her, taking photos and signing autographs before and after the meal. I was so envious. The students' eyes were fixed on the mobile phone screens, and they couldn't wait to rush into their phones to feel the atmosphere at that time. They are regretting it so much now. If they had established a good relationship with Zhou Ying before, wouldn't they also be able to become a member of the table? Think about the terrifying strength of Zhou Ying's cousin. Once he eats this little meal, won't he be able to cling to his thigh and reach the pinnacle of life? Now, for a little bit of profit, they have lost all these possibilities. Not only those classmates were filled with regret, but Zhou Ming and others next to them were so frightened that their legs went limp and their faces turned pale. They were already terrified when they saw Yi Yunjo's Bugatti. Now, he can invite a big star like Chu Linger to dinner with him just by opening his mouth. His status is self-evident. There is no deliberate showing off in the photos, but the sense of luxury is overwhelming. Such strength is bound to be shocking. Not to mention, Zhou Ming and his friends had always had bad intentions towards Zhou Ying. Now they were on someone else's territory. If Zhou Ying told his cousin what they said, or maybe the previous plan was accidentally leaked, then, can they still leave Zhangcheng? Zhou Ming's face turned even paler. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said to the people around him, "Don't go to the hotel, let's just book the tickets, book the earliest flight, and leave Zhangcheng immediately." The corners of the other students' mouths twitched as well. They looked at the actions of Zhou Ming and others, and thought of something. They quickly called up the ticket booking page and started operating. Everyone had already planned to leave here overnight, so they hailed a taxi and headed towards the high-speed rail station. On this side, Yi Yunjo and Zhou Ying took the dog for a long walk, and then slowly walked back to Villa number 1. Yi Yunjo poured a can of food into Guzi's cup and watched him wolf it down before pulling Zhou Ying into the villa. Looking at the clean and tidy living room, Yi Yunjo raised his eyebrows, shocked at Yinyao work speed. It only takes a short walk for the dog to make everything look brand new. Manager Yin's work efficiency is admirable. It is my luck to have a housekeeper like you. Yi Yunjo looked at her with emotion. Yinyao smiled faintly at Yi Yunjo's praise and said gently, "Mr. Yi, you are too polite. These are just what I should do. Now that the work is done, I will leave first. I wish you a pleasant night." After Yinyao finished speaking, she left Villa number 1 with a group of staff. Yi Yunjo watched everyone leave. He raised his wrist to check the time and saw that it was already late, so he said to Zhou Ying, "It's getting late, and you've been tired all day, go and get some rest." After returning to his room and taking a shower, Yi Yunjo was lying on the bed and was about to go to sleep when he heard his door being gently pushed open. Then a furry little head popped in, like a little thief, and did not forget to look around. The next moment, Zhou came to Yi Yunzhou's bed, lay on the other side of the bed without thinking, and said with a smile, "Cousin, I want to sleep with you." "Sleep together?" Yi Yunzhou opened his eyes upon hearing this and said helplessly, "You're already this old, and you're still together? So what? When we were little, we both slept in each other's arms every day." When the little girl heard her cousin say this, she immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. She moved further into the bed, looking as if she was determined not to leave. Yi Yunzhou looked at the little girl, narrowed his eyes slightly, and expressed his guess. "Girl, are you afraid to sleep alone because your bedroom is too big?" After hearing what her cousin said, Zhou pursed her lips immediately, as if the truth had been exposed. Yi Yunzhou's heart softened, he gently touched the little girl's head, and smiled and comforted her. "There's a dog outside our house, don't be afraid, it's okay." Zhou nodded obediently. She leaned back on the bed, closed her eyes, and said to her cousin, "Okay, I get it, go to bed." Yi Yunzhou sighed helplessly. The little girl was obviously afraid, and he was reluctant to kick her out forcefully. "It seems that we will have to spend the night together tonight." Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou turned his back and gently closed his eyes to prepare for a rest. At this moment, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. "The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in?" Sign in. Chapter 24. The beauty squatted down and sang conquer. Sign in successfully. Reward for God-level cooking skills. The moment the light curtain popped up, Yi Yunzhou felt a warm current flowing into his mind. Various feasts and cooking methods appeared in his mind, and Yi Yunzhou gradually fell asleep in the memory of the delicious food, just like he had watched a food documentary before going to bed. In the middle of the night, Yi Yunzhou was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a huge force on his neck. He suddenly felt a feeling of suffocation. Yi Yunzhou opened his eyes instantly and woke up suddenly. Yi Yunzhou smelled a unique fragrance at the tip of his nose, which was the smell coming from the arm around his neck. Zhou held Yi Yunzhou's neck tightly with one hand. She seemed to be immersed in a dream and whispered, "Brother, carry me carefully, don't let me fall." Yi Yunzhou listened to the little girls talking in her sleep and felt helpless again. My goodness, this girl still thought it was the days when he carried her on his back to go out and play when they were little. Thinking of those days in the past, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He reached out and gently pulled Zhou Ying's arm away, carefully tucking her back into the quilt to prevent her from catching a cold. However, after all this trouble, Yi Yunzhou became energetic and couldn't fall asleep anymore. In order not to disturb the little girl's sleep, Yi Yunzhou didn't dare to make too much noise. He simply sat on the bed, supporting his neck with his hands and staring blankly. Yi Yunzhou maintained this posture until dawn. After dawn, Zhou turned over, yawned and sat up. She stretched herself and felt her whole body suddenly filled with strength. "Cousin, your bed is so comfortable. It makes me feel so relaxed when sleeping on it." Zhou said with emotion that she slept very well last night and seemed to have had a particularly wonderful dream. When Zhou was yawning and about to get out of bed, she noticed her cousin leaning on the edge of the bed. There was a trace of dejection on Yi Yunzhou's handsome face, with a shadow under his eyes and very obvious dark circles. Looking at her cousin like this, Zhou was stunned. She blinked innocently and asked with great concern, "Brother, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Are you not used to sleeping with your lovely sister, so you didn't sleep well?" Yi Yunzhou. Cute sister? You should be thankful that you have a lovely and kind brother, otherwise he might not be here by now. Yi Yunzhou glanced at Zhou and started to drive her away. "Okay, if you've slept well, get up quickly. I'll catch up on my sleep." "Oh, okay, then you should sleep a little longer." When Zhou heard Yi Yunzhou say that he wanted to catch up on some sleep, she immediately nodded sensibly and walked out of the room. She went back to the guest room arranged by her cousin, washed up, changed her clothes, and went to the first floor of the villa. As soon as she went downstairs, Zhou saw the door of the villa being pushed open and Yinyao coming over pushing a dining cart. As soon as Yinyao saw Zhou, she immediately smiled gently and asked, "Good morning. Is Mr. Yi awake? Should I wake him up for dinner?" "No need, my brother is still catching up on his sleep and probably won't get up." Zhou briefly explained the situation and counted the time on her fingers. "My brother probably won't wake up until noon." Yinyao nodded when she heard this. She brought the food from the dining car to the table and said to Zhou, "In that case, Miss Shou, please have breakfast first." Zhou looked at the nutritious breakfast on the table and smiled sweetly. Sisterine, look at how much you brought. Come eat with me. The amount of breakfast on the table was obviously enough for 2 people. How could she finish it all by herself? Yin Yao originally wanted to refuse, but she couldn't resist Zhou Ying's nagging. After all, who could refuse such a lovely girl? The 2 of them sat on either side of the dining table and happily finished their breakfast. After dinner, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying didn't dare to disturb Yi Yunzhou asleep, so they simply went out to walk the dog together. The cleaning work of the villa is limited to the first floor, and the staff also try to be as gentle as possible. Yin Yao and Zhou Ying took the dog for a long walk before returning to the villa. Seeing that it was almost noon, Yin Yao looked at Zhou Ying. They had a very good relationship now. Xiao Ying, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll go prepare it. Zhou Ying thought about it and asked. Sisterine, do we have any ingredients here? How about I cook for lunch? She noticed yesterday that her cousin had lost a lot of weight recently. Although this figure looks perfect, from the family's perspective, they still hope that Yi Yunzhou can eat more. Zhou Ying thought secretly in her heart that she hoped to make some home-cooked dishes for her cousin to try, and show off her cooking skills at the same time. Yin Yao listened to the little girl's words, smiled faintly, and answered directly. Of course, there are many ingredients here, you can choose whatever you like. After all, there are still a lot of top-quality ingredients left over from yesterday's banquet frozen in the refrigerator, ready to be used at any time. While talking, Yin Yao brought Zhou Ying to a huge double-door refrigerator, opened it and introduced the ingredients. Here we have Wagyu beef, foie gras, tuna, caviar. Zhou Ying was stunned as she listened to Yin Yao's introduction and then looked at the large amount of top-quality ingredients in front of her. He is really worthy of being her cousin. There are so many ingredients, many of which she has never seen before. It's great that there are so many ingredients to use. I have to show off my skills at lunch. Zhou Ying said this with great confidence as she rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was ready to do something big. Great! It's really worth looking forward to. Yin Yao said with a smile as she stood by to help. Zhou Ying was seen checking the ingredients in the refrigerator while looking up recipes on her phone. The little girl muttered to herself as she took out the ingredients and prepared to cut them into the desired shapes with a knife. However, Zhou Ying seemed to have no experience in cutting things. There was a hint of clumsiness in her movements, and she even felt that she almost cut her hands several times. Xiao Ying, how about we do it together? I'll help you get the ingredients. Yin Yao watched Zhou Ying's operation and felt it was a bit scary, so she quickly put on an apron and came over to help. After all, she is a housekeeper who has received systematic training, so Yin Yao's movements are quite professional, just like a young bride who was getting married for the first time. She lowered her head to process the ingredients, and from time to time she had to pay attention to Zhou Ying's movements, fearing that she would hurt herself. At this time, Zhou Ying also noticed that Yin Yao was distracted by her operation. She felt a little embarrassed and simply stopped. She stood aside calmly, watching Yin Yao busying around in the kitchen. Looking at her more skilled movements, Zhou Ying said with some envy. Sisterine, you seem to know everything. How can you be so amazing? Yin Yao was also amused when she heard the little girl's exclamation. She waved her hands with a smile and said very modestly. No, I just know a little bit about everything, but I'm not proficient in everything. As Yin Yao was talking, she had already prepared the ingredients and was ready to start cooking. Zhou Ying eagerly picked up the cleaned prawns, smiled at Yin Yao, and said, I just fry the prawns first and then stir-fry them. Before Yin Yao could say anything, Zhou Ying had already picked up the small bowl containing the shrimps and put them into the wok. But Zhou Ying had no experience and she didn't know how to drain the water, so she just poured it in with the basin. There was a loud bang and the water fell into the boiling oil pan and exploded immediately. Such a loud noise scared both girls and they screamed subconsciously. On this side, Yi Yunzhou had already woken up. Just as he got up and changed his clothes, he heard a scream coming from downstairs. Yi Yunzhou had amazing hearing and immediately recognized that they were Zhou Ying and Yin Yao's voices. He frowned and walked quickly downstairs. Yi Yunzhou followed the sound and found the kitchen, where he saw Yin Yao and Zhou Ying huddled in the corner, their eyes fixed on the pot with grease splattering all over it. As soon as he looked at the situation in the pot, Yi Yunzhou immediately discovered that there was water in the oil pan. He quickly stepped forward to cover the splattering oil pan with a lid, then turned off the natural gas. He then looked at the two and asked, How are you guys, are you okay? Hearing Yi Yunzhou's question, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces, shook their heads slightly, and responded in a low voice. We are fine. Yi Yunzhou first looked at the two people's white and tender hands, and after confirming that they were not splashed by the hot oil, he breathed a sigh of relief, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, since you have nothing to do, you can go out first, I will cook." Seeing the kitchen in a mess and the ingredients not cut neatly, Yi Yunzhou also had a headache. If he really lets these two girls continue to do whatever they want, he won't be able to eat lunch today. I'm not sure what will happen. The kitchen will explode. It just so happened that Yi Yunzhou also wanted to try out what level of cooking skills the god-level chef who had just signed in yesterday could reach. But when Zhou, who was standing by, heard Yi Yunzhou say this, her body trembled and even her eyes tightened. Her thoughts were involuntarily brought back to a day in her childhood. At that time, she was seriously ill with a cold, and it was her cousin who took care of her. When it was time to eat, her cousin went to the kitchen to make some soup, saying that he wanted to nourish her body. But the moment she saw the black pot of soup, she almost thought she had arrived at the underworld and saw Mengpa soup. After all, that experience left Zhou with a huge psychological trauma. That is definitely pure dark cuisine. While Zhou was still daydreaming, Yi Yunzhou had already pushed the two of them out of the kitchen. In order to prevent the two girls from coming in and causing trouble, Yi Yunzhou directly closed the kitchen door. Looking at the closed door in front of her, Yin Yao was also stunned. Judging from Mr. Yi's attitude, can he cook? Yin Yao gasped and was shocked. But when she thought of Yi Yunzhou's handsome face, her cheeks turned red. She never thought that she would be so lucky today to eat the dishes made by Mr. Yi himself. For a moment, Yin Yao couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. She could feel her heart beating with excitement, and her eyes were shining with anticipation. After all, men who can cook are so handsome. Just thinking about Yi Yunzhou's focused look while cooking, Yin Yao felt her heart pounding. Chapter 25, Were all these things made by Mr. Yi? Zhou, who was standing aside, looked at Yin Yao's appearance and couldn't help but shook her head slightly, feeling helpless. It seems that Sister Yin knows nothing. Zhou wanted to leave by herself, but after thinking about it, she decided not to move. After all, Yin Yao treated her well, and even if she wanted to leave, she couldn't leave Sister Yin alone. Zhou could already imagine what kind of situation Sister Yin would face if she was left in the villa. Mengpo's soup can at most cause amnesia, but my brother's soup, that's fatal. Thinking of this, Zhou took a deep breath, grabbed Yin Yao's hand, and said in a firm tone, "Sister Yin, let's go. Let's go outside right now. Otherwise, if we continue to stay here, we will definitely get food poisoning." Zhou listened to the sound of chopping vegetables coming from the kitchen. She didn't have time to be amazed at her cousin's good knife skills. She just kept talking to herself. "Let's go quickly, or our cousin will come out and we won't be able to leave." Yin Yao was also stunned when she heard Zhou Ying's words. She blinked slightly and asked in confusion, "Xiao Ying, what situation are you talking about?" Zhou Ying looked at the puzzled expression on Yin Yao's face and quickened her pace while explaining. "The food my cousin cooks, it's really hard to describe. Let me give you an example." Zhou Ying didn't finish her words. She first pulled Yin Yao and ran out of the villa, talking about Yi Yunzhou's cooking in the past as she ran. "Sister, you are right to listen to me. Let's retreat quickly. Safety first." Yin Yao on this side also understood what Zhou Ying meant after listening to her gesticulating description. She let Zhou Ying pull her away from Villa number 1, and the two of them stopped far away in the garden, panting heavily. "Sister Yin, luckily we ran fast. Otherwise, if my cousin had cooked it, would you be embarrassed not to eat it? Imagine your cousin coming out with a basin of something black and putting it in front of you with a smile. Would you eat it or not?" Zhou Ying's body couldn't help but tremble. Yin Yao looked at her, thought for a moment and suggested, "Since Mr. Ye's cooking skills are not very exquisite, why don't we go to the property management company to get the owner's meals? Although they are prepared by the property management company, they are all delicious dishes. Although they are a property management company, because they are connected with the top dignitaries in Jiangcheng, their services are as complete as possible. As long as you are the owner of Longhai Yinshu, you can dine in the property company's buffet restaurant. If you don't want to come by yourself, you can ask the butler to help you get it and deliver the food to your door." Yin Yao's idea was that they could go to the property and take the food home, so that even if Yi Yunzhou's cooking skills were not up to par, they would still have something to eat. Zhou Ying listened to Yin Yao's words and felt that they made a lot of sense, so she nodded slightly. The little girl seemed to be really frightened. She racked her brains for a long time and suddenly suggested to Yin Yao, "Sister Yin, how about this? Let's eat at the property management company first. This way we can eat our fill first, then bring the delicious food back and give it to my cousin. This way, even if my cousin asks us to taste his cooking, we can say that we are so full that we can't eat another bite. There was a hint of surprise and pity on Yin Yao's expression. What on earth did Mr. Yi do to scare the child like this? Is it really that scary? Yin Yao was very curious. She moved closer to Zhou Eng and asked in a very low voice. After all, the image of Yi Yunzhou in her mind was too perfect. Although such a small flaw was harmless, she still couldn't help but want to confirm it. Zhou Eng sighed deeply. She didn't want to say anything bad about her cousin, but she couldn't bear to see such a beautiful sister like Yin Yao kept in the dark, so she told her cousin about the mangpa soup. I admit that my cousin has good intentions, but I'm afraid that anyone with a sense of taste and vision cannot handle such kindness. Yin Yao listened carefully, her beautiful eyes flashing with disbelief. Unexpectedly, there are things that Mr. Yi doesn't know. Yin Yao imagined the lunch Yi Yunzhou prepared, and she said with some concern. Then let's go to the property management quickly. Otherwise, Mr. Yi has prepared lunch. What if he eats it first? If food poisoning is really possible, it does not matter whether you are the one who made the food or not. Everyone is treated equally. When Zhou Eng heard what Yin Yao said, she immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. They both quickened their pace and walked towards the property company. On the other side, Yi Yunzhou, who stayed in the villa, stayed in the kitchen, preparing dishes with skillful techniques. With just a series of light clacking sounds, the ingredients were cut into thin strips of uniform size and thickness. He was very fast. No matter how difficult the ingredients were to handle, once they were in Yi Yunzhou's hands, they became very well behaved as if they were cast under a spell. Yi Yunzhou operated in an orderly manner, and even he himself could not help but sigh that his cooking skills were truly god-level, and every dish was of the highest quality. Standing in the kitchen, Yi Yunzhou is now completely surrounded by the aroma of food and rice. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of him, Yi Yunzhou's mouth curled up. He picked up the plate and planned to take it to the table outside so that Yin Yao and Zhou Eng could have a taste. Just looking at them makes me very hungry. I might even make them cry with hunger. Yi Yunzhou was thinking happily, but who would have thought that when he walked out of the kitchen, he found that both of them were gone. The whole villa was empty, and he was the only one left. Yi Yunzhou looked at the empty restaurant and the corners of his mouth twitched. My goodness, judging from the situation, did they run away? Looking down at the plate in his hand, which was still bubbling with steam, Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes and laughed angrily. Well done. Needless to say, this must have been Zhou Ying's idea. After all, as his housekeeper, Yin Yao would definitely not do something like kidnapping the owner's little cousin. Yi Yunzhou put the plate on the table, and his mind couldn't help but recall the expression Zhou Eng had when she heard that he was going to cook. That's horror plus shock? Yi Yunzhou laughed out of anger and muttered to himself. This is really my good sister. That's fine, if you don't want to eat it, I'll eat it myself. It's their loss if they can't eat the delicious food made by god-level cooking skills. After Yi Yunzhou finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the kitchen. Dishes were prepared and served on the dining table. In a short while, the large dining table was almost full. The rich aroma burst out from the plate like crazy, colliding in the air to form an even more intense fragrance. The fragrance began to spread on the first floor of the villa, and soon occupied all places, even the dead corners. And outside at this time, Yin Yao took Zhou Eng towards the property management company. Both of them were very good looking, and they were talking and laughing all the way, just like a pair of sisters. Zhou Eng took Yin Yao's arm in a familiar manner and asked with a smile. Sister Yin, what delicious food do we have in the property? That's a lot. Let me show you today's menu and you'll know. Yin Yao replied with a smile that as housekeepers, they would receive menus distributed by the property every day. This also makes it easier for them to provide services to property owners and demonstrates their professionalism. When Zhou Eng heard that there was a menu to look at, she immediately moved forward to look at Yin Yao's phone screen. Looking at the various delicacies listed above, there are Australian lobsters, salmon, and 5A-grade beef. It is very luxurious. Zhou Eng gasped. She looked at Yin Yao in shock and exclaimed. No way, Sister Yin, your property management provides such high-quality food every day. To be honest, if she lived here, she wouldn't need to cook every day. She could just eat the meals provided by the property. That would be so wonderful. Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She suddenly thought of an important question and asked. By the way, our property provides meals. how much does it cost? After all, the ingredients are of such high quality and are prepared by someone else, so I'm sure the price won't be too low, right? I wonder if the little money I have on me is enough to pay. Yin Yao looked at Zhou Ying's nervous expression and suddenly laughed. She didn't tease the little girl and replied with a smile. It doesn't require any consumption from the owner. This is a service provided by the property management, so it's naturally free. We all have employee cards, so we just need to swipe the card and make a record. As the most luxurious villa complex in Jiangcheng, their Longhai Yunshu is also famous for its considerate service. At this moment, Yin Yao, who had been smiling just now, was suddenly stunned. Oh no! My bag was left in Villa number 1 and I didn't bring it out. Her employee card was still in it. Without the card, they would not be able to eat today. Yin Yao had a frustrated look on her face. She gently stroked her forehead and said to Zhou, "Wait for me here for a while, I'll go back and get my bag." Zhou listened to Yin Yao's words, pursed her lips nervously, grabbed Yin Yao's arm and shook it gently, and reminded her in a serious tone. "Sister Yin, you must be careful when you go back, don't get caught by my cousin." Yin Yao became nervous when she saw Zhou speaking so formally. She thought for a moment, looked at Zhou beside her, and said in a negotiating tone, "Xiao Ying, how about you come back with me? I won't be afraid if you accompany me." No, I absolutely won't go back." Zhou refused without thinking. It wasn't that she was not loyal enough, but if she was caught by her cousin, she would end up in a miserable state. "Sister Yin, you don't have to be so nervous. You are my brother's housekeeper after all, and he can't do anything to you, right?" Zhou thought for a long time, trying to calm Yin Yao's emotions with words. Yin Yao sighed and nodded gently. She asked Zhou to wait here while she walked towards Villa number 1. "Just wait here for me, don't run around." Before Yin Yao left, she did not forget to give Zhou some advice. Zhou looked as if she was sending a hero off to the battlefield. She nodded vigorously and said loudly, "Okay, don't worry, Sister Yin." Walking quickly towards Villa number 1, Yin Yao felt a little uneasy at this time. Especially when I thought about what Zhou said just now, I secretly thought to myself, I hope Mr. Yu won't find me. Otherwise, if you punish yourself by eating dark food, how horrible would that be? Yin Yao was lost in thoughts all the way and soon arrived in front of Villa number 1. Looking at the extremely luxurious courtyard, Yin Yao took a deep breath and walked inside carefully. Yin Yao tried to move as lightly as possible. In order not to make any noise, she moved extremely slowly and gently opened the door of the villa. After the door opened, Yin Yao did not dare to go in directly, but stood where she was and looked inside to check. Unexpectedly, as soon as the door opened, I could smell the rich aroma of food in the air before I saw Yi Yunzhou. Those smells seemed to have life, sweeping towards Yin Yao madly and swallowing her up in an instant. It smells so good. When Yin Yao smelled the fragrance, her eyes suddenly lit up. She couldn't help but walk into the door and sniffed hard. Suddenly, the aroma seemed to become even stronger. Yin Yao followed the smell to the restaurant. As soon as she came over, she saw Yi Yunzhou sitting at the dining table. In front of him was a table filled with all kinds of delicious food. The aroma of the food came from the delicious food on the table, and the plates were still filled with hot steam. Just by looking at the rising hot steam, Yin Yao felt that the saliva in her mouth could not be suppressed and flowed out. These dishes are simply delicious. Yin Yao swallowed twice subconsciously, her attention was drawn to one of the iceberg sashimi. Yi Yunzhou crushed the large chunks of ice and pressed them onto the largest plate to make an iceberg shape. The meat of the premium Australian abalone is removed intact and cut into extremely thin slices at its most tender moment. Hanging on the iceberg can not only maintain the freshness of the food to the maximum extent, but also create a very impactful visual effect. When Yin Yao looked at it this way, she could almost see the shape and traces of the iceberg through the abalone meat. Seeing these details, Yin Yao couldn't help but gasp. This abalone sashimi is so thin that it is as thin as a cicada's wing. Even an ordinary chef probably doesn't have such skills. The Wellington steak on the other side had just been cut, and the crispy bread crust on the outside was divided into several layers. Golden and crispy on the outside, soft and tender on the inside. Not to mention the big piece of Wagyu beef in the innermost part, which was roasted to perfection and had a pink hue. Even if you haven't tasted it, you can imagine how tender the Wagyu beef is. It must be so tender that it melts in your mouth. Obviously it was baked so perfectly, and Yi Yunzhou showed his knife skills to the fullest when arranging the dish. Just as if they had been measured with a ruler, each cut was made at the perfect position, which made Yin Yao secretly amazed. Perfect, so perfect. Yi Yunzhou not only cooked several top-notch dishes, but also several home-cooked dishes. The braised pork is cut into pieces of equal size and covered with rich soup, which has a strong sauce flavor. I don't know if it will have my mother's home-cooked taste, but it will definitely taste good. Every shrimp and the braised prawns is shiny and bright red, and you can see some red oil at the bottom of the plate. It's obvious that they have been fried over high heat to leave such a bottom layer. Every dish seemed to have a little hook, attracting Yin Yao and making her unable to take her eyes away. Her heart was filled with shock, and she was dumbfounded when she saw Villa number 1 in front of her. She recalled what Zhou had said before. Is this called poor cooking skills? This table full of delicious food is called dark cuisine? This is exactly the banquet she dreamed of. Even though the quantity of dishes is not comparable, the quality is definitely far superior. Yin Yao only felt a throbbing pain in her temple and she regretted it. I shouldn't have left. If she hadn't left, she would have been able to eat the food as soon as it came out of the pot. Yin Yao stared at the delicious food on the table. Her saliva was flowing like the Yellow River and couldn't be stopped. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou felt a fiery gaze coming from behind him, and the sound of swallowing saliva. He turned his head and saw Yin Yao looking at the dining table with longing. She looked so excited, as if she was about to pounce on them at any time. Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes. This girl actually dared to come back? A sneer appeared on his face. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Yin Yao on this side also reacted. She looked at Yi Yunzhou, who was looking at her and walking towards her step by step. Facing Yi Yunzhou, Yin Yao only felt a strong masculine aura coming towards her, and a blush instantly appeared on her pretty face. In addition, Yin Yao felt somewhat guilty, and she didn't know what Yi Yunzhou was going to do. She put her hands behind her back and subconsciously retreated backwards. Then Yin Yao's body paused, and she felt a hard response from behind, which was hitting the door at the entrance. We have reached a point where there is no turning back. Yin Yao wanted to say something several times, but when the words came to her lips, she couldn't utter a single word. After all, how could she explain to make Yi Yunzhou believe that she didn't dislike her cooking skills? While Yin Yao was distracted, she saw Yi Yunzhou approaching. For a moment, Yin Yao's pretty face became even redder. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou had already moved in front of Yin Yao and was looking down at her. Looking at her rosy little face, Yi Yunzhou leaned close to her ear but did not speak immediately. Yi Yunzhou's action made Yin Yao's body stiffen. She could even feel the hot breath Yi Yunzhou exhaled, hitting her neck again and again. The heat seemed to have a miraculous effect, making Yin Yao's stiff body feel hot. She subconsciously shrank her body, but her heart became more and more panicked. Chapter 26, Blocking Yin Yao. Even the steady breathing was disrupted and became rapid. Tell me what's going on. Yi Yunzhou moved back slightly and asked Yin Yao. However, they were still very close, and as his voice floated out, the hot air sprayed on Yin Yao's delicate neck, making her body tremble. Before she could get nervous, Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou speak again. Otherwise. Yi Yunzhou did not say the rest of the words. He raised his big hand and pressed it directly on Yin Yao's head. The posture of the two at this moment is very similar to the wallbang in the movie The Domineering Boss. This posture made Yin Yao's heart suddenly panic, and the overwhelming masculine aura made her pupils shrink slightly. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from screaming. But for some reason, Yin Yao felt a sense of anticipation in her heart. Just looking up at Yi Yunzhou's scrutinizing gaze, Yin Yao was immediately defeated and surrendered obediently. Yin Yao was like a child who had done something wrong. She leaned against the door and said nervously, I confessed everything. It was Zhou who dragged me away. At this point, Yin Yao couldn't resist any longer, so she told everyone what had happened honestly. After all, if Zhou hadn't told her, as a housekeeper, how could she dare to leave the boss who took the initiative to cook here? Yi Yunzhou listened to Yin Yao's words and nodded. He raised his chin towards Yin Yao and said, Okay, I get it. Go sit in the living room. Oh. Yin Yao didn't dare to even think of resisting. She just walked obediently to the sofa and sat down. Sitting on the sofa, Yin Yao couldn't help but recall what had just happened. For a moment, she was in a state of confusion. However, Yin Yao found it difficult to concentrate and was attracted by the fragrance from time to time. After all, the fragrance in the air is so strong. The smell was like a little hook, which made Yin Yao feel as if her heart was being scratched by a kitten, and she felt indescribable itchiness. But when she stole a glance at Yi Yunzhou's cold face, Yin Yao shrank her neck, not daring to even think about cheating. With no other options left, Yin Yao could only suffer there. At this moment, she felt like crying but had no tears. Wasn't it a bit too harsh to punish someone who had made a mistake like this? My goodness, if the Ministry of Justice had this method back then, there would probably be no truth that could not be uncovered. Thinking of this, Yin Yao looked at Yi Yunzhou with a resentful expression. Mr. Yi is really too cruel. This torture is so uncomfortable. Yi Yunzhou on this side raised his wrist to check the time and simply hid behind the door. In order to lure the snake out of its hole, Yi Yunzhou deliberately left the door open a crack, waiting for the thief to come to the door on his own. After making these preparations, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Yunzhou's eyes, and he walked back behind the door and waited. On this side, Zhou waited in the garden for a long time, but Yin Yao did not come back. Zhou took out her cell phone several times, but after thinking about it, she put it back. It would be terrible if my phone call exposed Sister Yin's location. Zhou hesitated in the garden for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth, stamped her feet and said, "Oh, never mind. Instead of waiting here, why not go back and take a look?" After all, Yin Yao had to go back to get her employee card in order to take her out for dinner, so she couldn't be so ungrateful. Thinking this, Zhou walked back to villa number 1. She looked at the door that was slightly opened, and immediately became curious, so she poked her head into the house. Just when Zhou was about to observe the situation, she heard the door behind her slam shut with a bang. Such a loud noise scared Zhou directly. She subconsciously turned her head and saw Yi Yunzhou standing behind the door, staring at her with narrowed eyes. Zhou Ying's hair stood on end and she ran inside without thinking. When passing by the restaurant, Zhou smelled a strong fragrance and couldn't help but raise her nose. At this moment, she happened to see Yin Yao sitting on the sofa with a tormented look on her face. At this moment, the two people's eyes met. Zhou. Sister Yin Yao, you were caught. But, this fragrance. Zhou sniffed, followed the rich smell in the air, and saw a table full of delicious food at a glance. Looking at the sashimi as thin as a cicada's wing and the various delicacies lying there quietly, my saliva is about to flow. This. Where did this huge table of delicious food come from? It can't be. Zhou seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked up at his cousin behind him, his eyes full of disbelief. This was actually done by my cousin? How is that possible? How could one person's craftsmanship change so much? Zhou was shocked, and then looked at Yin Yao who was lying on the sofa. When her gaze met, she saw Yin Yao giving her a resentful look. For a moment, Zhou also looked extremely innocent. You really can't blame her for this. You know, my cousin used to cook really dark dishes, and he never cheated anyone. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, Zhou also laughed and forced an explanation to Yi Yunzhou. Cousin, actually, Sister Yin Yao and I were just about to go out to buy some drinks, but I didn't expect you to be so amazing and finish it so quickly. Yi Yunzhou looked at Zhou Ying's flattering expression and chuckled. I know everything. I know everything you said and did. Zhou. No way? Is it so clear? No, maybe my cousin is cheating me. Zhou thought to herself, and hugged Yi Yunzhou's arm. She softened her tone and shook it like a spoiled child. Hey cousin, don't be angry. Look, we are back now, aren't we? Yi Yunzhou squinted his eyes at her and snorted coldly. You're back? If you didn't bring your employee card, would you be able to come back? Having said that, Yi Yunzhou gently pushed Zhou Ying's hand away and said indifferently. It's no use acting like a spoiled child. As usual, eat after you're done. If you don't, you'll just starve. Zhou. Old rules? No. Zhou suddenly remembered the punishment that she and her cousin had agreed upon. Squat down, hold your head, and sing conquer. Thinking of that shameful scene, Zhou suddenly had a headache. She raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yunzhou, and said in a negotiating tone. Cousin, are you still squatting down with your head in your hands and singing conquer? Can you change it? After all, there are outsiders here, and Zhou feels embarrassed. She is a grown-up girl. How can she save face by doing this in front of others? However, smelling the rich fragrance in the air, Zhou felt that whether it was shameful or not didn't seem to be so important anymore. Zhou gritted her teeth, squatted down and put her hands on her head. Just as I was about to sing conquer, I heard a voice singing from behind. I was conquered by you just like that. Although it was a cappella song, the singing was not out of tune at all and the clear voice was very pleasant to hear. Yi Yunzhou and Zhou were both stunned when they heard the singing, and looked behind in the direction of the sound. I saw Yin Yao squatting on the ground with her legs together, her knees under the bear, and for a moment she looked even more magnanimous. Coupled with Yin Yao's head holding action, certain parts were squeezed towards the middle, which suddenly presented an extreme temptation. Against the backdrop of the fitted work clothes, Yin Yao's entire figure is highlighted, making people's heart beat fast. That curve is simply a gift from God. The round parts are round and the slender parts are not even a finger's length. At this moment, Yin Yao's pretty face was flushed. She buried her cheeks slightly and sang the climax of Conquest. Chapter 27. This small waist is so comfortable to hug. The moment the lyrics stopped, Yin Yao quickly stood up. She didn't dare to look Yi Yunzhou in the eye, and lowered her head to ask. Mr. Yi, I'm done singing. Can I go eat now? Yi Yunzhou nodded, smiling inwardly. You really are a man of steel. Seeing that Yin Yao had already sat down at the table, Zhou Ying became anxious. She also wants to eat those delicious foods. While Zhou Ying was shouting in her heart, she had already rushed towards the dining table. Unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, she was caught by Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou picked her up by the waist and put her in the previous position, saying in a cold voice, "Hurry up and sing, or you won't get to eat." Zhou Ying's little face was full of helplessness. After a while of gnashing her teeth, she had to sing Conquer in a wronged manner. There was no aesthetic feeling in her singing, and her singing speed was obviously increased several times, almost catching up with rap. After singing the last sentence, Zhou Ying couldn't restrain herself any longer. She rushed to the dining table, picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into the bowl. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up instantly as she felt the aroma of meat and the wonderful combination of sweet and sour flavors in her mouth. The taste is simply amazing. So delicious. Yin Yao next to her also had shining eyes. She had a lot of food stuffed in her mouth, like a little hamster, so cute. The two of them didn't even have time to communicate before they were completely conquered by the delicious food in front of them. Mr. Yi, come and have dinner too. After eating for a while, Yin Yao remembered the chef who cooked for her. Her face turned red again and she quickly called Yi Yunzhou to come and eat. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Yi, you are such a good cook, aren't you? This tastes even better than what the chef made at yesterday's celebration banquet. Especially those home-cooked dishes, which are made of ordinary ingredients and some ordinary materials, but when put together, they become the ultimate delicacy. It allows you to taste your mother as flavor, but it also elevates the flavor, as if forming a new storm on your taste buds. So delicious that you can't even think about it. To be honest, Yi Yunzhou's cooking skills are really great. Yin Yao thought secretly, and her eyes involuntarily looked at Yi Yunzhou. Isn't Mr. Yi too omnipotent? Yi Yunzhou walked to the dining table and sat down. He picked up the chopsticks and ate slowly and gracefully. On the contrary, the two girls next to him ate in a voracious manner, which formed a sharp contrast with Yi Yunzhou's actions. Try this. It's the most tender when eaten now. Yi Yunzhou looked at the two people eating and chuckled and shook his head. He picked up the abalone sashimi and placed it on Yin Yao and Zhou Ying's plates. Yin Yao and Zhou Ying didn't hesitate to dip the food in grapefruit vinegar and stuffed it directly into their mouths, chewing it. Soon, the meal ended happily. Because the taste was so good, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying ate too much, and even had a hint of aftertaste on their faces. Zhou Ying was leaning on the chair at the dining table, fiddling with her phone. She had just received a few messages, but she was eating and didn't notice them at all. Now when she opened the message, she found that it was from several roommates, inviting her to go out and play together. Brother, I'm going out to play soon. Wang Yi and the others sent me a message. Zhou Ying lowered her head to reply to the message while shouting at Yi Yunzhou. When Yi Yunzhou heard what his little cousin said, he immediately raised his head and asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Zhou Ying waved her hands quickly. No, no. After all, her roommates were all scared before, and if they took their cousin along now, they would probably feel uncomfortable again and not have a good time. Since we have finally come to Jiangcheng, we should enjoy our trip. Of course, Zhou Ying was embarrassed to say this in front of her cousin. Otherwise, my cousin might be sad. Yin Yao looked at Zhou Ying and seemed to have thought of something. She smiled faintly and took the initiative to answer. Why don't you let me take you there? I don't have anything to do right now anyway. What do you think? Forget it, I won't bother Sister Yin anymore. I can just take a taxi over there. Zhou Ying knew that it was still Sister Yin's working hours, so she refused very sensibly. Yin Yao was delighted. She stood up, pulled Zhou Ying and said, "Come on, why are you being so polite to me? I'll take you there." After saying that, Yin Yao looked at Yi Yunzhou again and said very respectfully, "By the way, Mr. Yi, I will arrange for staff to come and clean up in a while." "Okay, I understand." Yi Yunzhou responded and watched Yin Yao and Zhou Ying walk out of the villa. Sitting on the sofa, Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time, and was also thinking about going out and buying some things for his cousin. After all, the little girl brought so many things to him when she came here, he couldn't let the little girl go back empty-handed, right? "We have time now, let's go directly there." Yi Yunzhou muttered to himself. He picked up the car keys from the table and prepared to go to the mall. He went straight to the mall where he picked up the clothes last time. There were more luxury stores there, so he could choose more things for his cousin. Yi Yunzhou drove towards the mall, thinking about buying some cosmetics, clothes, and the like for girls along the way. Although he doesn't understand much, there is a shopping guide here and it would be nice to hear her recommendations. Soon, Yi Yunzhou arrived at the mall. After parking his car in the underground parking lot, he took the elevator and walked upstairs. At the same time, in the shopping mall elevator, a pretty figure was walking up, instantly attracting countless followers' gazes. It was Lu Mengxin. Lu Mengxin held the elevator handrail with one hand and held her mobile phone with the other, looking at the message on it. It was a small group of a dance academy art troupe. The group members were talking inside and madly at Lu Mengxin. "Team leader, where are you now? We are already here." "The team leader hasn't come out yet, has he?" "Team leader, please come out and say something. You said that Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people, so where have you been? Don't make wild guesses, Captain, don't you understand? When have you ever been late? I guess you haven't seen the news yet." Lu Mengxin couldn't help curling her lips when she saw what the other members were saying, and quickly typed, "Where are you? I'll go find you." While speaking, Lu Mengxin subconsciously quickened her pace, wanting to find the group members quickly. At this time, Lu Mengxin seemed to have thought of something. She lowered her head and carefully took out an exquisite box from her bag. Lu Mengxin gently opened the lid of the box as if she was holding some rare treasure. There was a brooch quietly placed in the velvet box. The brooch was made in the shape of a sailboat and was inlaid with Swarovski crystals. Although this men's brooch is not as complicated as the women's brooch, it still looks very delicate and beautiful. Especially under the illumination of the shopping mall lights, the crystal immediately radiates 7 colors of light. This brooch is exquisitely crafted and is worthy of being a classic Cartier style. Lu Mengxin looked at the brooch carefully. She carefully touched the crystal on the brooch with her fingers, and it bounced off immediately. She sighed quietly and murmured to herself with great emotion, "It looks good, but it's too expensive. If I hadn't received the scholarship, I really wouldn't have been willing to buy it." Although Lu Mengxin felt very distressed, the more she looked at the brooch, the more she liked it. She secretly thought, if Brother Yi saw this, he would probably like it too, right? A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth as Lu Mengxin thought in her mind when to contact Brother Yi and give him the brooch. After thinking for a while, Lu Mengxin shook her head gently, thinking that it would be better to put it aside for the time being. Otherwise, wouldn't it be inappropriate to ask someone out without a reasonable reason? Lu Mengxin was lost in thought and didn't expect that the next moment, she would bump into someone. Because she didn't notice it at all, the brooch in Lu Mengxin's hand fell out and landed on the tile floor of the mall. Under the influence of inertia, it slid several meters away. Lu Mengxin on this side just felt like she had hit a wall and her body was in pain. "But what hurts the most is my heart, the brooch." Lu Mengxin looked at the brooch. Before she could even stand firmly, she was already anxiously trying to pick up the brooch first. Seeing Lu Mengxin's body tilted and she was about to fall to the ground, a strong arm reached out and embraced Lu Mengxin. The next moment, Lu Mengxin was trapped in a strong arm. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Lu Mengxin quickly apologized. When she looked up, she saw a familiar and handsome face. She stopped talking halfway and stared at Yi Yunzhou with her eyes, as if she saw something unexpected. Lu Mengxin was stunned for a moment, then reacted and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Yi? Why are you here?" Perhaps because she was really happy, Lu Mengxin didn't even jump out of Yi Yunzhou's arms, and the two of them still maintained an ambiguous posture. Yi Yunzhou on this side looked at Lu Mengxin, who was smiling, and said helplessly, "What are you doing? You don't even look at where you're walking? Luckily you met me, otherwise you would have sprained your ankle at least today." While Yi Yunzhou was speaking, his hand was still on Lu Mingxin's slender waist. She could feel the soft touch in return, as if it was soft and boneless, making her unable to let go. Especially that slender waist that could be held in one hand, Yi Yunzhou felt that he could wrap it around with just one arm. It feels so good to hug such a slender waist. Moreover, the two of them were so close that Yi Yunzhou could smell the faint body fragrance of Lu Mingxin. The smell was not strong, but it followed me like a shadow, going straight into my nose. Feeling Yi Yunzhou's breath, Lu Mingxin blushed at this time, and her little heart was beating wildly. Chapter 28. This girl is good to be with. She really spends money. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, her eyes widened suddenly, and she exclaimed, "Brooch!" As she spoke, Lu Mingxin quickly ran over to pick up the brooch, then held it closer to examine it carefully. After checking inside and out and making sure there was no damage anywhere, Lu Mingxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay." Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin's cautious look, raised his eyebrows, and asked curiously, "This is?" When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou's question, she lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, then put the brooch back into the box and handed it to Yi Yunzhou. "Brother Yi, this is for you. But I accidentally dropped it just now." To be honest, Lu Mingxin felt very embarrassed to have dropped the gift in front of others. For a moment, she was a little nervous. After all, someone of Yi Yunzhou's status would probably be very picky. Would he be a little disgusted by this? Just when Lu Mingxin was feeling uneasy, Yi Yunzhou had already taken the box and was looking at it in his hand. At the same time, a curtain of light popped up in front of his eyes. Detected that the top beauty spent 4,200 yuan for the host, 100,000 times the rebate of 420 million yuan. Yi Yunzhou looked at the numbers on the screen and was also shocked. So much rebate? Yi Yunzhou quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at Lu Mingxin in front of him. He remembered that Lu Mingxin was working part-time as a designated driver before, and it seemed that the conditions were not very good. How come he suddenly had so much money? Why are you so willing to spend so much money? Yi Yunzhou looked at the brooch in his hand and said to Lu Mingxin in a helpless tone. Lu Mingxin was standing there with her lips pursed. She was stunned when she heard Yi Yunzhou's words, and her eyes widened immediately. "Ah? How do you know how much this thing costs?" "Yi Yunzhou. Good job, you found the blind spot." Yi Yunzhou thought about it, and facing Lu Mingxin's surprised eyes, he chuckled and explained. "This is a Cartier brooch, it should cost at least 3 or 4,000, right?" Yi Yunzhou paused here and ran his finger over the Cartier logo. "Girl, you don't think I don't know what's good, do you?" Hearing Yi Yunzhou say this, Lu Mingxin pursed her lips and confessed honestly. "My scholarship has been issued. Thinking about the last meal, I thought about buying something for Brother Yi." As she spoke, Lu Mingxin's voice became lower and lower. She stood there coquettishly, with her eyes slightly lowered and biting her lips, looking a little pitiful. It's like he has done something wrong, and his face looks aggrieved and silly. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw Lu Mingxin's expression, and then he thought secretly in his heart, this girl is good to be with, she really gives him money to spend. I'm afraid all the scholarships are tied up in this brooch? Yi Yunzhou looked at the brooch in his hand and immediately felt that it was very valuable. He smiled and thanked. This brooch is very beautiful. Thank you very much. I like it very much. As he spoke, Yi Yunzhou took the brooch out of the box and handed it to Lu Mingxin. Here, help me put it on. Good. Lu Mingxin quickly took the brooch, moved closer to Yi Yunzhou, and carefully helped him put it on. After making sure that the brooch was worn correctly, Lu Mingxin clapped her hands in satisfaction. Looking at the beautiful brooch on Yi Yunzhou's clothes, he suddenly looked more handsome. Yi Yunzhou looked at the smiling Lu Mingxin, then looked at the brooch on her chest, and asked with a smile. By the way, do you have time now? Just go shopping with me and help me pick some things out. I want to buy some things today, and I feel like you definitely know more about them than I do. Ah. Then. At this moment, Lu Mingxin heard the notification sound of her cell phone ringing continuously. She knew without even looking that it must be the members in the group at ING her. Lu Mingxin opened the page on her mobile phone inconspicuously, looked at the various messages in the group asking where she was, and simply chose to ignore them. She turned her head to look at Yi Yunzhou and smiled. Okay, I have time and can go with you. When the two turned around and were about to leave, they saw a few girls not far away noticed Lu Mingxin. As soon as they saw Lu Mingxin, they immediately ran over excitedly and shouted in surprise. Captain, you are here. Lu Mingxin. It seems that I am still too slow. Several girls walked over quickly. Yi Yunzhou looked at the situation in front of him, curled his lips and smiled, lowered his head and whispered in Lu Mingxin's ear. Girl, is this the time you told me you had? Yi Yunzhou's breath sprayed on Lu Mingxin's ears. Feeling this warm breath, Lu Mingxin's body trembled suddenly. She didn't know when a blush appeared on her pretty face. Seeing that several girls had come over, she quickly explained to Yi Yunzhou in a low voice. I'm the director of our dance academy's art troupe. Our team has a performance tonight, so we came out to buy some cosmetics and other things. The troupe doesn't have enough of these things. I came earlier than them, thinking of getting something, but I didn't expect to meet Brother Yi. After listening to Lu Mingxin's explanation, Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly. If they were going to buy cosmetics, they could go together. It just so happens that they are all girls, so wouldn't it be easier to choose? Just as Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin were talking, several girls on the side were watching the two of them talking, and they suddenly realized something. Standing so intimately, it seems that the person in front of me must be the legendary leader's boyfriend. The girls all gasped. They had heard a lot of legends about this mysterious boyfriend. He was a very wealthy man. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but look at Yi Yunzhou a few more times and whispered. This legendary boyfriend seems to be even better looking than the rumors say. His figure and looks are amazing, and his temperament is also very good, just like the prince in the movie. Otherwise, we have to say it's our leader. His vision in finding a boyfriend is really amazing. I don't know where he found one. We should learn from him when we have time. I heard that this guy is driving a Bugatti worth more than 50 million. My goodness, what kind of family can afford such a car? The girls huddled together and spoke in very low voices, fearing that they would be discovered by the person opposite them. At this time, after Lu Mingxin finished explaining to Yi Yunzhou, she came over and introduced everyone. The girls' eyes lit up and they greeted Yi Yunzhou enthusiastically. Yi Yunzhou looked at everyone and smiled, then took the initiative to invite them. Aren't you going to buy cosmetics? I also want to buy some for my cousin. Can you help me choose some and introduce some? When the girls heard Yi Yunzhou speak so politely, they had a better impression of him for a moment, and nodded quickly, saying with a smile. Okay, this little thing is no problem at all. After all, he is the boyfriend of their group leader, so the girls are very open and say directly. We need to buy things very quickly, why don't I help you choose first? Thank you all in advance. Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard that, and after saying thank you, he led everyone towards the luxury goods area. Looking at the Xiangjia store just opposite the elevator entrance, Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and said to the girls around him. Let's start with this one. This one starts? Before a few girls could figure out what Yi Yunzhou meant, they had already followed him into the Chanel store. Looking at the high-end classic decoration style, several girls showed a look of shock on their faces. It is truly a top international brand, and this store looks high-end and classy at first glance. As soon as Lu Mingxin walked in, her eyes were attracted by the perfume counter at the door. She had always heard that Chanel's perfumes were great, but she couldn't afford to use these luxury goods, so she didn't know much about them. Out of curiosity, Lu Mingxin walked to the counter, took the fragrance test card and smelled it, her eyes sparkling. Yi Yunzhou noticed Lu Mingxin's actions and was immediately happy. He said to the shopping guide who was coming over. Please, I want all the perfumes she just looked at. 2 bottles each. Then he looked at Lu Mingxin and said, 1 bottle for you and 1 for my cousin. It's just right that I can bring a few bottles for my little cousin so he doesn't have to pick them out again. When the shopping guide heard Yi Yunzhou's words, she nodded and said, Okay sir, I'll get it ready right away. Instead, Lu Mingxin was stunned. She looked at Yi Yunzhou in surprise and explained. I didn't want anything, I just wanted to see. It's okay, take a look at some other ones and see if there's anything you like. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and wandered around the store casually. The suits from the Xiang family are all very beautiful. Looking at Lu Mingxin, who has a similar figure to her cousin, she became a tool for trying on clothes. Try this, and this. Lu Mingxin has a great figure, and those clothes immediately highlight all her advantages when she wears them. Yi Yunzhou nodded with satisfaction and said directly to the shopping guide. Buy these sets too, 2 copies each. The girls next to him almost popped their eyes out when they saw Yi Yunzhou spending money like water. Is this how rich people spend their money? Just buy it if you don't agree? They are especially envious of Lu Mingxin now, such a boyfriend is so handsome. You buy something as soon as you take a look at it. how much do you spoil it? In just this short period of time, you must have bought things worth $200,000 or $300,000. Several girls looked at Yi Yunjo with shining eyes. They wanted to rush up to him and ask him, "Brother, are you still in need of a sister? With a brother like this, all I can do for the rest of my life is enjoy myself." After shopping around, Yi Yunjo paid the bill and walked towards the next store with the shopping bag. The salesgirl at LV was stunned when she saw several people carrying large and small bags, and then a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. A big customer has arrived. The salesgirl was thinking about this as she quickly came up to him and greeted him respectfully. "Please come in, everyone." The salesgirl at the back was very observant. She quickly took the shopping bags from the people and served them freshly brewed coffee. Yi Yunjo was not polite either. He would just take the bag or jewelry he liked. Not only was there a share for the little cousin, but Lu Mingxin's share was also not left out. "By the way, don't you guys want to buy some cosmetics? The stuff on this floor is pretty good. Let's go pick some together." Yi Yunjo spoke cheerfully as he brought a few girls to the cosmetics counter and started selecting again. "Brother Yi, we only use cosmetics for performances, they really don't need to be so expensive." Lu Mingxin tried to dissuade Yi Yunjo. After all, he had already bought a lot of things just now. How could he have the nerve to ask others to buy cosmetics for the performance? Unexpectedly, Yi Yunjo just smiled and said softly after listening to Lu Mingxin's words, "You have to think about it this way. Performance is such a formal thing, and the things you use can't be perfunctory. This is a respect for your performance, what do you think?" When Lu Mingxin listened to Yi Yunjo's magnetic voice, she suddenly felt dazed and her brain stopped working. She just felt that at this moment, whatever Yi Yunjo said was correct. By the time Lu Mingxin realized something was wrong, Yi Yunjo had already paid the bill and stuffed a bunch of shopping bags into her hands. "Take it, let's look at something else." The girls nearby had already had their values shattered by Yi Yunjo's spending habits. It turns out that rich people can really do whatever they want. Normally, they hardly dare to come to this floor, and even if they come occasionally, they are simply ignored by the shopping guides. It's like being invisible, with no service at all. But today, the shopping guide and the store manager seemed like different people. Their eager service attitude made several girls secretly gasp in amazement. Is this the power of money? They experienced it deeply today. Yi Yunjo didn't say anything and continued to stroll around this floor with a few girls. Whenever I passed by a store, a salesgirl would immediately come out to greet me, and her respectful attitude made me feel like I was in spring breeze. They were carrying large and small bags, attracting many guests to watch. The guests were surprised and shocked, and whispered to each other, "Wow, who is this young man? He actually brought so many girls out shopping at once? He seems to be quite powerful. Most people wouldn't dare to do this. TSK, this kind of good fortune is really enviable. Look at the level of those girls, they are all beautiful. And they are all very close to each other, this is the blessing of having all the women in the world. I can't help it. He's rich, handsome, and has good temperament. If I were a woman, I would also like to find a man like him who is willing to spend money like this. He has so many things, and they are all luxury goods. He must have millions, right?" While everyone was talking in low voices, Yi Yunjo looked at the bag in his hand, thinking that the things he wanted to buy for his cousin were almost ready. He looked at Lu Mingxin and asked with a smile, "How about it, is there anything else you want to buy? I'll buy you some more. What do you like? Tell me." After all, the rebate alone was so high before, he wished he could buy more things for Lu Mingxin. But Lu Mingxin on the opposite side had a miserable look on her face and looked like she was almost about to cry. She thought secretly in her heart, "Brother Yi, how can you buy things like that? Look, you bought me so many things at once, and then look at the way my group members look at me. From envy to jealousy, now I feel like he might kill me at any moment." Now hearing Yi Yunjo's question, Lu Mingxin waved her hand firmly and said loudly, "I won't buy it anymore, I really don't need anything." Yi Yunjo looked at Lu Mingxin's reaction and burst into laughter. He raised his wrist to check the time and said to them, "If there's nothing else to buy, let's go. I can put my stuff back in the car." Everyone nodded when they heard this, and followed Yi Yunjo into the elevator and went directly to the underground parking lot. When they saw the long-rumored Bugatti Veyron with their own eyes, they all stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. This Bugatti is so handsome. Whether it is the lines of the car body or the overall feel, it is so perfect. Thinking about the value of this car, everyone's hearts were filled with turmoil. Yi Yunzhou took the shopping bags handed over by everyone and stuffed them one by one into the trunk of the car. Seeing that everything had been put away, several girls reacted at this time. One of the girls took the initiative to wave at them and said goodbye. "Captain, we won't bother you anymore. Let's take a taxi back to school first. See you there." After saying that, the girl took a few girls and walked out of the parking lot. After walking out of the parking lot, several girls breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time, and said with envy, "Look at my boyfriend, he's the best. Look at the way he bought things just now, he was so domineering. They say a man looks his most handsome when he swipes his card. He doesn't say a word of unnecessary nonsense, he just goes straight to work and swipes his card. I'm so envious. I don't know what good things the leader did in his previous life to have such a good boyfriend in this life. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable." Yi Yunzhou put his things away, dusted his hands, and said to Lu Mingxin, "Come on, get in the car, I'll take you back." "Good." Lu Mingxin nodded obediently. She sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt skillfully. Then she looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yi, are you free tonight? We have a performance tonight. If you have time, come and watch it." "Good." Yi Yunzhou heard the expectation in Lu Mingxin's voice and agreed with a smile. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a message from his cousin. "Cousin, I and a few roommates took a bus to the Mulan Tianqi Lake in the suburbs to play. It's too far at night, and I probably won't be able to return. I will probably have to go back to Jiangqing tomorrow." Yi Yunzhou looked at his cousin's message and quickly replied, "Take good care of yourself when you are outside, and stay in a good hotel. If you don't have enough money, tell me, okay? If there is anything, please call me immediately." Yi Yunzhou gave a few instructions before putting his phone away. Lu Mingxin watched Yi Yunzhou typing and asked with concern, "What's wrong, brother Yi? Is there anything wrong?" Yi Yunzhou shook his head gently and explained with a smile, "It's okay, come on, I'll take you back to school first." The car sped along the road and they soon arrived at the school gate. Lu Mingxin unbuckled her seatbelt, turned her head to look at Yi Yunzhou, and asked with a smile, "Brother Yi, I have to go backstage to prepare. What do you want to eat tonight?" Yi Yunzhou was immediately amused when he heard Lu Mingxin's question. "Don't worry about me. After your performance, I'll arrange a celebration party for you." "Okay." Lu Mingxin happily agreed, then walked towards the backstage carrying her cosmetics. And at this moment in the backstage, the few girls who were there just now have returned to the backstage. As soon as they saw the other members, they immediately told them what happened today. "No way, he's so domineering. If we had known, we would have gone together. What a pity." The other group members were also envious, and they talked about it while making preparations. Just at this moment, Lu Mingxin walked in from outside. She looked at the people who were still chatting and raised her eyebrows. "What are you doing there?" When they suddenly heard Lu Mingxin's voice, the members of the group felt guilty and were frightened. They smiled awkwardly and explained perfunctorily, Nothing, just chatting." Looking at them, Lu Mingxin roughly guessed what they were talking about. With a blush on her pretty face, Lu Mingxin clapped her hands and said to everyone, "Come and put on your makeup quickly. Let's try to rehearse a few more times before the performance." "Good." When it comes to the performance, the girls present became serious and quickly continued their preparations. Lu Mingxin looked at everyone's enthusiastic expressions and smiled, putting the cosmetics in her hand on the table for everyone to use. A girl came over and looked at the cosmetics brand and the exquisite workmanship, and couldn't help but sigh. "Isn't this too extravagant? The cosmetics used for the performance are so expensive. If I tell others about it, so many people will be envious." The other girls nodded in agreement when they heard this. These cosmetics cost 4 figures at most, and they have never used them before. The girls were all very excited. One of them looked at Lu Mingxin and said with a smile, "We are blessed to have this opportunity thanks to the team leader." Lu Mingxin listened to the girl's words and reached out and tapped her on the forehead. "You're the only one who talks too much." The girl rubbed her forehead with one hand and stuck out her tongue. Everyone looked at her and laughed. Chapter 29 Hug. Lu Mingxin looked at the group of members in front of her and felt helpless. What a bunch of gossipy guys. Okay, everyone, stop making trouble. Let's rehearse while there's still time. Lu Mengxin clapped her hands and spoke loudly to everyone. When the members heard Lu Mengxin's words, they quieted down and walked onto the stage together for the final rehearsal. Everyone had changed their clothes, and to the accompaniment of music, the girls began to spin and jump, and for a moment, they became the shining presence on the stage. On this side of the school, Yi Yunzhou parked his car at the art college, got out of the car, and walked aimlessly. It is worthy of being a famous art school in Jiangcheng. The girls here are all very good looking. Girls with youthful and energetic faces wearing various similar clothes, either sexy or pure, have become a scenic spot on the campus paths. Yi Yunzhou admired him generously, and many girls passing by also looked at him, attracted by his handsome face and top-notch body. Just at this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Zhou who sent him a message. "Brother, look, my roommate won the prize." Below the information, there is a photo with a free coupon on it. Yi Yunzhou enlarged the photo and saw clearly that it was a lunch voucher for 5-6 people at the Starlight Club. Starlight Club? Just as Yi Yunzhou felt a little doubtful, another message came from Zhou. "Brother, have you heard of Xingguang Club? This is a newly opened internet celebrity club. I heard that the food is quite good and it is very popular on the internet. My roommate saw the club was holding an event, so he tried to draw a lottery. Unexpectedly, he actually won. It was really a stroke of luck that could not be stopped." Looking at the words on the phone screen, although it was cold, Yi Yunzhou seemed to hear the laughter of his little cousin. He curled his lips into a smile and was about to put away his phone when Zhou Ying's message came again. "Brother, we will go back tomorrow. Let's go there for lunch tomorrow." Yi Yunzhou shook his head helplessly. This little foodie became excited when he talked about where to go for dinner. He thought about it, picked up his phone and typed, "What don't we have at home? And it doesn't tea taste better than the restaurant?" Yi Yunzhou felt that he and his little cousin had magically brought out their desire to win while chatting. Could it be that my god-level cooking skills are not as attractive as a so-called internet celebrity restaurant? Not long after Yi Yunzhou sent the message, he received a reply from his little cousin. "Brother, you don't understand this. Free food is the best. I, your sister, will take you to eat free food, you have to be happy." Faced with such a reply, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help laughing. This little girl really knows how to show off. After thinking for a while, Yi Yunzhou changed the topic and asked with concern, "Did you have fun over there?" After a while, Zhou sent a lot of photos. In the photos, the little girl was smiling like a flower, with her eyes curved into a crescent moon. There are not only selfies, but also group photos of her and several roommates. Everyone seems to be in a good mood, and looking at the photos makes people feel relaxed. Looking at the little guys in the photos, Yi Yunzhou felt relieved. He picked up the phone and replied, "Okay, have fun. When you come back tomorrow, tell me I bought something for you." "Shopping? Brother, what did you buy?" Zhou Ying's curiosity was aroused at once, and she replied to the message almost immediately, which was enough to show her mood at the moment. Yi Yunzhou lowered his eyes slightly and typed a sentence slowly in the dialog box. "You will know tomorrow. Zhou Ying. Wow, my cousin and I are really good at learning it. I wouldn't dare say it's exactly the same, but it's exactly the same." For a moment, facing Yi Yunzhou's reply, Zhou Ying stomped her feet in anger. But at the same time, she felt like she had a kitten in her heart, and it was itchy like a cat scratching her. But the two of them were so far apart that Zhou Ying had no idea what to do. She knew her cousin quite well, and knew that matters like this could not be solved by just acting coquettishly or making excuses from a distance. Zhou Ying sighed helplessly. She simply took out her phone and called out to her roommates. "Let's go over there and take a look. As for those unhappy and brain-twisting things, just put them aside for now." On the other side, Yi Yunzhou walked around the school for a while, and seeing that it seemed to be about time, he took out his mobile phone and ordered a bouquet of flowers online. After confirming the delivery time, Yi Yunzhou walked towards the performance venue. As time approached, in just a short while, there were obviously more students in the school square. People were walking together in groups of 3 or 5, chatting with each other from time to time, and it was obvious that they all came to watch the party. After finding a seat and sitting down, the students looked at the stage that had already been set up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Many people even check the time from time to time, and feel that the waiting time is like a year. The host came onto the stage and the show officially began. There was a burst of warm applause at the scene, and the atmosphere was very warm. The students sat in their seats and chatted with their friends around them. After waiting for so long, the performance is finally here. I heard that this time the dance will be led by the ceiling of the dance academy. This is really worth looking forward to. Are you talking about the school beauty, Lou? No wonder there are so many students waiting here before the time comes. These LSPS definitely have bad intentions. Oh, why do men have to make things difficult for other men? Who wouldn't have some thoughts when facing a beauty like schoolgirl Lou? I should have grabbed a better position and taken more photos. Everyone present was discussing enthusiastically, their eyes all looking towards the stage, waiting for that beautiful figure to appear. Finally, amid everyone's eager anticipation, the female host walked to the center of the stage and announced in a gentle voice. The next performance is the dance carefully choreographed by the Dance Academy. As the female host's voice fell, thunderous applause suddenly broke out at the scene. Many boys even cheered and whistled towards the stage. Their excitement clearly showed that their adrenaline was pumping. Lu Mengxin and her group members have already walked onto the stage. What they are going to perform today is a vigorous song and dance, so the outfits they chose are also hot pants and belly-bearing tops. As the lead dancer and troupe leader, Lu Mengxin's position is absolutely the center. Her figure is naturally impeccable, and with the embellishment of this hot girl dance costume, her charming S-shaped figure is even more highlighted. At a glance, so many hot girls standing together instantly attracted more cheers. Dynamic music then sounded, and Lu Mengxin and others on the stage began to dance to the rhythm. For a moment, the scene was instantly ignited. Lu Mengxin seemed like an elf in the night, dancing quickly to the music. Especially some of the movements are very sexy, coupled with Lu Mengxin's excellent figure, it makes people's blood boil. The popularity of the entire performance was instantly raised to the peak. The boys in the audience were very excited. They watched the dance intently and even talked about it with their classmates. She is worthy of being the school beauty of the Dance Academy, her figure is simply amazing. With a wife like this, it's hard to cure her. School beauty Lu doesn't just have a great figure. Her looks are better than most big stars. Wow, even if you look at her every day, she's still a feast for the eyes. No matter how good or outstanding she is, we can only watch. I heard that the campus beauty of Lu University found a mysterious boyfriend, and he's a super rich man. More cheers and applause drowned out the voices of discussion. Amidst warm applause, the dance performance by Lu Mengxin's team ended. The music stopped and even more enthusiastic applause broke out, like a tsunami, drowning the entire stage. The cadres from the student union and the propaganda department were also watching the situation on the spot. They all had satisfied smiles on their faces and said with emotion, "It was a perfect decision to have the Dance Academy put on a show. Look at this scene, it's simply amazing. It has to be said that this is the dance troupe led by School Beauty Lu. Look at the choreography they have. It will definitely blow up the crowd. If they were arranged to be the first one, wouldn't the atmosphere be better? I'm afraid if you put her in the front, the boys will just leave after watching the excitement, and then how can we perform the rest of the show? Put her in the middle and it will be good enough to keep the heat up." Anyway, the performance was so successful that they should go and celebrate. On this side, Lu Mengxin walked off the stage with a group of group members. She exhaled heavily and said to everyone with a smile, "Today's performance was a great success, and everyone worked hard." However, none of the group members responded. Instead, they winked and eyed Lu Mengxin. Lu Mengxin was also stunned when she saw the expressions of the crowd. She turned her head belatedly and saw Yi Yunzhou standing there with a smile on his face. He held a large bunch of flowers in his hand, which were still covered with fresh dew and looked so tender and juicy. On this side, many members of the group backstage saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with envy. Who wouldn't like such a handsome and romantic boyfriend? The girls stood at the back, and although none of them spoke, they made eye contact with each other. For a moment, everyone made faces and looked at the two of them happily. Lu Mengxin finally reacted. She raised a smile and trotted to Yi Yunzhou, then took the bouquet he handed over. "Thank you, brother Yi." Lu Mengxin looked at Yi Yunzhou's gentle smile, and didn't know where she got the courage from, but she took the initiative to step forward and give Yi Yunzhou a big hug. She is quite tall, but looks petite and slender in front of Yi Yunzhou. Moreover, both of them have excellent looks. For a moment, the scene is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes away. Lu Mengxin placed her hands on Yi Yunzhou's neck. Such close contact made her pretty face, which was already red from dancing, even hotter in an instant. Seeing Lu Mengxin's actions, many people present let out a low cry in an instant. What did they see? The two of them hugged each other. Chapter 30. Help me get a room. Everyone in the art troupe had anti-smiles on their faces. They looked at each other and saw the same emotion in each other's eyes. It was the first time they saw their leader like this. As expected, after meeting true love, women will change. The interaction between the two people at this time was clearly seen by many boys who were looking at them in the audience. Seeing their goddess being embraced by another man, they felt heartbroken. For a moment, the audience was filled with the wailing of these boys. Oh my God, who is this boy? He actually hugged our Lu University's campus beauty. Did we get permission? This is too much. I don't know how many people will cry tonight. I'm crying, my school beauty. I thought she was a cool goddess that all boys could only see but couldn't get, but I didn't expect that she would be in the arms of other men in the blink of an eye. I'll give you 10 minutes to find out this man's information. We are all the guardians of the school beauty. We have the responsibility to protect her safety. We can't let her be deceived. Just stop it, I think you've read too many novels. Where can I get you any information? Go cry over there. Just when all the boys were feeling sad, Lu Mingxin had already let go of Yi Yunzhou, but still kept a close distance from him. Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin and invited her with a smile. Let's go. I'll treat you to a celebration dinner tonight. Hey, that's great. The members of the art troupe were all delighted when they heard this. They all looked at Yi Yunzhou and said loudly, "Thank you, brother Yi." However, when saying thank you, these girls deliberately imitated Lu Mingxin's tone, which immediately made the latter stomp her feet. The members were afraid that the leader would get angry, so they laughed and said, "Then let's go change clothes first." Lu Mingxin watched everyone leave and also looked at Yi Yunzhou and said in a very gentle tone, "Brother Yi, wait for us for a moment. I'll go change my clothes too." "Okay, go ahead." Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly, then stood aside and waited calmly. Soon, everyone came out together, and Lu Mingxin changed into a white long dress. The long skirt is sleeveless, and the slender shoulder straps tied behind the neck make the neck look longer and more slender, instantly bringing out her gentle temperament. Yi Yunzhou looked at the refreshed Lu Mingxin, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. He walked up quickly, looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Let's go. I've booked a restaurant nearby." Everyone nodded when they heard this and followed Yi Yunzhou towards the reserved restaurant. When they reached the restaurant entrance, everyone gasped. After all, it is near their school, so they know a little about this place. It is a famous high-end restaurant nearby. No one expected that Yi Yunzhou would choose this place. For a moment, everyone present was delighted, and looked at Yi Yunzhou with excitement and gratitude. This is definitely a sign of great wealth. Yi Yunzhou looked at the stunned crowd and smiled, and greeted them directly. "Let's go in first." Yi Yunzhou led everyone into the restaurant. After telling the waiter his cell phone number, the waiter immediately said respectfully, "Everyone, please come this way. I'll take you to the box." At this time, everyone was already shocked by the luxurious decoration in the restaurant. They followed him upstairs while looking around at the decoration. The waiter brought everyone to the private room on the top floor. Although it was their first time here, they realized something when they saw that there was only one private room on the entire top floor. Coupled with the even more extravagant decorations and arrangements here, everyone on the scene was so shocked that they were speechless. Yi Yunzhou walked into the box first. After he asked everyone to sit down, various dishes and drinks that had been arranged in advance were placed on the table. Looking at the exquisite dishes and smelling the rich aroma in the air, everyone could see that Yi Yunzhou had prepared this celebration banquet with great care. Just by looking at these ingredients, you can tell they are very valuable. Lu Mingxin looked at the food in front of her and felt touched as well. Brother Yi was so good to her that he even prepared such a high-end meal. To be honest, this was totally beyond her expectations. Lu Mingxin looked at Yi Yunzhou with gratitude, looking at his handsome profile, with a bright light flashing in her eyes. At this time, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly at everyone. "This is a little gift from me. I hope you all enjoy yourself tonight." "Okay, thank you brother Yi for your kindness." After listening to Yi Yunzhou's gentle words and his humble demeanor, everyone had a better impression of him. For a moment, there was even more envy in their eyes when they looked at Lu Mingxin. "Brother Yi, let us toast you. Thank you for your careful preparation today." The girl I met in the afternoon stood up and spoke. Everyone knows that Yi Yunzhou's preparations were all for Lu Mingxin, but they also enjoyed it, so they should express their gratitude. Yi Yunzhou raised his glass towards the girl, took a sip, and put it down. Seeing how kind Yi Yunzhou was, the girl's nervousness gradually dissipated and they began to toast each other. A girl looked at Lu Mingxin, raised her glass towards her, and said with a smile, "Captain, thank you so much today. I'd like to toast you on behalf of everyone." Lu Mingxin wanted to decline, but seeing the eager eyes of others, she thought about it and stood up and clinked glasses with the girl. She couldn't stand the taste of alcohol, so she simply picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. Everyone watched Lu Mingxin drink the cup directly, and immediately applauded and cheered. "It has to be our leader. She is so open-minded and gives us so much face. It's rare to get along with a leader like this. She really drinks when there is wine. The leader is so open, we can't perform too badly. Let's have a drink with the leader and celebrate our perfect performance. Yes, let's clink glasses first, and then toast to the leader. If the leader hadn't rehearsed with all his heart and soul for us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have achieved such an effect." Everyone was chatting excitedly and no one noticed Lu Mingxin's condition. Only Yi Yunzhou was more careful and noticed that Lu Mingxin had been leaning towards him involuntarily since she drank a glass of wine. "Are you okay?" Yi Yunzhou came closer and asked in a low voice, and saw that Lu Mingxin's eyes were a little confused and her cheeks were flushed. Looking at Lu Mingxin like this, Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows. "Wow, this is a typical case of one glass falling flat." At this time, all the members of the group came over, holding cups in their hands, wanting to toast Lu Mingxin. "Captain, let us all toast to you." Yi Yunzhou looked at everyone, then at the drunken Lu Mingxin, sighed softly, and took the initiative to stand up to block the wine and said, "You guys saw it too. This girl gets drunk after just one glass of wine. I'll drink this glass of wine for her." While he was talking, Yi Yunzhou had already raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. The people here couldn't stop smiling as they finished their drinks. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin, as if they were supporting each other. Not only are their looks comparable, but Yi Yunzhou also has the aura of a domineering boss. It's a total sweet pet story. Everyone observed Yi Yunzhou's care for Lu Mingxin and felt that the sweetness was increasing. By the time the celebratory banquet was over, everyone was imagining the deliciousness of the meal. Diabetes is about to strike. Everyone looked at each other and exchanged their thoughts with their eyes. A girl stood up and said goodbye to Yi Yunzhou. "Ahem, brother Yi, we have almost finished eating, so let's go back to school first." As soon as the girl finished speaking, another person stood up and continued. "Yes, we still have to clean up after we get back to the group. Just leave the finishing touches to us, you guys get busy." After saying that, the girls ran out of the box as if escaping, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. "The meaning is so obvious, I just don't want to be a light bulb anymore." Yi Yunzhou. "Are we busy? What are you busy with?" Yi Yunzhou first fed Lu Mingxin some tea, and then called the waiter to settle the bill. He raised his wrist to check the time and found that it was already 11 o'clock. "It's so late, I'm afraid I can't go back to the dormitory." Yi Yunzhou felt a little helpless. The members of the team just now ran too fast and actually left the team leader to him. These girls are really disloyal. Yi Yunzhou muttered to himself, and he helped Lu Mingxin out of the restaurant. After looking around, Yi Yunzhou saw a big hotel not far away, with neon lights flashing brightly in the night. At this moment, there seems to be no better way than to go to the hotel. Yi Yunzhou thought about it and decided to take Lu Mingxin with him. Although Lu Mingxin was a little tipsy at this time, she was still conscious and could barely walk. But as soon as I walked out of the restaurant door, a cool breeze blew towards me. Blown by the cool wind, Lu Mingxin suddenly became shaky and was about to fall to the ground. When Yi Yunzhou saw that the situation was not good, he hurried over and hugged Lu Mingxin. Because he was worried that Lu Mingxin would fall again, Yi Yunzhou simply gave her a princess hug and held her easily in his arms. Feeling her body lighten, Lu Mingxin trembled and suddenly felt much more awake. When Lu Mingxin saw herself nestled in Yi Yunzhou's arms, she felt her pretty face flushing for a moment. However, she still stretched out her slender arms and put them around Yi Yunzhou's neck, as if this posture could make her feel more at ease. Yi Yunzhou was holding Lu Mingxin. The weight had no effect on him and he walked very easily. He was holding someone in his arms, so in this situation, he could only walk. After a while, Yi Yunzhou arrived at the hotel entrance. He saw the parking guy at the hotel entrance, handed him the key, and said directly, "Please help me drive the car to the hotel parking lot. The address is." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou carried Lu Mingxin and walked into the hotel. The guy on this side looked at the big B logo on the car key and was stunned. This. The young man gasped, then he came to his senses and quickly ran over there to confirm what he was thinking. On the other side, Yi Yunjo has already walked to the front. Because they needed to go through the check-in procedures, Yi Yunjo put Lu Mingxin down carefully. After making sure she was standing firmly, Yi Yunjo looked at the front desk clerk. Open a presidential suite. When the front desk clerk heard Yi Yunjo's words, he nodded slightly and said very respectfully. Yes, sir. Could you provide me your ID, please? Yi Yunjo took out his ID card and handed it over, while Lu Mingxin, who was on the other side, heard the waiter's words in a daze and was also ready to take out her ID card. After all, she had worked as a designated driver before, and was used to carrying her ID card and other documents with her. Just when she was about to take it out and hand it to Yi Yunjo, the front desk phone suddenly rang. Hello, who is this? The call was from the parking guy. With a slight tremor in his voice, he recounted what had just happened. The front desk clerk listened to the parking boy's words and subconsciously looked at Yi Yunjo in front of him with shock and respect in his eyes. Such a young guy actually. For a moment, the waiter's attitude became more respectful. She did not dare to ask for Lu Mingxin's ID card. She quickly handed over the room card and said respectfully, Here is your room card. I will take you to your room now. Yi Yunjo nodded slightly, then he picked up Lu Mingxin and followed the waiter towards the elevator. The waiter escorted the person to the door of the presidential suite, and then returned to the front desk with peace of mind. As soon as he saw the manager, the waiter told him everything that had happened, as if he had found his own family. The manager was stunned when he heard the waiter's description. Especially after hearing the parking guy say, I don't dare to drive this car, I fell into silence. That's a top-of-the-line supercar worth 40 or 50 million, who dares to drive it? What if you accidentally scratch it, will you still be alive? I'm afraid that even if I get myself involved, it still won't be enough to compensate for other people's losses. The manager felt a headache when he thought about this. After all, it was a luxury car of this price, and they didn't dare to ignore it. After thinking for a while, the manager began to make arrangements. How about this, you find a few security guards to watch over him overnight. Even though we're in the parking lot of the club, this person is also a customer of our hotel. If someone from the club asks you, just tell them the truth and ask them to understand you. When the security captain heard this, he knew that this matter was of great importance and quickly made arrangements. The manager also looked at the waiters and asked them to cheer up and serve this distinguished guest well. Yes, don't worry. Just when the entire hotel was busy with this, Yi Yunjo had already walked into the room carrying Lu Mingxin. Yi Yunjo walked straight to the master bedroom. She planned to leave Lu Mingxin there and go to the next room to rest. Yi Yunjo gently placed Lu Mingxin on the big bed. When he was about to get up, he found that Lu Mingxin still had her arms around his neck. Girl, let go of my hand and have a good sleep. Yi Yunjo coaxed her very gently. He patted Lu Mingxin's arm lightly, trying to make her let go. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunjo's lips were blocked before he could finish his words. Yi Yunjo was stunned for a moment, his body stiffened. After a while, following the sound of friction. Chapter 31 Take it and use it. The next morning, Yi Yunjo slept until he woke up naturally. As soon as he woke up, he saw Lu Mingxin curled up in the quilt, checking something on her cell phone. Seeing Lu Mingxin looking at it carefully, Yi Yunjo was also curious and leaned over to take a look at the contents on the phone. Lu Mingxin felt a surge of heat approaching her. She turned her head and saw Yi Yunjo's smiling face, and hurriedly tried to hide her phone. But when he moved too much, the quilt in front of him seemed to slip off, so he quickly cried out and grabbed the quilt tightly. Yi Yunjo was also amused when he saw Lu Mingxin looking like a frightened little animal. He put his arm around Lu Mingxin with one hand and picked up her mobile phone with the other hand to look at the content on it. The search box clearly states, how much compensation should be paid if the hotel bedsheet is stained with blood? Yi Yunjo was also stunned when he saw it, and then he was about to lift the quilt to take a look. You can't watch. As soon as she saw Yi Yunjo's actions, Lu Mingxin stopped him immediately, her little face already as red as a ripe apple. Lu Mingxin was so excited that her movements were a little big, and for a moment most of her beauty was exposed, which became a beautiful sight. At this moment, she suddenly felt a hot gaze. Lu Mingxin finally reacted and quickly shrank back into the quilt, burying her head in it. Just like a shy little quail. Yi Yunjo chuckled. He knew that the little girl was embarrassed, so he let her hide while he put on his clothes and got out of bed. The presidential suite provides room service. Yi Yunjo picked up the phone and ordered 2 breakfasts, then simply sat down on the sofa. After waiting for a while, there was a knock on the door of the presidential suite. It was the waiter coming to deliver breakfast. After Yi Yunjo took the breakfast, he placed it on the dining table one by one, and then shouted towards the bedroom. Mingxin, come out and eat something. At this time, Lu Mingxin in the bedroom had changed her clothes and was squatting beside the bed, using wet wipes and paper towels to clean the bloodstains on the sheets. The playful sunlight fell on her face through the floor-to-ceiling window, making her face blush and extremely charming. Lu Mingxin did it carefully, but girls all have some experience in dealing with this kind of bloodstains, so it was almost done in a short while. After throwing the bloody tissue into the trash can, Lu Mingxin breathed a sigh of relief and limped out. As soon as Lu Mingxin came into the living room, she saw Yi Yunjo looking at her with a smile. Suddenly, her little face turned red again as if it was on fire. Brother Yi, you're still laughing. It's all your fault. Lu Mingxin complained softly, and her soft tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Yi Yunjo raised his lips and smiled. He looked at Lu Mingxin lovingly and said with a smile, "Okay, then you should eat more first. Only when you are full will you have the energy to blame me." Lu Mingxin felt warm at the sight of the breakfast Yi Yunjo had prepared for her, which he had carefully portioned out and placed on a plate. With Yi Yunjo's strength, he could be so gentle to me. Does this mean? Lu Mingxin thought silently in her heart. While eating her breakfast in small bites, she turned her head to look at Yi Yunjo. Her eyes were full of love, which she showed without any concealment. Such a fiery gaze caused Yi Yunjo to look sideways. He suddenly laughed, looked at Lu Mingxin and asked, "Girl, you're not paying attention when you're eating. Why are you staring at me?" Yi Yunjo paused here and said in a joking tone, "Could it be that this is what beauty is like?" Lu Mingxin pursed her lips when she heard this. "What's wrong? Why don't you let me see it?" "Let. You can look at it however you want." Yi Yunjo smiled and felt that Lu Mingxin was extremely cute. He picked up a piece of bread from the plate, cut it into small pieces and fed it to Lu Mingxin, saying in a gentle tone, "Just take your time and I'll feed you." Hearing Yi Yunjo's extremely gentle tone saying these words, Lu Mingxin's pretty face suddenly blushed, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly, and her heart couldn't stop feeling sweet. Yi Yunjo fed Lu Mingxin a little food, and seemed to have thought of something, so he asked, "By the way, what are you going to do today?" Lu Mingxin shook her head vigorously and said with a pitiful look, "Brother Yi, please forgive me, I want to sleep now." After drinking a little bit of wine last night and working hard all night, Lu Mingxin felt like she was falling apart and her body was aching all over. She didn't want to go anywhere today. She just wanted to have a good sleep and recover her strength. Yi Yunjo nodded after hearing what Lu Mingxin said, then looked at the blush on her face and said jokingly, "You don't have enough stamina. It seems that the dancing is not intense enough." Lu Mingxin pursed her lips and said nothing. Yi Yunjo took a bite of the egg and thought to himself that there are many benefits for girls to dance. After all, that body is really soft and can be unlocked in any posture. Thinking of this, Yi Yunjo couldn't help but raise a smile. He looked at Lu Mingxin and asked with concern, "Then I'll take you back?" Lu Mingxin nodded immediately after hearing this. "Good. Girl, if you go back like this, aren't you afraid that your roommates will see you and think something bad?" Yi Yunjo raised his eyebrows. Lu Mingxin was so thin-skinned. If she limped back to the dormitory, she might be surrounded and questioned by her roommates again, right? Lu Mingxin was very happy to see that Yi Yunjo cared about her so much. But she also thought to herself that her roommates might have started to have wild thoughts if she didn't go home the whole night. "It's okay, we have a good relationship." Lu Mingxin gave Yi Yunjo a reassuring look, and then saw Yi Yunjo take out a card from his pocket and handed it to her. Yi Yunjo pushed the bank card in front of Lu Mingxin and said with a smile, "Here, take this card and use it." Chapter 32: A Stroke of Genius. After all, Lu Mingxin is already his woman, so of course he has to give her a better life. "No need, Brother Yi, I don't need the money, just keep it." As soon as she saw the bank card, Lu Mingxin subconsciously refused. Although her family conditions were not very good, her parents always taught her to be independent and strong. The reason she was with Yi Yunjo was entirely because she was attracted by his personal charm from the bottom of her heart, and it had nothing to do with these material conditions. Yi Yunjo seemed to have guessed Lu Mingxin's reaction a long time ago. He did not take back the bank card, but explained very gently, Be obedient, just take this card. This money is not only for buying things for yourself, you can also buy things for me, right? For example, if you see nice clothes before, you can just use the card to buy them. As a girlfriend, it should be normal to do this, right? When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou say this, her heart was suddenly shaken. Although she would rather rely on her own ability to buy things for Yi Yunzhou, given his current conditions, it is impossible for him to lower his living standards to satisfy his self-esteem. Lu Mingxin couldn't refuse, so she accepted it reluctantly. The moment Lu Mingxin took the bank card, a light curtain popped up in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, tea house ownership. Yi Yunzhou's eyes quickly swept across the light curtain. Tea language building? He took out his cell phone and searched, only to find out that this was actually a high-end tea garden, which seemed to be very famous in Jiangcheng. After a quick look, Yi Yunzhou saw that Lu Mingxin had packed up, so he took the initiative to say, "Come on, let's go down and check out." Yi Yunzhou pulled up Lu Mingxin's little hand. Her soft hand could be easily covered by his big hand, and it felt great. Lu Mingxin held the big hand in return, feeling a sweetness in her heart, like a young wife, and walked slightly behind Yi Yunzhou. The two of them took the elevator to the first floor. While checking out, Yi Yunzhou looked at the front desk clerk and asked, "By the way, I gave my car to your hotel valet yesterday. Where did he park it?" The front desk clerk had received special instructions from the manager and was very respectful to the guests in front of her. She carefully took out the bill and placed it on the counter, asking Yi Yunzhou to sign it, and then replied politely, "Sir, I'm so sorry. Your car is too valuable, so it's still parked in its original location. But we have sent security to protect it." Lu Mingxin, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel a little depressed when she heard what the waiter said, and muttered quietly, "It's so far." After signing, Yi Yunzhou took Lu Mingxin and walked out of the hotel. As soon as the two people walked out of the hotel, Lu Mingxin rolled her eyes, looked around and saw that there was no one around, and immediately stared at Yi Yunzhou's broad back. She gently let go of Yi Yunzhou's hand, jumped onto his back, and said coquettishly, "It hurts. I can't walk anymore. Brother Yi, carry me." "Good." Yi Yunzhou could hear the pride in Lu Mingxin's words. He smiled faintly, reached out to hold her legs, and strode towards the club's parking lot. Lu Mingxin lay quietly on Yi Yunzhou's back. She listened to Yi Yunzhou's steady breathing and couldn't help but secretly admire his good physical strength. Thinking of what happened last night, she couldn't help but rub Yi Yunzhou's back, feeling a little shy. Especially when feeling the sense of security brought by Yi Yunzhou's back, Lu Mingxin also thought, it would be nice if it could be like this for the rest of her life. So happy. Yi Yunzhou was in great physical condition, and carrying Lu Mingxin on his back did not affect his speed at all, and he quickly reached the club's parking lot. As soon as they entered the parking lot, they saw a group of security guards guarding the Bugatti, ready for action. As soon as the parking boy saw Yi Yunzhou coming, he hurried over and respectfully handed over the car keys. "Your keys, sir." Yi Yunzhou took the car keys, unlocked the car, and then carried Lu Mingxin to her seat, not forgetting to help her fasten her seatbelt. Lu Mingxin felt Yi Yunzhou's attentiveness and thoughtfulness, and she felt as if she was walking on the clouds, feeling light and airy. Yi Yunzhou sat in the driver's seat, started the car and drove towards the school. He drove directly to send Lu Mingxin downstairs of the school and asked with concern, "Can you go up by yourself? Do you want me to take you up?" Lu Mingxin quickly shook her head. This was a girls' dormitory and she was afraid she wouldn't be able to get past the dormitory manager. She got out of the car by herself, and her movements were just a little too big, and Lu Mingxin gasped in pain. However, in order to prevent others from noticing anything, Lu Mingxin had to grit her teeth and endure it, and walk towards the dormitory normally. As soon as Lu Mingxin returned to the dormitory, she was surrounded by several roommates before she had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Several roommates all had anti-smiles on their faces and looked Lu Mingxin up and down with a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. "Oh, it's easy to learn bad things when you have a boyfriend. You even learned to stay out all night? Tell me, where did you go last night? Did you go out with your boyfriend? Oh my, your boyfriend is that rich guy, right? You're such a fool, hiding him and not even bringing him to us for us to see." Lu Mingxin looked at her roommates helplessly and rolled her eyes. "Just you gossip." But when she thought of Yi Yunzhou, her pretty face became hot again. After talking to a few roommates, Lu Mingxin walked to her bed, changed into pajamas, and prepared to go to bed. Several roommates looked at Lu Mingxin, who looked like she hadn't gotten enough sleep. They looked at each other and couldn't help but teasing her. "Come on, let's go shopping." Looking at the looks of some people, we can't go shopping together in the dormitory. What a pity. We have to be considerate of her. After all, she is accompanying her boyfriend out to play, so it is normal for her to feel a little sleepy and tired when she comes back. TSK, I thought it was normal, but after hearing what you said, why do I feel a little bitter? You are too impure. Lu Mingxin on this side listened to the increasingly excessive teasing from her roommates and simply covered her head with the quilt. She was so embarrassed. When several roommates saw Lu Mingxin's reaction, they couldn't help laughing and went out shopping together. Lu Mingxin was the only one left in the dormitory. She was indeed tired and fell asleep soon. After a while, it was almost noon. Zhou and several roommates returned to Jiangcheng. After a chat, the little girls decided to go to the Starlight Club to take a look at the environment first. I took a taxi to the door of the Starlight Club and saw the huge door design was very exaggerated, as if it was a stroke of genius, free and easy. Chapter 33, not a big deal. But after being made of expensive materials, it immediately exudes a sense of luxury. The club has already started business, and through the clean floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see many staff members busy at work. Not only the inside of the club, but even the outside of the club door was cleaned spotlessly. Let's just go in and wait for our cousin to come over. Zhou looked at her roommates and said with some excitement, "This is worthy of being called the Starlight Club. The standard here is really high." The other girls also nodded in agreement. They had all received a lot of care from Yi Yunzhou before, and now they had the opportunity to report back, so they were particularly happy. Zhou saw the message from Yi Yunzhou at this time, and was immediately happy. She looked at her roommates and said, "Look, my cousin will come over soon and said he bought something for us." Bought something? Several roommates exchanged glances, and Wang Yi said in surprise, "What did my cousin buy? He didn't spend money again, did he?" Facing the gazes of several roommates, Zhou shook her head slightly and replied with a confused look, "I don't know either. My cousin didn't tell me either." Zhou didn't think too much about it. She took Wang Yi's arm and said with a smile, "Let's go in first. I can't wait to take a look inside." "Well, you are a very generous girl." Wang Yi and several roommates looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and had to follow Zhou into the clubhouse. Zhou laughed and defended herself. "No, there's no point in worrying about it. My cousin has already bought it." Several roommates were stunned when they heard this, and when they were about to speak, they heard Zhou Ying's cell phone ringing. Zhou quickly took out her cell phone and found that it was a video call from her mother. When her mother called, Zhou quickly pressed the answer button. Before she could speak, she heard her mother's voice. "Girl, you said you were going to Jiangcheng a few days ago, but you just disappeared afterwards. Don't you even bother to send a message or call your mom? Don't you even know to report that you're safe before you leave?" My mother started lecturing as soon as she came up, and she spoke so fast that Zhou couldn't get a word in at all. It was not until her mother finished speaking that Zhou seized the opportunity to apologize. "Mom, I was wrong. I was so happy to see my cousin that I forgot about it. I will change next time." When my mother heard Zhou say this, her mood obviously improved a lot, and she continued, "Since you have already met your cousin, you should not be idle these days. Teach your cousin how to fall in love. The most important thing for him now is to find a girlfriend as soon as possible." Zhou on this side couldn't help but curl her lips when she heard what her mother said. "Do I still need to teach my cousin now? I'm afraid that if he just hooks his finger, the girl will pounce on him." "Oh Mom, just forget it. By the way, I want to tell you a secret." Zhou said mysteriously, "My brother is completely different now." My mother listened to Zhou Ying's words and asked without caring, "What secret? Is your cousin in love?" "Zhou Ying. What kind of thinking is this from my mom? Is it related to dating?" Zhou curled her lips helplessly. She readjusted her mood and continued to speak mysteriously. "No, my cousin doesn't have to worry about dating right now. What he lacks a girlfriend for is a bigger secret." "A bigger secret?" The mother listened to her daughter's mysterious tone and asked in a very cooperative manner, "Oh? Talk to two? Zhou Ying." this. What the hell is going on? Mom, I really can't talk to you anymore. What are you thinking? You're dating two people, so you'd be a scumbag. Zhou said this with a weak look on her face, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that there was something wrong with her expression. First, I said that my cousin has no shortage of girlfriends, and then I said that he has a bigger secret. My mother's guess is not a big problem. Zhou thought about this, looked at her roommate who was waiting for her, and said to her mother, "Okay, Mom, I won't talk to you for now. My roommate is still waiting for me. We can talk later when we have time." The mother listened to her daughter's words and rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. "Why do you only speak half of your words, kid? It just so happens that your father and I are going to Jiangcheng in the next few days, and we will come to see you then." Zhou was also happy to hear what her mother said. "Okay, then we can talk to each other face to face." After talking to her mother for a few more words, Zhou hung up the phone. Looking at the screen that had gone completely black, Zhou was secretly thinking about her parents coming over. She felt that her cousin must be very busy recently, so she would wait until her parents arrived before telling him about such small matters. While thinking, Zhou had already walked to her roommate's side, and they all walked into the clubhouse together. As soon as they entered the Starlight Club, the girls realized that the luxury here was even greater than outside. Especially the starry sky ceiling above the head, the design is very unique and it is obviously worth a lot of money at first glance. In order to have better lighting effects in the store, a large number of crystal ornaments are used in the restaurant decoration, which looks extremely eye-catching. At this moment, a waiter came up to us. "Hello, how many people are you?" "There are several of us, and one of us hasn't arrived yet." Zhou replied with a smile. The waiter nodded and took the few people to a suitable seat. "Wait a moment, everyone." The waiter quickly came back and brought free lemonade to the group. "Thanks." After saying thank you, the girls drank lemonade while observing the layout of the store. At this moment, outside the Starlight Club, several girls dressed like urban beauties, wearing heavy makeup, walked in with looks of amazement on their faces. Their eyes were constantly looking around, as if one pair of eyes were not enough, and they kept glancing this way and that. Everything here seemed to be a bit surprising to them, with a gleam in their eyes. Led by the waiter, they sat down next to Zhou and others. As soon as they sat down, the first thing they did was to take the menu next to them and look at it. When they saw the price clearly, they didn't care about their image at all and cursed. "Fuck, the food here is so expensive, it's just a rip-off. Isn't it just a little better decorated? What kind of food is worth so much money?" The price is often in the 3 digits, and that's the price for a guest seat. If each of them ordered one, the bill today would easily be several thousand. Because the girls were talking too loudly, Zhou and the others also heard their complaints. Zhou exchanged glances with several roommates, and they also picked up the menus on the table and opened them to look at them. Looking at it this way, it is true. Chapter 34 What to Urge. However, the maids all looked calm and were not upset. If they had seen this sky-high bill in the past, they would have been shocked and horrified. But maybe because they were shocked by their cousin recently, they just felt numb when looking at these numbers. Hundreds or even thousands, it seems that the sky-high prices are no longer unimaginable. However, after reading the menu, the girls all looked at Wang Yi and praised with a smile. "It's all thanks to Wang Yi. If you hadn't won the lottery, how could we have enjoyed a meal in this restaurant for free? At first I thought these 5 or 6 people's free meal coupons were only worth $1,000. But when I looked at the menu, I realized I was still too young. To express my gratitude to Wang Yi, when we return to school, I will definitely treat you to a big meal in the cafeteria. As long as it doesn't exceed 3 dishes. The lively conversations of the little girls fell directly into the ears of the girls next to them. When the girls here heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. Free meal vouchers? This luck is too good, isn't it? As the girls were thinking about this, their eyes all fell on Zhou and the others, looking up and down at their outfits. Judging from their age and attire, they are obviously students. I guess a girl like this, who is still in school, hasn't seen much of the world. Thinking of this, the girls exchanged glances, then stood up together and walked towards the table of Zhou and the others. They didn't waste any time and asked straight to the point. "Did you win a free meal ticket?" Wang Yi was also stunned when he saw several girls coming over, but out of politeness, he nodded as an answer to their questions. The leading girl was delighted when she heard this. She looked at Wang Yi and asked with a smile. "I don't know if you're willing to sell it to us. We can pay for it." The girls next to them also responded at the right time, and their words were all persuading them to transfer. Look, you guys are going to have a meal anyway, why don't you use the meal coupons to exchange for some money and use the money to buy something? That's right, for girls your age, how can you spend your money on food? You should buy all kinds of nice clothes, so that you can be more beautiful. Even if you don't lack clothes, you still need cosmetics and skin care products, right? Children in college have a fixed living allowance, so this is at least some unexpected money, right? Zhou and others were confused when they heard what the girl said. Although there was nothing wrong with what they said, looking at their expressions, I had no idea why they wanted to buy meal coupons from me. Zhou thought about it and asked directly, "How much are you prepared to pay?" When they heard Zhou speak, the girls were delighted. They immediately felt that there was a way. The leading girl stretched out her hand and gestured a 6, and said proudly, 600, how about that? Not a small amount, right? For a moment, Zhou and the others were stunned. 600? Still a lot? Are you treating them as young and ignorant children and trying to deceive them? They just looked at the prices on the menu, and the value of the dishes in the free meal coupons is at least 3,000 Canadian dollars. You want to buy something worth $3,000 for only $600? This is so funny. Zhou straightened her face and said to the few people, "Sorry, we don't plan to sell it." They had no intention of selling it. After all, they were planning to treat Yunzhou to dinner today. What would they do with their cousin if they bought the meal coupons? Several girls were also stunned when they heard Zhou Ying's rejection without hesitation. They looked at Zhou Ying and the others in surprise, and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone, "No way, $600 is not enough for you? Aren't you just students? How can you be so vain at such a young age? Do your family members know that you are spending money in a restaurant like this? Also, 600 yuan is enough for your meals in the school cafeteria for a week, right?" Zhou Ying and the others listened to what the girls said, and their faces instantly turned cold. Wang Yi also stood up and prepared to call the waiter to come and ask these noisy women to leave. When several girls saw Wang Yi's actions, they returned to their seats in disappointment. In a high-end restaurant like this, even if you are a guest, you will be kicked out if you cannot abide by the rules. They sat down reluctantly, but after looking at the prices on the menu, they only ordered a few cheap dishes symbolically. Even so, they still spent a lot of money. At least it was a lot more than the money they spent on meal coupons. Several girls were angry, but the leading girl adjusted her mood, looked at them and said, "Don't just stand there, transfer the money to me quickly, we agreed to split the bill." "Oh, that's enough. Can we leave you out?" A girl grumbled, but still picked up her phone and transferred the money to the leading girl. After transferring the money, a girl took the initiative to speak. "You don't know, yesterday a guy driving a BMW asked me out, it was ridiculous. Is a guy driving a BBA class car good enough to ask us out? It's simply lowering our class." The girl paused here and said very proudly, "The photos I posted were all Ferraris. How dare someone like this post them? How shameless." Several girls nearby heard it and started talking. "If you ask me, those guys who drive BBA cars are probably just money grubbers. Seeing that we are in good condition, they want to come and ask you out. We need to keep our eyes open. That's right. If you want to date me, you have to at least drive a Porsche. Of course, a supercar is the best. But it's hard to find someone with such conditions. I haven't met any recently. In addition to joining the group, you should go out more often when you have nothing to do, hang out in bars more often, and get to know more people outside. Only then will you have a chance to meet your Mr. Right." These girls were talking to each other, and then one girl looked at them and said, "To be honest, those BBA guys are just losers. By the way, you haven't transferred the money to me for the sports car group purchase a few days ago. I have been trying to contact you for a few days, but you didn't even reply to me." Hearing the girl's dissatisfied complaints, the girl looked a little embarrassed and said irritably, "Why are you rushing me? It's just a few $100s. How can I owe you that? Wait for me to borrow the money. I'll transfer it to you as soon as the money arrives." Seeing that the girl had already started to operate the loan, the girl who had complained before suddenly looked better. She grinned and explained, "I don't mean to rush you. It's time to pay back the loan. If you gave it to me, I have to pay it back quickly." Zhou Ying and others who were not far away heard the conversation between the girls and immediately understood. Wow, it turns out these are the legendary socialites who group by together. For a time, they kept their distance from such girls. After all, the purpose of these girls deliberately packaging themselves is self-evident, which is to hook up with rich men. Not only do they use false packaging, they even have to take out loans to beautify themselves, which is really despicable. As the girls over there were transferring money, at this moment, they became even more resentful towards Zhou and the others. It's all because of those damn girls. They spent so much money and only ordered such a small amount of dishes, not even enough to fill half the table. If Zhou and the others could sell the meal coupons to them at a low price, then the situation would be completely different. They could have a happy meal. Not only can you enjoy it to your heart's content, but you can also share it with your friends. A table full of delicious food, how impressive it would be to show it off. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. They glanced at Zhou and the others, snorted coldly, and muttered angrily. It's just luck, what's so great about that? They are just poor students. Maybe after eating this meal, they will have to take the bus back to school. I really can't understand it. How dare poor students reject us? They think 600 yuan is too little. I think they just want to raise the price and sell it at a high price. They are just a few country bumpkins from a poor place. How could they know the rules of such a high-end restaurant? They probably think free meal coupons are such a great thing. Several people complained, but their voices were very low. Zhou and the others were quite far away from them and didn't hear them at all. Zhou and a few others were drinking lemonade and chatting in low voices. Several people deliberately lowered their voices, keeping the volume at a level that only a few people could hear. It was obvious that they were well educated. After a while, Zhou glanced at her phone and said with a smile, "Look, my cousin said he'll be here soon, how about we order now?" "Girl, you only have your cousin in your eyes." Several roommates looked at each other and then made fun of Zhou. Wang Yi took the menu and looked at the dazzling array of dishes. He placed it in front of the people and said generously, "Come and choose, pick what you like to eat." Okay. Several roommates were not polite and chose dishes that looked good. After some discussion, they finalized today's menu in a short while. To be honest, the food we had when we came to Jiangcheng this time was really good. One roommate said with great emotion that when they first arrived in Jiangcheng, they and Chu Linger had a meal cooked by the chef of Jiangcheng's top club. Unexpectedly, Wang Yi won another free meal coupon from an internet celebrity restaurant. The wave of delicious meals one after another is simply blinding. Wang Yi also happily replied, "Yes, this trip to Jiangcheng was totally worth it. Not only did I get to meet Chu Linger, but I was also lucky enough to become her friend. This is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of." Not to mention seeing how wealthy Zhou Ying's cousin is, their horizons have now been broadened greatly. It is impossible for an ordinary little boy to deceive them. They know clearly what style and pattern are. At this time, the other roommates would recall the big meal they had at Yi Yunzhou's house. That meal really left a deep impression on me. It was all the work of the chef, and the taste was simply amazing. I will remember it for the rest of my life. It's not just the food that's delicious, right? Think about what the environment was like that day. In the large living room of a top-notch villa, enjoying the top-notch cuisine prepared by the chef, I felt extremely satisfied both mentally and physically. In the final analysis, it's just that cousin Xiaoying is too rich. I can brag about having Chu Linger at the same table for years. Zhou was also delighted when she heard the expressions of emotion from her roommates. There were some things she didn't say, but she secretly thought in her heart that she had been eating really well recently. After all, the food my cousin cooks is better than the chefs in those top clubs. That ultimate taste experience is so beautiful that it cannot be described in words. Just thinking about it, Zhou felt her mouth full of saliva and she was so greedy. She picked up the lemonade at hand and squeezed it, and then she felt a little better. The dishes ordered by the celebrities who were grouping together for the meal next to them had already been served. They no longer had the heart to look at Zhou and the others and were busy taking photos and photoshopping them. One of the girls was operating her phone while reminding everyone, "Even if you are hungry, please bear with it. After all the dishes are served, we still have to take a family photo. Okay, this isn't the first time for everyone to come out here, don't you know the rules?" The girl next to her muttered in dissatisfaction, but after she finished speaking she swallowed, making a loud swallowing sound. While they were busy taking pictures, Zhou kept looking towards the door. Suddenly she stopped and was stunned. Then, Zhou exclaimed, "Cousin? Hearing Zhou Ying's call, several roommates looked in the direction of her gaze and were stunned. At the same time, the socialites who were group buying also heard Zhou Ying's voice. They didn't even bother to raise their eyes, and snorted coldly, saying in a sarcastic tone, "Look, it's just a free meal voucher, and they are so proud of it, they even want to bring their families along to broaden their horizons. Calling them gold diggers is a nice thing to say, what the hell?" One of the girls was venting her dissatisfaction, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the girl next to her. The girl gasped and shouted directly, "What the hell is going on? Look!" When the other girls heard her voice, they subconsciously looked in the direction of her finger. Yi Yunzhou walked in. His tall and mighty figure, coupled with his handsome face, immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. But what really made the girls want to scream was that Yi Yunzhou was carrying a lot of shopping bags in his hands. When the girls saw the logos on the shopping bags, they were all stunned. This. Chapter 35, Strange Phone Call. They are so familiar with those brands, aren't they, the international luxury brands that they have been dreaming of? It would be fine if he just carried one or two, but this guy carried them with both hands. They couldn't even count how many bags there were. For a moment, the socialites who were part of the group buying were all stunned, their eyes filled with shock. What conditions are required to be able to buy so many luxury goods at once? And you can see at a glance that those bags are stuffed full, obviously filled with things. As Yi Yunzhou approached, they could already see some bags and clothes in the bag. The celebrities who were group buying the item felt their hearts pounding. They had put in a lot of effort to hone their eyesight. You can tell at a glance that these things are authentic, and they still remember the styles very clearly. Aren't they the new models from this spring series? Several socialites who were grouping together for the purchase looked at each other, they silently calculated the price in their minds, and suddenly their eyes widened, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. If all these are added together, the price will probably be sky high, right? To be honest, even though they often group order, the only bags they can rent are some classic and old models. They dare not even think about this kind of seasonal new model. I originally thought that I could only see those bags in pictures, but I didn't expect to see them so abruptly in such a situation. Instead of feeling happy, several celebrities who shared the purchase felt a chill on their backs. They looked at each other, and finally their eyes all fell on Zhou Ying and others standing aside. At this moment, the way they looked at Zhou Ying and the others changed, and the corners of their mouths twitched. For a moment, they didn't dare to speak anything and even subconsciously slowed down their breathing for fear of disturbing others. Looking at the delicious food just placed on the table, if they hadn't each paid a high price, they probably wouldn't dare to stay here any longer. Several socialites who were grouping together tried to lower their presence as much as possible. They glanced at Zhou Ying and the others, then watched them stand up and go to greet them. Yi Yunzhou looked at the little girls who came in front of him. He smiled faintly, handed the shopping bag in his hand to them, and said with a smile, "Take a look at what you like and take it aside to share. I don't know what girls like, so take what you like." Having said that, Yi Yunzhou looked at Zhou Ying and raised his eyebrows at her. "You are familiar with everyone's style, please rank them." "Oh, sure." Zhou Ying nodded obediently. She took a quick look at the bags and found that they contained things that girls could use. Skincare products, makeup, perfume, bags, and clothes. Not only are they all luxury brands, but they are also the type that look expensive at first glance. Yi Yunzhou stuffed a lot of things into each bag. Zhou Ying stuck out her lips when she saw this. He is really worthy of being her cousin. This way of buying things is too amazing. However, the little girl had a good attitude. She knew that with her cousin's personality, it was impossible for him to return these things since he had already bought them. Zhou Ying thought about it, and immediately took her cousin and several roommates back to their seats. She picked up one of the bags and began to sort it carefully. The little girl took a quick look at the skincare products, picked up one set and handed it directly to Wang Yi. Her actions were a little simple and rough. In order to prevent her roommate from resisting, she simply stuffed her body into the other person's arms. He did not forget to remind seriously. "Take it yourselves. I'm dividing the things now. If one of you accidentally breaks something, it will be a waste of time." After saying that, Zhou Ying picked up the rest and stuffed them into the hands of several roommates. Zhou Ying is not a stingy girl. When she sees clothes and bags that are suitable for her roommates, she will give them away generously. While distributing things, Zhou Ying glanced at her roommates with her big round eyes and said with a warning look, "Be careful, don't try to stuff it back into my hand. I'm too weak to handle your rough handling." Roommates. Fragile? As for your drastic method of dividing things, what's wrong with it? Wang Yi curled her lips helplessly. She gently held down Zhou Ying's hand as she was about to share the things and quickly said, "Really, don't share it, these things are too valuable." Although they are not very familiar with the products of these international luxury brands, they are familiar with their logos. The prices of these brands are usually 5 or 6 figures, which is beyond their reach. Now 1 point means so much, and they can see their blood pressure rising. The other roommate looked at the things in her hand as if they were a hot potato. After all, these were bought for Zhou Ying by her cousin, and they didn't want them. "Hey, look at you all, why are you all so polite? Besides, this is what my cousin asked me to give to you. If you don't want it, just tell him." Zhou Ying tried hard to persuade her roommates. The little girls looked at Yi Yunzhou standing beside them and felt embarrassed to refuse, so they had to accept the things. However, Wang Yi pressed Zhou Ying's hand hard and said seriously, "We'll take these, and you can keep the rest." Seeing that they were willing to accept it, Zhou Ying nodded happily. Just as a few people were trying to refuse, the eyes of several famous ladies who were grouping together for the deal almost popped out of their heads. What did they see? Previously, these cosmetics were placed at the bottom of the bag, and they couldn't see them at all when they took a quick glance. Now seeing Zhou Ying taking it out and sharing it generously, and looking at the familiar logo on the packaging, they couldn't believe their eyes. These are not only products from international luxury brands, but also top-notch products for wealthy ladies. One of these bottles would cost at least several thousand. You're giving away products like this and you're afraid they won't want them? Several celebrities who were group buying watched and were already shouting in their hearts. "It doesn't matter if they don't want it, just leave it there and let me do it. How much do all these bottles and cans cost together?" Moreover, Yi Yunzhou only bought the largest capacity, so even if he used it as a neck cream, it would take him a while to use it up. Several socialites who shared the purchase were so jealous that their eyes turned red, not to mention that there were also various bags, clothes, and top-notch perfumes. Adding all these together, it would cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Even millions? Thinking of this, they didn't dare to say anything when looking at these things, but their hearts felt like they were about to explode and they couldn't sit still at all. Now they finally understood why other people didn't care about 600 yuan. According to their consumption habits, let alone 600, even if I add 10,000, it would just be a drop in the bucket. The socialite who had been complaining just now was the first to be unable to stay any longer. She now felt guilty and even had sweat on her forehead. She glanced at Zhou Ying and the others inconspicuously, making sure that they were not paying attention to this side, and then whispered to them, "Well, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first." When the other people saw the girl hurriedly leaving, they also thought of something. They looked at each other, stood up and left quickly. Even the delicious food that they had been salivating over could not keep them away. They left without even touching a single bite of the food and fled. The departure of several people did not attract the attention of Zhou Ying and others. Wang Yi waved to the waiter and said with a smile, "Please serve us some food." "Okay, everyone, please wait a moment." The waiter responded respectfully, and soon after she walked down, delicious dishes were served on the table. "Cousin, try it." Zhou Ying was sensible. She picked up a piece for Yi Yunzhou first, and then ate it in small bites. Seeing this, Wang Yi and others nearby also plucked up the courage to pick up some food for Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou accepted it with pleasure and added a thank you with a smile. The little girls immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone finished the rest of the meal in a very pleasant atmosphere. "Have you all finished eating? Where are you going later?" Yi Yunzhou picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, and asked the little girls in a gentle and elegant manner. After this meal, the little girls felt much more relaxed when interacting with Yi Yunzhou. Wang Yi thought about it, looked at his roommates, and said to Yi Yunzhou, "We didn't get enough rest yesterday, so we plan to go back and get some sleep. Let me call a taxi for you." Yi Yunzhou drove over in a Bugatti, but the passenger seat was not big enough for several little girls. Wang Yi and others waved their hands immediately after hearing this. "No need, brother Yi. We can just take a taxi back. It's very close." Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard this, and they walked out of the restaurant together. After sending the little girls into a taxi, Yi Yunzhou drove Zhou Ying towards Longhai Yunshu. When they returned to Villa Number 1, as soon as they entered the yard, they heard Yinyao's voice. "Move it a little further over there, so as not to affect the beauty of the garden." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou and Zhou Ying walked towards Yin Yao's position curiously. I saw Yin Yao standing in the yard, directing several workers to measure something in the garden. Manager Yin, what are you doing? Yi Yunzhou couldn't figure out what was going on, so he just asked directly. When Yin Yao heard the question, she turned around and saw Yi Yunzhou's handsome face. She quickly stepped forward and greeted him before answering. Mr. Yi, I saw that there was no place for the dog to sleep, so I thought of making a kennel for it. After all, the dog is quite large, so the kennel area cannot be small. Yin Yao was also worried that the kennel would affect the appearance, so she took the workers to measure the location. Yi Yunzhou was also stunned when he heard Yin Yao's words, and then he said with emotion, I am so lucky to have a housekeeper like Manager Yin. You are so thoughtful, I almost forgot about this. Mr. Yi has to worry about the big things. Just leave these trivial matters to me. Yin Yao said with a smile. She watched Yi Yunzhou and Zhou Ying walk into the house, then she turned around and continued to work. As soon as Yi Yunzhou walked into the villa, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number, so he answered it. Chapter 36 I'm not welcome then. The person on the other end of the phone asked first without waiting for Yi Yunzhou to finish speaking. Are you Mr. Yi? I'm the manager of the tea house. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to meet with you. I would like to report to you on the operating and financial status of the tea house. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou immediately remembered that this was the reward for signing in before. He agreed immediately and gave his address. Before hanging up the phone, Yi Yunzhou seemed to have thought of something and said, When you come over, bring me some nice tea. Okay, I'll get ready right away. After the manager responded, the call was hung up. As soon as the call was disconnected, the manager stood up and told the secretary, Fill me with our best tea. The secretary did not dare to delay and quickly went to get the tea and handed it to the manager. The manager took the tea and hurried off to leave. As soon as Yi Yunzhou hung up the phone, he saw Zhou Ying trotting over, looking at him with a smile and asking, Brother, do you want to go walk the dog together? Go ahead, there will be guests coming over soon. Hearing what her cousin said, Zhou Ying nodded sensibly. Okay, then Sister Yin Yao and I will go. Zhou Ying and Yi Yunzhou said hello, then went out with Yin Yao, taking the dog with them. After a while, the tea house manager drove to Longhai Yunshu. Looking at the huge villa number 1 in front of him, the manager was stunned. He took out the address and confirmed it twice before taking a breath. What kind of person is this new boss of ours? This place is so luxurious. After being shocked, the manager quickly reacted. He walked respectfully to the door of the villa and pressed the doorbell. Yi Yunzhou came out quickly. He took the manager into the living room of the villa and greeted. Sit down, let's sit down and talk slowly. The manager looked at the exquisite living room and felt a sense of luxury coming towards him, which made him feel suffocated. He took a deep breath, quickly handed over the tea in his hand, and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, this is the tea you requested. Yi Yunzhou nodded gently. He took the tea leaves with a smile and took out some. Then I'll just borrow the flowers to offer to the Buddha, just in time to taste the flavor of this tea. Just let me do it. The manager watched Yi Yunzhou's actions. He didn't dare to let the boss make tea, so he quickly took over the tea set and started to work. Yi Yunzhou tasted the manager's craftsmanship, felt the sweet taste of the tea, and knew that this was top-grade tea. The flavor is indeed rich and very good. Mr. Yi, let me report to you about the situation in the tea house. The manager sat stiffly on the sofa and briefly talked about the current business situation of the tea house. Yi Yunzhou listened and nodded. After all, it was a high-end tea house and its business was very good. The two talked for a while, and then the manager stood up and said goodbye. Yi Yunzhou sent him to the door, then turned around and walked back. He put the tea leaves on the table into the tea cabinet, then sat back on the sofa, sipping tea leisurely. Looking at the time, Yi Yunzhou prepared to wait for Yin Yao and Zhou Ying to come back and taste the flavor of the finest tea. But Yi Yunzhou waited for a long time and drank several cups of tea, but the two did not come back. Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time, thinking that it was a good time to go out for some exercise, so he went upstairs to change into sportswear and prepared to go out for a run. On this side, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying had already walked to a park near the villa area. Sister Yin, you must be tired after walking for so long. Can we sit for a while? Seeing that Yin Yao was wearing high heels and had been walking for such a long time, Zhou Ying kindly suggested. Yin Yao smiled and nodded. Great, just in time for some sun. The two of them sat down while talking. Yin Yao tied the dog behind the bench and then leaned back, enjoying the breeze on her face and the warm sunshine covering her body. Zhou Ying squinted her eyes comfortably, a curve appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said with a smile, "It's so comfortable to bask in the sun like this occasionally." The two people were enjoying the comfort. The dog looked at them, lay on the ground sensibly, laughed, stuck out his tongue, and looked cute. They chatted from time to time, and Yin Yao teased Zhou Ying deliberately. Soon the little girl was laughing so hard that the air above the bench was filled with Zhou Ying's laughter. "By the way, Sister Yin, should we go back? You see, we have been out for quite some time." Zhou Ying raised her wrist to check the time and saw that it was already late. Thinking that her cousin might be worried about them, she took the initiative to ask. When Yin Yao heard Zhou Ying's question, she nodded and replied with a smile. "That's fine, it's fun to touch the fish once in a while, let's go home." The two were still talking and laughing, and had already stood up and prepared to go back. And at this time on the other side, a team that looked like a film crew was walking in the park, and the staff and the team were busy with their work. The director held the script in his hand and urged the staff from time to time, "Everyone, hurry up and get ready. Today's prank show will be held in this park. Don't waste time." As the director was talking, his eyes were not idle. He looked around the park, searching for the right person to play a prank on. Suddenly, he saw Yin Yao and Zhou Ying sitting on a bench in the distance. His eyes lit up immediately and he was stunned by their beauty. "Hey, this is an opportunity sent by God." The director slapped his thigh and spoke excitedly, his lustful eyes wandering over the two girls. "So beautiful. Not only are they beautiful, but the two girls' lazy state at this moment makes them like naughty kittens, teasing people from time to time." The director's lips curled up into a full arc, and he instructed the staff. "Are you ready? Today's prank targets are those two pretty girls." Looking at the two people talking and laughing, the director was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. If the program team had such beauties participating, then today's live broadcast effect would definitely not be bad. Today's income is guaranteed. The assistant director next to them looked at the two delicate girls and asked with some concern, "Director, these two girls don't look very old. Will there be any emergencies? What kind of emergency could happen?" The director retorted in annoyance. He glared at the assistant director and said unhappily, "Since you're worried about something happening, you can prepare some small gifts and give them directly to the two girls. It can be considered as a small compensation to them. After all, it's a serious prank show and they'll give gifts to appease you afterwards. What else is there to be dissatisfied about?" The director glared at everyone with dismay and added angrily, "I'm doing this for the ratings, right? Or do you guys not want the bonus?" When the crew heard the director's words, especially the word bonus, they immediately shut up. The director looked at them, waved at the crew, and gave a direct order. "Hosts are in place, live broadcast begins now." The host has walked to the camera. He quickly got into the mood and enthusiastically introduced today's task. "Welcome everyone to our live broadcast of street pranks. Today we are going to play a prank on a gun-wielding murderer. What would you do if a masked, gun-wielding murderer appeared in front of you?" The host's voice was extremely seductive. He pointed his finger in the direction of the bench. The crew members understood what he meant and immediately used a telephoto lens to shoot Yin Yao and Zhou Ying. "The targets of our prank today are those two girls. I believe everyone wants to know how the girls would react when faced with such a situation, right?" As the camera zoomed in, the host's voice was heard from outside the camera. For a moment, barrages of comments flew up instantly. "These two girls are so pretty. Are they actors or just passers-by? I'm really looking forward to their performance. Will they scream or show off their strength? The above poster has a strong taste. I am also an old fan of this program, and I can say responsibly that they all randomly choose the targets of their pranks, and they are indeed pure passers-by. Wow, how lucky is the production team to be able to randomly meet such a gorgeous girl. I can't wait, let's start." Although most netizens were just watching the fun, some people showed sympathy and expressed their concerns. "Such a crude topic, won't it scare people? I feel the program crew is full of malice. It's a bit bad to deliberately pick on two girls, and to use such a heavy-handed prank, isn't it?" Seeing the number of discordant comments gradually increasing, the director quickly walked to the screen and explained with a smile. "Please rest assured, we are a serious program team. We are not trying to scare people for fun. We just want to see everyone's true reactions in this situation. And after the prank is over, our staff will come forward to explain the reason and give a small gift. As the director was explaining, the actors had already started putting on makeup and everyone was ready. The director left the screen, quickly checked the preparations, and announced with satisfaction. Okay, today's prank officially begins. Everyone get ready. Before the director finished giving his orders, he was patted on the back. He frowned and quickly turned around to see, what is this? They saw a young and handsome young man standing in front of them. It was Yi Yunzhou. Are you trying to trick others? Yi Yunzhou happened to be exercising and passed by here, and saw these people looking at Yin Yao and Zhouing with ill intentions. He quickly stopped and listened, then realized that this was a prank show, and planned to step forward to stop it. The director looked Yi Yunzhou up and down. Although his tone was unfriendly, he still replied. Yes, what do you want? Nothing happened, but it's not a good idea for you to play a prank on two girls, right? Yi Yunzhou looked at the film crew and tried to persuade them to change the target of their prank. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the assistant director beside him. The assistant director walked forward with an unhappy look on his face, looked at Yi Yunzhou and scolded. No, aren't you being a little unreasonable? We are a TV station's prank show, do we need you to tell us what to do? Besides, we will explain it later and give you a small gift from the show crew. What else do you want? What else do you want? Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. You guys want to play a trick on me, right? Yes, what's the matter? Do you have any objection? The assistant director also had a dispute with Yi Yunzhou, and his tone was quite bad. The director saw that Yin Yao and Zhouing had already stood up, and was afraid that the two top beauties would leave, so he quickly spoke up to calm things down. Don't worry, young man. We will be careful about the scale. Please leave and don't disturb our filming progress. Yi Yunzhou looked at them with a sneer on his face. Well, let me give you a better prank. That one is so boring. Amid the confused gazes of the crew, Yi Yunzhou directly put his arm around the photographer's shoulders and said to him, You'll be standing with me in a moment. The photographer was completely confused. He tried to push Yi Yunzhou away but found that he had no power to fight back. The other person's body was as hard as iron. The situation of the other staff members was similar. Each of them had a confused look on their faces and didn't understand what Yi Yunzhou was going to do. For a moment, all eyes fell on Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou just raised his hand slightly and blew an extremely loud whistle with his hand. As soon as the sound was heard, the dog, who had been lying obediently on the ground, pricked up its ears and ran away. The strength was so great and the movements were so violent that he actually dragged the bench forward. The iron bench scraped against the ground, making an unpleasant and loud noise. The dog's sudden movement scared both Yin Yao and Zhouing. Dog, come back and stop. Yin Yao reacted quickly. She immediately gave instructions to the dog and then chased in the direction the dog left. But she was wearing high heels and couldn't run faster than the dog. The director here didn't understand what was happening at first, but then he saw a huge dog coming towards him. Not only was it moving at lightning speed, but what was even more terrifying was that it was actually dragging a bench behind it. For a moment, the director took a deep breath. Sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, his eyes were full of shock, and he was completely frightened by the sudden change before him. This. What the hell is this monster? The director was stunned for several seconds before he finally reacted. He turned around and ran away, looking extremely embarrassed. The director was so scared that tears were about to burst into his eyes. The most important thing is that the dog is still chasing after us. The unpleasant dragging sound of the bench sounded like a death warrant not far behind him. This is so scary. The photographer was also terrified and subconsciously wanted to run away. However, he was held tightly by Yi Yunzhou and could not move at all. As a last resort, the photographer could only accept his fate and continue taking pictures, recording everyone's embarrassment one by one. Looking at the situation in front of him, the barrage suddenly became lively. This script is quite interesting, it's an anti-routine. I was tricked but ended up getting tricked instead, which was beyond my expectation. They are indeed a professional director team, each of them acted so realistically. This is so simple and beautiful, it makes me laugh to death. Do you want to inherit my Aunt Huabe? Just as the barrage of comments was flying, in a short while, the crew was already scared to death. Yi Yunzhou saw that it was almost done, then he clapped his hands. The dog received the command instantly, ran to Yi Yunzhou's feet obediently and sat there quietly. Yi Yunzhou untied the dog from the chair, looked at them with a smile, and said in a gentle tone, "What are you afraid of? This dog doesn't bite." As if to verify his words, Yi Yunzhou gave a few instructions, and the dog followed them one by one and was very obedient. But the faces of the directors opposite turned pale instantly. Why do the tone and words sound so similar to their explanation just now? Can you please send the bench back to the far side? Yi Yunzhou had already picked up the dog, and before he was about to leave, he turned around and looked at the few people and asked. Upon hearing this, the director and the others nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go deliver it. As long as we send this old man away, let alone giving them a bench, they would have no objection even if we asked them to install a bench here. This dog is so scary. At this time, Zhou Ying and the other two also came over. Seeing Yi Yunzhou holding the dog, they were relieved. Let's go home. Yi Yunzhou smiled gently at the two of them and led them towards the villa. After getting away from the film crew, Zhou Ying walked up to her cousin, took his arm, and asked curiously, "Cousin, what happened just now?" Yi Yunzhou briefly explained the whole thing. Zhou Ying and Yin Yao, who were listening nearby, were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Ying gave a thumbs up. "Cousin, it has to be you. They really couldn't think of such a dirty trick." As they were talking, they had already reached the door of Villa number 1 and saw a huge iron dog kennel there. Yin Yao looked around and didn't see any workers. They probably put it here because no one is home. "Mr. Yi, please go in first. I'll go find someone to carry it in now." Yi Yunzhou waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't bother, I'll do it." Yin Yao was stunned. Before she could say anything, she saw Yi Yunzhou holding the inner wall with both hands and lifted the kennel with a struggle. Seeing Yi Yunzhou walking towards the garden easily, Yin Yao's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe her eyes. What kind of strength does this take? While thinking about it, Yin Yao quickly trotted after him. Yi Yunzhou carried the kennel to the garden. He walked to the place where Yin Yao had measured the size and asked, "Is it right to put it here? You're moving a little to the right." Yin Yao directed Yi Yunzhou's actions and placed the kennel upright in the garden. Yi Yunzhou shook his hands and said to the dog behind him who was eager to try, "Go ahead, go in and try out your new doghouse." Woo! The dog whimpered as if cheering and rushed into the kennel. Yin Yao considerately took out a blanket and covered the dog with a thick layer of it, making it clean and comfortable. The dog lay directly on it, sticking out its tongue with joy, obviously very happy. Yi Yunzhou was watching with joy, and at this moment, a curtain of light suddenly popped up. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. P.S. Thank you Sai for the flowers. Thank you all for the flowers from your remaining balance. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 37 One word shocks Yin Yao. Sign in successfully. God-level calligraphy as a reward. Yi Yunzhou glanced at the contents on the screen, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. God-level calligraphy? This reward is quite interesting. The next moment, Yi Yunzhou felt a warm current rushing into his mind, and a large amount of knowledge about calligraphy was churning out. As these memories emerged, Yi Yunzhou's entire temperament changed. Yi Yunzhou lowered his eyes, hiding the gleam that quickly flashed across his eyes. This feeling came and went quickly, and Yi Yunzhou only felt refreshed. He looked around and decided to find a place to try his hand. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou suddenly saw the kennel that had just been moved in. Although the kennel is made of fine steel, the two sides are empty and there is no decoration on it. Looking at it this way, it is indeed a bit monotonous. Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He walked straight into the villa and prepared to go upstairs to the study. Yin Yao and Zhou Ying on this side were both stunned. They looked at each other, not knowing what Yi Yunzhou was going to do. "Dog, come here." Zhou Ying didn't think much about it. The next second she focused her attention on the dog and played with him. The dog is now familiar with Zhou Ying. As long as the little girl gives an order, it will execute it immediately. It is very smart. The man and the dog are having a lot of fun, and the scene is extremely harmonious and beautiful. Yin Yao watched from the side and also chuckled. But after a while, the two saw Yi Yunzhou walking out of the villa. He held a pen and ink in his hand and walked straight towards the kennel. Zhou Ying and Yin Yao were stunned. What was he going to do with the pen and ink? "Cousin, what are you doing?" Zhou Ying had a silly look on her face. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, and suddenly her eyes turned. Hee hee, could it be that my cousin wants to teach Guzi how to write? Yin Yao was originally waiting for Yi Yunzhou's explanation with a curious look on her face, but suddenly when she heard the little girl's words, she burst out laughing. Yi Yunzhou looked at the two beautiful women in front of him and smiled faintly. I see the kennel is bare, give him a couplet. Couplet? After hearing Yi Yunzhou's answer, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying looked at each other and laughed. This was the first time they had heard of writing couplets for a kennel, and for a moment, they became interested. Zhou Ying walked forward with a smile, took the inkstone from Yi Yunzhou's hand obediently, and said with a smile. This is interesting, cousin, let me help you grind the ink. Good. Yi Yunzhou agreed very readily. He took a quick walk around the kennel and found the place where he was going to write. Soon, Zhou Ying had also ground the ink, and Yi Yunzhou took the brush and dipped it into the ink. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present fell on Yi Yunzhou's hand. Yi Yunzhou slowly raised his hand and made a stroke with confidence. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou's entire temperament suddenly changed. It was as if his entire body was covered with a layer of literati's integrity. Once this aura was released, Zhou Ying and Yin Yao both held their breath. Yi Yunzhou's handwriting was as smooth as flowing water. Just by looking at it, I felt a sense of satisfaction. With every stroke of the brush, it was like thousands of horses galloping from afar, or like a dragon swinging its tail and following. Although the pen has stopped, the momentum and the sense of awe linger in my heart for a long time without fading at all. Yi Yunzhou was very fast and had already finished writing a couplet. After being tamed for 4 or 5 years, his fur is fragrant and clean, and his master loves him. Looking at the two neat and imposing rows of words on the kennel, Yin Yao and Zhou Ying were stunned where they were, their hearts filled with shock. This is so well written, isn't it? The two girls are still frightened when they think about the suffocating feeling they felt just now. Yin Yao gasped. Such a nice word was actually placed on the doghouse. Isn't this a bit of a waste? Just as the two girls were shocked, Yi Yunzhou had finished writing the couplet and stopped writing. He looked at the couplet he had written and felt a sense of satisfaction. Yi Yunzhou looked at the top of the kennel again and found it was still empty. He thought for a while, picked up the brush and dipped it in the inkstone. The next moment, Yi Yunzhou picked up his pen and wrote 4 big words on the doghouse. The house guard dog. As the few words were written, the aura of the entire kennel changed, and it was obviously elevated to a higher level. Even the dog next to him seemed to sense the changes in the kennel. It came over and rubbed Yi Yunzhou's legs hard, as if expressing gratitude in its own way. It loves this great home so much. Zhou Ying finally reacted. She stared at her cousin with wide eyes and exclaimed. Cousin, you are so amazing. Your handwriting is absolutely amazing. It is simply unmatched in the world. Yin Yao, who was standing next to her, listened to Zhou Ying's words and nodded in approval. The little girl's words just now have expressed her true feelings. This is definitely a masterpiece. Yin Yao is a person who has seen the world. Even some master-level works are not as breathtaking as Yi Yunzhou's. That kind of strong and shocking feeling is unimaginable for those who have not seen the work. Her little heart is still beating fast, and her eyes are full of admiration as she looks at Yi Yunzhou. Mr. Yi is so awesome. How did he do it? He is still so young, but he seems to be doing everything very well. What she never expected was that her handwriting was so good. What else is there that he can't do? Zhou Ying looked at Yi Yunzhou eagerly, took his arm and shook it gently, and said with a smile. Brother, look, there's still so much ink left. Why don't you write a calligraphy for me? I'll keep it as a souvenir and treasure it. Yi Yunzhou was stunned when he heard this. He pulled back his arm and replied perfunctorily. Let's talk about it later. What's the point of a little girl like me collecting these words for no reason? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ying immediately refused to do it as soon as Yi Yunzhou finished speaking. She was so envious that she simply hugged her cousin's arm and said coquettishly. No. Please, cousin, just write one for me. Yi Yunzhou's arm was held tightly by Zhou Ying. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and listening to the little girl's coquettish tone, he said helplessly. Okay, I'll write it to you later. Write later? Zhou Ying glanced at her cousin suspiciously. It sounded like a casual remark. She directly grabbed Yi Yunzhou's hand and walked into the villa while muttering. Cousin, since you've promised me, just write it to me now. Yi Yunzhou let Zhou Ying drag him to the study room on the 2nd floor. Zhou Ying quickly found some rice paper and spread it out, not forgetting to grind the ink a few more times. Zhou tapped the brush with her green fingertips. This was no longer a hint, but a clear indication. Yi Yunzhou was delighted. He dipped the brush in ink, pondered for a moment, and then began to write on the rice paper. Yi Yunzhou wrote as fast as mist in rain, quickly writing on the paper, "Heaven moves forward, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement." As the brush in Yi Yunzhou's hand moved, a majestic aura emerged on the paper. Zhou was shocked by the words in front of her. She took a deep breath and felt happy as she looked at the words on the rice paper. "Such a wonderful word, it belongs exclusively to you. Brother, I love you so much." Zhou was so excited that she brushed her fingers across the rice paper. "I have to keep it as a treasure. I'm going to find a place to frame it now." Zhou wasn't just talking. Before she finished speaking, she had already taken out her cell phone to look for nearby shops that could do art framing. Seeing how serious the little girl was, Yi Yunzhou was thinking about sending her over soon. Unexpectedly, as soon as this thought came to his mind, his cell phone rang the next second. Chapter 38. Mr. Yi, your housekeeper is really capable. Yi Yunzhou picked it up and saw that it was a message from Chu Bangsu. "Mr. Yi, will you be home soon? I want to come over to visit you. Is it convenient?" Looking at the content of the message, Yi Yunzhou thought about it and replied directly. "Okay, I'm at home, you're always welcome." Yi Yunzhou put away his phone after sending the message. At this time, Zhou came over and showed Yi Yunzhou the store on the phone screen. "Brother, what do you think of this store? It has the highest rating in Jiangcheng, and all the reviews are very good. I heard it's an old store. After all, it's for her cousin to frame such excellent calligraphy. If it were an ordinary store, she wouldn't even look down on it." Seeing the little girl's smug look, Yi Yunzhou was also happy and said, "There will be guests coming over soon. I can't go with you. Ask your sister Yinyao to go with you." When Zhou heard Yi Yunzhou say that he couldn't go with her, she was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard that there were guests coming, she nodded sensibly. Yinyao stepped forward at the right time, gently took Zhou Ying's hand, and said with a smile, "Let's go, I happen to know the location of the store you mentioned, I'll take you there." Zhou carefully put away the calligraphy and paintings, and then followed Yinyao out of the villa. Sitting in Yinyao's Mercedes-Benz, Zhou looked at the exquisite interior of the car and her eyes suddenly lit up. "Sister Yin, I didn't expect you to be a wealthy woman." Yinyao was delighted when she heard this. She raised her beautiful eyebrows, shook her head slightly and said, "If it was before, I would definitely not refute you. But since I met your cousin, I realized that I am just a frog in the well." Zhou listened to Yinyao's sigh and nodded in agreement. "My cousin nowadays is really far beyond my reach." Not long after the two of them left the villa, Chu Bangsu arrived outside Villa Number 1 in a luxury car. Looking at the luxurious and magnificent mansion in front of him, although this was not his first time here, Chu Bangsu still felt shocked. He stood at the door and took a deep breath before pressing the doorbell. When Yi Yunzhou heard the doorbell, he quickly walked out of the villa and opened the door for Chu Bangsu personally. "Hello, Mr. Yi." As soon as he saw Yi Yunzhou, Chu Bangsu's eyes lit up immediately and he quickly greeted him. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly in response and raised his hand. "Mr. Chu, please come in." Upon hearing this, Chu Bangsu hurried in. Seeing Yi Yunzhou was about to take him to the villa, he quickly said, "Mr. Yi, I'm here today to return a visit. Why don't you take me to the garden for a look?" "Okay." Seeing that Chu Bangsu insisted, Yi Yunzhou took him into the garden. As soon as Chu Bangsu entered the garden, he immediately got into work mode. He walked up to the rare flowers and examined them carefully. Those flowers are carefully tended every day, and now the sun is shining brightly, they are blooming brightly. Seeing that the flowers were in such good condition, Chu Bangsu immediately showed a look of satisfaction on his face. As a professional, he could tell at a glance that these flowers grew very well here. However, to be on the safe side, Chu Bangsu took out some professional test papers and wanted to test the pH value of the soil. After all, these rare flowers have very strict requirements on the environment, and if you are not careful, it may lead to the death of the plants. After making sure that everything was fine, Chu Bangsu went to check on the condition of the blood dragonfish. I saw the blood dragonfish swimming freely in the huge fish tank, looking leisurely and contented, with its scales sparkling under the light. As the blood dragonfish swings its tail, you can even clearly see the ripples in the water. You can imagine how powerful the blood dragonfish is. All signs indicate that the blood dragonfish is not only healthy, but also very strong. Mr. Yi is so lucky. Your housekeeper is so attentive. Looking at the condition of the fish and flowers, Chu Bengsu couldn't help but sigh. When it was first delivered, Yin Yao was still unfamiliar with these services. Although he studied hard at that time, these rare flowers really tested his patience and experience, so Chu Bengsu was worried and came back to visit. I didn't expect that in such a short time, she had already become proficient and mastered the technique, and could take such good care of these things. It is definitely impossible to say that I didn't put in any effort. Yi Yunzhou listened to Chu Bengsu's praise and nodded slightly. Yin Yao has a serious attitude towards work. Yi Yunzhou sees her work every day and naturally approves of it. Chu Bengsu recorded all the data, and today's follow-up work was completed. He looked at Yi Yunzhou, who had a calm face in front of him, took out a gold-stamped invitation from his arms, handed it to Yi Yunzhou with both hands, and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, this is an invitation to a recent exhibition. There are some flowers and plants, as well as some antiques and other things. If you are interested, you are welcome to come and take a look." Yi Yunzhou took the invitation and took a quick look at it. Seeing the gold-plated fonts on it, he knew that this auction should be good, so he smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you." Seeing that Yi Yunzhou accepted the invitation, Chu Bengsu knew that his mission had been completed, so he said goodbye directly. "Mr. Yi, I won't waste your time. See you at the exhibition then." Yi Yunzhou nodded. He sent Chu Bengsu to the door, then turned around and walked into the villa. Just as Chu Bengsu left, at the same time, on the other side, Yin Yao drove Zhou Ling to the door of the calligraphy and painting shop. After Yin Yao parked the car, the two of them got out together. I saw an ancient shop appearing before my eyes. The first thing you see is a red gold plaque hanging above the door, with some imposing large characters on it. Ye Zangshuan. Looking at the grand and elegant decoration at the gate, Yin Yao and Zhou Ling both showed a look of amazement on their faces. Although the red gold plaque is a replica, the gold on it is real, which shows that this store has extraordinary strength. "Come on, let's go in first." As Yin Yao spoke, she took Zhou Ying's hand and walked into the store. After entering the store, the two discovered that this Yuzangshuan was quite large and had a very large area. The shop was filled with various shelves made of solid wood. On the counter on the side stood a gilded incense burner from which gurgling white smoke was coming out. Smelling the faint scent of sandalwood in the air, Yin Yao and Zhou Ling looked at each other and both knew that the incense burner was lit with the finest sandalwood. The taste is rich but not greasy, and it is very memorable. It is quite harmonious when paired with such an ancient shop. At this time, a girl saw the two people walking in and immediately stepped forward to greet them. The girl was wearing a pink and white cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her perfect curves. Although she has the elegant temperament of a lady from a noble family, her face is as bright as peach blossoms, which makes her very beautiful. "You two, please come in." The girl smiled elegantly at the two of them. At this moment, she noticed the rice paper in Zhou Ying's hand and asked, "Do you two want to frame it?" "Yes." Zhou Ying nodded quickly. The girl smiled back and led the two of them towards the counter. "Let me take you two to choose the styles first and see which one you need. I will arrange it for you as soon as possible." The girl took out a picture album, which recorded the various styles that the store could provide. Zhou Ying took it and looked at it. She saw that there were size classifications under the styles. The prices were different depending on the size and materials. Especially when seeing the 4 or 5-digit prices above, Zhou Ying couldn't help but stick out her tongue. "It's really expensive." She originally thought that it was just mounting a calligraphy piece, and even if it was a little expensive, it would only cost a few thousand yuan. But when she got to the store, she realized how narrow-minded her previous thinking was. These materials were charged by the inch, which was really beyond her expectation. As Zhou Ying watched, she thought to herself that her brother's handwriting was definitely worthy of such high-end quality. It's just, she's a little short of money now. Yin Yao and the girl next to her saw Zhou Ying's embarrassed expression. The girl Muing Xue thought about it and decided to persuade the girl. After all, if it is not a work of a famous artist, there is really no need to make it so expensive. You can choose some cheap materials to make it beautiful and exquisite, and it will look very classy when hung at home. Moreover, Muing Xue looked at Zhou Ying's dress and found that she was obviously a college student. She probably didn't have much money. Muing Xue was thinking this, but before she could speak, she heard Yin Yao beside her saying with a smile, "Xiao Ying, just choose according to your preferences, and I'll pay." When Zhou Ying heard Yin Yao's words, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Yin Yao eagerly. "Sister Yin, this is not good, right? What's wrong with that? Yin Yao was delighted when she heard that. She walked over to Zhou and helped her choose a suitable style. As they flipped through the album one by one, Yin Yao and Zhou discovered that the styles in this store were very beautiful. It really deserves to be a store with the highest reviews. Suddenly, Yin Yao paused while looking at one of the styles and asked with some surprise. Xiaoying, take a look. Does this style look good? Zhou immediately came forward and was amazed by the pictures in the album. She exclaimed, "This is great, it matches my brother's calligraphy perfectly." Yin Yao was obviously very satisfied with this style. She nodded and said to Muing Xue, "Please, we want this style." Muing Xue took the album and was stunned when she saw the styles they chose. This is a high-end custom model in their store, and the price is still very high. She thought about it and kindly said, "In fact, if it's not a famous painting, it's the same if you choose a cheaper one." Muing Xue said this and pointed to the pattern on the style. If you use ordinary wood to make this pattern, the effect will also be very beautiful, and the price will be many times higher. After hearing such truth, Yin Yao and Zhou instantly liked the beautiful girl in front of them more. Zhou smiled and said smugly, "Although it's not a famous work, it was written by my brother, but it should be worthy of your good stuff." Worthy? Muing Xue burst out laughing when she heard this. This little girl looks like she has just reached adulthood. How old can her brother be? How good can the writing be when it is so young? Calligraphy is an extremely demanding art. Without decades of practice, it is difficult to achieve success. Most people start practicing from a young age, and even young people with extraordinary talents can only reach the advanced level at best. It is indeed a bit presumptuous to think that such a level is worthy of their top-grade materials. However, Muing Xue saw Zhou and Yin Yao's determined expressions and knew that she could not persuade them anymore, so she gave up and said softly, "In that case, please give me the words." Zhou carefully handed the rice paper in her hand over. Muing Xue took it and then opened it. When she saw the words on the rice paper clearly, she was stunned. This. Muing Xue's eyes widened instantly. She could hardly believe her eyes and was filled with shock. Just by looking at this word, you can feel the artistic conception conveyed by the calligraphy, which makes people feel excited. It was just a quick glance, but it felt like I had found the direction to move forward, and my heart was filled with burning fighting spirit. Muing Xue was stunned for a long time before she reacted. She took a deep breath, looked at Zhou and asked, "Excuse me, how old was the person who wrote this?" She still holds a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that maybe some people are older but of lower seniority. It is normal for a calligraphy master in his 50s or 60s to write like this. Zhou did not notice anything wrong in Muing Xue's eyes, and answered very frankly, "My brother is in his 20s. As Zhou finished speaking, Muing Xue felt as if she had been struck by lightning, leaving her burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. "In your 20s? At such a young age, he already has such strong calligraphy skills, he is truly gifted." For a moment, Muing Xue was even more shocked. This kind of work is simply unprecedented. Muing Xue took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. After a long while, she thought for a while and said, "How about this? I'll give you the framing fee for this work for free." Zhou was immediately delighted when she heard this, but she still said something polite. How can this be so embarrassing? Yin Yao was standing next to Zhou and watching. The little girl's face showed surprise and pride, but she didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. Muing Xue's eyes looked at the rice paper again and again, with an infatuated look on her face, as if she wanted to dive into the words. It took a lot of effort to divert her eyes from the calligraphy and painting. Muing Xue looked at Zhou and said, "I just have one small request, could you let me take a photo of this work?" She really liked it, but she also knew that a gentleman would not take away what others love, so she changed her mind. Although I cannot obtain the works, being able to appreciate them every day is a blessing. Zhou listened to Muing Xue's expectant voice and nodded directly. Of course. The reason why she agreed so readily was because Zhou had a better and better impression of the shop owner in front of her. Obviously, they can just take their work to the back and operate it, and then they can take pictures however they want. But Muing Xue did not do that. She frankly put forward her ideas, which is what a gentleman does. Muing Xue on this side didn't know what Zhou was thinking. She had already taken out her mobile phone, activated the camera, and was carefully taking a picture of the calligraphy. Click. As the phone rang softly, Muing Xue looked at the photo on the screen, still shocked. Even looking at the photos, she could still feel the power emanating from those words. Mu Yingxue was a little excited. She quickly put her phone away and smiled at Zhou Ying and the others. Wait a moment, I'll frame it now. After explaining something to the two of them, Mu Yingxue went to the back with the rice paper. After waiting for a while, Mu Yingxue came out with the framed works. It's already been framed. Can you please leave me your contact information? Mu Yingxue handed the letter to Zhou Ying, who quickly took it and exchanged contact information with Mu Yingxue with a smile. Zhou Ying took out her phone and waved at Mu Yingxue. Then we'll leave first. Okay, I'll take you there. Mu Yingxue personally escorted the two to the store door, watched them get into the car and drive away, then returned to the store. She sat on a solid wood chair made of Wanwali wood, took out her cell phone and admired the words written by Yi Yunzhou. As the saying goes, seeing the words is like seeing the person. What kind of person can write such a work with such artistic conception? For a moment, Mu Yingxue was full of curiosity and amazement about Yi Yunzhou, whom she had never met. On this side, Yinya drove Zhou Ying back to the villa. Brother, what do you think of my framing? As soon as she entered the door, Zhou Ying saw Yi Yunzhou sitting on the sofa, and then she shouted to him as if to show off. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou took a look at the calligraphy, nodded with satisfaction, and thought it was pretty good. At this time, Zhou Ying's eyes were attracted by the gold-plated invitation on the coffee table. She picked it up and took a look at it. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, this exhibition looks great, let's go and take a look. Okay. Yi Yunzhou naturally agreed immediately. Zhou Ying was obviously very happy and kept talking while holding her cousin's hand. On the other side, at night. After Mu Yingxue closed Yuzhangshuan, she returned home. She pushed open the door and walked into the house, and saw a figure standing at the table in the living room, writing furiously. The figure was fully focused on practicing calligraphy, and he looked very imposing. Mu Yingxue was also happy when she saw her grandfather's expression. Knowing that this was the old man's hobby, she did not disturb him. She put down her bag and walked straight into the kitchen. Soon a rich aroma of tea wafted out. Mu Yingxue had already walked out with tea in hand. The old man who was writing beside her had stopped writing and put the brush on the pen holder. He sniffed subconsciously. Yingxue, come over and take a look at what Grandpa wrote. Mu Yingxue walked to the table, glanced at the words on the table, and said helplessly. It's just average. Generally? When the old man heard his granddaughter's answer, he was immediately unhappy, and his tone was full of dissatisfaction. You are so young, little girl, but you are so arrogant. I wouldn't say my work is at the master level, but it's better than what you see every day, right? Can the works of the customers in the store compare to mine? Mu Yingxue sighed softly, and a hint of aftertaste flashed across her pretty face. Don't be so angry, old man. I've been through so much and can't go back to the past. Once your horizons are opened, it will be very difficult to go back. The old man was so angry that he laughed when he heard his granddaughter's words. What kind of vast ocean have you seen? The more you talk, the more nonsense you are. Chapter 39, Ms. Liu, are you sure about your size? I remember you were one size smaller before. Mu Yingxue reacted at this time. Seeing that the old man looked unhappy, she quickly told him what happened during the day. You don't know, I was shocked when I saw the work, it's so amazing. The old man looked at his granddaughter's pretty face suspiciously, with disbelief written all over his face. A kid in his early 20s can write top-notch works and directly understand the artistic conception of the words? Even if you had 2 peanuts, you wouldn't be able to say such drunken words. Impossible. Even if a 20-year-old child is gifted, it is impossible for him to reach the master level of wrist strength. The old man said this with great certainty. Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Mu Yingxue didn't bother to explain anymore and just took out her cell phone. She pulled out the photos and showed them to her grandfather. The evidence was right in front of him, so the old man couldn't say anything. The old man casually glanced at the phone screen and was stunned. For a moment, his attention was completely attracted by the words on the screen. This. The artistic conception of these words hit him in the face, and even though the old man was nearly 70 years old, he still felt the blood boiling in his body. A breath of righteousness surged back and forth in my chest, and even my spirit was shaken. The old man was directly shocked by this work. He gasped and could not believe what he saw. This was actually written by a guy in his early 20s? Even some well-known masters probably cannot write such a magnificent work at will. This is a rare treasure, and the old man's eyes and heart were warmed when he saw it. The usually calm old man couldn't control his emotions at this time. He reached out and took Mu Yingshue's mobile phone and looked at the words on it carefully. Although he has watched it many times, the old man still feels that every time he appreciates it, he feels more deeply. It is truly a gentleman's words. The old man felt that his mind was much clearer, and the shock in his eyes became more intense. Especially when I thought about what my granddaughter said before, that such a work was actually created by a young man, I suddenly became curious about the author. Along with it comes a lot of goodwill. The old man was very sure that the young man who could write such a calligraphy must be a gentleman praised by everyone. If a person has a crooked mind, it is absolutely impossible for him to emanate such awe-inspiring righteousness. The old man liked it more and more. He took a lot of effort to look away from the work and said with emotion, "Heroes emerge young. I didn't expect that Jiangcheng would have such an outstanding young man. It's true that every generation has talented people." Mu Yingxue, who was standing next to him, heard her grandfather's sigh and nodded in agreement. The old man was also amused by his granddaughter's reaction. He looked out the window and muttered to himself, "It would be interesting to have the opportunity to meet such a wonderful person." Mu Yingxue raised her wrist to check the time. Seeing that it was getting late, she reached out to help the old man put away his writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. "You need to rest now. Come on, let's go upstairs together." "Hey, girl, I haven't finished practicing my calligraphy yet." The old man looked at Mu Yingxue, who was nimble and quick, and was about to stop her, but she had already been pulled upstairs by her granddaughter. The old man shook his head helplessly, thinking that he had been the head of the family all his life, but he didn't expect that he would be so easily controlled by his own granddaughter. Mu Yingxue sent her grandfather to his room, then turned back to her room and prepared to rest early. The next morning, Yi Yunzhou slept until he woke up naturally. He stretched first, and when he felt his body stretched to its full extent, he let out a comfortable sigh. Yi Yunzhou leaned lightly on the head of the bed, the sunlight playfully falling on his half-naked upper body through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating his muscular figure clearly. He picked up his cell phone from the bedside table and sent a message to Lu Mingxin. "Girl, do you have time today?" Clicking on the send message, Yi Yunzhou looked at the phone, smiled, and whispered to himself, "I don't know if this girl is up yet." Just as Yi Yunzhou was muttering to himself, his cell phone rang and Lu Mingxin's reply came. "Yes, I have." Yi Yunzhou looked at the reply, thought for a moment, and typed, "Okay, get up and pack your things. I'll pick you up from school later." After sending the message, Yi Yunzhou put down his phone, got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After tidying himself up, Yi Yunzhou changed into clothes, then opened the door and walked towards the first floor. "Good morning, cousin." As soon as Yi Yunzhou appeared on the first floor, he heard a sweet greeting. It was Zhou, who had just woken up. The little girl was still wearing her pajamas. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at the breakfast on the table and said, "Sisterine brought breakfast just now, and I was just about to wake you up." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou glanced at the dining table and saw a table full of nutritious and healthy food. The milk next to it was still emitting steam, obviously having been delivered not long ago. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, Yi Yunzhou also felt a little hungry. "Come, have breakfast first." Yi Yunzhou asked Zhou to sit down, and the two of them had a sumptuous breakfast together. Zhou swallowed half a cup of milk in big gulps. She put the cup back on the table and then said to Yi Yunzhou, "By the way, cousin, I'm going to go out with Wangy and the others in a while. We made the plan yesterday." After hearing Zhou Ying's words, Yi Yunzhou picked up the napkin and wiped the corners of his mouth, then slowly continued, "Okay, I'll take you there in a minute." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou paused, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Zhou Ying and said, "Be sure to be safe when you go out, and don't stay out all night. Got it?" Okay, I know." Zhou Ying responded loudly. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that her parents had said before that they would come to Jiangqing today. Should I tell my cousin about this now? However, Zhou Ying only thought about this idea for a moment. After all, her parents only said that they would go to Jiangqing today, but they were not sure when they would have time. What if you have an appointment with guests late at night, or if plans change, you may not be able to come over for a while? Zhou Ying thought about this and made up her mind to wait until her parents were done with their work before talking to her cousin. While Zhou Ying was thinking, Yi Yunzhou had finished his breakfast. He stood up and said to Zhou Ying, "Pack up, we're leaving now." "Okay, I'll go get the bag." Zhou cheered. She ran to the room to get her bag, and did not forget to turn around in front of Yi Yunzhou. How's it, cousin? Does it look good? The bag she is using now is the luxury item that Yi Yunzhou bought for her before. Zhou likes it very much and is very careful when using it. Yes, it looks good. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw his cousin smiling sweetly in front of him. They walked out of the villa one after another and got straight into the Bugatti. Yi Yunzhou drove Zhou to the door of the hotel where her roommates lived. After watching the little girls reunite, he started the car and left with peace of mind. Turning the car around, Yi Yunzhou turned on the navigation and drove towards the art college where Lu Mingxin was. While waiting for the traffic light, Yi Yunzhou sent a message to Lu Mingxin. I'm on my way and will be at your school soon. At this time, on the other side, Lu Mingxin had already changed into a white dress and was putting on makeup in the dormitory, preparing to go out. In front of her were all high-end luxury brand cosmetics, all of which Yi Yunzhou had bought for her before. Lu Mingxin felt the lightness and fit, and secretly thought in her heart that this international brand had a different feeling. No wonder so many people are flocking to big brand products. Both the product quality control and the user experience are excellent. The roommates next to them watched Lu Mingxin busying around. Several girls exchanged glances quickly, then smiled wickedly and said, Hey, our Lu University campus beauty is so busy this early in the morning, is she going out on a date with her boyfriend? Look at what you said, it must be a date. When did Mingxin ever put on makeup when she went out with us? TSK, the difference is too big. Alright, let's stop being jealous. Meng Xin has such a good boyfriend. If it were us, we would probably be dozens of times more excited than her. Lu Mingxin couldn't help but blush as she listened to the jokes from her roommates. However, seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Mingxin did not stop what she was doing. At this time, a roommate seemed to have thought of something. She took the initiative to approach Lu Mingxin and asked with a smile. Mingxin, are there any good guys around your boyfriend? If there is a suitable one, don't forget your sisters, we are still single here. Lu Mingxin burst out laughing when she heard this. She nodded helplessly and assured him. Okay, everyone, just be at ease. I'll keep an eye on you guys, okay? Meng Xin, you are really nice. When the roommates heard Lu Mingxin's words, they all became happy and stood aside chattering. Soon, Lu Mingxin dressed herself up. She stood in front of the floor-length mirror and looked at it. When she was satisfied, she picked up her bag and waved to her roommates. Then I'll go out first, Yi Yunzhou will be here soon. Go ahead. Several roommates looked at Lu Mingxin's hurried back with envy and yearning on their faces. They walked to the dormitory balcony together and looked down from above. Not long after Lu Mingxin walked out of the dormitory, she appeared downstairs of the dormitory building. She looked towards the school gate, and soon saw a black supercar speeding towards the girls' dormitory. That black color is obviously different from the common black car color, and it emits a different light under the sunlight. Several roommates have seen this car several times, but every time they see it, they are shocked by its cool appearance. It truly is the most powerful supercar on Earth. Its shape and appearance are so luxurious. Is this the legendary colorful black? It's obviously a dark color, but it can't cover up its radiant light at all. A roommate murmured to herself, and as soon as she finished speaking, she received nods of approval from the other roommates. Their little hearts were beating fast and several pairs of eyes were staring at Bugatti. At this time, with the appearance of Bugatti, many students in the school noticed it. Everyone had heard the rumors about this magical car a long time ago, and when they heard that the car appeared again, they all came to see it. Many girls just stretched their heads and looked down. For a moment, Bugatti became the focus of the surrounding area. Under everyone's envious and eager gazes, the door of the Bugatti was opened and Yi Yunzhou walked out of the car. Looking at his perfect body and handsome face, everyone gasped and exclaimed in their hearts. This is so cool. He is the perfect boyfriend. When he appears, all other boys pale in comparison. Just as everyone was amazed, they saw Lu Mingxin throwing herself into Yi Yunzhou's arms, with her slender arms around Yi Yunzhou's waist, her face full of smiles. The curved eyes and the love in their gaze made the relationship between the two obvious. In an instant, everyone began to boil. Even the few roommates who were secretly peeking at what was happening were stunned with their eyes wide open. Ah, did you see that? Our Lu University campus beauty actually took the initiative to hug a man. This is the first time I've seen such a scene. I can't believe my eyes. I've never seen Meng Xin so enthusiastic. She used to be a famous cold school beauty in our art college. I never thought that she would throw herself into my arms one day. This could be damned love. Woohoo, why do I, a single guy, have to see such a loving scene? I can't take it anymore, I'm already in tears. Downstairs, Lu Mingxin and Yi Yunzhou hugged each other and said a few words, then got into the car with a smile and headed out of the school. Seeing the Bugatti rushing out like a beast out of a cage, several roommates upstairs looked at each other with emotion in their eyes. She is indeed a woman in love. The change is too big. Let's go, the real owner has left, let's go too. One of the roommates sighed and walked into the room first. At this time in the car, Lu Mingxin looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window, seemed to have thought of something, and said to Yi Yunzhou beside her, I want to go to a store first. The things I ordered there have arrived. Would you like to go with me to get them? Hearing Lu Mingxin's negotiating tone, Yi Yunzhou was also happy and agreed directly. Okay, give me the address. Lu Mingxin quickly reported the address and then took out her cell phone from her bag. I'll contact the store first and ask her to prepare the things for me. Lu Mingxin spoke while typing on her phone. Yi Yunzhou was driving quietly, and just in time the red light came on. Seeing that there was more than a minute left, he leaned over to look at the screen of Lu Mingxin's phone. On the screen was the chat history between Lu Mingxin and the store owner. Ms. Lu, are you sure it's a D? I remember your previous size was a C. Yes, thank you for your help. Yi Yunzhou was also stunned when he looked at the chat history, and then he reacted. This is both C and D, it should be. He blinked his eyes gently. Wow, it turns out that after a girl has sex for the first time, she will. As Yi Yunzhou thought about this, his eyes unconsciously looked towards some round shapes. Chapter 40 Sign in again. Lu Mingxin felt the fiery gaze, and when she looked up, she saw Yi Yunzhou's probing expression. Her pretty face immediately flushed, and she said tenderly, Bad guy, don't peek. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw Lu Mingxin's shy look, like a beautiful rose. Seeing the traffic lights change, Yi Yunzhou turned his attention back to driving. He stepped on the accelerator and sped towards his destination again. Soon, the two arrived at the commercial street where the store was located. Looking at the familiar sign of the store flashing, Lu Mingxin unbuckled her seatbelt and said to Yi Yunzhou, I might need to try it out, so it might take a little longer. Why don't you come into the store with me? In fact, there was one thing she didn't say, she wished she could spend every second with Yi Yunzhou. When Yi Yunzhou heard Lu Mingxin's proposal, he was stunned. What am I doing in a store that's just for girls? Go ahead, it's okay, I'll wait for you outside. Lu Mingxin was delighted when she heard that. She stood on tiptoe and gave Yi Yunzhou a kiss on the cheek. The speed was extremely fast, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and the wet and soft touch made people tremble. I'm going in. After the kiss, Lu Mingxin nimbly got out of Yi Yunzhou's arms and trotted into the store. Looking at the empty arms, Yi Yunzhou had no time to sigh before a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of him. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, God level I, erudite skills. Yi Yunzhou's eyes just swept over the reward content, and before he had time to react, he felt a warm current rushing into his mind. For a moment, Yi Yunzhou felt a burning sensation in his eyes, and then he could see things more clearly. Feeling refreshed, Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and planned to take a walk around the neighborhood. Yi Yunzhou walked towards the direction where there were a lot of people, but he soon discovered that many girls were whispering to each other and even laughing secretly when they saw him. What's going on? Yi Yunzhou was also a little confused. He always attracted a lot of attention when walking on the street, but this was the first time he laughed like this. He sensed something was wrong and took out his cell phone to take a picture of his face. It didn't matter that Yi Yunzhou took this photo, he saw a pair of flaming red lips printed on his cheek. Good boy, no wonder. Yi Yunzhou looked at the lipstick mark and smiled helplessly. He took out a tissue and wiped off the lipstick mark before continuing to walk forward. After walking out a few steps, Yi Yunzhou saw an old man walking towards him. Seeing the old man's familiar face, Yi Yunzhou was stunned. He walked quickly towards the old man with a happy smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet him. Teacher Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. When the old man heard Yi Yunzhou's words, he quickly looked towards him. He scanned Yi Yunzhou's face several times. After all, Yi Yunzhou's temperament had changed drastically. He confirmed it several times before speaking out. Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly and looked at the old man with respect. This old man was Yi Yunzhou's middle school teacher. He took good care of him in the beginning and could be considered a mentor to him. The old man was also very happy to see Yi Yunzhou. He looked at this former student and asked with concern, "Yunzhou, are you in school now?" Feeling the old man's kind and concerned gaze, Yi Yunzhou was happy and answered truthfully, "I am currently at Jiangcheng University, still attending school." Jiangcheng University? The old man nodded gently, his tone full of emotion. "That's great. I've said before that if you work so hard, you will definitely have a bright future." Speaking of this, the old man couldn't help but think of his grandson who was about the same age as Yi Yunzhou. When the old man thought of the child, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. They are all young people, why is there such a big gap between them? You know, the old man used to use Yi Yunzhou as an example to educate his grandson. But the effect was minimal, the kid simply wouldn't listen and was spoiled. Especially recently, that brat has become obsessed with antiques again for some reason. He knew nothing, but he heard that this industry was extremely profitable, so he rushed into it headfirst. As a result, instead of making any money, I actually lost a lot of money. If anyone in his family said something to him, he would stick his neck out and insist. People say that this is the tuition fee you have to pay to enter the industry. Only those who really spend money to learn can make money in the future. The old man got angrier the more he thought about it. Why was his grandson such a grandson? Yi Yunzhou on this side looked at the old man's worried look and said with concern, "What's wrong, Mr. Chen? How about I walk you around?" Just as the old man was about to reply, he saw a young man about the same age as Yi Yunzhou running over from the other side. The young man walked straight up to the old man and said breathlessly, "Grandpa, so you are here. It took me so long to find you. What's wrong? You must be looking for something bad with me." The old man complained in dissatisfaction, but he was his grandson after all, and he was afraid that he might get into trouble, so he still looked over with concern. The young man didn't care about his grandfather's attitude at all and said directly, "Grandpa, lend me some money, it's urgent." When the old man heard his grandson asking for money, his heart trembled. He suppressed his anger. "You want money again, what are you going to do?" The old man is not a stingy person, otherwise he would not have taken such good care of Yi Yunzhou. If his grandson has something important to do, he would support him even if it means selling everything he has. "I just saw a good thing. If I don't get it now, it will be too late. I can make a lot of money by reselling it. My previous tuition fees will be paid back." The young man spoke excitedly, his eyes sparkling. As long as he gets this treasure that opens the door, those people who always said he was useless will have to shut up and look up to him from now on. Chen Xiao looked at his grandson and rolled his eyes in anger. "You silly boy, where are there so many good things waiting for you to pick up? You must have been cheated." "Of course not. Don't worry. I've made sure everything is okay this time." The young man didn't know where his confidence came from, and his tone was unusually firm. "Just trust me this time and give me the money to help me out." Yi Yunzhou, who was listening to the conversation between the old man and the child, was also confused, so he took the initiative to ask, "Teacher Chen, what's going on with you?" When Chen Xiao heard Yi Yunzhou's question, he sighed and told Yi Yunzhou about his grandson's obsession with antiques without hiding anything. "Alas, there are so many appraisal programs now, which make people see the huge profits of antiques. But there are so many tricks involved, how can ordinary people understand it? Good money is just wasted like this, and he still refuses to listen to advice, he is really blinded by greed." When the young man heard his grandfather say this, he immediately became unhappy. His face turned ugly and he looked at the old man with dissatisfaction. "I've told you that's just tuition. My grandfather is a teacher after all, so why can't he understand?" But since he was his grandfather after all, the young man did not dare to say anything more. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked in a bad tone, "Who are you? Why are you asking about my family's affairs?" "I am Yi Yunzhou." Yi Yunzhou ignored his bad tone and introduced himself. The young man looked Yi Yunzhou up and down. "You are Yi Yunzhou?" When young people heard this name, they felt unhappy. In his mind, Yi Yunzhou is the same as other children. My grandfather always preaches to me through him. After so many years, I finally meet the real person. When the young man thought of this and looked at Yi Yunzhou's appearance, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Isn't he just a nerd who can read? Apart from being good looking, he really has no other merits. Afterwards, various labels such as nerd and pretty boy were branded on Yi Yunzhou. He was too lazy to pay attention to Yi Yunzhou and just spread his hands towards Chen Xiao. "Grandpa, don't waste time, I'm really anxious." Chen Xiao felt his blood pressure rising when he saw him spreading his hands to ask for money. He rubbed his temple helplessly and said earnestly, "You should learn from Yunzhou. He is now studying at Jiangqing University, and look at you, you are just wasting your time all day long. How much money have you been defrauded of? Can't you use this time to study hard? What's the point of just reading?" The young man didn't buy it at all, he just responded, "After you graduate from university, you will have to work for others, right? But it's different for me. If I don't open a business for 3 years, I can make a living for 3 years after I open one. This is all about having good eyesight, and that also requires talent. Your grandson has a natural advantage in this area, so of course you should make good use of it." Having said this, the young man paused. He looked at Yi Yunzhou, straightened his chest, and said loudly, "If I can make this business bigger and stronger, I can make much more money than those professors." Chen Xiao found that for every word he said, his grandson had 100 words waiting for him, and he felt a little speechless. He rubbed the protruding blue veins on his temples and said bitterly, "Okay, then take me with you to have a look." Although he didn't know anything about antiques, he knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The young man looked at his grandfather's stubbornness and had no choice but to speak. "Well, let's go quickly." Chen Xiao also brought Yi Yunzhou along. The young man was somewhat dissatisfied, but seeing that his grandfather was still angry, he had no choice but to bring him along. The journey was not far, and under the guidance of the older man, they soon arrived at a remote alley. There was a short man standing in the alley. He was dressed in rustic clothes and his face was covered with a layer of rusticity. Although he was dressed like an honest farmer, his shifty looks could not be concealed and it was obvious at first glance that he was not a good person. As soon as Chen Feng saw the man, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on his face. "I'm back." The man looked at Yi Yunzhou and Chen Xiao, and said unhappily, "What's wrong with you? Why did you bring people here? Didn't I tell you that the fewer people who know about this, the better? If you are so unruly, I can't take you with me in this profitable business." The man spoke with an accent, and although he said he was not happy, he did not show any intention of leaving. "This is the person I brought to pay. Take it out quickly." The young man spoke impatiently. He made a casual introduction and started asking for the things. The man with shifty eyes looked around first, and after making sure that no one was around, he carefully opened the package, revealing the various items inside. There were a few porcelain pieces on top, the things below were somewhat blocked, and a large number of copper coins were scattered around. The one thing these things have in common is that they are all covered in mud, as if they had just been dug out of the earth. Chen Feng was delighted to see these things. He pointed to one of the porcelains and explained to Chen Xiao, "Grandpa, look at this. According to my judgment, this porcelain must be real." After saying this, he moved closer to Chen Xiao and whispered in his ear, "And look at this guy, he's covered in dirt that can't be washed off, he must be a tomb robber. The way he's dressed and the accent he speaks with, there's no doubt about it. He doesn't look like he knows much about goods. If we buy them and resell them, we will definitely make a lot of money." He had just checked the information, so he couldn't say anything else, but this porcelain definitely couldn't be fake. Chen Xiao frowned as he listened to his grandson's words. "From the accent I can tell you're a tomb robber. You've actually created a discipline." Yi Yunzhou took a look at the porcelain and said directly, "Let's just forget about this porcelain." "Never mind?" Chen Feng was unhappy when he heard this and directly scolded. "What did you say? Are you questioning me?" Yi Yunzhou snorted coldly when he heard this. "Why, you're an expert. I'm not like you, shooting at nothing here. I've studied a lot of knowledge, I definitely know more than you. Every profession has its own specialty, do you understand?" Chen Feng was very dissatisfied. What was wrong with other people's children? This was his area of expertise. "You're just a nerd. Don't you just know some formulas and theorems? Can you understand this?" After saying this, Chen Feng still felt very angry. He looked directly at the man and said loudly, "I've decided. I want this porcelain." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately expressed his opinion. "I have the same idea as Yunzhou. This thing cannot be bought. Grandpa, I am your grandson, how can you side with an outsider?" Besides, I have already said I want it, so why would you refuse? This is not in accordance with the rules. Chen Xiao. Rule? If you had followed the rules, you wouldn't have paid so much tuition in vain. Although Chen Xiao was determined, Chen Feng kept pestering him and trying every means to get the old man to pay. Yi Yunzhou originally had no intention of caring about Chen Feng, but seeing his mentor looking embarrassed and angry, he couldn't remain indifferent. After thinking for a while, Yi Yunzhou looked at the porcelain and asked, "How much do you sell this for?" 160,000. The man had a painful expression on his face. He carefully wiped the bottle with his hand. "I just gave you a minimum price because I think you like it. If you don't want it, just tell me. Good things are worth selling." Chen Xiao, who was standing by, widened his eyes. He looked at the man and exclaimed, "What did you say? 160,000, this is going to cost him his life." Yi Yunzhou on this side was amused when he heard this. He tapped the surface of the porcelain and sneered. "You dare to ask for such a high price for these defective industrial products produced last week? You are quite courageous. With such a huge amount of money, I won't mention anymore, but he will definitely be sentenced to several decades in prison." The man was also stunned when he heard Yi Yunzhou's words. "What are you talking about? I'm telling you, don't talk nonsense. These are all real things, not industrial defective products." Chen Feng, who was standing by, was afraid that Yi Yunzhou's words would anger the man, so he quickly scolded. "You don't understand anything, so don't talk nonsense." Yi Yunzhou on this side was not in a hurry. He raised his nose to sniff and said with disdain, "I really don't want to say anything about this fake thing with such a big door. I can smell the hydrofluoric acid from such a distance, and you tell me it's not made to look old?" When the man heard Yi Yunzhou's words, his face suddenly turned red and white, and he was completely stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Yi Yunzhou. Seeing that although he was young, he had an extraordinary temperament, he also began to think of retreating. Seeing that the man was about to slip away, Yi Yunzhou grabbed the man's wrist and asked coldly, "You are the ones who set up the scam, right? How many people have you cheated?" When the man saw that his plan had been exposed, he no longer cared about cheating money and tried to shake off Yi Yunzhou's hand and escape. However, there was no way he could be a match for Yi Yunzhou with those two moves, and he was directly pinned to the ground. Yi Yunzhou looked down at the man and said coldly, "Let's go to the police station." "No, brother, I know I was wrong. I have parents and children to take care of, please let me live." The man seemed to be a coward. When he heard that he was going to be taken to the police station, tears suddenly flowed down his face. "I'll tell you everything." The man reluctantly raised his hand and pointed at Chen Feng tremblingly. "I've been waiting for so long, and I only met such a fool. I haven't even managed to deceive this one yet, but you messed him up." Then the man felt a heavier force on his back. He felt a pain and quickly explained. No. I said the wrong thing. It was you who showed up in time to stop me from making the mistake and helped me turn back from my wrong path, so that I didn't make a big mistake." Chen Feng on this side was stunned when he heard the man's words, and his heart was full of shock. He gasped and looked at the man on the ground in disbelief. "I was deceived again? This thing looks the same as what is written in the information, but it is also fake." Chen Feng stood there in a daze, his face full of disbelief and a hint of unwillingness. He had obviously tried so hard, looked up so much information, and had seen the real thing to some extent, but how come he still got fooled? Chen Feng recalled what Yi Yunzhou had just said. He picked up the porcelain and smelled it. It does seem to have a bit of a strange smell, but isn't it normal for something like this to have a bit of smell after being buried underground for so long? For a moment, a large number of thoughts filled Chen Feng's mind. His mind was originally limited, and now he was a little overwhelmed. He remained in a daze, thinking over those questions over and over again. Everything was fine, how did I become a fool? What exactly went wrong? The most important thing is, this Yi Yunzhou feels a little different from the one my grandfather told me before. Is this kind of personality that prompts people to take action what a nerd should be like? Just as Chen Feng's thoughts were churning, the liar here saw that Yi Yunzhou had not made any statement for a long time, and he became even more frightened. If he really ends up in jail, he might never be able to get out. The man was so frightened that sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't bother to wipe it off and said with a sad face, "Brother, I know I was wrong. I'm giving these things to you for free, I just ask you to let me go. I'm the only laborer in my family. If I really go to jail, they are orphans and widows, and my parents who are over 80 years old won't be able to survive." As he spoke, the man's tears almost burst out. I don't know if it was a true expression of his feelings or if he was frightened by Yi Yunjo's aura. If he had not been controlled by Yi Yunjo, the man would have knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him begging for mercy. Think about it carefully. Is there really nothing else to explain? Yi Yunjo looked down at the man, his voice cold without a trace of warmth. The man was so frightened that his body trembled again, and he quickly answered, his voice a little hoarse because he spoke too quickly. "It's gone, it's really gone. People nowadays are not that easy to be fooled. I've waited for so long, and he's the only one who took the bait." Having said that, the man glared at Chen Feng hatefully, his heart was about to explode. If this bastard hadn't brought outsiders with him, his deal would have been over long ago, and he could have just left with the money. It's not so miserable. He was stepped on by others and didn't even have the strength to fight back. Moreover, his attitude towards confessing his guilt is not good. He may be sent to the police station at any time, and then he will be completely finished. Seeing that the man did not seem to be pretending, Yi Yunjo raised his foot and let him go. The man felt his body lighten, as if a mountain on his back had been removed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Yi Yunjo showed leniency to him, he hurriedly got up from the ground. Because of his prostrate posture just now, the man was covered in dirt, looking even dirtier than before. However, he didn't care about his embarrassment and immediately looked at the things on the ground, with obvious reluctance in his eyes. After all, he bought the goods with real money, but he didn't make a penny. He was really unwilling to accept this. Before running away, the man looked at Yi Yunjo with resentment. Not only did he not make any money today, he almost lost himself. He must remember this man's face. Yi Yunjo noticed the man's gaze and said, "Hey, you dare to look at me?" Then Yi Yunjo went up and kicked him, knocking him to the ground. Fraud. Chapter 41. Bought Balenciaga? The liar was stunned by the kick, but he also felt Yi Yunjo's power and was suddenly frightened. He didn't dare to stay for another second. Without thinking, he got up, staggered out of the alley, and left in shame. Chen Xiao, who was watching the liar leave, first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Chen Feng and said angrily, "Is this what you said about making money? You heard it yourself. In the eyes of the scammers, you are a fool. You have only learned a little bit, but you dared to learn how to buy antiques. Look how proud you are of yourself. That's a full 160,000. If I were really soft-hearted and took out the coffin book to give to someone, I would probably have to give it away directly." Chen Xiao became angrier and angrier as he spoke, his beard almost standing straight up with anger. He looked at his grandson who looked unconvinced and wanted to go up and beat him up. "Look at you, you are just a half-full bottle. You are so impetuous, when will you be mature? Learn more from Yunjo. We are all young people, why is there such a big gap between you?" Just as Chen Xiao was scolding his grandson, Yi Yunjo had nothing to do, so he simply walked over to the package left by the scammer. Because these were fakes and worthless, Yi Yunjo was too lazy to touch them with his hands and simply used his feet to pick at the package. As he moved, information about various counterfeits appeared on the light screen from time to time. Last week, we produced antique porcelain. Last year, I had a backlog of old porcelain bottles. A mass-produced homemade porcelain vase, very worthless. Yi Yunjo couldn't help laughing when he saw the feedback given by the Eye of Truth. The display of this true eye is a bit ridiculous. However, this function is really useful, and it is worthy of being a product of the system. Just as Yi Yunjo was quickly screening, he suddenly found 2 ancient coins wrapped in black mud in front of him. Looking at the light curtain popping up in front of him, Yi Yunjo's mouth curled up. Yi Yunjo didn't mind the dirtiness and picked up the 2 ancient coins. As for the rest, he threw them directly to Chen Feng. "Keep these for yourself. Take a look at them before you try to sell antiques. It can serve as a warning to yourself." Chen Feng looked at Yi Yunjo's outstanding face and listened to what he said, and he still felt very unconvinced. However, if they hadn't helped, he would have been fooled by now. He suddenly felt a little lacking in confidence and could only mutter to himself, "Why are you so arrogant? I just made a mistake for a moment. The antique industry is very complicated. Even many masters can make mistakes sometimes." Having said that, Chen Feng couldn't help but regain some of his lost confidence. This thing, in the final analysis, depends on luck. I was unlucky today, but I can't be unlucky every time, right? Besides, there are not many genuine products, but there are definitely a few fake products that are so realistic. As long as he persists enough, maybe, soon, possibly, he will be able to develop a pair of piercing eyes. Chen Xiao on this side heard his grandson's muttering, and the way he straightened his chest again. After all, he is a grandfather, and Chen Xiao knows his grandson's temperament very well. As soon as he saw his dead look, he knew that he was still ruthless. He was immediately furious and stepped forward, pointing his finger at Chen Feng's nose and cursing. "You little brat, you're still not convinced after hearing what you said, right? Do you believe I will break your legs right now?" Chen Xiao was so angry that his teeth were itching. If he hadn't felt his blood pressure was a little high, he would have really kicked this guy. If he continues to buy, his family will surely be bankrupt. He spoke very loudly and Yi Yunzhou, who was standing beside him, could hear him clearly. Yi Yunzhou walked over slowly. He was tall, and he lowered his eyes slightly to look at Chen Feng, and asked coldly, "Why, you're still not convinced, right?" Chen Feng didn't say anything, but Yi Yunzhou on the opposite side curled his lips and sneered. "In order for my mentor to live a peaceful life in the future, it seems that I really have to teach this stupid son of a landlord a lesson." Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou asked directly, "You should know where there is an antique shop, right? There's a big one nearby, well known far and wide, and it only sells genuine goods, so it's very well known in the circle." Hearing Yi Yunzhou's question, Chen Feng answered honestly, and then a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. "What are you going to do?" At this moment, Chen Feng felt that his brain was working at a rapid speed. Could it be that this kid wants to find a bargain in the antique shop? He suddenly felt very fortunate that his introduction just now was very comprehensive. All the goods in Jubiozai were genuine. Did they still need him to show off his skills in front of him? Besides, the things in Jubiozai are so expensive, can this kid afford them? Yi Yunzhou was too lazy to know Chen Feng's thoughts. He raised his chin and gestured. "Come on, lead the way." Chen Feng was a little confused, but after thinking about it, he took the two of them and walked towards Jubiozai. Jubiozai was not far from here. After walking for a while, they saw the ancient shop. Before they even walked in, they felt a sense of elegance. "It's right here." Looking at the classically decorated shop, Chen Feng had a hint of pride on his face, and looked at Yi Yunzhou and reminded him. "Boy, this is not an ordinary store. The things inside are very valuable. You'd better put away your barbaric behavior, or you will suffer the consequences. If you accidentally break one of them, you might even have to pay for it with your pants." Yi Yunzhou was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked straight into the store. The decoration inside the store may not seem luxurious, but only people who know what goods are can see that the decoration of the store already shows the heritage of this store. The shelves here are all of the best quality, and the one in the center is actually made of golden Nanmu wood. It can be said to be a treasure of sky-high price. Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly. This store was indeed interesting. It seemed that Chen Feng's previous introduction was not false. As soon as they saw a few people coming in, a waiter immediately came up to greet them enthusiastically. "Please come in, what would you like to see?" Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and said to the boy, "I have something and I want the boss to help me identify it." After saying that, he took out the two ancient coins he had just set his eyes on and gently placed them on the table. There are rules in the antique business that things must never be handed over at the same time. You put it down and I pick it up. This way, if something really goes wrong, there will be no disputes. The clerk took a look at the two black ancient coins. Although he couldn't figure out what they meant, he still answered politely. "Wait a moment, guys. I'll go get the manager." After saying that, the boy walked towards the back of the store. After a while, a young man came out. Although the young man was not very old, he exuded a calm air. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and smiled. "My father is not here. If you trust me, let me take a look for you. Thanks for your hard work." Yi Yunzhou smiled back and raised his hand slightly, motioning the young man to go ahead. The young man didn't waste any words. He picked up the two ancient coins on the table and looked at them in his palm. He frowned slightly as he looked at the black mud on it, then carefully removed the black mud with his hands and looked closely at the patterns on the ancient coin. When he saw the true face of the coin clearly, his eyes widened and he gasped. This. The young man took a deep breath. He could hardly believe his eyes. After confirming it several times, he looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked in a serious tone. "Sir, how much do you want? You definitely know more about the market than I do." Yi Yunzhou thought about it briefly and answered directly. 1 million is not a lot. When Chen Feng heard Yi Yunzhou's offer, he was stunned for a moment. 1 million, isn't that a lot? He had seen Yi Yunzhou pick up 2 black things before, but Chen Feng didn't take it seriously at all. What's so good about buying a broken ancient coin? I didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to ask for a high price, and he immediately asked for 1 million. For a moment, Chen Feng suppressed the shock in his heart. He looked straight at the young man, waiting for his reply. As long as people refuse, wouldn't it prove that this guy was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse before and has no level at all? Chen Feng couldn't help but get excited when he thought of this. Everyone's attention was on the young man, and he nodded happily and said with a smile, "These are 2 Xianfeng Tongbao coins, which are also the most precious type of Xianfeng coins. Because there are very few of them in existence, their prices are relatively high." The young man paused here, and then continued. Although the overall collection value of ancient coins has increased several times, the price of ancient coins is not high this year, otherwise the price could be raised a little bit. 1 million is not expensive, this price is fair, deal. Chen Feng was stunned when he heard the young man's words. 1 million, isn't that expensive? These 2 small things actually have such value. Chen Feng didn't dare to have any doubts about Zhubiozai. After all, their reputation in the industry had been accumulated over decades, and it was not something that a young boy like him could slander. Since they dared to accept the items, they must be genuine without a doubt. Just when Chen Feng was shocked, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. As soon as he raised his eyes, his gaze met Yi Yunzhou's. For a moment, Chen Feng was covered in dust and dirt and couldn't even raise his head. He didn't dare to look into Yi Yunzhou's eyes again. At this time, he was not unconvinced at all. It is not an exaggeration to say that Chen Feng is now completely convinced. Others helped me fight against scammers, and then I made millions easily. If this is not a master, then what is a master? He is simply a god. The young man had asked the waiter to go to the back to notify the transfer, and soon Yi Yunzhou received the message of the arrival of the money. Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time, and estimated that Lu Mingxin had almost finished shopping, so he walked up to Chen Xiao and said, "Teacher Chen, I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. I'll come to see you when I have time." Good, good, good. The teacher is very pleased to see that you are doing well now. Chen Xiao said to Yi Yunzhou with a smile that seeing Yi Yunzhou earn 1 million in a short time, besides being shocked, he was also happy for him. After all, he understood Yi Yunzhou's situation, and was originally worried about the child's difficult life, but seeing that he is so good at making money now, he feels relieved. Several people walked out of the store together. Chen Xiao gave Yi Yunzhou a few more instructions and then left with Chen Feng. After walking a short distance, Chen Feng was still in shock from what had just happened, and subconsciously turned around to look at Yi Yunzhou. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, Chen Feng saw a top beauty running towards Yi Yunzhou with a smile on her face. As the beautiful woman approached, she naturally took Yi Yunzhou's arm and whispered something to him gently. In her other hand, she was holding a few bags. Judging from the brand, they seemed to be underwear and Balenciaga. Thinking about the Balenciaga black stockings that have been popular online recently, Chen Feng's saliva is about to drip. The next second, Chen Feng, who had reacted, twitched his mouth and looked at Yi Yunzhou with disbelief. Damn, does studying really have such a big impact? This person is not a nerd at all, he is a successful person who has reached the pinnacle of his life. For a moment, Chen Feng even began to doubt his life. Chapter 42, How much rebate was received? Meanwhile, Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mingxin, who was smiling sweetly in front of him, and consciously lowered his voice and asked with a smile, "Have you finished buying?" Lu Mingxin nodded shyly, and she opened a few of the bags to show Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou looked at Balenciaga, his eyes suddenly darkened, he lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I'll change it in the car later?" Lu Mingxin blushed when she heard this and waved her hand quickly. "No." But the next second, she whispered, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Yi Yunzhou nodded upon hearing this and said in agreement, "Yes, there is a long way to go." Lu Mingxin, "I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof." Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw the girl's expression. He reached out and rubbed her hair. "Let's go, treat me to lunch at noon." After a pause of 1 second, Yi Yunzhou added, "Use the card I gave you earlier." After hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Lu Mingxin lowered her head and thought about it. She felt that it was not sincere enough, so she suggested, "How about I treat you with my pocket money?" Yi Yunzhou suddenly felt helpless. he pinched Lu Mengxin's upturned nose. It seems that I haven't trained you well enough yet. I give you the chance, but you are useless. However, seeing Lu Mengxin's aggrieved look, Yi Yunzhou quickly touched her head and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll start training you from today and develop this good habit." He thought secretly in his heart, after all, it is a 100,000-fold rebate, such a good project must be implemented. Then Yi Yunzhou took Lu Mengxin's hand, and the two walked towards the parking lot, ready to go eat. Just as the two people walked away talking and laughing, a Ferrari roared into the antique shop. After a while, Yi Yunzhou had already brought Lu Mengxin to a nearby high-end club and directly chose the top floor box. Sitting in the huge private room, feeling the super luxurious facilities, and looking at the table full of top-notch delicacies, Lu Mengxin felt a little numb. Her pretty little face was filled with shock and her head was buzzing. She admitted that she was indeed useless. Originally thought Yi Yunzhou had deliberately treated her to a banquet, but unexpectedly, this was his normal behavior. Just when Lu Mengxin was shocked, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that someone had sent a message in the group of young masters and young ladies. Yi Yunzhou clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Chu Feng. "Brothers, I bought 2 treasures." As soon as Chu Feng's message came out, many young masters and young ladies were shocked and asked, "Treasure? What did Brother Chu find? He sounds quite excited. Isn't your girlfriend your treasure? She is as precious as a treasure, and you want to hold her in high esteem. You got 2 of them at once. Are you trying to have 2 girlfriends at the same time? You guys are going too far. What you said is too outrageous. But I also support you." Who told Brother Chu not to make his point clear? Chu Feng looked at everyone's teasing and said nothing. He just took 2 photos and uploaded them to the group. It was exactly the 2 ancient coins from before. After posting the photo, Chu Feng proudly explained in the group, "This is the rarest Xinfeng Tong Bao. There are very few of them circulating in the market, and the few that exist are in the hands of collectors. As soon as I heard someone was shipping the goods today, I rushed over and bought it right away. I spent a total of 1.2 million. Everyone. Brother Chu spent so much money to buy 2 ancient coins. Could it be that he was cheated? Brother Chu, is this thing reliable? I spent so much money in one go." A young man couldn't help but type and ask, "After all, this is more than 1 million, isn't it too expensive?" As soon as Chu Feng saw the young master asking a question, he immediately replied with a voice message. "He's my friend, how could he cheat me? How could he take advantage of someone he's already known? Besides, his shop is very famous in Jiangqing's antique circle, he wouldn't cheat me out of over 1 million. Yi Yunzhou looked at their chat content and laughed, then sent a string of periods. Yi Yunzhou. Chu Feng saw Yi Yunzhou popping up and quickly typed, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? What are you doing?" Yi Yunzhou saw the question and replied with a smile. "I just sold this for 1 million. The young masters and young ladies were all confused when they heard Yi Yunzhou's words. What does Brother Yi mean by this? Seeing that everyone was confused, Yi Yunzhou gave a brief explanation. "I just went there to ask about the price, and when it seemed right, I sold it directly." Everyone looked at the words Yi Yunzhou typed, gasped, and were stunned. Chu Feng. Good boy, a backhand slap in the face is coming. 200,000. You made so much money just by changing hands? Chu Feng couldn't swallow this anger, and wailed in the group. Good fellow, the world is really going downhill. I was still showing off my friendship here, but this guy made 200,000 yuan from me in one go. Isn't this just robbing me? I'm so sad. Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw Chu Feng crying bitterly, and explained with a smile. For such a rare item, earning 200,000 is not much. It's not bad, it's already a friendly price. After posting, Yi Yunzhou became curious and asked another question. How did you get into this? When Chu Feng saw Yi Yunzhou's question, he first sighed and then explained. I have been catching up on my knowledge of antiques recently. My sister is going to participate in a treasure appraisal variety show and asked me to help her off-site. You don't know, in order not to embarrass my sister, I have been under a lot of pressure recently, I can't sleep well, and I have dark circles under my eyes. Everyone looked at Chu Feng's reply with a look of sudden realization. So that's what was going on. Only Chu Feng was stunned for a moment when he looked at the message Yi Yunzhou had just sent. Hey, Brother Yi actually knows so much? At that moment, Chu Feng also began to think about it. After a while, Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin had almost finished eating when at this moment, Lu Mingxin's phone vibrated and someone sent her a message. She picked it up and took a look at it. Her face suddenly darkened, and it was obvious that she was a little unhappy. "What's wrong? Who sent you a message?" Yi Yunzhou noticed the change in Lu Mingxin's expression and asked quickly with concern. Lu Mingxin pursed her lips and replied somewhat unhappily. "It was our art troupe's instructor who told me to attend a meeting." Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this. "I thought something was wrong. You should go and do your work first." "I'm sorry." Lu Mingxin's face was full of apology. She moved closer to Yi Yunzhou and whispered, "Can I make it up to you by wearing this next time?" Yi Yunzhou followed Lu Mingxin's line of sight and saw the Balenciaga shopping bag. He raised his eyebrows. "Okay, that's great. I want to be compensated now." "That's annoying." Hearing Yi Yunzhou say this, Lu Mingxin spat lightly in embarrassment. Then she stood up and went to the front desk to pay the bill. The moment Lu Mingxin swiped the card, a light screen popped up on Yi Yunzhou's side. Chapter 43 Super Rebate. Detected that the top beauty spent 13,000 yuan for the host, triggering a 100,000-fold rebate, a rebate of 1.3 billion. Yi Yunzhou looked at the words on the screen, with a smile on his face. "Wow, but I didn't drink any alcohol today, I just ate some food, otherwise the rebate would be even greater." Lu Mingxin came back after paying the bill. Yi Yunzhou followed her out of the box, and the two walked towards the parking lot hand in hand. "Don't be angry." Lu Mingxin got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and said to Yi Yunzhou. Hearing the little girl's somewhat uneasy tone, Yi Yunzhou's heart softened, and he sighed and said, "Am I that stingy? Just go about your business. I'm still waiting for your compensation." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou stepped on the accelerator and prepared to send Lu Mingxin back to school. Although Lu Mingxin was very reluctant to leave, the meeting was more important, so she waved goodbye to Yi Yunzhou and hurried upstairs. At the same time, Zhou had already said goodbye to several roommates and took a taxi back to the villa. Yin Yao saw Zhou coming back and hurried over to greet her, smiling and asking, "Xiaoying, you're back. Did you have lunch? Do you want me to arrange it?" "Okay, thank you, Sister Yin." When Zhou heard Yin Yao's question, she immediately agreed. She thought that her parents would arrive in Jiangqing today, so she did not have dinner with her roommates. "Even when we went out for fun, we chose attractions nearby, so we came back early." Yin Yao immediately arranged for the staff to bring lunch. Zhou had also washed her hands and sat at the dining table to prepare to eat. Just at this moment, Zhou Ying's cell phone rang. "Xiaoying, have you and your cousin had dinner?" Seeing that it was a message from her mother, Zhou was about to reply when she saw another message from her mother. "Your father and I have already arrived in Jiangcheng, but we have a banquet for an honored guest at noon, so I'm afraid we can't have lunch with you. Although we can't eat together, you can bring your cousin over to Hongyun Hotel, and you two can have a good meal together. After you guys have finished your meal, you can also wait for me and your dad. After we finish our work, we can have a good gathering." Looking at the messages sent by her mother, Zhou quickly replied, "Okay, I got it. I'll call my cousin and let you know when we get there." After Zhou replied to her mother, she called Yi Yunzhou. "Cousin, my dad and mom have arrived in Jiangqing and they want to get together with us at noon. Where are you? Let's go to Hongyun Hotel together." Yi Yunzhou looked at the time. Is his aunt here? Thinking that his aunt and uncle were very kind to him, he immediately said to Zhou, "It may take me a while to get back. So, there is some tea in the tea cabinet at home. You can take it first and I will rush over to meet you later." "Okay, that's settled then." Zhou quickly agreed. She followed Yi Yunzhou's instructions and went to the tea cabinet to find the can of good tea. She looked at the beautifully packaged tea can, but saw that there was no label on it and couldn't tell what it was. But since her cousin said it was a good thing, she naturally wouldn't have any doubts. Zhou put the tea can into her backpack, told Yin Yao about the situation, and then prepared to set off with her things. Before leaving, Zhou sent a message to Yi Yunzhou and started heading towards the hotel. At this time, at the entrance of Hongyun Hotel. Hongyun Hotel is one of the luxurious hotels in Jiangqing. The towering hotel building sparkles with a bright luster. The entire hotel gate is designed like a huge garden, welcoming guests from all over the world. A man and a woman were standing at the door of the hotel, looking between the door and the parking lot from time to time. Chu Linger was wearing a black suit with his trousers ironed very straight. He raised his wrist to check the time, frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice. What's going on? Why hasn't the money arrived yet? Wu Fong, who was beside her, heard her husband's words and smiled with understanding, knowing that he was in a hurry to sign the contract and then go and reunite with the two little ones. Wu Fong reached out and gently patted the back of her husband's hand, smiling and soothing him. Don't worry. Mr. Qian is a very important person. He must have a lot of things to do. It's okay for us to wait a little longer. We are not in a hurry anyway. Zhou Linyun sighed, smiled helplessly, and said, I'm just worried that the two little guys will get impatient. After all, it's hard to say when this kind of banquet will end, and young people have the least patience. It's okay. I've already told Xiao Ying to bring Yunzhou to eat something good here first, and then we can pay the bill together. Wu Fong felt the same as Zhou Linyun, but now the important things were important. After we sign the contract with Mr. Qian, we have to have a good talk with the two children. Wu Fong was clearly just talking about Yi Yunzhou, and hadn't even met the real person yet, but she was already smiling. Wu Fong is beautiful and has a great temperament. This smile makes her even more charming and eye-catching. Zhou Linyun nodded when he heard this. They had watched Yi Yunzhou grow up since he was a child, and he was exactly the same as their own child. They felt the same as ordinary parents. They were afraid that Yi Yunzhou couldn't take good care of himself, so they would call him from time to time to show their concern. Now that Yi Yunzhou has just turned 20, he has begun to worry about his lifelong affairs. Since the money had not arrived yet, Zhou Linyun simply started chatting with Wu Fong. Speaking of Yunzhou, he is now in his 20s, and it is time to prepare for his lifelong event. After Zhou Linyun finished speaking, Wu Fong beside him nodded slightly and said with some longing, I don't know if that boy has a girlfriend now. Last time I asked Xiao Ying, she was also unclear. According to Wu Fong's idea, she wanted Yi Yunzhou to find a partner as soon as possible, and then arrange his marriage after he graduated from university and worked for 2 years. In this way, we can give an explanation to my eldest sister's spirit in heaven. Zhou Linyun looked at Wu Fong's thoughtful expression and thought she was worried about Yi Yunzhou's future marriage, so he smiled and said, Let's ask Yunzhou later where he plans to develop after graduation. We should look for a house for him in advance, because it will be useful for his marriage. At this point Zhou Linyun shook Wu Fong's hand. Don't worry, I watched Yunzhou grow up, just like my own child. I absolutely support your decision. Whether it is donating money or contributing manpower, he is absolutely unambiguous. When Wu Fong heard Zhou Linyun's words, she was moved and her beautiful eyes flashed with deep affection. The two looked at each other, and suddenly Wu Fong sighed. Speaking of which, Yunzhou has suffered a lot over the years. He lost his parents at such a young age, and I'm afraid he has been traumatized. Zhou Linyun nodded upon hearing this. That kid is just too stubborn. I said I would give him 5,000 yuan for living expenses, but I was afraid he wouldn't want it, so I asked Xiao Ying to give it to him, but he refused to take it. Wu Fong also knew about this matter. She felt distressed when she thought about Yi Yunzhou living frugally to control his living expenses. She secretly made a decision in her heart that when she saw Yunzhou's child, she would find a way to give him some money. No matter how poor she was, she would not let the child suffer. What's more, aren't they struggling for a better life now? Just as the two were talking to each other, they saw a Mercedes-Benz driving towards them from a distance. As soon as he saw the Mercedes-Benz car appear, Zhou Linyun's eyes lit up instantly and he let out a low cry. Stop talking now, the money has finally arrived. Wu Fong perked up after hearing that, and the two of them headed towards the Mercedes-Benz together. Zhou Linyun even took the initiative to help open the car door and greeted him very respectfully. Mr. Qian, you are here. Wu Fong, who was standing beside him, was equally enthusiastic, and both the husband and wife were respectful in their tone and gesture. A boss came out of the car door. He first straightened his clothes and responded indifferently to the enthusiasm of the two people in front of him. After all, this person is the part.A of Zhou Linyun and his team. Part.A is the financial backer, so naturally he has a high profile. This time, Zhou Linyun and his wife invited Mr. Qian to dinner with the purpose of signing a project with him. Mr. Qian was wearing a handmade custom-made suit, which made him look elegant and concealed his body flaws very well. He was not very tall, but he exuded an air of arrogance, as if there was a little giant behind him, looking down at the two of them. As the general manager of a branch who holds real power, and also the part.A who has the power of life and death, Mr. Qian feels that it is only natural for two people to treat him to a banquet. After getting off the car, Mr. Qian saw that the two people were only concerned with greeting each other but did not invite him to the hotel. He immediately urged them impatiently. Don't waste time, go into the box quickly and sit down and talk. Okay. Mr. Qian, please come this way. Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang immediately raised their heads upon hearing this and led Mr. Qian into the hotel. In order to entertain Mr. Qian, they booked a private room early in the morning. After telling the waiter their cell phone numbers at the front desk, everyone walked into the box together under the waiter's guidance. Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang were very respectful. They waited for Mr. Qian to take his seat before sitting next to him. The dishes had been ordered in advance. The waiter brought the menu and asked politely, "Would you like some tea, everyone?" Zhou Linyun looked at the menu, then looked at Mr. Qian and said with a smile, "Mr. Qian, I just bought some tea leaves from the tea house and asked the waiters to brew them. Let's taste them together." When Mr. Qian heard the words Cheyulu, his expression became much kinder. Cheyulu is a very famous tea house in Jiangcheng, and the tea there is second to none. Every year when new tea comes on the market, you can go to the tea language building and drink the latest roasted tea from the place of origin as soon as possible. I heard that the owner of Cheyulu is a very well-connected person, which attracted many people from the business circle. These two people even knew to buy tea from Cheyulu, which is quite smart. Zhou Linyun had already stood up and walked out of the box at this time, but he soon returned with a can of tea in his hand. Mr. Qian looked at the tea can in Zhou Linyun's hand and immediately frowned. After all, he had been to the tea house so many times, and he knew everything about the place. In high-end tea houses like that, the tea sold there also has its own grade classifications. This kind of packaging can represent the lower middle grade tea from Cheyulu. Thinking of this, Mr. Qian's face suddenly turned bad. Although any product produced by Cheyulu represents quality and value, even this kind of mid to low-end tea is definitely not cheap. But if you use this kind of tea to treat yourself, it would be too disrespectful. Mr. Qian's dissatisfaction grew. He coughed lightly, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. It seems there is no need to continue discussing this business. Mr. Qian had already made up his mind and planned to leave directly after drinking tea without signing a contract with him. "Mr. Qian, have some tea." Zhou Linyun asked the waiter to brew a pot of tea and personally poured tea for Mr. Qian. For a moment, the fresh fragrance of tea instantly filled the box. Mr. Qian stared at the tea for a long time before taking a sip. Although the taste was quite good, he just couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. After a few people talked for a while, Zhou Linyun coughed lightly, rubbed his hands lightly, and asked Mr. Qian with a smile, "Mr. Qian, do you think of our contract?" He felt that the time was almost right. Wu Fang next to him also looked at Mr. Qian expectantly, waiting for his nod. For this cooperation, they have considered every detail. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to Jiangcheng and specifically found the tea language building to buy tea. This really shows a lot of thought. After all this preparation, there should be no problem with the contract, right? While thinking about it, Zhou Linyun took out the contract from his bag. Mr. Qian looked at the contract handed over by the other party, but he had no intention of accepting it. He said with a fake smile, "Let's not rush the contract. After all, it's such a big deal and I still have to report it to the headquarters before making a final decision." For a moment, Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang were both stunned. How could they not hear such an obvious excuse? They are not children, and this project is not big. Why does it require so much trouble for headquarters to give instructions? This is just an excuse made by Mr. Qian. He just doesn't want to sign a contract with them. Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang looked at each other. They both understood Mr. Qian's thoughts and felt very disappointed. However, for the sake of future cooperation, none of them showed it. The two of them smiled at Mr. Qian. Wu Fang was worried that Zhou Linyun was too disappointed, so she took the initiative to speak. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Qian, to ask. If there is a result, I hope you can give us a reply." Then, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became depressing. Mr. Qian was absent-minded, while Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang were in a heavy mood, and no one was in the mood to lighten the atmosphere. Even the various delicacies on the table were not eaten much. Mr. Qian raised his wrist to check the time. He put down his chopsticks and said to the two of them, "I have something else to do here, so I won't say any more to you. We'll contact each other when we have time." As he spoke, Mr. Qian stood up and prepared to walk out of the box. "Mr. Qian, we'll take you there." Seeing Mr. Qian about to leave, Wu Fang quickly stood up. She pulled Zhou Linyun, who was still in a daze, and the two of them went out together to see him off. Mr. Qian walked very fast. When Wu Fang and Zhou Linyun caught up with him, the three of them had already arrived at the hotel entrance. At this time, on the other side, Zhou had already arrived at the entrance of Hongyun Hotel, waiting for Yi Yunzhou to come. As she was looking around, she suddenly saw her parents and a man standing at the door of the hotel talking. As soon as she saw her parents, Zhou immediately became excited. She shook her arms vigorously and shouted, "Mom and Dad, I'm here." After shouting, Zhou Jiao ran over here with a smile, her youthful vigor fully displayed. When Zhou Linyun saw his daughter running over, he smiled and said quickly, "Xiaoying, I didn't expect you to be here. This is Mr. Qian, come and say hello." When Zhou heard her father's introduction, she also greeted him sensibly. "Hello, Mr. Qian." Mr. Qian looked at the cute little girl in front of him and just nodded. Although he was indeed good-looking, he was just a child at the end of the day, and he didn't care at all. Even the nod just now was just a polite gesture. Zhou Linyun on this side was completely the opposite. He looked at his daughter, then looked at the bag in her hand and asked, "Girl, what are you talking about?" "This one." Zhou followed her father's gaze and answered without hiding anything. "My cousin asked me to bring this to you first, take a look." While talking, Zhou took out the tea can from the bag and shook it proudly. "My cousin told me that this is tea, but there is no description on it. I really don't know what kind of tea it is." Mr. Qian was standing nearby. When he heard Zhou mention tea, he immediately thought of the bad experience he had just had and his face suddenly turned unhappy. He glanced at Zhou casually and just happened to see the little girl taking out the tea. When he saw the tea can, Mr. Qian was stunned for a moment. He stood there as if struck by lightning, his eyes filled with shock. This. What did I see? Chapter 44. What kind of family is this? This tea can left a very deep impression on Mr. Qian. After all, such an exquisite and beautiful tea can is made of fine sandalwood and is carefully carved with intricate patterns. Even for him, he was only lucky enough to see it once. Although there is no Chayulu logo on this tea can, anyone who has seen it once will never forget its appearance. This is the top quality tea from Chayulu. Even among the top dignitaries in Jiangcheng, only a few have tasted it. Mr. Qian himself did not have this blessing. The only time he saw him was in the office of a senior executive at the headquarters. He still clearly remembers the tone and expression of the senior executive when he talked about this can of tea. The senior executive held the tea can carefully, as if holding a rare treasure, and said with great emotion, "This jar alone is worth a fortune. Not to mention, it contains top-grade tea, which is a priceless treasure." Mr. Qian was so shocked at that time that he thought something must be good if it was valued so much by the top management of their headquarters. Unexpectedly, the second time I saw him, it was under such circumstances. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Zhou Linyun looked at the tea leaves in his daughter's hand, took them gently, and asked with a little surprise, "Is this a gift from your cousin?" Zhou Linyun already had the tea can in his hand. Looking at the can with such fine carvings, he felt moved. This tea can is very beautiful at first glance. It is obviously not a cheap thing and must have cost a lot of money. Yunzhou is a very sentimental child. Even though he is still in school, he still thinks of us and sends us gifts. Wu Fang, who was standing by, looked at the tea leaves and sighed. What a shame, Yunzhou is such a jerk. He's wasting money again. His focus right now should be on his studies. I'll have to talk to him about it when the time comes. Kindness? At this moment, listening to Wu Fang's words, Mr. Qian frowned and was a little confused. What do they mean by this? Go to school? Could the person who delivered the tea be a student? Mr. Qian took a deep breath. He gave top-grade tea to his students? For a moment, Mr. Qian's thoughts became confused and he felt that his brain was not enough. But the next moment, Mr. Qian glanced at the tea can and snorted coldly. He felt that he had finally reacted. He was just fooled before and almost got fooled. My goodness, this must be some daring pirate who was so bold as to steal Chayulu's top-notch packaging. Such reckless use is just an attempt to pass off fake products as genuine by taking advantage of the reputation of the tea language building. Thinking of this, Mr. Qian felt disdainful and was too lazy to continue to flatter such a deceitful person, so he spoke directly. Mr. Zhou, I won't disturb your family's time. I'll leave first. Seeing that Mr. Qian had taken action, Zhou Linyun and others also followed him out. Zhou Linyun looked at Mr. Qian, with an apologetic smile on his face, and said in a pretended warm tone, Mr. Qian, we should cooperate more often in the future. We are lucky to be able to work with you. Mr. Qian listened to Zhou Linyun's compliment and nodded slightly. However, he had no intention of continuing the cooperation. He wanted to end the banquet as soon as possible, so he walked quickly outside. At this moment, they who were standing at the door of the hotel heard a roar coming from afar and rushing towards the hotel. The huge roar attracted a lot of people's attention, and everyone looked over in the direction of the sound. I saw a black Bugatti running wildly on the road like a wild beast, and the black paint was shining brightly under the sun. As soon as Bugatti appeared, it immediately became the brightest star on the road. The cool streamlined shape is so unique that it is hard to look away. Unlike the astonished looks of passers-by, the car owners immediately gave way to such a top-level supercar as soon as they saw it on the road. Even some cars that claimed to be luxury cars instantly became low-key at this moment, not daring to have any arrogant thoughts. After all, what does face mean in front of the most powerful supercar on Earth? Safety first, protecting your wallet is paramount. Zhou Linyun and others here were also looking at it in shock, staring at Bugatti intently, unable to believe their eyes. As a man, Zhou Linyun also understands cars. No matter his age, every man has a dream of owning a sports car. He recognized the Bugatti in front of him at first sight. Thinking of Bugatti's top price of more than 50 million, Zhou Linyun took a breath. Although he was shocked, a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. It is a very lucky thing to have the opportunity to see such a top-level supercar. Needless to say, Mr. Qian standing next to him completely forgot to control his expression, and the amazement in his eyes was clearly visible. Mr. Qian's thoughts were becoming more turbulent. In addition to being amazed by the car itself, he had already begun to guess the owner of this top-of-the-line supercar. This is a super sports car worth more than 50 million. No matter how much an ordinary person likes it, it is impossible for him to afford it. Even some of Zhongqing's top dignitaries probably don't have such spending power. At this moment, Mr. Qian also wanted to make friends. While everyone was immersed in shock, they saw the Bugatti driving towards them. Under everyone's gaze, the Bugatti slowly stopped in front of everyone. In an instant, everyone present became nervous. I was secretly wondering what kind of important person this car owner was. What kind of family background does it take to drive a car worth more than 50 million yuan on the street? After thinking about it, everyone felt that their brains were a mess and they had no ability to think at all. At this moment, Mr. Qian's eyes fell on the doorplate of Hongyun Hotel, which is one of the top high-end hotels in Zhongcheng. But I didn't expect that such a young man from a noble family would visit us. It was really dazzling. While everyone was in a daze, Zhou walked straight towards the parked Bugatti. The little girl was very fast and had already walked to the side of the Bugatti, stretching out her hand to open the door. For a moment, Zhou Linyun was startled. He was stunned for a moment, then he immediately stopped her loudly after realizing what was happening. "Hey, Xiaoying, what are you doing?" Wu Fang next to her was also very excited. Although she didn't know how much the car cost, she knew it was definitely good from its outstanding shape and the power of its engine. If I break it accidentally, how will I compensate for it? Even Mr. Qian's heart skipped a beat and he looked at Zhou with great dissatisfaction. This girl, what is this doing? How do these two people, as parents, educate their children? When you see a luxury car like this, why don't you stay away from it instead of rushing to hit it? This is because he has never been beaten by society, so he doesn't understand anything. Mr. Qian glanced at Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang. If something really happened, it would have nothing to do with him. At this moment, Zhou had already opened the car door. Chapter 45. Is this a car that students can drive? Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Yunzhou got out of the car. Yi Yunzhou had a faint smile on his face. He first touched Zhou Ying's head, then looked at Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang, and greeted them with a smile. "Aunt and uncle, have you finished eating?" Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang on this side looked at Yi Yunzhou and were stunned. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. This person's face was so familiar, yet they just couldn't recognize him. Zhou Linyun's mouth twitched, and he responded. Yunzhou? Listening to the conversation between the few people, Mr. Qian next to them was completely confused. He opened his mouth slightly, his eyes lingering on Yi Yunzhou and the car behind him. This. Mr. Qian is now completely stunned. He looked at the Bugatti and the license plate, then at Yi Yunzhou, who was dressed in noble attire, and was simply stunned by her beauty. Temperament is something that cannot be created by piling up luxury goods, otherwise there would be no such thing as nouveau riche in this world. Mr. Qian usually interacts with high-ranking officials, so he knows better that Yi Yunzhou's temperament cannot be cultivated in a short period of time. What kind of family can raise such an outstanding child? Mr. Qian tried to take a deep breath to adjust his mood. He thought about how Yi Yunzhou had just addressed Zhou Linyun and Wu Feng, and then thought about the can of top-quality tea from the tea house. At this moment, everything seemed to make perfect sense. No wonder they always sell top-quality tea. They can definitely do it with those conditions. When Mr. Qian thought about this, he was about to explode. Damn, you call this a student? Would students drive a Bugatti worth more than 50 million yuan? Would you also give someone priceless top-grade tea as a gift? The more Mr. Qian thought about it, the more frightened he became. He stared at Yi Yunzhou, his eyes full of shock. Yi Yunzhou on this side felt the other party's gaze. He looked at Mr. Qian, and then looked at his aunt and uncle. Who is this one? Zhou Linyun followed Yi Yunzhou's line of sight and saw that he was asking about Mr. Qian, so he briefly introduced him. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Qian. Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly, thinking that this person was the guest invited by his aunt and uncle at the lunch banquet. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou also smiled faintly and stretched out his hand towards him. Hello, Mr. Qian. When Mr. Qian saw Yi Yunzhou take the initiative to shake hands, he was very excited. He quickly stepped forward and unconsciously lowered his body slightly. There was no way. He could feel that Yi Yunzhou's aura was too strong, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. After shaking hands, Mr. Qian smiled unnaturally and said to them, I have something else to confirm, so I'll leave first. His heart was about to beat out of his chest and he just wanted to slip away quickly. Zhou Linyun and Wu Feng did not try to persuade him to stay. They were more eager to know about their nephew. Watching Mr. Qian fleeing in panic, Wu Feng turned to look at Yi Yunzhou and asked, Yunzhou, what are you doing? What she wanted to ask about was not just the car, she could feel that Yi Yunzhou was completely different now. It's like he's a different person. It's simply a complete transformation. Before Yi Yunzhou could speak, Zhou at the side couldn't wait to speak up and took the initiative to say, Mom and Dad, you're still to be surprised. Let me tell you, my cousin has a big villa number 1, which is the most expensive villa in the building. Moreover, this bunch of young masters and young ladies are all my cousin's friends. When we came to watch Chu Linger's concert before, they helped us get tickets for the front field. Guess what happened next? At this point, Zhou deliberately kept the topic a secret until she saw her mother's glance, then she slowly said. Later, my cousin even invited Chu Linger to have a celebration banquet with us, and he even invited a chef from Jiangqing's top club to serve us. That scene, wow, it was simply amazing. After Zhou expressed her feelings, she moved closer to her mother and spoke mysteriously. After all, nothing good can be said behind someone's back, and if it's not behind someone's back I don't dare to say anything. Zhou told Wu Feng more details about Yi Yunzhou. After listening, Wu Feng looked confused and worried. Yunzhou, tell the truth to your aunt, what is going on? Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this. He stepped forward, took his aunt's hand, and said with a smile. Aunt, let's go in first and talk slowly if there is anything. While talking, several people walked towards the hotel. Zhou Linyun looked at the two children, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and he said with a smile. It just so happens that those dishes have not been touched at all, so we can just go back to the previous private room. If you don't like them, order a few more dishes that you like. Good. Zhou cheered, and everyone walked towards the box upstairs. At the same time, inside the Mercedes-Benz, Mr. Qian sat in the driver's seat, taking deep breaths and trying to calm himself down. After a long while, he finally felt a lot calmer. After calming down, Mr. Qian immediately reached out and pinched himself. Wasn't he stupid? With such a big boss around, how could they be scared away instead of quickly getting in touch with him and clinging to his thigh? You are really going backwards as you grow older. Mr. Qian made a self-deprecating remark and quickly turned back to the hotel. Afraid that he would not be able to catch up if he walked too slowly, Mr. Qian started to jog. When he ran back to the box, panting, everyone present was stunned when they looked at him. Mr. Qian was also embarrassed for a while, but Zhou Linyun finally reacted and stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Qian, what are you doing? Oh, I just went to the headquarters to apply for our cooperation. Mr. Qian swept away his previous indifference and put on a big smile, wishing he could call Zhou Linyun a brother. I came back as soon as the headquarters gave me the okay. I wanted to tell you the good news. And I signed the contract, by the way. Zhou Linyun watched Mr. Qian speak with a slightly respectful look and subconsciously looked at Yi Yunzhou standing beside him. He is also a smart man, and of course he knows why the other party has changed so much. While Zhou Linyun was stunned, he saw that Mr. Qian had already signed the contract and was looking at him eagerly. It was as if God was playing a joke, and the identities of the two people seemed to have been completely swapped. Zhou Linyun felt a surge of emotion, but he still quickly signed the contract. Boss Zhou, we will be partners from now on, so we should have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Qian held the contract as if it were a treasure. Then he looked at Yi Yunzhou and said respectfully, "Since the contract has been signed, I won't disturb your family dinner and will leave first." Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang tried to persuade Mr. Qian to stay for a while, but when they saw that he was really going to leave, they decided to see him off. When Mr. Qian saw this, he glared at them and stopped them. "No need to send me off. We are all family from now on. There is no need to be polite between us." Chapter 46, Race Venue. After seeing Mr. Qian off, the family sat around the dinner table again. Here, Wu Fang looked at Yi Yunzhou, her eyes full of love and pity. "Silly child, you must have suffered a lot, right? After all, this child is too strong-willed. You can imagine how much sadness he has gone through for him to live such a good life now." Yi Yunzhou shook his head when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to his aunt. "Aunt, thank you for taking care of me all these years. This is a small token of my appreciation." Wu Fang glanced at the bank card but did not reach out to take it. She also smiled, raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Yunzhou, saying jokingly, "Why, are you going to cut off ties with us now that you have money? How is that possible?" Yi Yunzhou looked at his aunt, and said helplessly when he saw that she was deliberately misinterpreting his meaning. However, Yi Yunzhou also understood in his heart that the reason his aunt said this was because she felt sorry for him. Whenever he thought of this, his heart felt warm. "You little bastard, you've become a bad person now. You've also learned how to corrupt people with money." Wu Fang gently patted Yi Yunzhou's arm. Although she was saying some scolding words, she gave people the feeling of strong emotion. That kind of concern and doting, which comes from between the lines, is so touching. Wu Fang looked at the bank card on the table and pushed it towards Yi Yunzhou. "Your uncle-in-law and I can feel your kindness. We are not short of money now, but you are a young man who has just started a business and needs money in many places." As if she was worried that Yi Yunzhou would refuse, Wu Fang pressed Yi Yunzhou's hand and advised word by word. "Keep this money for yourself. It won't be too late to give it to me when you have developed well in the future." Wu Fang saw that Yi Yunzhou didn't say anything. She blinked gently and said with a smile, "Besides, your uncle-in-law and I are counting on you to help us in the future. Just work hard, we are your strongest backers." Hearing his aunt's joking tone, Yi Yunzhou smiled helplessly. Since his aunt said so, he had no choice but to accept the bank card. This kid must have suffered a lot, right? Look at you, you look a lot thinner. As Wu Fang spoke, she touched Yi Yunzhou's head with heartache. Even though Yi Yunzhou looks exceptionally perfect now, as a family member, we are still more worried about his health. At this time, Zhou Linyun looked at Yi Yunzhou and said with emotion, "I discussed with your aunt before and planned to show you a house in advance so that you can use it when you get married. I didn't expect you to be so successful now, and we are relieved." "Marry?" Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows. He never expected that his aunt and uncle-in-law had thought so much about him. But speaking of the house, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and asked the two, "Aunt and uncle, shall we go home together?" After hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang looked at each other, and Wu Fang smiled and shook her head. "Seeing that you are doing so well, your uncle-in-law and I are relieved. As for your home, we won't go there for now." This time, Wu Fang and Zhou Linyun came here to discuss cooperation with Mr. Qian, and also to visit the two children. Now the children have seen it, and the contract has been facilitated because of Yi Yunzhou's sensational appearance. Zhou Linyun was very happy at this time. After all, the project was successfully negotiated and the company's situation improved immediately. He looked at Yi Yunzhou with emotion, thinking secretly in his heart, "What a good boy, he solved their big problem in one go." Wu Fang called the waiter and added a few dishes that Yi Yunzhou and Zhou Ling liked, then she said, "After we finish our meal, we'll go back first. After all, we have a new contract coming up and we'll be busy." At this point, Wu Fang looked at her daughter and asked, "By the way, girl, your short vacation is almost over. You have to go back to school in the next few days, right?" Although she felt relieved that her daughter was with Yi Yunzhou, Zhou was still a student after all, so she must focus on her studies. Hearing her mother's question, Zhou curled her lips and said to her mother in a negotiating tone, "Mom, can I stay with my cousin for a few more days? Anyway, there are no classes in school recently, and it would be a waste of time if I go back." In an instant, Wu Fang, who was so amiable just now, suddenly changed her expression. When Zhou saw her mother's murderous look, she was so scared that she quickly shrank her neck. She quickly raised her hands to beg for mercy and said honestly, "Mom, I'm wrong. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. As soon as the short holiday is over, I will rush back to school and study hard." Yi Yunzhou on this side looked at Zhou Ying's understanding of the current situation, especially that flattering smile, and suddenly felt helpless. This girl is still so good at showing off. Soon, the waiter brought a variety of delicious food, and the few of them ate some while chatting and laughing. After having a good meal and a good drink, Wu Fang looked at the time on her wrist and said to Yi Yunzhou and Zhou, "It's almost time. Let's go back now so that we can get home and go to the company earlier." Yi Yunzhou looked at his aunt and uncle-in-law and said in a very serious tone, "Aunt and uncle, you don't need to work so hard." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by his aunt. "It's okay, we're used to it. Don't worry, your uncle-in-law and I will always be here, you can fly as much as you want. As a parent, what we want most is for our children to live well." A touch of emotion flashed across Yi Yunzhou's eyes. He thought about it and agreed, saying directly, "Okay then, let's go buy some local specialties and you can take them back to try. You can't refuse that, right?" Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang looked at each other, smiled at each other, and nodded in agreement. If this small request is not agreed to, I'm afraid this little nephew will be furious. Zhou Linyun didn't care about it at all. They were just some local specialties, small things. Just buy them. Wu Fang went out to pay the bill first, and then walked out of the hotel with everyone else. They drove to Jiangchang. After all, they were going to entertain guests, and the trunk was convenient for putting some gifts. Yi Yunzhou looked at the two of them, thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, you take your aunt and drive behind me. I will take you to the mall." "Good." Zhou Linyun readily agreed, and they went directly to a nearby shopping mall. Yi Yunzhou bought a bunch of local specialties according to his own ideas and filled the trunk. "Yunzhou, you really can't buy any more. If you buy more, your aunt will have no place to sit." Looking at so many local specialties, Zhou Linyun was completely speechless. My original intention was to please the child and make him happy. But who can resist buying things this way? Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this and pointed at Zhou. "The last time my cousin came over, she was carrying the largest suitcase, which was almost as big as mine." When Yi Yunzhou talked about it, he described it in great detail, even describing the unpacking scene vividly. "As soon as I unzipped my pants, all those delicious foods popped out. I was so shocked. I couldn't imagine how this little girl managed to zip up her pants." Hearing what her cousin said, Zhou didn't try to be polite at all and just laughed out loud. After laughing enough, Zhou explained, "You can't blame me for this. I gave you living expenses but you didn't want them, so I had no choice but to give them all to you as food." Because she bought too many things at that time, Zhou had to buy new and largest size boxes. Even so, the zipper could hardly be closed. She only managed to push the lid of the box down with her own weight. Zhou Linyun and Wu Fang are now happy and relieved. Seeing the two children being so friendly, they are truly relieved. All the things had been bought, and Yi Yunzhou and Zhou saw them off to the car. "Aunt and uncle, please drive safely. When you get home, send me a message to let me know you're safe." Yi Yunzhou reminded her concernedly. Wu Fang smiled and nodded in agreement. "Great. My Yunzhou has really become a big boy. This feels so good." After watching the car drive out of sight, Yi Yunzhou and Zhou withdrew their gaze and prepared to go back. After all this busy work, it is now almost evening. Yi Yunzhou had just gotten into the car when he heard his cell phone ringing. He picked it up and saw that someone in the young masters and young ladies group had sent a message. "Chu Feng, brothers, the weather is so good today, shall we have a barbecue tonight? Let's go directly to Yunshan, I will prepare the food." After receiving this message, Chu Feng immediately at Yi Yunzhou. "Brother Yi, do you have time? You must come no matter what." Yi Yunzhou was also happy when he saw the messages in the group. He was just worrying about where to eat dinner, but he didn't expect someone to deliver it to his door. This Yunnan barbecue is quite interesting and has a unique flavor. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou picked up his phone and typed, "Okay, I'll be there in the evening." After sending the message, Yi Yunzhou put away his phone and said to Zhou beside him with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to a nice place and have a barbecue." Barbecue? When Zhou heard Yi Yunzhou mention food, her eyes lit up instantly, like a greedy little squirrel. She nodded vigorously and said, "Great! Barbecue is the best in this season." This season? Then which season is not suitable for eating? Yi Yunzhou teased Zhou deliberately, picking out the right words in her speech. Unexpectedly, Zhou, this little girl, reacted quickly and answered directly. "All year round, yesterday, today, tomorrow, any time is suitable. Barbecue is the most versatile food." Yi Yunzhou laughed when he heard this. This little girl's thoughts became clear as long as food was involved. As the two were talking, Yi Yunzhou stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Bugatti roared towards Yunnan. Zhou had never been to Yunnan. She was full of curiosity about unknown places and she wanted to lie on the car window and look at the scenery outside. Yi Yunzhou drove the car fast and steadily, and it didn't take long before they started driving on the winding mountain road. Zhou looked at the winding mountain road, with bends of varying sizes not far apart. She couldn't help but widen her eyes and said in surprise, "Look, cousin, the mountain road here is so rugged, winding all the way to the top of the mountain. If someone unfamiliar with the mountain were to go up, they probably wouldn't dare to step on the accelerator." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou looked outside and nodded in agreement. The mountain road in Yunnan is really interesting. Although the mountain road is rugged, the road surface is very well maintained and the guardrails on the roadside are strong enough. You can tell at a glance that they are made of high-quality steel. Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes as he looked at these details. Such good materials are not available on ordinary roads. Perhaps these were reinforced by these young masters and ladies themselves. He guessed that this was not only a racetrack, but also a place where they often gathered. Otherwise, it would be impossible to invest so much and maintain it so carefully. When Yi Yunzhou thought of this, he became more attentive while driving and began to memorize the mountain road carefully. With god-level driving skills, Yi Yunzhou drove the car very easily and arrived at the top of Yunnan Mountain. As you go up the winding mountain road, the top is a huge platform. A large house was built in the middle of the platform, and many supercars were parked outside the house. As soon as Yi Yunzhou saw those supercars, he immediately felt very familiar. These were the cars driven by young masters and young ladies. Zhou, who was standing by, also noticed it. She followed behind Yi Yunzhou and suddenly raised her nose, saying with a longing look on her face, "Brother, I can already smell the aroma of barbecue. You little greedy cat." Hearing Zhou Ying's happy exclamation, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help laughing, and walked towards the young masters and young ladies with this little foodie. The young masters and young ladies arrived early and had already started helping to grill the skewers. Everyone was holding a bunch of skewers in their hands. When they saw Yi Yunzhou coming, their faces instantly blossomed with smiles and they greeted him enthusiastically. "Brother Yi, you are here." Chu Feng, who was grilling, seemed to be relieved when he saw Yi Yunzhou arrive, and a flattering smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Brother Yi, you guys are here, come on, let's eat together." As Chu Feng spoke, he handed over the skewers of meat he had just grilled. Yi Yunzhou took it, then handed it to Zhou beside him, and then said, "Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll help you bake something?" After all, Yi Yunzhou is a master chef, so this little barbecue is a piece of cake for him. However, the young masters and young ladies shook their heads upon hearing this and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Brother Yi, just take a rest over there, we'll be done grilling soon." Hearing everyone say this, Yi Yunzhou smiled and walked to the side. At this time, the skewers were brought to the big table one after another. Chu Feng saw that it was almost done, and called out loudly, "Okay, let's all come to the table." Upon hearing this, the young masters and young ladies came over and placed the things in their hands on the table. There was no need for anyone to greet each other. After all, everyone was familiar with each other, and we started eating naturally after sitting down. A young man quickly ate a skewer of meat, chewing something in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Brother Chu, I haven't been here for a long time. I didn't expect everyone to be so fast. This road is so well built." "That's right." When Chu Feng heard the young master's praise, he immediately responded loudly, "After all, we are going to participate in the car race. There is not much time left before the race. How are the modifications to your cars going? Upon hearing this, everyone stopped eating skewers and started talking. Don't worry, Brother Chu. We have already started the modification. We must not delay the race. No matter whether we can win or not, we must at least respect the competition, right? In order to strike a blow to Li Yuanliang's arrogance, I spent a lot of money on this modification. I just can't believe that I will let this guy be so arrogant every time. Hee hee, I know you guys are jealous of your brother Li's strength. Let me tell you, it's useless to just modify it like this. The key is that the engine must also keep up. If I could afford a Ferrari LaFerrari, I would have definitely bought your face. For a moment, Chu Feng and the others were talking happily. Chu Feng suddenly noticed Yi Yunzhou's gaze drifting towards him. He was immediately startled, but he reacted in an instant and changed the subject directly. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? Come on, everyone, eat it while it's hot. Things like kebabs are best eaten while they're hot. As he spoke, Chu Feng winked at them. Everyone here understood what he meant in an instant. They smiled and pushed the nearby skewers towards Yi Yunzhou. Brother Yi, eat more. Seeing that Yi Yunzhou didn't care and didn't ask them any further questions, these young masters and young ladies finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, if Brother Yi also wants to participate in the competition, then they will be completely ruined. Just because Yi Yunzhou's Bugatti was parked there, they had already lost half the battle. As for the small half, it was Yi Yunzhou who carried forward the spirit of friendship first and competition second and left them a little face. Otherwise, their junky cars, even if they have been modified, are still nothing compared to Bugatti. A young master took advantage of Yi Yunzhou's inattention, reached out his hand and gently stroked his chest, with an expression of having survived a disaster. Just having Li Yuanliang among them is enough. Although Li Yuanliang is addicted to racing, at least there is still a possibility of defeating him. If Yi Yunzhou gets involved, they will just be crushed. How can there be any fun in this? Everyone had similar ideas, and everyone had made up their minds not to mention the car race in front of Yi Yunzhou. Chapter 47 Chu Linger in Cheongsam. By the way, Brother Chu, you only prepared meat today and forgot to bring wine? A young man asked with some regret while eating skewers of meat. If you don't pair the skewers with some beer, it always feels like something is missing. Upon hearing this, the other young masters and young ladies nodded in agreement, fully agreeing with this point of view. When Chu Feng heard what everyone said, he slapped his forehead and shouted. Oh, look at my brain. At first I thought I couldn't drink while driving, but there are girls here who can take us back. I thought, although I didn't prepare any alcohol, I brought some good tea. While speaking, Chu Feng had already stood up, walked to the trunk of the car, took out a can of tea, and said mysteriously. This is the fine tea my father collected. I brought it here specially for you to taste. Not only that, Chu Feng even brought a complete set of tea sets, and the preparations could be said to be quite sufficient. Chu Feng personally made tea for everyone. After pouring the tea one by one, he raised his teacup and said to everyone present. I'll use tea instead of wine, let me toast to everyone. After hearing what Chu Feng said, the young masters and young ladies looked at each other with laughter. What is Brother Chu up to? Although everyone was confused, they still picked up their teacups. A young master laughed heartlessly. He raised his eyebrows, looked at Chu Feng and asked. Brother Chu, look at you, not only did you treat us to a meal, but you were also so polite. Why? How can you be so shameless? Chu Feng chuckled, looking at the young master still stuffing the skewers into his mouth, and said with a smile. You are grateful for what you have received, and you are soft-hearted. I asked you all to come here today because I have something to ask of you. Before Chu Feng finished speaking, everyone put down their teacups in an instant. Chu Feng. So ruthless? They were brothers 1 second ago, but now they want to settle the accounts, right? Chu Feng glared at everyone and said angrily. You guys are so cruel. If you have the guts, just spit out the food. Brother Chu, look at you, I'm just joking with you and you're getting angry. A young lady came out to smooth things over. She looked at Chu Feng with some curiosity. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing that the eldest lady had given him a way out, Chu Feng quickly replied. My sister is going to participate in the treasure appraisal program today, the one I told you about before. I was thinking that after we finish our meal, the show will be about to start, and if you guys are all here, you can help me look up information and give me some advice. Speaking of treasure appraisal programs, Chu Feng is now overwhelmed. He stretched out his hand and pressed his temple, and said with a look of despair. You've seen how hard I've been trying to catch up on my knowledge of antiques lately. But this industry is so complex and the knowledge is so vast, I really can't do it. My elder sister Chu Linger is more famous and has more traffic, so the program team invited her to participate because they want to create a hit. For the sake of the show's effect, Chu Linger must be made a little embarrassed. In order to avoid making a fool of herself, Chu Linger gave her brother a difficult question and asked him to be her guest for help. In this way, huge pressure was transferred to Chu Feng. Chu Feng pointed at the dark blue area under his eyes and said with a look of resentment, "Look at the dark circles under my eyes, and you can imagine how long I haven't had a good night's sleep." Everyone listened to Chu Feng complaining, looked at each other, and took a deep breath. They want to help, but unfortunately they don't understand. Is this possible? A young master felt uneasy and muttered something under his breath. Chu Feng glared, spread his hands and said, "It has to be done. It's already this late. Can you come up with a better solution? If I really mess it up, I'm afraid my sister won't kill me." Everyone thought about the suppression that came from their bloodline, so they nodded and agreed reluctantly. Since Brother Chu said so, they could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Meanwhile, Zhou was listening to what everyone was saying and seemed very motivated. Not to mention that she is a die-hard fan of Chu Linger. Even if it was just these skewers, she couldn't eat them for free, right? Yi Yunzhou looked at the enthusiasm in the little girl's eyes and was also happy. He smiled and said yes. "Thank you, brothers, for saving my life. Let's eat first." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he started eating with everyone. Seeing that the time was getting closer, Chu Feng called everyone into the house and operated the mobile phone to project the live broadcast onto the large screen in the room. Advertisements began to play on TV. Chu Feng turned up the volume and sat next to Yi Yunzhou. His meaning was self-evident. After all, he knew Yi Yunzhou's level. He was definitely an expert. Compared with other young masters and ladies, they are obviously much more reliable. Here we go. The live broadcast switched directly to the studio, and the host came out amidst the music, holding a microphone and greeting the audience. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, the host said passionately, "Now, let's welcome today's treasure appraiser." The first expert introduced is the resident expert of this program. He is Wu Dezhong, a senior appraiser of Tianjin Panjiayuan. He was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He waved at the camera, looking like a master. Several other experts just passed by quickly, and their names and titles appeared on the screen. Because of the extremely fast speed, everyone present only remembered a familiar name, Zhang Chang. Professor Zhang is also an expert in antiques and has appeared on several programs. The people in front of the big screen were watching and nodding their heads. These names were all very famous. Especially the titles, one after another, which looked very meaningful. Chu Feng also held his chin and commented, "This person is quite amazing and has a lot of knowledge." The young masters and young ladies listened to Chu Feng's comments and joked. "Hey, Brother Chu, how did you know? What a joke. I've been watching this show these past few days, okay? I've made all the preparations." Chu Feng really put his heart into it. He patted his chest and his voice was louder than usual when he retorted. The host of the show was already introducing the rules. He had a confident smile on his face and said naturally and skillfully, "Because today is a special episode, in response to the requests of the audience, we have invited the guest you voted for the most. Not only that, there will be a prize for answering questions today, and the prize money won by the mysterious guest tonight will be donated directly to the children in the mountainous areas to focus on their growth." The host paused for a moment before changing to a more passionate voice and loudly announcing, "Now, please welcome our guest today." Now the music starts and several guests come on stage one after another amid applause. There are veteran actors and singers, all of whom are well-known figures. Behind them, a pretty figure walked out. As soon as the figure appeared, the scene seemed to explode, and thunderous applause and cheers rang out, which did not stop for a long time. It was Chu Linger. Chu Linger was wearing a light blue cheongsam today, a color that made her skin look even whiter than snow, almost dazzlingly white. The long black hair was neatly piled up high today, adding a touch of elegance and calmness to the sweet and lovely Chu Linger, making people unable to take their eyes off her. This outfit is completely different from the passionate look in the last concert. Chapter 48 helped Chu Linger. The host looked at the excited audience and heard the director's excited voice through the headset. This meant the ratings were going up. Keep going. Pay attention to interacting more with Chu Linger and try to raise the ratings even higher. The host listened to the director's words in the headset and immediately said, "I believe you all have some knowledge about cultural relic appraisal. I wonder if Chu Linger, as a special guest, knows anything about this industry?" Chu Linger picked up the microphone and responded very naturally. "I only know the basics. After all, this line of work is very broad and profound, so please show some mercy to me, seniors." Hearing Chu Linger's humble words, the other guests also responded with a smile. "Linger is so polite. We can learn from each other." At this moment, not only the guests, but also the audience before the live broadcast were impressed by Chu Linger's humility. Well, before we officially start, let us have a guessing contest and let the audience guess which guest can make the most correct judgment. Of course, the valuation has to be closer. The host's style is very humorous, and his powerful voice with ups and downs raise the atmosphere. Audience members who guess correctly will receive a big gift package from the program team. There is a voting machine in the audience seats, and they choose the number of the person they support. At this time, the audience began to whisper, and everyone's opinions were surprisingly unanimous. They all supported the veteran actors. After all, with so many years of experience, he can always see things more accurately than a young girl. No one quite believed in Chu Linger's ability to appreciate things. Who told her that she was still so young? Not only is she beautiful and has a sweet voice, but the TV series and movies she starred in have also received good responses. With such a well-rounded development, how could she also know about antiques? So even though Chu Linger is more popular and more welcomed, the objective facts are in front of us, plus there is also a big gift package from the program team. For a time, except for the die-hard fans, most people voted for other people. Faced with this situation, Chu Linger looked at it helplessly. The host was very satisfied with the effect on the scene, and he began to introduce the rules of the show. What we have to do today is to identify the authenticity of antiques and give an estimate of their value. Of course, you can ask for help from your family and friends, or you can ask for help from the audience. Finally, the expert group will give the final answer. The guessing game is divided into several stages, and there will be 2 treasures in each round. After the guests give their answers, the one with the largest valuation gap will be eliminated in each round and his prize money will be cleared. The guest who wins the grand prize will take all the prize money. The host announced loudly. Now, our first round of guessing officially begins. The audience looked at Chu Linger, who was calm and composed on the field, with regretful expressions on their faces, and whispered, "Linger is dressed so beautifully today, it's a pity that she will be eliminated in the first round. How could such a young girl guess correctly? She must have been invited by the production team to attract attention, and it's enough to achieve the desired effect. Everyone, please stop talking. The treasure has been brought up." The guessing game has officially begun, and Chu Linger, who was not favored by everyone, unexpectedly exceeded everyone's expectations. In the first few rounds, she actually relied on her intensive study of antique knowledge to pass the tests. Although all the victories were narrow, it was still quite difficult for a woman of her age. The audience was completely dumbfounded. They stared at Chu Linger, unable to believe their eyes. This. They could see that what Chu Linger said made sense and that she was a person of real talent and knowledge, not just a pretty vase. Those viewers who lost the guessing cried out in grief. If they had known this would be the case, they might as well have voted for their favorite Chu Linger. Soon it was the penultimate round. Chu Linger was a little unsure about the estimate, so she simply took a shortcut and added $1 to the previous guest's number. Whether you can succeed or not depends entirely on luck. The host looked at Chu Linger, who had persisted until now, with emotion and amazement in his eyes. "I wonder how Linger feels right now. Is she nervous?" "Yeah, a little bit." Chu Linger admitted her nervousness very frankly. "I think it's authentic, but the exact value is beyond my knowledge." Her generous admission immediately won the favor of the audience. The host also announced the answer loudly at this time. Although their bids were very different, Chu Linger bid $1 more, so she won. The young masters and young ladies here also breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and sighed. Sister Linger is so amazing. Even though she had to use some tricks, she still made it to the last level. You know, Chu Linger did not seek help on the spot or from relatives and friends, but relied entirely on her own judgment. This is quite difficult for her, a girl in her early 20s. Chu Feng on this side became a little restless. The pressure on him is increasing. This is the last round. What if my sister really asks for help and he can't answer? With my sister's competitive nature, she will just destroy him when she comes back. Xu Feng felt that all his hairs stood up. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and he couldn't help but hold his breath because of nervousness. I didn't expect that our Chu Linger is not only beautiful but also a great actress. She is also good at antiques. It really opened our eyes. The host looked at Chu Linger and spoke with great emotion, then announced loudly. Then let's give a warm round of applause to congratulate Chu Linger for advancing to today's finals. The winner between the two will receive all of our guessing bonuses today. For a moment, the audience applauded loudly. They all knew that the most critical moment had arrived. After all, with Chu Linger present at the scene, I'm afraid this final showdown is a big trap that the crew has carefully prepared. As everyone was looking forward to it, the final round of competition officially began. The etiquette lady, wearing a red cheongsam, walked over gracefully, carrying 2 trays in her hands. In front of everyone, the host removed the cloth covering the tray, revealing the scroll underneath. This is our highlight tonight, and also the treasure for the final round of competition, 2 calligraphy and paintings. After the host made the announcement, he opened the 2 scrolls with the help of the etiquette lady. In order to facilitate the guests and the audience watching the live broadcast, an easel was prepared on site to hang the scroll on it. After confirming that the scroll was hung, the host smiled at the 2 and invited them. You 2 may begin. Another person who advanced to the finals is a veteran actor who was very famous in the circle because of his excellent acting skills. His biggest hobby is collecting antiques. It is precisely with the experience accumulated over the years that he was able to successfully advance through all the levels. Seeing him walk to the easel first, the audience below began to discuss quietly. I'm his fan. He's very good at antiques. I often see him talking about his collection when he's on variety shows. Such a veteran will definitely win. I don't usually pay much attention to the entertainment industry, and I don't know their situation. Otherwise, if I had voted for this veteran actor, wouldn't I have received a big gift package as well? Humph, I can tell you don't understand Linger. She is an extremely hard-working person, otherwise she wouldn't have achieved such results at such a young age. I support Linger, she will definitely win. Most of the audience are optimistic about the veteran actors, but Chu Linger also has many die-hard fans. Everyone expresses their opinions and no one can convince the other. At this time, Chu Linger and the veteran actor had already walked forward and were carefully observing the 2 paintings. Because it has reached the last stage, the program team will naturally give the 2 guests more time to think. Taking advantage of this time, the host walked up to the experts and started chatting with them. Which guest do you think is more popular? Wu Dazhong, the expert sitting on the scene, smiled faintly. He pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said with a smile. To be honest, the last 2 pieces of collection today are indeed quite difficult. It is difficult for ordinary people to analyze them. Even for people like us, we have to take a good look before we dare to make any inferences. As for which one he favors, Wu Dazhong just smiled and said nothing. After all, as he said just now, even he needed to put in some effort to get up there, let alone 2 newcomers. At the same time, not only the 2 guests were observing, but members of the nearby observation group also lined up and came forward to look carefully at the 2 paintings. They stood in front of the easel, talking to each other. Based on my many years of experience, I really can't tell the difference between these 2 paintings. Today we have indeed come up with a difficult problem, which is simply unsolvable. These 2 paintings are obviously collected by an expert. Not only are they well preserved, but you can also smell a faint scent of sandalwood on them. They are basically incense. Your nose is indeed good, but this inference is of no help to the result. I think everyone is unsure, let's hear what the experts say later. While everyone was discussing, the host came over. He walked up to Chu Linger first and said with a smile. How about it, Linger, did you figure out something? Chu Linger smiled faintly upon hearing this. She pursed her thin lips and then her pleasant voice flowed out slowly like the sound of spring water. What a coincidence! I have actually studied some calligraphy and painting appraisal methods before. Chu Linger paused for a moment, then continued. First, we need to determine whether the calligraphy and painting are in line with the characteristics of the era. For example, what kind of materials were popular at that time, or whether to add some distinctive substances. Or there may be some new schools that have emerged, which may be regional, institutional, or passed down from generation to generation. After confirming that there are no problems with the characteristics of the times, we also need to analyze whether it conforms to the author's own characteristics and habits. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Chu Linger's words. They didn't expect Chu Linger to be able to say so much, and they immediately looked at her with admiration. Even the masters sitting in the expert seats nodded in approval and praised. That's great. You must have put in a lot of effort to be able to speak so fluently. It's not easy for a young girl to say these things. To be honest, I am now looking forward to Chu Linger's choice. I want to see to what extent she can understand. For a moment, hearing the experts praising Chu Linger, everyone at the scene looked at Chu Linger, waiting for her answer. Facing all the gazes, Chu Linger opened her red lips and said directly, "Such a difficult question is indeed beyond my knowledge. I would like to seek help from my relatives and friends." Because this special episode was broadcast live, as soon as Chu Linger finished speaking, her voice rang out on the big screen. For a moment, Chu Feng was stunned when he heard Chu Linger's words. "Damn it, sister, you can't do this. Such a difficult question, even if I can look up information, it would be hard to answer it." To be honest, in just a few seconds, Chu Feng's forehead was sweating. Chu Feng took a deep breath and quickly looked at the people around him. "Brothers, my life is in your hands. Have you started investigating? Do you have any results?" The young masters and young ladies lowered their heads and quickly flipped through their phones. When they heard Chu Feng's question, they didn't even raise their heads and answered almost in unison. "Wait a minute, we're already checking." The next moment, the young masters and young ladies handed their cell phones to Chu Feng. "Brother Chu, take a quick look. This is the complete list of identification methods I found. See if there is anything you can use. Yours is not good, the introduction is too general, it's hard to tell what it means. Look at mine, it even has illustrations, it's very clear at a glance. Take a look at them all. Maybe one of them can be useful to you. After all, they are all knowledge points. Just throwing them out can fool people." At this time, Zhou also came forward with her phone in hand. She looked at Chu Feng eagerly, hoping to help her idol a little. Chu Feng looked at the contents on everyone's mobile phones and almost felt like crying but had no tears. "What are you looking for?" Especially the so-called one with illustrations, which uses works of other famous artists, he can't use it as a reference. At the moment, Chu Feng was a little anxious. He scratched his head in head. At this point, where could he find help from God? Just when Chu Feng was getting anxious, at the same time, the host of the program team started to connect. Looking at the numbers that kept popping up on the phone screen, Chu Feng quickly picked up the phone. "Hello. Hello, we are from the Treasure Appraisal Program, Miss Chu Linger would like to ask you for help." The host introduced himself right away. "Sir, I believe you are also watching the live broadcast. What do you think of these two works in front of you?" Chu Feng listened to the host's words and wanted to yell, "How can I watch it? I'll just sit and watch." Of course, Chu Feng only dared to complain about this in his heart. He opened his mouth, but had no idea what to say. For a moment, Chu Feng sat there looking around, as if hoping to get some help. When the other young masters and young ladies saw that the situation was not good, they all ran away. "If I stay in the living room any longer, I might be used as a scapegoat someday." Chu Feng. My goodness, they all run faster than anyone else, I'm doomed this time. Meanwhile, at the recording site, Chu Linger heard no sound from the other side and pursed her lips slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes drooped slightly, hiding the murderous intent that was beginning to gather in them. This brat asked her to prepare in advance, but she didn't expect that he would still embarrass her. When she gets home, she will definitely give him a good beating. Just when Chu Feng and Chu Linger were thousands of miles apart but had the same uneasy mood, Yi Yunzhou on this side smiled faintly, walked over and took the phone. Chapter 49, Chu Linger's Date. He just saw everything clearly through the eye of truth. Yi Yunzhou coughed lightly, and a clear voice came out from the microphone. "I know a little bit about this, so I can tell you about it. You can use it as a reference." For a moment, Yi Yunzhou's gentle voice spread throughout the studio, and everyone could hear it clearly. However, because it was a telephone connection, everyone could only hear the sound but could not see any images. But this unhurried tone inexplicably gave everyone a sense of trust. Chu Linger was also stunned when she heard Yi Yunzhou's words, and then her face turned slightly red. The audience pricked up their ears and heard Yi Yunzhou's voice again. "I am just expressing my personal opinion. If there is anything wrong with what I said, please correct me." The identification experts on the scene were also amused. Who could not like such a humble young man? Wu Dazhong picked up the microphone in front of him and responded with a smile. "Just tell me, it's okay, don't feel any psychological burden. We are also learning and exchanging experiences." After hearing what the expert said, Yi Yunzhou began to speak slowly. The painting on the left is a painting of peonies, banana trees, and rocks by Su Wei. He was a very legendary figure. He was not only a great calligrapher but also a poet, painter, and even a dramatist and military strategist. He started to learn painting in his middle age. Although his fate was full of misfortunes, it was these hardships that made his style unique. He used his brush unrestrainedly and his ink and wash were full of artistic conception. Listening to Yi Yunzhou's slow narration, the experts who were smiling at first gradually froze their smiles. They didn't expect that this young man could tell the source right away and even described Su Wei's life in such detail. Su Wei's personality was uninhibited, and this can be seen from the boldness of his writing. This painting is a masterpiece from his later years. He had already mastered the freehand brushwork of the Qingtang school of painting that he founded. Just a few simple strokes of thick ink can clearly express what he knows and thinks without any fine brushstrokes. The momentum of ink is fully reflected. His painting skills incorporate some calligraphy techniques, making it seem as if there are words in the painting, so it is difficult for ordinary people to copy it. Yi Yunzhou's analysis was clear and his thoughts were clear. His tone was still neither hurried nor slow, but everyone in the audience had already held their breath and listened to him quietly. Another painting is also a classic by Su Wei, Ink Grapes. There is not only the painting by Master Su Wei, but also his poem on it. The two complement each other, making people feel the sense of freedom of the great branches and vines growing freely in the picture. Only a person with a truly open mind can create such a freehand painting with just a few strokes. As Yi Yunzhou finished speaking, the audience felt slightly horrified as they looked at the experts whose expressions became increasingly solemn. Could it be that this young man was right? After all, the changes in these experts' expressions were too obvious, and the seriousness in their eyes could not be faked at all. For a moment, the audience was surprised and shocked. Not only the audience on site, the ratings were also soaring at this time. The audience in front of the TV also held their breath and listened quietly to Yi Yunzhou's analysis, and were also amazed in their hearts. After this young man's analysis, they were able to actually see some of the subtleties of the paintings. The director was so excited that he couldn't control himself, but he had experience after all, so he immediately ordered the director. "Hurry up, move the camera to the front of the paintings and let everyone look at the two scrolls. This way, it will be more engaging." "Yes." The director responded and quickly zoomed in on the picture. Chu Feng on this side was stunned when he saw Yi Yunzhou talking in front of him. His little heart was pounding and he was so excited that he almost wanted to scream. "Long live Brother Yi. This is a true brother. Look at him, he will really help when something happens. This definitely saved my life." Looking at the shocked expressions of the audience and the serious looks of the experts, no matter what the outcome is, my sister's face is saved based on this analysis. If Yi Yunzhou hadn't finished speaking, Chu Feng would have wanted to hug Yi Yunzhou right now. Yi Yunzhou paused deliberately before beginning to state his conclusion. Although they are all created with a rough brush, the banana leaves stand straight up, and the momentum and firmness of their growth are overwhelming. On the other hand, although the ink grapes have full and smooth grains, they are slightly different from Su Wei's bold and open ink splashing technique. This is definitely a difference in realm. So I think the painting of peony, banana, and stone on the left is the real one. After saying the conclusion, Yi Yunzhou seemed to have thought of something and added. But the other one can't be considered fake, it's a high-quality imitation from the Republic of China period, and it's quite old. Moreover, it is not easy to imitate Su Wei's works to this level. It is definitely a masterpiece among all. Yi Yunzhou had finished his analysis and sat back on the sofa with his phone in hand. The host was also amazed by Yi Yunzhou's remarks. He took a deep breath, then looked at Chu Linger and asked with a smile. "What is Linger going to choose?" Chu Linger said without hesitation. "I choose the one on the left." As soon as Yi Yunzhou spoke just now, she recognized it, and his analysis was so brilliant that Chu Linger naturally had no intention of refuting it. The host nodded when he heard this, and he looked at the veteran actor next to him. "What about you? What's your choice?" "The analysis just now is indeed very interesting, but I have a different idea. I choose the ink grape picture on the right." The veteran actor raised his lips and smiled, stating his choice. Both guests have expressed their ideas, and the director cuts to the expert group. The host's voice then sounded. "Experts, now it's time to reveal the answer." Wu Dazhong nodded when he heard this. He held the microphone and said to the camera with great emotion. "I have to say, young people today are really amazing. The analysis just now was very accurate. The painting of peony, banana, and stone on the left is indeed authentic. The author's biography and analysis are also very thorough. I feel like I don't need to say anything more, or it would be superfluous. Hearing the affirmation from the expert, Chu Linger was stunned on the spot. I didn't expect that Yi Yunzhou actually had this trick. He actually has such profound attainments in antiques? The depth of the analysis he just gave is definitely not something that could be obtained by someone who is cramming for an exam. At this moment, Chu Linger's thoughts were flying, and she had flown back to the time when they met last time. Thinking of Yi Yunzhou's handsome face and perfect figure that even many supermodels can't match, especially his temperament, which is full of mystery. Chu Linger's little face flushed, and she looked even more charming for a moment. She pursed her lips slightly, thinking secretly in her heart that her little brother is sometimes quite reliable. He knows that he is not good enough and still invites external help in advance. Not bad, worthy of praise. The host here was also stunned. He reacted quickly, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Why don't you tell me the price of this original work, and experts please write down your appraisal price." At this time, the experts began to discuss and they quickly came to a conclusion. Wu Dezhong wrote the answer on paper and handed it to the host. The host took a look at the number above and then said into the phone, "Sir, you can make your offer now." The price range of Su Wei's works is relatively wide. According to the price at the 2018 spring auction, the estimated value of this painting should be around 12 million. Yi Yunzhou's words were shocking, as if he didn't need to think at all and came up with these prices at will. After hearing his offer, the experts and the host's faces changed drastically. The host didn't say anything. He turned over the sign that the expert had handed over earlier. The number written on it was exactly 12 million. The quotes are exactly the same. There was an uproar at the scene, and the audience both at the scene and in front of the TV were all stunned. They only had one thought in their minds: this group of friends and family is so amazing. At this time, another guest also shook his head inside, feeling inferior. This analysis is not only brilliant, but also well-reasoned. I have learned a lot. Congratulations, Miss Linger. To be honest, the reason why he chose the other one just now was not only because of the show effect, but more because he felt a little bit unconvinced. He is very fond of antiques and is also a hardcore collector. He was a little jealous of the young man who spoke so eloquently and so coherently. He also wanted to give it a try, he just didn't believe it. How could a young man be so accurate? What he never expected was that reality gave him a hard slap in the face. However, the veteran actor had a very good attitude and really admired the young man from the bottom of his heart, and even his attitude towards Chu Linger improved. When Chu Linger heard the congratulations from her opponent, she quickly thanked him. "You are too polite. I am also benefiting from my friend's help." She is also very happy now. After all, she won the victory in such an amazing way. The happiest people on the field right now are Chu Linger's die-hard fans. Not only did they support their idol, but they also received wonderful gift packages. You should know that this special episode was well prepared, and the program team also made the manufacturers bleed a lot of money, and the rewards they offered are amazing. The die-hard fans cheered and celebrated in the audience, and the atmosphere was instantly at its peak. Ah! I knew Linger was the best. Look, she just showed off a little bit of her skills and directly won the championship. That's right, our Linger has worked so hard, she will definitely win. As a fan, I feel extremely proud. To be honest, being a fan of Linger is so worth it. Other idols ask fans to spend money on various external aids, but look at Linger, not only does she not spend money, she also gave us a big gift package. This is what true star chasing is. If anyone says star chasing is bad again, I'll throw a big gift bag in his face. As the fans were talking, they held up their phones to share the joy of the gift packages with their relatives and friends. The audience who missed out on the big gift packages were now convinced. Chu Linger's performance today was indeed excellent. She must have received guidance from an expert. The next step was the finishing touches of the show, which was broadcast live very smoothly. Chu Linger completed the recording professionally, and then bowed and left the stage amid the cheers of the audience. She went backstage and was about to go back to the dressing room to remove her makeup when she heard someone calling her from behind. "Miss Chu, please wait a moment." Chu Linger turned around and saw that the person calling her was the treasure appraisal expert Wu Dezhong. Wu Dezhong walked quickly to Chu Linger and said with emotion, "Miss Chu, your friend is extraordinary." It was surprising that a young man had such profound knowledge. Even he, a leading figure in the antique world, was shocked. Chu Linger nodded politely and thought to herself, she knew this very well. The car Yi Yunzhou drives, the villa number 1 he lives in, and even the flowers, birds, fish and insects he raises are worth tens of millions. How can he be an ordinary person? And it's not just that he's rich, Yi Yunzhou seems to be the perfect template, and it's not clear what exactly he can't do. Wu Dazhong took the initiative to exchange contact information with Chu Linger. While writing a note, he expressed his thoughts. I also hope that Miss Chu will introduce this young friend to me if she has the chance. I am very much looking forward to meeting him. Chu Linger smiled and agreed when she heard this. If Yi Yunzhou had this intention, she would naturally be willing to be a middleman. After talking to the expert for a few more words, Chu Linger said goodbye and returned to the dressing room. Thinking of Yi Yunzhou's help to her, Chu Linger quickly took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. Thank you so much today. I will treat you to a meal when I return to Jiangqing the day after tomorrow. Yi Yunzhou had already returned home at this time. He looked at the message on his phone and was also happy. He replied directly. Good. Just after replying to the message, the door of the villa was pushed open and Zhou Ying jumped into the villa. She saw her cousin sending a message at a glance, and immediately came up and said with a smile. What's wrong, cousin? Is there a new schedule? A hint of anticipation flashed in Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes. She found that the days she spent with her cousin were particularly happy. There is always something new and interesting happening. Fine. Yi Yunzhou gently touched Zhou Ying's forehead with his fingertips. This little girl just loves to play. After comforting the little girl beside him, Yi Yunzhou picked up his phone and sent a message to Chu Feng. I have an appointment the day after tomorrow, so I won't be attending your dinner. Chu Feng on this side was also confused when he saw the message sent by Yi Yunzhou. The unrighteous escape behavior of those young masters and young ladies was strongly condemned by Chu Feng. So at his strong request, the young masters and young ladies decided to treat him to a meal in return, as a way of comforting his wounded heart. Chu Feng thought that if Yi Yunzhou hadn't come to his aid this time, his life would have been in danger, so he thought of asking him to come along. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunzhou directly refused. Chu Feng was also helpless. How could this be rejected so suddenly? Meanwhile, Zhou Ying followed Yi Yunzhou back to the room. She lay on the large soft bed and wailed. My soft bed, I will be leaving tomorrow night, please don't miss me too much. Yi Yunzhou. This girl always loves to act funny. I don't know when she will grow up. Yi Yunzhou glanced at her helplessly and said. You should go back to class. I have to go back to school too. Hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Zhou Ying's eyes widened instantly, and she looked at him and asked. Brother, do you still need to go to school now? Yi Yunzhou nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yeah, I still haven't received the dividends yet. Dividend? Zhou Ying didn't understand what her cousin said at all. Yi Yunzhou looked at her confused eyes and said before she could speak. You don't understand. He recalled Yin Shui's squat, and the scene became clearer and clearer. Zhou Ying. I don't understand? Then tell me. Chapter 50 Cousin, this is the young lady I met last time when I was framing calligraphy and paintings. Isn't she pretty? Yi Yunzhou certainly would not speak his thoughts out loud, he simply changed the subject. By the way, tomorrow is the day of the exhibition. You have to go to bed early. Otherwise, if you can't get up, I won't take you with me. Got it? When she heard about the exhibition, Zhou Ying nodded obediently and fell on the bed, unable to get up. Then I'll go to sleep now. I'm also sleepy. After saying that, he turned over and fell asleep on the other side of Yi Yunzhou's bed. The next morning, they both woke up early. After the two of them packed up simply, they changed their clothes and prepared to leave. Yi Yunzhou drove Zhou Ying to the entrance of the venue. Looking at the high-end and spacious venue, they both nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Let's go in and take a look. As Yi Yunzhou was speaking, Zhou Ying stepped forward, took his arm, and walked towards the door together. At this time, on the other side, a girl wearing hanfu also arrived at the entrance of the exhibition. When girls wear pastel-colored hanfu, it not only does not look petty at all, but instead brings out a fresh and refined feeling. As she walked, her clothes fluttered, and she looked like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that nothing could describe it. It was Mu Yingxue. As soon as Mu Yingxue arrived at the exhibition, she immediately headed towards the calligraphy and painting area. She quietly appreciated the calligraphy and paintings, feeling the author's thoughts at the time and the artistic conception he wanted to express. At this time, Mu Yingxue glanced around casually and was suddenly stunned. Her gaze stopped at the other side, and she was stunned when she saw the familiar figure. Isn't this the little girl who came to frame the calligraphy that day? As soon as Mu Yingxue saw Zhou Ying, she immediately became happy and smiled. She was already pretty enough, and such a smile was like a beautiful flower quietly blooming on a warm spring morning. It is as if the green seedlings suddenly appear when the ice breaks, bringing with them vitality and strength, making people feel an overwhelming sense of amazement. Ignoring the countless surprised glances from all around, Mu Yingxue quickly walked towards Zhou Ying. She walked over in a charming manner. Yi Yunzhou glanced at Mu Yingxue, who was gradually approaching, and suddenly a curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Mu Yingxue. Appearance, 96. Body size, 96. Height, 170 centimeters. Completeness, 100%. Comprehensive value, 97. Yi Yunzhou looked at the contents on the screen and raised his eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to meet such a beautiful girl when I came out to see an exhibition. It was a feast for the eyes. Mu Yingxue had already come to stand in front of Zhou Ying, her black eyes full of surprise, and she greeted her enthusiastically. Sister, you are here to attend the exhibition too. We are really destined to be together. Ever since they saw the calligraphy and paintings Zhou Ying brought last time, Mu Yingxue and her grandfather couldn't let them go, and they wished they could see the paintings with their own eyes again. Although Mu Yingxue had Zhou Ying's contact information, she didn't dare to be too abrupt, so she didn't take the initiative to contact her. Mu Yingxue was originally trying to find an excuse, but she didn't expect to meet him here today. Isn't this fate? Thinking of this, a deep smile flashed across Mu Yingxue's face. She then glanced at Yi Yunzhou, the tall and handsome man next to Zhou Ying, and a hint of amazement welled up in her eyes when she looked at his young face. Mu Yingxue blinked lightly, looked at Zhou Ying and raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is this your boyfriend? The boy is handsome and has good temperament, and the girl is pretty and cute. They are really a perfect match." When Zhou Ying heard what Mu Yingxue said, she quickly waved her hands and explained with a smile. "No, sister, you misunderstood." After Zhou Ying finished speaking, she turned to look at Yi Yunzhou and met her cousin's eyes full of doubt. She grinned and explained softly. "Brother, this is the sister who helped me frame it for free last time." Yi Yunzhou was not aware of the free mounting last time, so Zhou Ying briefly explained it to him. Mu Yingxue, who was standing by, was stunned when she heard their conversation. This guy is the little girl's cousin? The author of that work looks so young. In fact, Mu Yingxue already knew that the cousin who wrote was in his 20s and very young. But when they met, I found out that this cousin was only in his early 20s, only 1 or 2 years older than Zhou Ying. This. Mu Yingxue gasped. She looked Yi Yunzhou up and down, her eyes full of shock and admiration. With such attainments in calligraphy at such a young age, one can hardly imagine his future achievements. Mu Yingxue was also shocked at the moment. Zhou Ying, who was standing opposite her, smiled when she saw Mu Yingxue's stunned look and quickly helped introduce. "Sister, this is my cousin, Yi Yunzhou." "Cousin, this one is." After the introduction, Mu Yingxue took the initiative to extend her hand to Yi Yunzhou and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Yi, it's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You are even younger than I thought." "Hello." In response to Mu Yingxue's admiration, Yi Yunzhou just smiled faintly and responded politely. Mu Yingxue looked at Yi Yunzhou's calm and composed appearance, and her favorable impression of him increased instantly. She took out her cell phone from her small bag and looked at Yi Yunzhou expectantly. "Mr. Yi, would you mind adding your contact information? I also like calligraphy and painting, and hope to have the opportunity to discuss this with you." Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard that. He took out his cell phone and added Mu Yingxue as a friend. Mu Yingxue read Yi Yunzhou's information several times without leaving any trace, and was very excited. "I didn't expect that coming to an exhibition would bring me such an unexpected gain, and I actually got to know the author of the calligraphy and painting." She immediately put away her phone and said to the two of them, "Since we have bumped into each other, it is fate. If you two don't mind, I will take you around here?" Zhou Ying and Yi Yunzhou looked at each other. They just came here to take a look. It would be a nice thing if someone could take them for a walk. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying smiled brightly, took Mu Yingxue's hand and said, "Okay." Mu Yingxue took the two of them and strolled around the exhibition. She often comes to attend exhibitions, so she is very familiar with the divisions here and enthusiastically introduced them to the two. This exhibition is very famous in this circle. It not only has antiques, but also flowers, which can be seen here. But the items sold here are quite expensive, so only invited people can come in, just like a small auction. While talking, Muing Xue took the two of them to the flower area next to them. There were pots of rare flowers placed there. In order to show their beauty, these merchants designed flower stands in different styles, which looked very beautiful. As soon as Zhou Ying saw the flowers, she came over immediately with a surprised smile on her face and said with a sweet smile, "Cousin, come and see, these flowers are so beautiful." Suddenly, she looked at a pot of flowers beside her and exclaimed, "My goodness, this flower looks so strange, the petals are so thick, they look like red velvet." Yi Yunzhou and Muing Xue looked in the direction Zhou Ying pointed. Muing Xue took a closer look and introduced with a smile. "This is called the chocolate cosmos flower, a rare flower native to Mexico. It gets its name because when the flower blooms, it emits a rich chocolate-like scent." When Zhou Ying heard Muing Xue's introduction, she opened her mouth in surprise. There are actually flowers that taste like chocolate? So magical. After that, whenever Zhou Ying looked at some rare flowers, Muing Xue could tell her a thing or two about them, and she spoke very clearly, showing that she was well versed in the subject. "Sister Mu, you are amazing. You know so much," Zhou Ying said with emotion, her eyes flashing with excitement as she looked at Muing Xue. "Such a beautiful and knowledgeable girl is amazing." Muing Xue smiled indifferently. She raised her hand towards the two of them, pointed to another area and said, "After we finish our tour here, shall we go take a look at the antiques? Everything sold at the exhibition is of the highest quality, so the goods in the antique area are all guaranteed to be authentic. Of course, the price is not cheap. After all, it is an exhibition for target users. Here you can only choose the things you like, and the price is basically the same as the market price, or even slightly higher." Muing Xue was very dedicated as a guide. As long as Zhou Ying took a closer look at something, she would help introduce it. Seeing the little girl staring at a porcelain vase in a trance, Muing Xue glanced at the porcelain vase and immediately said, "This is Hudian kiln blue and white porcelain produced in Jingdezhen. You can see that its glaze is bright and the composition is rich. Although there are many layers, it does not look messy at all. These characteristics are the typical features of Yuan blue and white porcelain." Muing Xue pointed at the pattern on the porcelain bottle and explained carefully to Zhou Ying. "Look here, these strokes are all done with one stroke, smooth and powerful, which shows the extraordinary wrist strength of the craftsman at that time. Only if you hold it steady enough and have strong wrists can you draw such a smooth pattern and make a fine piece of porcelain." Muing Xue's voice was clear and powerful. Zhou Ying nodded continuously after hearing her, feeling that she benefited a lot. Yi Yunzhou, who was standing next to him, nodded slightly as he listened to Muing Xue's introduction. Her introduction was very accurate and her explanation was easy to understand. "I also have a better understanding of this elegant and intellectual girl." At this time, Zhou Ying already liked Sister Mu very much. She held her arm affectionately. The two of them looked like a pair of beautiful sisters, and they became a beautiful scenery at the exhibition. Let's go to the calligraphy and painting area and take a look." Muing Xue and Zhou Ying are now very familiar with each other. The two of them were talking and laughing as they took Yi Yunzhou towards the calligraphy and painting area. The paintings and calligraphy on display here are all by famous people. They are usually collected by everyone and borrowed for display. They are rarely sold. Muing Xue introduced it very naturally. It was precisely because of this rare opportunity that she rushed here early in the morning, just to experience the artistic conception of the famous calligraphy and paintings. Having said that, Muing Xue's eyes couldn't help but glance at Yi Yunzhou standing beside her. After all, his handwriting is so beautiful, I think he must have put in a lot of hard work behind the scenes. So in the calligraphy and painting area, Muing Xue's introduction was obviously more detailed and enthusiastic. Yi Yunzhou listened to her and nodded from time to time. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou turned his head and saw a painting, and started to look at it. Zhou Ying noticed her cousin's actions and began to look at the calligraphy as well. She looked it up and down several times, then scratched her head and said doubtfully, "Hey, what's up with this calligraphy? There's no signature on it?" Generally speaking, calligraphy and paintings without signatures like this are incomplete works and few collectors would collect them. Even Zhou Ying, a complete novice, knew a little about this principle, but it was indeed a bit strange to have the calligraphy and painting placed among those of famous people. Muing Xue was delighted when she heard this, and she explained with a smile, Although it is not clear who the author of this calligraphy is, it is still very famous in the circle because it is a mystery. Many people have their own guesses, and the answers are not unified, and there has been no consensus on the debate. When she first heard about the existence of this work, she rushed over to see it. After she saw this masterpiece of calligraphy and painting, she finally understood why so many people could not come to a conclusion when discussing it. This calligraphy is indeed perfect. The pen strokes are written with just the right amount of force and the whole piece is written in one go, very smoothly, giving people a sense of complete satisfaction when they read it. In particular, the structure is even and beautiful, without the slightest sense of frivolity or ostentation. Muing Xue was also undecided. Such excellent handwriting, but it was impossible to tell who it belonged to. The controversy has continued to this day, and there is still no answer. Thinking of this, Muing Xue couldn't help but sigh and said, "To be honest, I was young and ignorant before, and I always thought I knew enough to solve the mystery. During that period, I looked at many works, but I didn't find any traces. Although there is some truth in the inferences of those masters, one can always find some unreasonable points. This is why, despite so many inferences, not a single one has been spread." Yi Yunzhou on this side was also looking at the words at this time, looking deep in thought. Ever since Yi Yunzhou obtained the god-level calligraphy last time, his mind has also gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools. Everyone has a certain understanding of calligraphy from past dynasties, and can naturally quote their information and representative works. Yi Yunzhou read it over and over again and expressed his thoughts. "I look at this calligraphy and it looks very much like Guo Quan's work." Guo Quan? Hearing this unfamiliar name, not to mention Zhouing, even Muing Xue was stunned. Yi Yunzhou noticed the reactions of the two and explained with a smile. "You may think that he is not well known when you mention his name, but you must have heard of one of his works, Shanjian Lu. Good view of the law?" Muing Xue's eyes lit up, and she suddenly thought of something and said in a lost voice, "You mean?" Yi Yunzhou smiled and nodded without waiting for Muing Xue to finish speaking. When he listened to Muing Xue's introduction just now, he knew that she was very familiar with the masters of calligraphy and painting, and she must have seen famous works like this one. Seeing Muing Xue lowering her eyes in deep thought, Yi Yunzhou continued. "Comparing this work, both paintings start with horizontal strokes, and the feeling of simplicity and straightforwardness comes to the face. The dexterity and steadiness between the lines are so similar. Compared to what some masters have mentioned before, this calligraphy and painting has the bearing and charm of Wang Shiji's calligraphy, which is also consistent with the handwriting of the sutra student. The most important thing is..." Yi Yunzhou paused for a few seconds. Most Tang people who wrote sutras did not sign their names. Even Guo Quan, who was not an ordinary sutra reader, followed this custom. That is why, although he wrote the Vinaya of Good Vipassana, there are no other works. The calligraphy level of Tang people's sutra writing was generally high. Although each of those works is a classic, almost all of them are unsigned. Muing Xue was also stunned when she heard Yi Yunzhou's analysis. This was the first time she had heard of such a well-founded inference. At this moment, Muing Xue raised her head and looked at Yi Yunzhou, her eyes full of shock and admiration. This explanation is so erudite. At the same time, a steady voice suddenly came from behind. "My dear friend, you are quite insightful. Your remarks just now really enlightened me." Hearing someone talking behind them, several people turned around and saw several old men walking towards them with steady steps. When Muing Xue saw the old men, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face, and she greeted one of them. "Grandpa, you're here." Grandpa Mu nodded to his granddaughter, then glanced at Yi Yunzhou, with a hint of inquiry and admiration in his eyes, and said with a smile, "We just heard what you said, and it is indeed well-founded." "Very good, it really amazes me." When the elders nearby heard what Grandpa Mu said, they all agreed. "It's true that heroes emerge from youth. We old men have been studying for so long but still can't come to a conclusion, but this young man solved it in just a few words. It seems like I have no choice but to admit that I am old. Seeing how outstanding the young people are now, it's time for us old guys to stay at home and make way for the young people. I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, have watched works like Shanjian Lu. It's really impressive." Several old men praised Yi Yunzhou highly. Old man Mu looked at his handsome appearance and asked Muing Xue, "Ying Xue, is this your friend?" When Muing Xue heard what the old man said, she walked a few steps to his side and spoke a few words in his ear in a low voice. The old man was listening quietly at first, but the next second his eyes were shining and he stared at Yi Yunzhou with burning eyes. The old men nearby had puzzled expressions on their faces, not knowing what the grandfather and grandson were saying. What are you doing? Why are you being so secretive? After a while, after Grandpa Mu finished talking to Mu Yingxue, he rubbed his hands excitedly, walked towards Yi Yunzhou, and said enthusiastically, "It turns out to be Mr. Yi. Seeing is believing." He originally thought that Yi Yunzhou was just Mu Yingxue's friend. When he heard that this person was the author of the calligraphy, his heart was suddenly filled with shock. This young man is so young, yet he already has such top-notch strength now. If he continues to hone his skills, what level will he reach in the future? The more Mr. Mu thought about it, the more excited he became. He liked Yi Yunzhou even more and was eager to become friends with him. "My dear, why don't you come with us and have some tea over there?" Yi Yunzhou was also stunned by Mr. Mu's sudden enthusiastic invitation. He seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Zhou Ling beside him, and probably understood the other person's thoughts. But thinking about how Mu Yingxue had been taking them around for a long time, Yi Yunzhou nodded politely. "Okay, then I'll refuse." "Don't be so polite, come on, let's go together." When Mr. Mu saw Yi Yunzhou agreed, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He walked in front and called on everyone to follow. The old men here were all stunned when they saw him like this. "What's going on with this old Mu? Blood pressure is unstable in the morning and you are going crazy?" He was so enthusiastic towards a young person that he even made them feel a little flattered. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The old men exchanged glances and followed Mr. Mu to the rest area. Everyone walked straight to the innermost area, which was separated by a wooden screen, forming an independent rest area. Everyone sat down at the table. Mr. Mu took out a can of tea and handed it to Mu Yingxue, saying with a smile, "Everyone, please wait a moment. It's just in time for you to taste my granddaughter's cooking." Mu Yingxue quickly turned back with a pot of fragrant tea in her hand and poured tea for everyone present one by one. As she moved, the pastel-colored hanfu perfectly outlined her figure, exuding a unique temperament and attracting a lot of attention. Yi Yunzhou picked up the teacup and took a sip, and the fragrant tea flavor immediately spread in his mouth. There is a hint of bitterness amidst the sweetness. If Yi Yunzhou was not extremely picky about taste, it would probably be difficult to detect. The corners of his mouth rose, and he said with a faint smile, "The best Shifeng Longjing, Mr. Mu is thoughtful." When several old gentlemen saw that Yi Yunzhou could taste the tea leaves in one gulp, they all looked at him differently. After everyone drank tea together for a while, Mr. Mu put down the teacup in his hand and said awkwardly, "My friend, I have an unwelcome request. Please tell me." Yi Yunzhou responded loudly with a polite smile on his face. Mr. Mu was silent for a moment, but he couldn't suppress his thoughts and said, "I want to ask you for a calligraphy piece." As soon as Mr. Mu finished speaking, Yi Yunzhou on this side also remained silent. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's reaction, Mr. Mu knew that his request was too abrupt. After all, they had only met for less than half an hour and had no friendship at all. Who would pay attention to you if you proposed to me so presumptuously? As Mr. Mu was thinking this, he had already said, "My dear friend, I know this is presumptuous of me. How about I spend money to buy your calligraphy? You name the price. As long as you are willing, I am willing to pay." Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he heard the old man's generous words, and replied directly, "Master, I'm not really short of money." "Not short of money?" When Elder Mu heard this, he subconsciously thought that this was Yi Yunzhou's excuse. He patted his chest and said directly, "How much money can a young man like you have? Just name a price. I will never let your calligraphy go unpunished." Just as Mr. Mu patted his chest to make the assurance, at this time on the other side, an old man suddenly looked to the side and greeted with a smile. "Mr. Chu, you are here too." The man who came was wearing a black suit and it was none other than Chu Bangsu. Chapter 51 God-Level Reward, Luxury Car Blind Box. Chu Bangsu walked towards the group with a smile on his face, his steps very steady. Several people were about to step forward and shake hands with him. They all knew Mr. Chu's identity. Although he was a generation younger than them, they were still old acquaintances. As he got closer, Chu Bangsu saw Yi Yunzhou in the crowd and was stunned. "Mr. Yi?" As soon as he saw Yi Yunzhou had also arrived at the exhibition, Chu Bangsu immediately quickened his pace, smiled and greeted him and said, "Mr. Yi, you are here too. I was just looking for you." When everyone here heard Chu Bangsu's words, they all froze in place for a moment. What does Mr. Chu mean by this? What the hell is this? What is wrong with people today? How could someone like Mr. Chu be so enthusiastic towards a junior? However, the doubt only lasted for a moment, and soon everyone invited Chu Bengsu to sit down and drink tea together. After a brief greeting, Chu Bengsu turned his attention to Yi Yunzhou again and invited him with a smile. Mr. Yi, can I accompany you for a walk? Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard that. He stood up with Zhou and took a closer look under the guidance of Chu Bengsu. Chu Bengsu's introduction was more detailed, and since he was already familiar with some of the layout of Yi Yunzhou's home, he had some guesses about his preferences. This way, his introduction would have focus. Zhou took some photos with her mobile phone, edited them, and posted them on WeChat Moments. Seeing that they had almost finished their tour, Yi Yunzhou said to Chu Bengsu, "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chu. We have seen enough and will go back first." "Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll take you there." Upon hearing this, Chu Bengsu raised his hand and respectfully escorted Yi Yunzhou and Zhou out. Chu Bengsu watched the two people get into the Bugatti and drive out of his sight before he walked back. As soon as the old men saw him come back, they immediately invited him over for tea. Chu Bengsu sat down with a smile, looked at the few people and asked, "How did you get together with Mr. Yi?" One of the old men pointed at Mu Lao. Old Mu is simply crazy. He actually wanted to buy calligraphy from a junior, but he said he had no shortage of money. It's so funny. The old man's words made Chu Bengsu laugh. He looked at the old men and said helplessly, "If you are talking about Mr. Yi, then he really is not short of money." Having said that, Chu Bengsu faced the inquiring gazes of several elders and told them about Yi Yunzhou. Just imagine, would a person who lives in Villa Number 1 and raises flowers, birds, fish and insects worth tens of millions be short of money to sell his calligraphy? As everyone listened to Chu Bengsu's explanation, they were all stunned as if they had been struck by lightning. Mu Yingxue and Old Man Mu were also stunned. The grandfather and grandson looked at each other with a hint of realization on their faces. No wonder. Not only is he not short of money, but his noble temperament and many other extraordinary qualities can also be explained. At this time, several elders nearby also reacted. One of them looked at Elder Mu and asked directly, "Old Mu, what's going on here with you asking for a calligraphy from a junior? Do you know something? Tell us." Mr. Mu here is unwilling to say more. What could possibly happen? That kind of attitude and fame are obviously concealed. Tell me now, what are you hiding from us? When the old men saw his expression, they knew something was wrong and urged him. Old Master Mu knew that he couldn't hide it, so he sighed and looked at Mu Yingxue beside him. Mu Yingxue knew what Grandpa meant, so she briefly explained what happened before. "Mr. Ye's handwriting is so good. I was lucky enough to take a photo. Grandpa's, you can take a look." Mu Yingxue took the initiative to pull out the photos in her mobile phone and showed them to the old men. Everyone looked at the words written by Yi Yunzhou and their eyes widened instantly. These words were actually written by a young man? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Several old men took a deep breath. The more they read these words, the more meaningful they became. They were simply amazing. Chu Bengsu also took the phone and looked at it, and was immediately shocked. Mr. Yi is actually also a master of calligraphy, that is amazing. Chu Bengsu thought about Yi Yunzhou and felt his head buzzing, his heart filled with shock. What kind of training did a young man in his early 20s receive to be so outstanding? For a moment, the tea table was completely silent, with only the tea still steaming. Meanwhile, Yi Yunzhou had already brought Zhou back to the villa. The little girl was about to leave and was packing her luggage. Zhou looked at everything here, her eyes filled with reluctance. She sighed lightly and said somewhat unhappily, "Ah, I didn't expect to leave so soon." Yi Yunzhou gently touched her head and said with a smile, "What's the big deal? Just come over when you're on vacation. It won't be long anyway." As Yi Yunzhou spoke, he pretended to help the little girl carry her luggage. While Zhou was not paying attention, he stuffed a bank card directly into her bag. Zhou checked the time, took out her phone and saw the inquiries from her roommates, and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Cousin, I'm really leaving now." Yi Yunzhou sent the little girl to the airport and reunited with several roommates. The roommates looked at Yi Yunzhou and thanked him out loud. "Brother Yi, thank you for taking care of us these days and for booking the tickets for us. Call me brother, don't be so polite." Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly, and then he gave a few instructions to the maids, and then watched them walk into the passage. After several people boarded the plane and found their seats, Wang Yi said with emotion. To be honest, these past few days have felt like a dream. Now that I'm on the plane, I feel like I've woken up from the dream. Zhou Ying had a similar feeling. They sat in the business class and experienced an unprecedented comfort. Zhou Ying took off the small bag on her back and was about to put it in the upper luggage compartment when her cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was a message from her cousin. Girl, I put a bank card in your bag, remember to use it. Bank card? Zhou Ying was stunned when she saw the message. She quickly opened the small package and took a look. She saw that there was indeed a card in the interlayer. She picked up her phone and quickly typed. Cousin, I do have some money, and I don't spend much at school. How much did you give me? 5 million. Yi Yunzhou's message was replied almost instantly. Looking at the number on it, Zhou Ying's mouth twitched and she subconsciously held the small bag in her arms. The stewardess next to her noticed Zhou Ying's actions, and quickly came forward and asked politely. Miss, do you need me to put your bag on it? Zhou Ying waved her hands quickly. No, thank you. The roommate next to her looked curious, her eyes widened, and she said jokingly. What's wrong, Xiao Ying? Is there anything else in your bag? Zhou Ying looked mysterious, and she hugged the small bag in her arms tighter. It's okay, I'll just hold you like this, it'll make me feel more at ease. That's $5 million, she has to protect it well. Soon, the plane took off, quickly dived into the clouds and headed towards its destination. On this side, Yi Yunzhou saw the little girl off and returned home. He had just walked home and had not had time to appreciate the sudden quietness of the house when a screen of light popped up in front of his eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. 3 luxury car blind boxes as rewards. P.S. 15,000 words updated. Please give good reviews and urge me to update. If you have extra money, can you give me some flowers? I will continue writing. Wait for me. Chapter 52. What car is this? Luxury car blind box? Yi Yunzhou was also happy when looking at the rewards given by the system. I didn't expect the system to be so fun to play with that even trendy blind boxes have been created. Yi Yunzhou thought about it while looking at the blind box on the light screen. There is a line of small words below the blind box explaining. The items that can be randomly drawn from the blind box include AE86, Wuling Magic Car, Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Venom, Lykan Supercar, and Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition. Good luck, the more you draw, the more exciting the rewards. Yi Yunzhou. Wow, AE86? Wuling's Magic Car? And why did he see a strong sense of routine in such a well-thought-out systematic explanation? It feels like a blind box that is a money-sucking scam. Yi Yunzhou complained for a while, but thought that it was a reward from the system anyway, so he might as well give it a try. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou directly clicked on the Extract All button on the right. The next second, 3 golden lights flashed, and a prompt flashed on the light curtain. All draws were successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the Lamborghini Venom, Lykan Supercar, and Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition. All rewards have been sent to the garage, please check them yourself. Yi Yunzhou looked at the prompts on the light screen and went directly to the garage downstairs. As soon as I opened the car door, I saw the silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno, shining with a unique brilliance under the light. The Lykan Supercar next to it is very dazzling. No wonder it is collected by wealthy people in the Middle East as a collection. The red paint is like a raging fire, releasing huge energy. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version, it is even more impossible to ignore, especially its extra-long body, which can attract everyone's attention as soon as it appears. Yi Yunzhou looked at the 3 new pets with satisfaction, then went back to his room to prepare for bed. Early these 2 days, Yin Yao arrived at Villa number 1 early. She opened the door and prepared to take the dog for a walk first. As she walked through the courtyard, Yin Yao suddenly thought of something and muttered to herself. By the way, it looks like the garage needs cleaning, too. While muttering, Yin Yao had already walked towards the garage, ready to check the sanitary conditions first. Unexpectedly, the moment the garage door opened, Yin Yao was stunned. This is. Yin Yao gasped. She walked around the car several times, her mouth wide open with excitement. Wow, this car is so cool. I just haven't been to the garage for a few days, and there are so many cars now? For a moment, Yin Yao had a new understanding of Yi Yunzhou's spending power. It was then that Yin Yao noticed that there was a huge lawn. She was very curious and was about to walk over to take a look, but unexpectedly she bumped into someone. It was Yi Yunzhou who was looking at the car. Yi Yunzhou also felt the elasticity of Yin Yao's chest in an instant, which was soft and elastic, leaving a lasting aftertaste. However, Yin Yao never expected to bump into anyone. She lost her balance and was bounced backwards. Seeing that Yin Yao was about to fall, Yi Yunzhou quickly stepped forward and held her up. His hand just rested on Yin Yao's slender waist. Yi Yunzhou only felt a softness and then he held her in his arms. That slender waist could be held in one hand if Yi Yunzhou wanted to. Yin Yao let out a low cry and felt dizzy. By the time she came to her senses, she had already fallen firmly into Yi Yunzhou's arms. Feeling Yi Yunzhou's solid chest, it seemed as if waves of heat were sweeping towards her from his body, causing Yin Yao's pretty face to suddenly turn red. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, and they were clinging to each other in such an ambiguous posture. In an instant, Yin Yao felt her breathing become rapid, and all kinds of thoughts flooded her mind. It was as if she had a lively little kitten in her heart. Not only did it make her heart beat faster, but its little tail would also sweep across her heart from time to time. Yin Yao had never had this feeling before. She was so embarrassed that she felt her little face burning. Why is Mr. Yi here? Would he feel that I bumped into him on purpose, trying to throw myself into his arms? If Mr. Yi wanted to do something, what should she do? Should she agree? Just as Yin Yao and the gods were fighting, Yi Yunzhou felt the soft touch and reacted. Looking down at Yin Yao's blushing face, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Listening to Yi Yunzhou's gentle voice, Yin Yao's heart was inexplicably excited. She quickly shook her head and responded in a low voice, "I'm fine. I'm sorry to have bumped into you." Having said that, Yin Yao realized that she was still in Yi Yunzhou's arms. She felt embarrassed and quickly backed out. Ahem. Yin Yao reached out to tidy up her messy hair. In order to break the awkwardness, she tried to change the subject. "By the way, Mr. Yi, these cars." She was just shocked by the cars and didn't notice Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou took the initiative to explain before Yin Yao finished speaking. "These cars just arrived yesterday. If you have time, Manager Yin, please help me register them at the property management." "Okay, just leave this little thing to me." Hearing Yi Yunzhou's order, Yin Yao naturally responded without hesitation. Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time. He picked up a key from the table in the garage and said to Yin Yao, "Okay then. I'll leave first." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou got straight into the Lamborghini Veneno and prepared to go to school. There is still plenty of time now. Yi Yunzhou stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out like a tiger. Yin Yao watched Yi Yunzhou leave. She couldn't help but think of the warmth in his arms just now. The blush on her face lingered for a long time. And at this time in the school. During the class, Yin Shui arrived at the classroom early and chose a good seat to sit down. She was wearing a white baby doll dress today. The lace material made her look pure and lovely, and her skin was so white that it almost blended into the clothes. The short skirt of the same color below was blocked by the table, and the straight and white legs were faintly visible under the table, which was extremely eye-catching. Many classmates glanced at Yin Shui secretly, their eyes sparkling with amazement. Yin Shui was already accustomed to these looks. She flipped through the book in her hands as if no one was around, with a hint of seriousness between her brows. Just at this moment, Yin Shui heard a familiar voice coming. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw several roommates walking in, talking and laughing. The roommates had already seen Yin Shui, so they walked towards her seat and sat directly in the seat behind her. "What are you doing? Come here and sit next to me." Yin Shui looked at the actions of several people, raised her eyebrows, and asked in confusion. Several roommates had evil smiles on their faces. They looked at each other, and finally a short-haired girl smiled and winked at Yin Shui. "Can we sit next to you? When Yi Yunzhou comes, where will he sit?" Chapter 53, Have you mastered the S-squat? Yi Yunzhou? Yin Shui here rolled her eyes when she heard Yi Yunzhou's name, glared at her roommates and said angrily, "Hey, you clearly know what's going on, but you still say this, so you're doing it on purpose? If you do this, can we still be sisters? This friendship boat capsized at any time, and she doesn't even want the boat anymore." The roommates were so amused by Yin Shui's appearance that they laughed so hard that they stood up and sat down next to Yin Shui. Several people surrounded Yin Shui and said with a smile, "Oh, we were just joking with you." Our AIM University campus belle is the most open-minded. How could she get angry with her best friend over such a little joke, don't you think? Xiao Xue Xue, don't be angry. Give me a smile. If you don't give me a smile, then I will give you a smile. Look at my 8 little white teeth. We were wrong, really wrong. We shouldn't have made fun of you. Please don't bother with us because we are young and ignorant, you big school beauty. Yin Xue's roommates were very good at showing off. They apologized and flattered her until Yin Xue's temper disappeared. Seeing Yin Xue couldn't help laughing, a roommate looked around and said in a low voice, "By the way, it seems like I haven't seen Yi Yunzhou in the past few days?" Because the male protagonist did not appear on campus, the popularity passed and the rumors between him and Yin Xue also faded a lot. Otherwise, Yin Xue is so thin-skinned that she would probably want to ask for leave from class. As Yin Xue listened to her roommate's words, the image of Yi Yunzhou somehow emerged in her mind. Thinking of Yi Yunzhou's voice, appearance and smile, Yin Xue subconsciously glanced towards the door. Why hasn't Yi Yunzhou arrived yet? Is he skipping class? But the next moment, Yin Xue reacted and spat at herself, thinking with some shame and anger. Why bother with him? This bad guy won't come to class, and he will be in trouble if he fails the course. Although she thought so in her heart, Yin Xue looked honestly towards the door, as if she was expecting a certain figure. But she didn't see it, and Yin Xue was about to turn around and read the book. Just at this moment, a tall figure walked into the classroom. It was Yi Yunzhou who came to attend class. His outfit today was very simple, a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and he looked youthful. Coupled with his godlike physique, as soon as he appeared in the classroom, his handsome appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yin Xue was also stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou walking in. In addition to amazement, a hint of surprise quickly flashed across her round eyes. Yin Xue had a very strong feeling that Yi Yunzhou had become much more handsome after not seeing him for a few days. Several roommates here were also shocked by Yi Yunzhou's appearance. Their eyes were still fixed on Yi Yunzhou, and they said in admiration, "Hey, I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like Yi Yunzhou has become so handsome after not seeing him for a few days. Especially his aura, it's so attractive." That's right. When he suddenly appeared just now, I couldn't recognize him. It was like he was a completely different person. In this state, he can definitely debut right here. What's the point of us getting excited here for so long? We should still ask the person involved to see if he thinks he's handsome or not? Right, Xiao Xue? Several roommates were talking to each other, and finally the topic turned to Yin Xue. When Yin Xue heard what her roommate said, she pouted in dissatisfaction and muttered, "What's so handsome about that? He's just a cricket at best." Several roommates smiled knowingly when they heard her hypocritical answer. If this was really ugly, why would you keep peeking at it? At this moment, Yi Yunzhou had already walked into the classroom. He stood in the middle, looked around, and sighed helplessly. My God, none of my brothers in the dormitory have arrived. Are they all sleeping? Just as Yi Yunzhou was complaining to himself, the professor had already walked into the classroom. Yi Yunzhou quickly found a seat and sat down, listening to the class carefully. He suddenly discovered that since he had obtained a god-level body, not only had his body become flawless, but his energy had also become particularly abundant. Even when listening to lectures, I am more energetic and my comprehension has greatly improved. Many female classmates were secretly looking at Yi Yunzhou, looking at his perfect profile and serious expression, their faces slightly blushing. The class ended quickly and it was noon. The professor here closed the book and said to the students, "I will read out a few names below. These students will stay. The rest of you can leave, get out of class." Yin Xue walked out of the classroom with her bag. The professor had just called out names of several of her roommates, so she simply stood at the door and waited. Her straight and white legs were exposed to everyone without any cover, causing a commotion among the boys. Yin Xue felt those fiery gazes and couldn't help but frown. She looked into the classroom and saw Yi Yunzhou walking out. Seeing Yi Yunzhou walking towards her, Yin Xue was also stunned, with a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Why is Yi Yunzhou walking towards me? What is he going to do? Although Yin Xue tried her best to distance herself from Yi Yunzhou, she had indeed paid a lot more attention to this boy since the rumors started spreading. As their understanding deepened, Yin Xue no longer resisted Yi Yunzhou in her heart. Watching Yi Yunzhou gradually approaching, Yin Xue's heart became a mess and she began to have wild thoughts. If he asks me out for dinner, should I accept? But what should we eat? It can't be too ambiguous, otherwise Yi Yunzhou might become even more arrogant. Just as Yin Shui was thinking about it, Yi Yunzhou had already walked in front of her. Yi Yunzhou was very tall. He lowered his head slightly, looked at Yin Shui who was shrouded in his shadow, and asked. I almost forgot to ask you, have you mastered your S-squat yet? Yin Shui, good fellow, you were just thinking about this, right? At this moment, the limited romantic emotions in Yin Shui's heart disappeared. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and snorted coldly, saying unhappily. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will definitely keep my promise. Instead of worrying about me, you might as well think about yourself. Chapter 54. Your brother has 2 brushes, but there shouldn't be many bristles on the brushes. Yin Shui glared at Yi Yunzhou angrily. The race is getting closer and closer, and I'm just worried that you don't have a car to participate in. He actually dared to come here to challenge me, even though I haven't even found a car to race in yet. Yi Yunzhou listened to Yin Shui's words, but he was not angry. He said calmly. Don't worry about this, there must be one, right? Surely? Yin Shui frowned, narrowed her eyes, and felt a little annoyed. This bad guy, even though her tone was not nice, she still cared about him, and he didn't even appreciate it. What, AE86? Do you think you are initial D? But I have to remind you that this legendary car is no longer in production. When Yi Yunzhou heard Yin Shui mention AE86, he was also happy when he thought of the options in the luxury car blind box yesterday. It was so close, but unfortunately I missed it by a hair's breadth. But it's a good thing I missed it, otherwise what would I do with my Lamborghini Veneno, like in Supercar, and Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom version? Yin Shui listened to Yi Yunzhou's words. She had no idea what was going on in his mind at the moment and thought he said that because he failed to borrow a car. Worried that what she said was a bit too harsh, and thinking about the bruises and injuries potion that Yi Yunzhou had prepared for her, Yin Shui pursed her lips and said to Yi Yunzhou. Let's go. I haven't thanked you properly for the potion last time. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Yi Yunzhou took out his phone and looked at the inquiry message from Chu Linger. He shook his head and rejected it. Forget it. I'm not free today. I already have an appointment. He had already made an appointment with Chu Linger to have dinner together the day before yesterday, so of course he had to go. Seeing Yi Yunzhou replying to messages with his phone, Yin Shui was also annoyed. She clenched her fists tightly and said with gritted teeth. Why, I can't invite you anymore. Yin Shui was really angry and she was gritting her teeth at the moment. If biting wasn't against the law, this girl would have pounced on him and bit him hard. Yi Yunzhou here had already sent the message. He put his phone in his pocket and walked straight out of the school. As he walked away, his voice came over. I'm looking forward to your bonus, please don't let me down. Disappoint him? After hearing what Yi Yunzhou left behind, Yin Shui became so angry that her teeth itched again. Yin Shui curled her lips and shouted towards Yi Yunzhou's back. I'm also looking forward to seeing your AE86 and your driving skills as a veteran driver. Because she was worried that Yi Yunzhou couldn't hear her, Yin Shui deliberately spoke very loudly. But at the moment when she finished shouting, many students nearby heard Yin Shui's words, which attracted their attention. Their eyes all fell on Yin Shui, and they were all stunned. These words were actually said by their innocent and lovely school beauty? This. How is this possible? Yin Shui, on this side, felt everyone's gazes and was embarrassed for a moment. Good man, he was so busy being angry with Yi Yunzhou that he forgot this is a teaching building. All of a sudden, the rumors that had faded away are going to spread again, right? When Yin Shui thought of her previous predicament, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Yi Yunzhou, who was walking out, also heard Yin Shui's words. At this moment, a light screen flashed in front of his eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, Wangjiang Villa ownership. Wangjiang Villa? Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows. He just walked to the side of the car, opened the door and got in. Just as Yi Yunzhou was about to start the Lamborghini and set off, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar local number. Yi Yunzhou quickly pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, a slightly older voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Yi? The two talked for a while, and then Yi Yunzhou said to the other end of the phone. I'll be there in a minute. After saying that, Yi Yunzhou hung up the phone, started the car and drove towards the destination. At this time, on the other side, in the Chu family villa. Chu Feng slept until he woke up naturally. He had just finished washing up, changed his clothes and walked out humming a little tune. He had an appointment with the young masters and young ladies for a party today, and it would not be good to be late, so his men moved faster. When Chu Feng passed by his elder sister's room, he opened the door and looked inside, and saw Chu Linger still putting on makeup in front of the dressing table. Seeing his elder sister putting on makeup seriously, Chu Feng was also stunned standing at the door. When he got up to go to the bathroom this morning, he saw his elder sister putting on makeup, but he didn't expect that she hadn't finished yet. Is this makeup or painted skin? Chu Feng complained in his heart, then looked at his elder sister and asked. Sister, are you going out today too? Do you have plans? After all, my elder sister has been working on it for so long, which shows her attitude. It should be a very important matter. Chu Linger didn't even bother to turn her head and said directly. Go have your fun, little brat, and leave me alone. Hearing his elder sister's unfriendly tone, Chu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips, but he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, he didn't help much during the treasure appraisal program before. If he continues to talk, won't his sister beat him? He can't stand any evil things. Thinking of this, Chu Feng shrank his neck in fear, left a message for his elder sister to take care of it, and quickly took the car keys and walked outside. Chu Feng walked out of the villa quickly and got into his Ferrari. As he started the car, he muttered to himself. Today's party is meaningless without Brother Yi, so let's just treat it as a good meal. Chu Feng stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the agreed location. At this time, Chu Linger in the villa had finally finished putting on her makeup. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chu Linger had chosen the clothes she was going to wear yesterday. She changed them in no time and sat in front of the mirror to choose some jewelry. The pearl earrings matched with a pearl necklace are like the finishing touch, embellishing Chu Linger's beauty. For a moment, Chu Linger's entire temperament was aroused, and she also exuded a hint of nobility. Well, not bad, we can go now. Seeing that the agreed time was approaching, Chu Linger quickly got her bag, put her phone in it, and walked outside the villa to wait. She was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, which made her already tall figure even taller. The slender curve of the calf is stretched, making it look more round and beautiful, making people want to caress it. Chu Linger stood outside the villa, looking forward to it. She looked towards the gate from time to time, expecting the figure to appear. She had seen Yi Yunzhou's Bugatti, so she was looking for the black supercar and the distinctive B logo. But after looking around, there was no sign of Bugatti. Maybe he was delayed on the way. Let's wait a little longer. Chu Linger said to herself that the roads in Jiangcheng were also very congested, and it was possible that Yi Yunzhou had encountered a traffic jam. However, there was no trace of impatience on Chu Linger's face. She walked under the tree and waited quietly. At this moment, Chu Linger suddenly heard the roar of an engine coming from far away. This is the roar of a supercar S engine. Chu Linger exclaimed, her eyes lit up instantly, thinking that Yi Yunzhou had arrived. But when she looked in the direction of the sound, she saw a silver-gray supercar approaching and was immediately disappointed. No! When Chu Linger saw that it was not Bugatti, she withdrew her gaze and had no intention of paying any attention to it. But the Lamborghini drove towards this side, its silver-gray paint radiating silver light in the sun, as if the Milky Way in the sky had strayed into the human world. Yi Yunzhou was driving the car and looking out through the car window. He had already seen Chu Linger waiting outside the villa. Today, Chu Linger was wearing a light blue dress. The bright color made her skin look even whiter than snow, and her whole body exuded the pure and ladylike temperament. Especially the added bonus of pearl accessories, making Chu Linger look like a lady from a noble family. Yi Yunzhou curled his lips and smiled, not hiding the surprise in his eyes, and drove the car to a stop next to Chu Linger. Looking at the Lamborghini Veneno parked next to her, Chu Linger showed a hint of confusion on her face and subconsciously took a step back. Yi Yunzhou was also amused by her expression. He lowered the car window and shouted to Chu Linger. Get in the car. Been waiting for a long time? Chu Linger was also stunned when she heard Yi Yunzhou's voice coming from the Lamborghini. She quickly opened the passenger door and got in, pulling down her seatbelt while asking. What car is this? I remember you were driving a Bugatti. Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this and explained. This was just changed. Just changed? Chu Linger felt helpless when she heard Yi Yunzhou's words. She looked at the exquisite interior of the Lamborghini and her heart twitched. She had heard Chu Feng talk about the price of Yi Yunzhou's Bugatti before, and she was shocked at the time. Now that Yi Yunzhou has changed his car, I'm afraid this one will be just as expensive, right? Just thinking about the tens of millions of dollars spent just to buy a supercar, Chu Linger felt that her own values had been greatly impacted. Chu Linger fastened her seatbelt. She turned her head slightly to glance at Yi Yunzhou and thought with emotion. It seems that this is the consumption concept of rich people. Yi Yunzhou waited for Chu Linger to sit down before starting the car and driving out of the villa area. Because there was a beautiful woman in the car, Yi Yunzhou drove steadily and comfortably, and he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Chu Linger was very moved by this. She turned her head to look at Yi Yunzhou and murmured, "You drive much more steadily than my brother. We should ask him to come over and experience what it means to drive steadily." Speaking of her younger brother, Chu Linger couldn't stop talking. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and said with a smile, "You don't know, that guy boasted to me before about how good he was at driving, describing it in a way that was beyond compare. If I hadn't ridden in his car, I would have believed it." Yi Yunzhou listened to Chu Linger's complaints and responded with a smile. "Chu Feng, he is quite good at racing, but..." Yi Yunzhou paused here. There shouldn't be many bristles on his brush. Chapter 55. Chu Linger, no, really no. Phew. Chu Linger had never expected Yi Yunzhou to say that, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You are so humorous. Let's go directly to Xian Yun Club. I have already reserved a seat." Yi Yunzhou listened to Chu Linger's words, he blinked gently, and said with a smile, "Come with me. I'll take you to a nice place today. I'll treat you to dinner today." No, it must be my treat." Chu Linger refused directly after hearing this. She knew Yi Yunzhou was rich, but she also said, "Don't worry, I have my own little stash of money too." A slush fund? Yi Yunzhou didn't expect that Chu Linger was so cute in private. He couldn't help but smile and joked. "Little rich woman?" Chu Linger curled her lips. If someone else asked the question, she would nod confidently. But in front of Yi Yunzhou, she really felt guilty. "Don't laugh at me. I can't say I'm rich, but I can still treat you to a meal." Yi Yunzhou did not comment on this. He was driving the car seriously. Chu Linger next to him was chatting with Yi Yunzhou in a casual manner, staring out of the car window, admiring the scenery outside. Watching the countless beautiful scenes quickly pass by, Chu Linger suddenly spoke. "You know what, Yunzhou?" After saying this, Chu Linger stole a glance at Yi Yunzhou, her face flushed, and although she was a little shy, she pretended to be calm and said, "We are friends now, so you don't mind if I call you Yunzhou, right?" "Sure." Yi Yunzhou responded with a chuckle. He also felt that it was too formal to always call him Mr. Yi. Chu Linger was secretly delighted when she heard Yi Yunzhou agreed so readily. "Okay, I'll call you Yunzhou and you can call me Linger." The two continued to chat. Chu Linger's mood became obviously high and she talked a lot more. She looked at the scenery outside the window, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said to Yi Yunzhou, "By the way, Yunzhou, there is a famous villa nearby, called Wangjiang Villa, which has a close connection with my family. Is it fate?" A hint of curiosity arose in Yi Yunzhou's heart. He tilted his head to glance at Chu Linger and asked with a smile, "What kind of fate is this? It seems that you don't know much about Wangjiang Villa?" Chu Linger smiled brightly when she heard Yi Yunzhou's question. She began to introduce the situation of Wangjiang Villa to him. Wangjiang Villa is one of the most mysterious places in Jiangcheng. It is said that it used to be a private estate of a prince. Because of its magnificent decoration and huge amount of money spent, it is also famous and everyone in Jiangcheng has heard of the legend there. But later on, I don't know who owned it, and it became a real secret place, and has never been open to the public. Yi Yunzhou was not aware of these things. He listened with great interest. Chu Linger on the opposite side was also talking happily. "As for the relationship between this villa and my family, it's quite interesting. When my father was young, he heard the legend about Wangjiang Villa. Out of curiosity, he and a few friends decided to secretly climb over the wall to take a look." At this point, Chu Linger couldn't help but smile, and the corners of her mouth raised up. As a result, they were caught by patrolling guards before they could even crawl in. "I heard that they were dragged by the scruff of the neck and walked several hundred meters away, and then thrown out." Chu Linger really couldn't help herself when she said this and burst out laughing. There was already a picture in her mind. Thinking of her serious father's humiliated look, Chu Linger couldn't help laughing. Yi Yunzhou chuckled as he listened to this vivid narration. He really didn't expect that the fate that Chu Linger talked about would actually be such a thing. He turned his head to look at Chu Linger's sweet smile, and couldn't help but feel amazed. She is truly a popular superstar, her looks are just perfect. Moreover, Chu Linger is sweet and lovely, and she is dressed very pure today. What boy can resist such beauty? Chu Linger on this side didn't notice Yi Yunzhou's gaze at all. She managed to hold back her smile and continued. You don't know, ever since my dad was thrown out that time, he seems to have been traumatized. Even after he grew up and became famous, he still missed Wangjiang Villa and sent invitations several times to pay a formal visit. Unfortunately, Wangjiang Villa has very high standards and doesn't look down on the local wealthy people, so I was turned away every time. In fact, not only Chu Linger's father, but also people in the top wealthy circle in Jiangcheng have dealt with Wangjiang Villa, but they were all turned down. All the dignitaries tried their best but still failed to enter the gate of Wangjiang Villa. They all wanted to get in touch with the mysterious owner, but unfortunately he never showed his face and was very mysterious. Even those who were interested in investigating secretly found nothing, and it cast a veil over everyone's mind. When Chu Linger thought of this, she couldn't help but look at Yi Yunzhou who was driving next to her. If she had to guess what the mysterious owner looked like, it might be like Yi Yunzhou, who was as noble as a real aristocrat, with a fatal attraction in every gesture. Especially the sense of mystery, which makes people want to find out the truth, but in the end they fall into a fog and are completely lost. Chu Linger was dazed for a while, and it took her a long time to react. She didn't dare to look at Yi Yunzhou again, and a blush appeared on her face at some point. Chu Linger suppressed her pounding heart and continued. There have always been various speculations in Jiangcheng about the mysterious owner, and the stories are so fantastic and even a little exaggerated. Some people said that the man was a descendant of the royal family. After all, Wangjiang Villa was originally the residence of a prince, and it would never fall into the hands of ordinary people. Others say it was a top tycoon who spent a lot of money to buy it. Anyway, there are too many versions and it's hard to be sure. Although there are countless speculations, Chu Linger feels that there is one statement that is definitely correct. That is the owner of Wangjiang Villa, he must not be an ordinary person. Chu Linger couldn't help but recall the exterior view of Wangjiang Villa that she had seen before. The area there was so large and it was in an excellent location. The value of the land alone was probably a sky-high price. Yi Yunzhou on this side raised his eyebrows when he heard Chu Linger's words, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. From what you said, this Wangjiang Villa is really magical. How about we go and take a look? Chu Linger smiled when she heard this, nodded slightly and said. Okay, but we can only look at the periphery of the villa from a distance. Although it sounds a bit regrettable, you will know when you see it. It is definitely worth the trip. Okay, we'll talk about it when we get there. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and drove the car steadily towards Wangjiang Villa. This road is just right for us. Turn right at the next intersection. Chu Linger seemed to be very familiar with Wangjiang Villa. She enthusiastically showed Yi Yunzhou the way, so there was no need to turn on the navigation. As the car drove on, the scenery on both sides of the road began to become beautiful. In the distance are green mountains. Those mountains are not very high, but they are covered with green plants. Looking from afar, seeing the green rising and falling like waves makes people feel happy. There are not many cars on the road, and in such a quiet environment, it feels like you have accidentally entered a fairy tale world. Chu Linger leaned her head lightly against the car window. She looked very relaxed, with a smile on her face. She rolled down the window a little to let the mountain breeze blow into the car. Chu Linger took a deep breath of fresh air, with an intoxicated smile on her pretty face. It's so wonderful to live here. It's a natural oxygen bar every day. It will definitely help you live longer. Yi Yunzhou just felt amused when listening to Chu Linger's casual sigh. He had also seen many of Chu Linger's works. She appeared on the TV screen as either sweet and lovely or cold and charming, but this was the first time he had seen such a lovely side of her. At this time, as the car moved forward, Yi Yunzhou and the others had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Looking from here towards the other side of the mountain, you can see the wide river's surface with the water flowing quietly amidst the sparkling waves. The scenery is so great just by walking here. If you stand in the villa and look out, it will be even more beautiful. Chu Linger was also attracted by the scenery outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the prince chose this place to build his mansion. Look at the feng shui here, it's absolutely perfect. When Yi Yunzhou heard Chu Linger's words, he said with a hint of curiosity. You, a big star in the new century, actually believe in feng shui? Of course, that's why I believe it, because I'm in the circle. Chu Linger heard Yi Yunzhou's doubts and explained enthusiastically. In the entertainment industry, whether it's celebrities or big directors, they all attach great importance to feng shui. Before buying a house, you have to find someone to check feng shui. Even before starting the filming, you will ask a master to perform a ritual to pray for everything to be safe. At this point, Chu Linger seemed to have thought of something, and added mysteriously. Especially for horror movies, not only are there rituals, but I heard that there are masters following up on the scene, just to prevent something that is difficult to explain from happening. This was the first time Yi Yunzhou heard this. He smiled faintly. Logically speaking, this kind of thing can be considered a hot topic. Can't we preheat it in advance so that it will be easier to sell it when the time comes? If it's well controlled, it will be a hot spot. If it's not well controlled. Chu Linger spread her hands and deliberately stretched out her voice and said, if we can't even get the film released by then, all our investment will be wasted. Although Chu Linger is young, she is very successful in the circle and has seen and heard quite a lot. She was a studious person and had actually consulted the master for some advice. She glanced at Yi Yunzhou and said as if offering a treasure. Look, Wangjiang Villa has a mountain behind it, so it can guarantee your safety. There is a big river flowing in front of us. Water represents wealth, which means money will come rolling in. This feng shui is simply amazing. The two were talking when Chu Linger suddenly pointed at a big tree not far away and said to Yi Yunzhou, let's park the car there and walk forward. Then we can see Wangjiang Villa from afar. Chu Linger spoke more tactfully. She was also concerned about Yi Yunzhou's reputation and worried that he would be unhappy. This location is actually not the best, but if you go any further, it will become the private area of Wangjiang Villa and you can't go any further. Yi Yunzhou didn't say anything and continued driving the car forward. Chu Linger sat quietly in the passenger seat, watching Yi Yunzhou arrive at the position she said. Originally, she thought Yi Yunzhou would find a place to stop the car, but she didn't expect Yi Yunzhou to just step on the accelerator and drive forward without any intention of stopping. For a moment, Chu Linger was confused by Yi Yunzhou's operation. What's wrong with him? Didn't he hear my reminder? Chu Linger didn't have time to think too much. Her tone became anxious and she dissuaded loudly. Yunzhou, we really can't go any further. Have you forgotten what I just told you about my father's experience? We will be thrown out by the security personnel. As Chu Linger spoke, she recalled the expression on her father's face when he talked about the past. It would be so embarrassing if they were also grabbed by the scruff of the neck and thrown out. Chu Linger looked at Yi Yunzhou's profile helplessly. She reached out and gently pulled his arm. Yunzhou, don't be willful at this time. After all, we are on someone else's territory, so we can't be too rude, right? Chu Linger explained the situation with reason and appealed to his emotions. She looked straight at Yi Yunzhou, hoping that her words could move him. Yi Yunzhou on this side was suddenly happy when he heard her words, gave her a comforting look, and said lightly, don't worry, it's okay. Ah. Chu Linger looked at Yi Yunzhou's indifferent expression and a look of doubt appeared on her face. Could it be that Yi Yunzhou knows the owner of Wangjiang Villa? As soon as this thought arose, Chu Linger denied it herself. If Yi Yunzhou really knew the owner of this place, he wouldn't have not come here for such a long time. But if he didn't know her, why did Yi Yunzhou exude such strong self-confidence? Chu Linger was full of confusion. Before she could react, Yi Yunzhou's car had already approached the gate of the villa. Looking at the gate so close at hand, Chu Linger's eyes suddenly widened and her pretty face turned pale. The gate of Wangjiang Villa is very magnificent and stands with a powerful aura. The house built with green bricks and tiles does not have the elegant and compact style unique to southern courtyards. Instead, it looks like a big and strong general, looking down on the surrounding areas. A huge red gold plaque was hung above the gate, with the 4 words Wangjiang Villa shining brightly in the sun. The plaque was kept spotless. Facing the closed door, Chu Linger felt dazed. It seems that what was cleaned up was not only the dust, but also the various traces left by time here. Everything in Wangjiang Villa looks so new, even the corners are kept clean, without even the common moss and weeds. Every detail reveals the extraordinary nature of this villa. Standing in front of the gate, I felt so insignificant. While Chu Linger was still immersed in the shock brought by the gate, Yi Yunzhou on this side didn't care about the 2 burly men guarding the door at all and drove straight into the gate. Yunzhou, we. Chu Linger reacted, her black eyes trembled violently, and she looked at Yi Yunzhou with disbelief. The security guards of Wangjiang Villa are still here, but they just drive in so brazenly. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Yi Yunzhou looked at her wide eyes and said with a smile. It's okay, just follow me. Chu Linger looked at Yi Yunzhou's smiling eyes. She seemed to be bewitched. She gritted her teeth and let Yi Yunzhou drive. Just go for it, at worst we'll be embarrassed together. Chu Linger had just made up her mind, but a moment later, she saw a little old man in a dark blue gown walking out quickly with a group of men and servants. The little old man took small square steps, and his legs moved violently. It was obvious that he was in good health. When Chu Linger, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw these people showing up in such a mighty force, her scalp exploded. It's over, I was discovered after all. They've only intruded a little bit, is it necessary to mobilize such a large force? Chu Linger pursed her lips tightly, looking these people back and forth with her eyes. With so many people beating up the two of them, it could be fatal. For a moment, Chu Linger's heart was in her throat. After all, Wangjiang Villa is a very special place. Even though he was a powerful figure in Jiangqing's circle, her father's business card to make friends was ignored. This showed that the little power they thought they had was completely useless here. If they can't even say this, what can they do? Completely different from Chu Linger's uneasiness, Yi Yunzhou here parked the car directly in the yard. He unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car. Before Yi Yunzhou could do anything, the passenger door was unlocked with a click and a figure rushed out. Chu Linger got out of the car before Yi Yunzhou. She ran straight to the old man, bowed respectfully, and began to apologize frantically. Old sir, I'm so sorry, we didn't mean to break into Wangjiang Villa, and I hope you can forgive our reckless behavior. We were just young and frivolous for a while, and it was our ignorance that caused the trouble. Please don't bear grudges against us. Chu Linger felt that her mind was completely opened up, and she spoke rapidly, trying to calm the emotions of the old man and the others. She knew that Yi Yunzhou would definitely not be willing to bow down and apologize. After all, she came here together and had some responsibility as well, so she should just apologize. Yi Yunzhou. For a moment, the old man Cheng Fei opposite was also confused. There was a hint of doubt on his shrewd face, his brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes were looking at Chu Linger. As the steward of Wangjiang Villa, he is also a man with a very broad vision, but this posture is really a bit sudden. What does this mean? Just when Cheng Fei was stunned for a while, Yi Yunzhou pushed open the car door and walked out. As soon as he saw Yi Yunzhou appear, the old man hurried over to greet him. He bowed to Yi Yunzhou and asked very respectfully, "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Yunzhou accepted the butler's respect calmly and nodded slightly. "I am." When Cheng Fei saw Yi Yunzhou nod, his heart was shaken. This Mr. Yi is so young? He looks like he is only in his early 20s. When Cheng Fei talked to Yi Yunzhou on the phone before, he knew that the other party was not very old, but he never expected that he would be so young. After all, Cheng Fei was a man who had seen the world, so he quickly adjusted his mood. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and handed over a document in his hand. "Mr. Yi, please sign this document." Yi Yunzhou took the document and took a look at it, and Cheng Fei handed him a pen with a keen eye. Chu Linger, who was standing by, was a little confused when she saw the situation in front of her. What's going on? How come they were so tense just now and now they are signing the document? Could it be that Yi Yunzhou knows them? Chu Linger thought doubtfully. She walked to Yi Yunzhou and glanced at the document. When she saw the words clearly, she gasped. This. Is this the property transfer document? Chapter 56. Why does Linger appear here? At once, Chu Linger also understood. She immediately looked at Yi Yunzhou beside her. This place actually belonged to Yi Yunzhou? To be honest, at this moment, Chu Linger was really shocked. She knew that Yi Yunzhou's identity was not simple, but she never thought that his identity would be so noble. This is Wangjiang Villa, a place that the dignitaries of Jiangcheng can only dream of but cannot enter. This kind of place is not something you can buy just by having money, otherwise, such a great place would have changed hands countless times. It wouldn't be the most mysterious place in Jiangcheng. Chu Linger only felt a buzzing in her head and could hardly believe her eyes. This is yours? Chu Linger adjusted her breathing for a long time before she managed to squeeze out a sentence with difficulty. Yi Yunzhou nodded gently, smiled faintly, and invited. Come on, don't you want to go in and take a look too? Chu Linger nodded subconsciously when she heard that. Just when she was so shocked that she felt dizzy, she felt a big hand holding her small hand. The hand was dry and warm, wrapping her little hand in its palm. Chu Linger knew that this was Yi Yunzhou's hand. Feeling the warmth from the other side, she followed him inside obediently like a tamed little animal. Feeling Yi Yunzhou holding her hand, Chu Linger's pretty face flushed, but she didn't pull away. She even enjoyed this feeling a little bit, and a strange feeling vibrated in her heart. This feeling was very wonderful. Chu Linger felt very good. Her heart was beating fast and there was a slight smile on the corners of her mouth. "Master, I'll take you in." Butler Chang Fei took the documents, raised his hand, and respectfully welcomed the two people into the villa. Chu Linger's eyes were almost not enough as she followed Yi Yunzhou through the porch, crossed the round arch, and walked into a courtyard. Although it is called a courtyard, it actually looks more like a garden, a carefully arranged garden. There are not only various exotic flowers and plants planted here, but also strange rocks of various shapes, which are carefully placed in the most suitable positions. Looking from different positions, you will immediately have different perceptions and feelings. Butler Chang Fei was like a responsible tour guide, introducing the situation of the villa as we walked. Chang Fei introduced everything in great detail. He knew the place well enough to introduce it fluently as if he knew everything about it. Chu Linger followed behind and listened, her cherry-like mouth slightly opened in shock, her eyes full of shock. It really is Wangjiang Villa. The layout here is even more magnificent and luxurious than she had imagined. There are 99 rooms alone. Even if you stay in one room a day, you won't be able to stay in all of them in 3 months. Now Yi Yunzhou had only taken her to visit 2 courtyards, and Chu Linger was already astounded by her beauty, and it felt like her brain couldn't think anymore. No wonder Dad wanted to come in so much, there is something else going on in there. This is really great. There seemed to be another voice roaring in Chu Linger's heart. Such a beautiful scenery, if you can just take a look at it, it would be worth it even if you get beaten up. After taking a deep breath, Chu Linger calmed down. She looked at Yi Yunzhou beside her and asked expectantly, "Yunzhou, can I take pictures here?" Chu Linger felt a little uneasy. Although the camera could not record even 1% of the beauty here, it could leave some images, which would be used as evidence when recalling the past. Yi Yunzhou nodded indifferently. "Of course. You don't have to be so reserved, just treat it like your own home." Chu Linger curled her lips when she heard that. Her home was totally incomparable to Wangjiang Villa. There was a huge gap between them. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. When Chu Linger wanted to take a photo with her mobile phone, she realized that her bag had fallen on the car. She rushed out to apologize too quickly. After all, her life was at stake, so she had no time to worry about these material things. "Yunzhou, you go shopping for a while. I'll go get my phone from the car." Chu Linger said something to Yi Yunzhou and prepared to go out. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhou handed over the car keys and watched Chu Linger walk out of the archway before sitting down at the stone table under the tree. "Master, I'll go get you some tea." When Chang Fei saw Yi Yunzhou sitting down, he quickly said something respectful and then walked towards the small kitchen next to him. Meanwhile, outside, several middle-aged men and women got out of the luxury car and looked at the magnificent mansion from afar. They all widened their eyes and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. Wangjiang Villa is indeed unique. Even if you look at it from a distance, you can still feel the luxury of its heyday. Take a close look at this mansion. Is there any sign of decay? Everywhere has been renovated very well. This is not just a matter of money, but more importantly, it's a matter of care. I can't imagine the identity of this owner. He must be a very noble person to own a villa with such a good feng shui. If I could get to know him, it would definitely be a great gain. After they finished speaking, they all looked at a man in a suit next to them and said with a smile, "Boss Chu, we have the opportunity to come here, thanks to you, a local. Otherwise, we wouldn't know about this great place." No, you are so polite." President Chu waved his hand gently, looking modest and polite. "Since you have come from far away, I will naturally do my best to be a good host." One of the middle-aged women looked at the others and asked, "Boss Chu, is this a tourist attraction? Can we go in and take a look?" The other people nodded when they heard this, and they were obviously curious about this place. Facing the gazes of several people, President Chu waved his hand quickly. No, this is not a tourist attraction." At this point, Mr. Chu did not hide anything and told the story of how he was thrown out as a child. Of course, there was also the rejection afterwards. After all, it's someone else's private property. If the owner doesn't agree, we really can't enter. At least, as far as he knew, no one among the dignitaries in Jiangcheng had ever been there. After hearing what Mr. Chu said, a local CEO nearby also expressed his feelings. I came to visit like Mr. Chu did, but he ignored me. Several middle-aged men and women looked at each other after hearing this, and one of them smiled and tried to smooth things over. Well, actually it's good for us to look at it from a distance like this, to feel the uniqueness of this place. Let's take a photo as a souvenir. The others also nodded and said with a smile. Yes, this is someone's home after all. Tourists won't rush in just because they see how pretty they are. Let's just take a photo from a distance. It will be worth the trip. No matter what, we have to thank Mr. Chu for bringing us here. I didn't expect that there is such a mysterious courtyard in Zhangcheng. It's really eye-opening. We are here to have fun, aren't we? We are here to enjoy the beautiful scenery. Even in scenic spots, there are some areas that are not open to the public. Come on, let's take a photo first. As they were talking, they had already picked up their phones to take pictures. At this moment, everyone saw the gate of Wangjiang Villa being opened from the inside. When they saw the door opened, everyone present was stunned. They looked at each other and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Is there anyone in here? Could it be that mysterious owner? Look, someone's coming out. A boss exclaimed, which stunned Mr. Chu next to him. President Chu secretly sucked his teeth and muttered in confusion. I have an obsession with this villa and I often come here to take a look. Usually I only see the men guarding it, but this is the first time I've seen anyone coming in and out. When the others heard this, their eyes lit up and they all looked towards the entrance of the villa in surprise. I saw a pretty figure walking out of the gate leisurely. The girl seemed to be in a good mood and walked to the side with light steps. As soon as they saw the girl appear, everyone's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, and they all said, "What a beautiful girl, she looks like she walked out of a painting." She was able to walk out of Wangjiang Villa. This girl must have lived here originally, right? She is indeed a girl who was brought up in a big house. Look at her temperament, it's absolutely amazing. While everyone was discussing, the local boss frowned, looked at Mr. Chu beside him, and asked in confusion. Boss Chu, if I'm not mistaken, this is Linger, right? They are not just old friends, and Chu Linger is now famous enough, so it is normal that he can recognize her at a glance. Linger? Chu Weiguo looked at the figure and was suddenly confused. The more he looked at the figure, the more familiar it seemed. This was clearly his own daughter, but why was she here? Just when Chu Weiguo was puzzled, Chu Linger had already taken the bag from the car and went straight back to the villa. Seeing Chu Linger's leisurely and contented look, everyone's mouth twitched again. How can this posture be as casual as entering or leaving one's own home? This. For a moment, Chu Weiguo was a little overwhelmed to react. He stared there for a long time, then he exhaled heavily and muttered to himself. No, this is too much information. Let me take it slow. I'll take it slow. Chapter 57. Wow, Balenciaga? The others looked at Chu Weiguo's expression and understood his feelings very well. They all stood there quietly, staring at the mansion in a daze. On this side, Chu Linger found Yi Yunzhou who was drinking tea, and she took out her mobile phone and took a lot of photos in the villa. Yi Yunzhou looked at her charming smile, raised a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at her and suggested. Why don't we have lunch here at noon? Okay, then I'll be disrespectful. Chu Linger really liked this place, so she agreed immediately. Chang Fei was very happy to hear Yi Yunzhou said he wanted to stay for dinner. He quickly informed the kitchen to prepare the food and started to work. Master, I'll take you to the restaurant. Under the leadership of Chang Fei, Yi Yunzhou and Chu Linger came to the main courtyard of the villa. The servants had already cleaned the place. The huge round table made of solid wood was in excellent condition, and the tabletop exuded a unique wood sheen. The two of them sat down at the dining table. Chang Fei stood by and served them tea. While sipping the fragrant tea, various delicious foods were brought to the table like water. These are the specialties of our village chef. Please try them. Chang Fei said respectfully that this was after all the master's first meal here and he didn't know his taste, so he just made a little bit of everything. Chu Linger was watching from the side, and when she saw the table full of delicious food, her appetite was whetted. Both the ingredients and the level of care put into this meal are no worse than what we had in Yi Yunzhou's villa that day. But the exquisite presentation and rich flavor felt even better than the cooking of the top chef that day. Yi Yunzhou noticed Chu Linger's sparkling eyes. He smiled faintly and put a piece of delicious food in the small bowl in front of her with chopsticks. Try it. I hope Miss Chu can give you more suggestions. Chu Linger smiled upon hearing this, her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon. Okay. Chu Linger gently picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. She felt a sweet taste bursting in her mouth. It was so delicious that she wanted to scream. So delicious. Chu Linger's face was full of admiration. She looked up at Yi Yunzhou. Originally, I was supposed to treat you today, but I didn't expect to get such a great lunch. It's okay. There's a long way to go. Yi Yunzhou responded with a faint smile. He had originally planned to bring Chu Linger over to take a look. The two were talking and enjoying the rare delicacy. At this moment, Chu Linger's cell phone beeped several times. Why, something wrong? Hearing Yi Yunzhou's question, Chu Linger picked up her phone and turned it to silent mode. She didn't even look at the message and replied directly. Fine. I guess it was sent by that brat Chu Feng again. I don't know where he was having fun and he deliberately shared it with me. The two of them finished their lunch quickly. Chu Linger looked at the time and said to Yi Yunzhou. Thank you for lunch today, I'll treat you next time. Yi Yunzhou nodded, picked up the coat with the car keys, and replied with a smile. Come on, I'll take you back. Yi Yunzhou drove Chu Linger back home in person. Chu Linger unbuckled her seatbelt and thanked him again. Yunzhou, thank you so much today. If it weren't for Yi Yunzhou, she wouldn't be able to enter Wangjiang Villa, let alone have a meal there. You're so polite. After Yi Yunzhou said goodbye to Chu Linger, he prepared to go back to the villa. After all, the housekeeper still had something to report to him. Watching the Lamborghini roaring out of her sight, Chu Linger recalled what happened today and felt like she was dreaming. Chu Linger slowly withdrew her gaze, let out a long breath, and then walked towards home. At this time, in the villa, Chu Weiguo was standing in his living room, wandering around with an anxious look on his face. What's wrong with this girl? She doesn't even reply to a message? Chu Weiguo murmured to himself. He was worried about his daughter, but when he thought about it, she seemed to be in a good mood when she came out to get the bag. If you are in a good mood, it doesn't mean you are being bullied or something bad has happened to you, right? Just when Chu Weiguo was daydreaming, the door of the villa was suddenly pushed open. A pretty figure walked in, it was Chu Linger. Chu Linger was still immersed in a happy mood and came back humming a song along the way. Where have you been? Chu Linger was also startled when she heard the familiar voice. Then she realized that her father was at home. She pursed her lips and said, I didn't go anywhere. Chu Weiguo looked at his daughter, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, Wangjiang Villa. For a moment, Chu Linger was stunned when she heard this. She immediately realized that she might have been seen there. A smile appeared on Chu Linger's face. She came forward and took her father's arm, smiling and said, Dad, how did you know? Did you see me? Why didn't you tell me? Really? Not telling you? Hearing his daughter's words, Chu Weiguo rolled his eyes. I sent so many messages, but you didn't reply to me. Chu Linger. No way, those messages were actually sent by my dad? Chu Linger knew that she was doing something wrong, so she immediately started to act like a spoiled brat. Daddy, I know I was wrong. I didn't reply to your message in time. Please forgive me. Chu Weiguo was helpless after hearing his daughter's words. He asked, How did you get into Wangjiang Villa? It's a friend's property. Chu Linger briefly said. He even treated me to a big dinner at the villa. Chu Weiguo was stunned. He took a breath of cold air. You have such a powerful friend? How old is he? To own a property like Wangjiang Villa, one must be of extraordinary status. Chu Linger thought about it and answered truthfully. Early 20s. So young? Chu Weiguo was surprised and took a deep breath. Is he of royal descent? Chu Linger shook her head gently. It shouldn't be, his last name isn't Aizenjoro. Chu Weiguo patted his daughter's head gently and said with emotion. You've really grown up, and your friends are all of this level. It seems that I can no longer treat you as a child. I always thought that my daughter was still a little girl. Even if she entered the entertainment industry, with the Chu Group's help, it wouldn't be difficult for her. In his heart, his daughter's behavior is just a hobby. I didn't expect that one day my daughter would be able to walk so far. After sighing, Chu Weiguo seemed to have thought of something and asked. By the way, did you take a picture? Show it to me. Chu Linger was amused when she saw her father's anxious look. She took out her cell phone, pulled out a photo, and handed it to her father. Chu Weigwa looked at the Wangjiang villa in the photo and felt a sense of emotion. It really is the villa I've always dreamed of, it's so magnificent. This was even more luxurious than he had imagined, and the aura was still so clear even through a still picture. Chu Weigwa flipped through the pictures one by one. His movements were so cautious, as if he was not holding a mobile phone, but a rare treasure map in the world. Chu Linger looked at her father's actions and yawned. She got up too early today and felt sleepy after lunch. Dad, I'm going to go upstairs and rest for a while. After saying hello to her father, Chu Linger returned to her room upstairs. Chu Weigwa was still in shock. He thought about his daughter and then his son, and suddenly he was furious. This brat is out partying with his bad friends again. As he was muttering, Chu Feng happened to open the door and walked in. He had a few drinks with the young masters and ladies today, and his face was a little drunk. He just took a taxi back home. Seeing his father coming back so early, Chu Feng grinned and greeted him loudly. Dad, you're back so early. Seeing his son looking drunk and smelling the alcohol, Chu Weigwa felt his blood pressure rise. You are still so young and don't want to make progress. You spend your days drinking and partying with your bad friends. Can you learn from your sister and make more useful friends? A useful friend? Chu Feng was stunned when he heard what his father said. What is going on? Why do you start cursing as soon as you get back? Besides, does my sister have any useful friends? Seeing his son's confused look, Chu Weigwa stroked his chest to calm down and scolded. Come to the group to help starting tomorrow. The car has been confiscated. If this kid continues to be so dissolute, he will be ruined. He must start practicing well from now on. Chu Feng was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Ah! Chu Feng felt like he was struck by a bolt from the blue. He stared at his father with wide eyes and begged. No, Dad, we have something to discuss. We can talk about it when I go to work at the group. Don't confiscate the car. If he doesn't have a supercar, how will he go out and have fun in the future? This is a big bomb at the beginning, how can we talk about it later? Chu Weigwa looked at Chu Feng's pleading expression and became even more furious. What is this like? There is no manliness at all. If it weren't for his old age, his temper would have been much calmer, and he would have to start all over again. Thinking of this, Chu Weigwa looked at Chu Feng seriously with a cold face, and said word by word. You little brat, I'm only going to say this one last time. If you don't want to rush to the company to work overtime right now, just hand over your car keys. After Chu Weigwa finished speaking, he looked at his stunned son and added. If you say one more word, I won't be able to use your bank cards anymore. Stop using them all. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. If we don't give this kid some shocking news, he won't be able to stay quiet. Chu Feng became completely depressed after listening to his father's words. How could he dare to say anything at this time? Besides, he was still dizzy from drinking, so he could only pout and go back to his room to sleep. Chu Weigwa was left alone sitting in the living room, drooling at the photos. If he could go in and take a look around in person, his life would be complete. On this side, Yi Yunzhou had already driven back to Wangjiang Villa. Sitting in the spacious and bright hall, Yi Yunzhou sipped the fine tea while listening to the report from the housekeeper. Master, these are the accounts of the villa over the years, as well as a list of some of the collections. Please take a look. I can answer any questions you have. The butler remained bowed as he handed over several account books, each item of which was recorded very clearly. Yi Yunzhou opened it and found that the reason why Wangjiang Villa had stood for so long without decline was inseparable from its solid financial strength. After all, for such a large mansion, the various workers and servants alone would be a huge expense every year. Not to mention, the materials for renovating the house are very expensive and require highly skilled craftsmen to do the work, which is another huge expense. Yi Yunzhou nodded, looked at Cheng Fei and said, Thank you for your hard work. This is what we should do. Hearing Yi Yunzhou's words, Cheng Fei quickly responded. The person who can become the housekeeper of Wangjiang Villa is not an ordinary person. Cheng Fei remembers all kinds of numbers clearly and reports them clearly to Yi Yunzhou. Just when the report was almost finished, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Chapter 58 feels good. Sign in successfully. Reward, 50 properties in Kingsinuan community and ownership of 20 shops. With a flash of golden light, all the procedures appeared in the system space and Yi Yunzhou could take them out at any time. Yi Yunzhou on this side was also stunned when he saw the content on the light screen. So many properties and shops? Yi Yunzhou took out his mobile phone to check the location of the property and found that it was next to Jiangcheng Art College. Yi Yunzhou curled his lips and smiled. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Mingxin. What are you doing? Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Lu Mingxin had just finished class when she heard her cell phone ringing. She picked it up and found it was a message from Yi Yunzhou. A sweet smile appeared on her face, and she quickly typed a reply. Get out of class just ended, what happened? Yi Yunzhou, okay, I'll come find you now. Seeing Yi Yunzhou's immediate reply, Lu Mingxin couldn't help feeling happy. She looked at her roommates and said with a smile, I'm going back to the dormitory first, you guys can chat slowly. The roommates were all stunned when they saw Lu Mingxin's anxious look. Their curiosity was aroused, and they all started to joke. What's wrong, Mingxin? Is there a perverted stalker in our school that makes you eager to go back to the dormitory? You have a really wild imagination, Mingxin. Do you have any plans? Tell us all about it. If it's convenient, we can go together. Maybe you're just tired and want to go back to catch up on some sleep and recharge your batteries? Several girls gathered together and talked. They were making noises while talking, and the atmosphere was very lively. The girls in Lu Mingxin's dormitory are all beautiful, and now it is the end of get out of class time, which attracted countless eyes to look over here. Lu Mingxin smiled brightly, with a hint of sweetness and shyness in her sparkling eyes. No, my boyfriend came to see me and I wanted to go back and change my clothes. After saying that, Lu Mingxin looked at the time, waved to her roommates, and trotted towards the dormitory. Seeing Lu Mingxin's perfect figure disappear from their sight, the roommates here stood there in a daze, as if they had suffered a critical blow. Several girls looked at the direction where Lu Mingxin left with resentment, thinking secretly in their hearts. My goodness, nowadays people are so unethical when showing off their love. Life is so hard for these single people. The corner of a girl's mouth twitched for a while, then she looked at the people next to her and said, Let's go. The blow just now has drained all my strength. Let's not go out to play anymore. Let's go back and catch up on some sleep. Several girls nodded subconsciously and walked towards the dormitory together. After a while, Yi Yunzhou drove a Lamborghini to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. As soon as the silver-gray supercar appeared, it immediately became the brightest silver light on campus. Many people watched eagerly and talked excitedly with their friends. I didn't expect that after the Bugatti, another top-of-the-line supercar would appear in our school. Who do you think the girl this car is going to pick up is? Do I even need to think about this? Last time it was the campus beauty of Lu University. No matter who it is this time, there will definitely be a lot of men crying over a broken heart. These rich guys just pick the best girls to date. How can there be so many people with such heavy tastes? If they were really that perverted, they would probably never become rich. Our good campus is about to be led astray by supercars. That's right. Give us back our quiet campus and our beautiful goddess. Even though these boys were very resentful, they only dared to complain from a distance. They are not fools. Of course they know that this kind of person should not be provoked, so they subconsciously stay away and watch from a distance. Soon, they saw a figure coming out of the car. It was Yi Yunzhou. These people were stunned when they saw Yi Yunzhou's handsome face. Just as they thought of something, they saw Lu Mingxin walking out of the dormitory. As soon as Lu Mingxin appeared, the whole world seemed to be quiet. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The campus beauty of Lu University was dressed so differently today. Lu Mingxin usually dresses pure and lovely, and most of her clothes are clean white, just like a white rose in the world that is not stained by dust. But today, Lu Mingxin was wearing hot pants and a lace shirt, and her long, straight legs were wrapped in Balenciaga clothes. The two long legs swayed back and forth, instantly attracting everyone's attention. How can ordinary people resist such black silk temptation? Many boys who came to date their girlfriends nearby were staring with their eyes wide open, wishing they could stick their heads to those long legs. This is too sexy and pleasing to the eyes, right? The boys who were watching from afar couldn't control their emotions. They were drooling and said excitedly, She is worthy of being the campus beauty of Lyoda University. She looks so sexy in this outfit. No wonder she has been learning dance since she was young. Her figure is really amazing. I thought it was a new rich second generation, but I didn't expect it to be the man of the campus beauty of Lu University. But why don't I feel lucky at all? Instead, I feel very uncomfortable. Who wouldn't feel sad when looking at this scene? The campus beauty of Lu University is the goddess in all of our hearts, and now she has been taken away by someone. My youth has been ruined by her. The boys were talking to each other, and both their hearts and their tone of voice revealed a strong sense of jealousy, envy, and hatred. Under the jealous gazes of these people, Lu Mingxin walked straight to Yi Yunzhou. She was also stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou change his car, but she also knew that Yi Yunzhou was extremely wealthy, and having more cars was like a girl changing clothes. Lu Mingxin opened the door and got in. She fastened her seatbelt. At this time, Yi Yunzhou walked in and said, "Go somewhere with me?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Mingxin smiled sweetly, and just as she finished speaking, the phone in her bag rang. She took out her cell phone and took a look at it. She pursed her lips after reading the message and whispered, "There have been a lot of things going on in the group recently, and I'm also the monitor of the class, so..." Before Lu Mingxin finished her words, she saw Yi Yunzhou coming over and seemed to take a look at the message. The page Lu Mingxin opened at this time was the dance troupe's group page, with several messages on it, all with at. Lu Mingxin raised her eyebrows and said jokingly to Yi Yunzhou beside her, "Why, you still don't believe me?" Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this. He lowered his gaze and deliberately glanced a few more times before saying, "No, I just want to see the scenery of rough waves." Rough seas? Lu Mingxin was stunned. She followed Yi Yunzhou's gaze and watched him looking at her from top to bottom. She looked down, pursed her lips, blushed slightly and said softly, "Bad guy." Although she said this, there was only shyness in her watery eyes, without a trace of anger. Yi Yunzhou smiled gently. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove Lu Mingxin towards King Sinyuan. Neither of them spoke in the car, but an ambiguous atmosphere was always present. Taking advantage of the traffic light, Yi Yunzhou generously admired the beauty of Lu Mingxin. He looked at the beautiful legs wrapped in Balenciaga and subconsciously reached out to touch them. The stockings felt cool and smooth to the touch. Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but pinch them lightly, muttering, "It feels good, but my legs are more comfortable to touch." Chapter 59, Good Things to Sign In. Lu Mingxin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was already blushing. The warmth from Yi Yunzhou's big hands was transmitted to her body through the stockings, and she felt her whole body getting warmer. Especially when she heard Yi Yunzhou's words, she seemed to have thought of something, and for a moment she was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. Yi Yunzhou noticed Lu Mingxin's reaction and shook his head helplessly. This girl is too shy. Soon, they arrived at King Sinyuan. King Sinyuan is an upscale residential area nearby, with a circle of prosperous shops facing the street outside the community. However, because there is a green belt in the middle and the residential buildings are inside, it does not seem noisy. Looking at the people coming and going around, Lu Mingxin looked out through the car window and couldn't help but sigh. The traffic in the shops here is really huge. If there is a shop here, I'm afraid I can make money just by opening a store, right? Even if it is an ordinary convenience store, with this traffic alone, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month is not a dream. Yi Yunzhou listened to Lu Mingxin's words, looked at the shops here, and nodded slightly. The location here is really good, it's truly a popular place. Yi Yunzhou looked at it calmly, and according to the prompts that flashed on the light screen, he also sought his own bunks. The shops are now vacant, but they are clean and bright inside and can be rented out for profit at any time. Moreover, these shops are well located on the street and don't even need to advertise, so naturally customers are scrambling to negotiate business. Yi Yunzhou was very satisfied with the reward. Next he would go to the community to look at houses. He parked the car and got out with Lu Mingxin. Yi Yunzhou raised his wrist to check the time. "It's almost time, let's eat something first." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lu Mingxin responded obediently. She took Yi Yunzhou's arm and the two of them looked for a restaurant on the road. "Hey! What do you think of that one?" Lu Mingxin pointed to a restaurant not far away. It looked pretty good and was considered one of the more upscale ones nearby. The two of them were holding hands and were about to walk in when suddenly a voice came from behind them. "Lu Mingxin?" Hearing someone calling her, Lu Mingxin paused and looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a girl with a charming figure standing not far away. She was wearing a low-cut miniskirt and had a good figure. She waved at Lu Mingxin. As soon as he saw the girl, Lu Mingxin recognized her immediately. Isn't this Li Ying? Li Ying was her former classmate. She didn't expect to meet her here, so she politely stepped forward and said hello. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you coming to eat too? Yeah, when I saw you just now, I didn't even recognize you. Li Ying looked at Lu Mingxin with a smile. Her eyes had a different look, and her gaze seemed a little complicated. Lu Mingxin was the best dancer in her class. Later, she was admitted to a good school like Zhangcheng Art College. I don't know how many classmates envied her. But I heard that Lu Mingxin's family is quite poor, and artistic performance is a very expensive profession. Is it asking for trouble to study art when you are poor? Thinking of this, Li Ying looked at Lu Mingxin with a hint of disdain and contempt in her eyes. So what if you are good looking and good at studying? Won't you be a loser in the future? Li Ying noticed the handsome Yi Yunzhou at this time. Looking at his perfect figure and excellent temperament, she felt a little jealous for a moment. I didn't expect that such a good boy only cares about appearance. How short-sighted. Li Ying thought secretly in her heart and couldn't help but snort to remind herself to adjust her mentality. After all, those are all in the past, there is no need to keep dwelling on them. Now the gap between her and Lu Mingxin is so big that there is no need to compare with her. So what if you go to a good university? I still have some coins in my pocket. Thinking of this, Li Ying felt much better. She looked at Lu Mingxin and asked with a smile. By the way, Mingxin, I remember you went to Zhangcheng Art College. What are you doing now? I'm still in school. Lu Mingxin didn't think much about it and told the truth. At this time, she looked at Yi Yunzhou beside her and gave them a brief introduction. Li Ying, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Li Ying glanced at Yi Yunzhou's face for a few times, then waved her hand and said generously. Let's go, we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's fate that we met. I'll treat you today. After saying this, she walked into the hotel without waiting for Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin's consent. The waiter standing at the door looked at them, immediately came up to them, and asked respectfully. Hello, how many are you? Li Ying raised her head high and proudly instructed the waiter. Arrange a box for us. As she walked, she said in a loud voice. You're welcome. My uncle is friends with the manager here. He can give me a discount without charging a service fee. After Li Ying finished speaking, she looked at Yi Yunzhou and the other person, wanting to see expressions of envy and amazement on their faces. Unfortunately, both of them acted very calmly, without a trace of surprise in their eyes. Li Ying gritted her teeth secretly and thought bitterly in her heart, these two country bumpkins must have never been to a high-end restaurant that charges a service fee. It's really boring to show off in front of such people. Just at this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone rang. He picked it up and took a look, then patted Lu Mingxin's shoulder gently and walked outside to answer the phone. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said to Yi Yunzhou. He listened carefully and then replied. Come over to see me, and when you get here just ask the front desk. After they exchanged a few more words, they hung up the phone. Yi Yunzhou walked to the front desk and said to the front desk clerk. Hello, if someone comes looking for you later, take him to my private room. The front desk clerk nodded quickly and replied respectfully. Yes, sir. On this side, Li Ying and Lu Mingxin had already walked into the private room. Lu Mingxin sat next to Li Ying and asked enthusiastically. What have you been doing lately? When Li Ying heard Lu Mingxin's question, her eyes lit up and she started bragging. Well, I didn't do anything. I was just a dance teacher in my uncle's training class. I only made 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. It was just pocket money. She said it on purpose for Lu Mingxin to hear. Doesn't her family background remain poor? With a monthly salary of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, her heart would probably jump out of her chest, right? Thinking of this, Li Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. She looked at Lu Mingxin proudly, posing as a boss recruiting an employee. Mingxin, how about it? Are you interested in working part-time here? We are classmates and good friends, so you don't have to worry about the salary. You are still a student, I will ask my uncle to give you 2,000 a month, how about that, is that good enough? 2,000 yuan may not sound like a lot, but for a college student, it is more than enough for a month's living expenses. Of course, Li Ying is not so kind as to introduce a job to Lu Mingxin. In her opinion, if she could give Lu Mingxin some orders every day, she could make up for the depression she had felt after being crushed. In order to achieve her goal, Li Ying began to persuade earnestly. Don't think it's too little. It's hard to find a job after graduating from dancing nowadays. If you don't choose dance training, you can only find other professional jobs. Then all the years of dancing you have practiced will be in vain, right? Liang paused here and continued. You haven't entered the society yet, so you don't know a lot of things. How should I put it? Nowadays, you need connections to find any job. The idea of looking at academic qualifications and the university where someone graduated from doesn't work for some people. She stepped on Lu Mingxin without hesitation, trying to break the other party's self-confidence and let her do whatever she wants. Just at this moment, Yi Yunzhou walked in after finishing his phone call. Liang looked at Yi Yunzhou's handsome profile, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she began to brag about herself again. The purpose is very obvious, which is to attract Yi Yunzhou's attention. Lu Mingxin saw the other party's intention. She was too lazy to listen any further and simply stopped talking. Yi Yunzhou also laughed when he heard it, and shook his head slightly without saying anything. Unfortunately, Liang on the opposite side was unaware of anything and was just performing a one-person show. When she was excited, Liang looked at the two of them with burning eyes. I have saved some money now and plan to open my own dance training class here. After all, I now have a certain number of students, and many parents have chosen me to teach, so I can open a class independently. Then Liang pointed to an empty shop opposite and said proudly. See that empty seat? I'm planning to rent that one. It's big enough and in a good location, so there's a guaranteed source of students. Lu Mingxin didn't say anything. Yi Yunzhou looked in the direction of her finger and was stunned. Isn't this his shop? It costs a lot of money to rent this shop. The annual rent is probably over $1 million. Yi Yunzhou looked at Liang curiously. Besides, have you discussed this with the boss? Have you talked about it? When Liang heard Yi Yunzhou's question, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face for a moment. In order to avoid being exposed for her lie, Liang had to find an excuse and said vaguely. The dance training class is still in preparation, so we have to discuss these things one by one. There's no rush. Chapter 60. This is a waste of resources. Although she said this, Liang's heart was full of resentment. This brat, I originally thought he just had a good-looking face, but I didn't expect that he actually knew the rent here. What bad luck! Liang didn't want to continue this topic. She beckoned to the waiter, pointed at the menu and said, I want this. At the same time, downstairs in the hotel, Zhang Fei, wearing a neat suit, hurried towards the hotel. As soon as he reached the hotel entrance, he met a man who was dressed like a business elite. As soon as the man saw Zhang Fei, he recognized him immediately. This person is Zhang Fei, the property manager here. He is in charge of the business of nearby stores and is also a well-known figure in the circle. The man immediately greeted with a smile and walked towards Zhang Fei. Boss Jiang, you're here. What a fate! Zhang Fei was also happy to see the boss being polite, and waved his hand quickly. Boss Li, you are so polite. The two people walked towards the restaurant while talking. At this time, the hotel manager also hurried out to greet them. After all, they were doing business here, and they had to serve the property manager respectfully. Zhang Fei walked directly to the front desk and asked the waiter. Hello, which box is Mr. Yi in? When the receptionist saw that it was the property manager, he quickly told her the box number. Zhang Fei nodded after hearing this. He thought about it and instructed the hotel manager. Well, you can send a bottle of wine up for me and put it on my account. Boss Li was right next to them and heard Zhang Fei's words clearly. He was stunned. Who is this person? Can Manager Zhang deliver the wine personally? Boss Li was really curious, so he stepped forward and asked carefully. Manager Jiang, are you looking for someone? Who is this distinguished guest? This one is extraordinary. Hearing Boss Li's question, Zhang Fei couldn't help but sigh, and then said seriously. This person is also a big customer here. He bought 50 properties in 20 shops facing the street. 50 apartments? 20 popular shops? Boss Li was stunned by the number. This is a high-end residential area, and it would be very difficult for ordinary people to buy a house here. There are dozens of sets at once. What kind of financial resources does it take? He counted on his fingers and concluded that this person's property was worth hundreds of millions. For a moment, Boss Li also secretly kept it in mind. At this moment, on this side, in the private room, the atmosphere was still a bit awkward, but fortunately the food was served quickly. The rich aroma instantly filled the box, and several people's faces changed. Li Ying was so greedy that she picked up her chopsticks and called out to the two of them. Don't just stand there, both of you. Let's get started. At this moment, there was a knock on the box door. The hotel manager came in and brought a bottle of beautifully packaged red wine. He nodded to the people in the box, put down his wine, and retreated respectfully. Li Ying stared at the bottle of red wine for a moment, then smiled and proudly explained. The manager should have sent us the drinks out of respect for my uncle. The waiter walked forward, got Li Ying's reply, and then opened the glass of red wine. She took out a professional decanter and after some manipulation, poured a glass for each of them. Please enjoy your meal. Yi Yunzhou picked up the red wine glass and shook it, and could see the wine rings very clearly. He took a sip, raised the corners of his mouth, and commented lightly. Yeah, not bad. Li Ying looked at the two of them, snorted in her heart, and secretly called them bumpkins. This is just an ordinary red wine, how can it be good? As she thought about it, Li Ying picked up the red wine glass and took a sip. For a moment, Li Ying was stunned. She gasped, quickly picked up the bottle of red wine and looked at it carefully. When she saw the Lafite 1682 mark on it, she was shocked. This. How is this possible? The manager actually gave them some Lafite red wine, a collectible grade piece of good stuff. A bottle of red wine of this level costs hundreds of thousands. Of course Li Ying had never drunk it. She had only seen it once when she attended a high-end banquet with her uncle. But after all, due to her low status, she had no chance to taste fine wine. Unexpectedly, I had the chance to taste it today. Li Ying looked at the wine bottle, smacked her lips subconsciously, and her heart was filled with regret. If she had known the wine was so good, she would not have asked the waiter to open it. It would be great if I could take this back and taste it myself. Giving it to them would be a waste of food. Although Li Ying felt regretful, there was nothing she could do as the wine had already been opened. Taking a deep breath, Li Ying looked at the Lafite logo again and again, deciding to make the best use of it. Use it to show off. This Lafite has the best taste. If you savor it slowly, you will get a chocolate-like aftertaste. Li Ying pretended to be very knowledgeable and introduced. I usually drink this kind of wine. I am fascinated by its taste. One bottle costs more than 100,000 yuan. Neither Yi Yunzhou nor Lu Mingxin responded. Li Ying felt that it was meaningless, but whenever she got the chance, she would show off. Try these dishes. They are only available in high-end restaurants like this. You can't eat them normally. Li Ying didn't know where her sense of superiority came from. She pretended to invite the two to eat, but in fact she just wanted to take the opportunity to squeeze them. By the way, she wants to show off that she often goes to such high-end restaurants. The meal was finished quickly, and most of the good wine went into Li Ying's stomach. Li Ying raised her wrist to check the time with satisfaction, waved to the waiter at the door, and loudly ordered. Waiter, pay the bill. The waiter was also stunned after hearing what Li Ying said. Check out. Check out what? She showed a confused expression, then bowed to the few people and said very respectfully. The boss has already informed you that all your customers' purchases today will be free of charge. Free of charge? When Li Ying heard the waiter's words, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. What is going on? When my uncle and I came here, we also paid the bill consciously. However, Li Ying would not let go of such a good opportunity to show off. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mingxin in front of her, pretending to be moved and said, Oh, my uncle loves me too much. He must have said hello to the boss, and he is just giving me face. After Li Ying finished speaking, she secretly thought that she would find an opportunity to thank her boss later. Maybe, you can also build some relationships at the same time. Li Ying and Lu Mingxin walked down the stairs. As soon as they walked down the stairs, Li Ying saw her uncle talking in the hall and hurriedly went to greet him. Uncle! When Boss Li heard Li Ying's voice, he looked at Zhang Fei beside him and greeted him with a smile. Xiaoying, hurry up and call Manager Chang. He's the property manager here, the god of wealth for all the merchants here. Property manager? Li Ying was also stunned when she heard her uncle's introduction, and quickly greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Manager Zhang, it's great to see you here. Facing Li Ying's earnestness, Zhang Fei acted as if he didn't hear it, and didn't even bother to look at her. Zhang Fei completely ignored Li Ying. He walked straight past her, stood in front of Yi Yunzhou, and asked respectfully. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Yunzhou Yi? Yi Yunzhou nodded gently. I am. Hello Mr. Yi, I am the property manager Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei introduced himself enthusiastically and respectfully, and everyone was stunned by his attitude. Especially Li Ying here. She looked at Zhang Fei and Yi Yunzhou in confusion, and then looked at her uncle. Uncle, who is this? Boss Li was also stunned when he heard his niece's question. He glanced at her in surprise. You are having dinner with this person, but you don't know who he is? Isn't he your friend? When Boss Li said this, he glared at his niece with some disappointment. How come you don't know how to win over such a powerful network of contacts? Just now I heard from manager Jiang that this young man directly bought 50 properties in 20 popular shops. Boss Li told the news just now, his face full of amazement. Li Ying was shocked for a moment when she heard what her uncle said. So many properties? She knew her uncle wouldn't joke about such things, and she also knew that this was a high-end residential area, and buying a house here would cost a fortune. Someone bought 50 sets at once? So rich? Li Ying calculated secretly in her mind, and the number she got was like a bomb, exploding in her mind with a bang. What about her just now? At this moment, Li Ying's heart sank to the bottom. The whole person looked as if struck by lightning, and his face looked extremely ugly. Zhang Fei looked at Yi Yunzhou with a warm smile on his face. Mr. Yi, do you like the wine we just had? I heard that you were dining here, so I took the initiative to send you a bottle. Yi Yunzhou nodded gently, smiled faintly at Zhang Fei, and thanked him. The wine tastes good. Thank you, Manager Jiang, for your kindness. You're so polite. This is what I should do. Zhang Fei felt a sense of emotion when he saw Yi Yunzhou was so approachable. Look at his bearing and attitude. Although he is so young, his every move is so noble that it is impossible to ignore him. Li Ying, who was here, was so ashamed when she heard the conversation between the two. She had previously thought that the boss gave them that fine wine out of respect for her uncle. Li Ying sighed silently in her heart. Why didn't she think of it? Even if he was my uncle, I wouldn't be willing to order a bottle of such top-quality liquor for myself. Why should the restaurant owner send it to her? Li Ying also knew that she had embarrassed herself. Her face felt like it was on fire. She stood behind and stared at Lu Mengxin. At this moment, her heart was completely overwhelmed by jealousy, envy and hatred. Isn't this Lu Mengxin just prettier? How could she have found such an outstanding boyfriend? Looking at Yi Yunzhou's perfect profile, Li Ying gritted her teeth secretly, thinking how nice it would be if she could have a boyfriend like this. Then you will be the one who receives everyone's envy. Feeling jealous, Li Ying thought about what she had just said and subconsciously hid behind her uncle. Now she only hoped that Yi Yunzhou and Lu Mengxin would not remember her, otherwise if they really took revenge on her, she would be in big trouble. Thinking of all the terrible consequences, Li Ying felt her legs go limp with fear. Zhang Fei looked at Yi Yunzhou and thought that he had finished his meal, so he suggested. Mr. Yi, shall I take you to see your shops? All right. Yi Yunzhou nodded when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly pointed in the opposite direction and said, by the way, please help me find a decoration company to renovate the shop opposite and turn it into a dance studio. I only have 2 requirements. One is that it must be fast enough, the shorter the time the better, and the other is that the best materials must be used for the decoration. As for the money, it's no problem. Just let me know how much you need later. Zhang Fei quickly wrote down Yi Yunzhou's request and replied seriously. Okay, Mr. Yi, just leave these to me. Their property company has a cooperative decoration company, so they are of course very familiar with doing these things. Yi Yunzhou looked at Lu Mengxin at this time, smiled faintly, and said, after the shop is renovated, the opposite side will be handed over to you to manage. Ah? Lu Mengxin was totally unprepared for Yi Yunzhou's words. She let out a low cry and looked at Yi Yunzhou eagerly. Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw her stunned look. He reached out and touched Lu Mengxin's head. I remember the news from your group before. Didn't you say that the dance studios provided by the school are not enough? This place should be just right, it's large, and has plenty of sunlight, just right for you. Yi Yunzhou knew that Lu Mengxin really loved dancing, so he smiled dotingly. When the time comes, just bring the people here to practice dancing. After all, you are the leader, so just consider it a benefit for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, with shock on their faces. Be it Zhang Fei, Boss Li, or even Li Ying, they were completely stunned and could not believe their ears. This shop, which has an annual rent of millions, is not used for business today, but is given to my girlfriend for free. Or as a backup dance studio, this. It's simply a waste of talent and a disastrous waste of resources. Not only were the people shocked by Yi Yunzhou's generosity, they also felt jealous, envious, and hateful. How come such a wealthy boss is not their friend? For a moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Yunzhou. On this side, Yi Yunzhou, accompanied by Zhang Fei, walked towards the residential area. Boss Li watched Yi Yunzhou leave and he winked at his niece. "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you follow and take a look?" Li Ying's mouth twitched when she heard that. She lowered her head in embarrassment. She was too embarrassed to talk about what happened before. She went over to take a look. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? She dare not. In this case, it's good enough that people don't pick on her, but she even wants to stick it on and make it into a leg pendant? Boss Li glared at his niece with disappointment. He used to think this child was quite smart, but now it seems that she is just clever. You may be smart in small matters, but you are completely confused about big matters. Such capable young people just had a meal, why don't they know how to protect themselves? Zhang Fei brought Yi Yunzhou and the other two to the street, ready to take a look at the prosperous shops along the street. Mr. Yi has a great eye for investment. The locations you chose are all good locations on the street. Zhang Fei said with some emotion that their shop had no trouble selling, and the location that Yi Yunzhou took was all reserved by the previous boss. Being able to get these prosperous shops shows that Yi Yunzhou is definitely not an ordinary person. This identity is definitely not just simple nobility. Zhang Fei took Yi Yunzhou and the other two to see the shop. Looking at the location and layout of the shop, Yi Yunzhou nodded with satisfaction. Looks pretty good. Zhang Fei had been paying attention to Yi Yunzhou's attitude. Seeing that he was quite satisfied, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, this is the situation of the shop. Shall I take you to the community to look at the houses? You can just take a quick look at the locations of these shops, after all, they are rented out to make money. It is the residential buildings that you need to spend time and take a good look around." Okay. Yi Yunzhou nodded and agreed. He came here today to collect the house and take a look at the situation. After receiving a positive answer, Zhang Fei immediately walked in front to lead the way. They crossed a green belt and finally arrived at the main entrance of the community. After all, it is a high-end residential area, and the gate of the community is built in a very grand and classy way. The big characters King Sinuan were written by a famous calligrapher, revealing a majestic and domineering aura. Although it is not as exquisite as the villa area, it can still be considered extremely luxurious. Lu Mingxin on the side was shocked. Her school was nearby and she had heard of the name of King Sinuan a long time ago. She never thought that Yi Yunzhou would directly purchase dozens of properties here. This. What kind of economic ability is this? Even if you are a rich person, the output is hundreds of millions at any time. Who can bear it? For a moment, Lu Mingxin looked at Yi Yunzhou with a hint of admiration and amazement in her eyes. He is truly my man, so courageous. Yi Yunzhou also noticed the mood of the girl beside him at this time. He smiled faintly, gently took the other's hand, and walked towards the community together. Zhang Fei naturally knew that Yi Yunzhou had an extraordinary status, so he directly chose the most dazzling large flat. This is a super large flat of nearly 500 square meters. The entire floor belongs to you, and the elevator leads directly to your home. Owners only need to swipe their cards to go directly to their homes. You two, this way please. Zhang Fei led the two of them into the large flat, and then stood quietly aside, allowing them to visit. After all, this is Yi Yunzhou's private property, and he can do whatever he wants here. Lu Mingxin followed behind Yi Yunzhou and watched, her cherry lips slightly opened, the shock in her eyes almost overflowing. This large flat is truly a dream home. The place has been renovated by a top designer and is not only luxurious but also very comfortable. It can be said that the light is used to the extreme, making the whole house look bright. Just staying here is already extremely comfortable. Yi Yunzhou looked around and nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Lu Mingxin beside him and said with a smile, "This place is yours from now on. Your school is nearby, so living here won't interfere with your studies." Before Lu Mingxin could express her opinion, Zhang Fei came over and said respectfully, "I'm leaving first, Mr. Yi. You can contact me if you have anything." He was thoughtful and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to prepare some procedures for taking over the house. "Okay, thank you for your help." Lu Mingxin saw Zhang Fei off first. As she watched the door close, she pursed her lips and said to Yi Yunzhou, Yunzhou, I know you are good to me, but this house is too luxurious. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yi Yunzhou. What's the big deal? I'm just letting you stay here for a while. We can move to a better place later. Lu Mingxin was so moved that her eyes were filled with love as she stared at Yi Yunzhou. Then she moved closer to Yi Yunzhou and wanted to kiss him on the face. Lu Mingxin just stood on tiptoe, but she didn't expect that a big hand would directly hold her slender waist. Yi Yunzhou hugged the soft and boneless body, raised a curve at the corner of his mouth, and kissed her red lips directly. A soft feeling came over him, and Yi Yunzhou's eyes darkened. He picked up Lu Mingxin and walked towards the bedroom next door. Door, close the door. Lu Mingxin blushed and pointed at the door and murmured something. While Yi Yunzhou was moving, he smiled and said, It's okay, just shout as loud as you want, the stairs up and down are mine, there's no one else here. Having said this, Yi Yunzhou paused for a moment before continuing. That's great. I also want to try if black silk can increase attack speed. When Lu Mingxin heard Yi Yunzhou's words, her pretty face turned red and she buried herself in Yi Yunzhou's arms. Leaning gently like this made it easier for Yi Yunzhou to move. Pieces of clothing fell to the ground in beautiful arcs, and a happy movement began to play. Sleeping together in the same quilt in autumn, walking hand in hand in the day. The enchantress's face is like a flower covered with dew, and the jade tree's flowing light shines on the back garden. Chapter 61 Sign and Again Reward. After a while, Jiang Fei came back with a stack of documents, which were the prepared materials. Because no one lives on the upper and lower floors, it is very quiet everywhere. When Jiang Fei was about to knock on the door, he heard a series of faint noises coming from inside the room. After all, he is an adult, and Jiang Fei suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out his property ID card, swiped it, and took the elevator to leave. Jiang Fei calculated the time and saw that an hour or so had passed, so he rushed over again with the materials. Unexpectedly, when I reached the door, the noise in the house was still continuing, and it was obvious that the battle was in full swing. Jiang Fei looked at the door, raised his wrist to check the time, and was a little confused. Is it that fierce? Jiang Fei subconsciously looked down at himself and felt ashamed of himself. Damn it, is the gap between people really bigger than that between people and dogs? This incident is really a huge blow to men's self-confidence. With full of resentment, Jiang Fei left quickly. He came several more times after that, but each time he returned empty-handed. Jiang Fei looked at the time on his wrist and was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he truly realized what the gap was. This was simply Superman. Jiang Fei left with a look of shock on his face. Seeing that it was time to get off work, he decided to come back tomorrow. The next morning, Yi Yunzhou was awakened by the sunshine. He opened his eyes drowsily, and then he remembered that because the battle was too intense yesterday, they fell asleep in each other's arms afterwards and forgot everything else. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou tilted his head and looked at Lu Mingxin beside him. The little girl was still sleeping, and a ray of sunlight fell playfully on her body, as if giving her a layer of gold. The whole person exudes peace and holiness. Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He gently leaned over and placed a kiss on the delicate red lips. Because he was worried about waking her up, Yi Yunzhou touched the water lightly, which only made the little girl frown. Yi Yunzhou looked at her reaction and suddenly found her cute. He got out of bed carefully, washed up briefly, and came to the living room. Yi Yunzhou first looked at the kitchen supplies, and seeing that there was plenty of food in the refrigerator, he began to get busy. Lu Mingxin on this side was awakened by the rich smell of rice. She opened her eyes dazedly and found that Yi Yunzhou was no longer around. She simply put on a shirt and hurried out. As soon as Lu Mingxin came out, she saw Yi Yunzhou cooking. You're awake, just in time for dinner. Yi Yunzhou heard the noise behind him and said with a smile. Lu Mingxin felt that this scene was so beautiful that it seemed like a dream. She nodded obediently, washed up, and sat at the dining table. Yi Yunzhou prepared a very sumptuous breakfast. After the two of them had their fill, they sat at the dining table and chatted. At the same time, in a group office, Chu Feng rushed to the office early in the morning. He was buried in a pile of documents, processing them frantically. Because there were so many of them, Chu Feng didn't even have time to catch his breath. He was busy all the time and was extremely miserable. Meanwhile, Chu Weiguo walked into Chu Feng's office. He came to check on the work. Seeing his son working at his desk without any sign of laziness, Chu Weiguo nodded with satisfaction. This is the right way to go. A real man should put his career first. While thinking, Chu Linger took out his mobile phone and took a picture of this scene. Finally, Chu Linger did not forget to post a circle of friends to show off. My son has grown up. Here, many bosses saw Chu Linger's circle of friends and were stunned for a moment. They were all confused and watched the video carefully several times before they confirmed that the protagonist was Chu Feng, who often played with their children. Seeing Chu Feng working day and night, the bosses all took a deep breath. Good man, so he takes his children out to play in public, but secretly takes advantage of them, right? Humph, we see through all your little tricks. Good for you, Chu family. These CEOs were thinking angrily, and the next moment, their reactions were surprisingly synchronized. They all took out their mobile phones and made several calls. As soon as the call was connected, the boss immediately yelled at the other end of the phone. You better hurry up and come to the group to work right now. Look at Chu Feng, he's secretly doing it, and you guys only know how to play. Whenever the boss thought about the circle of friends just now, he could already imagine Chu Linger's mood when he posted it. Show off nakedly. The more the boss thought about it, the angrier he became. This feeling of being shown off was really terrible. From now on, your car is confiscated. You must come to the group to work during the day and stop being lazy, otherwise all your pocket money will be stopped. After the boss finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for any response from the other party. The young masters and young ladies were left with confused faces. Many of them had not yet gotten up, and they were very depressed when they were woken up and scolded. However, since their father had spoken, these young masters and ladies did not dare to delay and quickly got up, packed up, and rushed to their own group. They rushed to work desperately. Once they arrived at the group, they were scolded by their father and were also assigned a lot of work. The young masters and young ladies were angry but dared not say anything. They took the assigned work and went straight to their offices. As soon as they regained their freedom, they immediately rushed to the group and started to complain. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Even if you have any plans, you should inform your brothers first. I was dragged to the company so early in the morning, how miserable. Same world, same parents. I was still sleeping before, and you called me and scolded me. Brother Chu, your hard-working and motivated personality has been established. Brother Chu, what's going on over there? Why did you suddenly go to work? At Chu Feng. The young masters and young ladies were extremely depressed. Seeing that Chu Feng did not reply, they began to complain again. Life is so hard these days. You don't know how much work my dad has assigned to me. I'm afraid I can't finish all of this even at night. Picture. Everyone has a lot of work to do. I have more than you. It's so hard to ask my dad for pocket money. He told me that the company's business is not easy. How can I have so much information without a job? Everyone, please stop talking and save your energy for work. It's fine if I'm miserable, but I was also scolded by my dad. It's really like a gun coming from the sky while you're sleeping at home. The phone kept ringing. After Chu Feng waited for his father to leave, he quickly picked up the phone to check the messages. Seeing everyone's complaints, Chu Feng felt helpless and quickly explained. Brothers, this matter really can't be blamed on me, it's all my sister's fault. My dad told me yesterday that everyone my sister knows is talented, and I am the only one in the family who was uneducated and unskilled, so he forced me to come to work in the group. I feel so miserable. It is not my wish to fall into this state, please understand me. The young masters and young ladies looked at Chu Feng's explanation. How could they swallow this anger? None of them wanted to listen to Chu Feng's explanation, and they all pointed their fingers at him. Brother Chu, please don't explain. Explanation is covering up, and covering up is the truth. You should think about how to compensate us. Such a serious matter cannot be made up by simply having a meal. Today was really unfair, I was scolded all over, and my heart was deeply hurt. Brother Chu, you are willing to sacrifice us just to please your father. You are such a jerk. Yi Yunzhou on this side also heard the prompt sound. He was also stunned when he saw the messages flashing quickly in the group. Chu Linger? Yi Yunzhou was a little confused at the moment. It seemed that this matter had something to do with him. But it's not a big problem. The most important thing is that this incident has no effect on him. Yi Yunzhou was also happy when thinking about this. He put away his phone and said gently to Lu Mingxin, who had already finished breakfast. Would you like to go and pack up? I'll take you back to school. Okay. Lu Mingxin responded with a smile. Watching her run into the bedroom, Yi Yunzhou was also thinking about rushing to school in the afternoon. He had classes in the afternoon, and Lu Mingxin also happened to be attending training with the art troupe. Lu Mingxin quickly packed her things and was sent back to school by Yi Yunzhou. When Yi Yunzhou was about to rush to school, he suddenly received a message from Jiang Fei. Mr. Yi, the dance studio you mentioned has been preliminarily decorated. Would you like to take a look? Looking at the news, Yi Yunzhou was also filled with emotion. It really is a big company, the work efficiency is so high. In just one night, the dance studio was almost completely decorated. It's obvious that he takes it to heart. Yi Yunzhou was very satisfied with this. After thinking about it, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Lu Mingxin, asking her to bring people over to take a look. After all, they are professionals and can clearly point out what needs improvement. When Lu Mingxin saw the message, she had already arrived at the art troupe's activity room and was talking to the members. She didn't expect the speed to be so fast, and a smile appeared on her face immediately. I have good news for you all. Let's go check out the new dance studio. Dance studio? The members were all delighted when they heard this. They surrounded Lu Mingxin and praised her with a smile. He is the leader after all, so he is very efficient in solving problems. They just mentioned it yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be resolved today. Lu Mingxin was also happy. She deliberately kept the story a secret and took everyone to the shop. Of course, the group members knew this place. Although they didn't know much about the market, they were stunned when they saw the busy streets and the luxurious decorations. This. The leader is looking for a new dance studio, and it's here? This place is so prosperous, and everything looks high-end, the prices must be very expensive, right? A group member asked with some concern, saying that the small amount of group fee they had might not be enough to cover the expenses for one day. Lu Mingxin looked at everyone's worried faces and smiled, saying, Don't worry, everyone. My boyfriend renovated the shop and gave it to us to use. It's free. A shop turned into a new dance studio? After hearing Lu Mingxin's explanation, everyone present was stunned and shocked. Is this how rich people think? Besides being shocked, the members of the group felt only a surge of envy. A girl curled her lips and said helplessly, Captain, you are just ripping open the mouths of us singles and stuffing dog food into them. The other girls also nodded in agreement, they were already full. Okay, you're the only ones who know how to talk nonsense. Lu Mingxin chuckled and shook her head, then led everyone into the shop. As soon as they entered the door, everyone present hissed softly and were all stunned. This decoration is so great. It is no exaggeration to say that the layout of the dance studio is very high-end, many times better than that in school. The facilities inside are very professional, and there is even a rest area with some instruments specifically for relaxing muscles. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? One of the group members cried out in surprise, and she gently twisted the arm of the girl next to her, causing her to cry out in pain. The member who heard the cry of pain let out a breath of surprise and said with a smile, It's good to know the pain, it means it's reality. You want to know if I'm dreaming, why are you pinching me? The girl next to her rolled her eyes in anger, and everyone walked over to the equipment and tried it out impatiently. A member of the group looked at Lu Mingxin, who was motionless. Captain, this feels great, why don't you come and practice it? Lu Mingxin's face was full of helplessness. She was defeated last night and her legs were weak now. How could she practice? You guys practice first, I'll watch here. Lu Mingxin pretended to be calm when speaking, fearing that others would notice the flaw. On this side, Yi Yunzhou also returned to school at this time. As soon as he entered the school gate, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yunzhou's eyes. The host's location is detected to be consistent with random sign-in, do you want to sign in? Chapter 62 Ing Shui asked me to give you this umbrella, fearing that you would catch a cold. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Reward, a famous wine-blind box. Yi Yunzhou looked at the reward on the screen and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Another blind box? This is quite interesting. Yi Yunzhou looked at several blind boxes of famous liquors in the system space and directly clicked to open them all. With a flash of light, several bottles of white wine appeared in the system space. Yi Yunzhou took a rough look and saw Mutai, Wulianya, and Funjiu, but the packaging was very different from those on the market. Even the collectible liquors that can be auctioned are not as beautifully packaged and luxurious as these. Yi Yunzhou had an idea, he took out the white wine and looked inside through the box. These bottles looked like they were coated with a layer of gold, shining brightly in the sun, very eye-catching. Yi Yunjo picked up the bottle and touched it. It seemed that there was gold foil on the bottle. It looks very special. Yi Yunjo muttered to himself. He put the liquor into the trunk of the car and parked it on the campus. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Yunjo strode towards the teaching building. It was now time for roll call, and many students came in a hurry and sat down in a random seat. Before Yi Yunjo reached the classroom, he saw several of his roommates in the dormitory. They were all yawning, and it was obvious that they had just gotten up not long ago. Several buddies saw Yi Yunjo at a glance. They waved at him and greeted him loudly. "Yunjo, this way." Yi Yunjo came over with a smile. He looked at his roommates and said, "Of course you guys came to class today. That's a rare thing." Several roommates heard Yi Yunjo's joke, but they didn't take it seriously at all. One of them punched Yi Yunjo lightly and explained, "Oh, there are no classes in the morning, so we can just sleep until noon. This way we won't be late for lunch, and we can still come to class in the afternoon." When Yi Yunjo heard this, he immediately laughed. "You guys are amazing. Eating is the most important thing. Is attending class just a side job?" The roommates looked at each other and smiled. There was nothing they could do about it. Isn't this what college life is like? While they were chatting, one of the roommates suddenly looked to the other side and exclaimed, "Look, it's Yin Shui coming over." Yin Shui? When they heard Yin Shui's name, many boys in the class looked towards the door. Yin Shui walked into the classroom in a pretty manner. She was wearing a pair of denim hot pants today, and her long legs were exposed, which was very eye-catching. Seeing Yin Shui's hot outfit, several roommates stared at her and couldn't help but exclaimed, "No wonder she's the school beauty. Look at her figure, it's just too good. Anyone who can be her boyfriend will be so lucky. I was young and ignorant before, and I didn't know the true meaning of playing with legs. Now that I see the beautiful legs of the school beauty, I finally understand. What a painful realization. We are lucky to be in the same class with the school beauty. We are lucky to be in the same class with her." Yi Yunjo listened to the loser-like speeches of his roommates and shook his head helplessly. He looked Yin Shui up and down and commented calmly, "It looks very ordinary." In an instant, Yin Shui also heard what Yi Yunjo said. The corner of her mouth twitched and she glared at Yi Yunjo fiercely. "Average? Who is average? Why is he average? Normally you still want to watch me do squats? Ah. Men, none of them are good." Yin Shui withdrew her gaze in a huff and secretly comforted herself in her heart. "Don't be angry. If you get angry, you will fall into his trap." Yin Shui forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and glared at Yi Yunjo secretly. "Just wait, bastard. After the race is over, I will make sure you enjoy the show." Yin Shui found a seat and sat down angrily. At this time, the professor also walked into the classroom and today's class officially began. The professor first called the roll as usual and then began to lecture. Here, several roommates sitting next to Yi Yunjo saw the professor turn his head and start writing on the blackboard. One of them squinted his eyes and whispered, "Open one? Let's go." The few of them hit it off almost immediately, and they all took out their mobile phones and started logging in. In order to ensure that they do not affect other students in class, several people also thoughtfully prepared Bluetooth headsets. It can be said that the equipment is quite complete. Yi Yunjo was watching from the side and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good job. If they can put this little bit of thought into studying, maybe passing the postgraduate entrance examination will not be a dream at all. Do you still need to worry about failing the course at the end of the semester? On this side, Yin Shui had already taken out her iPad and was taking notes quickly with a stylus. She is not just a pretty vase in the eyes of ordinary people, but a bright and beautiful academic flower. Yi Yunjo did not play games with his roommates. He listened carefully to the professor's lecture, nodding his head from time to time. Ever since his physical condition improved, Yi Yunjo clearly felt that his memory had also improved significantly. Not only can you do several things at once, but you can also remember what the teacher just said. Yi Yunjo felt that his thoughts had never been so clear. He discovered that his thoughts were even several times faster than the professor's. This feeling is so good that Yi Yunjo can't help but fall in love with studying and thinking. At this moment, Yi Yunjo's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look, and found that it was Chu Feng who sent a message in the group. "Brothers, let's get together tonight. I'll treat you to a big meal. As soon as Chu Feng's message came out, it immediately attracted the attention of the young masters and young ladies. Li Yuanliang was the first to reply. What's wrong, Brother Chu? Are you realizing that you were wrong and want to come and apologize to us all? Chu Feng. You really can't blame me for this. Believe me, I am also a victim. Although Chu Feng felt aggrieved, he was no match for the many young masters and young ladies. He thought about it and changed the subject directly. He at Yi Yunzhou and asked proactively. Brother Yi, let's have dinner together tonight? Do you have time? Yi Yunzhou thought about it, and since he had nothing to do in the evening, he replied directly. Okay. I happen to have a few bottles of good wine here. I'll bring them over and we can all taste them together. When everyone heard that there was good wine, they immediately became happy. Many young masters are looking forward to Yi Yunzhou's good wine. After all, if Brother Yi says it's good, then it must be good. I really hope time can pass faster. I want to taste Brother Yi's good wine now. +1 above. Add 10,086 above. Everyone was talking happily when they suddenly saw Chu Feng send out another message. Okay, let's make it a deal. I'm going back to work now. I sent these messages from the bathroom. Please understand how difficult it is for me. My dad only gave me 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, and now he is watching me the whole time. I am risking my life. After Chu Feng sent the message, there was no more movement. He should have put away his phone and walked out of the bathroom to work. Looking at what Chu Feng said just now, the young masters and young ladies all sighed. Brother Chu, this is too pitiful, isn't it? Although we were also forced to work, at least we have an independent office area and can also take a break. Uncle Chu is really trying hard to make his son a successful person. But he has to time his son's toilet time, which is too cruel. Compared to Brother Chu, we are living in heaven. Yi Yunzhou was also delighted when he saw the news from everyone. He immediately put away his phone and continued to listen to the class attentively. After a while, today's class officially ended. The professor called out the names again before letting the students leave. Students who were present during the first roll call today but not during the second roll call, each of you must write me a self-examination. Otherwise, your credits will be. The professor didn't finish his words, but his meaning was already quite clear. Yi Yunzhou chuckled and shook his head. He stood up and walked outside. When I walked outside the classroom, I found that the weather had changed at some point. The whole sky was gloomy and it started to rain. All the students were blocked at the entrance of the teaching building, and many of them began to complain about God. Yi Yunzhou was with a few roommates. They were looking at the rain outside. It was raining really hard. The head of the dormitory looked at the weather app on his phone and wailed. It's over. We can't just sit here and wait. The software says it's going to rain even harder. Seeing that several roommates were embarrassed, the eldest brother thought for a moment and suggested. How about we run back together? Run back? A few people looked at the falling raindrops, then checked the forecast on the weather software, and nodded helplessly. After all, in the current situation, this is the only way. One of my roommates looked at his t-shirt and also sighed. If you wear a coat, you can at least cover your head and keep out the rain, right? Just when everyone was at a loss, Yin Shui and her roommate came out. Girls are more considerate. They will check the weather forecast before going out to class, so they actually bring umbrellas. Looking at the classmates who were stuck here, Yin Shui and others prepared to leave with umbrellas. Yin Shui's gaze fell on Yi Yunzhou inconspicuously. Looking at his empty hands, she couldn't help but snort. Humph, you told me not to say that I was average just now, and now you're getting wet in the rain without an umbrella. Yin Shui thought with some gloating pleasure. She deliberately held up the small flower umbrella and slowly turned the handle of the umbrella in her hand, obviously showing off. However, not long after she walked out, Yin Shui suddenly turned around and took a look, not knowing what she was thinking about. Looking at Yi Yunzhou carefully taking shelter from the rain at the entrance of the teaching building, I suddenly felt sympathy. Yin Shui pursed her lips, looked at the girl next to her, and whispered. Yuan, how about we share an umbrella? Look at those classmates over there, they are so pitiful. Let's just give them one. Separate umbrellas? The girl named Yuan was also stunned when she heard Yin Shui say this. She looked in the direction of the teaching building and saw Yi Yunzhou in the crowd. Oh. Yuan deliberately dragged out the sound. She looked at Yin Shui with squinted eyes and a sly smile on the corner of her mouth. What do you mean it's too pitiful? I just can't bear to see someone suffer. Yuan thought of this, she nodded generously and said with a smile. Okay, let's go back together holding one umbrella, you go and see me off. Yuan held out the umbrella to Yin Shui, but Yin Shui didn't want to take it. She thought for a moment and said, Please help me deliver it. I'll be waiting for you outside the stairs. At this point, Yin Shui seemed to be worried that Yuan might misunderstand her meaning, so she added, I'm selling you my personal favor. Go ahead. Selling popularity? Yuan rolled her eyes and looked at Yin Shui, who pretended to be calm. Good man, you are being arrogant, right? God, what the hell is this about my personal popularity? After Yuan finished complaining silently in her heart, she suddenly smiled and said in a very friendly manner. Okay, then just wait for me here, I'll go get you an umbrella. As she spoke, Yuan had already taken the umbrella from Yin Shui's hand and quickly stepped onto the stairs. Yuan's goal was very clear. She walked quickly to Yi Yunzhou, handed him the umbrella in her hand generously, and then deliberately said loudly, Yi Yunzhou, Yin Shui asked me to give this to you, in case you caught a cold from the rain. Chapter 63. How much is this thing? It should be quite expensive, right? Good sister, I can only help you up to this point. Yin Shui. That's not what I meant. Yin Shui was thin-skinned, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she was a little at a loss. The next second, Yin Shui ran over and covered Yuan's mouth with her hands. She looked at Yi Yunzhou, and for a moment she couldn't think of the right words. After a long pause, she finally came up with a sentence. I don't mean anything else, I just want to help my classmates. As soon as Yin Shui finished speaking, she felt a little regretful. Such a lame excuse might seem like an attempt to cover up something that makes things even more obvious to Yi Yunzhou. Thinking of this, Yin Shui didn't even dare to look up at Yi Yunzhou. Her little face felt like it was on fire, and she dragged Yuan away quickly. Only after walking a distance did Yin Shui let out a long breath. She looked at Yuan angrily. You bad girl. When did I ever say anything like that? She actually said that she was afraid Yi Yunzhou would get sick if caught in the rain. She never mentioned that at all. Yuan spread her hands helplessly. She looked at Yin Shui's expression, who looked like she was trying to cover up something, and said directly, Isn't that what you think? I'm just helping you speak your true feelings. Don't worry, Yi Yunzhou will definitely understand your feelings. Yin Shui. It's all this bad girl's fault. Now, Yi Yunzhou must be even more proud. Just after Yin Shui and Yuan left, everyone outside the teaching building looked at Yi Yunzhou eagerly. There was envy in their eyes, especially many boys, who were even full of jealousy. What kind of luck is this? I actually got an umbrella from the beautiful Lady Yin. It seems that the previous rumors may not be false. This news is so sad. Even if I think the rumor is half true and half false, I feel sad. My goddess. It's good to be handsome. It's just raining, but some people will feel sorry for you and get sick. We are not like that. Our lives are as miserable as those of cabbages. Just as everyone was envious, several roommates came up to Yi Yunzhou, winked at him, and said with a smirk, Hey, if you don't mind sharing, let's go back together? Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw the expressions of the few people. He opened his umbrella and replied with a smile. Let's go. The girls' umbrellas were not that big, so it was very difficult for 4 boys to squeeze together. Each of them occupied a part of the small umbrella and walked quickly towards the dormitory building. Anyway, it can at least block most of the rain, right? Just like that, under the envious gazes of their classmates, the few of them gradually disappeared around the corner. I'm finally back. A roommate pushed open the door of the dormitory, took off his t-shirt, threw it directly on the shelf beside him, and said with some relief, Luckily I have an umbrella, otherwise all my clothes would be soaked. The other roommates also nodded and everyone returned to their beds. Seeing that several people were about to start the game again, Yi Yunzhou simply lay down on the bed. They rested for a while, and the sky outside the window gradually cleared up and the rain stopped. Yi Yunzhou was looking at the campus scenery outside the window when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was Chu Phone, who had added all members in the group. Add all members, I have already chosen the place to eat, it is at the Spring Breeze Club. Share location. Yi Yunzhou opened the location and took a look, and found the Chunfeng Club was near their university. It's not far from the West Gate and you can get there quickly. Yi Yunzhou thought about it and decided not to drive over there. He said something to a few roommates who were still playing games and walked out of the dormitory. Yi Yunzhou first walked back to the car, took out a bag and put a few bottles of good wine into it. With so many bottles of liquor, there must be enough for us to drink. Yi Yunzhou muttered to himself, locked his car, and then walked towards the club with the bag. At the same time, at the entrance of Chunfeng Club. After receiving Chu Feng's notice, several young masters and young ladies left work early. Because their cars were confiscated, they had to take a taxi from the company. After paying the fare and getting out of the taxi, the young men and women felt a sense of regret in their hearts as they watched the taxi drive away. How cool and high-spirited they were in the past, yet how helpless they are now. They were wearing business suits and their sports cars were confiscated. They had completely lost their former glory. At this time, Yi Yunzhou, who was walking over, was also amused when he saw how depressed they all were. The young masters and young ladies felt very aggrieved when they saw this. One of the young masters sighed and said to Yi Yunzhou, "Brother Yi, please stop laughing, we've been having a really hard time lately. Can you imagine that you were sleeping, hugging a beautiful woman in your dream, enjoying the wine and women, but before you can enjoy it, a phone call comes in?" The young master paused here, his tone full of grief and indignation. "First I was scolded, then I was asked to work as a laborer in the company, and even my car was confiscated." Several young masters and young ladies nearby listened and nodded. They still felt that it was not miserable enough, so they spoke up one after another. "We are really miserable. Originally, we just wanted to be a rich young master who lived a life of idleness and waited for death, but we didn't expect to be forced to become a workplace elite. What kind of thing is this? If any one of you wants to roll up in the future, can you please be more low-key? If you pose like this, we will be the ones who suffer. We have to take the blame even if we fall asleep. After you said that, I feel even more depressed. When Brother Chu comes over later, we must announce him." Just when everyone was complaining, a taxi stopped in front of them after a while. The person who got off the car was Chu Feng. He was dressed in elite attire, with a hint of fatigue on his face. After all, it's a day of high-intensity work. Even an Iron Man would not be able to straighten his back at this time. As soon as they saw the real culprit appear, the young masters and young ladies came forward with grim smiles on their faces and began to attack Chu Feng. "Brother Chu, do you know that your actions have caused us all great harm? We have all been deeply traumatized. Brother Chu, please decide how to compensate us. My fist as big as a sandbag is already stirring. Brother Chu, how are you going to deal with this?" Facing the anger of the crowd, Chu Feng put his hands in a gesture of surrender and begged for mercy. "This matter really has nothing to do with me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame my sister." Seeing that Chu Feng was about to explain again, Yi Yunzhou suddenly felt a little numb when he heard it. He interrupted without hesitation and greeted everyone. Let's go inside and talk slowly if we have anything to say." When everyone heard Yi Yunzhou speak, they nodded and prepared to walk into the club together. Just as everyone was about to move, suddenly the roar of engines was heard. Everyone was startled when they heard the sound of the supercar and immediately looked over. On the road not far away, several supercars were seen heading towards the club. Those are supercars worth millions. Once they appear, they immediately become a scenic spot on the road. It attracted a lot of attention. Several young masters and young ladies frowned when they saw the supercar. Li Yuanliang narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Look, it's the supercar from the Magic City." The eye-catching Shanghai license plate on the car makes it recognizable at a glance. When Chu Feng heard that it was a supercar from the Magic City, he immediately showed a hint of dissatisfaction on his face and cursed directly. "Damn it, what bad luck! I run into those bastards on a good day." Yi Yunzhou noticed the indignant expressions on everyone's faces, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. He didn't understand any of these grudges. After all, he had only recently started playing with them, so it was normal for him not to understand. At this time, several supercars did a big drift and stopped with a roar, and the tires drew a beautiful arc on the ground. The owner of the car deliberately stopped the supercar in front of everyone. The next moment, the window of the supercar rolled down, revealing a face of similar age. The young man's face was full of sneers, and his eyes swept over the young men and women. Although his movements were slow, a strong sense of provocation came over them. When he spoke, his tone was even more brazen than his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect it was really you guys, Mr. Chu. What, you also know that your car is too broken and you are embarrassed to drive it? As soon as the young man finished speaking, laughter suddenly rang out from the other supercars. The young man seemed to be infected by the laughter, and a sense of superiority suddenly emerged. He looked at everyone like a king standing high above and said, "What's wrong with you guys? Are you starting to travel in an environmentally friendly way? But you shouldn't take a taxi. It's so embarrassing. We have heard of Mr. Chu's great name, how come he suddenly became so destitute? Do you want me to give you some money to buy you a Wuling Hongguang?" As he finished speaking, other supercar owners also started to sneer. Oh, how could this good young Master Chu become so pitiful? He even had to borrow money to buy a Wuling Hongguang. It really makes people sad and cry. I am a very soft-hearted person. Do you have money to fill up the gas tank? Do you want me to give you a few $100s a month to fill up the gas tank and do maintenance? Hey, please stop it. Master Chu is the boss of this gang. He doesn't even have money to fill up the gas tank. Wouldn't these little brothers be even more miserable? They will all beg you for money. Will you give it to them? If you say so, I think it makes a lot of sense. People who were once so glorious have lost their dignity now. How pathetic. These people were talking to each other, and their words were all about trampling on Chu Feng and his group. They just met on the road, but acted as if Chu Feng and others came to borrow money, and ridiculed them in person. Here, Chu Feng and the others listened to their words, their faces turned red with anger, and their blood pressure was about to explode. Chu Feng, in particular, was so angry that he felt numb. He thought to himself, how the hell did I get caught by these bastards at this time? Isn't this just bad luck? Chu Feng complained in his heart. With a cold face, he glared at the few people and said, "If you have nothing to do, get out of here. You came to Jiangcheng and made such a fuss. I think you are tired of living. Do you want to come here to ask for death or blackmail me?" The other young masters and young ladies also had dark faces and responded one after another. I've seen old ladies pretending to scam people, but I've never seen a young master coming to my house to ask for death. You guys are really embarrassing the young master of the Magic City. Be careful or you'll be asked to leave the team. Does it bother you whether we take a taxi or drive? You only have a few coins in your pocket, and you come here to brag about it. Be careful not to get caught in the wind. I think you are crazy because of poverty. You are too embarrassed to ask for money. You want to provoke us to use our money to hit you to death, right? Just stand here and don't move. I will go to the bank to change coins and hit you to death. The young masters and young ladies are not the kind of people who would suffer losses. The two sides exchanged sharp words, like a needle against a wheat spike, and the situation suddenly became tense. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder in the air was getting thicker and thicker, the leader of the group, the young master of the Demon City, touched his nose and said with a fake sigh, "We came here specially to play with you guys, but it seems there's no fun now. What's the point of not having a car? Brothers, follow me. Don't waste your time on these little bastards, you can't get much out of them." The others naturally had no objection. They burst into laughter and then stepped on the accelerator to leave. As if to show off, they deliberately stepped on the accelerator in front of everyone when they left, causing the engine to emit a huge roar and the thick exhaust gas to rush towards Chu Feng and others. Seeing everyone's faces turn black, these young masters of the Demon City laughed and walked away. Looking at the scene of them leaving, the young masters and young ladies here all looked at them with anger on their faces. They were all furious and obviously holding back their anger. If looks could kill, those people from the Magic City would have been killed in an instant. Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at everyone and asked, "Who are these people?" "A bunch of scum from the Demon City, not human." Chu Feng replied fiercely, and the other young masters and young ladies also added with gnashing teeth. This group of people are usually very arrogant. They often come to Jiangcheng to mess things up. This is not the first time or the second time. This is our territory. Can we let outsiders mess things up? These bastards took advantage of their little money and completely forgot their last names. They even blocked our car. But both sides also had their wins and losses, and no one got the upper hand. We are not intolerant of others. It's mainly because they are too arrogant. Coupled with a few conflicts, the two sides have become enemies all of a sudden, and the conflict continues to intensify. It's our own bad luck. We didn't expect to be caught by them at this time. It looks like we'll be laughed at by these people for a while. Damn! How unlucky! As if they were thinking of some bad memories, the faces of the young masters and young ladies became even uglier. They looked at each other and started to complain. Forget about these disgusting bastards. These people from the demon city look down on us. It's okay for them to come here to provoke us, but they dare to be so arrogant. That's right, they keep calling me little bastards. They are so stupid, they don't speak human language at all. Damn, it's so infuriating just thinking about it. Please stop talking, I wish I could rush over with a brick and beat them up one by one. After listening to the explanations of the young masters and young ladies, Yi Yunzhou also understood the point of conflict between the two sides. Seeing everyone's unfriendly faces, Yi Yunzhou gently patted Chu Feng on the shoulder and greeted him with a smile. Let's go, don't think about these bad things, I'm going to treat you to a meal today, let's have some fun together. Having said that, Yi Yunzhou raised the bag in his hand and gestured to everyone. It just so happens that no one is driving today, so let's all try it. Everyone then remembered that Yi Yunzhou had brought good wine today, and everyone immediately swept away the previous haze and said happily, okay. It's a good time to drink some good wine to get rid of the bad luck. I can take a taxi back later. I don't have to call a designated driver. It's much easier. Everyone walked into the Spring Breeze Club talking and laughing, and immediately a service staff came up to greet them. Hello, would you like to have dinner? Right. Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly, and he directly instructed the waiter. Is the top floor box still there? We want that one. Okay. The waiter checked the computer and confirmed that no one had made a reservation or used it. Then he smiled and raised his hand. Please come this way, I'll take you to the top floor. Led by the service staff, everyone walked into the top floor box. The moment the door opens, a sense of luxury hits you. A hint of amazement flashed across everyone's eyes. After sitting down, Yi Yunzhou took the menu handed over by the waiter and started ordering. He ordered a lot of delicious dishes, then put the menu on the table, raised his hand and said to everyone, everyone, take a look and see if there's anything you like. Order more. The young masters and young ladies shook their heads when they heard this. Yi Yunzhou had already ordered enough. The waiter turned around and went out to take the order, and Yi Yunzhou took the drinks out of the bag and placed them on the table. Everyone looked at the wine bottle on the table and were stunned for a moment. Li Yuanlian's eyes widened immediately. He looked at the bottle carefully and exclaimed, Brother Yi, the wine you brought looks really high-end. How much does it cost? Chapter 64. What the hell is this? Is this the gold you eat? Yi Yunzhou shook his head slightly when he heard this. I really don't know about this. After all, it was drawn from the system blind box, so it must be a good wine. Chu Feng sat in his seat, remembering the appearance of the wine bottle firmly. Soon, the waiter came back, holding a pot of brewed fragrant tea in his hand, and walked in quickly. She respectfully poured tea for everyone, then stepped aside and served carefully. The waiter also went downstairs to get a snack platter and a beautifully made fruit plate for the guests to eat while waiting for their dishes. Chu Feng didn't even have time to take a sip of tea before he started complaining about his miserable life. I am really wronged. I was inexplicably mixed up in that group and became a non-human. Not only did you misunderstand me, my father was also very cruel to me. My life is so difficult. When they were in the group before, everyone already knew about Chu Feng's situation. Now, hearing him tell those unknown stories in person, everyone was delighted. At the same time, on the other side, the young masters and young ladies of the Magic City who had just left drove into an open space. They formed a circle around their cars, stopped their cars and got out. They sat directly on the hood, with cheerful expressions on their faces, and were obviously very happy. A young man arrogantly crossed his legs. He suddenly turned his head to look at the young man in the lead and said with a smile, Brother Tang, this trip to Jiangcheng is totally worth it. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene. It's a pity that I was so busy watching the excitement that I forgot to take pictures. Whenever these young masters and young ladies thought about how Chu Feng and the others had fallen to the point where they could only take taxis, they felt excited. Let these little bastards go against them, now they are getting their retribution. The other young masters and young ladies became more and more excited as they spoke. They all spoke up. Whenever I think about how Chu Feng and his men have fallen into such a miserable state, I feel so happy. Look at how well dressed they are. I would have thought they were selling insurance. Don't insult insurance professionals like that. Who among those who sell insurance isn't good at speaking? With their limited talent, they can kill people with their mouths. How can they sell insurance? I am very happy to see that they are not doing well. Who told them to go against us? Even if it is on their territory, they have to obey us. Tang Yang listened to what the young master and young lady beside him said, and a smile appeared on his face, and he felt extremely happy. His current mood is similar to that of having had his revenge, and he feels extremely refreshed. It's a pity that the time just now was a bit short, and the sarcasm was not pleasant at all. Tang Yang was thinking about this, when suddenly his eyes turned and a plan came to his mind. Damn it, if we don't kick the guy when he is down now, when will we? Tang Yang raised a cruel smile and said to the young masters and ladies, "Let's go, get in the car and go back." Go back? Just as the young masters and young ladies showed puzzled expressions on their faces, they heard Tang Yang explain. "Let's go to the club they just went to have dinner, and then we can have some fun with them." The young masters and young ladies reacted immediately, their eyes lit up, and they immediately understood what Tang Yang meant. Hey, otherwise why do you say it's Brother Tang? His brain works so fast. Look at our brains, we just didn't think of it. A young master praised loudly, and the other young masters and ladies nodded. This is a great idea. Let's go. We can definitely have a good meal today. As long as they could see Chu Feng and the others being humiliated, they would be very happy even if they didn't have the meal today. Everyone opened the car doors, sat back in the driving seats, followed Tang Yang's supercar, and rushed towards the Chun Feng Club. Tang Yang's supercar fleet was driving on the road, and when they felt the other car owners actively giving way, they became even more arrogant for a moment. It's just a small Jiangcheng. I thought everyone was so brave and deliberately against us. Tang Yang muttered to himself. He deliberately turned up the volume of the music and stepped on the accelerator to the rhythm of the music. Soon, they rushed back to the Chun Feng Club. Looking at the luxuriously decorated club, Tang Yang nodded with satisfaction while sitting in the car, and then sneered. These people are so poor, yet they dare to come to such a high-end place to eat. What's going on? Is this the last revelry? Tang Yang parked the car in the middle of the club, arrogantly blocked the door, waved at everyone, and ordered. Don't just stand there, park your cars in conspicuous places. We are going to show off our dominance in Jiangcheng today. After all, she came here to slap the face of the young master and young lady of Jiangcheng. Now that her face is torn, she naturally has to put on a strong show. Okay, I'll do it. The young masters and young ladies looked at each other and immediately responded cheerfully. They followed Tang Yang's example and blocked the entrance of Chun Feng Club. Seeing so many supercars parked here at once, the effect and picture are really amazing. Tang Yang laughed arrogantly, with a determined smile on his face, and walked into the club with everyone in a swagger. As soon as the waiter saw a guest coming in, he immediately came up to greet him and asked respectfully. Hello, do you have an appointment? Tang Yang completely ignored the waiter's question and asked directly. Just now, a few young men came in to eat. Which box are they in? While Tang Yang was asking questions, a lackey had already scanned the hall to make sure Chu Feng and his group were not there. The waiter listened to everyone's questions and saw that they were of similar age. He immediately thought that these people were together, so he quickly replied. Hello, your friend has booked a private room on the top floor. I'll take you up there. Top floor box? Hearing the waiter's words, all the young masters and young ladies, including Tang Yang, were stunned. Wow, even though they are so poor, they are still as particular as ever. A sneer appeared on Tang Yang's lips. This is also good. The more they care about the show, the more they value face. Now, let him go over and crush their only remaining dignity himself. Thinking of this, Tang Yang raised his head slightly and said with a hint of pride. Lead the way. Led by the waiter, everyone went to the top floor. Seeing that there was only one box on the entire floor and the beautifully designed and domineering door, Tang Yang and others were also stunned. Even they had to admit that this rooftop box was indeed luxurious and the sense of class was overwhelming. Tang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. It does have some taste. Seeing that the gate was right in front of him, Tang Yang didn't hesitate at all. He walked straight over and pushed the door open. Tang Yang made the noise deliberately very loud, and the people who were chatting heard a muffled sound, and the door was opened. Afterwards, Tang Yang swaggered in with a group of young masters and ladies. His eyes swept over everyone, and his disdain was too obvious to be true. Yi Yunzhou on this side looked at the people who came in. His lively conversation was suddenly interrupted and he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, Chu Feng and the others became angry when they saw Tang Yang suddenly barging in. They were instantly enraged and glared at the few people fiercely. What the hell? What are these people doing in the box? Chu Feng and the other young masters and young ladies were not fools. Seeing how aggressively they came, they knew they had bad intentions. But after all, they were still eating, and Chu Feng and the others forced themselves to suppress their anger, so that it did not explode immediately. Even so, the young masters and young ladies all had gloomy faces and looked at everyone, waiting to see what they would say. For a moment, the atmosphere in the box became tense. Tang Yang on this side took 2 steps forward, crossed his arms in front of his chest, looked down at Chu Feng, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, our Master Chu has gotten to this point, why doesn't he know how to save money? Why not use the tens of thousands of dollars to do something else? Wouldn't it be nice to buy a Wuling Hongguang?" At this point, Tang Yang looked around the top floor box seriously and exclaimed in admiration. After all, he was once a top young master in Jiangcheng. He is quite good at finding places. The decoration of this top floor box is quite good. We also want to try the food here to see if it lives up to its reputation. A young master from the demon city nearby heard Tang Yang's words and replied at the right time. "Master Chu, as the saying goes, it's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Now that we are on your territory, shouldn't you show your hospitality as hosts? Of course, we understand that it's not easy for you and you don't have much money in your pocket. You don't have to pay for this. We think this box is good. You can give it to us and change it for yourself." Here, the other young masters and young ladies in the Magic City all had smiles on their faces. They seemed to be talking about an insignificant matter and agreed with a smile. "We just really like the scenery here. Even though it doesn't look like much, this is considered the most luxurious place in Jiangcheng, right? The top notch here is just plain in our eyes. But you don't have much money, and you're still occupying such a good box. We feel it's not worth it for the store owner. I didn't expect that we were just out for a stroll today, but we are responsible for boosting Jiangcheng's GDP. It's okay. This little money is a lot of money for you, but it's just a drop in the bucket for us." Although they had smiles on their faces, they could not hide the arrogance and sarcasm in their tone. Hearing their impolite words, Chu Feng and the others' anger instantly reached its peak. In an instant, they could no longer control their temper and they slammed the table and stood up. "Damn it, these guys are going too far. They didn't even bother with these bastards, but they actually came to bully them. What is this? If they can still endure this, they don't need to survive in the future and should just find a puddle and drown themselves." Chu Feng sneered, and the young masters and young ladies beside him could no longer hold back and responded one after another. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being our friends? I've seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone so shameless. They are so shameless. With just one sentence, they want us to change the room. Why don't you go to the hospital right away? You can still make it to the outpatient clinic at this time. If you were a less ill person, you wouldn't say such a thing. Your mental hospital is on annual leave today, right? They actually let you guys out together." Chu Feng listened to everyone's words and replied impatiently. "Don't waste your time talking to them. If you want to fight, just say so. It's a pity you found such a lame excuse. Who are you trying to disgust?" The young masters and young ladies in Shanghai were also angry. This was just shamelessness. For a moment, the two sides became tense. A conflict could break out at any time. Tang Yang still kept his arms folded, with a smile on his face. Seeing Chu Feng and the others looking indifferent, he slowly said, "Look at you all, you're like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, and you're jumping up and down now? We are just out for fun today, and we don't want to argue with you guys." At this point, Tang Yang turned his gaze to the stunned waitress and instructed her. "You go calculate the cost of this private room. I'll pay them 3 times the price of the dishes they ordered." Tang Yang had just looked at the appetizers and tea on the table. They were mediocre. How much did they cost? For a moment, Tang Yang didn't care about it. "If I could just spend a little money to humiliate these young masters, it would be totally worth it." The waitress looked at the situation and knew something was wrong. She nodded, quickly walked out of the box, and went straight to find the manager. She briefly described the situation in the box, and the manager frowned. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I'll go up with you and take a look." After all, they are the store owners, and if conflicts arise in the store, they also bear some responsibility. The manager walked into the private room with the waiter in a hurry. As soon as he entered the room, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, ready to adjust the atmosphere. "Hello, sir. I am the club manager. Let's talk it over." The manager was interrupted by Tang Yang before he could finish his words. Tang Yang didn't give the manager any face at all and scolded impatiently. "What are you talking about? Just go and get the bill when I tell you to. You have nothing to do here." The manager was retorted as soon as he opened his mouth. He looked helpless and could only look at the waiter beside him and whispered, "Go get it." The waiter responded and left the room. Chu Feng glared at Tang Yang. "You want to be beaten, right? Or do you not want to leave Jiangcheng?" Facing Chu Feng's provocation, Tang Yang just smiled disdainfully and said lazily, "I am doing this for your own good. I am rushing to give you money. Are you not happy about it?" At this moment, the manager took the bill handed over by the waiter and walked to Tang Yang. Tang Yang looked at the manager approaching, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise a curve, and said with a smile, "I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't have money, you should be frugal. Come, let me take a good look. What good food can you eat now that you can only take taxis?" As Tang Yang was talking, he grabbed the bill from the manager's hand and glanced at it, and saw several thousand yuan for tea and water. "Wow, you're eating so well now. It's just a cup of tea, and you think the free one is not good enough for you? You're drinking something that costs thousands of dollars, tut tut." However, gradually, Tang Yang looked at the bill in his hand and stopped talking. His face gradually became gloomy, and his fingers were tightly clenched on the bill, and his fingertips turned pale. Chapter 65. You don't know? Then I know. Tang Yang is feeling a little confused now. If he was not the one who broke in, he would probably lose his temper on the spot and question the manager. What is going on? The young masters and young ladies from the magic city nearby were originally waiting for the next step with a proud look on their faces. They had already thought about it. Isn't it just a matter of paying them 3 times the compensation? At worst, they can each share a little bit. How much money will they have then? They waited for Tang Yang to speak with a proud look on their faces, but they didn't expect that he would suddenly get stuck in the middle of his words. The young masters and young ladies in the magic city were all confused. They all looked at Tang Yang and saw his solemn expression. For a moment, these people were stunned, with obvious confusion on their faces. What's going on? A young master from the demon city frowned, but he certainly didn't dare to question Tang Yang's actions. He fired directly at Chu Feng and the others. Could it be that the dishes you ordered were so bad that people couldn't stand it? As they were talking, these young masters and young ladies came up to Tang Yang and looked at the bill. When they saw the number on the bill clearly, they were stunned. This. The young masters and young ladies looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. After a pause of several seconds, they finally reacted and started to speak. Fuck! What kind of delicacies did you guys eat? You spent millions on the food and wine? Damn it! Looking at the price, I thought this was a state banquet, entertaining some important person. It's so expensive, how can you afford it? The manager is not in league with you guys and is trying to rip us off, is he? These little things on your desk are worth millions? I don't believe it. Listening to their questions filled with anger and confusion, Chu Feng and others were also confused. What does this mean? Millions? So many? Chu Feng and the others also exchanged glances. They were just looking at the dishes that Yi Yunzhou ordered. After all, Brother Yi's wealth is there, so how could the dishes he ordered be bad? So no one cared about it and no one really knew what exactly was going on. Besides, they had just finished their appetizers when this gang broke in. When Chu Feng and the others thought of this, their eyes all fell on Yi Yunzhou, with emotion and shock in their eyes. I didn't expect Brother Yi to value them so much. He ordered millions for an ordinary meal. This was a luxury they had never experienced before. Meanwhile, the people in Demon City followed Chu Feng and the others' gaze and looked towards Yi Yunzhou. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou was sitting as steady as a mountain. He sat upright on the main seat, sipping tea leisurely. There was no expression on his face, as if these things had nothing to do with him. Feeling the aura emanating from Yi Yunzhou, the faces of the young masters in Demon City became uncertain. They stood there in a daze, and they also realized that something was wrong. Damn, how can it be so generous? The young masters glared at everyone fiercely and said, "Now you are no longer pursuing cars, but are pursuing food, right? A meal that costs millions can be traded for a supercar if you eat it 3 times a day." Unexpectedly, at this moment, the manager standing nearby made a brilliant finishing move. "These are just the prices of the food and drinks ordered in the restaurant. The drinks that the guests brought themselves are not included in the price." After being hit by the manager's knife, Tang Yang looked at the table with a bad look on his face. If the manager hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed the bottles. Looking at it now, even though I have never seen this kind of bottle before, just by looking at the packaging, I can tell that it is definitely not cheap. At that moment, Tang Yang and the other young masters of Demon City were all silent. Seeing that the box had quieted down, Yi Yunzhou finally put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Tang Yang and said, "Why, is there a problem? Otherwise, triple the price and I'll take my people and leave. If you can't afford it, just go away." "You." Upon hearing Yi Yunzhou's impolite words, Tang Yang immediately became angry and glared at Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou felt the other person's gaze and he glared at him. For a moment, Tang Yang felt a terrifying aura coming over him, suppressing him so much that he couldn't speak. Tang Yang gasped and looked at Yi Yunzhou with some horror. "What kind of look is that? It's so terrible." Tang Yang stood there trying to remain calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. If Tang Yang had not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that the aura just now was actually emanating from a young man. At the same time, Chu Feng and others also took a step forward. Yi Yunzhou's words made them feel like they had found their backbone. "The other party must either give you money or get out. You have to choose one, right now." When the young masters and young ladies in Shanghai saw the scene, they also became nervous. They didn't know why, but a sense of fear suddenly arose in their hearts. After all, this is Jiangqing's territory, and since these demons come here, they will suffer some losses. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. This is a truth that is difficult to break unless there is a huge gap in strength. Tang Yang narrowed his eyes, looked at Yi Yunzhou deeply, and said fiercely, "Okay, kid, I'll remember you. I hope you never come to the Magic City in your lifetime, otherwise you'll have a hard time." After all, he represented the face of the young master of Shanghai. After saying a few harsh words, Tang Yang led his men out of the box. Looking at their slightly embarrassed backs, Chu Feng and the others here felt proud. This feeling is so awesome. To be honest, they had a long-standing grudge with Tang Yang and his people. Although both sides had been fighting back and forth, no one had gained the upper hand. This time was the first time in so many confrontations that Tang Yang and others were defeated badly. For a moment, Chu Feng and the others all looked at Yi Yunzhou and exclaimed, "Brother Yi, it has to be you. If you weren't here, we wouldn't be able to trample them so happily. Seeing how uncomfortable they are, I'm so excited that I want to scream." Did you all see Tang Yang's expression when he left? It was as if he had eaten shit and was pissed to death. They deserved it, they were just asking for death. "Good fellow, Brother Yi, you are too open-minded. You actually ordered so much at once?" Facing everyone's excited gazes, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and explained softly, "Since we're drinking this, we should naturally order some similar red wine for the girls." Everyone. Almost? He is really worthy of being Brother Yi. He has almost finished drinking it. It is already the best red wine in the top club. However, everyone became excited when they thought about the quality of this meal. This time, they can enjoy a hearty meal. Several young ladies were extremely touched. Brother Yi was so nice to them. He spent 6 figures on a bottle of red wine and ordered it specially for them. How thoughtful. Soon, the delicious dishes were brought in by the waiters and placed on the table. Yi Yunzhou opened the famous wines. Seeing this, Chu Feng quickly stood up and took them. "Brother Yi, how can you be so embarrassed to ask you to pour us some wine? Let me do it." Chu Feng distributed some to everyone, and then Chu Feng took the lead, raising his glass to toast Yi Yunzhou. "Brother Yi, let us toast you." Seeing this, Yi Yunzhou also raised his glass, and everyone drank up the wine in the glass happily. While tasting the fine wine brought by Yi Yunzhou, the young ladies secretly stuck out their tongues, thinking it was not very tasty. After all, they don't usually drink alcohol, and if they drink it all at once, it really doesn't taste right. On the contrary, the young masters here are all stunningly beautiful. This wine is amazing. It has a soft texture and is very mellow. Indeed, it's not spicy at all, and there's a hint of sweetness after swallowing it. The taste is simply endless. Brother Yi, I am completely convinced. Even the drinks you brought with you are the finest wines we have never seen before. Yi Yunzhou listened to everyone's praise and smiled faintly, saying, "Since everyone likes it so much, drink more." Okay. Everyone responded excitedly, and then everyone started toasting. Everyone was drinking fine wine and eating the world's top delicacies, and the atmosphere in the box was instantly very lively. At this time, a young master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Chu Feng and asked, "By the way, Brother Chu, are you still going to participate in the car race in a few days? Aren't all your cars confiscated?" This sentence silenced Chu Feng and several other young masters and ladies. They glared at the young master fiercely, really bringing up something that was not relevant. "Everyone is happy, you are just rubbing salt into the wound." Chu Feng sighed, pinched his brows with his hands, and said helplessly, "Looking at the recent situation, I probably can't attend. I'm afraid I will have to work overtime in the next few days, and I may not even be able to go to the scene." The other young masters and young ladies were in a similar situation. They looked at each other and nodded helplessly. When the young masters here saw them nod, they were immediately very happy. The young master who asked the question smiled and said, "Then we will just ignore you. Now we have a chance to compete for the prize money." Chu Feng and the others were furious when they saw how these young masters were gloating over other people's misfortunes. They had spent a lot of money on modifications for this race. I didn't expect that the car would be confiscated before I even started driving. Now someone is rubbing the wound repeatedly, it's so uncomfortable. But there was nothing they could do about it. Apart from drinking a few more glasses, there seemed to be no better solution. Come on, let's have another drink." Chu Feng took the initiative to raise his glass and asked everyone to toast together. Everyone drank happily for a long time before the drinking party gradually came to an end. Yi Yunzhou looked at the crowd and asked with a smile, "Is everyone done drinking?" Everyone nodded, with a hint of drunkenness on their faces, and thanked him. "Brother Yi, thank you so much for your hospitality today. Next time, let's treat Brother Yi to a big meal together. Although it may not be as good as this, it definitely can't be any worse. It is our blessing to be brothers with Brother Yi. We brothers will walk together for life. Whoever is not loyal is a dog." Yi Yunzhou couldn't help laughing as he listened to everyone's drunken talk. He called the waitress and followed her downstairs to pay the bill. Seeing the people coming downstairs, Yi Yunzhou was also happy and said directly, "No one is driving, so let's each call a car and go back directly." Good. Since no one was drunk, they took out their cell phones to call a taxi. At this time, on this side, after the waiter took everyone away, he returned to the top floor box and began to clean up the mess. Just as the waiter was about to go to the private room, the manager here, thinking about the wine bottle he had just seen, rushed to the top floor box. "Be careful not to stain the carpet." The manager gave the waiter some instructions, then picked up a few wine bottles on the table and walked outside. Looking at the exquisite bottle in his hand, the manager was also happy and thought about putting the bottle in his car. Unexpectedly, the manager ran into his boss as soon as he walked downstairs. When the boss saw the manager coming down and was about to speak, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a few wine bottles. He looked at the bottle and was stunned for a moment. The boss took a deep breath, then looked at the manager and asked nervously, "Where did you get the wine?" After all, it was the boss, he recognized him at a glance. Such a special and exquisite bottle, you only need to see it once to make you unforgettable. How did this wine appear here? Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, the boss looked at the manager eagerly, waiting for his reply. Seeing the boss's serious expression, the manager did not dare to hide anything and answered honestly, "This is what the customer just left. I think the bottle is very high-end in design and I've never seen it before, so I thought I'd collect it." The boss was stunned when he heard what the manager said. He pointed at the bottle and asked, "Do you know what kind of wine this is?" "I don't know him." The manager shook his head slightly. He picked up the bottle and looked at it carefully, but still couldn't figure out what it was. "It just looks very high-end to me. I've heard of this wine, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of packaging." "If you don't know, then it's easy." When the boss heard the manager's answer, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 66. That's a national level wine. The manager was also confused when he saw the boss's reaction. "What's wrong with the boss today? It's just a bottle of leftover wine, what's the big deal?" The boss looked at the manager's confused expression and interrupted his train of thought. It's not expensive, and our hotel has rules, have you forgotten? You are not allowed to take anything out of the hotel. This is our hotel's property, do you understand? The boss talked a lot and scolded the manager directly. Seeing the manager lower his head, the boss knew that the situation was about right, so he softened his tone. Give me the bottle, I'll throw it away. The manager felt helpless upon hearing this and quickly handed over a few bottles. But seeing that the boss did not punish him, he couldn't help but feel relieved. If you offend your boss over a few broken bottles, it would be a waste of time and effort. The boss carefully took a few bottles of wine and walked quickly towards the office. Seeing his boss leave, the manager let out a long sigh and then started to get busy again. It was mealtime and he had a lot of work to do. Moreover, as the manager of a high-end club, he serves high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and he also needs to maintain these relationships on a daily basis. After being busy for a while, the manager suddenly remembered that he had something to report to the boss. He slapped his forehead suddenly and said in annoyance, "Look at my brain, I actually forgot about it just now." The manager muttered as he hurried towards the boss office upstairs. Because the matter was urgent, the manager did not have time to wait at the door and directly opened the office door and walked in. "Boss, I have something to report to you." The manager's words suddenly stopped before he could finish. He looked at his boss in the office with disbelief, hardly able to believe his eyes. What did I see? He saw his boss standing in front of the desk, holding the bottle of wine that he had taken from him before. The boss raised his head, shook his hands vigorously, and tried hard to pour the little wine left in the bottle into his mouth. As if he was worried that the wine would accidentally spill, the boss moved quickly but carefully, ensuring that every drop of wine fell into his mouth. Although he was very careful, there was not much wine left, and after pouring for a long time only a little came out. Even so, the boss still had an intoxicated expression on his face. He couldn't wait to smack his lips and slowly savor the rich aroma of the wine. This process lasted for more than 10 seconds. The boss finally woke up from his dream and said with emotion, "This is such a great wine. It tastes so good, it's the best wine I've ever had in my life." The boss muttered to himself. He turned around as if he sensed something and instantly saw the manager's shocked face. The two people's eyes met, and at that moment, both of them felt awkward. Manager. Wow, this guy in front of me is my boss. But in a flash, the manager understood. Wow. So all those passionate speeches before were just to bluff him? What is this? While the manager was racking his brain, the boss here had also suffered hundreds of social setbacks. It would be hard for anyone to accept being caught in such an embarrassing scene. Ahem. Finally, it was the boss who coughed lightly and took the lead in breaking the deadlock. He shook the bottle of wine at the manager and suggested, "Since you're here, how about having a drink together? There's still some left in the bottle, and if we share it, we can barely clink glasses." After the boss said this, he felt a little regretful and a look of pain appeared on his face. The manager noticed all these changes in expression. He thought about it and couldn't suppress his curiosity. He smiled and agreed. "Then I won't be polite. Even you, the boss, say it's a good thing, so it's definitely a good thing." The manager quickly went to get the wine decanter, and the boss took the bottle and carefully poured out the wine bit by bit. Looking at the empty bottle of wine, the boss gave some to the manager. Just as the manager was about to answer, he heard the boss's serious warning. "Taste it bit by bit, don't be like Chu Linger swallowing the ginseng fruit like a cow, gulping down the fruit without tasting anything. Otherwise, such good wine would be wasted." The manager looked at the boss's hand tightly holding the wine glass, and couldn't help curling his lips, and quickly nodded and responded, "Okay, I got it. Would you let go?" The boss paused for a while before handing the wine glass to the manager. After the manager got the wine glass, he immediately put it to his nose and sniffed it. A strong aroma of wine rushed into his nose and went straight to the top of his head. The manager's eyes lit up, he stared at the wine in the glass and took a small sip. At this moment, the sweet and mellow aroma explodes in the mouth, and the mellow taste of wine quickly spreads throughout the body. Although it was just a small sip, the manager felt that his soul was imbued with a unique aroma, and his soul was trembling with excitement. This feeling and taste are so intoxicating. What a great wine! After the manager reacted, he immediately sighed. "I was lucky enough to taste the 50-year-old Moutai once, but compared to this wine, it's far superior." "That's natural. That kind of mass-produced wine, except that it's a little older, can't be compared to this at all. The boss had just tasted it, and now his face was full of intoxication. He closed his eyes and continued speaking. The two people sat in the office tasting the wine and sharing their feelings from time to time. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Although there was only a little bit of wine, the manager and the boss were intoxicated. At this time, on the other side, the young masters and young ladies said goodbye to Yi Yunzhou and took taxis back to their homes. Chu Feng also called a special car to take him back home. He opened the door and walked into the villa. Just after he changed his shoes, he heard a cold snort from the living room. "You're just a dog that can't change its bad habits. I asked you to leave work too early today, didn't I? Did you go out to eat and drink with your friends again?" Hearing the familiar scolding voice, Chu Feng subconsciously shrank his neck. He raised his head and saw his father Chu Weigua sitting on the large sofa, looking at him with squinted eyes. Chu Weigua narrowed his eyes, sighed first, and then said with a look of disappointment, "I really can't control you. Think about it, how old are you, and you still make your father anxious and worried every day. A man should be strong, so why don't you be more careful and work harder instead of just living a life of luxury? This is totally the style of a playboy." Hearing my father calling him a dandy boy and a friend of bad people, I felt dissatisfied and whispered back, "I'm not hanging out with my bad friends. I'm just socializing normally." He usually plays with Li Yuanliang and the others, so he tolerates them being called bad friends. After all, they are all the top second generation in Jiangcheng, and they have never worked for the group before, so there is nothing wrong with them just passing the time. But today they are having dinner with brother Yi. With his wealth and status, how can he be considered a playboy? He absolutely won't accept it. Here, Chu Weigua heard Chu Feng's dissatisfied muttering and immediately frowned and scolded. "I think you've become bolder. Do you dare to talk back to me now?" Although Chu Weigua spoke harshly, he was his own son after all, so he felt sorry for him. He poured a cup of tea for Chu Feng with a fierce face. "Drink some tea to sober up, or you'll be late for work tomorrow and you'll be in trouble." Chu Feng had long been accustomed to his father's hard words and soft heart. He also sat down on the sofa and drank the tea on the table. Chu Weigua glanced at Chu Feng, refilled his cup with tea, and then earnestly warned, "It's okay to go out and drink. At your age, whether you're socializing or having fun, it's unavoidable. But if you are going to drink, drink good wine, don't drink fake wine just for the sake of cheapness. Especially young people nowadays like to drink foreign liquor. Some liquor dealers now sacrifice their conscience for money and mix fake liquor, which has a great impact on the body. After all, they are people in the top circle of Jiangcheng, and they can't ruin their children's lives just to save a few money." Hearing his father's instructions, Chu Feng grinned, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Dad. The wine we drank today is definitely not fake. If fake wine could be this delicious, he would be willing to drink it for the rest of his life." Chu Feng recalled the fine wine he had drunk before, and an intoxicated expression suddenly appeared on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, and said to his father with emotion, "Come to think of it, the wine I drank today seemed a little different from what I usually drink. I have never seen that kind of packaging, but the taste is so mellow, it really makes people linger on the aftertaste." Chu Weigua didn't take Chu Feng's sigh seriously. After all, how old was this kid? He is usually very strict and he only drinks a few times a year, so how could he have ever drunk anything good? I tell you that you are young and inexperienced, but you always refuse to accept it." Chu Weigua had the look of an experienced person on his face, and he said with a smile, "You still drink too little, it's normal that you don't know what good wine is. Tell me, what does the wine you drink look like?" Chu Weigua looked calm and composed. Seeing that his son had been doing well recently, he decided to teach him a lesson. Chu Feng didn't think too much about it. When he heard his father's question, he immediately described, "Those bottles are very beautiful. They look like they are covered with gold foil. The luster is not just that of ordinary gold paint." Chu Feng was very sure about this point. He still had this common sense and knowledge. Chu Weigua was lazily leaning on the sofa at first, but as Chu Feng continued to talk, his expression gradually became more serious and he became more frightened. He sat up straight, took a deep breath, and asked directly, "Is there nothing on the packaging except the name of the wine?" "Oh, Dad, you're really good. You really know a lot. You even know these details so well. You must drink a lot." Chu Feng was surprised. He thought for a moment and continued, I remember it said Mutai, Wolyange, and Finjo. We have all drunk these before, but this tastes so different. Even the original liquor may not be as mellow as this. Hearing Chu Feng sigh, the corners of Chu Weiguo's mouth twitched. At this moment, his heart was like a raging storm, surging and stirring. Such a classic packaging. Apart from that kind of wine, what other wine would dare to use such a grade? Chu Weiguo suppressed the shock in his heart, took a deep breath, and then pretended to be calm and said, "That's the national treasure Finjo. And the Mao Tai and Wulianye, they are all national treasure grade." Chapter 67. There will be a car race tomorrow night. Are you ready, Mizine? National collection level? Chu Feng had never heard of it, but it did sound quite intimidating. He thought about it, looked at his father and asked, "Dad, is this wine valuable?" At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly remembered that Yi Yunzhou had also ordered 6-figure sums of top-quality red wine for the young ladies. In this way, the value of these liquors must be high, not low. Thinking that he had drunk such a good wine at this price, Chu Feng felt excited and looked at his father eagerly. After hearing his son's question, Chu Weiguo rolled his eyes. How could he have such an ignorant son? It's not a matter of whether it's valuable or not. A bottle of fine wine at the national level is worth at least millions, or even tens of millions. Because ordinary people have no access to this kind of wine, once it appears on the market, it is immediately collected and is simply priceless. Do you think Guozhang is called that for nothing? Most people only see it once in their lifetime. It is proof of identity. Here, Chu Feng was stunned as he listened to his father's explanation word by word. Millions a bottle, or even millions? They finished several bottles at once today. How much did that cost? If we calculate conservatively, it would cost at least 3 million. The meal they had today was so luxurious. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. His eyes widened and his breathing became rapid. Then Chu Feng seemed to have thought of something. He turned his eyes and looked at his father and said, "Dad, don't you think my friend is amazing? I'm also a person who can make good friends. You can't say that I'm unlearned, right?" At this point, Chu Feng looked at his father's expression and smiled innocently as he discussed. "Ahem, Dad, look at my car. Want a car?" Here, Chu Weiguo stared at him with dissatisfaction and scolded him lightly. "You went out to drink such good wine, but didn't even bring me some, and you still want a car? I think you are just daydreaming. Not only are you uneducated, but you are not filial enough. The more I look at you, the angrier I get. Don't go out at night from tomorrow onwards. Stay in the group and start working overtime." Chu Feng. What the hell? I am so. This is completely different from the result I imagined. Chu Feng was extremely depressed, but seeing his father glaring at him, he dared not say anything. Why is it that my sister is praised for making a great friend, but I am not only forced to go to work, but also asked to work overtime? This world is really unfair. Chu Feng quickly stood up and returned to his room. He felt that if he stayed any longer, things might get even worse. He sat on the edge of the bed, took out his cell phone and started sending messages in the group. "Brothers, I came back and asked my dad and found out that what we drank today was actually top-quality wine from the national collection. One bottle is worth at least 1 million, or even tens of millions. Brother Yi is so open-minded, this is a true brother. But my dad punished me by making me work overtime starting tomorrow night because I drank some good wine. I am so miserable." Chu Feng's news shocked many young masters and young ladies. They were shocked when they saw the content of the news. My goodness, we actually drank such an expensive wine like this? It's such a waste of good things, I feel bad. At Brother Yi, we drank such good wine, but we drank it all in one gulp, wasting the good stuff. But I am so touched. Brother Yi is really nice, this is what a true brother is. Today's meal is absolutely generous and has broadened our horizons. Yi Yunzhou also noticed the group chat at this time. He laughed when he saw everyone's exclamations. He picked up the phone and typed quickly. "It's okay. Isn't wine meant to be drunk? Let's try it together and have fun." Seeing Yi Yunzhou say this, everyone was moved again. For a moment, the young masters and young ladies expressed their opinions in the group. "Brother Yi, we will walk together for life, and from now on you will be our big brother. We won't say any more nonsense, Brother Yi, from now on, just say the word and we'll be there whenever you call. Yes, from now on, we will listen to Brother Yi. Long live Brother Yi." The young masters and young ladies were showing off for a while, but they also noticed Chu Feng's last words and secretly memorized them. After this incident of car confiscation, they have become more cautious. They can't tell their father about drinking Guazhong wine. Otherwise, if they get angry, one tea they end up like Chu Feng? The young masters and young ladies were delighted, otherwise they would have to work overtime too. At the same time, in the Demon City, several staggering figures walked out from the entrance of the club, which was full of lights and wine. These young men had drunken looks on their faces, their arms resting on the shoulders of the girls next to them, and they would occasionally say a few dirty words. This caused the girl next to her to laugh, but her laughter was dispersed by the loud noise around them. Several young men looked like dandy boys, especially those with dark circles under their eyes, which showed that their bodies had been drained by alcohol and sex. The leading young man looked at the yawning young master next to him and asked, "By the way, where are Tang Yang and the others? Why aren't they out playing?" Upon hearing this, the young master quickly replied, "Master Lu, Tang Yang and the others went to Jiangcheng together. They should be happy in Jiangcheng now." Jiangcheng? When Lu Ming heard the word Jiangcheng, a hint of sarcasm suddenly appeared on his face, and he said with disdain, "Jiangcheng is just a den of backwoods men. Tang Yang and his friends are going backwards. What are they going there for?" After making a complaint, Lu Ming didn't really care about it. I looked at the time on my wrist and saw that it was already late. With the girl in my arms, I really shouldn't waste this good time. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up. He waved to others, put his arm around the girl and prepared to get in the car. At this moment, they suddenly heard the roar of an engine not far away. Upon hearing this familiar voice, several people paused and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, I saw several supercars speeding towards the clubhouse. When the young man who had just spoken saw these familiar supercars, he was stunned. This? He just said that Tang Yang and his friends went to Jiangcheng for fun, and right after he finished speaking, they came here? Hey, I can't help but think about it. Are you back now? The eldest raised a brow, and as they all waited in the parking lot, they saw a few supercars parked in front of them. Then the car door opened and Tang Yang and others got out of the car. Lu Ming originally had a smile on his face, but when he saw the expressions of Tang Yang and the others, his brows slightly frowned. What's wrong? Why are you all so sad? Tang Yang and the others looked at each other, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in their eyes. One of the young masters spat hard and said in a bad tone, "Oh, don't mention it. Damn it, I was bullied by some Jiangcheng brats." Being bullied? Lu Ming and the others were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned gloomy. You're so bold? Tell me, what's going on? The young master who had just spoken seemed to have found an outlet to vent his anger, and recounted the events of the Spring Breeze Club one after another. You don't know how arrogant that Jiangcheng brat is. He actually told us to get out. How hateful. When the other young masters heard his words, they all echoed him. That guy is a stranger, but Chu Feng and the others also focused on that guy, and they shouted at him from behind. It was so infuriating. These people from Jiangcheng don't take our Demon City master seriously at all. We didn't ask them to treat us to a meal, but they didn't even give us the slightest bit of face. When I think of their faces, I get so angry. I originally wanted to go out for some fun, but I didn't expect to lose face for the Magic City. They automatically blocked out the fact that the millions of meals were a slap in the face, and instead added fuel to the fire. These little bastards from Jiangcheng are really going too far. At this time, all the young masters looked at Lu Ming in unison and said angrily, "Master Lu, they are not asking us to get out, they are slapping you in the face. Everyone knows that we are following you? And yet they don't even give us any face." Lu Ming listened to what everyone said, snorted coldly, and shouted angrily, "These little bastards, we didn't teach them a lesson before, did we? I really gave them face. If I don't teach them a lesson, they won't learn their lesson." After Lu Ming finished speaking, he glanced at Tang Yang and the others, his eyes flashing with disdain. I get it. Look at how cowardly you are. They say people pick on the weak. If you were a little tougher, you wouldn't be stepped on and beaten in the face. After all, he went out with his own name. Now that it's so embarrassing, he also loses face. Upon hearing this, Tang Yang and the others subconsciously shrank their necks, looking aggrieved. All right, I won't blame you. Let's go, this matter is not over yet. Lu Ming waved his hand, waved to a few people, got into the car with the girl, and drove away. When the other young masters saw Lu Ming leaving, they also drove away. The next day, Yi Yunzhou slept until he woke up naturally. He stretched comfortably with a look of satisfaction on his handsome face. After all, it is a top-level villa with such configuration that sleeping there is very comfortable and refreshing. Yi Yunzhou picked up his phone and looked at the message, then started sending messages to Yin Shui. The car race is tomorrow night, how about it, are you ready? Not long after the message was sent, Yin Shui replied. Do you really dare to go? Yi Yunzhou looked at the message, a smile appeared on his lips, and he typed quickly. You don't know how to do the S-squat yet, okay? S-squat? Looking at the message sent by Yi Yunzhou, Yin Shui was gritting her teeth in hatred. She tapped the screen of her phone and angrily typed. You win first, I'll go there tomorrow night, I'm waiting to see your car. Yin Shui was so angry, this bastard. Originally, she was thinking of forgetting about this matter, but she didn't expect Yi Yunzhou to bring it up on his own initiative. Well, let us see what you do if you lose tomorrow. Yi Yunzhou seemed to be completely unaware of Yin Shui's anger. He cheerfully replied with an OK and sent the address of the competition. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou's cell phone vibrated. Chapter 68 A Beautiful Woman Visits. He exited the chat interface with Yin Shui and saw that Mu Shui had sent him a message. Hello Mr. Yi, I wonder if it is convenient for you today. Can I come to visit you? Yi Yunzhou roughly guessed what Mu Shui was thinking. He thought about it and since he had nothing to do during the day, he agreed. Okay, I'll send you the address. Then he lost a position. On this side, Mu Shui was happy when she saw Yi Yunzhou agreed. She quickly got up from the bed, washed up briefly, and began to dress up. Mu Shui had a good foundation to begin with, and she was stunningly beautiful with just a little makeup, not to mention that she had dressed up very carefully today. The gentleness of her face is further highlighted, making her look like a pretty lady walking out of a painting. Mu Shui changed into a pale blue dress, which completely overshadowed her snow-white skin and made her skin look even whiter than snow. She looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction, then packed her bag and prepared to leave. Mu Shui rushed to the Longhai Yunshu Villa area according to the address. Looking at the luxurious and magnificent gate of Longhai Yunshu, Mu Shui's beautiful mouth opened slightly, her face full of amazement. It really deserves to be the top villa area in Zhongcheng. It looks so high-end. Mu Shui spoke as she walked towards Villa Number 1. Looking at the building of Villa Number 1 from a distance, Mu Shui was even more shocked. This one is as big as 2 or 3 other villas. Thinking about the price of Villa Number 1 as the king of the building, Mu Shui gently stroked her chest and felt her little heart beating violently. It is just as Mr. Chu said, this person really has no shortage of money. This villa alone is something that many people can't even dream of. Thinking about the flowers, birds, fish and insects that Mr. Chu mentioned, Mu Shui let out a long breath and tried her best to look calmer. Mu Shui walked forward gracefully and gently pressed the doorbell. When the dog heard the doorbell, its ears stood up instantly and it jumped out of the doghouse. Woof woof! The dog barked twice at the gate. The deep and heavy roar immediately scared Mu Shui. Such a loud shout felt like it was coming from all directions and was very oppressive. Just when Mu Shui was very scared, Yi Yunzhou came out. He looked at the dog and gave the order. Go back. Upon hearing this, the dog turned around and walked towards the cage. Mu Shui looked at this scene and suddenly felt it was magical. Yi Yunzhou smiled at Mu Shui at the door, walked over to open the door, and invited her with a smile. Ms. Mu, please come in. Thanks. Mu Shui thanked him quietly, and handed the tea leaves she brought to Yi Yunzhou. This is a small gift from me. I hope Mr. Yi likes it. Yi Yunzhou took it and smiled faintly. Miss Mu is too polite. Let's go inside and talk. Yi Yunzhou led the way as they passed through the garden. Mu Shui's eyes were almost not enough as she kept looking around. There was amazement in her eyes. Everything here was so luxurious and exuded a sense of nobility. At this moment, Mu Shui suddenly noticed the couplet on the doghouse and was stunned. This word is so good. When Mu Shui looked over, it was as if a cute and well-behaved mastiff flashed before her eyes, trying to please its owner. Such an artistic conception simply made Mu Shui astonished. At this moment, Mu Shui even wanted to move the doghouse away. In this way, you can claim this couplet as your own. I don't know if it was because the desire in Mu Shui's eyes was too strong, but Go Zi seemed to sense what she was thinking and immediately looked at her with a fierce look. If Yi Yunzhou hadn't been right next to him, the dog would have whined in warning at this moment. Mu Yingxue looked at the dog's fierce appearance and immediately gave up the idea. Let us not talk about whether I can pass Yi Yunzhou's level or not, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass Guzi's level. Mu Yingxue shook her head slightly. She didn't want to be torn apart. Mu Yingxue quickly retracted the thought and followed Yi Yunzhou into the villa. Yi Yunzhou brought Mu Yingxue straight to the sofa and invited her with a smile. Miss Mu, can you please sit down for a moment? I'll go make some tea. Yi Yunzhou went to get the tea leaves, picked up the tea set and started to make tea. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's smooth operation, Mu Yingshue's eyes widened slightly. She didn't expect that Mr. Ye's tea-making technique was so good. It is no exaggeration to say that even after practicing for so many years, I cannot match such skillful movements. Yi Yunzhou's movements were not only fast, but also not at all chaotic. As he moved, the aroma of tea wafted out, instantly filling the entire villa hall. Smelling the tempting fragrance in the air, for a moment, Mu Yingxue looked at Yi Yunzhou with shock and admiration in her eyes. Yi Yunzhou moved quickly. He had already brewed the tea and poured a cup for Mu Yingxue first. He raised his hand and said politely, Miss Mu, please have some tea. Okay, thank you. Mu Yingxue thanked her. A hint of eagerness flashed in her lowered eyes. She picked up the teacup and took a sip. I just felt a rich fragrance rushing towards my head, and my whole body seemed to be immersed in the fragrance of tea, making me intoxicated. It was the first time that Mu Yingxue had tasted such delicious tea. After she realized what was going on, she immediately praised it. Mr. Yi, your tea-making skills are really great. This tea is extremely sweet and mellow, without any bitterness at all. Yi Yunzhou just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the pot and refilled Mu Yingshue's cup. Since Miss Mu likes it, drink more. Mu Yingxue nodded, her eyes swept around the luxurious living room, and asked curiously, why didn't I see Sister Zhouing today? When Yi Yunzhou heard her ask about Zhouing, he answered directly. That little girl has gone back. She should come back during the holidays. As he spoke, Yi Yunzhou sat down on the sofa opposite Mu Yingxue and asked calmly. Why, Miss Mu, why did you come here today to talk to me? Hearing Yi Yunzhou's direct question, Mu Yingxue smiled embarrassedly and pursed her lips. She took a deep breath and whispered. I'm really embarrassed to say this, but my grandfather has been unable to sleep at night recently. You know he is old. I feel really bad to see him like this. I am always worried that if he continues like this, he will get sick. So I took the liberty to come and visit you today, hoping to ask for a calligraphy piece. When Mu Yingxue said this, a blush rose on her pretty face. She knew very well that it was not a good thing to say this. After all, he is her own grandfather. She can't morally blackmail Yi Yunzhou just because she should respect the elderly and love the young. Mu Yingxue didn't want Yi Yunzhou to misunderstand her thoughts, so she quickly added. I'll pay you. Just think of it as me paying for a calligraphy. Is that okay? After saying this, Mu Yingxue sighed. Although I know you are not short of money, I hope you can understand my feelings. Yi Yunzhou didn't say anything. When he looked up, he saw Mu Yingshue's pretty face, full of helplessness. Seeing her in such a dilemma, Yi Yunzhou blinked his eyes gently, nodded and said. Okay, come with me upstairs to the study. After saying that, Yi Yunzhou stood up and prepared to go to the second floor without waiting for Mu Yingxue to react. Just as Yi Yunzhou passed by Mu Yingxue, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It is detected that the host has obtained a random sign-in opportunity. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Chapter 69 Princess Carrying Yin Yao. Sign in successfully. Reward, 5% shares of Xingyi Jewelry Group. Yi Yunzhou paused, and raised his eyebrows as he looked at the contents on the screen. Xingyi Jewelry Group? As he walked up, he took out his cell phone to check the news of Xingyi Jewelry Group. After the search, Yi Yunzhou discovered that the Xingyi Jewelry Group is a fairly large jewelry group in central China. This reward is quite good. Yi Yunzhou put away his phone and took Mu Yingxue to the study. Mu Yingxue was a little reserved at first, but when she looked up and saw Yi Yunzhou's works, she was stunned. This. Are these all Mr. Yi's works? It's really well written. There were many calligraphy works hanging on the walls of the study. Every piece of calligraphy has the momentum of a dragon soaring and a tiger leaping, and the momentum is evident at first glance. Yi Yunzhou used different calligraphy styles, but each one had reached its peak, which was amazing. Mu Yingshue's eyes were full of shock. There was a gleam in her eyes as she stared straight at those works. That's awesome. If it weren't for the sake of face, Mu Yingxue would have rushed over and studied it carefully. Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he saw Mu Yingshue's excitement. He pointed at the works on the walls and the pile of rice paper on the desk and said casually, "Just pick the one you like." These were all written for fun by Yi Yunzhou when he was in a good mood. If Mu Yingxue liked them, it would save him the trouble. But when Mu Yingxue heard these words, she immediately smiled. She grabbed Yi Yunzhou's arm and asked excitedly, "Really?" Yi Yunzhou met her eager gaze and nodded gently. "Of course, you can choose it yourself." Only then did Mu Yingxue realize that she was still holding Yi Yunzhou's arm. She hurriedly let go of her hand, walked to the bookshelf with a red face, looked at the works hanging there, and selected them one by one. Mu Yingxue looked through the works, suppressed her shock, pointed at one of them and said, "Can I have this one?" Yi Yunzhou looked in the direction of Mu Yingshue's slender fingertips and saw that what she liked was a copy of the preface to the Lanting poetry collection. Yi Yunzhou. Good fellow, I suspect you didn't even look at the work, you just chose it based on the word count. I picked the one with the most words right away. Before Yi Yunzhou could express his opinion, his cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number on the phone screen, Yi Yunzhou winked at Mu Yingxue and walked out of the study. Then he pressed the answer button. "Hello, who is this?" There was a middle-aged man on the other end of the phone. His voice was very elegant and he said in a very polite tone, "Hello, is this Mr. Yi? I am the manager of Xingyi Jewelry Group. The board of directors has some gifts for you. Would you mind telling me your address?" When Yi Yunzhou heard the other party introduce himself, he immediately thought of his intention and directly reported his address. "Sure, you can just deliver the stuff to Longhai Yunshu Villa number 1. The middle-aged man on the other end quickly wrote down what he said. The two men said a few simple words and then hung up the phone. After Yi Yunzhou hung up the phone, he walked back to the study. When he came out just now, he did not close the door, so his coming in did not attract Mu Yingshue's attention. Mu Yingxue focused all her attention on the words, and she was concentrating on appreciating the works. It was as if her eyes were pens copying those words. Mu Yingxue simply couldn't put them down. After finishing one, she immediately went to the next one, feeling overwhelmed. At this moment, Mu Yingxue felt like she was attending a calligraphy and painting exhibition. Hanging in front of you are works of famous artists, each of which makes you reluctant to look away. If possible, Mu Yingxue would even watch for a whole day and a night, even if she didn't eat or drink. These are simply her spiritual food. If Yi Yunzhou hadn't been so embarrassed standing at the door, he wouldn't have been able to help but cough lightly. The sudden voice made Mu Yingxue react. Mu Yingxue turned around and saw Yi Yunzhou standing at the door. She raised an embarrassed smile on her face and said, "Mr. Yi, I'll take my leave now. How much is a suitable price for this calligraphy?" After saying this, Mu Yingxue was obviously lacking in confidence. After all, she didn't have much money, and what she considered a sky-high price might not even be the starting price in Yi Yunzhou's eyes. However, Mu Yingxue also thought secretly in her heart that even if she didn't have enough money, she would return it to Yi Yunzhou in the future. Mu Yingxue was already very grateful that Yi Yunzhou agreed to sell her a calligraphy piece, but she didn't dare to let Yi Yunzhou suffer any losses. When Mu Yingxue thought of this, she raised her head and looked at Yi Yunzhou, waiting for him to make an offer. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly. He waved his hand gently and refused with a smile. "Forget it, last time you gave Xiao Ying a free frame, and I haven't found a chance to thank you yet. This calligraphy is just a gift, just take it away." Hearing Yi Yunzhou speak so frankly, Mu Yingxue was so excited that she didn't know how to express her feelings at the moment. Although she did give it to Zhou Ying for framing, to be honest, it was also because of Yi Yunzhou's outstanding calligraphy. What's more, it wasn't given away for free. She also took a photo of the calligraphy and looked at it day and night, so it was quite worth it. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much." Mu Yingxue smiled brightly and expressed her deep gratitude to Yi Yunzhou for his righteousness. She also thought about insisting on paying, but in a flash, Mu Yingxue rejected this idea. Not to mention that she had so little money in her pocket. Even if she had more money, how would she price Yi Yunzhou's work? Just based on the fact that Yi Yunzhou's handwriting is so superb, the 7-digit price he asked for is considered a friendly price. Besides, Yi Yunzhou is not short of money, so even if he says an 8-digit number, it seems very reasonable. But this price was completely beyond Mu Yingshue's acceptable range. After much deliberation, Mu Yingxue decided to accept the calligraphy and find a way to repay Yi Yunzhou in the future. then I will accept it with all due respect. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. I will never forget your kindness for even a moment. Mu Yingxue said gratefully. She couldn't wait to take the calligraphy back to show it to her grandfather, so she stood up and said goodbye. Mr. Yi, I will go back today. Yi Yunzhou nodded upon hearing this. Okay, I'll take you out. He took Mu Yingxue out of the villa, passed through the exquisite garden, and headed towards the door. Do you need me to arrange a car to take you back? Yi Yunzhou stood at the door of Villa Number 1 and looked at Mu Yingxue and asked. Mu Yingxue quickly waved her hand and declined with a smile. No, I drove here by myself. Anyway, Mr. Yi, please accept my sincere thanks. After expressing her gratitude to Yi Yunzhou again, Mu Yingxue said goodbye to Yi Yunzhou and walked out of the villa area. Yi Yunzhou watched the charming figure walk away, and called out to the dog beside him. Let's go home. The man and the dog walked back to the villa. Yi Yunzhou closed the door and walked inside. After a while, in an old house. Old Master Mu got up from bed reluctantly at this time. He walked down from upstairs, sat on the sofa and sighed. I'm already this old, but I still can't get the love I want. It's really painful. After sighing, Mr. Mu sighed again. After a while, Mu Yingxue drove back home. As soon as she walked through the door, she saw her grandfather sitting on the sofa with a listless look on his face. Mu Yingxue couldn't hide her joy on her face. She covered her mouth and laughed, then joked to the old man. What's wrong, Grandpa? Are you still feeling so upset? Go! 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 Hearing the tone of his granddaughter, the old man inexplicably became sullen and said with some dissatisfaction. You little girl have grown wings and are now making fun of your grandfather, aren't you? Having said that, the old man pounded the cane in his hand hard, making a dull thumping sound. Mu Yingxue was amused when she saw the old man puffing his beard and glaring. She pretended to be stern and said loudly. Okay, if you say so, I'll go. I also took Mr. Ye's calligraphy with me. I don't think you like it that much, Grandpa. Mu Yingxue's voice was as sweet as an oriole. Every word she spoke fell into the old man's ears, which immediately startled him. For a moment, the old man was stunned. He took a deep breath, looked at his granddaughter with an incredulous look, and whispered. What do you mean, you got the word? Mu Yingxue looked at the old man's excited expression, fearing that his blood pressure would explode, so she didn't dare to tease him anymore and quickly took out Yi Yunzhou's calligraphy. Take a look, is this Mr. Ye's handwriting? The old man took it carefully, as if he was holding some rare treasure in his hands. He quickly unfolded it and looked at the preface to the Lanting poems on it, his eyes filled with shock. At this moment, the old man was very sure that this was Yi Yunzhou's work. Such a rich artistic conception, except for him, no one else has such wrist strength. Old Master Mu gasped and a smile gradually broke out on his face. This work deserves a perfect score, he really likes it. Mu Yingxue felt happy too when she saw her grandfather's happy expression, so she told him about Yi Yunzhou giving her calligraphy for free. The old man couldn't bear to take his eyes off the calligraphy. He grinned and said, You kid, Mr. Yi doesn't want any money, and you don't even know how to invite him to dinner? Or we can just ask them out to play. We should at least show our appreciation, right? We should be flexible. Mu Yingxue. Do you think I'm not flexible at this time? Grandpa is such a fool, isn't he afraid of losing his own granddaughter? But seeing that Grandpa finally stopped being so listless, Mu Yingxue shook her head helplessly and said to the old man. Okay, I got it. If Mr. Yi has time later, I will make it up to you. Somehow, Yi Yunzhou's face suddenly appeared in Mu Yingxue's mind. Thinking of his handsome face, a blush crept up her pretty face. The old man looked at the work in his hands, then at his granddaughter's blushing cheeks, a meaningful look on his face. At the same time, Yi Yunzhou also walked in from outside the villa. He walked slowly, holding a small but extremely exquisite box in his hand. Yi Yunzhou carefully placed the box on the coffee table. This was something that the manager of Xingyi Jewelry Group had just sent him. He said it was a gift from the board of directors. His eyes swept across the box. Yi Yunzhou pressed the buckle and opened the box. I saw that the box was full of jewels, all of which were produced by Xingyi Jewelry Group. Most of the items here are gemstone and diamond jewelry, both for men and women. Moreover, these gemstones and diamonds were all large in size. Yi Yunzhou picked them up and took a look, and found that these gemstones and diamonds were of very high grade. Such a small box must be worth a lot of money. Yi Yunzhou looked down and found some unset diamonds at the bottom of the box. Seeing this number, even Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. However, Yi Yunzhou thought about it and felt that the price of these diamonds might not be high. However, with the support of the Xingyi Jewelry Group and the designer's ingenious design, the value of these diamonds has increased several times or even dozens of times. If it is a limited edition or a collector's edition, then the value will be multiplied and cannot be calculated by cost. Yi Yunzhou picked up a few of the styles and took a look. After all, they were produced by big brands, and the quality and design were indeed top-notch and very perfect. When the manager met Yi Yunzhou just now, he repeatedly mentioned that these were gifts from the board of directors. I guess these should be limited editions. Thinking this way, Yi Yunzhou took out the jewelry and placed it casually on the other side of the coffee table. He planned to sort out the diamonds at the bottom, take them out and separate the big and small ones. After all, didn't a female star say that diamonds below 1 carat are all broken diamonds? She became very popular at that time because of this statement showing off her wealth. Yi Yunzhou was picking slowly, and at this moment, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the door. The dog didn't scream. Yi Yunzhou raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Yi Niao was coming. Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou stood up and walked towards the door. Sure enough, as soon as I walked to the door of the villa, I saw Yi Niao in the yard, directing the staff to take care of the yard. Manager Yin, you're here. Yi Yunzhou walked over and greeted Yi Niao. Looking at her pretty face, he smiled and said, Manager Yin, can you come and help me? Help? Yi Niao was stunned when she heard this. What help can he provide? But the next second, looking at Yi Yunzhou's handsome face, he smiled and nodded, and agreed very happily. Mr. Yi, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Yi Yunzhou took Yi Niao back to the villa, and Yi Niao followed happily behind. However, when she followed Yi Yunzhou and walked to the coffee table, the smile on Yi Niao's face suddenly froze and she could no longer smile. What did she see? A large number of top-quality jewels were casually placed on the coffee table, and the other side was covered with unmounted diamonds. Diamonds are generally large in size, and even the small diamonds are actually close to carat size. Yi Niao looked at these things and couldn't help but widen her eyes, with shock flashing in her eyes. How much would such a large table of jewelry be worth? What kind of mentality is it to just put such a valuable item there casually? At this moment, Yi Niao was really shocked. She took a breath and looked straight at Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou looked calm and composed. He raised his hand towards Yi Niao and said, Manager Yin, you're welcome. Sit down first. Yi Niao. Is she being polite? She is just a little scared. Facing such a table full of jewelry is simply a test of a lady's willpower. Yi Niao was stunned in the spot. After a long while, she looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked in a low voice, Mr. Yi, are these diamonds? To be honest, as the housekeeper of a top-notch villa, Yi Niao thought he had seen some of the world. At least she had seen a lot of rich people, but she had never seen diamonds and jewels scattered all over the table. Yes, these are all. Yi Yunzhou answered calmly, pointing to the diamonds that had not yet been set. I was just sorting these diamonds. Come over here and help me sort them by size. Yi Niao's mouth twitched as she listened to Yi Yunzhou's words. Are those the small diamonds that were picked out? How can it be small? If it were set in a ring, it would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Yi Niao paused for a long time before nodding with difficulty and starting to help sort the items. Picking up a few diamonds and looking at them in her palm, Yi Niao's heart was shocked again when she saw the clear appearance of the diamonds. This shows that these are diamonds of very high quality. Then the value of this diamond in front of us will probably increase several levels. Just when Yi Niao was shocked, Yi Yunzhou watched Yi Niao's movements and suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Niao's hand. Yi Niao's hand was suddenly grabbed. She was stunned and her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. However, although she was shy, Yi Niao did not break free from Yi Yunzhou's hand and let him hold her. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming ambiguous, Yi Yunzhou patted the back of Yi Niao's hand and said softly, Don't shake your hands. Yi Niao. My goodness, she didn't want to tremble, but there was nothing she could do. This was the first time she encountered such a situation, and she really couldn't control herself. After all, there were two people sorting together, so the speed was obviously much faster. In a short while, the diamonds were sorted. Yi Yunzhou put them into different bags and prepared to store them for later use. At this moment, Yi Niao, who was sitting opposite Yi Yunzhou, suddenly stood up, picked up her bag and walked towards the bathroom. Looking at Yin Yao's hurried steps, Yi Yunzhou showed a hint of confusion on his face. What's going on? Yin Yao has always been respectful and polite in front of Yi Yunzhou, and this is the first time seeing her like this. After a while, Yin Yao hurried out of the room, her little face a little pale. Yi Yunzhou was also stunned when he saw her. He frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" After being asked by Yi Yunzhou, Yin Yao shook her head somewhat embarrassedly and stammered, "No, nothing happened." But her little hands were covering her belly, as if the pain would get worse if she moved them away. Yin Yao didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Yi Yunzhou, so she pretended to be calm, nodded at Yi Yunzhou, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, if you don't have any other instructions, I'll go out and arrange the cleaning first. The staff are cleaning the courtyard. I believe it won't be long before they come to the villa to clean it up." Yin Yao didn't wait for Yi Yunzhou to speak, and walked out of the villa on her own. But before she took 2 steps, Yin Yao felt a sharp pain in her stomach and she squatted on the ground in pain. Looking at Yin Yao's hunched body, Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. "My goodness, this girl has dysmenorrhea. I didn't expect it to hurt so badly." Yi Yunzhou looked down at Yin Yao, whose body was shaking in pain, and walked straight forward to pick her up by the waist. Although Yin Yao has a hot body, she looks light and weightless to Yi Yunzhou. Yin Yao squatted there and didn't notice Yi Yunzhou approaching at all until Yi Yunzhou picked her up. This sudden and just right feeling made Yin Yao let out a low cry. She subconsciously reached out and hugged Yi Yunzhou's neck. This posture made her feel a sense of security. However, looking at the handsome face so close to her, Yin Yao only then realized how ambiguous this posture was. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and Yin Yao quickly lowered her head, not daring to look into Yi Yunzhou's eyes. Yi Yunzhou didn't think too much about it. He carefully held Yin Yao and took her directly to the room upstairs. Chapter 70: Yin Yao's strange voice. In order to prevent Yin Yao from feeling more uncomfortable, Yi Yunzhou gently placed Yin Yao on the bed, and then said gently, "Just lie here for a while. I'll get you some hot water." "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry." Yin Yao wondered how she, as a housekeeper, could let her employer take care of her. Before she could finish her words, she saw Yi Yunzhou waving at her and walking straight out of the room. Seeing Yi Yunzhou leave, Yin Yao felt really uncomfortable, so she curled up on the bed to rest. Soon, Yi Yunzhou came in with hot water. He gently helped Yin Yao up, handed her a cup of water and said, "Drink some of this, it should make you feel better." Yin Yao took a sip obediently, and then she noticed that Yi Yunzhou had actually made brown sugar ginger tea for her. She was instantly touched. She didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so thoughtful. After drinking some warm ginger tea, Yin Yao only felt temporarily relieved. After a while, they curled up in pain again, obviously in great pain. Yi Yunzhou frowned as he looked at Yin Yao's painful expression. After thinking for a while, he suggested, "How about I treat you?" "Ah?" Yin Yao raised her head when she heard this. She stared straight at Yi Yunzhou's face and exclaimed, "Can you heal illnesses?" Facing Yin Yao's shocked gaze, Yi Yunzhou nodded calmly. "I know a little bit about medicine, so if I want to help you relieve the pain, it shouldn't be a problem." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou thought secretly in his heart that even if it was cured, it would not be a big problem. After all, a disease like dysmenorrhea is really not challenging at all in the face of god-level medical skills. Yin Yao thought about it and nodded in agreement. She is in so much pain now, she is willing to try anything as long as it can relieve the pain. Yi Yunzhou looked at her and ordered, "You lie flat on your back and take off your outer clothes." "Take off clothes?" When Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou's request, she was stunned and her pretty face suddenly turned red. "Mr. Yi, why do you have to take off your clothes?" She had never expected Yi Yunzhou to make such a request. It was not because she had any doubts about Yi Yunzhou's character, but she was simply embarrassed. Yi Yunzhou didn't think much about it. He explained patiently, "You're in so much pain, I'll massage your acupuncture points, it will help relieve the pain quickly." "Massage acupoints?" Yin Yao seemed to have thought of something. Her little face felt like it was on fire and became even redder, almost bleeding. She forced herself to sit up straight and reluctantly took off her coat. Yin Yao was wearing a tight suit with a white shirt underneath. But because Yin Yao's body was too hot, her chest was bulging, as if it might burst at any time. Seeing such a hot scene, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "What a great figure." Yi Yunzhou thought to himself and looked down involuntarily. Through Yin Yao's thin shirt, he could even see the waistline on her abdomen extending downwards. Yi Yunzhou had not expected this. After all, he was usually covered with a suit, so only a rough outline could be seen. Now he was only left with his shirt, and Yi Yunzhou had amazing eyesight, so he could see it clearly. Yi Yunzhou quickly withdrew his gaze. He first found the acupoints and began to massage Yin Yao. His movements were very gentle, especially his palm, which felt hot and attached directly to Yin Yao through the shirt. Such temperature was like a spark, directly igniting the fire in Yin Yao's body. At first, Yin Yao tried to endure the pain and bit her lips hard to prevent herself from crying out in pain. But under Yi Yunzhou's massage, she suddenly felt much more comfortable. It was as if there was a heater embedded in his lower abdomen, and as Yi Yunzhou moved, the temperature spread little by little until it spread throughout his body. This warmth directly relieved Yin Yao's pain. She let out a long breath and couldn't help but let out a moan. This soft moan was uttered, and in an instant, the atmosphere became awkward. Yin Yao wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but she couldn't move in her current position, otherwise she would just bury her face in the quilt. So embarrassing. How could you make such a shameful sound? Yin Yao's face felt like it was on fire. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her face must be even redder now. At the same time, the dog outside pricked up its ears and began to bark loudly. Over here, Yi Yunzhou in the room heard the dog barking, frowned slightly, and shouted. "Single, stop barking." After Yi Yunzhou's words, the dog outside immediately shut up. Yin Yao. Yin Yao endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't help laughing out loud. She feels much better now and feels relaxed. The heat continued, and a thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on Yin Yao's forehead. As the sweat was discharged, Yin Yao suddenly felt more comfortable. Her whole body was wrapped in warmth and she even felt a little drowsy. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Yao and said at the right time. "Just take a rest if you're tired." "It's okay." Yin Yao nodded obediently. She half closed her eyes and felt Yi Yunzhou continue to massage her. Yi Yunzhou felt the feedback from those acupoints, and his strength began to change. Increasing or decreasing it from time to time, Yin Yao's originally pale face gradually became rosy. After half an hour of massage, Yin Yao felt almost well. After slightly shaking her slender waist, Yin Yao didn't feel any pain at all, and her eyes suddenly brightened. In the past, during my period, even the slightest movement would aggravate the pain, but I didn't expect that it would actually get better today. Yin Yao's face was full of amazement. She looked at Yi Yunzhou beside her and said with emotion, "Mr. Yi, your technique is simply amazing. Moreover, at your age, you know everything, even your medical skills are so great." Yi Yunzhou is now Yin Yao's idol. He is so omnipotent. He's basically a Superman. Yi Yunzhou on this side listened to Yin Yao's praise, just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He silently felt the soft touch of his palm and couldn't help but smile. Such a unique touch really makes people love it. Yi Yunzhou gradually eased his strength. He could feel Yin Yao's improvement, so he slowly withdrew his hand. Yi Yunzhou patted Yin Yao and said, "Turn over and lie on the bed." "Lying down?" Yin Yao was stunned when she heard this. She pursed her lips and exclaimed, "Ah? Why do you want to turn over again?" Seeing her surprised look, Yi Yunzhou also laughed and joked. "Of course I'm giving you a massage. Don't you want to be completely healed? Or do you want to just get through this time and continue to suffer the pain once a month in the future?" When Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou say this, she took a breath. From what Mr. Yi said, he can give himself a massage to get rid of the root causes? This. Yin Yao originally felt that she was already well, but everything Yi Yunzhou said was good, which was too attractive. After all, she never wanted to experience this monthly pain again after having tried it. Thinking of all the previous troubles, Yin Yao quietly raised her eyes and looked at Yi Yunzhou, as if she wanted to say something. Before Yin Yao could speak, Yi Yunzhou spoke first. As the saying goes, doctors don't care about gender. We are treating patients, aren't we? When Yin Yao heard Yi Yunzhou say this, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and she obediently turned over and lay on the bed. After finding the right posture, Yin Yao explained in a low voice. "That's not what I meant. I naturally believe Mr. Yi, but I'm a little uncomfortable with it." After saying these two sentences, Yin Yao's face seemed to turn redder again. She buried her head in the bed, lying there quietly, looking submissive and ready to be taken advantage of. Yi Yunzhou looked down at her. The curves on Yin Yao's back were also very beautiful and eye-catching. After quietly admiring it for a while, Yi Yunzhou reached out and started massaging. His big hand went straight to stroke the thin legs. His force was not strong, but it created ripples on the delicate skin. Yi Yunzhou's fingertips brushed across Yinyao skin, and he felt a smooth sensation. The silky feeling is like chocolate melting on the tip of your tongue, extreme and tempting. Yi Yunzhou felt it gently and thought it was very good, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Yinyao was lying there with her face pressed against the bed, feeling a burning sensation on her face. Chapter 71 Yin Shui's preparations before the race. Yinyao controlled the urge to moan. She was extremely sensitive at this moment. In order to divert her attention, she asked, "Mr. Yi, isn't this for treating dysmenorrhea? Why do you need to massage your legs? Girl, you still don't know what's good. This is a massage technique that I invented. It can dredge the meridians throughout the body and is very good for the body." Yi Yunzhou responded softly. He was just talking nonsense now. This kind of touch therapy can achieve the purpose of treatment without you feeling any pain. It's such a good thing. You are young, you definitely don't understand it. Yi Yunzhou was a little impressed by his ability to talk nonsense. He raised the corner of his mouth and continued. "You felt my technique just now, so just wait patiently. And I've already said that doctors don't distinguish between men and women, so don't be so nervous, just relax." After listening to what Yi Yunzhou said, Yinyao lay there with peace of mind. Her little face turned as red as a small stove. She couldn't hold it back any longer and turned her head to the side to get some fresh air. Yi Yunzhou continued to massage, feeling the soft and elastic flesh, which also felt great. An ambiguous atmosphere lingered in the air, but neither of them said anything, and they just quietly enjoyed the moment. This back massage lasted for more than half an hour. Feeling the body beneath him becoming soft, Yi Yunzhou finally stopped, patted Yinyao's shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Okay, now feel it." Yinyao had already felt completely well just now, but after half an hour of massage, she felt full of strength. She rolled over and got out of bed, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise, and she exclaimed, "I feel completely better. Even if it weren't for the special period, I have never felt so comfortable. This feeling of being full of energy, as if there is tremendous power hidden in the body, is so comfortable." As Yinyao spoke, she moved her body a little and indeed, she didn't feel anything unusual. She looked at Yi Yunzhou and thanked him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much today. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so amazing. It really opened my eyes." Yi Yunzhou waved his hand gently, looking calm and composed. After all, he had already collected the medical fees himself. "It's okay, don't worry about it." Yi Yunzhou chuckled and looked at Yinyao, who looked shy. "If you really want to thank me, why not come down and have a cup of tea with me?" "Good." Yinyao agreed very readily. Looking at Yi Yunzhou's calm expression, he felt moved again. Mr. Yi massaged himself for more than an hour, so I guess he must be tired. The two of them walked downstairs together, and Yi Yunzhou went to the kitchen to make a pot of tea. He first poured a glass for Yinyao, then raised his glass towards her. "Try it. This is the new tea I brought back. It tastes pretty good." Yinyao nodded quickly. She had absolutely no doubts about what Yi Yunzhou ate and used. After all, his net worth is there, and Yi Yunzhou said that good things must be extraordinary. Yi Yunzhou picked up the teacup and took a sip. At this time, he noticed the jewels scattered on the table. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He was so busy packing up the diamonds that he forgot these. While thinking, Yi Yunzhou picked up a necklace and looked at it. This is a necklace made of pink diamonds. It is noble and delicate. It is difficult for ordinary people to control this kind of temperament. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yinyao, who was sitting beside him, and handed the necklace to her. "This one is perfect for you. I'll give it to you." After saying this, Yi Yunzhou stood up and walked behind Yinyao with the necklace in his hand. Yinyao was stunned when she saw Yi Yunzhou's actions. Her body stiffened. Just as she was about to say something, she felt a chill on her neck. Yi Yunzhou hung the necklace on Yinyao's fair and delicate neck. Looking at the graceful curves in front of him, Yi Yunzhou's gaze couldn't help but slide down. Yinyao had her back to Yi Yunzhou, so naturally she couldn't notice the other person's gaze. It only took Yi Yunzhou a few breaths to fasten the necklace. He walked up to Yinyao and admired her, a satisfied smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. "Yes, it really fits, very beautiful." Yinyao on this side also felt sweet in her heart when she heard Yi Yunzhou's praise. However, she was still rational and quickly declined. Mr. Yi, I can't accept this, it's too expensive. She saw clearly just now that the necklace was inlaid with pink diamonds, and it was obvious at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. Yi Yunzhou looked at Yin Yao's little hand that was about to take off the necklace, and smiled and said to stop her. It's nothing, you don't have to be so polite with me, just wear it. Besides, this kind of necklace needs a beautiful woman to set it off to show its value. Yi Yunzhou's voice seemed to carry an irresistible magic. Yin Yao pursed her lips after hearing it, but still accepted the necklace. Okay, thank you then. The two drank tea together for a while. After a while, Yin Yao raised her wrist to check the time and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, it's already come to this." Then Yin Yao quickly stood up, nodded towards Yi Yunzhou, and said apologetically, "Mr. Yi, I'll go out and arrange for someone to clean up." After all, serving Yi Yunzhou well was her job responsibility. Yin Yao did not dare to be negligent and walked quickly out of the villa. The staff did not dare to be lazy at all, and even if Yin Yao was not here to supervise, they still completed their work very well. They were all smart people and knew the nobility of Villa Number 1, so they naturally put in all their strength. As soon as Yin Yao walked out of the villa, she checked around. After making sure that everyone has done a good job, he continued to assign the next task. Time passed quickly and soon it was noon. After Yin Yao brought lunch to Yi Yunzhou, she walked out of Villa Number 1 and drove away from the company. On the other side, Yin Shui was making lunch at home. Yin Shui was wearing a cartoon apron with the strings casually tied behind her back, making her slender waist look even more slender. The little girl was very skillful and had already prepared the ingredients and was just waiting to put them into the pot. I saw her heating the oil in a pan skillfully, and she performed the whole set of movements very skillfully. In a short while, the air was filled with the aroma of food. When Yin Yao returned home, she saw that her sister had already prepared several dishes. Hearing the noise coming from the door, Yin Shui stretched her neck to look at the door and greeted cheerfully. "Sister, please wait a moment, we only need this one dish, and we can eat right away." "Good." Yin Yao responded with a smile. She put her bag on the entrance cabinet and ran to the bathroom to wash her hands. When she came out, she saw Yin Shui coming out of the kitchen with food. Yin Shui placed a bowl of rice on Yin Yao's seat. "Sister, eat it while it's hot. Try my cooking skills and see if they have improved." Yin Yao wiped her hands and sat down at the dining table. Looking at the sweet and sour spare ribs in the middle, Yin Yao instantly remembered the home-cooked spare ribs that Yi Yunzhou had made before. She picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it in the bowl, then took a small bite. The meat is quite tender, and the sweet and sour taste is also good, but it tastes too mediocre and not amazing at all. Yin Yao secretly commented in her heart that Yin Shui's dishes were not just a little bit bad. Here, Yin Shui observed her sister's expression, pursed her lips slightly, and said a little aggrievedly, "What's wrong, sister? Don't you like the food I cook?" Yin Yao looked at her sister, waved her hands and explained, "How could that be? Not at all. Don't let your imagination run wild." Hearing her sister say this, Yin Shui's pretty face was full of smiles, and she said sweetly, "I told you, my sister definitely loves me the most." As she spoke, Yin Shui picked up a piece of food and put it into Yin Yao's bowl. "Sister, eat more." The two sisters were eating and talking and laughing. At this time, Yin Shui seemed to have thought of something. She put down her chopsticks and looked at her sister and asked, "By the way, sis, do you have a helmet? Lend it to me tomorrow night." "Borrow a helmet?" Yin Yao was also stunned when she heard her sister's words. She looked at the little girl in surprise and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Nothing, I'm just asking." Yin Shui answered perfunctorily. Worried that her sister would overthink it, Yin Shui added, "A helmet alone may not be enough. It's better to wear some protective gear or something. It's better to be more comprehensive." Yin Yao heard her sister's evasiveness, she rolled her eyes and said helplessly, "Wow, look at you in full protection, are you going ice skating?" "Yin Shui. I'm going to go racing, which is much more dangerous than ice skating. If I didn't take some protective measures, I'm afraid I might die on the spot." Yin Yao looked at the little girl's serious expression, smiled, and said directly, "Although I don't have any protective gear, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I can go to the mall with you to buy you a set." Yin Shui was immediately delighted when she heard her sister say she would go shopping with her. She put some ribs into Yin Yao's bowl and flattered her in a very flattering way. "Sister, I know you are the best." As Yin Shui spoke, she hugged one of Yin Yao's arms and rocked her. When she got so close, Yin Shui saw the necklace on her sister's snow-white neck. As soon as she saw the pink diamond necklace, Yin Shui gasped and exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful necklace! Sister, is this something you just bought?" Chapter 72 Yin Shui, How Am I Small? Yin Shui didn't think much about it. All her attention was drawn to the pink diamond. She looked at the entire necklace over and over again. These pink diamonds are uniform in size and bright in color, making them a rare and exquisite necklace. Just as Yin Shui was amazed, Yin Yao on this side shook her head a little nervously and replied with a twinkling look in her eyes, "No." Yin Shui looked at her sister's evasive appearance, narrowed her eyes slightly, and understood in an instant. She looked her sister up and down for a few times, and suddenly asked, "Is this a gift from the owner you always talk about?" Seeing Yin Yao pursing her lips when she heard that, Yin Shui suddenly became excited. "Seeing my sister looking like this, there must be something going on." For a moment, Yin Shui's eyes flashed with gossip, and she asked like a machine gun, "Sister, how much does such a beautiful necklace cost? It must be very expensive, right? Woohoo, I feel like I'm going to live an upper-class life relying on my sister." Yin Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard her sister's joke. This naughty girl just does mischief all day long. I wonder when she will grow up. Why do you care so much? If you have the time, you should think about your own business. Yin Yao glared at Yin Shui in dissatisfaction and continued, "You little guy, now you still want to take care of your sister, right?" Yin Shui was immediately dissatisfied when she heard this. She pouted her little mouth and said coquettishly, "No way. Is there anything wrong with me caring about my own sister? Besides, how am I young? Where is it small?" A wicked smile appeared on Yin Yao's lips, and her eyes were fixed on Yin Shui's chest. "Yin Shui. That's a competition with you, right? Okay, I give in, isn't that enough?" The two sisters had finished their meal by then. After cleaning up the mess, they changed their clothes and prepared to go out. "Sis, do you want to buy anything besides protective gear?" Yin Shui asked while changing her shoes. Yin Yao shook her head gently. She suddenly thought of something, slapped her forehead, and said to Yin Shui, "Look at my brain, I almost forgot something. I have to go get something to be prepared for the journey." Yin Yao quickly came back with 2 sanitary napkins in her hand and stuffed them directly into her bag. Seeing that everything was ready, Yin Yao changed her shoes and was about to take her sister out. Unexpectedly, before the door was opened, I heard my sister's exclamation from behind. "Are you having your period, sister? Hey, why don't you have period cramps this time?" As a sister, Yin Shui certainly knew about her sister's old habit. During those few days every month, he was in excruciating pain, his face turned pale, and he looked particularly pitiful. Yin's parents tried many folk remedies, but unfortunately they were not very effective, and the disease has continued to this day. Hearing her sister's shocked question, Yin Yao suddenly thought of the tingling and numb feeling she had when she was massaged before. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, she coughed lightly, and replied vaguely, "Oh, don't ask me. It won't hurt anymore anyway." "Ah? It won't hurt anymore?" Yin Shui was shocked by her sister's answer. She stared at her sister with wide eyes and an excited expression. "Sister, how did you do this? I feel pain sometimes too, tell me about it." How could Yin Yao talk about the whole process? She could only keep a straight face and remain silent. Yin Shui also used the Chan technique, holding her sister's arms with both hands and shaking them back and forth, looking like she would not give up until she got the answer. "Stop making trouble. Are you going to buy anything yet? It's time to go out." Yin Yao felt so ashamed and angry that she just opened her mouth and scolded him. Looking at her elder sister's expression, Yin Shui knew that she would not be able to ask her today, so she just pouted and got into the car. The two drove directly to the mall to buy protective gear. But when Yin Yao drove into the underground parking lot, she found that there were no parking spaces. "If we drive out at this time, it will definitely take a lot of time." Yin Yao raised her wrist to check the time, thinking that it was now time for dinner, so as long as they went a little faster, it wouldn't affect anything. Thinking of this, Yin Yao parked the car behind a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Yin Yao parked the car and got out. She looked at Yin Shui and urged, "We need to buy it quickly. This is blocking other people's cars. We should make a quick decision to avoid causing trouble for them." "Okay, let's go upstairs." Yin Shui also knew that this was not a good idea, so she nodded quickly, and the two of them walked quickly towards the elevator. Before leaving, Yin Yao carefully placed a phone call to move the car. This way, if the car owner comes over, he won't have to worry about not being able to find her. Two people went upstairs to buy things, and after a while, a father and daughter took the elevator to the parking lot. When they walked to the Mercedes-Benz, they found that their car was blocked. What's the meaning of this car stopping? Is it blocking us on purpose? The girl was obviously a spoiled young lady. She pouted in dissatisfaction and stomped her feet on the ground. I have an appointment to pick up my Cartier necklace. So annoying. The middle-aged man saw his daughter's unhappy look and quickly spoke to comfort her. It's okay. It won't delay you. I'll call the owner right now and ask him to come and move the car. As he spoke, the middle-aged man had already dialed the number for moving the car. After a few words, the man hung up the phone and comforted his daughter. Look, that's what I said. They said they would move the car right away. When the girl heard that her father was still helping others, she became even more dissatisfied and muttered. Really? How can there be such a person? Isn't this just delaying other people's business? When he comes, I will definitely not let him off. The middle-aged man was also amused by his daughter's unruly appearance. He gently patted his daughter's shoulder and said, She sounds like a little girl, but you can't do that. It will affect other people's trips. Don't be angry, I'll talk to her later, and she shouldn't do things like this again. When the girl heard her father say this, she felt much better. After a while, the elevator door opened and Yin Yao ran quickly towards the parking space. As soon as the man saw Yin Yao, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, and then he was ready to teach this girl a lesson. The girl here was stunned for a moment when she saw the necklace shaking because of Yin Yao's running. What did she see? The girl gasped, her eyes widened, she couldn't believe her eyes. At this moment, the girl was completely shocked. At this moment, the middle-aged man also walked towards Yin Yao and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, before the man could open his mouth was covered by the girl. Yin Yao looked at the two people in front of her and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, there was no parking space just now, so I parked here temporarily. I'm sorry to trouble you. When the girl heard Yin Yao apologize, she waved her hands vigorously as if frightened and said quickly, It's okay, it's okay. We're not in a hurry anyway. We called you back first, so we should be the ones feeling embarrassed. But it's just as well, after we leave, you can park inside without having to worry. The girls were very polite when speaking, and if someone who didn't know the situation heard them, they would think they were the ones stuck in traffic. Dad. No, you were complaining just now? Is this still my daughter? Could it be that the one who was angry just now was not her, but an illusion? The father was full of doubts at this time, but since his daughter had already said it, he did not directly destroy the harmonious atmosphere. When Yin Yao heard the girl say this, she felt even more embarrassed for a moment. I'll move the car right away. Sorry to bother you guys. After saying that, Yin Yao got into the car and made room for the Mercedes-Benz. At this time, the father looked at his daughter with doubts in his eyes, hoping that his daughter could give a reasonable explanation. The daughter met her father's gaze, sighed, and said anxiously, Come on, let's go, I'll talk to you later. The father heard the solemnity in his daughter's tone and immediately realized that something was wrong. He frowned slightly, and naturally chose to believe his daughter. He quickly unlocked the car and got in. While her father was reversing the car, the girl lowered the window and waved to Yin Yao, saying goodbye with a smile on her face. Please come and move the car, we will leave first. Okay, bye. Seeing these two being so polite, Yin Yao was also moved. There are still many good people in this world. At this time, my father had already driven the car out of the underground parking lot. What's going on? Tell me. The father looked at his daughter curiously and asked. The girl looked at her father helplessly, shook her head, and explained proudly. Dad, your observation skills are not good. Didn't you see the necklace on the girl's neck? That is a limited edition of Xingyi jewelry, and now its price has been hyped up to millions. The most important thing is that this is not something that can be bought with money. Only people with status are qualified to have it. The father was shocked when he heard what his daughter said. A necklace costs millions, how worthwhile is that? Such a price is not affordable for ordinary families. When my father thought of this, he took a deep breath and exclaimed. Whose family is this kid from? A small necklace has such value, the identity must be very extraordinary. I almost offended such a person, and my dad felt scared when he thought about it. Fortunately, my daughter has sharp eyes, otherwise the consequences would definitely not be something they could bear. The father exhaled heavily, looked at his daughter beside him, and said earnestly, "Anyway, we, father and daughter, must control our tempers from now on." The daughter also nodded. After all, the current life was hard-earned and must be protected well. Yin Yao waited in the car for a while. She lowered her head and looked at the necklace on her chest. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Especially the pink diamonds that emit light on it, the transparent color is really eye-catching. How beautiful. Yin Yao sighed out loud, and then saw Yin Shui coming back holding a bunch of protective gear. Looking at the large and small bags of protective gear in Yin Shui's hands, Yin Yao was stunned. She opened her mouth and took a long time to squeeze out a sentence. "What on earth are you doing? With all this equipment, you can go boxing without any problem." Chapter 73 Yin Shui, I'm ready to go, see you at the stadium. How could Yin Shui possibly say that when she was betting on the car race? She pursed her lips and said to her sister, "Don't worry about it, sister. I know what's going on." Yin Shui was afraid that her sister would continue to ask questions, so she stuffed the things she had bought into the car and hurriedly urged, "We've bought everything, let's go back." Upon hearing this, Yin Yao nodded, started the car and drove out of the mall. At this time, on the other side, within the group, Chu Feng was still busy in the office. He was extremely anxious because he really wanted to go to the car race tomorrow night. Not only do I have to finish tomorrow night's work, but I also have to think about how to solve the car issue. Chu Feng was so worried that he took out his phone and sent a message to the group. "Brothers, how is it going? How are we going to do the race tomorrow?" As soon as Chu Feng sent the message, he immediately received replies from many young masters and young ladies. "I can't go. My car is impounded, and I can only watch the game if I go. What's the point? I won't go either. I've accepted my fate and will go there next time when I have the chance. Brother Chu, it's you who is still struggling at this time. Give up, how can we be a match for the parents?" Chu Feng looked at the dejected words of the crowd and thought about it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "By the way, Brother Yi's car can be borrowed. The car issue has been resolved, but what about the company's work?" Chu Feng sat in the chair and thought hard for a while, his brain shaking frantically, and suddenly he thought of his elder sister. "Oh, how could I forget about my elder sister?" Chu Feng muttered to himself as he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his elder sister. "Sister, can you help me tomorrow night?" Chu Linger was just about to send a message. As soon as she took out her cell phone, she saw a message from her younger brother. She immediately rolled her eyes and asked, "What? It seems like every time you come to me, there's nothing good." Chu Feng replied very quickly, with a little flattery in his tone. "How could that be? Besides, everyone knows that my sister is the one I care about the most. It's just a small favor. My dad asked me to work in the group, and now he is exploiting me and asking me to work overtime every day. I want to go out for a while tomorrow, sister, can you come and help me for a while? I want to participate in the car race we organized. After all, we have been preparing for this for so long, and this is the last step left. I will feel bad if I don't go." Chu Feng cried in the message, trying to gain his sister's mercy. Chu Linger blinked as she read the message, immediately grasped the point, and asked, "I remember your car was confiscated by your father. Did you walk to the car race? Are the commemorative prizes in the race so tempting now?" Chu Feng looked at his elder sister's teasing and felt a little dissatisfied. He expressed his thoughts. "I've thought about it a long time ago. Although I don't have a car, I can borrow one to participate in the competition. Brother, you won't participate, so it's just right for me to use the car." Chu Feng has already thought about all these. With Brother Yi being so righteous, the car issue is definitely a sure thing. Just when Chu Feng thought everything was ready, his sister Chu Linger replied, "But I have to go to Jiangnan tomorrow night." "Going to Jiangnan?" Chu Feng was stunned by the message and replied directly, "Sister, why are you going to Jiangnan? I must be busy with something when I go out. There is an announcement, go to the platform." Chu Feng stared at the message sent by his sister in amazement, and began to wail in his heart. "Ah! What luck! Why tomorrow when can't things happen?" Although Chu Feng was helpless, he thought that he could still rely on himself, so he typed a reply. "Okay, I'll figure it out myself." After sending the message, Chu Feng looked at the pile of documents on the table and decided to work hard to finish them all today. Come on. Brave Chu Feng, don't be afraid of difficulties. Just as Chu Feng started to work, Chu Linger, on this side, looked at the message sent by her younger brother and fell into deep thought. I actually want to borrow a car from Yi Yunzhou? Chu Linger thought about the Bugatti Veyron and frowned immediately. That's a top-notch supercar worth 50 million. If it gets bumped by accident. With the little money in my pocket, I'm afraid it won't be enough to pay for the kidneys as compensation. Thinking of this, Chu Linger couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She thought about it carefully and decided that she absolutely could not let her younger brother do whatever he wanted in this matter. Chu Linger's eyes rolled and a plan immediately came to her mind. Isn't this kid afraid of his dad? Let his dad deal with him. Chu Linger raised her lips, picked up her phone and called her father. After answering the phone, she made a long story short and told Chu Feng about wanting to participate in the car race. He also asked me to go to the group to help him. Please keep a close eye on him and don't let this kid come out to cause trouble for others. Oh, by the way, Dad, you must remember not to tell anyone that I was the one who snitched, or I won't tell you anything in the future. Chu Weiguo listened to the report from his daughter and smiled. Good boy, you are having fun. Don't worry, I know what to do, just go ahead and get busy. Chu Weiguo hung up the phone with his daughter, then stood up and walked towards Chu Feng's office. He stood at the door of the office, looking at his son who was writing furiously, but he did not feel any relief in his heart. This brat, no wonder he is so diligent, it turns out he is thinking of running away. Chu Weiguo snorted coldly, then he pushed open the office door and walked in. Facing Chu Feng's inquiring gaze, Chu Weiguo directly explained his purpose. You're going to meet a client with me tomorrow night, so get ready in advance. Ah, meeting a client? Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard his father's sudden arrangement. However, he did not dare to show it too obviously. He showed a slightly forced smile on his face and tried to negotiate with his father. Dad, I'm busy working. If the client isn't in a hurry, can we change the day? Looking at his son's sincere smile, the coldness in Chu Weiguo's eyes became more intense. If it weren't for his daughter tipping him off in advance, looking at the boy's expression, I'm afraid he would have been fooled. Chu Weiguo became angrier the more he thought about it. He put his hands behind his back, looked at Chu Feng and said, You look so active, it seems you like dealing with documents? If you don't want to meet the client, I still have some documents over there, how about? Before Chu Weiguo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chu Feng. Chu Feng said seriously, Don't say anything, Dad. I will definitely go with you tomorrow. He has really accepted his fate now. So many documents have already cost him his life. If there are more, he will really have no time to live. Compared with documents, meeting clients is much easier. Chu Weiguo was also amused when he saw Chu Feng's dumb and confused look. He was not in a hurry to leave. He stood here and gave Chu Feng instructions on his work for a while before returning to his office. Chu Feng watched his father leave and stood at the door to confirm several times before he dared to take out his phone and wailed in the group. It's over, my plan has been discovered. I definitely won't be able to go to the car race tomorrow, so you guys take more photos for me so I can enjoy the sight. After Chu Feng sent out the message, not long after, many young masters and young ladies came out to lament and say, I can't go anyway. I don't have a car and I don't have time. Even if I could go there, it would just make me sad. Just have fun. I definitely can't go to the scene. I don't know what's wrong with my old man. He has been watching me very closely lately. I can't get away at all. Seeing that everyone is in the same situation, I feel much more relieved. We can look at the photos together and just consider it as having participated. As the young masters who shared the same suffering were talking about it, the young masters and young ladies who were eligible to participate in the competition also came out to show up. A young man suddenly at Edli Yuanliang and sent a message. Brotherly, since you can't participate in the competition anyway, can you lend me your Ferrari LaFerrari? If we win the competition, I'll give you half of the prize money. The other young masters and young ladies immediately became unhappy and started to scold. No, this is absolutely not okay. What's the point of borrowing a car to compete? If you borrow a car, do we have to borrow one too? It's so hard to get Brotherly and his friends not to participate in the competition. We finally have a chance to have a fair match. You actually want to cheat? That's right, can you still have some shame? We firmly resist borrowing cars. If you do this again, you will be disqualified from the competition. Everyone talked one after another, and finally everyone reached a consensus. No one is allowed to borrow a car to participate in the competition. The young master who had just protested nodded in satisfaction. He took out his phone and typed, "Okay, I'm going to wash the car now, and then I'll wait for the game tomorrow night." Others had similar ideas. After saying good night to each other, they all went about their own business. The next morning, Yi Yunzhou slept until he woke up naturally. He stretched, picked up his phone from the bedside table, and saw the message 99 plus in the group at a glance. Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows, clicked on everyone's chat history, and was also amused. Especially at the end, when he heard that the young masters and young ladies were all going to wash their cars. Yi Yunzhou was also thinking about his own car, muttering to himself, "The race is tonight, so I have to clean up the car in advance." Yi Yunzhou thought about it while getting up and washing up. After he had packed up and changed his clothes, he just walked to the first floor when he heard a noise coming from the door. It was Yin Yao who came with breakfast. As soon as she saw Yi Yunzhou, a smile immediately appeared on Yin Yao's pretty face. "Good morning, Mr. Yi. I brought you breakfast, please eat it while it's hot." "Thanks." Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly, thanking Yin Yao for her attentiveness. Yin Yao arranged breakfast one by one, and then began to arrange for the staff to clean the huge villa number 1. Yi Yunzhou finished his breakfast slowly. He went to the garage, drove the supercar into the yard, and took out a high-pressure water gun to clean the car. "Mr. Yi, do you want to wash your car?" "Let me do it." Yin Yao had been watching Yi Yunzhou's actions. When she saw that he was going to wash the car, she hurried over and prepared to take on the job. Yi Yunzhou looked towards Yin Yao, smiled softly and said, "It's okay, I'll take a shower with you, it will be faster this way." He planned to drive his Lamborghini Veneno to participate in the competition tonight. Yi Yunzhou used a high-pressure water gun to wash away the loose dirt on the car. Yin Yao went to the utility room to get car-specific detergent and carefully brushed the entire car with a brush. After washing away the foam with water, Yin Yao looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you want to clean the inside of the car?" "Okay." Yi Yunzhou nodded slightly. He thought it was okay anyway, so if he needed to clean up, he would just clean the house inside and out. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao opened the passenger door, got into the car and wiped it gently. Yi Yunzhou was responsible for cleaning the driver's seat. When he opened the car door, he saw Yin Yao kneeling on the seat, carefully wiping away the dust. She cleaned very carefully and even cleaned the tiny gaps where dust was. In the kneeling position, coupled with the need to clean up, Yin Yao stretched her arms straight, and this movement made the protrusion of her chest more prominent. Coupled with her serious expression, it's hard not to take a few glances at a girl like this. A hint of amazement flashed across Yi Yunzhou's eyes. He admired it generously for a while, then took the car towel and cleaned the main driver's seat. "Mr. Yi, just wipe it casually, and let me do the rest." Yin Yao had already cleaned the passenger seat. She reached out to tidy up her messy hair and said to Yi Yunzhou with a smile. At this time, the water outside the car was almost dry. The two people worked together to pull up the large car towel and wipe the water off the surface of the car. Looking at the Lamborghini shining brightly in the sun, Yi Yunzhou couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Yes, this looks much better." Yi Yunzhou saw that the preparations had been completed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yin Yao and invited her. "Thank you for your hard work, Managerine. Come on, I'll treat you to tea." Yin Yao raised her hand and wiped her forehead, then replied with a smile. "Good." After saying that, the two of them walked into the villa one after the other. Soon, it was evening. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Yunzhou picked up the keys and drove the Lamborghini Veneno towards his destination. Not long after driving out of the villa area, Yi Yunzhou saw a newly opened milk tea shop on the side of the road. He thought about it, parked the car on the side of the road, got out, and prepared to buy a cup of milk tea for Yin Shui. After all, today is a car race, so there has to be something to calm us down. I'm afraid that girl doesn't know how to drink, so milk tea seems to be a good choice. As Yi Yunzhou was thinking this, he had already walked into the store. Just when Yi Yunzhou went to buy milk tea, everyone in the group here was excitedly sending messages. "Let us go. Attention all the brothers who can participate in the competition, leave early, or we will not wait for you if you are late." As soon as the young master sent out the message, a lot of replies immediately emerged. "Already set out, on the way. My supercar and I are already thirsty, welcome to join us. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Don't stop me tonight, I want to win the championship. The young men and women who were preparing to participate in the competition were very excited. They talked one after another, and their excitement was revealed between the lines. The young masters and young ladies who could not participate in the competition, represented by Chu Feng, were silently peeking at the screens of their mobile phones. They are already numb and have absolutely no mood to make a fuss. Here, Yin Shui, who was preparing to leave home, packed the full set of protective gear into a big bag. She lifted it with great effort. It was quite heavy. But thinking that this was for safety reasons, Yin Shui decided to take it with her. Before leaving, Yin Shui took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. I'm ready to go. See you at the game. Chapter 74. The car is coming. Yi Yunzhou responded very quickly. Okay, I'll go over after I buy some things. Yin Shui looked at the message sent by Yi Yunzhou, squinted her eyes slightly, and muttered to herself. This bad guy actually dares. But since Yi Yunzhou is not afraid, there is naturally no reason for Yin Shui to escape. She picked up the big bag and walked downstairs, ready to take a taxi. The journey today was very smooth and soon the taxi arrived at the entrance of the mountain road. At this moment, I saw a number of supercars speeding past the taxi and rushing towards the mountain road. The taxi driver was originally lazily slumped in his seat, but now he was a little confused when he saw the scene. What is going on? So many supercars coming at once, what is going on? These multi-million-dollar supercars are already unattainable luxury cars for taxi drivers. He sat up straight instantly, carefully slowed down the car, and made sure there was no possibility of scratching it. Then he asked Yin Shui in the back seat. Girl, looking at this situation, are you sure you want to go up? The taxi driver didn't know that a car race was going to be organized today. He was already numb watching so many luxury cars driving by. If there weren't other passengers in the car, he would have just stepped on the accelerator and driven away. Yin Shui had never expected it to be like this, and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. She even felt a little regretful. Why did she come to such a place to participate in the car race? This is completely different from my life. Yin Shui pursed her lips slightly, then thought about Yi Yunzhou who came to participate in the car race. I am so embarrassed, I am afraid Yi Yunzhou is not much better. In Yin Shui's opinion, Yi Yunzhou should just rent a shared car and come over for the formality. After all, there is nowhere to rent these supercars, and even if there are, they are too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Thinking that it was him who signed up Yi Yunzhou for the race after all, and that he was already here, there was no need to worry about it. Yin Shui let out a long breath and said politely to the driver. Master, please drive up. All right. The taxi driver didn't expect Yin Shui to insist, so he had to step on the accelerator and drive towards the mountain. The distance of the winding mountain road is not short. The taxi driver had clearly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but was still overtaken by one supercar after another. Those supercars whizzed past, and only the taillights could be seen flickering before they gradually disappeared from sight. The taxi driver was helpless. Looking at the supercar that had disappeared in front of him, he coughed and said in order to break the awkward atmosphere. Ahem. My car really looks out of place on this mountain road today. The driver spoke in a joking tone, but he didn't notice that his words made Yin Shui in the back seat even more embarrassed. It's not just taxis that don't fit in? She came up here with great difficulty. Yin Shui remained silent, her eyes drifted out the window, thinking secretly in her heart. I must change my impulsive habits in the future. I recklessly signed Yi Yunzhou up for the race, and ended up embarrassing myself. What was I trying to achieve? The taxi sped along the mountain road, heading towards the top of the mountain. At the same time, on top of the mountain, many young men and women have already arrived. They gathered together and chatted excitedly. The weather tonight is so good, it's perfect for racing. Not only is there no wind, but there's also a bright moon in the sky. It's like God is cooperating with us. Tonight, just step on the gas as much as you can. Who wins and who loses will all depend on who has better skills. Our cars are all similar, it's purely a matter of ability. By the way, have you modified your cars? At this time, can you give us a hint first and let us know a little bit? While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, a young lady shook her phone and said to everyone, how about we take a group photo first? Our friends in the group are waiting. When everyone heard what the eldest lady said, they immediately understood what she meant and nodded happily. Yes, let's take a photo first. Everyone gathered together to take a group photo, and the young lady posted it directly to the group. As soon as the photo was sent out, it immediately attracted responses from Chu Feng and others. "We asked you to post photos for record, not to show off. Look at how you are all smiling. Are you so happy when we are not around? What is killing someone and destroying their heart? Now I understand. You heartless people, we will remember this. Your people are all here. Unfortunately, I am still working overtime in the group, and I am afraid I can't even go to the site. I feel so sad looking at the photos." The young master and young lady here seemed to have anticipated everyone's reactions, and they were laughing as they looked at their phones. "Everyone is almost here. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet?" a young man asked, and for a moment, everyone looked towards the direction of the mountain road. Under the gaze of everyone, a taxi slowly approached. Taxi? For a moment, everyone present was stunned. The young masters and young ladies looked at each other, and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What is going on? Could it be that a mysterious taxi driver has also signed up for their race? Some young masters have more unconventional ideas. They have already thought of the plots in the movies, and some taxi drivers are hidden masters. The car was extremely powerful to control. Once the storage box was opened, there was an acceleration device inside. At this moment, the young masters and young ladies all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone was thinking secretly, could this be another one like him? Just as everyone was daydreaming, the taxi driver opposite was also having his mind wandering. He stared at the luxury cars on the platform in amazement. At this moment, he finally reacted and felt everyone's gazes on him, and he felt embarrassed. The driver felt very uncomfortable being stared at by such a group of rich people. The driver coughed lightly, looked at Yin Shui in the back seat and said, "Girl, I'll take you here." Yin Shui looked at the supercar parked here and knew that this was where the race would take place, so she nodded. "Yes, thank you." After saying this, Yin Shui hurried over to pay the money, then picked up the big bag and walked out of the car with difficulty. Seeing Yin Shui close the car door, the taxi driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Being watched by so many rich people, he feels so much pressure. Here, everyone was also stunned when they saw the taxi slipping away. Is this a wrong guess? My goodness, I thought he was a rare master, but it turned out to be a big mistake. A young master said jokingly, and the others couldn't help laughing. Only then did everyone look at Yin Shui, who got off the car. Seeing such a beautiful girl appear here, they didn't know what she was doing. Yin Shui felt uncomfortable facing everyone's inquiring gazes. She quickly hid to the other side and secretly glanced at the situation on the young master's side. At the same time, Yin Shui was also shocked. Wow, is this the aura of a rich person? To be honest, this feeling made Yin Shui feel a little suffocated. After all, the total value of the cars on this platform probably reaches tens of millions, right? At this moment, Yin Shui suddenly thought of Yi Yunzhou, who was coming to participate in the competition. In front of these real supercars, he has to win with his head. Yin Shui thought of this and gently stroked her chest with her hands, comforting herself. It doesn't matter. The embarrassment now is only temporary. When I win the bet, I will be able to feel really comfortable. At that time, if Yi Yunzhou didn't want to lose face, wouldn't he have to come and beg me? Yin Shui hummed secretly twice, and suddenly felt that waiting was not so unbearable. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky gradually became completely dark. The young masters and young ladies had long stopped chatting and were debugging the vehicles on the platform. The race is about to begin and everyone is warming up in order to achieve the best results. Yin Shui, who was here, started to get anxious as she watched the young masters and young ladies making preparations. This Yi Yunzhou, why hasn't he arrived yet at this time? Yin Shui took out her cell phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou. What time is it? It's about to start. Why haven't you arrived yet? When the inquiry message was sent, it was like a drop in the ocean, with no response at all. Yin Shui got a little annoyed after waiting for a while. She looked at the unresponsive phone and felt a little confused. What is going on? Yin Shui narrowed her eyes, and suddenly she thought of something, and her eyes widened instantly. Oh my god, could it be that she was stood up? Thinking of this possibility, Yin Shui was immediately furious and wanted to go crazy. How could Yi Yunzhou be so excessive? Yin Shui was really furious. She had given Yi Yunzhou so many chances before. If you don't want to participate, why can't you just say so? She also sent a message before leaving. If she had any humanity, she would have said goodbye to me before disappearing. Now that's good, he said he would come, but he tricked himself into coming, and now he is not coming. Yin Shui was so angry that her teeth were itching. If Yi Yunzhou was right in front of her, she would want to bite him hard. Otherwise, there is no way to vent this anger. Yin Shui had complained enough and sighed silently. If you think about it carefully, it is true. How could Yi Yunzhou come? He is a student, and he is walking here to participate in a walking race? This. I just feel sorry for myself. I have waited here for so long and even went out of my way to buy a full set of protective gear. For a moment, Yin Shui felt a little numb and prepared to leave with her things. Just at this moment, a roar was heard coming from the mountain road. Chapter 75. What is this? Poison? The roar was so loud that not only Yin Shui, but also the young masters and young ladies nearby could hear it clearly. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the direction of the mountain road, wanting to see who was coming. I saw a few bright lights flashing by, and several supercars speeding towards the platform. A black Ferrari was driving in the front, which contrasted greatly with Li Yuanlian's bright red Ferrari and looked very cool. Following behind Rafa was a Zonda. As the silver-gray Zonda appeared, there was a gasp. The Pagani Zonda is a global limited edition supercar, and its price is at least more than 20 million. Who is this? Is he here to participate in the competition as well? A young master asked doubtfully. After all, the best car among them was Li Yuanlian's Ferrari LaFerrari, worth more than 10 million yuan. But the one in front of me is obviously different. Not to mention the Zonda and other supercars behind it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Just when everyone was confused, a young master narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Look, they're license plates." Following the young master's reminder, everyone looked at the license plate. Under the reflection of the light, the word Shanghai on the license plate is very clear. At once, everyone present understood. This is not their Jiangcheng young master at all, but the Demon City young master who has come. The moment they figured it out, everyone stared at the supercars as if they were facing a formidable enemy. How did they get here? And they chose such a day. The young masters and young ladies looked at each other, with a hint of worry in their eyes. Unfortunately, today, Chu Feng and the others were busy and couldn't come. However, facing these young masters from the Demon City, their identities are obviously not enough. For a moment, everyone's faces turned ugly. Just at this moment, several supercars stopped in front of the platform. The car door opened and several young men got out. The leader was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was dressed in clothes from a world-renowned luxury brand, with his hands slanted into his trouser pockets, looking cynical. They came over with such a haughty look on their faces, as if the young masters and young ladies in front of them didn't exist at all. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young masters and young ladies in front of him, with obvious disdain in his eyes. Especially those supercars on the platform at the back, they were all just a few million worth of junk and were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Lu Ming looked away with disdain, as if looking at him any longer would dirty his eyes. Then he snorted coldly and asked with a sneer, "Where are Chu Feng and the others?" As expected, without these leaders here, you guys are really not up to par. At this point, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something, and he burst into laughter, with the sarcasm on his face becoming more obvious. "I heard that they take taxis when they go out now. Looking at you guys, is this true? What a shame. I was planning to have some fun with them, but I didn't expect them to be so useless. They are such rubbish." As Lu Ming finished speaking, several young men and young ladies nearby also spoke up, their voices full of sarcasm. Isn't the Jiangcheng young master's reputation a bit too high? Just because he drives a shabby car worth several $1,000,000, he dares to say that he is a member of the young master's circle? You don't understand, do you? Do you think a small place like theirs can be compared with our magic city? They are just generals among dwarfs, they are already superior to others. So, they are the 7 handsome dwarfs? This is really making me laugh to death. Jiangcheng is really a country bumpkin place. There is not a single person worth looking at. When the people in Jiangcheng heard the ridicule from Lu Ming and others, they immediately became furious. Who can feel comfortable when a good life is disrupted like this and is slandered by others? For a moment, everyone's faces looked even uglier. Lu Ming didn't care about anyone's feelings. His purpose of coming here was to humiliate them. You Jiangcheng brats dared to speak so arrogantly to them before, why are you silent now? Lu Ming's voice suddenly rose, and he stared at everyone and questioned them. Faced with the questioning, the young masters and young ladies of Jiangcheng did not dare to speak. Damn it, it would be better if Brother Chu and the others were here, after all, their status and strength are equally matched. Now that all the top young masters and young ladies are gone, only small fry like them are left here. Aren't they at the mercy of others? They were indeed dissatisfied in their hearts, but they could only suppress their anger and glare at these young masters of the demon city. There's nothing they can do about it. It's their fault that they can't compare to them in terms of cars or status. Even if you step forward to speak, you have to let the other person talk back with just one sentence. Lu Ming looked at everyone's reactions and felt even more proud. He put his hands behind his back, scanned these people one by one, and asked loudly, "Come on, is there anyone among you who can compete with me?" Lu Ming's tone was full of provocation. He just wanted to force these young masters and young ladies of Jiangqing to admit their incompetence and that they were wastes. Seeing the coldness in Lu Ming's eyes, the young masters and young ladies of the Magic City also echoed and said, "With this bunch of little bastards, which one can accept Master Lu's challenge? Look at the supercars on this platform, which one can beat them? Even if they were put together, they would still be the worst of the worst. Our Master Lu is willing to play with you, which is already a great honor for you. Otherwise, what qualifications do you have to be compared with Master Lu? I feel so sorry for the people in Jiangcheng. If they agree, they know they will lose. If they don't agree, it will expose that the people in Jiangcheng are all cowards, which is really difficult to deal with." "What nonsense are you talking about? Look at your mouth, you've let out all my secrets. How can I pretend to be cool in the future?" The words spoken by these people from the Magic City were harsh and rude. Seeing how arrogant they were, the young masters and young ladies present were almost gritting their teeth. But what can they do if they are angry? Helplessness showed on everyone's face. The people in Magic City saw through their embarrassing situation, so they dared to be so arrogant. In addition, the other party came prepared today, so it would be difficult for them to save face. Seeing that they were powerless to fight back, a young man quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the group. "Brother Chu, it's bad. Those people from the Magic City are coming over here and want to mess things up. They are too arrogant, but we are not in the same league here. At Chu Feng, Brother Chu, help me." Just as this young master started to talk nonsense to everyone, Chu Feng on the other side was going out with his father to entertain guests. Hearing his phone vibrating non-stop, Chu Feng pretended nothing had happened and put his hand under the table, carefully checking the messages. When he saw the message in the group clearly, he was furious for a moment. "Damn it, these bastards actually dare to come? You haven't learned enough from the last lesson, have you?" Chu Feng was so angry that he clenched his phone tightly in his hand. These bastards actually came here at this time, exactly when they couldn't go. This is 2-inch. Chu Feng couldn't help but frown. Tonight, the people from the Magic City came to his door. If he couldn't teach them a lesson, he would be so embarrassed. Although they had had some back-and-forth matches in the past, it was impossible for them to lose so badly on their home court. If they were really slapped in the face by someone on their own turf, then these young masters and young ladies in Jiangcheng would no longer be able to hold their heads up in front of those scum in the Magic City. As the leader of the top circle, Chu Feng couldn't just swallow this anger. He clenched his fist, then looked at his father, leaned over and said in a low voice, "Dad, I have something urgent to do here, can I go out for a while?" "What are you talking about? Stay still." After hearing what Chu Feng said, Chu Weigui immediately scolded in a low voice. "I think you are itching for trouble, aren't you? Don't you see who are the people here? So many CEOs are here, and you don't want to make yourself familiar with them, but you are thinking of leaving?" In order to help his son get started with the group's business more quickly, Chu Weigui was also very worried. He specially set up this game today just to let Chu Feng get into the role as soon as possible. My goodness, so many big guys are here, and you are just a junior, and you still want to leave halfway? Doing so would not only make the bosses look down on Chu Feng, but would also bring shame to Chu Weigui. Chu Feng on this side was also helpless after listening to his father's words. If Dad knew that they had a conflict with the young masters in Shanghai, he would definitely scold them again. After all, for entrepreneurs like them, connections are crucial. They can't even win over the people, so how could they possibly cause a conflict? Face is not as practical as money. Chu Feng was furious, but in the current situation, he was too busy to go to the scene. At this time, other young masters and young ladies also replied in the group. "This is too much. These bastards from the Magic City actually came to our door. My father is holding me in the group now, otherwise I would be the first one to rush over and fight them. Who among you has time to go over and put up a fight? We must not let them be so arrogant in Zhangcheng. I can't leave here, I'm here to socialize with my old man. His eyes never leave me. It's even worse for me. I followed my father to the neighboring city temporarily. Even if I rush back now, I will definitely be too late. The situations of the young masters and young ladies are similar. Their family members have all become mad and are all troubled by various issues. Lu Ming stood there and waited for a while. Seeing that all the young masters and young ladies present were silent, he spoke with disdain. So that's it? I saw you guys jumping around so much before, and I thought you were so brave. I didn't expect that when it came to the real thing, not a single one of them had the courage, and they all became cowards. When Lu Ming said this, he laughed out loud. He didn't even look at the people in Zhangcheng. He turned his head and raised his eyebrows at the people he brought with him, and said loudly, "Since you don't dare to compete, don't say that we came here specially to bully you. Tonight, the place is ours. Brothers, don't control yourself, just play boldly, this is a good place we got by relying on our strength." All right. Long live Brother Lu. Such a good mountain road is perfect for driving a sports car and testing the feel of the car. Why don't we just hold a race? The young masters and young ladies of the Demon City immediately responded, and they also ignored the people of Jiangcheng and immersed themselves in the joy of being slapped in the face. Tonight is such a happy night, everyone must have a good time. Running around and playing wildly on other people's territory, the comfort is simply overwhelming. Look at what you said. We fought for this territory with our momentum and strength. We can play however we want. When we come here in the future, will the people in Jiangcheng dare to fart? That's right. This is now the territory of our Demon City young master. If those little bastards in Jiangcheng want to use it in the future, they have to come and discuss it with us. Every cheer from these young masters of Demon City was like a heavy hammer, hammering hard into the hearts of everyone in Jiangcheng. They were so arrogant in their Jiangcheng territory and even trampled them into the mud. This was really too much. Especially those words, which are even more hateful than ordinary provocations and are simply naked insults. Not only the people in Jiangcheng, but even Yin Shui, who was standing nearby, felt angry when she heard what those people in Moto said. These people's mouths seem to be sick, and the words they say are smelly and unpleasant. They are so bullying. Do you really think that there is no one in their Jiangcheng? Just when the anger level was still soaring, suddenly, a roar came from a distance. Hearing this voice, everyone present was stunned and turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Everyone wanted to see who was coming at this time. Unexpectedly, when they saw this, everyone present was stunned. I saw a silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno, speeding from a distance under the moonlight, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. Chapter 76. Get in the car, escort it. As the king of supercars, Lamborghini appears in front of everyone with innate nobility, just like a king descending from the sky. At this moment, everyone in Jiangcheng was stunned when they saw the Lamborghini Venom that suddenly appeared. This car is simply beautiful. Wherever he appears, all the cars are eclipsed and dare not shine anymore. Even the arrogant young masters and young ladies of Shanghai were stunned by the cool supercar in front of them. Oh shit, it's actually poison? This. The young masters of Shanghai couldn't believe their eyes. How could a supercar of this level appear here? For a moment, these people looked at each other, all with expressions of shock and confusion. Just when the young master of Magic City was shocked, the people in Jiangcheng thought that this was a supercar from Magic City, and they became even more depressed. They can't even compare to the Ferrari LaFerrari, let alone such a top-notch car. A Lamborghini Veneno is worth the value of all the cars on the scene. What the hell is this? Just when everyone was in a heavy mood, a young master suddenly took a breath and exclaimed, "Look, that's our Jiangbei license plate." When everyone heard this, they immediately looked up at the poison and were all stunned. Then, a look of surprise appeared on their faces, and they all looked in the direction of the poison. Although everyone didn't know who was coming, they thought he was here to save them. Seeing that everyone in Jiangcheng was excited, the young masters in Shanghai looked at the Lamborghini license plate as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They looked at each other and whispered, "What's going on? I've never heard anyone mention that Jiangcheng actually has a Lamborghini Veneno. Even in our Magic City, no one owns one. I didn't expect that there is someone with some ability in the small Jiangcheng. He actually showed up at this time. It seems that he came to save the situation? I originally thought he was a man of class, but I didn't expect him to hang out with this bunch of bastards. He lowered his class for no reason. I feel so sorry for him. Don't feel sad for others. Think about ourselves first. What should we do next? This is a supercar worth 70 or 80 million. It's not something we can do. After everyone finished discussing, they all looked at Lu Ming, waiting for him to make the decision. At this time, Lu Ming frowned, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, "Wait and see." He wanted to see what would happen even if someone from Jiangbei came. Would he really offend them for this group of little bastards? Just as everyone was looking at the poison, Yin Shui stood in the corner with her mouth slightly open and a look of shock on her face. She just heard the discussion of the people in the Magic City. She never thought that such a supercar would be worth 70 or 80 million? My goodness, what kind of person must be able to afford this? Yin Shui was a little confused at the moment, she just stared at it. Yin Shui swallowed subconsciously. She had to see if the owner of the car was a supernatural being, otherwise how could he be so rich? At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned to Du Yao, waiting to see the car owner. Facing everyone's gaze, the Lamborghini braked and stopped steadily in front of everyone. Everyone present subconsciously held their breath. The movement of the car door opening seemed to be in slow motion, and every little detail touched everyone's heart. Yi Yunzhou calmly accepted everyone's gazes and walked out of the car. When they saw Yi Yunzhou appear, everyone present was stunned for a moment. The young masters and young ladies in the Demon City frowned and sucked their teeth secretly. Who is this young man? Such a strange face, I have never seen it before. But looking at Yi Yunzhou's temperament and his car, he felt a little numb for a moment. The most surprised person here is Yin Shui. When Yin Shui saw Yi Yunzhou appear, she took a breath and her eyes widened like a cute girl in the second dimension. She reached out and rubbed her eyes, looking over and over again several times before she was finally sure that the person in front of her was Yi Yunzhou. Yin Shui looked straight at Yi Yunzhou, her heart beating fast. How could Yi Yunzhou appear in such a shocking way? At this time, everyone in Jiangcheng was also confused. They stood there in a daze with dull expressions. This is actually Brother Yi? They all knew that Yi Yunzhou drove a Bugatti Veyron. Did he change his car again? From a Bugatti worth 40 to 50 million to a Lamborghini Veneno worth 70 to 80 million. Although it sounds fine, but this is too rich. To be honest, a Bugatti Veyron alone is their lifelong goal. But with the addition of the Lamborghini Veneno, they are really out of reach. For a moment, everyone looked at Yi Yunzhou with excitement and admiration in their eyes. It took several seconds for these young masters and young ladies to react. They hurried towards Yi Yunzhou and greeted him excitedly. Brother Yi, you're here. Listening to the voices that sounded almost like cheers, and looking at their enthusiastic expressions, Yi Yunzhou was also stunned. He blinked slightly, somewhat confused. What does this mean? Why are you so excited to see him coming? It's okay for those young ladies to be excited, but why should you men be excited at all? Just when Yi Yunzhou was secretly complaining, a young master rushed over excitedly. Yi Yunzhou saw him getting closer and closer, and suddenly felt a chill. He dodged subconsciously, and said helplessly with a pout. What's wrong with you? Why are you all so excited? How to describe the state of these people? I'm afraid that if you're dragged into the mountains and starved for 49 days, the roast chicken you see will be nothing more than this. Everyone came close to Yi Yunzhou and briefly told him what had just happened. After saying that, the young master pointed in the direction of Lu Ming and the others with his chin, and his meaning was quite obvious. After hearing this, Yi Yunzhou finally understood. Oh my goodness, it turns out that those guys went back to Shanghai a few days ago and asked people to come and retaliate. A sneer appeared on Yi Yunzhou's lips. He raised his eyebrows and walked towards Lu Ming. Seeing this, everyone in Jiangcheng hurried to follow. Even if they don't have any status, at least they can hold their own. On this side, Tang Yang and others who had been slapped in the face before looked at Yi Yunzhou, who was walking towards them, and immediately felt as if they were meeting an enemy, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. Tang Yan walked up to Lu Ming and whispered in his ear in a low voice. Master Lu, it was this kid who humiliated us in the clubhouse that day and belittled our master of Magic City. It's okay for others, but this guy is the worst. He even pointed at our noses and told us to get lost. We must not let him off. Lu Ming listened to what Tang Yang and the others said. He glanced at Yi Yunzhou, then looked at the Lamborghini Veneno over there, without saying a word. If it was Chu Feng and the others who came now, Lu Ming would definitely spare no effort to give them a good beating. However, facing Yi Yunzhou, he felt a little afraid. This young man looks very extraordinary. What's more, The other person's car is worth 70 or 80 million yuan, even he can't compare to it. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, his expression unclear. Yi Yunzhou walked to the opposite side of Lu Ming and stood still. He glanced at everyone with a calm expression and asked, "What do you mean? Are you here to participate in the car race too?" Lu Ming thought about it and did not refute. Instead, he nodded in agreement with his opinion. "Yes, we are car lovers too and want to come over and have some fun." Lu Ming had a good plan in mind. The young masters of Modu and Jiangcheng have had a grudge against each other for a long time and they know each other well. There are only a few people in Jiangcheng who are good at driving. They are not here today, so there is no need to be afraid of them. I've never heard of the person in front of me, so what if his car is good? They are technical players, and they are targeting these players who play games to their heart's content. Thinking of this, Lu Ming raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, looked at Yi Yunzhou provocatively and said, "The guys behind you are all cowards, none of them dare to compete. What about you, do you dare to compete? Do you dare?" Yi Yunzhou was also amused when he heard Lu Ming's words. He responded without thinking. "Of course you can compete anytime you want. But competing with me can't be so simple, how about some gambles?" At this point, Yi Yunzhou looked at the supercar that Lu Ming and his companions drove over and smiled faintly. "It has come to this tonight, don't play it small, otherwise you will lose face. What do you think, do you dare?" Everyone in Jiangcheng felt encouraged when they heard Yi Yunzhou say the most awesome words in the calmest tone. They all puffed out their chests and glared at the people in the demon city fiercely. Lu Ming listened to Yi Yunzhou's words and sneered. "Is this a provocation? What a pity, I used the wrong person." Lu Ming snorted coldly, looked at Yi Yunzhou and said directly, "Tell me, how do you want to play?" "I lost, my car is yours." Yi Yunzhou said word by word, pointing to his Lamborghini Veneno. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Such a big deal? The Lamborghini Venom has been put on the line, so wouldn't the stakes for this game be in the hundreds of millions? For a moment, everyone who thought of this shuddered and their pupils shrank slightly. Yi Yunzhou didn't care about the reactions of the crowd. He paused for a few seconds and continued. "If you lose, just give me the car. I think the 3 or 4 good cars you have together are barely enough for the bet. As for the others, forget it. I don't care about them either. There is no point in just making up the numbers." Yi Yunzhou's casual words immediately made many young masters in Demon City dissatisfied. "Do you think our supercar is worth your attention?" They were filled with rage and glared at Yi Yunzhou fiercely, wishing they could cut him into pieces with their eyes. "This little bastard, doesn't he just have some money? Why is he so arrogant? Damn it, you are still here looking down on us. When you lose later, the car will belong to our Shanghai. Let us see how you cry." At this time, everyone in Jiangcheng was indescribably high spirits and in a great mood. The humiliation that those people from the Magic City had brought upon them was repaid by Brother Yi with just a few words. This feeling of how things are changing is just too great. However, some young masters began to worry. Brother Yi's words sounded very tough, but could he drive fast? They have been playing together for so long, but they have never run on the track with Yi Yunzhou. At that moment, everyone in Jiangcheng came to Yi Yunzhou and reminded him in a low voice. "Brother Yi, you have to stay calm. Don't lose your mind just because you are angry. This Lu Ming is a pretty fierce racer. We have raced against him a few times and he is really good. Yes, this Lu Ming and Brother Chu have raced on the track before, and they had some good fights. Lu Ming is even stronger, after all, his car is also better. Brother Yi, your car is better, but when it comes to tens of millions, the car's performance needs to be fully utilized. They often drive this car and are already familiar with it. Think twice. How about we just propose to change the time of the competition? Even though it may cause some controversy, it will give us a better chance of success." Everyone advised him with good intentions, but Yi Yunzhou just listened calmly. He looked straight at Lu Ming. "Do you dare?" Lu Ming could feel Yi Yunzhou's provocation. He had lived for so many years and had never seen such an arrogant person. "It's just a car race, let us compete." "Okay. I'll make a bet with you." Lu Ming responded loudly, and a group of young masters from the Demon City also surrounded Lu Ming with a hint of determination on their faces. They were more optimistic about Lu Ming's strength. After all, they had participated in countless car races, and Lu Ming had always won more than he lost. Comparing with an unknown young man, I can definitely win. Everyone looked at the Lamborghini Veneno and felt excited. That's great. This trip to Jiangcheng is so worth it. It's unexpected that there is such a huge harvest. Not only did he slap the face of Jiangcheng's eldest son, but he also won a supercar worth 70 or 80 million. He can brag about it for years. Yi Yunzhou seemed not to notice the greedy gazes of these people. He nodded to Lu Ming and said, "Okay, let's start preparing." After saying that, Yi Yunzhou led everyone in Jiangcheng and walked towards the platform. Seeing that they were gradually getting away from those people in the magic city, the young masters and young ladies spoke up one after another, their voices full of worry. "Brother Yi, we are really grateful that you can come to the rescue, but you are indeed a bit impulsive. You gambled so much at once. If. You crow mouth, stop talking nonsense. Who is Brother Yi? What has he ever done to cause trouble? But I'm a little unsure. How about I give Brother Chu a call? He often races with Lu Ming and is more familiar with his operation. Let Brother Chu give Brother Yi some advice. Know yourself and know your enemy." Everyone was really worried about Yi Yunzhou, and they tried their best to think of ways. Yi Yunzhou looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, "It's okay, I can win." Hearing Yi Yunzhou's confident tone, everyone looked at each other and suddenly felt relieved. Since Brother Yi is so confident, there is no need for them to worry. Just believe in Brother Yi. At this time, Yi Yunzhou finally remembered Yin Shui. He remembered that Yin Shui had sent him a message before, so she should have arrived a long time ago. Yi Yunzhou looked around and saw a beautiful figure standing next to his car. That perfect curve and slender waist belonged to Yin Shui. At this moment, the girl was staring at Yi Yunzhou's poison in a daze, her little mouth slightly open. Seeing Yin Shui's shocked expression, Yi Yunzhou chuckled and shook his head. He ignored Yin Shui, but stood aside and looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, in the group of young masters. When Yi Yunzhou arrived, someone sent a message in the group in time. Hearing that Yi Yunzhou was present in person, Chu Feng and his group felt relieved. Having Brother Yi to deal with those bastards is more than enough. Then a young lady talked about the bet in the group. Once the message was sent, the group fell silent for a while. Chu Feng and the others looked at the phone screens, hardly able to believe their eyes, and the corners of their mouths twitched. It really is Brother Yi. This bet is too big. Brother Yi has once again refreshed my understanding. It turns out that the stakes in racing can be so high. Wow, the total amount of bets from both sides has exceeded 100 million. This is definitely the best in the small car race. Brother Yi is so awesome. Brother Yi, you are so courageous. We are willing to admit defeat, you are our forever big brother. Don't be nervous in the competition later, that Lu Ming is just trash. Come on, Brother Yi, we all support you. While there was all sorts of heated discussion and encouragement in the group, after a while, Lu Ming was already ready. Yi Yunzhou and Lu Ming looked at each other, and their eyes met, and neither of them dodged. They got into their cars and parked them at the starting line. After parking the car, Yi Yunzhou lowered the window and looked at Yin Shui, who was in a daze beside him, and shouted, "Girl, what are you still doing there? Hurry up and get in the car and escort it." Chapter 77. Dad. Break. When Yin Shui heard Yi Yunzhou's loud call, she suddenly came to her senses as if she had just woken up from a dream. She quickly put down the big bag in her hand and walked towards the poison. "Is this your car?" Yi Yunzhou nodded. Seeing that Lu Ming was ready, he urged, "Stop talking nonsense and come up quickly." Yin Shui got into the car obediently. She sat in the passenger seat and carefully fastened her seatbelt. Looking at the exquisite and luxurious interior of the car, Yin Shui's eyes were almost not enough. "Is this a Lamborghini? It's so beautiful." At that moment, Yin Shui became a little excited, and her pretty face turned red. However, thinking about the upcoming game, Yin Shui's excitement suddenly turned into a hint of nervousness. Her hands were subconsciously entangled together and her lips were tightly pursed. Yi Yunzhou rarely teased her, but handed her the milk tea he bought on the road. "Take this and drink it to calm your nerves. Pay attention to the handle above your head. This is a competition, so comfort is not an option." Yin Shui listened to Yi Yunzhou's words and nodded as if she understood, with confusion flashing in her eyes. She picked up the milk tea and took a sip, and her eyes were quickly attracted by the scene outside the window. At this time, outside the cars, people from both sides were standing on both sides of the track, cheering for their own people. The hotly dressed girl held a flag in her hand and waved it gently towards the two of them. Seeing this, Yi Yunzhou and Lu Ming both started the car. The two supercars were like two giant beasts that had just awakened, roaring with their necks stretched out. The huge roar spread far away. As soon as this voice sounded, everyone present couldn't help but become nervous. The girl who gave the order waved the flag in her hand vigorously. As the flag fell, the two supercars rushed forward like wild horses. Yi Yunzhou possesses god-level driving skills, and car racing is a piece of cake for him. He was not panicked at all. The moment the command flag fell, he stepped on the accelerator. As the engine roared, the car rushed out rapidly. As the car rushed out, at this moment, a strong sense of pushing on the back followed. Yin Shui only felt a huge force pushing her suddenly, and she leaned back on the seat, unable to move. It was the first time she had such a feeling, and she couldn't help but exclaim. In a flash, she didn't even have time to swallow the milk tea in her mouth, and she quickly reached out to grab the handle above her head. Because the car was going so fast, Yin Shui was so scared that she closed her eyes. At this time, on the side of the track, everyone was looking at the two supercars rushing out at the same time, shouting "Come on!" They could see that at the moment of starting, Yi Yunzhou was obviously faster. In addition to the gap in the cars, Yi Yunzhou's door was obviously further forward. Seeing this situation, everyone in Jiangcheng breathed a sigh of relief and their confidence suddenly increased. They waved their arms vigorously and said excitedly, "Did you all see it just now? Brother Yi timed it so well that he passed the car head first. This is the embodiment of his skills. Needless to say, Brother Yi has always been the most prudent in handling matters. Just wait and see, the final championship will definitely belong to Brother Yi and to our Jiangcheng. Brother Yi is so awesome, he is my idol. Should we first think about how to celebrate after we win?" Hearing that everyone in Jiangcheng was discussing the celebration, the people in Demon City curled their lips in dissatisfaction. They were not willing to lag behind and started to scold. "It's nothing great. It's just because you have a better car. Look how you show off. I almost don't even know your last name. Why are you arguing with these little bastards? They know nothing. We have just begun. You are just a little ahead at the start. There is nothing to be proud of. I told you guys you don't know anything, but you still stick your neck out and refuse to admit it. In this car race, the faster you go around the bends, the faster you really go. It's still a straight road now. On a road like this, all you have to do is step on the accelerator. What kind of technique is that? The real time to overtake is on the curve. Even though you may be shouting happily now, you will cry later." Everyone in the Demon City was secretly thinking that they would definitely win this time. A young master from Jiangcheng looked at their determined look and shouted, "I don't know where you get so much confidence from. You should think carefully about it. If you lose the car, how are you going to get back to the Magic City?" After all, with Yi Yunzhou's support, these Jiangcheng young masters straightened their backs and looked at the people in the Magic City and said, "You guys are so shameless. You guys are jumping up and down like this. How can you behave like the masters of the Magic City? You are simply bringing shame to the Magic City. You are bringing shame to the whole city. Need I say more? It's definitely a desperate move. Just watch quietly. If you lose, just leave the car. You are not needed for anything else. I originally thought you guys came to my house to seek revenge, but now I know you guys are here to distribute benefits. It really makes me sigh. This is what people do when they are stupid and have a lot of money." Everyone in the Demon City. Listen, is this human language? So you think we can win and we are arrogant and shameless if we say it? Do you have any shame left? Everyone in the Magic City was so angry that they were about to open their mouths to retort when they heard a young master stop them and said, "Forget it, there's no need to bother with these little bastards. They are just relying on others to support them and are just being successful. Anyway, now that the bet has been made, we can just watch the game and wait for the result." When everyone heard what the young master said, they glared at everyone in Jiangcheng fiercely and did not intend to gain any advantage by arguing. See you in the end. However, everyone in the Magic City also realized that this unknown boy actually had such cohesion among the young masters of Jiangcheng. They kept it in mind and suppressed their emotions. For a moment, everyone turned their attention back to the competition and looked towards the mountain road below. Although it is already night, the positions of the two supercars can be easily captured with the help of streetlights and car lights. Everyone watched with bated breath, afraid of missing any exciting moments. At this time, Yi Yunzhou, who was racing, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and controlled the car to rush forward. As he operated, the car speed increased sharply again. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it headed towards the foot of the mountain. Woo woo woo! Yin Shui felt the speed rising continuously. She huddled in her seat, unable to move. She even forgot to swallow the milk tea in her mouth and could only whimper. Looking at the scenery passing quickly outside the window, Yin Shui had no intention of appreciating it at this moment. Her eyes were still wide open, completely frightened by Yi Yunzhou's speed. Driving so fast, do you think you are a high-speed train? This is a highway, bro. Yin Shui only felt her heart beating rapidly in her chest, as if it was about to jump out at any time. You know, what really scares Yin Shui is that this is a winding mountain road. If you drive so fast on a road that requires frequent large turns, one improper operation will result in the car being destroyed and people being killed. Thinking of all the terrible consequences, Yin Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly regretted it. Why did I consider Yi Yunzhou's face and not wear a full set of protective gear before getting on the car? Because of a moment of soft-heartedness, I gave up a glimmer of hope. I am afraid that I am the most unjustly killed person in recent years. Yin Shui had complained enough in her heart, so she swallowed the milk tea in her mouth and was about to speak. Just when Yin Shui was about to speak, a big hand covered her mouth tightly. She was startled at first, then she looked along the arm and found that the person who made the move was Yi Yunzhou. At this time, Yi Yunzhou was driving the car with one hand and covering Yin Shui's mouth with the other hand to prevent her from screaming. At the same time, Yi Yunzhou stepped on the accelerator. Under his operation, the speed of the car continued to increase. Woo woo woo! Yin Shui looked at Yi Yunzhou driving with one hand and took a breath, her face changing. She's still stepping on the accelerator in this situation, which is simply a test of the toughness of her heart. Yin Shui only felt her heart beating like a rainstorm. She finally understood what the excitement of extreme sports was. Looking at the big hand still covering her mouth, Yin Shui didn't dare to move her hand to push it away. She could only hum to express her meaning. Yin Shui. I won't scream anymore, I won't scream anymore. Seeing that Yi Yunzhou was finally willing to let go of her hand, Yin Shui quickly took 2 deep breaths. She looked out the window fearfully, then pursed her lips and whispered to Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou, can you drive slower? Yi Yunzhou acted as if he didn't hear her and ignored Yin Shui's request. This is a car race, there is no reason to slow down. Besides, Yi Yunzhou remembered clearly that it was Yin Shui who registered him for this race. It's a bit late to regret it now. Yin Shui also thought of this at this time. She no longer cared about her face and begged for mercy. Yunzhou, I know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me for my mistakes? Can you slow down a bit? At this moment, Yin Shui used the light of the car lights to see that there was a big bend not far in front of the car. It would be fine if it was just a curve, but when Yin Shui got on the car, she remembered hearing the driver mention that this curve was short and had a large arc, so it could be said to be very dangerous. Yin Shui felt the car's current speed and her pretty face suddenly turned pale and she looked terrified. Her eyes widened as she turned to look at Yi Yunzhou in the driver's seat. As if she was afraid that he couldn't hear her, she shouted. Dad, Dad. Brake, brake. Chapter 78 Car Race. If you rush into the curve at full speed like this, it will be too late to brake then. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Yin Shui screamed, Yi Yunzhou didn't even bother to pay any attention. His attention at this moment was all on the bend. Yi Yunzhou had already memorized this route when he came to the top of the mountain for a barbecue last time. So, being familiar with the route, Yi Yunzhou easily found the best braking position and slammed on the handbrake. At the same time, Yi Yunzhou held the steering wheel with both hands and started hitting it violently. Following Yi Yunzhou's operation, the wheels have come to a standstill, but under the impact of inertia, the wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh friction sound. Then, the whole car was thrown into the air. The feeling of weightlessness came, and Yin Shui even felt at one point that the wheels on her side had left the ground. Under such circumstances, Yin Shui, who was already extremely frightened, was almost scared to death. At this moment, Yin Shui could no longer control the fear in her heart. Ah! In an instant, the car was filled with screams that were more ear-piercing than the sound of wheels rubbing against each other. Drift around the corner. Yi Yunzhou listened to the screams, just frowned slightly, and continued to drive the car steadily. Immediately afterwards, Yin Shui's flying wheels finally landed on the ground. The car body shook slightly, and the whole car rushed towards the next bend. It was like a breeze, coming gently and disappearing in the blink of an eye. If there weren't traces of wheel friction on the ground, everyone would have doubted their eyes. After all, this beautiful turn just now made all the young masters from Jiangcheng in moto stunned. This. What the hell did they just see? What Yi Yunzhou did just now was simply a standard model operation. To be honest, even some top professional racing drivers find it difficult to achieve such perfection. That's accelerating and drifting through a corner, which not only requires extremely high operational requirements, but also requires extremely strong psychological qualities. If you are even a little bit afraid, you will easily make operational mistakes, which will lead to major accidents. Everyone in Jiangcheng was stunned. They looked at each other and exclaimed, "My goodness, I think I saw the wheels were off the ground just now? Fuck. Brother Ye's racing skills are really good, simply amazing. I'm afraid that after this battle, Brother Li's title of racing bully will change hands." Brother Li, is that based on real ability? He's just into racing. His skills are totally different from Brother Ye's. I was a little worried just now, but now I'm completely relieved. Everyone in Jiangcheng was shocked and started discussing their feelings. When the people in the magic city nearby saw Yi Yunzhou's actions, they were stunned. Almost in an instant, their faces turned ugly. None of them had expected that Yi Yunzhou was actually such a hidden talent with such amazing racing skills. Originally, the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Yi Yunzhou was better. They thought that Yi Yunzhou's driving skills were not good and Lu Ming could overtake him at the bend. But the result slapped them in the face. Yi Yunzhou's driving skills are obviously better than Lu Ming's. Thinking of this, everyone in the Demon City felt their heart sink and stared straight at the mountain path. After a while, I saw Lu Ming's car whizzing past. This is so different. When everyone in Demon City saw this, their faces suddenly turned dark. On this side, Lu Ming, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was also a little confused. At this moment, he could only see the taillights of Yi Yunzhou's car. If it wasn't nighttime, he probably wouldn't be able to see it. Damn it, why is it so fast? Are you trying to kill yourself? Lu Ming was in a bad mood. He slapped the steering wheel hard and forced himself to calm down. The more times like this happen, the more you must not be anxious and irritable, otherwise you will lose directly. After calming himself down, Lu Ming stepped on the accelerator and increased his speed to the maximum. After all, this race is not only about their face, but also about several people's supercars. The total amount is about 70 or 80 million, this is no joke. Even if Lu Ming is in a better position, he still can't afford the compensation. However, this extreme speed did not last long. Lu Ming felt this near-death experience and felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This is a mountain road with many bends, and driving at this speed is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you may go off the mountain road and the car may be destroyed and people may die. Lu Ming still valued his life very much, and he unconsciously slowed down to his original speed. Reaching out his hand and gently wiping away the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with sinisterness and anger. What the hell? What kind of person is this? Is he really desperate? It's all because of this kid showing up unexpectedly, otherwise they would have driven away Jiang Cheng's gang long ago and started the party comfortably. How could it be like this now, and we have to lose face like this? Lu Ming suddenly felt more pressure on him. He took a deep breath and sped up as quickly as possible to chase after Yi Yunzhou. Here, the morale of the young masters in Jiangcheng was greatly boosted. Seeing that the two cars had already passed more than half of the distance, one of the young masters shouted loudly, "Come on, let's get in the car and go down the mountain to meet up." When the others heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Brother Yi will win soon, someone has to celebrate first, right? This is a historic moment worth remembering. We should not only celebrate it, but also take photos to commemorate it. And show it to Brother Chu and the others so that we can share this joy together." Hearing what you said, I can't wait any longer. Brother Yi is so awesome, I want to give him a hug as a die-hard fan. Everyone in Jiangcheng was speechless at the moment. They chatted one after another and excitedly got into their cars, ready to head down the mountain. Seeing that everyone in Jiangcheng was about to go down the mountain, the faces of everyone in Demon City looked very ugly. They looked at each other, and one of the young masters said with a dark face, "Let's go down and take a look. The game isn't over yet, the outcome is still unknown." Although the current situation is not good, they are all praying in their hearts that a miracle will happen. Following Jiang Cheng's car, they also drove their own cars down the mountain. After a while, with the sound of sudden brakes, the Lamborghini Veneno stopped. Yi Yunzhou had already arrived at the foot of the mountain early. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car to get some fresh air. Meanwhile, Yin Shui's face was still pale. Although the car had stopped, Yin Shui still felt dizzy. She quickly rolled down the car window, leaned over it and breathed in big gulps of fresh air. Like a fish that had fallen on the shore, his little heart was beating wildly as he breathed greedily. After this ride just now, Yin Shui felt all the hairs on her body stand up. Yin Shui took a long time to relax before she saw Lu Ming's supercar speeding towards her and stopping at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ming's headlights were facing Yi Yunzhou's car. As soon as he got closer, he saw Yin Shui lying on the car window. Because the speed was so fast, Yin Shui couldn't hold on any longer and kept dry heaving. Although nothing was spit out, under the light, Lu Ming accurately saw a little suspicious white on the corner of Yin Shui's mouth. Combined with Yin Shui's retching action just now, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly trembled, as if he thought of something. This scene is like Chapter 79 in Yao's squat. Thinking of a certain possibility, Lu Ming's face, which had already looked bad to begin with, turned dark in an instant. His eyes stared straight at Yi Yunzhou, with no attempt to conceal the shock in his eyes. Good job. Damn, this guy. Could it be that the extreme speed just now was brought down by this girl? If that were the case, wouldn't he have lost even more miserably? Thousands of alpacas were running through Lu Ming's heart. This blow was even more painful to him than losing the game. Just when Lu Ming began to doubt his life, Yin Shui on this side calmed down a little. She opened the car door and got out, still holding tightly the milk tea that Yi Yunzhou bought for her. It was just that the stimulation just now was too strong. As soon as Yin Shui walked out, her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground like a duck. Lu Ming on this side looked at the milk tea in Yin Shui's hand and breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had misunderstood just now. If you are still thinking about this kind of thing while driving fast, that would be too abnormal. On this side, Yi Yunzhou unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Lu Ming looked at Yi Yunzhou's tall and straight figure, narrowed his eyes, and got out of the car. At this moment, a roar of engines was heard, and one supercar after another stopped at the foot of the mountain. Yi Yunzhou and Lu Ming looked over together and saw that not only the people from Jiangcheng were coming over, but people from Modu were also following behind. The people in Jiangcheng were originally anxious to know the result, but when they saw Yi Yunzhou through the car window, standing there with a calm expression, they felt relieved all of a sudden. Brother Ye's expression clearly shows that he has figured it out. On the other hand, those young masters of the Magic City did not have such good self-control. After parking their cars, they immediately rushed to Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming's ugly face, their hearts skipped a beat and they understood immediately. I'm afraid this result is what they least want to see. But the facts were already before their eyes. Everyone in the Magic City had complicated expressions. Many people opened their mouths but did not say a word. When everyone in Jiangcheng saw how dejected they were, they immediately understood. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately gathered around Yi Yunzhou, cheering excitedly. I know that as long as Brother Yi takes action, there is nothing that cannot be won. It doesn't matter if it's a big thing or a small thing, let alone a mere car race. Brother Yi, you are my idol. You won this battle beautifully. This is called a counter slap in the face, and the one who pushed you to the ground and rubbed you. It feels so good to have Brother Yi protecting us. We were a little desperate before, but Brother Yi is our savior. It's such a memorable moment, why are we just standing there? Of course we have to take photos to commemorate it. Yi Yunzhou listened to the noisy conversation of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he walked straight towards Lu Ming. Everyone in the Demon City looked at Yi Yunzhou approaching and immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, Yi Yunzhou's aura was too strong, and they felt a little guilty when he walked towards them with a straight face. Several young ladies from the Magic City were timid and subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at Yi Yunzhou with vigilance. Yi Yunzhou completely ignored everyone's gazes. He stared straight at Lu Ming and waved his hand in front of him. If you want to accept the loss, give it to me. The stakes were set clearly before the race, and now that the winner has been decided, it's time to deliver on the promise. Lu Ming and others looked at the hand that Yi Yunzhou stretched out. They could clearly feel the fiery gazes of everyone in Jiangcheng. This moment was extremely humiliating for each of them. Lu Ming's face looked extremely ugly, but he still waved to the people behind him. The young masters naturally understood what Lu Ming meant. After hesitating for a moment, they handed over the keys. Lu Ming took the keys, lowered his eyes slightly and looked at them, only to feel that the car keys in his palm were unusually heavy. After all, this represents not only money, but also the face of the young masters of Shanghai. This time they are doomed to fail. But if they don't give it, and the news of their bet and default on the debt gets out, they will lose even more. Lu Ming took a deep breath, handed the car keys to Yi Yunzhou, and said word by word, "Someone will come and handle the car procedures with you." Having said that, Lu Ming looked at Yi Yunzhou deeply and said in an unclear tone, "I'll remember you. We'll meet again in the future." Yi Yunzhou didn't care about the meaning behind Lu Ming's words. There was no expression on his face. He just replied calmly, "Whatever. If you still want to lose your car, I'll be there for you any time. Although I'm not short of money, I don't mind if someone offers me money." When Lu Ming saw Yi Yunzhou speaking so impolitely, the corners of his mouth twitched. He glared at Yi Yunzhou and the people in Jiangqing fiercely, and said in a deep voice to the people behind him, "Let's go." The car of Lu Ming and others was left behind, so they could only sit in the passenger seats of other young masters' cars and drive towards the road. Seeing the cars of the people in Magic City leave in disgrace, the people in Jiangqing watched them leave, feeling proud. These guys really deserved it. They wanted to come and laugh at us, but they lost the game and even lost their car. It's so funny. They lost 70 to 80 million in one go. TSK, this gamble of the century is just too cool. Even if they claim to be rich, they will feel the pain right now. Needless to say. Do you think Lu Ming and the others are just like Brother Yi, and they don't care about money at all? Who knows how these bastards will cry in their beds when they go back? Even for a wealthy young man, it is not easy to buy a top-of-the-line supercar worth tens of millions. Now that we have lost a car race, everyone would feel bad. I lost money and felt aggrieved. As soon as the people in Jiangqing thought about their unhappiness, their mood immediately improved. "Brother Yi, you are so awesome. I have never seen you race before, and I didn't expect you to be so skilled. We were really worried about you." A young master said this with great emotion, and the others nodded vigorously, with excitement flashing in their eyes. After all, Yi Yunzhou came to the rescue. If they lost a Lamborghini Veneno because of them, they would definitely feel guilty. While the young masters and young ladies were excited, they also did not forget to inform everyone in the group of the good news. Chu Feng and the others were not here, but they were all aware of what had happened to the people from the Magic City, and were paying close attention to it. "Brother Chu, let me inform you that Brother Yi won. It's such a pity that you weren't there. It would have been so cool to see Brother Ye's racing skills and the tense atmosphere in person. You didn't see how dejected Lu Ming and his friends were when they left the car behind. That feeling, wow. This is the first time in my life that I feel so good." Chu Feng and the others had been waiting for information, and they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yi Yunzhou win the game. While avoiding their father's sight, they quickly sent messages to celebrate. "Brother Yi, it has to be you. I know that as long as you show up, you can immediately hold the whole place. Brother Yi is awesome, Brother Yi is the most powerful. Oh, Brother Yi's cars are already the best, and now there are more cars. We can't catch up even if we take a plane. Fuck, it was Brother Yi who really took action. He immediately captured these bastards. When we have some free time, we must treat Brother Yi to a big meal and celebrate." Just when everyone in the group was getting excited, Yi Yunzhou was looking at the several supercars left behind by Lu Ming and his friends. Rafa and Son of Wind shine with their own unique light under the moonlight. Yi Yunzhou just glanced at them lightly and threw the car keys in his hand to the young masters beside him. When everyone saw something being thrown over, they subconsciously caught it. When they saw the car keys in their hands clearly, they were stunned. Several people looked at Yi Yunzhou in confusion, not knowing what Brother Yi meant by doing this. A young man looked at the car keys in his hand again and again, his eyes full of confusion. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked, "Brother Yi, what do you mean? We'll drive it back for you later?" A young man next to him seemed to have thought of something and quickly took over the conversation. Facing everyone's gaze, Yi Yunzhou simply waved his hand and said to them, "You guys can take them and drive them for fun. I don't really need these cars." Completely ignoring the stunned crowd, Yi Yunzhou seemed to have thought of something and added, "Oh, right? Chu Feng and his friends don't have a car recently, so let's give it to them first. If you want to open it later, you can open it anytime." Yi Yunzhou spoke in a light and quick tone, and his indifference and nonchalance were clearly heard by everyone. Everyone just felt a loud bang in their brain, as if a bomb suddenly exploded, and they were all stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. What did Brother Yi just say? With so many top-notch supercars, he doesn't want any of them and leaves them all for them to drive around in? For a moment, everyone's mouth corners twitched, and they looked at Yi Yunzhou with shock in their eyes. This is simply amazing. The young masters holding the car keys looked at each other, and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the young masters looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked tentatively, "Brother Yi, can we try it first? Rafa and the others still have a chance to drive it, but Son of Wind is their dream car. They certainly don't want to miss this opportunity." Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and waved his hand towards everyone. "Of course. I've given you the car keys, you can do whatever you want with them." After getting Yi Yunzhou's permission, these young masters suddenly became excited and ran towards the car. Others also wanted to join in the fun, and they scrambled to get into the passenger seat. Even if you can't drive it, you still have to sit in it first, right? After a while, they had driven several supercars and headed straight for the top of the mountain. Here, Yi Yunzhou watched everyone leave and walked to Yin Shui, who was sitting like a duck. Looking at the girl who was still in a daze in front of him, Yi Yunzhou curled his lips helplessly. "How long has it been? Why haven't you recovered yet?" Thinking of this, Yi Yunzhou sighed and walked forward to pick up Princess Yin Shui. His arm strength was amazing, and Yin Shui's tiny weight was like nothing to him. Yi Yunzhou directly carried Yin Shui to the passenger seat and put her there, then he sat in the driver's seat. "Where do you live? I'll take you back." Yi Yunzhou activated the poison and turned to look at Yin Shui and asked. Then looking at the silent Yin Shui, Yi Yunzhou seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, what did you call me just now?" Yin Shui suddenly remembered the desperate plea, and her pretty face turned red like a ripe apple. She looked at Yi Yunzhou, who was driving, and asked with lingering fear, "Please, drive slower, please? She is very fragile now and really can't withstand such a great destruction." "It's okay, I'm an experienced driver." Hearing Yi Yunzhou's serious tone, Yin Shui quickly waved her hand, interrupted him and said, No, I get it, but please drive slower. I'm scared." After giving the instructions, Yin Shui breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yi Yunzhou slowing down. She directed Yi Yunzhou to speed on the road towards home. At this moment, Yin Shui suddenly discovered that Yi Yunzhou's driving skills were really good. The speed was not slow, but he was driving very steadily. Soon, Yi Yunzhou drove to the gate of Yin Shui's community. "Send you in?" Yi Yunzhou turned his head and looked at Yin Shui, his tone very polite. Yin Shui waved her hand. "No, thank you for taking me back." As she spoke, Yin Shui was about to unbuckle her seatbelt and get out of the car. Yi Yunzhou watched her movements and suddenly reminded her. "The S-squat thing. Yours is indispensable." Yin Shui rolled her eyes immediately and glared at Yi Yunzhou. Wait for me, wait until my legs are no longer weak, then I'll dance for you to see." She wasn't trying to refuse, but she was really scared to the point of her legs going weak. Yi Yunzhou did not embarrass Yin Shui. He nodded gently. "Okay, I'll wait." Yin Shui got out of the car. Yi Yunzhou watched her walk into the community, then turned the car around and went back. Looking at the way home, Yin Shui pursed her lips. She felt that she would definitely not be able to walk home because her legs were too weak. After much thought, Yin Shui took out her cell phone and called her sister. It was not convenient to say too much on the phone, so after saying a few words, I asked my sister to pick me up. After a while, Yin Yao hurried out of the house. Seeing her sister standing at the gate of the community, Yin Yao hurried over, supported her naturally, and asked with concern, "Girl, what's wrong with you?" When Yin Shui heard her elder sister's question, her face suddenly turned red and she didn't know how to explain. After holding it in for a long time, Yin Shui finally managed to utter a sentence. "Nothing. I just fell." "Fell down?" Yin Yao looked at her sister with some doubt, frowned and said, "Should I take you to get your cerebellum checked? You keep falling down. I wonder if there's something wrong with your cerebellum. Your balance is too poor." Yin Shui. "Thank you. You are really my sister. How thoughtful." With the help of her elder sister, Yin Shui limped back home. She went straight into the room and lay on the bed to calm herself down. But whenever Yin Shui closed her eyes and wanted to take a break, she would think of the exciting scenes of racing. Then, my heartbeat quickened again. After all this trouble, Yin Shui couldn't sleep at all. You know what, that feeling is really exciting. No wonder so many young people like the feeling of racing. This kind of adrenaline rush is really great. Yin Shui tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep, so she picked up her phone and searched for S. Looking at the charming movements of the girls on the screen, reflected in Yin Shui's eyes, her pretty face couldn't help but blush. At the same time, Yi Yunzhou was already driving towards the villa. Along the way, Yi Yunzhou heard his cell phone ringing non-stop. While waiting for the traffic light, he took out his cell phone and opened it to look at it. Chu Feng and others were seen chatting enthusiastically in the group, with messages being sent out one after another at a very fast speed. Brother Chu, I have good news for you. Brother Yi gave us the cars he won and told us to drive them first so that you don't have to worry about not having a car. We are driving the car now. Brother Yi said that if we like, we can drive it for fun. This is a real big deal. Brother Yi is awesome. Brother Chu, let's enjoy it tonight and send it to you tomorrow. This supercar worth tens of millions is different. When you step on it, the engine roars. The young masters and young ladies who were driving the cars were extremely excited, and their news immediately spread to Chu Feng and the others. Chu Feng was still at the banquet, chatting and laughing with a group of CEOs. When he saw the message in the group, he almost couldn't control himself and shouted out loud. What did he see? Brother Yi actually said that he wanted to give the luxury cars such as La Ferrari and Son of Wind directly to them to drive? This. To be honest, not only Chu Feng, but all the other young masters and young ladies whose cars were confiscated were deeply moved. Brother Yi, you are so righteous. This is what a true brother is. Fuck, are you telling the truth? Thank you, Brother Yi, for still thinking about us. This really makes us ashamed. Yes, we caused trouble to Brother Yi, but we didn't expect that Brother Yi would share the spoils with us. Brother Yi is awesome, you are our idol. Brother Yi is so considerate. I can't drive recently, and I'm almost suffocating. Brother Yi is not only being righteous, but also saving my life. Yi Yunzhou held the phone and smiled faintly as he saw everyone's heartfelt thanks. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the young masters and young ladies had not sent any messages since they finished talking about the car. Yi Yunzhou narrowed his eyes and wondered in his heart that perhaps other young masters and young ladies had played it first. If what he guessed was correct, he should have started running on the mountain trail after sending the message. However, Yi Yunzhou didn't care about it at all. After all, these people had consulted him before, so there would be no problem in opening the conversation. Besides, Yi Yunzhou doesn't care about these things. Seeing the traffic light turn green, Yi Yunzhou threw his cell phone on the seat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped towards home. Here, the banquet is almost coming to an end. Chu Feng suppressed his excitement, put away his phone, and accompanied his father to see off the CEOs. Only after all the bosses had left did Chu Feng let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely relieved. Chu Weigua turned around and saw his silly son smiling. He narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Why are you so happy all of a sudden? Even if you feel that the party is over and you have completed today's work, you shouldn't be so happy, right? No. Chu Feng almost blurted out something, but he quickly stopped himself, gave his father a flattering smile, and said something perfunctorily. He didn't dare mention this matter to his father, otherwise if Brother Yi's car was also confiscated, how would he live in the future? Chu Feng suppressed his excitement. He quickly walked forward and prepared to go home with his father. Here, Chu Weigua looked at Chu Feng's mysterious look and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought about it and arranged another task for his son. By the way, a big client will be coming over in the next few days. Please help me book a place for the banquet. After saying this, Chu Weigua still felt a little uneasy, and added a few more words. It has to be a reliable place, the quality has to be high enough, we can't neglect our guests. No problem. It's just about booking a restaurant. I'm good at that. After hearing his father's instructions, Chu Feng patted his chest and promised. Chu Weigua looked at his son's confident expression and suddenly felt tired. Look at this kid, what did he just say? So you're good at eating and drinking? This is going to piss his dad off to death. But thinking about how this kid has been working hard recently and how he performed well at the banquet today, I didn't bother with him. The two returned home under the escort of the driver. Chu Feng said hello to his father and went back to his room. Chu Feng returned to the room and immediately fell on the bed, searching for restaurants on his phone. Chu Feng had heard his father talk about this distinguished guest before. He was a very important partner of theirs this year. If we can get the partnership, it will be great for the development of the group. Chu Feng also knew that this matter was of great importance. He carefully selected the restaurants and flipped through them one by one. His first choice is some private restaurants. After all, these restaurants are relatively niche, and in order to gain popularity, the food is generally very good. The most important thing is that if you go directly to a 5-star hotel restaurant, although the quality is high enough, it always seems a bit perfunctory. For distinguished guests, quality and novelty must coexist to make people feel valued. Why does this feel a bit ordinary? Chu Feng searched for a long time but still couldn't make a final decision. These restaurants all have some flaws to some extent, and are somewhat different from the perfection in his mind, making it difficult to make a decision. Chu Feng pressed his temple anxiously. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. How could he forget about Brother Yi, the big boss? Chu Feng sat up excitedly. Brother Yi was a man who had truly seen the world. If he said a hotel was good, then it must be the best. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yi Yunzhou, telling him about the banquet for the distinguished guests. Brother Yi, you have been to many good places, which one do you think is suitable? I originally thought that Yi Yunzhou would not reply to the message for a while, but I didn't expect that Yi Yunzhou replied not long after the message was sent. How is Wangjian Villa? It should be of a high enough standard, right? Wangjian Villa? Looking at Yi Yunzhou's reply, Chu Feng read it over and over again several times before he was finally sure of what he had seen. The moment Chu Feng saw the words Wangjian Villa just now, he was stunned. What the hell? What is Wangjian Villa? That is the most mysterious manor in the entire Jiangcheng, no doubt about it. Even though he was a big shot in the top circle, he had never stepped into the gate of Wangjian Villa. How could he dare to despise others for not being of high enough status? Everyone knows that it was once the residence of a prince, a place that combined luxury and grandeur. They had watched from afar before and were absolutely yearning for Wangjian Villa. If they had the opportunity to get in, they would have felt it was very difficult. Brother Yi actually told him to go to Wangjian Villa for a banquet? Then instead of asking for his opinion, you should ask the security personnel for their opinions. Whenever he thought about the fact that his father had been thrown out, he, as a son, didn't want to follow in his footsteps at all. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt a little numb. He didn't know how to reply to Yi Yunzhou for a moment, so he smiled awkwardly and typed. Let me think about it again. After replying to the message, Chu Feng held his head helplessly and wailed. It's really hard for me, why should I take on such a difficult job? While feeling depressed, Chu Feng had a new understanding of Yi Yunzhou's level. Brother Yi not only knew about Wangjian Villa, but judging from what he said just now, he might have even eaten there. Thinking of this possibility, Chu Feng immediately took a breath of cold air. Brother Yi, you are so awesome. Not to mention comparing with them, even my own parents are not on the same level as them. Being able to have connections with the legendary owner of Wangjian Villa, such connections are really enviable. Chu Feng couldn't make up his mind for a while, but he really didn't dare to make any plans for Wangjian Villa. He thought about it, picked up his phone, and sent a message in the group. I'll reserve that LaFerrari and let me drive it for a few days. I'll give it up after my dad returns the car to me. Okay. Brother Chu, I will give you the key tomorrow. A young master replied cheerfully. After all, Yi Yunzhou had already given instructions that these cars should be given to Chu Feng and his men first. After seeing the young master's reply, Chu Feng left the group chat and sent a private message to Li Yuanliang. Are you free tomorrow? Come with me to a few places. I want to book a restaurant for a banquet. Li Yuanliang, no problem, I'll go take a look too, maybe it'll be useful later. After Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang agreed on a time, they saw that it was getting late and he felt a little sleepy, so he went to bed early. The next morning, Yin Shui was awakened by the naughty sunlight and opened her eyes in a daze. The little girl yawned and looked sleepy, and it was obvious that she didn't sleep well last night. She dreamed of practicing S-squats all night yesterday. The girl who was dancing charmingly in the video before going to bed became a strict coach in her dream, correcting her movements over and over again. No, this is not right, try again. This sentence echoed in her mind almost all night. Yin Shui shook her head with lingering fear, sobered up, and quickly jumped off the bed. Yin Shui simply washed up and started practicing the S-squat without changing out of her pajamas. After all, she had promised Yi Yunjo yesterday that she would practice, so as the saying goes, one must accept defeat if one gambles, so she would just practice as hard as she could. Yin Shui picked up her charged mobile phone, called up the video she had saved yesterday, and started practicing. In order to ensure the effect, Yin Shui moved the dressing mirror from the room and practiced in front of it. However, Yin Shui had never done such sexy and seductive moves before. Her body was a little stiff for a moment and her movements looked very incoherent. TSK, I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I'm not very good at this. Yin Shui looked at herself in the mirror and muttered to herself with some disgust. She slowed down the video, learning little by little, and improving her posture. Watching it this slow makes certain movements more seductive and suggestive. Yin Shui looked at this and felt a little embarrassed. When she thought about doing these actions in front of Yi Yunjo, her face turned red for a moment. It's like a touch of red from the sky is smeared on the apple cheeks full of collagen. Yin Shui was already beautiful, and after being decorated like this, she became even more stunningly beautiful. If she wasn't the only one in the room, she would have already become the focus of the crowd. Yin Shui sighed softly, suppressed the shyness in her heart, and continued practicing the movements. Since she has promised someone, she must do it. She is also a particular person. According to the movements broken down in the video, Yin Shui studied the key points of the movements bit by bit and repeated them over and over again. While Yin Shui was working hard, Yin Yao had already prepared breakfast for them in the living room. Looking at the time on her wrist, Yin Yao frowned slightly and said to herself, "What's going on today? Isn't Xiao Shui up yet? According to my sister's biological clock, she should have been complaining about being hungry by now." Yin Yao couldn't help but feel a little worried. This was so abnormal. Could her younger sister be sick? Thinking of this, Yin Yao quickly walked to the door of Yin Shui's room and put her ear close to the door to listen. Faint music could be heard in the room. Yin Yao blinked her eyes. It seemed that her younger sister had already gotten up. Yin Yao was also a little curious about what the little girl was busy with in the room. She quietly pushed the door open a crack and secretly looked inside. The moment Yin Yao saw Yin Shui's action, she was stunned. This girl, what is she doing? I saw Yin Shui facing the mirror, concentrating on practicing the S-squat. The seductive and sexy action was so bold that Yin Yao blushed. Yin Yao gasped and looked at her younger sister with shock in her eyes. Is the one in front of me really my little sister? This. To be honest, this kind of hot dance is so sexy. While Yin Yao was shocked, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes. What is my little sister doing by practicing this kind of dance? However, watching Yin Shui's increasingly skilled movements, Yin Yao couldn't help but nod slightly, secretly praising in her heart. I have to say, my sister's figure is really good. She can dance this sexy dance with ease. As Yin Yao admired it, she seemed to have thought of something and her eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a boyfriend? Yin Shui here was still immersed in practice. She had gradually found some patterns and her movements became more standardized. After practicing for a while, Yin Shui began to sweat slightly on her forehead. Just as she was about to stop and rest, and was about to turn around and sit down, she heard a crisp click from the door. The door was closed. For a moment, Yin Shui was also stunned. She took a sharp breath and turned to look at the door. Oh, it can't be. Yin Shui suddenly thought of something. She let out a low cry, quickly ran over and opened the door of the room, and saw her elder sister's back running towards the other side. Seeing this scene, Yin Shui's eyes flashed with a look of as expected. She pursed her lips slightly and followed without thinking. Seeing her elder sister speeding up, Yin Shui no longer cared about being embarrassed and said quickly, "Sister, don't run away. Listen to my explanation." Yin Yao listened to Yin Shui's words, and she also stood still and turned around. She looked at her sister seriously and interrupted her explanation directly. It's okay, little sister. I understand you. You are grown up now. I believe you know what you should and should not do. Sister can't control your affairs, and you don't need to explain to me. Yin Shui. Sister, what do you understand about me? It's not what you think. It's over. My image is completely ruined. Chapter 80 Chu Linger, I'll just go and thank Yi Yunjo. Yin Yao looked at her sister with a sad face, smiled faintly, walked over, took her hand and said, Don't worry about it, come on, I'll take you to have breakfast. The two sisters went to the restaurant to have breakfast together. Yin Yao looked at the time, picked up a napkin to wipe her mouth, stood up and said, Xiaoxue, take your time eating. I have to go to work. Yin Shui nodded obediently, and Yin Yao picked up the car keys and bag from the cabinet in the entrance hall and walked outside. Yin Yao went to get the car first. When she saw that it was too late, she drove directly to Villa number 1. After parking the car outside Villa number 1, Yin Yao walked in quickly. As soon as she passed through the garden, Yin Yao saw Yi Yunzhou walking out of the villa. Yi Yunzhou has already changed his clothes for today. Looking at the handsome Yi Yunzhou in front of her, Yin Yao's eyes lit up. No matter what kind of Mr. Yi he is always so eye-catching. Mr. Yi, it's so early. Do you need me to prepare breakfast for you? Yin Yao hurried forward to greet Yi Yunzhou, and then began to perform her duties as a housekeeper, caring about whether Yi Yunzhou had eaten breakfast. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. No, I've already eaten. When he said this, he shook the car keys in his hand and explained casually. I'm going to go out for a while, you go ahead and do your work. Yin Yao nodded, and then saw Yi Yunzhou walking quickly towards the garage. He planned to try out the Lycan supercar. He had only had the car for a few days but had yet to drive it on the road. Yi Yunzhou opened the car door and got in. He quickly looked at the interior of the Lycan supercar and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. It is truly a top-level supercar, simple yet luxurious, and exuding a strong sense of dominance in its low-key style. The feeling of such a collision is not at all harmonious, and only this kind of car can achieve this. Yi Yunzhou raised his eyebrows, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the Lycan supercar outside. Yin Yao happened to be directing workers in the yard when she saw a flash of red light, which immediately attracted her attention. At this moment, her eyes were filled with surprise. Even after the car drove away, Yin Yao didn't react. Of course she had seen this Lycan supercar before, but under the sunlight, the Lycan supercar shone with a unique luster. It was so beautiful. Ferrari's unique red color is also unique among supercars. But in front of the red Lycan supercar, there is no comparison, it's like a child playing house. It took Yin Shui a while to react. She slowly retracted her gaze and instructed the worker. Everyone, start working and pay attention. Just as everyone was busy in Villa number 1, Yi Yunzhou was already on the way, ready to deal with the paperwork for those vehicles. After all, this kind of thing is definitely better done sooner rather than later. Yi Yunzhou didn't care about these cars, but he was even more unwilling to let Lu Ming and his people get them at a bargain price. He was also teaching these people a lesson so that they wouldn't be so rampant in the future. In Jiangcheng, they have no right to speak. Yi Yunzhou was thinking, when he suddenly saw a Ferrari LaFerrari driving not far away. As soon as he saw the car, Yi Yunzhou was delighted for a moment. What a coincidence! Isn't this the same car as the one from last night? Thinking about the group message he saw this morning, Yi Yunzhou immediately realized that the person driving the car might be Chu Feng. Yi Yunzhou raised the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, turned the car around and chased after Rafa. At this time, on the Rafa, Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang were chatting and laughing. Li Yuanliang looked at Chu Feng in the driver's seat with envy and said with emotion, "This car is really good. It has been carefully modified and its performance has been maximized." Li Yuanliang's eyes lit up when he saw the supercar. He really knew a lot about car performance and could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. If you want to debug to this state, you must have found an expert, and it takes at least 3 months of intensive debugging to achieve this effect. Brother Yi won this kind of car with just one try. His luck is simply too good. Chu Feng listened to Li Yuanliang's comments and nodded in agreement, then smiled and expressed his feelings. The handling of this car is really good. This money is really well spent. It feels so different. As he spoke, Chu Feng suddenly thought of something and quickly pressed the play button. Suddenly, beautiful music sounded in the car, which was like a SPA for the ears and was very comfortable. I also discovered this morning that the owner of this car has modified a good stereo. The sound quality is so enjoyable. Li Yuanliang also took a deep breath when listening to the sound performance. The two of them enjoyed it happily, feeling indescribably happy. After all, these cars were won from their enemies, so the feeling of driving them was doubled. Just as the two were enjoying themselves, Li Yuanliang unconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror and was stunned. Chu Feng looked at Li Yuanliang, whose topic had come to an abrupt end. Before he realized what had happened, he grinned. "What's wrong? Are you happy and stupid?" No. Brother Chu, look behind you." Li Yuanliang ignored Chu Feng's teasing and told him to go and look at the car behind. Chu Feng also realized that something was wrong, and he quickly looked at the rearview mirror. In an instant, Chu Feng's pupils shrank slightly, and he was stunned. This. Following behind was actually a Lycan supercar. Chu Feng swallowed hard. He looked at Li Yuanliang beside him and saw the same confusion in his eyes. Whose car is this? And you keep following them, what are you doing? The two men couldn't figure out each other's intentions for a moment, and they didn't dare to drive too fast, so they drove forward slowly. Seeing Rafa slowing down, the Lycan supercar behind him stepped on the accelerator and was already parallel to Rafa. Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang were increasingly confused about the car owner's thoughts, and their brows were furrowed tightly. The other party has done it so obviously, they are basically following them. What on earth is this person trying to do? The actions of the two supercars made the car owners nearby miserable. How could they dare to get so close to a car of this size? They just wanted to stay away from it. Now they are driving side by side, and no matter the car owners in front or behind dare to step on the accelerator. They drive more standardly than when they took the driving test. Fuck, in order to preserve our current life, we should just take it easy. A car owner murmured in a low voice, slowing down his car without a word of complaint. It has to be said that top luxury cars are definitely the best nemesis of road rage. After all, under such tremendous pressure, no one can do anything impulsive. The two supercars continued to move forward in this position, and then came to an intersection. As luck would have it, the traffic light changed color and the two cars had to stop. Chu Feng stopped the car, lowered the window, and looked at the Lycan supercar next to him. He wanted to see what the supercar owner would do. At this moment, Yi Yunzhou on the opposite side also lowered the car window. Seeing Yi Yunzhou's face appear in front of them, Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang immediately took a breath of cold air. They stared at Yi Yunzhou with eyes wide open, looking at him in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Brother Yi, why is it you?" This. Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang could hardly believe their eyes. Shock and disbelief flashed in their eyes. Li Yuanliang rubbed his eyes several times before he reluctantly accepted this fact. Yi Yunzhou smiled at the shocked expressions of the two people. He pointed to the road ahead and said directly, "Pull over to the side and talk in front." Good. Chu Feng and the other person naturally agreed, and when the traffic light passed, they drove the car to the roadside. After the car stopped, Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang both got out of the car. They stared at the Lycan supercar that stopped in front of them, and exclaimed to Yi Yunzhou, who had just stepped out of the car, "Brother Yi, fuck, is this your car?" At that moment, the two were filled with shock. They circled the Lycan supercar several times, their eyes full of admiration. It really deserves to be called the manufacturer of soul-level red car paint. This car looks like a burning flame, it is so beautiful. Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang looked at each other, and both of them thought secretly in their hearts, no wonder Brother Yi looked down on cars like La Ferrari. Look at other people's cars, the Bugatti Veyron, the Lamborghini Veneno from yesterday's race, and now their SA Lycan supercar. This lineup is so luxurious that it is astonishing. The two were shocked for a while. Li Yuanliang was the first to react. He looked at Yi Yunzhou and asked with a smile, "Brother Yi, what are you doing?" "I thought I'd have time today to handle the paperwork for these cars." Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly, pointed at Rafa with his chin, and explained to the two, "By the way, if you have time, would you like to go together?" "Okay." Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang naturally did not want to miss such an important moment, and agreed very readily. They got back into the Lotha and followed Yi Yunzhou towards the vehicle management office. Because the formalities were complete, they handled the matter very quickly and soon transferred all the cars to Yi Yunzhou's name. From this moment on, these cars officially belonged to Yi Yunzhou. Yi Yunzhou saw that the formalities had been completed. He then threw the formalities into the car and looked at the two and asked, "By the way, what are you going to do?" Chu Feng scratched his head embarrassedly and told the truth. "We were thinking of checking out restaurants and finding a place to book a private room." Yi Yunzhou thought of Chu Feng's question yesterday and suddenly raised his eyebrows. "Why? Do you think Wangjiang Villa is not good enough? How is that possible?" When Chu Feng heard Yi Yunzhou say this, he quickly waved his hands, smiled bitterly, and explained, "Brother Yi, you are just kidding me. How can I dare to book a private room at Wangjiang Villa?" Chu Feng was too embarrassed to talk about his father's embarrassing past, so he muttered quietly, "I'm also afraid of being thrown out by the neck." Yi Yunzhou was delighted when he heard this. Looking at Chu Feng in front of him, he thought of Chu Linger's pretty face. The girl before seemed to have expressed the same concerns. These two people are really siblings. It's okay, it's mine. Yi Yunzhou smiled faintly and announced an explosive piece of news. After hearing this, Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang's breathing stopped immediately, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. The two people were shocked again. They were stunned for a long time before they let out a breath and finally reacted. Chu Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded gratefully towards Yi Yunzhou. Then I'd like to thank Brother Yi first. I'll go back and talk to my dad. If there's anything I need, I'll call Brother Yi again. Okay. After Yi Yunzhou finished speaking, he got into the car and prepared to go back. Chu Feng and Li Yuanliang watched Yi Yunzhou leave before getting into the LaFerrari. Li Yuanliang said with emotion while fastening his seatbelt. How much money does Brother Yi have? Not only does he have so many top-notch supercars, but he even owns Wangjiang Villa. But after saying this, Li Yuanliang suddenly remembered that he was the owner of Wangjiang Villa, so it seemed reasonable for him to have a top-of-the-line supercar. Chu Feng, who was driving, was also shocked. He originally thought that Yi Yunzhou had just visited Wangjiang Villa. After all, in his opinion, being able to get in was already a great honor. But Brother Yi was even more powerful and directly took over Wangjiang Villa. Chu Feng sent Li Yuanliang back to the group, and then drove back to his own group. After parking the car, he took the elevator directly to the chairman's office. Chu Weiguo was processing documents in the office when he was suddenly interrupted by Chu Feng. He said with some dissatisfaction. You little brat, have you forgotten even the most basic courtesy? You can't even knock before entering my office? Chu Feng didn't have time to say these things. He looked at his father and asked directly. A friend of mine owns Wangjiang Villa. How about we hold the banquet at Wangjiang Villa? I have already informed him. If you agree, I will call and confirm it right now. Wangjiang Villa? Chu Weiguo was also stunned after hearing what Chu Feng said. He looked at Chu Feng in astonishment and asked with some doubt. You also know your sister's amazing friend? Awesome friend? Chu Feng frowned immediately. Ah. But the next second, he reacted. So the powerful friend that my dad mentioned before must be Brother Yi? Chu Feng thought of this and immediately rolled his eyes and said to his father. Oh my god, Dad, you really wronged me. He was originally my friend, and I introduced him to my sister. Chu Feng said this, looking at his father's disbelieving expression, and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. If you don't believe me, I'll call my sister right now and let her tell you in person, and then you'll know what's going on. After all, it was related to his innocence, so Chu Feng made a video call to his sister without hesitation. Chu Linger was not busy at the time, so she answered the phone immediately. Chu Feng first exchanged pleasantries with his elder sister and expressed concern about her recent health. After making sure that my sister was fine, I got down to business. Sister, tell Dad if I was the one who introduced you to Brother Yi? Yeah, what's wrong? Chu Linger nodded and admitted it. She looked at Chu Feng, who had an unhappy face, and didn't understand why he asked this. Chu Feng didn't say anything, but looked at his father with squinted eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to speak, expressing Chu Feng's endless resentment. Chu Weiguo had no idea this would be the case, and he just curled his lips helplessly. Oh my goodness, I didn't expect such a misunderstanding. Chu Feng looked at his father's guilty look, and for a moment he felt more confident. He stretched out his hands and said loudly to his father. Dad, my car. Now that you know what happened, you should give it back to me. Okay, here you go. Chu Weiguo waved his hands helplessly and finally agreed to Chu Feng's request. In fact, he didn't really want to confiscate Chu Feng's car, he was just afraid that he would become addicted to material things and become unlearned. Now that I knew this guy still had some brains, I just went with the flow and returned the car to him. Chu Feng swept away his previous dissatisfaction and a happy smile appeared on his face. Dad, what about Wangjiang Villa? When Chu Weiguo heard about Wangjiang Villa, he subconsciously waved his hand and directly refused. Forget it. I don't dare use that place. In Chu Weiguo's mind, he would be satisfied if he had the opportunity to visit Wangjiang Villa. By the way, give me the contact information of your friend. Chu Weiguo seemed to have thought of something, and said to his two children. Although we dare not use Wangjiang Villa, but they are willing to lend it to us, which is already a huge honor for us. We have received kindness from others, so we should at least show some appreciation, right? I will personally say thank you to them. Otherwise, it would be very disrespectful. Wangjiang Villa is a very terrifying existence for Chu Weigua. So even though Yi Yunzhou was a friend of his two children, Chu Weigua still respected him and did not dare to show any disrespect to him. Chu Linger listened to her father's words, thought about it, and said on the other end of the video, "Goodbye, Dad. We are all equals. If you say that, it will seem a bit strange. Now that I know about this matter, let me express my gratitude to him and treat him to a meal."